The apocalypse has descended, and the most terrifying aspect is not the monsters nor the impending food crisis, but rather the people around you. Since you have shattered the last remnant of compassion within me, I shall embrace the role of a villain, one who revels in the chaos of the end times, instilling fear in you all. This is the consequence of your actions. Fang Hao, among everyone here, you are the only one from the physical education department, strong and robust. If you do not venture out to seek food, are you suggesting that we, the frail and ailing, should risk our lives? Exactly. As an orphan, your survival instincts must certainly surpass those of us sheltered flowers. If you do not go, who will? Yes. The outside world is teeming with man-eating monsters. Do you wish for us to meet our doom? Right. Fang Hao, what are your true intentions? This confrontation is taking place at a supplies warehouse near Z City University, where two factions are at odds. On one side stands Fang Hao, a senior from the university's physical education department, and on the other, a group comprising alumni, school officials, and local residents. Just 2 days prior, a rainbow-hued mist enveloped the area, transforming familiar pets and insects into ravenous beasts. In an instant, the scene morphed into a hellish nightmare. At the onset of this calamity, Fang Hao had left campus 5 minutes early due to his part-time job, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Out of goodwill, he subsequently rescued several nearby neighbors, along with alumni and school officials fleeing the campus. This eclectic group included men and women of all ages, yet now they seemed united in their animosity, glaring at Fang Hao with hostility. Even the female students, who displayed no overt aggression, huddled in the corner, avoiding eye contact with Fang Hao, and not a single soul stepped forward to speak on his behalf. Rising from his corner, Fang Hao surveyed the room with a cold gaze, noting the anxiety, despair, malice, and lewdness etched on their faces, yet he found no trace of remorse. Among the 47 individuals in this small group, there were 7 elderly, 2 children, and 8 women, with the remainder being men. He was neither foolish nor blind. It was clear they sought to dismiss him, perhaps even wishing for his demise. Leading the men were the affluent Tong Liang and the dean of academics, Chen Yud, both of whom had harbored a desire for his downfall long before the apocalypse. Is it the duty of a student-athlete to risk his life for your ungrateful selves? You are mistaken, Fang Hao replied icily. What do you mean by that, Fang Hao? Seeking food is not merely for one individual, but for our entire community. One must not be so selfish. Tong Liang mocked, his eyes glimmering with disdain. Indeed, Fang Hao, where is your sense of discipline and unity? In this time of crisis, I, as the dean of academics, command you to venture out and procure food, Chen Yud proclaimed with righteous indignation. Fang Hao chuckled coldly as he approached Chen Yud, mockingly patting his rotund belly. Is this what you call the frail and ailing? You dare to pressure me under the guise of authority? The government has collapsed. What weight does your title hold now? Are you truly this foolish? Ignoring the flush of anger rising on Chen Yud's face, Fang Hao pointed at Tong Liang and the others. You sheltered flowers, who incessantly accuse me of selfishness and a lack of consideration for others. Have you ever pondered that this is my domain? His voice grew increasingly frigid, culminating in a near shout. If I had not opened the door for you, would you not have already become the prey of those monsters? For those who deem me selfish, where is your gratitude? Speak. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Yet, instead of remorse, Fang Hao's words ignited a fury within Chen Yud and Tong Liang, leading some to seethe with indignation. Brute! If you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for resorting to force, Tong Liang bellowed, gesturing to his followers, who began to encircle Fang Hao. Ha ha ha! Fang Hao sneered. No need. I shall leave on my own. With that, he disregarded them entirely and strode toward the iron gate. Tong Liang and Chen Yud were momentarily taken aback by Fang Hao's unexpected defiance, for stepping outside was tantamount to courting death. They had anticipated a struggle to rid themselves of this nuisance, yet now they found their task simplified. Upon reaching the iron gate, Fang Hao glanced back at the repugnant visages of those who had turned against him. He vowed that if given a second chance, he would never again be a fool with a heart of gold. What are you staring at? Hurry up, shouted one of Tong Liang's sycophants. Fang Hao inhaled deeply, seized a nearby crowbar, and pried open the iron gate. As the onlookers witnessed Fang Hao wielding the crowbar, they scoffed. After all, even a steel cleaver could scarcely breach the exoskeleton of those monstrous beetles. What could a crowbar accomplish? Yet no one moved to stop him, for ostensibly, he was merely seeking food, was he not? In the instant Fang Hao swung the massive door open, Tong Liang delivered a forceful kick to his back. Tong Liang, you scoundrel! Fang Hao stumbled forward, cursing vehemently. Once he regained his balance, he found himself outside the iron gate. Just as he stepped out, a thunderous clang echoed behind him as the iron door slammed shut. Damn it! Fang Hao began to curse but abruptly paled, realizing the gravity of the situation. That loud slamming of the door left him no escape route. Moments later, he heard a rustling sound approaching from a distance. Fang Hao's face drained of color as he glared back at the closed iron door. Tong Liang. Jinyut. Very well. You better hope I don't end up as monster fodder. The rustling grew louder, and Fang Hao surveyed his surroundings, gritting his teeth as he sprinted toward the apartment building across the street. Having run a mere 10 meters, he noticed a swarm of monstrous beetles, each the size of a basin, surging towards him from behind. Fang Hao dared not look back. He had no choice but to run faster. Finally, he managed to reach the entrance of the building, but the relentless beetles were still in pursuit. Shortly after he entered the lobby, the beetles began to crawl into the building after him. As he ascended the staircase, Fang Hao desperately tried the doors on either side, hoping one might be ajar to provide refuge. However, after reaching the 5th floor, all doors remained resolutely closed, and with only 3 floors left above, his heart sank to the depths of despair. Chapter 2. The awakening of the system after a brief delay caused by Fang Hao's efforts to push open the door. The relentless swarm of insects behind him was now mere inches away. As he continued to ascend, the rustling sounds from behind sent chills down his spine. If the swarm were to catch up with him, he would surely meet a gruesome fate. The 6th floor yielded no refuge. The 7th floor offered no sanctuary either. Fang Hao's heart sank into despair, and it seemed he was destined to become a meal for the voracious insects. However, just as he was about to surrender to hopelessness, fortune favored the brave. On the 8th floor, a door stood ajar. Overcome with joy, Fang Hao hurried towards the open room. With a resounding thud, he pressed his back against the security door, gasping for breath, his racing heart finally settling. He pressed his ear against the door, straining to discern whether the swarm had dispersed. Suddenly, a cat's meow pierced the air. Meow? Panic surged through Fang Hao, his face drained of color. The sound of a cat was decidedly ominous. If insects the size of mere ants had transformed into creatures the size of wash basins. What of the cats and dogs from before the apocalypse? Just 2 days prior, he had witnessed a golden retriever, twice the size of a Siberian tiger, devour 2 people in one gulp. Meow? Another cry echoed, and Fang Hao's legs trembled uncontrollably as he turned slowly. Yet, upon looking back, he found himself momentarily stunned. Where was the cat? It was then that he fully grasped the chaotic state of the room. In the 30-square-meter living room, chaos reigned. Not a single piece of furniture remained intact, as if a tempest had ravaged the space. Bloodstains marred the floor, mingling with the remnants of shredded sofa cushions, creating an atmosphere thick with dread. Meow? Just then, another plaintive meow resonated. This time, Fang Hao listened intently, directing his gaze towards an open bedroom door. The sound emanated from within that room. Though a sigh of relief escaped him, the circumstances remained dire. Behind him lay a horde of beetles, while ahead lurked an unknown feline menace. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he faced the grim choice of either being devoured by the swarm or falling prey to the mysterious cat. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Despite having grown up an orphan, enduring hardship and suffering, he had never relinquished hope. With death looming on both sides, he resolved to fight back. With no alternative, he would seize the opportunity. After a brief moment to gather his resolve, Fang Hao gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the crowbar, and cautiously approached the bedroom. He tread lightly, striving to minimize any sound. The distance from the doorway to the bedroom was a mere 10 meters. Yet that short span took him nearly 3 agonizing minutes to traverse. Each step was a torment, each movement bringing him closer to the specter of death. By the time he stood before the bedroom door, his body was drenched in cold sweat. However, before he could ponder further, he was confronted with a scene that instilled terror within him. In this 20-square-meter bedroom, a dense web of spider silk enveloped the space. And at the very center was a white cat, ensnared in layers of silk. Beside the white feline stood a long-legged spider, entirely cloaked in gray fuzz, the notorious high-legged white-headed spider. Fang Hao instantly recognized this common household creature. Yet, at this moment, it was no longer the diminutive form he was accustomed to. Its body was as large as a grinding stone, with 8 robust legs covered in barbs, their tips glistening ominously. The white cat, comparable in size, had become its prey. At that moment, Fang Hao comprehended the true reason behind the retreat of the beetle swarm. It was instinctual behavior, the primal reaction of lower organisms upon sensing a superior predator. Meow? The white cat emitted a feeble cry. Fang Hao's body tensed, ready to flee. In such circumstances, there was no point in fighting. Indeed, the cat's desperate call startled the spider, which shifted its body and bared its sharp fangs. Lunging for the cat's neck, the feline's cry was abruptly silenced. Just as Fang Hao prepared to escape, he noticed that the spider, after biting the cat, did not pursue him. This struck him as peculiar, prompting him to squint and observe the two creatures more closely. When he noticed the spider's abdomen appeared disproportionately large, he began to grasp the situation. It was about to lay eggs. The white cat had become a vessel for its offspring. If one spider was this formidable, a swarm would indeed be far more terrifying. The thought sent a shiver down Fang Hao's spine. Taking a deep breath, he slowly retreated. If the spider was preoccupied with laying eggs, perhaps he could exploit this opportunity. The most effective method for dealing with insects was to employ fire. With this in mind, Fang Hao no longer hesitated and stealthily made his way towards the kitchen. 5 minutes later, he re-entered the living room, now armed with 2 buckets of cooking oil and a pack of paper towels. Cautiously, he approached the bedroom door, pouring the oil from the threshold into the room. Once the 2 buckets were emptied, he tore apart the entire pack of paper towels and scattered them over the oil. Throughout this process, the spider exhibited no signs of disturbance, which was precisely the outcome he desired. After completing these preparations, Fang Hao took a deep breath, ignited the paper towels, and swiftly closed the door behind him, running towards the bathroom without looking back. Creak! Bang! Just as Fang Hao reached the bathroom, he heard the spider's agitated screeches and the sound of it crashing against the door. Regardless of how insects evolved, they remained fearful of fire. At least this fact held true. However, he couldn't shake the worry. Would the frail wooden door withstand the spider's assault? Anxiously, Fang Hao opened the bathroom door slightly to glimpse the bedroom, relieved to see the crack illuminated with a fiery glow. The wooden bed, wardrobe, and bedding, combined with the cooking oil, had ignited into flames. However, the cries of the spider persisted, accompanied by increasingly violent impacts. Observing the precarious wooden door, Fang Hao gritted his teeth and swiftly exited the bathroom, gathering every usable object from the living room and heaping them at the threshold of the bedroom. At that moment, dense smoke began to seep through the cracks of the door. Nevertheless, Fang Hao dared not step away. Playing with fire in the scorching summer could lead to his own incineration if he were not careful. Gradually, the flames intensified, and soon 10 minutes had elapsed. The sounds of the door being battered ceased, and the spider's cries fell silent. Fang Hao understood that he had triumphed. Yet, the inferno before him seemed to have slipped beyond his control. Hesitation was no longer an option, prompting him to engage in yet another round of extinguishing the flames. Once the conflagration was subdued, Fang Hao cautiously grasped a crowbar and ventured into the bedroom. Upon entering, a pungent cloud of smoke mixed with the scent of charred flesh assaulted his senses. Through the hazy atmosphere, Fang Hao, with his keen eyesight, quickly spotted the spider, still quivering on the ground, not quite lifeless. Without a moment's thought, he thrust the crowbar towards the spider's singed compound eyes. With a piercing shriek, a surge of dark green liquid erupted forth, and the spider emitted its final, heart-rending wail. Beep. Activation conditions met. Initiating. Chapter 3. The Genesis Civilization System Beep. The Genesis Civilization System is booting up. Host identity confirmed. Fang Hao. Binding process commencing. Binding successful. The Genesis Civilization System presents an initiation gift package. Please check. What? Fang Hao stood in stunned silence, certain he had not misheard. A system? A host? After a brief moment of astonishment, he was overcome with uncontainable joy. Ha ha ha, system. I am destined to rise. As a young man who had been steeped in the modern system genre for years, he was all too familiar with the term. Is the system there? Speak to me. Struggling to contain his exhilaration, Fang Hao asked, his voice trembling. Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. And a wave of anxiety washed over him. Had he perhaps lost his mind? Was this a mere hallucination? Just as he was about to speak again, a torrent of unfamiliar information surged into his mind. 10 minutes later, as he regained his composure, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Fang Hao's eyes. The Genesis Civilization System. How intriguing. The information was neither extensive nor convoluted. It primarily detailed the system's structure and fundamental functions. Moreover, from the insights gleaned in his mind, he learned 3 new terms: spirit crystal, spiritual power, and spirit beast. To grow stronger, one must level up, and the essential requirement for leveling up is spiritual power, which primarily derives from spirit crystals. How does one procure spirit crystals? The answer lay on the ground. Fang Hao directed his gaze toward the deceased high-legged white-forehead spider. This was a product of the apocalypse, spirit beasts. Open personal information. Fang Hao silently commanded. Host. Fang Hao physique. 10 points strength, 10 points speed, 10 points spirit, 10 points cultivation technique, skills, equipment, spiritual power. The personal information attributes were straightforward. Fang Hao merely glanced at them before shifting his attention to another function of the system, the forge. The interface of the furnace displays a pattern that resembles a 3-part stove and a 7-part cauldron, coupled with the name of the furnace. Fang Hao feels that it somewhat embodies the essence of the 8 trigrams furnace of the Great Supreme Laozi, intended for the refinement of substances. This function is rather straightforward, offering merely 2 options, smelting and synthesis. According to the information in his mind, this contraption is quite remarkable, claiming to be capable of refining all things in heaven and earth. The final function is the task system, which, as the name suggests, is for completing tasks and bears a striking resemblance to games Fang Hao has played in the past, rendering him too disinterested to even glance at it. Having grasped the basic information, the most exhilarating moment is upon him. Smelting. With a mischievous grin, Fang Hao fixates on the high-legged white forehead spider and silently utters, "Collect." As the words leave his lips, the spider vanishes into thin air. Simultaneously, a mini icon of the high-legged white forehead spider appears on the furnace interface, and the smelting option lights up. Everything is in place. What remains is to give the command. Fang Hao silently commands, "Smelt." As his directive is issued, the furnace begins to emanate a radiant white light. A countdown interface then materializes on the furnace, indicating a duration of 3 minutes. Naturally, Fang Hao does not intend to wait idly. With the smoke in his bedroom dissipating, he seizes the opportunity to inspect his tattered t-shirt, rummaging through the undamaged wardrobe. Before long, a refreshed and tidy Fang Hao stands once more in his bedroom. In his hand, he holds a wooden box that contains a craft knife. The blade measures over 1 meter in length and boasts a robust spine, approximately half a centimeter thick. Judging by its design, Fang Hao surmises that it resembles a tang sword or a Japanese blade, hidden within the depths of the wardrobe, likely a cherished possession of the previous owner. He swings it a few times in his hand. It feels comfortable, the only drawback being that it is not sharpened. Without the system, he might have worried about finding a place to sharpen it, but now, such concerns are trivial. Beyond smelting, the furnace possesses an even more formidable function, synthesis. He is already contemplating how to synthesize this knife. Just then, the system's prompt sounds again. Ding. Smelting complete. Obtain Spirit Blood Pill X5, Skill Pill, Spider Senses. Spider Sac X1, Spider Legs X8, Venom Sac X1, Spirit Crystal X1. Ding. Detected that the host's items have stacked beyond 1, reaching the standard for opening backpack space. Opening the backpack space requires the consumption of Spirit Crystal X1. Would you like to proceed? After hearing the series of prompts, Fang Hao cannot help but marvel at the furnace's prowess. In merely 3 minutes, it has processed an entire spider with such precision, akin to a master butcher. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the furnace can refine special skills of spirit beasts, which is the greatest surprise. As for the system's final mention of unlocking backpack space, is there any hesitation? It's just a single spirit crystal. Open. Fang Hao promptly issues the command to unlock it. As the command was issued, a small backpack icon appeared at the bottom of Fang Hao's personal attribute panel. He clicked on it and discovered a space approximately 10 cubic meters in size. Everything from the furnace was also present here, and in addition, there was a small box. It suddenly dawned on Fang Hao that he had yet to claim a gift pack. He wondered what delightful treasures the system would bestow upon him. Eagerly, he silently chanted, "Open gift pack." Ding. Skill acquired. Detection technique. Ding. Divine level spiritual cultivation method acquired. Divine forging technique. The moment the gift pack was opened, the detection technique and divine forging technique transformed into 2 streams of radiant light, vanishing directly into the backpack space. Immediately, a flash of enlightenment crossed Fang Hao's mind as the descriptions and usage methods of both skills appeared in his consciousness. To receive a divine level technique right upon activation of the system, this truly was the standard configuration. Initially, he had assumed that spiritual crystals were solely for system upgrades. But he now understood that the spiritual energy derived from the crystals was meant for enhancing these techniques. As for the detection technique, it required no upgrades. Mastering it meant reaching its maximum level. However, the thought of the spiritual crystals needed to upgrade the divine forging technique made Fang Hao involuntarily click his tongue. To advance from level 0 to level 1 required 100 points of spiritual energy, and from level 1 to level 2 required 200 points, increasing exponentially thereafter. The most disheartening aspect was that a single spiritual crystal could only be converted into a mere 10 points of spiritual energy, meaning it would take 10 crystals to reach level 1. It was worth noting that a spirit beast only yielded 1 spiritual crystal. Fang Hao shook his head and sighed at the thought of reaching level 10. The journey of upgrading was indeed a formidable challenge. Exiting the backpack, Fang Hao focused his mind, and a milky white pill adorned with mysterious patterns materialized in his hand. This was the skill pill, Spider Sense. Spider Sense enhances danger perception. The moment the skill pill appeared in his grasp, its usage and description flashed into his mind. He pondered whether consuming it would transform him into Spider-Man. Without hesitation, Fang Hao swallowed it whole, savoring its texture. It melted instantly in his mouth, but left no flavor or sensation, akin to swallowing air. Nevertheless, his personal attributes did indeed reflect the addition of the spider sense skill. Chapter 4. The first equipment, Spider Dagger. After ingesting the skill pill, the spider sense skill was acquired. Although there seemed to be no immediate reaction, Fang Hao was unwavering in his belief that the system's offerings were of the highest quality, having witnessed its marvels firsthand. Thus, he surmised that the spider sense must be a passive skill, triggered under certain conditions. His current safety could easily explain its activation. Next, he turned his attention to another function of the furnace, synthesis. According to the information in his mind, anything could be synthesized in the furnace. However, this did not imply a lack of restrictions. To synthesize items with special attributes, one crucial ingredient was required: spiritual crystals. At this realization, Fang Hao couldn't help but sigh once more. It seemed he was being compelled to hunt spirit beasts. Fang Hao glanced at the craftsmanship knife in his hand and casually tossed it into the furnace. After a moment's thought, he added the spider legs and venom sacs from his backpack into the mix, then confirmed the synthesis. The countdown timer reappeared, but this time it was set for 10 minutes rather than 3. The duration was of no concern to Fang Hao. He was not short on time and could afford to wait. Soon, the 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Synthesis complete. Acquired Spider Blade, X1. Fang Hao's spirits lifted, and he promptly opened the system interface, revealing the synthesized item now resting in his backpack. With a thought, a long dagger, measuring 13 meters in length and 5 centimeters in width, emanating a ghostly green luminescence, materialized in his grasp. The instant the spider blade came into his possession, all pertinent information regarding it flooded into Fang Hao's mind. Spider Blade, an equipment synthesized from spider legs and modern blades level. Grade 0 equipment attributes. Physical attack 20 points. Special attribute, continuous poison, upon striking a target. The target enters a poison state lasting 3 minutes, inflicting 10 points of damage per minute. Trigger time, once every hour. Upon reviewing the attributes of the spider blade, Fang Hao's face broke into an ecstatic grin. What an astonishing surprise. To have achieved a special attribute without investing any spiritual crystals was beyond his expectations. Initially, he held no hope for success, yet here he was, pleasantly surprised. However, it was indeed within his anticipation that the spider blade was classified as Grade 0 equipment. According to the system's information, Grade 0 was merely the most rudimentary classification, with higher tiers such as Grade 1, Grade 2, and so forth. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of contentment. After all, it was merely a collection of spider legs, with 20 points of physical attack combined with 30 points of poison damage. The total became a formidable 50 points of offensive power, rendering the spider blade a weapon of remarkable prowess. Fang Hao swung the blade a few times, nodding in satisfaction. The weapon itself bore little weight, likely due to its origin from the system. As he sheathed the blade, his gaze drifted to the ground. He had not forgotten that a spirit beast lay there. The white cat, now charred and unrecognizable amidst the flames, was scarcely discernible from its original form. Fang Hao brushed aside the soot covering it, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the spider silk entangled around the white cat had not been incinerated. It had merely changed color, darkening from its original white hue. He tugged at it, and found its resilience still intact. With the spider blade drawn, he aimed at the silk. To his surprise, the blade met unexpected resistance. How could this be? After all, the spider blade boasted an attack power of 20. Fang Hao was utterly astonished. The silk was remarkably sturdy. With a steely gaze, he gripped the blade tightly and swung forcefully at the silk enveloping the white cat. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Crack! The silk snapped cleanly, and simultaneously, a torrent of crimson blood erupted forth, catching Fang Hao off guard and transforming him into a bloody mess. Indeed, the spider blade did not disappoint. Its 20 points of attack power were no jest. Fang Hao nodded approvingly, satisfied with its performance. However, although the silk thread had been severed, this time, due to an excessive force, it had also sliced through the body of the white cat. Fang Hao dared not hesitate. He activated the system, preparing to cast this spirit beast into the furnace, as he was acutely aware that the scent of blood would attract nearby spirit beasts. Just as he was about to collect the white cat, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Remarkably, the abdomen of the white cat that had been cut open was still writhing. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the movement was caused by a layer of fascia. He cautiously used his knife to pry open the fascia. Beneath it lay 5 small cat corpses of varying colors. It turned out that the white cat had been pregnant, and he wondered if the presence of these 5 kittens would yield an additional 5 spirit crystals. Fang Hao murmured to himself. After this, he intended to toss the kittens along with the white cat into the furnace, but then he noticed that one of the 5 kittens was still wriggling. How could it survive such a fierce blaze, and in a state of poisoning, no less? Such tenacity of life, Fang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. It was well known that even spiders, more formidable than the white cat, could not endure the heat of the flames, yet this kitten had survived. Truly unexpected. Fang Hao shook his head, picked up the knife, and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to end its suffering. Meow. However, a barely audible mewl escaped from the kitten's mouth. Hesitating, he lowered the knife and sighed. Such a resilient life. You might just rival my own. Whether you survive now lies in your fate. He carefully extracted the kitten from the white cat's abdomen, then, after a moment's contemplation, retrieved a spirit blood pill from his backpack, pried open the kitten's mouth, and placed it inside. Without hesitation, he then collected the remaining kittens along with the white cat and placed them all into the furnace. Any further delay would surely attract the nearby spirit beasts. This refining process would take 10 minutes. Fang Hao exited the system and began to assess the condition of the kitten. After cutting the umbilical cord and removing the fetal membranes, the kitten was finally revealed in its entirety. It was golden yellow with white stripes, appearing no different from an ordinary domestic cat. As 3 minutes passed slowly, the kitten's barely perceptible breathing showed no signs of improvement, and Fang Hao was prepared to give up. Just then, the kitten's breathing began to stabilize, bringing great joy to Fang Hao. He hadn't anticipated that the spirit blood pill possessed such life-saving properties. Spirit blood pill, essence of spirit beast blood and flesh, containing trace amounts of spiritual energy. Fang Hao hurriedly took a spirit blood pill himself, astonished by the miraculous effects of something he had previously regarded with indifference. Ding. Gained 2 points of spiritual energy. Indeed, it had increased his spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the hunger from 2 days of fasting vanished instantaneously, and he felt an exhilarating warmth coursing through his veins. As if he possessed boundless energy. It was akin to consuming a comprehensive tonic, leaving him feeling wonderfully warm and comfortable. Who would have thought that such a monstrous creature, associated with bloodshed, would yield such treasures? Fang Hao couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Chapter 5, Little Flower. Following the stabilization of the kitten's breathing, its heartbeat soon began to grow strong and vigorous. 2 minutes later, the diminutive kitten appeared no different from a typical newborn feline, save for its slightly smaller size. As it curled up in the palm of his hand, Fang Hao couldn't help but smile faintly at the sight of the fluffy creature. Ding. Acquired Spirit Blood Pill X15 Ding. Acquired Cat Claw X4 Ding. Acquired Skill Potion, Cat Eye Spirit Essence X2 Ding. Acquired Spirit Crystal X1 Ding. Acquired Unformed Spirit Crystal X4 Ding. Acquired Cat Skin X1. As the 10 minutes elapsed, the system's notification chimed. This time, the spirit blood pills produced were notably greater in number than those derived from the spider, totaling 15, accompanied by skill potions and cat eye spirit essence. Without needing to inspect, Fang Hao was well aware that the cat eye spirit essence was the most precious attribute of the white cat. With a mere thought, 2 drops of bright yellow liquid materialized in his hand. Cat eye spirit essence, the essence of a feline spirit beast's eyes, capable of enhancing vision. Without hesitation, Fang Hao instilled the liquid into his eyes. The instant the essence penetrated, a wave of discomfort surged through him, akin to having his eyes struck with a powerful punch. Simultaneously, yellowish-brown tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. However, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating in mere seconds, and his vision soon returned to normal. The discomfort vanished, and Fang Hao slowly opened his eyes. Clarity. An unprecedented clarity. He could even discern the minuscule particles of dust suspended in the air. The cat-eye essence was indeed as miraculous as described in the information. At that moment, he felt a stir in his hand. Turning to look, he saw the kitten wriggling slightly before gradually opening its eyes. Its gem-like eyes curiously surveyed its surroundings, filled with both wonder and confusion, as everything in this world appeared foreign to it. Yet, upon spotting Fang Hao, the kitten seemed to recognize him as kin, affectionately mewing. Meow. After mewing, it nuzzled Fang Hao's palm with its tiny mouth. Has it mistaken me for its mother? Fang Hao awkwardly rubbed his nose. Ding. Biological loyalty detected to be within acceptable standards. Imprint subsystem activated. Imprint subsystem? Fang Hao was taken aback and quickly accessed the system to investigate. He noticed an obscure imprint symbol had appeared on his personal attribute panel. Upon clicking it, a flood of information surged into his mind. This was an introduction to the imprint subsystem, primarily designed to bestow imprints upon creatures. Once a creature receives an imprint, it will never betray and will be eternally remembered by the system. Most crucially, imprinted creatures will become data-structured like him. They can level up. Of course, limitations exist, initially. The number of imprints is fixed at 10. To acquire additional slots, one must level up. Moreover, the requirement for the first upgrade demands a staggering 10,000 spirit crystals. Furthermore, imprints cannot be casually applied. The target must be willing, and their attributes must not exceed 1/3 of the host. In summary, while there are numerous restrictions, the advantages are equally plentiful. For Feng Hao, it is not the time to be entangled in such matters. Having activated this subsystem, his first objective undoubtedly is the little cat. Open the mark subsystem. Add marking target. Beep. Please name the marking target, host. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Hao declared, Xiaohua. Naming successful. Marking execution initiated. As the system's prompt faded, a cryptic symbol, radiant and perplexing, materialized in the air before Feng Hao. In an instant, the symbol darted towards the little cat and vanished into its forehead. Simultaneously, Xiaohua's attribute panel appeared before Feng Hao's eyes. Spirit Beast, Xiaohua, Feline Spirit Beast, Life, 76-point Strength, 3-point Speed, 10-point Spirit, 3-point Skills, Night Vision, Dynamic Vision. Rapid Strike. Feng Hao couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Starting with 3 skills was indeed a high beginning for Xiaohua. From this day forth, you shall be my pet. And together we shall strive to survive in this apocalyptic world. Meow. Xiaohua affectionately rubbed against Feng Hao's palm, seemingly responding to his words. Regaining his focus, Feng Hao began to assess his gains. Currently, he possessed a total of 5 spirit crystals, including the 4 unformed ones, for cat claws, 18 spirit blood pills, 1 cat hide, and 1 spider pouch. System, convert all spirit crystals into spirit energy. Feng Hao commanded. Beep. Converted 30 points of spirit energy. Feng Hao slightly nodded. The conversion rate for 1 spirit crystal is 10 points, while an unformed spirit crystal should yield 5 points, totaling exactly 30 points. 30 points of spirit energy would certainly be insufficient for an upgrade, even with all the spirit blood pills. Therefore, his primary task now is to acquire more spirit crystals. With the spider knife in hand, he could engage any spirit beast that was not overly formidable. Feng Hao brandished the spider knife and prepared to step outside, but hesitated at the doorway. He promptly turned and retraced his steps to the bedroom. When he emerged again, he had acquired a tactical jacket. His attacks relied solely on the spider knife, yet he remained frail and defenseless. Thus, before venturing out to hunt, he needed to synthesize a piece of defensive gear for himself. Open the system, collect. Feng Hao then proceeded to toss the spider pouch and cat hide into the system. Confirming the synthesis, a countdown emerged, 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the system's prompt chimed. Beep. Acquired silken garment X1 silken garment, a synthesis of spider pouch, cat hide, and tactical jacket. Level, 0 level equipment attributes. Physical defense 20 points special attribute. Self-cleaning, passive skill, does not accumulate dirt. With a thought, the garment appeared in his hand. The tactical jacket, once stiff and unyielding, now felt remarkably pleasant to the touch, its weight having diminished significantly, making it seem almost weightless in his grasp. Feng Hao gazed out at the blazing sun and hesitated over whether to wear his gear. It was a sweltering June day, and donning a windbreaker could very well lead to his demise, not by the hands of a spirit beast, but by heat exhaustion. After much contemplation, he resolutely decided to wear it. After all, he preferred to perish from heat rather than be slain by a creature. However, upon putting it on, he was utterly taken aback. Not hot. The fabric, as light as a feather, emanated a refreshing coolness upon contact with his skin, akin to carrying an air conditioner with him. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 6. The hunt begins with everything in place. What was there to wait for? Elated by his discovery, Feng Hao promptly exited his room. As he stepped outside, he instantly adopted a serious demeanor. It was time to fight. His primary objective was to clear the floor. He had no intention of leaving just yet, so ensuring the safety of his residence was imperative. Arriving at the door of another apartment on the 8th floor, Feng Hao rapped on the door with his knife. Hearing no response and noting that his spider senses detected no movement, he concluded that no spirit beasts resided within. Why was Feng Hao so cautious? Primarily because this was a university town. What abounded in a university town? Students? Incorrect. It was pets. Almost every student renting an apartment seemed to have a small creature by their side. Feng Hao felt that the danger level in the university town was not significantly lower than that of a zoo. In his memory, at least 80% of the tenants in his apartment kept pets. This meant that the number of living humans in his building was merely 20%, perhaps even less. Since the apocalypse began, nearly all the monsters within sight were in a state of frenzied hunger. The coexistence of spirit beasts and humans could lead to dire consequences. Fang Hao quickly made his way to the third floor, experiencing no disturbances from his spider senses throughout the process. Just as he was about to knock on the door to the left on the third floor, his heart suddenly raced. Danger! Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, and he thrust his knife toward the security door. With a screech, the blade pierced the door, and a piercing scream erupted from behind it. Without hesitation, Fang Hao expressionlessly withdrew and struck twice more. The screams persisted, yet diminished significantly after his 2 strikes. Moreover, the unsettling sensation from his spider senses had ceased, indicating that the spirit beast inside no longer posed a threat. Taking a deep breath, Fang Hao then stabbed through the door lock and pushed it open. As the door swung ajar, he beheld a massive rhinoceros beetle writhing on the floor, emitting faint squeaks from its mouth. This creature was significantly larger than the arachnid he had encountered, comparable in size to a double bed. Its black-brown body, encased in a shell reminiscent of armor, gleamed ominously, and the fearsome horn on its head stood tall like a lance. Fang Hao observed that one of his strikes had struck true, piercing the beetle's eye and penetrating into its head. How fortunate it is that this creature is undoubtedly far more formidable than the high-footed white-eyed spider. Fang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. A fierce battle had been averted, and he considered himself truly lucky. At this moment, the ground beneath the unicorn beetle was saturated with green blood, and its struggles were gradually subsiding. Without hesitation, Fang Hao raised his knife and plunged it into the joint of the beetle's head, silencing its cries instantaneously. He then collected the unicorn beetle into the furnace to commence the smelting process, and began to search through the room. While he did not lack for sustenance, his spirit blood pill was more than sufficient to replenish his energy. What he truly needed was equipment. Regardless of whether it was weaponry or garments, the synthesis in the furnace required templates, which were essential components. In terms of weaponry, although the spider knife was quite effective and comfortable to wield, in environments where it was unsuitable, its length of 13 meters could easily become a burden. Thus, he was in need of a ranged weapon and a close combat weapon. As for clothing, who would prefer to wear only one outfit if circumstances allowed for more? Having several sets wouldn't take up much space anyway. After scouring the entire house, Fang Hao sighed in disappointment. Not every residence was like that of the previous occupant on the 8th floor, who had collected various items. He hadn't even found suitable clothing. The entirety of his search yielded only women's garments, with not a single piece of men's clothing in sight. In truth, the most ideal location to find such items would be the commercial street behind the school. However, could he venture there now? To his knowledge, there were no fewer than 10 pet shops lining the commercial street, alongside the biology department of the school, which could be likened to a zoo. Presently, Z University was a realm dominated by spirit beasts, and with his attributes still resting at a mere 10 points, venturing into such a domain felt akin to courting death. Z University is certainly not my final destination, I believe, Fang Hao murmured to himself as he gazed out the window. With that thought, he turned and exited the room without looking back. The subsequent floors presented no obstacles. The spider senses remained undisturbed. Upon returning to the hallway, Fang Hao reflected with deep emotion, recalling how just half an hour earlier, he had been fleeing in panic from spirit beasts. What a stark contrast to his current situation. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he made his way towards a small supermarket not far from the street. Although he did not require food at the moment, water was essential. Even though the tap water had not yet been cut off, in this apocalyptic era, who would dare to drink it? However, as he approached the street, he noticed several individuals lurking approximately 100 meters from the supermarket, casting furtive glances in its direction. Fang Hao narrowed his eyes. What a coincidence. These were none other than the sycophantic lackeys of Tong Liang. Are they so famished that they can no longer endure? A slight smile crept onto Fang Hao's lips as he quietly trailed behind them. Perhaps the opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. Tong Liang's lackeys numbered 4 in total: Li Haoran, Shui Feng, Gu Qing, and Lu Tian. Whether before the apocalypse in school or in the warehouses thereafter, these individuals had always been Tong Liang's most loyal minions. Swiftly, the 4 individuals stealthily approached the supermarket, where the entrance stood wide open, revealing a thick layer of blood on the ground. The blood had yet to fully congeal, leaving uncertain whether it was from 2 days prior or a recent addition. The 4 shivered as they stepped upon the bloodied ground, producing a disconcerting squelching sound that instilled a profound sense of dread. Inside the supermarket, shelves lay toppled, and products were scattered haphazardly across the floor. Upon sighting the food, their fear momentarily dissipated, replaced by expressions of delight as they eagerly rushed towards the scattered provisions. Delicious. I never imagined instant noodles could taste so exquisite, Li Haoran exclaimed, shoving food into his mouth while mumbling. Indeed, When we were with Tong Xiao, we wouldn't have even glanced at such junk food. Shui Feng chimed in eagerly. Yes, I feel water, water. Gu Qing, just about to speak, was suddenly choked and hastily grabbed a nearby bottle, gulping down several mouthfuls before exhaling heavily. Ah, that's refreshing. Damn it, I almost choked to death. Having food is truly wonderful. Lu Tian also remarked. Why don't we just stay here in the supermarket? Li Haoran suggested, pausing in his consumption to address the others. What are you talking about? Look at the situation. Tong Xiao is struggling to survive himself. Even with his wealth, he is still worried about food. If we guard this food, we could wait for the nation's rescue. Li Haoran continued passionately. I agree. We should return. The food should also be shared with those unrelated to us. Tong Xiao is one thing, given how he has looked after us, but why should others benefit? Lu Tian interjected eagerly. Chapter 7. The first direct confrontation. After Lu Tian spoke, Gu Qing and Shui Feng hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Li Haoran laughed heartily. That's the spirit. As 4 brothers united, we can thrive even in the apocalypse. We might even take in a few girls from school. Just imagine. Lu Tian's face revealed an expression understood by men everywhere. The 4 exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their laughter, envisioning a scene filled with alluring companionship. Not far away, Feng Hao, hiding and overhearing their mirth, looked on with disdain. Laughing so boisterously, they seemed to court their own demise. For fools, Feng Hao muttered scornfully, initially contemplating personally attending to them, but now he deemed that unnecessary. Just as his thoughts concluded, a creature entirely cloaked in brown fur appeared in his line of sight. Feng Hao's pupils dilated in alarm. A canine spirit beast. It was nearly twice the size of a white cat, its sturdy limbs powerful, and blood dripped intermittently from its sharp, menacing fangs. As Feng Hao prepared to cast a detection spell, he suddenly faltered. Wait, something's amiss. The way this beast moves. It's injured. Following the trail of the creature, he spotted fresh, crimson paw prints adorning the ground. Detection spell. Objective, canine spirit beast level. Level 1 spirit beast health. 80 points out of 200 points. Injured. Strength. 15 points out of 20 points speed. 8 points out of 15 points spirit. 5 points out of 10 points skills. Night vision. Pounce. Charged with only a third of its health remaining. It was not only injured but grievously so. Moreover, it had revealed a crucial term. Level 1 spirit beast. Were spirit beasts categorized by levels? But why was there no level indicated for Xiaohua? Feng Hao cast a doubtful glance at Xiaohua's attributes, convinced that there was no level mentioned. What could this mean? Could it be due to its recent birth? Feng Hao pondered with suspicion. If that were the case, was it too exaggerated for this canine spirit beast to be classified as level 1? Regrettably, he had forgotten to use the detection technique on the previous unicorn beetle. Otherwise, he could have made a comparison. The canine spirit beast trudged forward, each step heavy with determination, approaching Feng Hao. As it drew nearer, Xiaohua, nestled in Feng Hao's pocket, began to tremble uncontrollably. Feng Hao quickly reassured Xiaohua and cautiously retreated a short distance, continuing to observe the approaching beast. Suddenly, as the canine spirit beast stepped on a fallen advertisement board, it emitted a loud, creaking sound. Creak. The 4 individuals who had been laughing raucously in the supermarket were abruptly silenced, as if a hand had gripped their throats. They turned their heads mechanically towards the entrance, only to behold a pair of eyes glowing with a sinister crimson hue fixed upon them. Terror and despair instantly filled their faces. It was over. With a thunderous crash, the canine spirit beast smashed through the supermarket's glass door, thrusting its enormous head inside, and opened its gaping maw, lunging towards the 4. Stunned by fear, the 4 were rendered immobile, completely forgetting to evade the impending danger. At that moment, Feng Hao, not far away, caught sight of the canine spirit beast's hind leg, exposing bone, and the gaping wound on its abdomen, nearly a meter long, almost revealing its innards. The grievously injured beast had its vulnerable spots directed towards him. If he did not act now, he feared he might lose the opportunity forever. However, even though the canine spirit beast was wounded, its attributes far surpassed his own, making it a formidable adversary. One misstep could provoke a lethal counterattack, endangering his life. Feng Hao hesitated momentarily. Just then, the system's notification sounded once more. Ding. Obtained Spirit Blood Pill X10 ding. Obtained Unicorn Beetle Horn X1 ding. Obtained Level 1 Spirit Crystal X1 ding. Obtained Insect Exoskeleton X1, a Level 1 Spirit Crystal. It was indeed confirmed that the Unicorn Beetle was a Level 1 Spirit Beast. Transform the Spirit Crystal into Spirit Energy. Feng Hao commanded. Ding. Transformed into 20 points of Spirit Energy. Feng Hao was overjoyed. A Level 1 Spirit Crystal could convert into 20 points of Spirit Energy. If he added the spirit blood pills, he could level up. With a thought, all 28 spirit blood pills materialized in his hand, and he swallowed them in one go. Ding. Acquired 56 points of spirit energy. Open the attribute panel. Host. Fong Hao physique. 10 points strength. 10 points speed. 10 points mentality. 10 points cultivation technique. Divine forging art. 100 points. Skill. Exploration technique equipment. Spider blade. Threads of fate garment spiritual energy. 108 points, just enough to meet the upgrade requirements. A smile involuntarily crept across Fong Hao's lips. Upgrade. With Fong Hao's command. The spiritual energy on the panel instantly diminished by 100 points. As this energy vanished, a surge of warmth flooded through his body, enveloping him in a comforting sensation. Fong Hao closed his eyes, savoring the experience. Accompanied by this warmth coursing through him, he could distinctly feel his strength amplifying. A tangible enhancement. However, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating in mere seconds. Reluctantly, Fong Hao opened his eyes, the blissful expression on his face still lingering. The feeling was truly exquisite. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the omnipresent strength within him, eagerly anticipating the next upgrade. The thrill of becoming stronger was undeniably addictive. It was only when a piercing scream echoed that Fong Hao regained his focus. He knew the moment had arrived. Now was the time. Fixating on the colossal form of the canine spirit beast, Fong Hao stepped forward, brandishing his blade as he charged towards it. Reaching the beast, he aimed for the wound on its abdomen and thrust his weapon with precision. Thud! Roar! As the final layer of fascia was pierced by the spider blade, blood gushed forth. The canine spirit beast let out a pained howl. Its whip-like tail instinctively lashed out towards Fong Hao. He swiftly dodged, leaping aside, and aimed for its exposed left hind leg with a strike. Clang! The metallic sound reverberated through the street. Fong Hao's gaze sharpened. It was time for a swift resolution. Otherwise, the commotion might attract other spirit beasts. At that moment, the beast's head that had intruded into the supermarket swiftly retreated, still dripping with the remnants of Li Haoran. Without needing to glance, Fong Hao understood that the four had perished at the beast's jaws. The canine spirit beast glared with crimson eyes, lifting a paw to swat at Fong Hao. The claw descending upon him posed no threat in Fong Hao's eyes. It was not only sluggish, but lacked sufficient power. He sidestepped the incoming swipe effortlessly. Even at its peak, Fong Hao had no fear of the canine spirit beast, let alone now. Lowering his body, he charged beneath the massive creature, driving his blade upward. In an instant, the entire blade sank deep into its soft underbelly. Then, with a surge of strength, Fong Hao shouted, "Open for me." Pulling sideways, another wound, over a meter long, appeared on the creature's abdomen. Blood sprayed forth once more. In an instant, the foul-smelling, crimson entrails cascaded down towards him. Fong Hao withdrew his blade and swiftly retreated. Roar! After a furious howl, the canine spirit beast collapsed with a thunderous thud. The beast was vanquished. The battle was concluded. Chapter 8. The battle concludes upon witnessing the complete silence of the canine spirit beast. Fong Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, panting lightly while wiping the sweat from his brow. A bitter smile crept across his face. He had overestimated his own capabilities. Had that last strike not vanquished the beast, it was likely that he would have been the one to perish. The entire ordeal, though appearing seamless, was fraught with peril due to his lack of technique and practical experience, resulting in a severe depletion of his stamina, a reckless endeavor with nary a redeeming quality. Should another spirit beast emerge now, his only recourse would be to flee. Nevertheless, he was grateful that it had finally come to an end. After catching his breath, Fong Hao rose from the ground and approached the fallen beast, storing it within his furnace. Having completed this task, he leisurely made his way towards the ravaged supermarket. Inside, chaos reigned. Bloodstains, toppled shelves, and scattered goods created a scene of utter disarray. Fragments of clothing belonging to Li Haoran and his companions lay strewn across the floor, a testament to their grim fate, scattered remains, devoid of dignity. Fong Hao's expression remained impassive, his heart devoid of any sympathy. Yet, as the phrase scattered remains echoed in his mind, an unusual expression flickered across his face. It seemed the canine spirit beast had just feasted upon humans. What would become of its remains in the furnace? Would he still be able to consume the spirit blood pills? The more he pondered, the more nauseated he felt, ultimately succumbing to dry heaves on the ground. How foolish he had been to consume over 20 spirit blood pills just moments prior. Why had he not considered this earlier? After nearly a minute, Fong Hao stood up, his face etched with discomfort. Initially, he had deemed it unnecessary to stock up on provisions. Now, he realized the imperative nature of such foresight. He began to hastily fill his backpack with food and water, accepting anything edible with intact packaging. Soon, 2/3 of his backpack was filled, though most of the remaining food in the supermarket was damaged beyond use, leaving only a scant few items worth taking. As he prepared to leave, Fang Hao discovered another backpack behind the counter, filling it to the brim with liquor and cigarettes from the shelves. Satisfied with his haul, he finally exited the supermarket. Over 100 kilometers away, on a provincial road, a fully armed military unit was engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of rats. The seemingly endless swarm surrounded the unit of fewer than 100 soldiers, and the outlook was grim. Annihilation appeared imminent. At the center of the fray, a middle-aged man clad in a camouflage uniform adorned with 2 stripes and 2 stars fought alongside his comrades, having just dispatched a rogue rat that had charged into their ranks. Shaking his trembling hands, he gazed solemnly at the countless rodents. This man, named Xiao Zhan, belonged to the Dragon Nation's most elite force, the Red Dragon Special Operations Team. Comprising the finest of the nation's military, this unit was a sharp blade, fully staffed with 300 personnel at the battalion level, with Xiao Zhan serving as its commanding officer. Report, Commander, there are too many rats. The brothers cannot hold out much longer. At that moment, a young soldier rushed over, speaking urgently. Xiao Zhan remained silent, surveying the battlefield where his comrades fought valiantly. In less than half an hour, the 120 men who had accompanied him had dwindled to fewer than 100, most of whom were injured. If this continued, only one outcome awaited them: annihilation. Hearing the fearless battle cries of his soldiers, Xiao Zhan's eyes grew moist. Yet, he had no choice, and neither did the soldiers. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. As long as even one of them remained alive, the mission would persist. The man took a deep breath and shouted, "Commander Chu." No sooner had the words left his lips than a young man, swift and precise, dispatched a rat before sprinting towards him. "At your command." Commander Chu saluted the man before him. "Chu Changtian, you are the most elite soldier under my command, the king of our Red Dragon. I now order you to break through with a few men and head to Z City. Remember, even if only one remains, you must ensure Dr. Du reaches the capital safely. This is the last hope for our Dragon Nation and all of humanity." Upon finishing, Xiao Zhan solemnly placed a hand on Chu Changtian's shoulder. "Yes, sir." Chu Changtian replied with a stoic salute. "Taiwa, Tu Fu, Paozi, Erdan, Tongqian, Cobra. You 6 will accompany Chu Changtian in the breakout." Xiao Zhan continued, calling out the names of the 6. "At your command." The 6 men stepped away from the fray and saluted Xiao Zhan in unison. "You will break through with Commander Chu. I will handle things here. Remember, protect Dr. Du at all costs." However, Taiwa wished to say more. "No buts. Execute the order." Xiao Zhan rebuked firmly. He then raised his voice once more. "Brothers, assist Chu Changtian in the breakout." "Yes." The warriors in combat responded loudly. With their rallying cry, the rhythm of battle quickened. The once timid defensive formation transformed, charging towards the horde of rats. Even Xiao Zhan, the battalion commander, seized his bayonet and plunged into the fray. In a moment, the air was filled with battle cries, and the Red Dragon's warriors began to visibly diminish. However, through the relentless struggle of the soldiers, a gap finally opened in the encirclement of the rat swarm. "Quick, hurry out," Xiao Zhan urged fervently. Chu Changtian cast a deep glance at Xiao Zhan and at the brothers fighting bravely, then rendered a solemn salute before rushing toward the breach with his bayonet in hand. Tai Hua and the other 6, tears in their eyes, stood at attention. Saluting, they then turned without a backward glance, pursuing Chu Changtian. "Changtian, if you survive, remember to tell my sister-in-law. Meeting her in this lifetime is my greatest fortune," Xiao Zhan called out as he wielded his bayonet, watching the few escape. "Absolutely." As he watched them leave, a hint of relief crossed Xiao Zhan's face. He had left a spark for the Red Dragon to carry on. When drug lords wreak havoc, there is the Red Dragon. When foreign claws reach for the Dragon Nation, there is the Red Dragon. As long as the nation is in need, the Red Dragons shall always be present. The members of the Red Dragons have never feared sacrifice. Amidst the resounding battle cries echoing through the skies, Chu Changtian and his companions swiftly made their way towards City Z. In the residential building, just a mere dozen meters away from the daily necessities warehouse, Fang Hao stood by the window, observing the throngs of colossal beetles congregating at the entrance of the warehouse, a faint smile creeping across his lips. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the most effective means of exacting revenge upon these individuals. However, as he approached the residential building, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a woman's scream emanating from the direction of the warehouse. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Hao darted into the building. Within less than 10 minutes, swarms of beetles began to converge towards the warehouse. In no time, the sight of countless beetles became overwhelming, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 9. Darkness approaches. Fang Hao stood quietly at the window, observing the situation at the warehouse. There was no longer a need for him to intervene. Within 20 minutes, these creatures would breach the doors, and no one inside would survive. Bang! Bang! The sound of repeated impacts began to emanate. The swarm of beetles had commenced their assault. Simultaneously, in a conference room far away in the capital, a meeting that could alter the course of humanity was taking place. Within the expansive room, only a scant few individuals were present, the remaining high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. At the head of the table sat an elderly man clad in military attire. This elder, named Li Hashan, was the highest authority in the Dragon Nation. With a sigh, he turned to gaze at the projected map of the Dragon Nation behind him. His expression weary as he remarked, "I intend to withdraw the troops from the nuclear and hydroelectric power stations." Seated beside him, the first elder in civilian attire hesitated before responding. "Old Li, if we withdraw the troops from the nuclear and hydroelectric facilities, we won't be able to protect them. Have you considered this carefully?" This elder, named Gu Zhan, held the second highest position after Li Hashan, albeit not being a military man. The remaining few individuals wore solemn expressions, awaiting Li Hashan's reply. Li Hashan forced a smile, saying, "Do you think I desire this outcome? Allow me to show you something. Then you will understand." With that, he gestured to a nearby clerk. The clerk nodded, opening a portable folder and presenting several documents before the others. "Take a look at these. You will comprehend my rationale." One by one, they picked up the documents and began to read. A few minutes later, their faces were etched with gravity, and they fell silent. Furthermore, analysis from the Academy of Sciences had revealed that any sound, regardless of its source, would attract those monstrous creatures. Even electromagnetic signal towers were not exempt. Li Hashan sighed once more, continuing, "This is precisely why our attempts to combat these creatures with firearms, artillery, tanks, and rockets yield no end to their numbers. The relentless horde besieging the nuclear and hydroelectric power stations has never dissipated. These creatures seem inexhaustible. An endless tide of death. Yet, our valiant warriors fall by the minute. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? As of 1 hour ago, our forces have dwindled to less than 20% of their original strength prior to the cataclysm." Upon hearing this, several individuals gasped in disbelief. Millions of troops, just like that, reduced to nothing? In merely 2 days. Moreover, our armory has been nearly depleted. Then, he delivered another shocking revelation. "If we truly face a cessation of water and electricity, we will have irrevocably entered a dark age." Guzhan paused, unable to continue. However, everyone understood the implications of his words. Without water and power, the ordinary populace would struggle to survive, if not be rendered incapable of survival altogether. It would be nothing short of a catastrophic disaster. But what can be done? The military cannot endure such attrition. The lives of ordinary citizens are precious. But what of the soldiers, who brave death on the front lines against these monstrous foes? "Commander, what shall we do next?" queried a middle-aged man seated at the far end of the table. "An hour ago, I notified all military districts to dispatch every armed helicopter to distribute flyers as a final reminder of our plight. This will be our last utilization of modern machinery." Li Hashan responded. A heavy silence fell over the room. After a prolonged pause, Guzhan, seated to the left, finally spoke up. "Old Li, have there been any updates regarding Dr. Du?" Li Hashan shook his head. "Since that call 2 days ago, we have been unable to reach him. Let us hope for his safety. Xiaozhan and the others should be arriving shortly." Guzhan nodded. If Dr. Du's proposals are viable, humanity may yet have hope. A glimmer of resolve ignited in Li Hashan's eyes as he slowly rose, addressing those at the table. "No, not merely hope. Humanity stands on the brink of a new epoch. I firmly believe that the advent of darkness heralds the dawn. This meeting is adjourned. In 30 minutes, the nation will face a complete shutdown of water and power. Old Gu, I leave the situation here in your capable hands. I need to contact the White House and the polar bears." Guzhan nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Fang Hao was devising a plan for when the beetles would breach the gates. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the sky. Fang Hao looked up to see 3 armed helicopters approaching. As they flew, they scattered white papers, transforming the sky over City Z into a flurry of white. The helicopter's presence captivated the beetle swarm, drawing their attention away from the iron gates as they emitted a cacophony of chittering sounds. Standing by the window, Fang Hao reached out to grasp a fallen sheet of paper. A minute later, he sighed, watching the helicopters slowly recede, murmuring to himself, "The dark age has arrived." Just then, chaos erupted. The helicopters, now distanced, suddenly erupted in flames and plummeted to the ground with a deafening crash. 3 helicopters plummeted almost simultaneously. Fang Hao's pupils constricted sharply. While others might attribute the crash to mechanical failure, His enhanced vision discerned a streak of white light striking the 3 helicopters. Although the precise nature of this white light eluded him, one thing was certain. It was undoubtedly a spirit beast, and one far more formidable than any he had previously encountered. As he watched the helicopters descend, Fang Hao fell into silence. This was likely just the beginning. In 30 minutes, when the water and electricity ceased, what fate awaited humanity? Soon, with the helicopter's demise, the attention of the swarm of beetles shifted back to the iron gate. Bang! Bang! The sound of violent impacts reverberated once more. Observing the gate teetering on the brink of collapse, Fang Hao realized that the slaughter was about to commence. With a resounding crash, the iron gate fell to the ground. The densely packed swarm of beetles surged into the warehouse like a tide. Help! Save me! A chorus of screams erupted from within the warehouse. Faced with this overwhelming horde, seasoned warriors might have put up a fierce fight, but here stood merely 47 frightened cowards, a wretched band of ungrateful wretches. Fang Hao felt not an ounce of pity. In his eyes, their demise was preferable to their existence, for they contributed nothing of value but wasted resources. Just as Fang Hao believed the outcome to be inevitable, a group of unexpected visitors suddenly came into view. Chapter 10. All must perish. This group comprised 18 individuals, all clad in black, wielding long knives. Their faces devoid of expression, their movements distinctly practiced. At the first glance, Fang Hao recognized that these individuals were extraordinary. Upon their arrival outside the warehouse, the beetles launched an attack against them. The leader, a stoic figure in black, signaled, and the remaining 17 split into 2 teams to fend off the beetles' assault. They efficiently dispatched one beetle after another. In the hands of these skilled fighters, the terrifying beetles were rendered as helpless as children, easily slaughtered. At that moment, the leader called out to the warehouse, "Is the young master inside? I'm here. Come save me. Hurry, you bastards. I've been trying to reach you for 2 days. Why have you only come now?" Hearing this voice, Fang Hao narrowed his eyes. It was Tong Liang. While it was common knowledge that Tong Liang was a wealthy heir, it was surprising to discover the extent of his resources. Such well-trained subordinates were not typically possessed by mere common aristocrats. Confirming Tong Liang's survival, the leader signaled again, and the 18 formed a conical formation, advancing toward the warehouse. As he watched the black-clad figures slowly approach, a chill flickered in Fang Hao's eyes. They sought to rescue someone. Had they consulted him first? 18 figures clad in black found themselves at the very heart of a swarm of colossal beetles, surrounded on all sides by a dense mass of these formidable creatures. As the group ventured deeper, the focus of the beetles' assault shifted toward them, resulting in an immediate escalation of pressure. Beads of sweat began to trickle down the foreheads of most individuals. With a piercing scream, one of the black-clad men on the flank, unable to evade the onslaught, was swiftly torn apart by several of the beetles. This was merely the beginning. As time progressed, members from the sides began to fall one after another. By the time they reached the interior of the warehouse, the original contingent of 18 had been reduced to a mere 11, suffering the loss of 7 in just a short span of mere meters. Inside the warehouse, the air was filled with cries of despair, shrieks of agony, and the relentless buzzing of insects, while the ground was littered with severed limbs and blood, nearly saturating the floor. Upon entering the warehouse, the black-clad individuals disregarded the sweat cascading down their faces as they hastened towards Tong Liang. The leader of the black-clad men swiftly dispatched a beetle that was pursuing Tong Liang, then inquired, "Young master, are you unharmed? You scoundrel! Explain to me why you arrived so late." Tong Liang retorted, raising his hand to deliver a slap to the leader. The leader, head bowed in silence, stood quietly to the side. "Not speaking, are we? Very well. Hey, just wait until we return. I shall see how you explain this to my grandfather. Now, lead me out of here." With that, Tong Liang, under the protection of the black-clad men, made his way toward the exit. At that moment, Chen Yud, in a state of frantic panic, spotted Tong Liang, who was being shielded by his protectors, and rushed toward him without hesitation. "Young master, help me. Take me with you." One of the black-clad men stepped forward, slashing down a beetle that was pursuing Chen Yud, then emotionlessly returned to his previous position, not even sparing a glance at Chen Yud. Witnessing this scene, others fleeing in desperation also caught sight of the black-clad men and began to converge towards them. Tong Liang observed the approaching crowd with a gaze that was icy and resolute. He was a survivor, yet he was not foolish. It was one thing to protect himself, but to escort these individuals, who were utterly helpless, would not only jeopardize their escape to city A, but perhaps even their chance to exit this door. "Get away," Tong Liang commanded coldly. Chen Yud's expression froze, and he quickly forced a smile. "Young master, I can be your loyal servant. I will obey your every command if it means I can leave with you. Get away." This time, it was Hei Yi who spoke, raising his bloodied blade to rest upon Chun Yud's shoulder. Chun Yud's face turned pale, and he hurriedly retreated. Those who had been rushing toward them halted in their tracks at this sight, yet the relentless swarm of beetles behind them showed no signs of stopping. The cries of anguish intensified. Tong Liang cast a disdainful glance at these individuals, continuing his advance toward the exit. He would not concern himself with those who were irrelevant. However, he underestimated the extent of their desperation and the madness that twisted their minds. Tong Liang, I curse you to an untimely death. Tong Liang, you abandon us in our time of need. If we cannot survive, neither shall you thrive. Ha ha. Come, let us perish together. Ha ha. Together we shall meet our end. You scoundrel. As the chaos ensued, one figure shouted defiantly, you take the lead. Now you wish to abandon us. If we must perish, let us perish together. The remaining individuals rushed towards Tong Liang and his companions, their faces contorted with malevolence. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Hei Yi's eyes as he gestured, prompting 3 men clad in black to step forward, brandishing their blades against the advancing assailants. In a swift motion, the shimmering blades cut through the air, felling the attackers like wheat before the scythe. Moments later, the black-clad warriors returned to their ranks, leaving only Chun Yud gasping for breath in the warehouse. Aside from Tong Liang and his group, pale and trembling, Chun Yud collapsed to the ground just as a large beetle charged towards him, unable to evade in time. Its formidable pincers pierced through his chest. No. Chun Yud's eyes widened in disbelief as the creature's appendage emerged from his body, his face etched with despair. Before long, Tong Liang's group reached the entrance of the warehouse, and it became evident to him how astute it was to leave the others behind. During their advance, the ranks of the black-clad men had diminished further. From 11, only 9 remained. Hei Yi signaled for his subordinates to clear the path ahead while he stayed close to Tong Liang for protection. Meanwhile, Fang Hao, who had been observing from a window, finally spotted them. Counting Tong Liang, there were 10 individuals. This was the moment he had been awaiting, a perfect opportunity to strike. He intended to let none escape. The black-clad fighters, now bereft of their leader, fell even more rapidly in battle. In mere moments, 3 had already succumbed to the beetles. The numbers dwindled. 6, 5, 4, 3. A cold light flashed in Fang Hao's eyes. His chance had arrived. He swiftly exited the room and raced toward the warehouse, concealing himself behind a vehicle. He prepared to ambush them. As soon as they emerged, he would deliver a fatal blow. At last, Tong Liang and his companions burst forth from the throng of beetles. With Hei Yi included, the black-clad men now reduced to a mere 3. Even among the survivors, not one was unscathed. One had even lost a hand. The relentless beetles pursued them closely. Fang Hao's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his blade gleaming as he swiftly dispatched the first of the injured black-clad men. Who? Hei Yi barked, raising his weapon to shield Tong Liang. I am your doom. Fang Hao bellowed, charging towards Hei Yi. As Fang Hao swung his blade, Hei Yi attempted to parry, but with a resounding clash, his weapon shattered. In that fleeting moment, as the remnants of Hei Yi's blade fell, his expression shifted to one of sheer panic. Fang Hao, you wretched scoundrel. It is you. Why are you still alive? Tong Liang's face contorted into a mask of fury upon recognizing Fang Hao blocking their path. Ah, young Master Tong, it has been quite some time. Alas, for someone like me, life is rather resilient, making it difficult to extinguish. Fang Hao slung the spider blade over his shoulder, his face adorned with a mocking expression as he gazed at Tong Liang. But you, on the other hand, are different. Your life is rather precious. He taunted nonchalantly. As he uttered the final word, he suddenly sprang into action, aiming the blade directly at Tong Liang's face. Die! Fang Hao bellowed. Hei Yi, quick and agile, kicked Tong Liang away, narrowly evading the lethal blow. You dare kick me? Tong Liang yelled as he stumbled several meters back, scrambling to his feet, his anger directed at Hei Yi. Without uttering a word, Hei Yi seized a blade from one of his subordinates, his expression stoic as he declared, Take the young master away. I will handle this. Without waiting for Tong Liang's response, he charged toward Fang Hao. Fang Hao cast a dismissive glance at Hei Yi, recognizing that in peak condition, he might need to bide his time against such skill. However, at this moment, he felt no need for caution. Detection technique. Target, Hei Yi. Constitution, 1335 points. Strength, 1030 points. Speed, 1235 points. Spirit, 1235 points. Martial art, Thunderblade technique. Skills, Thunderblade technique, intermediate stealth, intermediate assassination, mastery in driving. It was evident that Tong Liang's family was no ordinary clan. Yet, to impede him, it was still insufficient. As Hei Yi charged, Fang Hao sidestepped with agility. evading the incoming long blade and unhesitatingly sprinting toward Tong Liang. Upon seeing Fang Hao rushing towards him, Tong Liang was instantly filled with panic, grabbing one of the black-clad subordinates to shield himself. He Yi's gaze sharpened, his leg muscles exploding with power as he once again positioned himself in front of Fang Hao. Leave. He Yi's cold voice rang out. The subordinate hesitated, glancing at He Yi. Leave. He Yi's gaze remained fixed on Fang Hao, his tone icy. Hurry, hurry. Did you not hear He Yi? You fool. Move. Tong Liang, thoroughly frightened by Fang Hao, was desperate to escape, to put distance between himself and the impending danger. The black-clad subordinate, glancing at He Yi, gritted his teeth and seized Tong Liang, leading him toward a nearby path. Fang Hao snorted derisively, darting after them. He Yi, bursting forth with renewed speed, positioned himself in front of Fang Hao once more. Watching Tong Liang distance himself further, Fang Hao ground his teeth in frustration. Yet, He Yi clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, denying him even a sliver of opportunity. If Tong Liang is to live, then you shall perish. Fang Hao seethed. His gaze locked onto He Yi. With Tong Liang having fled to safety, He Yi felt a momentary relief. Die! Fang Hao roared, swinging his blade toward He Yi. Having learned from the previous attack, He Yi dared not meet it head-on, attempting to evade the strike, but his stamina was waning. With a determined grit, He Yi rolled to the side, barely dodging Fang Hao's furious slash. The spider blade struck the asphalt with a resounding clang, carving a deep gash into the hard surface. He Yi knelt, one hand gripping his blade while the other supported his knee, breathing heavily as he recuperated. The blade narrowly grazed the tip of his nose. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, his entire face would have been cleaved by that razor-sharp knife. Humph! Witnessing his attack evaded yet again by He Yi, Fang Hao let out a cold snort and launched another offensive. Whoosh! The glint of the blade flashed once more, yet this time, He Yi did not evade, not from a lack of desire, but from sheer exhaustion. A sharp sound pierced the air as the knife sliced through fabric, accompanied by a sudden bloom of crimson. Seeing the blood on the spider blade, Fang Hao understood that the outcome was inevitable. The poison of the blade was already beginning to corrode He Yi's body, although he remained unaware of why the detection technique failed to reveal human life values. He was certain that the passive skill of the spider blade had activated. Death. It was merely a matter of time. Fang Hao positioned the knife against He Yi's neck and spoke with an impassive expression. You are about to die. He Yi made no effort to resist or struggle. Instead, he stared blankly in the direction where Tong Liang had departed. Just then, a violent cough erupted from He Yi, followed by the dark, poisonous blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. What a pity. You were a good servant, but Tong Liang is not a good master, Fang Hao remarked coolly. He Yi chuckled softly and replied, You do not understand my world, just as I cannot fathom why you wish to kill the young master. I trained with a blade at 3, took a life at 5, and earned the old master's trust at 7. All I know is that my purpose in life has always been to protect the young master, protect the Tong family. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened. As he suspected, the Tong family was anything but ordinary. The tone and style of He Yi's speech were characteristic of a death warrior. Do you wish to know why I must kill Tong Liang? Allow me to elucidate, Fang Hao said coldly, and began recounting the tumultuous relationship between himself and Tong Liang. For years prior, with sheer determination and the money he earned from working, he gained admission to Z University. Not long after, he found himself falling for a girl. This naive and beautiful affection was an extravagant dream for Fang Hao, who dared not even hope for such a luxury. Being an orphan destined to be deprived of the joys other students took for granted. Such was reality. Ultimately, after overcoming numerous obstacles and spurred on by friends, he summoned the courage to set aside his grievances and confess his feelings to the girl who haunted his dreams. However, upon finding her, he was met with a scene that shattered his heart. The girl lay unconscious on the ground, her body exposed, with unspeakable fluids staining her, while Tong Liang and his entourage lounged nearby, casually dressing and laughing as they discussed the girl's figure. In a rage, Fang Hao seized a mop and hurled it at Tong Liang with unbridled fury. The outcome was predictable. Despite being an athlete, he was no match for 5 peers, and his fists could not contend with their hands. Ultimately, the incident escalated to the school administration, prompting the girl's parents to seek justice. Yet, in that moment, Chen Yud, the director of academic affairs, failed to uphold righteousness, merely stating, "It is normal for young people to fall in love." The girl's parents fainted on the spot in anger, and overwhelmed by humiliation, she tragically leaped from the hospital building to end her life. Such is fate. Such is reality. This is precisely the reason Chen Yud and Tong Liang have consistently targeted Fang Hao. As Fang Hao spoke, his fists clenched involuntarily, producing a cracking sound. Huh. This is no longer my concern. My mission has been fulfilled. Go ahead and make your move. Hei chuckled softly and then closed his eyes. Very well. I shall send you on your way, and may you not encounter such a master in your next life. With that, Feng Hao's blade flashed, and Hei Yi's smiling head was severed from his body. Hei Yi dead. Chapter 12. The human pill gazing at Hei Yi's headless corpse. Feng Hao fell into a contemplative silence. He admired Hei Yi's unwavering belief and loyalty. Had their positions not been opposed, he would have surely valued such a talent and granted him a chance at life. Regaining his composure, Feng Hao sheathed his spider blade and prepared to head towards the warehouse. However, just as he took a few steps, he abruptly halted, glancing at Hei Yi's body. A thought struck him. If feasible, it could unveil a new path to strength. Approaching the corpse, Feng Hao silently intoned, "Absorb." A ripple passed through the air, and in an instant, Hei Yi's body vanished from the ground. Without a second thought, he collected the head several meters away into the furnace before finally making his way towards the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, most of the beetles had dispersed, with only a few remaining to feast upon the remnants and the corpses of their kin, concealed behind a car at the entrance. Feng Hao counted the remaining large beetles, 8 in total. Detection technique. Target: large beetle health, 80 points strength, 15 points speed, 10 points spirit, 5 points skill, bite no level. Indicating the large beetle is a 0-level spirit beast with 80 health points. Feng Hao calculated. His attributes were all at 20 points. Combined with the spider blade's 20 points of attack and 30 points of sustained poison damage, he had completely overwhelmed these large beetles in terms of attributes. With everything assessed, Feng Hao no longer hesitated, raising his blade and charging into the warehouse. As he stepped inside, the large beetles, engrossed in their feeding, immediately detected his presence and began to swarm towards him with shrill cries. Humph! Feng Hao scoffed, accelerating his speed. When he neared the closest large beetle, he leaped, soaring to a height of 15 meters. In midair, he aimed the blade downward, gripping the hilt with both hands, and plunged it into the joint of the beetle's head. The sharp spider blade pierced through its skull and embedded itself into the ground. Screech! The large beetle let out a wretched cry before crashing to the ground. One down. Feng Hao withdrew his blade and leaped towards the next beetle. 10 minutes later, after slaying the final beetle, Feng Hao pulled out his blade and took a moment to catch his breath. From this battle, he had gauged his combat prowess, without considering defense. He estimated that he could handle up to 10 large beetles at most. Thus concluded a thrilling yet predictable battle, and now, it was time for the spoils. Feng Hao restrained the elation bubbling within him as he activated the system. Just moments ago, upon vanquishing the beetle, the system's notification had sounded. However, at that time, he had been too preoccupied to pay it any heed. Ding. Acquired level 1 spirit crystal X1 ding. Acquired skill pill, night vision X1, bite X1, accumulation X1 ding. Acquired canine spirit beast fur X1 ding. Acquired spirit blood pill X10 ding. Acquired human pill X20 ding. Acquired skill pill, thunderblade technique X1, intermediate stealth X1. Intermediate assassination X1, mastery of driving X1 ding. Acquired human pill X10 human pill. Feng Hao was taken aback and hastily examined the details of this newly discovered elixir. Human pill. Humanity is the essence of all beings, embodying the fortune of the earth. The human pill is the tangible manifestation of human fortune. Upon reading this, a chill coursed through Feng Hao's veins. No wonder spirit beasts had such an insatiable appetite for humans. No wonder they were classified into ranks. Everything seemed to fall into place. The root of it all lay within humanity. The more humans the spirit beasts consumed, the faster they evolved. Feng Hao couldn't help but gasp in shock. It could be said that spirit beasts were born solely to devour humans. Did humanity still have a future? He gazed vacantly at the massive beetle lying on the ground. After a long pause, he let out a faint sigh and managed a self-deprecating smile. He was merely an orphan. Pondering such weighty matters was futile. Regaining his composure, he began to clean up the battlefield. In less than a minute, Feng Hao exited the warehouse and sprinted back to his previous rental apartment. Including the remains of the beetles, he had collected a total of 13 giant beetles, a bountiful harvest. Indeed, upon reaching the rental apartment, Feng Hao secured the door and entered another bedroom, lying on the bed to rest. Although the hunting expedition had not lasted long and his physical exertion was minimal, his mind had been on high alert throughout, making it impossible to deny his fatigue. As he lay on the bed, he accessed the system and checked the time on the furnace. The refining time for the 13 giant beetles was 1 hour and 5 minutes, with 50 minutes remaining. Next, he opened his backpack, and with a thought, a blood-red pill materialized in his hand. This was the human pill. Just then, Xiaohua, who had been quietly nestled in Fang Hao's pocket, poked her head out. Her gaze fixated on the human pill in Fang Hao's hand. Do you wish to partake? Fang Hao furrowed his brow. Xiao Hua affectionately rubbed against Fang Hao's body and let out a soft coo. To give or not to give? Fang Hao hesitated momentarily. Truth be told, as a human, he was deeply averse to the existence of the human pill, and even more so to the idea of his pet consuming it. However, upon seeing Xiao Hua's yearning gaze, he gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to hand over the human pill. He was not anti-human, nor did he owe anyone anything. He merely wished to live well. With Xiao Hua growing stronger, she would undoubtedly become a significant ally. Xiao Hua swallowed the human pill in one gulp and then continued to gaze expectantly at Fang Hao. Well, I suppose I'll give you the rest as well. Fang Hao chuckled wryly as he laid all the remaining human pills before Xiao Hua. Instantly, she began to devour them ravenously. The human elixir is indeed a marvel. One can observe that the little flower incessantly consumes, yet there is no sign of mastication. It is evident that the elixir is specifically designed for spirit beasts. After finishing its meal, the little flower yawned widely, leapt onto Fang Hao's chest, and nestled into a soft spot, promptly falling into a deep slumber. Once the little flower was settled, Fang Hao retrieved several more pills. Skill pill. Thunderblade technique. Skill pill. Intermediate stealth. Skill pill. Intermediate assassination. Skill pill. Mastery of driving. Skill pill. Night vision. 5 pills of diverse hues, each corresponding to a distinct skill. He felt fortunate for having refined the black one. Otherwise, these skills would have been beyond his reach. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing an additional skill might provide an extra chance for survival, a notion that Fang Hao now comprehended clearly. Moreover, through the matter of the human elixir, he discerned that the spirit blood pill was purely the essence of spirit beast blood and flesh, bearing no relation to human flesh whatsoever. Henceforth, he could consume the spirit blood pill with peace of mind, as it currently served as one of his vital conduits for transforming spiritual energy, and losing it would indeed be a pity. Fang Hao swallowed the 5 skill pills in one gulp, opened his attribute panel, and found 5 new skills added. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. Chapter 13. The arrival of the main quest. Having completed these tasks, Fang Hao could no longer restrain his heavy eyelids and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. As he slumbered, the little flower, nestled on his chest, began to undergo an indescribable transformation. The soft fur began to shed gradually, replaced by new hair that was stronger and even more supple. Simultaneously, its entire physique was changing. Its claws sharpened, limbs grew more powerful, and the tail, previously swaying unconsciously, now resembled a steel whip. The size of the little flower gradually increased, first to that of a poodle, then to a Pekingese, followed by a golden retriever, finally stopping when it reached roughly twice the size of a golden retriever. While Fang Hao was deep in slumber, he suddenly felt a constriction in his breathing. Attempting to shift his position, he found his body exceedingly heavy. Groggily opening his eyes, he was met with a fuzzy expanse. Initially, he was bewildered, but as realization dawned, he erupted with exclamations. What the hell? Little flower, you're going to crush me. Get off. Hurry. Meow. The little flower, now awake, sensed the commotion beneath it and leapt off the bed. Breathing finally became easier. Thank goodness. He had nearly been suffocated. Fortunately, his attributes had been enhanced once, and he was clad in defensive gear. Otherwise, he would have indeed become the first owner to be crushed by his own pet. Meow. The little flower, seeing its owner ready to nuzzle affectionately, was abruptly halted by Fang Hao, who had just sat up. Stop. Stop. Little flower, my body cannot withstand your affection right now, he said, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. This human elixir is indeed more potent than hormones. In the brief interlude of slumber, the diminutive feline has astonishingly grown to such an impressive stature. It appears that little flower, sensing the subtle rejection in Fang Hao's words, has noticeably sunk into a melancholic state. Observing this, Fang Hao hastily reached out to gently stroke her head, reassuring her. Little flower, you have grown up now. Remember to be obedient from now on, understood? With a soft meow, Flower seemed to acknowledge Fang Hao's words. Fang Hao chuckled softly as he began to assess Flower's condition. She now stood at an estimated height of approximately 1.60 meters, with a length ranging between 2 meters and 2.5 meters. Adding her tail into the equation, which was nearly the size of a sword, the transformation was indeed remarkable. Fang Hao then summoned Flower's attributes. Target, Little Flower level 1 Spirit Beast Life, 150 point Strength, 18 point Speed, 20 point Spirit, 15 point Skills, Night Vision, Dynamic Vision. Rapid Strike. The changes in her attributes were nothing short of monumental. Little Flower was now fully capable of becoming his formidable ally. With this enhancement, His hunting prowess could certainly be elevated. At that moment, Fang Hao recalled the skill elixirs nestled within his backpack. With a mere thought, 2 skill elixirs materialized in his hands. These belonged to canine spirit beasts, featuring skills of biting and charging. Given her significant transformation, why not strengthen her further? Fang Hao extended the elixirs to Little Flower. Upon noticing the elixirs, she instinctively flicked out her tongue and swallowed them whole. A glance at her attributes revealed that these 2 skills had indeed been added to her skill set. Instantly, Fang Hao was struck by a thought. Deliberately enhancing Little Flower's skills could lead to her becoming the most formidable spirit beast, unparalleled in strength. Imagine, if the legendary white tiger could sprout wings, what if Little Flower could do the same? Picture her spewing water, breathing fire, burrowing underground, and traversing water. Enveloped in these delightful musings, Fang Hao couldn't help but chuckle foolishly, envisioning the fearsome creature Little Flower would become. Ding! The fusion is complete. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Fang Hao refocused his thoughts and began to review the results. Ding! Acquired spirit crystals X15 ding. Acquired insect exoskeleton X13 ding. Acquired spirit blood elixir X65 ding. Acquired human elixir X105 ha ha ha. What a bountiful harvest. Fang Hao couldn't contain his exuberant laughter. Although it was somewhat regrettable to have let Tong Liang escape, the magnitude of his gains more than compensated for it. Yet, the thought of those giant beetles, mercilessly slain by the cloaked figures, being devoured by their own kind filled him with sorrow. Surely, there must have been dozens of them. Such a pity to leave them to those wretched insects. As for whether Tong Liang would survive to leave City Z or seek vengeance upon him, Fang Hao harbored no worries whatsoever. Someone would inevitably continue to deliver human elixirs and skill elixirs to him. He was overjoyed and had no cause for concern. At this moment, his focus was solely on the spirit crystals. Gazing out the window, he noted that dusk was still a ways off. He recalled the contents of the previous flyer. Water and electricity would be suspended. In the absence of water and electricity, both ordinary citizens and he himself face an even graver challenge. He now finds himself compelled to contemplate future issues regarding water and electricity. Fang Hao sat on the bed, deep in thought. Xiaohua, curious about her master, called out a few times, and upon realizing that Fang Hao was unresponsive, lay down on the ground and closed her eyes once more. Half an hour later, as Fang Hao was lost in contemplation, a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his eyes. And with a swift motion, he sat up on the bed. His face beamed with delight as he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "How foolish of me! Ha! With a furnace at my disposal, how could I have fretted over this dilemma?" As the phrase "the furnace can refine all things" echoed in his mind, a cascade of ideas surged forth. If the furnace indeed claims to refine all, then what about vehicles, houses, generators, even guns and tanks? Fang Hao was convinced that, as long as the furnace was reliable, the possibilities of his ideas would be boundlessly wondrous. In the absence of electricity, he could simply seek an alternative energy source. What is it that our planet is not lacking? Indeed, it is the spirit beasts. Countless spirit beasts abound. Thus, he could create a machine powered by spirit crystals. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. His face was alight with excitement. If the experiment were truly successful, it would be tantamount to the dawn of a new civilization. Ding. Main quest initiated. Ding. Side quest initiated. Just as this idea blossomed in Fang Hao's mind, the system's voice resonated abruptly. This time was different from before, with 2 consecutive alerts. Fang Hao, disregarding his exhilaration, hurriedly began to check. Since he had received the system, he had yet to examine the task panel even once. Indeed, upon entering the task panel, he found it rather mundane, akin to those in games. At the top of the panel, 2 notification boxes flickered with radiant light. Fang Hao silently commanded, "Open. Main quest task description. Establish a new civilization task duration. Unlimited or until the host's demise task reward. Genesis artifact. Primordial side quest task 1. Popularize synthesized weapons task duration. 1 year or until the host's demise task reward. Based on the level of popularization task 2. Promote new energy devices task duration. 3 years or until the host's demise task reward. Based on the level of popularization chapter 14. New equipment. Biological vehicle no. Penalties? Fang Hao gazed at the task information, muttering to himself. This implies that these so-called tasks are entirely voluntary? This seems rather divergent from his expectations of a system. In games, failing to complete tasks typically incurs penalties. His own system appeared somewhat capricious. Fang Hao smiled broadly. Despite the system's seemingly irresponsible demeanor, he found himself genuinely enamored with it. Glancing at the sky, Fang Hao estimated that there were roughly 5 hours until dusk. 5 hours was ample time for him to accomplish many tasks. Firstly, The military camp in Z City is located near the northern outskirts of Mang Mountain, over 200 kilometers away from his current position. Given his present circumstances, traversing such a distance to the military camp is utterly inconceivable and can be dismissed. Therefore, the next options are the police station and the Armed Forces Department. The university town houses a branch of the Z City Police. While the Armed Forces Department is situated less than 2 kilometers to the south of the university town, not only the Armed Forces Department, but also a series of governmental entities such as the City Hall and Fire Department are located in that vicinity. More critically, just 5 kilometers to the east of the university town lies an automotive city. His plan is to create a vehicle equipped with various functionalities. He aspires to construct a mobile fortress. Nevertheless, the prerequisite for all this is to navigate through the university town. It is evident, even to the most casual observer, how perilous the university town has become. A resolute glimmer sparkled in Fang Hao's eyes. However, he has always relished challenges. Since the dawn of his memories, he has never known the meaning of surrender. Not even the distance of the entire Z City can deter his resolve. With this thought, Fang Hao rose and called out to Xiaohua, proceeding towards the exit. Upon reaching the doorway, he glanced back at the house that had altered his fate, before stepping outside with unwavering determination, accompanied by his feline companion. In a factory on the northern outskirts of Z City, 7 men clad in camouflage combat uniforms were meticulously polishing their military daggers. They were none other than Chu Changtian and his comrades. Tiangu, I fear we won't reach Z University today, Taiwa remarked while tending to his wounds, addressing Chu Changtian, who was resting with closed eyes. No. We must reach the university town today. Every delayed moment puts Dr. Du in further peril. Chu Changtian replied slowly, eyes still shut. What has happened to this world? The once ordinary field mice have become so terrifying. Butcher lamented, recalling the overwhelming horde of rodents that sent a chill down his spine. I wonder how Captain Xiao and the others are faring. Tong Qian expressed his concerns. Realizing he may have spoken out of turn, Tong Qian quickly fell silent. The warehouse was enveloped in a heavy silence. Each of them was acutely aware that Xiao Zhan and his team faced insurmountable odds against such a formidable swarm of mice. With scant hope of survival, they understood that Xiao Zhan's intention in leading them to break out was not solely to rescue Dr. Du but to ensure that the flame of the red dragon endures. As long as one of them survives, the red dragon will persist. After a prolonged pause, Chu Changtian opened his eyes, his expression impassive, and declared, enough of this topic, let it not be mentioned again. He then addressed the duo, Cobra and Air Dan. Cobra. Air Dan, scout ahead, we shall follow shortly. The two nodded and departed, while the remaining members seized the opportunity to rest. The warehouse fell silent once more. In the university town, Fang Hao descended the stairs and surveyed the haphazardly parked vehicles on the street, eager to conduct a preliminary experiment. He located 2 relatively intact off-road vehicles and, with a whispered incantation, summoned them to his side. Indeed, as Fang Hao issued his command, the off-road vehicle miraculously appeared within the furnace. A smile graced his face. The furnace truly was capable of refining all manner of substances. He then began to add other materials into the furnace, 2 sets of insect exoskeletons and 1 spirit crystal. Synthesis commenced, and a countdown reappeared, this time limited to a mere 3 minutes. Filled with anticipation, Fang Hao eagerly awaited the outcome. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had elapsed, and the system notification chimed. He hastily accessed the system to check the results. Ding. Acquired equipment, biological vehicle. Biological vehicle, a product synthesized from the bones of mystical beasts and modern vehicles. Level, law-grade equipment, upgradable. Attributes, length 51 meters, width 23 meters, height 25 meters. Physical defense 40 points, magical defense 40 points, maximum speed 300 meters per hour, power source, spirit crystal. Special attribute, restoration. If damage does not exceed 50% of the vehicle's total, it can be restored using spirit crystals. If damage exceeds 50%, restoration is ineffective. Special attribute, shielding. Due to the fusion of the biological vehicle with the exoskeleton of the mystical beetle, the beetle will instinctively regard the vehicle as kin, rendering it ineffective against other types of mystical beasts. With a mere thought, a brand new off-road vehicle, emanating a dark glow, materialized before him. It was indeed law-grade equipment. Fang Hao marveled as he touched the cool surface of the vehicle, fully satisfied that the system had not let him down. Though the distinction between level 0 and law-grade was merely a single character, the disparity in attributes was vast. He understood that the key to such a transformation lay in the spirit crystal. As for the mention of upgradability, Fang Hao noted it as well. However, it was not his primary concern. With the furnace at his disposal, The ability to upgrade seemed inconsequential. After all, abandoned vehicles were plentiful in the Dragon Kingdom, and the prospect of reforging them was undeniably appealing. Opening the door, Fang Hao stepped inside the vehicle. The interior had not changed much. The steering wheel and central console remained in their original positions. The only modification was the gear lever, which had transformed into a central disc resembling a hexagon, with a notch perfectly sized for a spirit crystal. He retrieved a regular spirit crystal from his backpack, comparing it to the notch, and upon placing it within, the disc illuminated, displaying a series of numbers. Driving time, normal state, 24 hours, maximum speed state, 8 hours. Fang Hao then surveyed the rest of the interior, discovering that it possessed no significant differences from an ordinary vehicle. Air conditioning, seats, seatbelts, and control buttons were all identical. Nevertheless, he felt immense satisfaction, realizing that this was merely the result of 2 standard vehicles, 2 sets of insect exoskeletons, and 1 spirit crystal. What might be achieved if he were to utilize specialized vehicles, the formidable bones and pelts of powerful mystical beasts, and higher-grade spirit crystals? The potential for greatness was staggering. Furthermore, he could incorporate an intelligent system, weaponry, and more. He firmly believed that the biological vehicle would ultimately transform into a mobile fortress. Chapter 15. The 14 kills. After surveying the interior of the vehicle, the next step was the test drive. The ignition of the biological car retained the original one-button start feature. Fang Hao focused his mind, and the spider blade appeared in his grasp. As he pressed the engine start-stop button, he was prepared for battle at any moment, uncertain whether the biological car would roar to life like its predecessors. If it did, he would have no choice but to abandon the vehicle and flee. Suddenly, the dashboard illuminated brilliantly. Fang Hao's heart tightened instinctively. What is happening? No response. Could it be malfunctioning? This newly minted vehicle was still warm. It couldn't be broken. Fang Hao attempted to release the brake and gently pressed the accelerator. It moved. What a delightful surprise. The biological car emitted not a whisper of sound. Fang Hao couldn't contain his laughter. Possessing such a vehicle was nothing short of divine providence for him at this moment. Fortunately, he had the foresight to refine the black one and acquired its driving skills. Otherwise, even the most extraordinary biological car would be of no use to him. Xiaohua stood outside, curiously observing this sudden marvel. Upon seeing its owner enter the grand contraption, it eagerly attempted to squeeze inside. With a stern expression, Fang Hao shooed Xiaohua away. What a joke. You're nearly as big as the biological car. Is this really your place? Faced with Fang Hao's reprimand, Xiaohua retreated with a look of grievance. With a sigh of resignation, Fang Hao acknowledged the limited space. Just then, an idea struck him. He hurriedly exited the vehicle and said to Xiaohua, see this? Jump up and lie down on it. He pointed to the car's roof. Meow, Xiaohua responded, gazing curiously at Fang Hao. Fang Hao rubbed his forehead. It seemed he had overestimated Xiaohua's intelligence. Come on, follow your master, he called, leaping onto the roof of the car. This time, Xiaohua indeed understood. With a slight push of its hind legs, it sprang onto the roof. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction, patting Xiaohua's head. Just lie here and don't move. Understood? Master will take you for a ride. Meow, Xiaohua obediently replied, settling down on the car's roof. With Xiaohua situated, Fang Hao felt assured as he returned to the driver's seat and slowly maneuvered the biological car, skillfully navigating through the congested streets filled with haphazardly parked vehicles. He wove left and right. 10 minutes later, the biological car came to a gentle halt. It was not due to a lack of spirit crystals, nor was the car malfunctioning. Rather, a group of spirit beasts had gathered on the road approximately 100 meters ahead. At this moment, these spirit beasts had already noticed him and were advancing in his direction. This group consisted of 14 spirit beasts, all canine in nature. There were local dogs and pet dogs, though none were as large as the canine spirit beast he had encountered previously. It was evident that they had yet to evolve. They were not even first-level spirit beasts. Fang Hao did not rush to flee. The 14 unadvanced spirit beasts were more than manageable for him and Xiaohua. Even if they were overpowered, he was confident in his ability to leave this place unscathed. He was no longer the naive newcomer to the apocalypse, seeing the current circumstances. He could discern that the congregation of spirit beasts was not without reason. There were certainly humans nearby, and in considerable numbers. Otherwise, such a gathering of spirit beasts would be inconceivable. Beyond this street lay the territory of Z University, and to take a detour would be to waste an indeterminate amount of time. Thus, Fang Hao's options were clear. He could either circumvent the area or eliminate the beasts entirely. He shook his head, sighed, and slowly opened the car door, stepping out. He then addressed Xiaohua perched atop the vehicle. Xiaohua, it's time to get to work. With a meow, Xiaohua leapt down from the roof and stood by Fang Hao's side. The approaching spirit beasts halted in their tracks upon witnessing Xiao Hua's descent, emitting low growls and baring their teeth at the duo. Fang Hao scratched his nose and chuckled lightly. You can either scram or face death. Immediately, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. What was he thinking, conversing with a pack of beasts? With a mere thought, the spider blade materialized in his hand. His gaze sharpened, and he commanded coldly, Xiao Hua, take them out. I'll reward you with something delicious afterward. With that, he charged forward, wielding the spider blade. With a fierce snarl, Xiao Hua bared her teeth and sprang into action as well. The pack of canine spirit beasts, witnessing Fang Hao and Xiao Hua advance, growled threateningly while retreating. Although these beasts were mindless and lacked rank, their instinct warned them that Fang Hao and Xiao Hua were formidable opponents. Nevertheless, Fang Hao and Xiao Hua paid no heed. Fang Hao leapt into the fray, utilizing the force of gravity to slice off half the head of one canine spirit beast. The entire process was swift and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. The beast did not even have time to scream before it met its demise. On Xiao Hua's end, she too leapt into the air, her substantial form crashing down upon another canine spirit beast, her claws revealing deadly sharpness as one paw pierced through the beast's skull. Just as the second beast let out a cry of agony, Xiao Hua sprang again, targeting another foe. With each leap, she unleashed her full ferocity. Resembling a nimble ball of flesh, albeit one adorned with blades, wherever she rolled, blood splattered. Together, the man and the cat moved like a harbinger of death, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the powerless canine spirit beasts. As Fang Hao and Xiao Hua fought valiantly amidst the throng of spirit beasts, a pair of wide eyes observed the spectacle from behind a tightly shut window on the second floor of a nearby convenience store. 10 minutes swiftly passed. The outcome of this predictable skirmish was evident. Apart from Fang Hao and Xiao Hua, the street was devoid of any living creatures. The blood of the fallen spirit beasts had stained the pavement red for several meters in every direction. Fang Hao leisurely polished his spider knife, while Little Flower languidly licked her paws. In merely 10 minutes, this duo had accomplished an impressive 14 kills, the majority of which were attributed to Little Flower. As Fang Hao's stamina and speed paled in comparison to hers, just as he was about to attend to the carcasses of the spirit beasts, Fang Hao suddenly furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards a window on the second floor of the supermarket. Indeed, someone was there. After a fleeting glance, he resumed his task. Once all the spirit beasts had been gathered into the furnace, Fang Hao called out to Little Flower, and together they sped away. The pair of eyes that had witnessed the entire scene from the second floor vanished once Fang Hao departed. Chapter 16. A glimmer of hope. The pair of eyes behind the window, after confirming Fang Hao's complete departure, murmured in trepidation, "This man can actually command monsters." Without hesitation, the individual hurried down the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, there was a door beside the staircase, and upon pushing it open, he discovered a dimly lit staircase leading to the basement. At the end of the staircase, a vast space unfolded before him, in stark contrast to the desolate, blood-stained streets outside. This less than 50 square meter basement was filled with nearly 100 individuals, of which an astonishing 80% were women, most of whom appeared to be students. These women were sharply divided into 3 distinct groups, huddled in corners behind 3 men. They cowered together, burying their heads in their knees. And whenever anyone dared to glance at the 3 men seated in the center, their faces betrayed fear and despair. To them, these 3 men seemed even more terrifying than the flesh-eating monsters outside. The first man, with a face full of excess flesh and a scar that stretched a finger's length across his left cheek, occasionally glinted with a fierce light in his eyes. The second man, handsome and muscular, would have undoubtedly been a heartthrob before the apocalypse. Yet the lecherous grin upon his face transformed him into a haunting nightmare for the women. The third man, tall and clad in a white lab coat, wore gold-rimmed glasses, his appearance impeccably tidy even in the midst of chaos. The first man, known as Black Bear, was the ruffian leader near the university town. The muscular man was Han Dong, and the bespectacled one was Lu Xian. According to their own claims, one was a fitness coach and the other a doctor. They had encountered one another during their flight. Boss, I have significant news." A person rushing down the stairs hastily approached Black Bear, panting heavily. 42. "What are you making such a fuss about? Don't let anyone think I'm Black Bear's brother," Black Bear reprimanded while shuffling the cards in his hand. "But, boss," the newcomer attempted to speak, but Black Bear interrupted sharply, "Silence." A glimmer of menace flickered in Black Bear's eyes, causing the underling to shrink back and immediately fall silent, no longer daring to utter a word. "Ha ha, my brothers, pardon the laughter. Now, let us continue with 3-1. The Black Bear chuckled as he looked at Han Dong and Lu Xian, saying, "Apologies, but we have triumphed." Lu Xian's lips curled slightly as he revealed the cards in his hand. Damn, how unfortunate. The black bear tossed his cards onto the table, visibly displeased. He then pulled two women from behind him, reluctantly pushing them forward. The two men leered as they each took hold of a woman, brazenly indulging in their desires without a care for their surroundings. Ma Lu, didn't you have something to discuss? Speak up. The black bear shot a disgruntled glance at Han Dong and Lu Xian before addressing his subordinate. Boss, the monsters gathered outside have perished. Ma Lu exclaimed with excitement. What? Even the previously jovial Han Dong and Lu Xian paused, their expressions turning to confusion as they regarded Ma Lu. How did they die? The black bear inquired, his demeanor turning serious. He had experienced the monster's formidable strength firsthand. At the onset of the apocalypse, he had sheltered with his crew in a bar, ultimately forced to seek alternative refuge due to dwindling supplies. During their escape, they had encountered these beasts, which had pursued them from the bar district near the university all the way to their current location. Out of more than 40 subordinates, only fewer than 20 remained, all having fallen victim to the monsters. And now, this seemingly invincible horde was no more. Boss, it was a single individual. To be precise, a person and a cat brought them down, Ma Lu said, his face pale with terror. Even now, recalling the man's gaze sent a chill down his spine. A person and a cat? Han Dong pushed the woman in his arms away, looking at Ma Lu with intrigue. Ma Lu nodded and began recounting what he had witnessed. Minutes later, the basement fell into a profound silence. All present, including the subordinates, moved from shock to curiosity, and finally settled into a state of dread as they processed Ma Lu's account. The man's remarkable combat prowess, dispatching monsters with ease as though they were mere vegetables, and the eerie disappearance of all the monster corpses, coupled with the silent off-road vehicle he drove, painted a portrait of terror and enigma. After a long pause, the black bear gravely asked, "Are you certain he has departed?" Ma Lu nodded hastily. Seeing his affirmation, the black bear exchanged glances with Han Dong and Lu Xian, all of them exhaling in relief. As long as that individual harbored no malicious intent towards them, they were safe. With an abundance of food and beautiful companions, they felt secure. If that individual had designs on their territory, their numbers would surely be insufficient to withstand him. Consequently, the three began to ponder the myriad mysteries surrounding Feng Hao. Just who was he? Over 100 kilometers away, on a provincial road outside Z City, Xiao Zhan led a unit of the Red Dragon team, struggling to fend off the onslaught of a horde of rats. Their defensive perimeter had been gradually retreating and now barely encompassed a meager radius of 10 meters. The casualties were devastating. Since Chu Changtian and his companions departed, the number of survivors, including himself, dwindled to fewer than 20. After nearly 3 hours of relentless battle, not a single soul uttered a word of surrender. Many warriors, on the brink of death, would resort to desperate measures, dragging a rat down with them in their final moments. Xiao Zhan, with a pallid complexion, surveyed the battlefield and was immediately engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Despite the incessant 3-hour struggle, the number of rats seemed undiminished. Since its inception, the Red Dragon had never faced such severe losses, even in the international mercenary arena. This battle would mark the twilight of the Red Dragon. Yet, the spirit of the Red Dragon would remain immortal. Xiao Zhan's right hand was a gruesome sight, mangled and bloodied, with half of his palm gone. On several occasions, he narrowly escaped death at the hands of the rat swarm, saved only by the selfless sacrifice of the Red Dragon warriors, who traded their lives for his survival. His heart bled. As the highest commander of the Red Dragon, he felt deep remorse towards the brothers he had shared countless days and nights with. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the military dagger in his left hand and roared, "Brothers, even in death, we shall accompany each other. The road to the underworld shall not be lonely. Let these beasts witness our final stand as the Red Dragon. Charge! Kill!" With each furious shout, the Red Dragon warriors abandoned their defensive positions and recklessly surged towards the rat horde. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from afar. "Indeed, they are the Red Dragon, the strongest special forces of our dragon nation, as their reputation suggests." Chapter 17. The 8 Great Families. As the voice faded, 12 sword-wielding swordsmen clad in gray long robes, their faces devoid of expression, rushed towards them. Following these 12 was a striking young man in casual athletic wear, holding a long sword, a faint smile gracing his handsome face. Xiao Zhan turned to the direction of the voice, and upon seeing the handsome man, his face lit up with joy. "Brothers, help has arrived. Hold on, Xiao Zhan, it has been a long time." The handsome man leaped gracefully, akin to a swift swallow, landing beside Xiao Zhan. As he wielded his sword, he greeted Xiao Zhan with a gentle smile. "It's you. How come you?" Before Xiao Zhan could finish his sentence, the handsome man interrupted, Let us talk once we're safe. With that, he signaled to the 12 swordsmen, who immediately shifted their formation, centering around the red dragon and forming a conical shape, while the handsome man dashed to the forefront. Gradually, they began to push through towards Z City. Half an hour later, having slain a dozen persistent rats, they finally reached the warehouse where Chu Changtian and the others had previously taken refuge. Upon entering the warehouse, aside from the handsome man, everyone, including the 12 swordsmen, collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. This was not to imply that he was not fatigued. As the spearhead during the breakout, he faced far greater peril than the others, a fact evidenced by the beads of sweat continuously trickling down his forehead. It was merely that, in comparison, his exhaustion was less pronounced. The handsome man sat cross-legged, paying no heed to the sweat trickling down his forehead, his face adorned with an unchanging smile as he wiped his long sword, simultaneously regaining his lost strength. After a brief respite, Xiao Zhan stood up and solemnly cupped his fists in front of the handsome man, bowing deeply. Xin Yuanshe, I, Xiao Zhan, along with my brothers from the Red Dragon, will remember the favor you have bestowed upon us today. Thank you. Haha, what is there to thank? We are not strangers. So there is no need for such formalities, Xin Yuanshe replied with a gentle smile. Xiao Zhan shook his head, his expression earnest as he stated, No. This is a debt we, the Red Dragon, owe you. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it does not contravene national interests, I would brave any peril. Seeing Xiao Zhan's steadfastness, Xin Yuanshe chose not to argue further. Having encountered similar stubbornness in every soldier he knew. What do you know about the situation in Z City? Xin Yuanshe inquired softly while continuing to clean his sword. Xiao Zhan sighed and shook his head. I am not well informed. We have been trapped there since before your arrival, and had you arrived half an hour later, I would likely have been a corpse. At such a critical juncture, why are you not staying safe within your family? What brings you to Z City? Xiao Zhan questioned. Puzzled, a wry smile crossed Xin Yuanshe's face as he replied helplessly, Do you think I am unaware of the safety of my family? It is precisely because of my sister. Your sister? Lingu? Xin Yuanshe nodded. Indeed. She ran away from home last year and is now a police officer at the Z City Public Security Bureau. You know what kind of world we live in now. Linger. Xiao Zhan trailed off, unable to continue. In this apocalyptic era, a girl. Fear not. The children of the Xian Yuan family are no fools, and they will not perish easily. A mere creature cannot harm Linger. Xian Yuanshe's gaze was resolute. And you, what is your purpose in Z City? Xian Yuanshe asked, redirecting his attention. Xiao Zhan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. According to regulations, the missions of the Red Dragon were top secret, and any leak could lead to a military tribunal. Noticing Xiao Zhan's reluctance, Xin Yuanshe chuckled lightly. All right, no need to elaborate. Consider my question forgotten. He was well acquainted with Xiao Zhan's nature, having known him for quite some time. In his eyes, the Red Dragon was merely a group of stubborn mules, prioritizing national interests and strictly obeying orders. Thank you for your understanding, brother, Xiao Zhan sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Xin Yuanshe. What are your plans moving forward? Xin Yuanshe sheathed his sword and regarded Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan approached the door, peering through the crack at the desolate landscape outside, then glancing back at the injured members of the Red Dragon. After a moment of contemplation, he said, You should leave first. Our current situation is not conducive to venturing into the city. We must rest and recuperate. Xin Yuanshe nodded, refraining from further comment, and signaled to the 12 swordsmen. They understood and opened the door, filing out in an orderly manner. Xin Yuanshe clasped his fists and, with a gentle smile, said, Xiao Zhan, this is where we part ways. I hope to see you again upon my return to Kyoto. Upon finishing his words, he swiftly vanished into the warehouse. Xiao Zhan gazed intently in the direction where Xin Yuanshe had disappeared, remaining silent for an extended moment. At that juncture, the squad leader of the Red Dragon Guard, Zhuang Heng, approached with a water bottle in hand. Captain, have a sip of water, he offered. Xiao Zhan nodded, accepted the bottle, took a small sip, and then returned it to Zhuang Heng. Captain, who exactly is Xin Yuanshe? Zhuang Heng inquired, puzzled. Xiao Zhan fixed his gaze on the spot where Xin Yuanshe had vanished and replied slowly. He is an exceptionally formidable individual, and simultaneously, one of the most clandestine figures within the entire Dragon Nation. Throughout both ancient and modern times, even during the resistance decades ago, they have played pivotal roles. The Archives Department refers to them as the 8 Noble Families. The 8 Noble Families. Xiao Zhan nodded solemnly and elaborated. It is a collective formed by 8 families. Hence the name. Given his prowess, why wouldn't you seek his assistance? Zhuang Heng's question trailed off, yet Xiao Zhan discerned the unspoken words. You are implying why I do not enlist his help, correct? Zhuang Heng nodded in affirmation. Prior to the upheaval, There was already evidence indicating that someone from the 8 noble families had betrayed the nation. However, before we could ascertain who it was, the upheaval ensued. Xiaozhan stated gravely. Betray the nation? Zhuang Heng exclaimed in shock. Xiaozhan slowly nodded. Indeed. Therefore, even though Xianyuan Che just saved us, the matter concerning Dr. Du is of utmost importance. They must not be informed. Then, Captain, what shall we do next? Should we seek out Captain Chu and his team? Zhuang Heng inquired once more. Xiaozhan pondered before responding. No, we shall rest here. At our current state, seeking out Captain Chu would merely burden them further. Having spoken, Xiaozhan patted Zhuang Heng on the shoulder. Go rest, I will keep watch. Zhuang Heng nodded, found a spot to sit cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, the warehouse returned to silence, with rhythmic breathing filling the air. Chang Tian, I hope you can successfully locate Dr. Du. Do not let me down. Xiaozhan leaned against the corner, staring blankly towards the direction of Z University. Chapter 18, The Colossal Beast. The Fire Spirit Hound on the University City side. Fang Hao encountered trouble shortly after leaving the supermarket. It was the gravest predicament he had faced since the onset of the apocalypse and the acquisition of his system. As he frantically maneuvered his vehicle through the congested streets, weaving left and right, he frequently glanced at the rearview mirror to monitor the situation behind him. The sound of thumping reverberated from the back of the car, akin to a heavy object trampling the earth. Fang Hao's grip on the steering wheel turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he had never before experienced such a state of disarray and dread. The relentless thumping from behind felt like a death knell, gradually gnawing away at Fang Hao's composure. The spider sense was incessantly issuing warnings. Hurry, go faster. The speed of his biological vehicle had reached its zenith. When faced with obstructing cars, he no longer hesitated but charged ahead recklessly. Yet, despite this, the speed of the biological vehicle still could not be increased. The biological vehicle screeched to a halt, leaving behind 2 distinct tire marks. The path ahead was completely obstructed by abandoned vehicles. A chill enveloped Fang Hao as he realized the gravity of the situation. There was no escape. The ominous thuds drew nearer, and his body was drenched in perspiration. At this juncture, there was no alternative but to abandon the vehicle. Fang Hao glanced around. He was on the commercial street near the Guimao Tower, a mere step away from safety. The only option now was to seek refuge within the Guimao building, where a glimmer of hope might still exist. Resolving himself, he hastily exited the vehicle, calling out to the little flower atop the car, and dashed towards the Guimao Tower. However, after just a few strides, he realized that the little flower had not followed. Turning back, he saw the little creature cowering, its head tucked beneath its body, tail between its legs, and fur standing on end. Fang Hao managed a wry smile. If he was terrified, it was no wonder the little flower was petrified. It was a classic case of being overwhelmed by a higher power. The little creature was nearly paralyzed with fear. Little flower, if you wish to survive, come down this instant. Fang Hao shouted once more. This time, the little flower responded, leaping down from the rooftop, only to collapse onto the ground upon landing. As the thudding grew ever closer, anxiety gnawed at Fang Hao's heart. In a moment of desperation, he could not help but yell, "Hurry up! Do you want to die?" The effect of his words was immediate. The little flower trembled but slowly made its way toward him. At last, both man and cat successfully entered the Guimao Tower. Just then, the source of the thudding revealed itself, drawing near. Hiding beside a window on the first floor, Fang Hao's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the creature responsible for the sound. A colossal beast, an enormous Tibetan mastiff. Its fiery red fur and massive frame dwarfed the canine spirit beast he had previously encountered. Its elongated, razor-sharp fangs jutted out like those of an ancient saber-toothed tiger, extending several centimeters from its lips. Fang Hao estimated its height to be nearly that of a 2-story building. This was the largest and most fearsome spirit beast he had ever laid eyes upon. Without exception, not long after leaving the supermarket, the spider had been emitting warnings. Sensing the impending danger, no wonder the little flower was too frightened to stand. Fang Hao took a deep breath and activated his probing technique on the Tibetan Mastiff. Target, Fire Spirit Mastiff Life. 600 points level. Level 3 Spirit Beast Strength. 80 points Speed. 60 points Spirit. 60 points Spiritual Energy. 230 points Skills. Fire Control, Heavy Pressure. King S. Might Fang Hao couldn't help but gasp in shock. How many lives had this beast consumed? It was well known that for every level the little flower ascended, the number of human pills required doubled. This was akin to his own consumption of spiritual crystals. 30 human pills were needed for the little flower to reach level 1, 60 for level 2, and a staggering 120 for level 3. What did 120 represent? 24 lives. Even Fang Hao felt that the Fire Spirit Mastiff must have devoured more than 24 individuals. For this count was based on the relatively low threshold of the house cat, Xiaohua, clearly a Tibetan Mastiff. A breed capable of battling wild beasts even before the apocalypse, possesses a far superior capacity than that of Xiaohua. More alarmingly, this fire spirit Mastiff was, in fact, a magical beast of the fire element. For a novice like Fang Hao, just at the first level, encountering a third-level fire magical beast was utterly unreasonable. With heavy footsteps, the fire spirit Mastiff approached the biological vehicle, sniffed it, and then crushed it into a disc with a single paw. After completing this act, it raised its head to inhale the air. Gradually, the fire spirit beast followed the scent, fixing its gaze upon the China World Trade Center. As the fire spirit Mastiff directed its attention this way, Fang Hao had already taken Xiaohua upstairs. Once the fire spirit Mastiff pinpointed the source of the scent, it let out a thunderous roar. With a ferocious bellow, it charged towards the entrance of the China World Trade Center. With a resounding crash, the fire spirit Mastiff smashed through the glass doors, its massive head poking inside the building. It could distinctly detect Fang Hao's scent. The rich aroma of human blood unmistakably marked him. The fire spirit Mastiff roared once more, its colossal form pushing recklessly into the building. Meanwhile, Fang Hao, who had sprinted to the 7th floor, hurriedly pulled Xiaohua into an outdoor equipment store. They both held their breath, afraid to make a sound. The roar reverberated throughout the entire building, and Fang Hao could clearly sense the fury intertwined within that growl. After half an hour, the roaring persisted. The tension that had enveloped both Fang Hao and Xiaohua began to dissipate as they realized that the fire spirit Mastiff had been howling for half an hour without ascending. Curiosity piqued, Fang Hao crouched down and cautiously approached the railing to peer below. Upon seeing the sight, he couldn't help but laugh. This dim-witted beast had managed to trap itself against the load-bearing column at the entrance. How utterly foolish. With such limited intelligence, it still dared to hunt him. Was it overindulging in fertilizer? Fang Hao clutched his stomach in laughter. The fire spirit Mastiff, entangled at the doorway, lifted its gaze and immediately spotted the human responsible for the slaughter of its kin, erupting into a furious howl. "Why don't you come up here, you fool?" Fang Hao taunted, gesturing rudely at the fire spirit Mastiff. Enraged by the proximity of the human it could not reach, the fire spirit Mastiff's body began to radiate heat. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at Fang Hao, who was at the railing on the 7th floor. As the fiery tongues surged towards him, Fang Hao swiftly retreated, all the while taking the opportunity to hurl insults. "What are you, a flaming Qilin?" However, after evading the flames, Fang Hao waited for a considerable time, yet the fiery assault did not reach him. Cautiously, he approached to investigate. At this sight, Fang Hao's laughter became uncontrollable. He observed as the fire spirit Mastiff unleashed a torrent of flames, which, upon reaching approximately the 4th floor, suddenly lost momentum and plummeted straight downwards. Even more absurdly, these flames fell around the fire spirit Mastiff, igniting a fierce blaze. "You're simply too short. Suffering from kidney deficiency, my brother. It's time for some supplementation." Fang Hao relished the opportunity for mockery, finding satisfaction in his verbal jabs since he could not overcome the beast. Chapter 19. Ascending 2 levels on a desolate street not far from the fire station in the northern part of the university town, Tong Liang cautiously walked alongside his subordinate clad in black. "Black 7, where are we headed?" Tong Liang inquired timidly, trailing behind. The captain's initial plan was to return to Kyoto directly after rescuing the young master. However, with only myself remaining, I fear I lack the strength to protect him. Thus, we must now implement the second plan prepared by the master prior to our arrival in Z City, Black 7 stated expressionlessly. "The second plan? To seek support from the forces allied with the Tong family, leveraging their power to escort the young master back to Kyoto," he continued. "Does our Tong family have any influence in Z City?" Tong Liang couldn't help but ask. Black 7 fixed his gaze on a tall building adjacent to the fire station and replied solemnly, "Indeed. Long Hongi of Z City." Long Hongi. Tong Liang was taken aback, realizing that the renowned Long Hongi of Z City was, in fact, affiliated with their Tong family. A saying circulated in Z City: "The city is divided into 2 halves, 1 horse and 2 dragons. The horse refers to Ma Wu, known as the Horse King, while the 2 dragons denote Long Hongi, referred to as Dragon Second Master." Tong Liang gazed towards the university town, his eyes filled with malice. "Fang Hao, just wait. Soon you will comprehend how foolish it is to offend me, Tong Liang." Meanwhile, while Fang Hao continued to mock the fire spirit Mastiff, Chu Chantian and his companions had already arrived on the street leading to the supermarket. Observing the still-drying blood on the ground, Chu Chantian cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Erdan dipped his hand into the blood and sniffed it, then remarked, "Squad leader, the battle lasted no more than an hour." Chu Chantian nodded and said, You and Cobra need not scout ahead anymore. We have entered the university town, which poses dangers rivaling that of the zoo. Stay vigilant. The group nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the direction of Z University. Fang Hao had been incessantly berating for nearly half an hour, while the fire spirit mastiff had been roaring for just as long, and the flames had been ablaze for almost the same duration. Within this half hour, the fire spirit mastiff had unleashed flames 5 times. After the 5th fiery exhalation, the roars abruptly ceased. Initially, he wondered if the fire spirit mastiff had perished from its own flames. Upon utilizing a probing technique, he discovered the truth. It had exhausted its spiritual energy. Instantly, Fang Hao felt a surge of delight. Observing the fire spirit mastiff with its eyes closed and recuperating its spiritual energy, Fang Hao's eyes narrowed. The situation was evidently clear. The fire spirit mastiff was now fatigued, and he and Xiao Hua could escape at any moment. However, fleeing in such a manner was certainly not in Fang Hao's character. Having been pursued so relentlessly and having suffered the misfortune of having his biological vehicle crushed by that creature, he faced significant losses, both material and psychological. Moreover, it had recently dawned upon him why the fire spirit mastiff was chasing him. Before the apocalypse, the fire spirit mastiff had been a Tibetan mastiff, a dog renowned for its exceptional sense of smell. It was evident that this creature tracked him by scent, and he could not help but recall the 14 canine spirit beasts he had slaughtered at the supermarket. Furthermore, with such a terrifying sense of smell, what guarantee did he have that he could escape again? The thought of having such a formidable entity watching him incessantly sent shivers down his spine. Thus, in the end, Fang Hao made a resolute decision. He would fight. Unless one dares to take a risk, they can never ascertain their true limits. He had long coveted the fire-based skills possessed by the fire spirit mastiff. Fang Hao activated the system and began his calculations. The smelting of the 14 canine spirit beasts had long been completed, yielding him 14 grade 0 spirit crystals, 14 pieces of spirit beast pelts, 14 night vision skill pills, 140 spirit blood pills, and 30 human pills. If he utilized all the spirit crystals and spirit blood pills, he could barely elevate himself to level San. But his weapon would remain inadequately upgraded. Without sufficient weaponry, he could not inflict any damage upon the beast. Momentarily, Fang Hao found himself in a quandary. However, it seemed that no better alternative existed except to flee. Of course, that was out of the question. Ultimately, Fang Hao gritted his teeth, retrieved all the human pills, and returned to the outdoor supply store. Little flower, I have something delicious for you. Open wide. Regardless of the outcome against the fire spirit mastiff, converting resources into strength was undeniably the most reliable strategy. Enhancing both his own and Little Flower's power was never a misguided endeavor. A total of 135 human pills were consumed in one gulp by Little Flower, who then laid down to begin her digestion. With Little Flower taken care of, Fang Hao turned to his own upgrade. He converted all the spirit crystals into spiritual energy. With a command, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Acquired 300 points of spiritual energy. Next, he swallowed all the spirit blood pills, 205 in total. Ding. Acquired 410 points of spiritual energy. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a deep voice. Upgrade. As the command was issued, the familiar warm current enveloped him once more. Without indulging in the intoxicating sensation, he commanded again. Upgrade. The warm flow surged through Fang Hao's body, visibly enhancing his physique as he ascended 2 levels, this time with even greater intensity. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Fang Hao clenched his fists, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. Although he had been formidable before, he now felt capable of effortlessly defeating 10 of his former self. This was the essence of upgrading. This was true power. Host. Fang Hao Constitution. 40 points Strength. 40 points Speed. 40 points Spirit. 40 points Technique. Divine Forging Art. 0800. Skills. Detection. Night Vision. Spider Sense. Thunderblade Technique. Intermediate Stealth. Intermediate Assassination. Mastery of Driving Equipment. Spiderblade. 1000 Threads Garment. Biological Vehicle. Damaged. Spiritual Power. 118. Fang Hao surveyed his attributes, nodding in satisfaction at their balanced nature, a clear advantage bestowed by the system. However, despite this equilibrium, he recognized a gap between his current strength and that of the fire spirit mastiff. Observing his remaining 118 points of spiritual power, he pondered the possibility of synthesizing equipment once more, albeit limited to crafting an item of the law tier. Would such an item truly prove advantageous against the fire spirit mastiff? Doubts began to creep in. Yet he reasoned that any enhancement of power was preferable to letting the points languish in his inventory. Opening the furnace, Fang Hao cast the spider blade within, followed by the horn of a stag beetle and the claws of 4 cats. Synthesize, he commanded, and the familiar countdown appeared on the furnace. 10 minutes. Seizing this opportunity, he glanced toward the advancing little flower, reassured by the increasing aura emanating from her. Stealthily, he approached the fence to observe the fire spirit mastiff, which appeared wholly focused on replenishing its spiritual energy. Employing his detection skill, he confirmed the rapid recovery. This could not be allowed to continue. Without hesitation, Fang Hao unleashed a torrent of invective, hurling insults while spitting towards the beast. Every crude phrase that came to mind flowed forth. As anticipated, the fire spirit mastiff was once again incensed. With a mighty roar, its fiery maw opened wide, releasing a scorching tongue of flame. Yet, alas, it fell short. Chapter 20. Atoning for humiliation. Ha! You foolish creature. Let your fervent flames intensify. The sight of the fire spirit mastiff, consumed by rage and yearning to reduce him to ash, elicited a wry smile from Fang Hao. Truly, the heavens are just. Fortunately, these beasts possessed little intelligence. Otherwise, humanity would find itself in dire straits. He even discerned that the fire spirit mastiff's intellect had regressed since the apocalypse. Its 60 points of spirit serving merely as a facade. Ding. Acquired Spider Hornblade X1. The long-awaited notification from the system rang out, prompting Fang Hao to eagerly inspect his inventory. Spider Hornblade, a modern knife inspired by various components of spiritual beasts. Tier, Law Equipment, Upgradable. Attributes, Physical Attack 40 points. Special Attribute 1. Poison. Upon striking a target, the target enters a poison state, lasting 6 minutes with damage of 10 points per minute. Trigger time, once every half hour. Special Attribute 2. Defense Break, can breach defenses not exceeding twice the physical attack value of the equipment. Trigger time, Passive Skill, Unlimited, in awe of the new equipment's attributes. Fang Hao could not contain his elation, erupting in exclamations of joy. A stroke of genius. A timely boon. As if blessed by divine intervention. You shall not escape. At this moment, Fang Hao found himself at a loss for words to express his emotions. The simple phrase breaking defense brought him more exhilaration than a cold ice cream on a sweltering day. With a surge of focus, a long blade emanating a dark green hue manifested in Fang Hao's grasp. Its length and width remained unchanged, but its color had shifted, and the edge transformed into a serrated blade, making it feel akin to wielding a saw. Although its appearance was somewhat peculiar, Fang Hao understood that its power was far beyond mere oddity. The unique attributes of breaking defense and toxicity were its true arsenal for reaping lives. Just then, a cat's meow resonated from behind him. Fang Hao realized that Xiao Hua had successfully leveled up. Turning around, he was taken aback. What was happening? Had it shrunk? Wasn't leveling up supposed to make one larger? The once small creature, now a cat only slightly smaller than a golden retriever, sported clearer yellow stripes on its body. Setting aside its size, the current Xiao Hua bore a striking resemblance to a tiger. Fang Hao promptly opened Xiao Hua's attributes panel for inspection. Spirit Beast, Xiao Hua, Swift Shadow Cat. Health, 700 points level. Tier Spirit Beast Strength, 50 points Speed, 80 points Spirit, 60 points Mana, 280 points Skills, Swift Shadow. Night Vision, Dynamic Vision, Pounce. Charge upon observing the changes in Xiao Hua's attributes. Fang Hao couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. A creature is a creature. This was utterly unreasonable. He had to toil endlessly to reach level 3, while a spirit beast could level up merely by devouring a few individuals. Admittedly, he felt a twinge of jealousy. However, beyond jealousy, his curiosity was piqued by Xiao Hua's soul-altered skill, Swift Shadow. Swift Shadow, speed reaches unprecedented heights, breaking the sound barrier, rendering it visually undetectable. Activation time, based on usage frequency, consumes mana. Damn, can the system even function properly? Breaking the sound barrier. What does that imply? This meant that should Xiao Hua wish to slay him, he would have no chance to resist. Instantaneous death. Fang Hao gasped, feeling a sense of security wash over him. Xiao Hua, target that foolish dog downstairs. Let's go? Fang Hao twirled the blade in his hand and commanded sharply. Meow? Xiao Hua responded, a flicker of ferocity glinting in her eyes. The foolish dog that frightened her to the point of trembling would forever bear the stain of shame in her feline life. The only course of action was to use her life to atone for the sin of offending the cat lord. Kill. With a shared low growl, man and cat leaped from the 7th floor. Outside the Guomao building, Chu Changtian and his companions paused. Upon spotting the fiery spirit mastiff, only its hind half visible, their pupils involuntarily constricted. Conceal. Chu Changtian signaled, and they swiftly darted towards the adjacent building. At that moment, a low growl and a cat's meow echoed simultaneously. There were people within that building, and they were battling the terrifying beast. As Chu Changtian sprinted forward, he could not help but glance back at the China World Trade Center, his eyes filled with a grave intensity. Simultaneously, A sense of curiosity enveloped him. What kind of formidable being was he battling against such a terrifying colossal creature? Roar! Just as Chu Chantian and his companions managed to evade, they were met with the thunderous roar of the fire spirit mastiff, a sound that resonated like thunder in their ears. They readied themselves for a hasty retreat. Chu Chantian fixed his gaze on the China World Trade Center, speaking in a low voice. His companions nodded in agreement. At the moment when Feng Hao and Xiao Hua leaped from the lower floor, the fire spirit mastiff had already detected their presence. It was furious. It could not comprehend the audacity of these two insignificant beings, daring to charge at it. It was a king. The dignity of a king was inviolable. However, it was unaware that there was something even more infuriating lurking behind. Just as Feng Hao was about to land, he suddenly retracted the spider blade. A swift strike landed upon the fire spirit mastiff's nose, targeting its vital point. As long as it was a dog, its nose was a weakness. Sizzle. The blade sliced through, leaving the dog's nose torn and bloodied. The serrated edge had taken away a significant portion of flesh. Roar. The fire spirit mastiff howled in agony, its body thrashing with fierce desperation. With its powerful struggles, the glass windows above the entrance of the China World Trade Center shattered. Feng Hao, with a stoic expression, sheathed his blade and stepped onto the head of the fire spirit mastiff, using the momentum to evade the falling shards of glass. At this moment, the opportunistic Xiao Hua launched her attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds echoed, and in the blink of an eye, one of the fire spirit mastiff's eyes was gone. Roar, roar. The creature shrieked in torment. The damage inflicted by the loss of its eye far surpassed the mere flesh wound on its nose. When Feng Hao glanced at Xiao Hua, he found her nonchalantly licking the blood from her paws, as if the chaos had nothing to do with her. Wow, how impressive. Feng Hao felt a twinge of envy. In a fit of pain with nowhere to vent, the fire spirit mastiff unleashed unimaginable strength. Suddenly, the entire China World Trade Center began to tremble. Feng Hao's gaze sharpened. He understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. Time was of the essence, a truth more evident than any other. He called out sharply, Xiao Hua. Let us finish it. Once again, man and cat charged forward. This time, Xiao Hua aimed for the fire spirit mastiff's other eye, while Feng Hao targeted the creature's neck, caught against a load-bearing pillar. As Feng Hao surged toward its neck, the fire spirit mastiff opened its mouth in a futile attempt to block the attack. However, the ever-watchful Xiao Hua would not allow it to succeed. Shadow strike. The air was filled with the sound of slicing. Blood erupted once more. Unsurprisingly, the fire spirit mastiff's other eye was swallowed by Xiao Hua. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Hao approached the creature's neck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swift strikes landed upon the tender flesh of its neck. After the third cut, Feng Hao's actions did not cease. I thrust again. I will keep thrusting, whether or not it struck the carotid artery. Feng Hao relentlessly attacked the soft flesh with the spider blade. 2 full minutes passed. The roar of the fire spirit hound ceased. And only then did Feng Hao realize that the battle had concluded. Upon witnessing the gruesomely torn neck, he collapsed onto the massive head of the dog. Victory. Chapter 21. The name of the state is ineffectual. After resting for a few minutes, Feng Hao grinned foolishly, beginning to doubt whether he had been favored by the goddess of fortune. Although this encounter appeared perilous, in the end, it seemed akin to a mere gift of life. He silently intoned, collect. The enormous fire spirit hound vanished in an instant at the entrance of the International Trade Center. Refinement. The countdown reappeared, set for half an hour. The thought of acquiring fire-based skills in just half an hour made Feng Hao's excitement surge. As a young man, who does not harbor dreams of heroism, who has not fantasized about wielding the power to reshape the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture. Now all of this was no longer a fantasy. Everything was within reach. However, upon inadvertently catching sight of the little flower licking its paws, his expression darkened. The fire-based skills seemed utterly futile in the face of the little flower's swift shadows. Concealed in the building across the street, Chu Chantian and his companions felt their hearts race with trepidation upon hearing the roar of the fire spirit hound, bracing themselves for flight. Who could be inside that building? The group was engulfed in confusion. Yet, before they could react, the roar abruptly ceased. What followed was a scene that filled them with dread. The colossal beast had vanished. Though Tai Hua and his comrades were the mightiest soldiers of the Dragon Nation, their psychological fortitude impeccable, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines at such an unfathomable occurrence. Captain, did you see that? Tai Hua asked, his voice trembling. Chu Chantian took a deep breath and replied solemnly, I saw it. On the surface, Chu Chantian, the strongest soldier of the Crimson Dragon, appeared unfazed. Yet his heart was far from tranquil. As the highest commander of this small team, while others might falter, he could not afford to. A slight misstep could cost not only their lives, but potentially the very hope of the entire dragon nation. At that moment, a big boy clad in a windbreaker, wielding a strangely shaped knife over his shoulder, emerged from the building. However, when they spotted the little flower trailing behind the boy, their fear became unmistakable. Someone could command a monster. Even Chu Chantian, so composed, couldn't help but pale slightly, just as Fang Hao stepped out of the International Trade Center. Preparing to glance at his beloved car, his gaze suddenly turned icy as he fixated on the building across the street, commanding, "Come out." Seconds passed without a response. Fang Hao snorted coldly, "Come out, or do not blame me for being impolite." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the little flower vanished, only to reappear before Chu Chantian and his companions. The sudden appearance of the monstrous figure before Chu Chantian and his companions sent chills of terror coursing through their veins. An enemy attack. Chu Chantian exclaimed in alarm, prompting everyone to grip their combat knives tightly and adopt defensive stances. Xiaohua's eyes glinted with ferocity as he advanced step by step towards Chu Chantian and his group. Iron Boy's face bore a sorrowful expression as he tremulously spoke, "Squad leader, we can all perish, but you must not. You are the sole hope of our Red Dragon. The battalion leader is no more. The Red Dragon cannot afford to lose you. We will hold this monster off. You must run." Upon hearing Iron Boy's words, the others nodded vigorously in agreement. Having enlisted at 18 and joined the Red Dragon at 20, Chu Chantian had never once considered desertion in his 7 years of service. He had never retreated without a fight, nor did he have a habit of abandoning his comrades. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Squad leader, do not speak of such despair. Perhaps that individual does not intend to harm us. Stay still and do not provoke this creature." As they watched Xiaohua inch closer, the hearts of the seven swelled with dread. This monster was clearly far beyond the mere rodents they had previously encountered. Resistance would surely lead to death, and there was no chance of survival without confrontation. The agonizing wait for death was a torment in itself. Chu Chantian could only pray that the stranger harbored no intentions of slaughtering them. Otherwise, the Red Dragon would indeed become a relic of the past. "Enough, Xiaohua." At that moment, a voice pierced through the tension. The seven breathed a collective sigh of relief. Having wagered correctly, the stranger indeed bore no murderous intent. As the words echoed, a tall young man clad in a tactical jacket approached them with a leisurely gait. A soldier. The familiar camouflage attire was all too recognizable to Fang Hao, a true son of the Dragon Kingdom. Once upon a time, he had dreamed of serving his country, ensuring internal peace and vanquishing foreign foes. However, all of those aspirations had crumbled the moment that girl leapt from the building 4 years ago. The notion of nationhood. He had long since lost faith in it. "What are you?" Fang Hao asked, feigning ignorance. "No comment," Chu Chantian replied in a low voice. Fang Hao chuckled lightly. Casting an appraising glance at Chu Chantian, he had character. Nevertheless, even without Chu Chantian's words, Fang Hao could surmise much. The ability to remain composed in the face of Xiaohua's intimidation spoke volumes about their caliber, far beyond that of ordinary soldiers. Yet, since the other party was unwilling to divulge further, he saw no reason to press the matter. Remember, do not spy on others indiscriminately next time. The consequences could be dire. With that, Fang Hao beckoned to Xiaohua and turned to leave. The unexpected restraint left the others taken aback. They had not anticipated that he would refrain from attacking them. However, upon noticing his military attire, they quickly felt reassured. "Squad leader, can we ask him to help escort Dr. Du?" Iron Boy whispered. Chu Chantian's gaze shifted restlessly, and after a moment of determination, he dashed after Fang Hao. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him, Fang Hao's lips curled into a smirk of disdain. His auditory senses were extraordinarily acute. He had already comprehended their conversation in its entirety. To attempt to command him in the name of the state was nothing short of a delusion. Suddenly, Chu Chantian rushed over, casting a wary glance at the vigilant Xiaohua, hesitating as he positioned himself nearly 10 meters away from Fang Hao. "What is it?" Fang Hao inquired, his expression betraying no emotion. "I seek your assistance," Chu Chantian replied, gritting his teeth. "Oh." A mocking expression flickered across Fang Hao's face. "In the name of the state?" Chu Chantian was about to nod in affirmation, but upon witnessing the derision in Fang Hao's demeanor, he instantly realized that this approach would be futile. He promptly shook his head and proclaimed, "In the name of our Red Dragon." In a desperate bid to secure Fang Hao's aid, Chu Chantian discarded any pretense of concealing the Red Dragon's designation. If there was even a glimmer of hope for success, perhaps the captain might yet be saved. Red Dragon. Fang Hao's eyes narrowed involuntarily. He had encountered that term before while perusing foreign websites, inadvertently stumbling upon it. The most enigmatic and formidable cadre of soldiers from the Dragon Nation. capable of safeguarding from within and vanquishing foes from without. Yet, did they truly believe they could command him? Absolutely not. However, I have no need for it. Fang Hao retorted coldly. The terms are yours to propose. As long as Red Dragon can deliver. Chu Changtian persisted, unwavering in his gaze towards Fang Hao. Are you certain? A hint of amusement graced Fang Hao's countenance. Absolutely. Very well. If you wish for my assistance, my condition is this. At this juncture, Fang Hao abruptly paused, scrutinizing Chu Changtian, then casting a glance at the other 6 lurking at the doorway. I require you all. We? Chu Changtian was taken aback. He had braced himself for Fang Hao to make exorbitant demands, yet he found himself unprepared for such a request. Fang Hao nodded and stated, I shall aid you in accomplishing your objectives, but the prerequisite is that you become my subordinates. How can you be so selfish? Do you comprehend the immense resources the state expends to cultivate a Red Dragon soldier? As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, your selfishness is incomprehensible. Taiwa could no longer contain himself, charging toward Fang Hao with fervor. Humph. Fang Hao scoffed. I warn you not to speak to me in such a manner. This is the only time I shall permit it. Upon meeting Xiao Hua's fierce gaze, Taiwa's complexion paled. When I needed the state, it was nowhere to be found. What right does the state have to demand anything of me? I have no time to squander with you. So, will you agree or not? Chapter 22. I want you. Fang Hao glanced at Chu Changtian, chuckling softly. Hurry and decide. I must take my leave. Chu Changtian's expression shifted repeatedly. If he acquiesced, it would be tantamount to treason for the 7 of them. However, should he refuse, Xiao Zhan would surely perish. Given their 7-member team, delivering anyone unscathed to Kyoto was nearly impossible. Moreover, they had yet to locate Dr. Du, and his survival remained uncertain. Weighing the pros and cons, Chu Changtian gritted his teeth and declared, I agree. Captain, this is treason. Chu Changtian tightened his fists and turned to gaze sternly at the individuals behind him, speaking in a low voice. Have you considered the captain's fate? Instantly, silence enveloped the group. What was the purpose of the captain's orders to break through? Can any of you elucidate? Perhaps this could be deemed treason. But do you not comprehend that a nation as we knew it may no longer exist? His poignant inquiry about the existence of a nation caused Fang Hao to regard Chu Changtian with newfound respect. For the execution of this task, what sacrifices has the Red Dragon made? Enlighten me, he demanded. Perhaps Dr. Du represents humanity's hope. But what of the lives of we, the Red Dragon? Do they not hold value? He asserted his position. I am the Supreme Commander. I bear responsibility for each of you. Following this declaration, Chu Changtian solemnly saluted Fang Hao, stating, Report. I am Chu Changtian, Captain of the 1st Company of the Red Dragon Special Operations Battalion, holding the rank of Major, reporting to you. Fang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment as several lines of frustration etched across his forehead. He had not anticipated this display from Chu Changtian and awkwardly rubbed his nose. Clearing his throat, he replied, Air at ease. The others, witnessing Chu Changtian's resolve, exchanged glances, a flicker of determination passing between them. They had lived for their country and its people, and even amidst the upheaval, they had not shied away. Now, they, the last embers of the Red Dragon, existed solely for their own survival, carrying the hopes of the entire Red Dragon with them. Captain of the 1st Squad of the Red Dragon Special Operations Team, Taiwa, reporting. Captain of the 2nd Squad, Zheng Tu, reporting. Captain of the Demolition Squad, Bao Xiaobao, reporting. Lieutenant Wang Erden of the Security Platoon, reporting. Logistics Member Qian Tong, reporting. Major Zhang Yan, Commander of the 2nd Company, reporting. All right, enough. This formality is unnecessary here. Remember, from this moment forth, you are no longer soldiers. There are no convoluted rules in my domain, only one expectation, loyalty. Fang Hao's expression turned icy as he surveyed the group, his voice firm. Although he spoke resolutely, he understood that earning the loyalty of these soldiers would not be a simple endeavor. At least for now, the imprint system had shown no response, indicating that time would be required for acclimatization. Time not only reveals the heart, but can also transform it, much like the arrival of the apocalypse itself. Now, share your circumstances, your plans moving forward, and your assigned tasks, Fang Hao said, approaching the bio-vehicle that had been reduced to scrap, inspecting the situation as he spoke leisurely. Report. We will stop. Repeat that. I do not require this formality. Speak to me plainly. Fang Hao interjected with a hint of exasperation. He added, oh, and from now on, address me as boss. And you all, remember this. If you cannot adjust, then you may as well leave. Your inability is tiresome. Yes, boss. The 7 responded in unison. Pleased, Fang Hao nodded. He had no time for extensive ideological education. His instruction was straightforward. Failure to comply meant departure. Boss, Our mission is to locate Dr. Du in City Z and ensure his safe passage to Kyoto, Chu Changtian said solemnly. Fang Hao nodded. Please, share your circumstances. Let me take this one, Taiwa interjected, raising his hand, looking apprehensively at Fang Hao, then glancing at Xiaohua. Go ahead, Fang Hao replied. As soon as he finished speaking, amidst the startled gazes of the others, he stowed away the creature, now flattened into a metallic sheet, into the furnace. Observing their expressions, Fang Hao smiled, choosing silence as the most effective response for certain matters. Taiwa swallowed hard and stammered, boss, I'm a sniper. You can call me Taiwa from now on. He then proceeded to introduce the others one by one. He is our most formidable close combat fighter, known as the Butcher. He is our strongest demolitions expert. You may refer to him as Cannon. He is the squad leader of our Red Dragon's Guard unit, an expert tracker. You can call him Erdan. He is our most proficient firearms specialist and cold weapons expert. You may call him Copper Coin. Lastly, he is our strongest scout, the Cobra, with overall strength ranking second. And this is our unrivaled warrior, the strongest of the Red Dragon, Chu Changtian. Oh, the strongest? I wonder just how powerful your Red Dragon's strongest truly is. Fang Hao mused, scrutinizing Chu Changtian while beckoning him with a gesture. Use your might against me. Let me witness the extent of your strength. Chu Changtian took a deep breath, understanding that Fang Hao was testing him. With sudden force, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging at Fang Hao. The moment Chu Changtian surged, Fang Hao activated his probing technique. Target, Chu Changtian, human, physique, 20 points strength, 20 points speed, 20 points mentality, 20 points skills, stealth, assassination, disguise, military combat, firearms proficiency, driving proficiency. Jungle warfare. Fang Hao chuckled softly, quite impressive. This was the most skilled and highest attribute human he had encountered thus far. Moreover, it was commendable that Chu Changtian's attributes were well balanced. Whoosh. At that moment, a sound of air being sliced through echoed. This was a manifestation of speed reaching its zenith, though it could not compare to Xiaohua's swift shadow. While Chu Changtian was fast, in Fang Hao's eyes, he was not much faster than a snail. Just as Chu Changtian's fist was about to connect with Fang Hao's face, a hand precisely caught his fist. Chu Changtian's expression changed dramatically, disbelief flooding his features. Though he had mentally prepared himself, knowing Fang Hao was formidable, he was taken aback by the extent of his strength. His full-force strike had been effortlessly intercepted. With one hand gripping Chu Changtian's fist, Fang Hao scoffed. Is this what you deem to be the strongest? Not only was Chu Changtian stunned, but the expressions of Taiwa and the others were also filled with incredulity. Their strongest member of the Red Dragon had failed to land even a single blow? Chapter 23. Delivering equipment. Fang Hao effortlessly brushed aside Chu Changtian's punch, then sneered at the group, declaring, remember, everything you once took pride in is utterly insignificant in my presence. The expressions of Taiwa and the others darkened instantaneously. After all, there exists an unspoken rule in combat. One should never strike the face. Fang Hao was clearly intent on provoking them. Chu Changtian, though astonished and incredulous, displayed no further reaction. To him, defeat was merely defeat. There was no shame in losing. It was, in fact, the very catalyst for his progress. What? Are you discontent? Observing the fury etched on Taiwa's face, Fang Hao could not suppress a smirk. Deep down, he understood that earning the loyalty of these soldiers was a futile endeavor. He could not dictate their thoughts. However, there was one thing he could achieve, to compel their respect. With their most cherished achievements, he would vanquish them. He was determined to conquer them thoroughly. Here is your chance. Would you like to face me one by one, or shall you come at me together? As long as you can defeat me, I shall retract my previous statements and assist you in your mission, free of charge. What say you? Fang Hao continued to taunt them. You, the group, their teeth clenched and faces flushed with indignation, felt as though they had suffered the greatest humiliation of their lives. They each clenched their fists, preparing to charge at Fang Hao. Enough. At that moment, Chu Changtian sighed deeply, his expression grave as he stated, we, the Red Dragons, are not individuals who cannot accept defeat. The group halted, shame washing over their faces. Losing to you is nothing to be ashamed of. You are the leader, and your strength surpasses ours, Chu Changtian said, his face betraying no emotion as he regarded Fang Hao. Haha, Fang Hao chuckled, genuinely impressed. Chu Changtian was indeed a remarkable individual. Not only was he the strongest in attributes, but he also possessed an admirable character. Should the imprint subsystem be activated, with appropriate cultivation, he would undoubtedly become an extraordinary expert. All right, I have a general understanding of your situation now. Let us discuss your plans, and I shall see how I can assist you. Fang Hao's smile faded as he transitioned to the matter at hand. We intend to find Dr. Du first. To ascertain whether he is still alive, Chu Changtian replied. Fang Hao nodded, then shook his head. If that is the case, you will have to go ahead without me. I have some matters to attend to and cannot accompany you for the time being. The expressions of Tai Hua and the others soured once more, realizing that despite the time wasted, they would still have to rely on themselves. Chu Changtian's countenance also darkened. Noticing their disheartened expressions, Fang Hao chuckled and continued, however, I can provide you with some items. Provide us with items? Why not just strip down? Remember, it must be everything. Fang Hao pointed at their clothing. Strip. This time, even the composed Chu Changtian could not contain his astonishment. What a joke. A group of grown men. In public. Naked. Please, spare us such humor. Boss, are you serious? Taiwa tentatively inquired. Hurry up. I have matters to attend to. Do not waste my time. Fang Hao replied impatiently. Several individuals exchanged glances, and an indescribable awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Ultimately, the youngest among them, Dan, stealthily glanced at the others before swiftly shedding his combat uniform. Boss, this is my attire. Dan exclaimed, scurrying over to Fang Hao with a grin. Indeed, well done. You have great potential. Fang Hao nodded approvingly, accepting the uniform and promptly consigning it to the furnace. He then tossed in a piece of spirit beast fur, confirming the synthesis. 1 minute passed. The others had grown accustomed to Fang Hao's ability to make items vanish into thin air. However, the sudden disappearance of the uniform left Dan, now devoid of clothing, in a state of distress. Yet, he dared not inquire further, instead gazing at Fang Hao with a forlorn expression. He truly did not wish to remain unclothed. Before long, the fleeting minute elapsed. With a mere thought, the combat uniform reappeared in Fang Hao's hands. He cast a probing spell upon it, and, after reviewing the results, nodded in satisfaction. Spirit Garb Combat Uniform, a product synthesized from spirit beast fur and a specialized combat suit. Level, 0 grade equipment attributes. Physical defense 20 points special attribute. Concealment, masks the wearer's scent. Activation time. Passive skill, no limitations. Put it on, Fang Hao instructed. Handing the uniform back to Dan. Is this really all, boss? Dan queried, eyeing the seemingly unaltered combat uniform with skepticism. Fang Hao smiled knowingly. Recognizing his unspoken question, he took Chu Changtian's military dagger and made a decisive slash across the uniform before tossing the dagger back to Chu Changtian. Dan, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them and felt the undamaged uniform. The Red Dragon's military dagger was forged from the finest alloys in the world, yet it had failed to pierce the fabric. How could this be? He had conducted experiments on it when he first joined the Red Dragon. Do not doubt. This combat uniform is no longer what you once knew, and it possesses the special capability of scent concealment. As for the specifics, you shall understand once you truly pledge your loyalty to me. Upon hearing this, Dan eagerly donned the combat uniform, and the others, shaking off their astonishment, hastily removed their own clothes, clamoring to present them to Fang Hao. In that moment, no one felt that being unclothed in the street was inappropriate. Next, Fang Hao collected the combat uniforms one by one, synthesizing them. Each suit took a minute, and after a few moments, everyone was clad in the newly synthesized uniforms. Their excitement palpable, akin to children who had just discovered a cherished toy. Now, only Chu Changtian remained. Fang Hao beckoned him with a finger. Be quick. Chu Changtian's expression shifted as he found himself in a dilemma. Fang Hao raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Do you need my assistance in undressing? With a clenched jaw, Chu Changtian steeled himself and began to remove his combat uniform. At the moment he stripped off the uniform, Taiwa exclaimed in astonishment, Wow! Squad leader, you are so fair-skinned. Before them stood Chu Changtian, his bare skin as pale as snow, smooth and delicate. Despite being a soldier, his body bore no scars. And had it not been for the presence of his shorts, one might easily mistake him for a woman. Indeed, Changtian, after spending these years together, it's no wonder you preferred to bathe alone. It seems you feared we would feel inferior. The Cobra remarked, envy etched upon his face. Chu Changtian's face flushed, and he shot a fierce glare at Taiwa before gritting his teeth and handing his clothes to Fang Hao. Fang Hao accepted the combat uniform, his expression one of bewilderment. How could a soldier be so fair? Even girls aren't this pale. Chapter 24, arriving at the police station amidst the laughter. Fang Hao's hands did not pause. He swiftly tossed the uniform into the furnace for synthesis with the essence of spirit beasts. Finally, the agonizing minute passed, and Chu Changtian eagerly donned the attire. With this, your safety is assured. We have about an hour until nightfall, so remember, regardless of whether you find anyone or not, you must retreat after 1 hour. Z University is not a place for you to linger, understood? The meeting point remains here, Fang Hao stated, his tone serious as he surveyed the sky. The others nodded solemnly in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Fang Hao led Xiaohua, propelling himself forward with great force. And within moments, they had traversed the congested streets, vanishing from sight. The remaining few, gazing in the direction of Fang Hao's disappearance, wasted no time and sprinted towards Z University. Having crossed the congested thoroughfare, Fang Hao glanced at the looming gates of Z University before continuing southward. The university city precinct was less than a street away. Almost there, Fang Ming pushed his speed to the limit. According to their prior strategy, the blueprint for the biological vehicle must be as robust as possible. The police station was merely the first stop. If they were fortunate enough to find something, it would be splendid. If not, they would have to venture to the main bureau or the armed forces. Failing that, he would need to find a way to reach the Z City military district promptly. Moreover, he harbored another idea awaiting validation. What sparks might ignite from the fusion of modern firearms and the limbs of spirit beasts? The thought alone sent a thrill of anticipation coursing through him. In mere minutes, propelled by his full speed, he reached the police station. On the desolate and deserted police and civilian road, he and Xiaohua came to a steady halt before a conspicuously deep blue entrance. This is the Z City Police Station, University District Branch. Standing at the entrance, despite the distance, Fang Hao could already see the police vehicles haphazardly parked in the courtyard. Clearly, at the onset of the apocalypse, the state of the police station mirrored that of the outside world. The ravaged greenery, shattered glass doors, and toppled landscape lights all bore testament to the ferocity of the initial battle. He observed the darkened, dried bloodstains on the ground and the intact retractable gate. Narrowing his eyes and sharpening his focus, the courtyard lay in ruins, yet the main gate remained unscathed. The peculiarities were far too conspicuous, indeed. It was most bizarre. Without hesitation, he beckoned to Little Flower, and together, the man and the cat strolled towards the police station. Little Flower gracefully leapt over the retractable gate, with Fang Hao closely following. Speaking of Little Flower, one cannot overlook the changes he had inadvertently observed. Ever since Little Flower ascended to a higher level, Fang Hao noted a remarkable enhancement in her intellect. This improvement was not merely significant compared to her previous state. Even when juxtaposed with the fire spirit hound possessing the same 60 points of spirit, the disparity was immense. This left him utterly perplexed. Was it that cats were inherently more intelligent than dogs, or was it the merit of the system at play? Fang Hao could not fathom the truth. However, one thing was certain. If this evolution continued, there would come a day when Little Flower's intelligence could be exceedingly formidable. It might even reach or surpass the standards of normal humanity. If Little Flower could evolve in such a manner, what of the other spirit beasts? The mere thought caused Fang Hao's pupils to constrict. Should spirit beasts evolve to possess intelligence equivalent to that of humans, the fate awaiting humanity would be extinction. Yet, he could not help but shake his head, promptly dismissing this conjecture. Firstly, while the evolution of spirit beasts was inevitable, it could not be an endless process. There must be limits. This conclusion applies to all living beings in nature. This boundary could stem from the inherent limitations of the spirit beasts or the resources required for their evolution. What if humanity were to perish before they reached their ideal state? Would evolution be forcibly halted? Would they turn against one another? Would they resort to cannibalism? Concurrently, he pondered, if spirit beasts could evolve, why could humanity not? Was it a matter of timing, or had humanity already reached its pinnacle? And what of that strange, multicolored mist? In an instant, Fang Hao's thoughts spiraled, bordering on the absurd. Shaking his head, he endeavored to regain his composure. A wry smile crossed his lips. He realized he was overthinking. Just an hour ago, he had been fleeing in disarray from the fire spirit hound. This was hardly the time for such contemplations. Perhaps, when he had attained a certain level of strength, he would be worthy of exploring these questions. The police cars in the courtyard barely caught his eye. He held no interest in them whatsoever. Even if they were biologically synthesized vehicles, they likely paled in comparison to their predecessors. Little Flower was the first to enter the police station's lobby, where shattered glass littered the floor. As Fang Hao stepped on the shards, they crunched beneath his feet. The entire building exuded an eerie silence, steeped in an unsettling tension. Fang Hao, possessing both skill and audacity, coupled with Little Flower's seamless cooperation, felt confident that even spirit beasts of a higher level would pose no challenge. He glanced at the layout of the lobby. In the absence of suitable vehicles, his primary objective was, of course, to secure firearms and defensive equipment. The armory is located at the end of the left corridor on the first floor. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Hao deduced, based on the scenarios he had observed in previous crime films, that the key to the armory would either be in the duty room or in the logistics office. Having determined the potential locations, he and his feline companion promptly made their way to the first office on the right. Upon turning the corner, they discovered the door to the duty room wide open. Inside, chaos reigned. Documents lay scattered across the floor, devoid of bloodstains or signs of struggle. Fang Hao conducted a thorough search, but found no key, nor even a single baton. Next, they headed to the logistics office. Exiting the duty room, they made their way swiftly to the logistics office on the second floor. Situated at the far end of the right side on the second floor, Fang Hao arrived at the door and sighed with relief. It remained intact, offering a glimmer of hope. With a flick of his wrist, the spider blade materialized in his hand. Without exerting much force, he gently prodded the keyhole, and with a satisfying click, the door swung open. 10 minutes later, with a grim expression, Fang Hao reappeared on the first floor. The seemingly intact logistics office yielded no key. He had contemplated forcibly opening the armory door, but upon noticing the explosive warning marked on the steel door, his determination waned. After all, he was not invulnerable. Sighing in disappointment, he cast a lingering glance at the gleaming armory door before turning to leave. Chapter 25. Surrounded by the bureau, having found nothing in the office building. Hopes for other locations were even dimmer. The entire precinct was quite small, comprising only a row of garages, a dormitory building, and a cafeteria. With no success in the main building, Fang Hao had lost all desire to inspect the remaining 3 places. He sighed softly, preparing to depart for his next destination, the arm department. Just as he approached the exit, a flicker of movement caught his eye. Behind the garage lay a deep opening, the underground parking lot. Fang Hao's spirits lifted as he dashed toward the garage. Previously, due to his angle and habitual thinking, he had overlooked the existence of this underground parking lot upon entering the precinct. A delightful surprise. Standing at the entrance of the underground passage, he peered inside. At this moment, Z-City was plunged into a state of water and power outage. The dark, cavernous parking lot resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, instilling a primal fear deep within. Yet, the surrounding darkness posed no obstacle for Fang Hao, whose vision was enhanced by both visual acuity and night vision skills. In such an environment, it felt as bright as day. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the spider blade and slowly stepped into the underground parking lot. His feline companion, Xiaohua, remained steadfastly at his heels, now imbued with intelligence, aware that it must protect its master in such circumstances. Although visibility was unhindered, as Fang Hao delved deeper, an involuntary tension gripped his mind. This was the end of the world. It was not a game of hide and seek. Although his attributes had significantly improved, Fang Hao, acutely aware of the terrifying nature of spirit beasts, dared not let his guard down. He understood better than anyone how arduous survival could be. He cherished his life dearly. Time trickled by, and as dusk approached, Fang Hao and Xiaohua, the human and cat duo, traversed the narrow passageway of less than 30 meters for nearly 5 minutes before reaching its end. Stepping out of the passage, Fang Hao's vision expanded into a vast expanse. Before him lay a parking lot exceeding 500 square meters, enclosed with only a few scant ventilation openings. Even as he entered the parking lot, Fang Hao remained vigilant. However, upon spotting 4 police armored vehicles parked neatly at the far end, his tense demeanor relaxed, and a look of sheer joy spread across his face. Eureka! Ha! The man and cat hurried towards the armored vehicles. With their dark paint, rugged wheels, angular bodies, equipped with firing ports, cameras, and searchlights, Fang Hao caressed the armored vehicles, his expression one of obsession. This was the blueprint he had longed for. He could already envision the terrifying monstrosities that could be created by merging these 4 steel beasts into a biological vehicle. Without further hesitation, he activated the furnace and began to absorb the armored vehicles one by one. Yet, when he attempted to absorb the last armored vehicle, he noticed 3 deep scratches that nearly penetrated the steel plating. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened as he examined the vehicle. Peering through the window, he was shocked to discover a body inside. More precisely, it was a corpse, clad in a police uniform. The lifeless figure bore a pale complexion, bulging eyes, and a look of terror etched upon its face. With just a glance, Fang Hao concluded that the individual had died of fright. Nonetheless, he wasted no time. He opened the door, discarded the body, and swiftly absorbed the armored vehicle into the furnace. He had no time to squander on a corpse. Before nightfall, he needed to rendezvous with Chu Changtian and the others and find a suitable place to spend the night. In the apocalypse, even Fang Hao dared not venture out at night. More critically, the scratches on the armored vehicle were clearly not inflicted by a 0-level spirit beast. This was not a place to linger. Consider the few centimeters of special steel plating that were almost penetrated. What kind of damage could cause that? While a group of 0-level spirit beasts might be manageable, if he were to be ambushed by 1st or even 2nd-level spirit beasts in this vicinity, especially near the precinct or university town at night, the consequences were unthinkable. Having completed his tasks, the man and cat hastily made their way outside. Fortunately, during this time, neither the spider sense nor Xiaohua reacted. As they approached the exit of the underground parking lot, a sudden bark echoed through the air. Woof! Fang Hao's expression remained impassive, as if he had not heard, and he quickened his pace toward the exit. Just as he emerged from the underground passage, he spotted a pack of canine spirit beasts charging towards him. Police dogs. 20. An abundance indeed. All of them are first-tier spirit beasts. Although there are no second or third-tier beasts among them, the sheer number of 21st-tier spirit beasts is not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, the absence of higher-tier beasts is somewhat of a silver lining. Fang Hao's expression turned grave. He knew a fierce battle was imminent. As he observed the encroaching pack of canine spirit beasts, he called out, "Xiaohua, prepare for battle." Meow. Xiaohua responded with a cry. Leaping gracefully to stand before Fang Hao, her eyes glinting with ferocity as she fixed her gaze upon the gathering canine beasts. "Attack!" Fang Hao shouted, brandishing his blade and charging forth. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, and blood spattered. A canine spirit beast let out a horrific cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As the skirmish intensified, Fang Hao distinctly felt himself growing more adept in combat. Engaging in battle with one's life at stake truly accelerates one's growth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each strike and parry, several more canine spirit beasts fell without exception. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. Roar! As Fang Hao deftly maneuvered, harvesting the canine beasts, he suddenly found his movements halted. Nearly caught off guard by one of the beasts. After puncturing a canine spirit beast with her claw, Xiaohua leaped back to Fang Hao's side. The duo's eyes locked onto the source of the roar, their expressions laden with apprehension. A fourth-tier spirit beast. With the roar reverberating, a colossal creature, roughly the size of a fire spirit mastiff with fur of a brownish-gray hue, emerged slowly from behind the office building. Its sharp fangs protruded like those of an ancient saber-toothed tiger. Thud! Thud! The terrifying behemoth charged directly towards Fang Hao and Xiaohua. Upon hearing the beast's roar, the surrounding canine spirit beasts hesitated and began to retreat, as if welcoming their sovereign. Detection spell. Target, Silver Moon Wolf Life. 600 points level, 4th tier spirit beast strength, 70 points speed, 60 points spirit, 80 points spirit power, 400 points skills, night vision, domination. Bloodthirst. Active skill, doubles attributes upon activation. Trigger time, unlimited. Skill duration depends on spirit power. Damn, how on earth am I supposed to fight this? Upon witnessing the Silver Moon Wolf's skills, Fang Hao felt a surge of frustration. This was no longer a matter of whether he, Fang Hao, wanted to engage. This terrifying creature would not let him escape. The activation of its skill doubled its attributes. What does that imply? It meant he would have to contend with a 4th-tier spirit beast whose attributes surpassed his own by more than double. What on earth has this creature been consuming to grow so formidable? A chill crept over Fang Hao, though the 4th-tier attributes might be temporary. Even for just 1 minute or 30 seconds, it could effortlessly obliterate him. Is there even a need to fight? Fang Hao tightened his grip on the spider fang blade, his mind racing to devise a myriad of strategies to navigate this dire predicament. Roar! The Silver Moon Wolf approached without haste to attack, merely glaring with its crimson beastly eyes and roaring at Xiaohua. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Xiaohua's hind legs gradually stiffened, poised to protect her master at any moment. With the presence of Shadow Step, the Silver Moon Wolf, despite its enhanced attributes, could not inflict harm upon her. However, it understood that while it could flee, its master could not escape. As a high-level spirit beast, the Silver Moon Wolf sensed Xiaohua's extraordinary nature upon their first encounter. She was an entity of equal standing. Yet, what incensed it was that a fellow beast like Xiaohua would choose to defend a mere food source. This was a flagrant affront to the dignity of beasts. Watching the Silver Moon Wolf roar at Xiaohua without attacking, Fang Hao narrowed his eyes. This creature was evidently far more intelligent than the Fire Spirit Mastiff. For humanity, this was indeed a disquieting revelation. With the support of the subsystem, Fang Hao had no worries that Xiaohua would abandon him. The Silver Moon Wolf could not slay Xiaohua, who bore Shadow Step. Nor could she confront the Silver Moon Wolf head-on. However, Fang Hao distinctly sensed the Silver Moon Wolf's trepidation towards Xiaohua, interspersed with boundless rage. At this juncture, a plan formed in Fang Hao's mind. There were 13 canine spirit beasts present, which meant a total of 20 spirit crystals could bestow upon him 400 points of spiritual power. Additionally, considering that each canine spirit beast could provide an average of 10 blood spirit pills that equated to precisely 800 points of spiritual power, sufficient for an upgrade. Faced with the current predicament, he resolved to fight. After upgrading, Even if he were to be outmatched, escaping would pose no issue. Xiaohua, can you understand me? Fang Hao whispered. Meow, Xiaohua responded softly. Can you stall it for a moment? I need some time. Fang Hao glanced at the furnace, noting the time. The refining of the fire spirit mastiff was nearing its conclusion. Less than a minute remained. Thus, his plan was set into motion. Meow. Xiaohua mewed before vanishing in a flash, only to reappear before the silver moon wolf. Swish. 3 silver streaks cut through the air, blood splattering. Roar. The silver moon wolf howled, opening its gaping maw to bite at Xiaohua. After delivering a claw strike, she vanished once more. The wolf snapped at nothing but air. Xiaohua re-emerged, now at the entrance of the office building. Roar. The silver moon wolf charged at Xiaohua, as if to say, you wretch. How dare you harm me? Seeing his plan succeed, a cold glint flashed in Fang Hao's eyes, and he surged towards the pack of canine spirit beasts like a cannonball. Die. Whoosh. Brilliant flashes erupted as he engaged them, overpowering them entirely, an absolute massacre. The canine spirit beasts fell one after another, as if they were wheat being harvested. In less than a minute, all 13 spirit beasts lay lifeless. Fang Hao paid no heed to the blood splattered on his face as he began to examine the furnace. Just then, the familiar sound of the system notification chimed. Ding. Acquired Fire Spirit Mastiff Hide X1. Acquired a Fire Attribute Level Spirit Crystal X1. Obtained Skill Pill, Fire Control X1. Acquired Skill Pill, Heavy Pressure X1. Obtained Skill Pill, King S Might X1. Acquired Spirit Blood Pill X40. Acquired Fire Spirit Mastiff Skeleton X1. Fang Hao, disregarding the newfound treasures, issued a command to gather all the canine spirit beasts into the furnace. Refine. The countdown commenced. 1 hour. Oh no, I completely forgot about this. Fang Hao's face turned pale, filled with self-reproach. He had neglected the refining time. What should I do? As he watched Xiaohua's dodging become increasingly sluggish, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He could not resign himself to perish in such a manner. Yet, the silver moon wolf with its doubled attributes was far beyond his current capabilities to confront. Meow. At that moment, Xiaohua let out a piercing scream. Fang Hao's expression froze, then morphed into a mask of fury. How dare you harm it? I will make you pay with your life. Without a second thought, he brandished the spider fang blade and charged towards the office building. Xiaohua lay on the ground, blood frothing from its mouth, a clear indentation visible on its back. Watching Xiaohua spitting blood, Fang Hao's eyes turned crimson with rage. Kill. Zing. The spider fang blade's piercing attribute activated instantly, carving away a large swath of flesh from the silver moon wolf's abdomen. Roar. The silver moon wolf, in agony, swiped a paw towards Fang Hao. He deftly evaded, leaping sideways to the other side of the wolf's abdomen, delivering another strike before swiftly retreating. After several minutes of this dance of death, the silver moon wolf was riddled with wounds, its body drenched in crimson. Yet, it had not managed to land a single blow on Fang Hao, who had driven it to the brink of fury. Roar. With a deafening bellow, a red glow enveloped its body, radiating a terrifying aura. Skill Bloodlust. Level 4. Fang Hao's pupils dilated. Before he could react, a flash of silver light surged forth. His body was propelled backward. So fast, almost imperceptible. Fang Hao lay on the ground, blood bubbling from his mouth, struggling to rise and continue the fight. Alas, he had shattered countless bones and found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, silver light flashed again. Fang Hao glanced at Xiaohua, who lay nearby, and a bitter smile crept across his face. Am I to perish? Forgive me, Xiaohua. I have brought this upon you. My greed has doomed us. Forgive me. Perhaps we shall meet again in another life. With that, Fang Hao slowly closed his eyes, feeling that this may truly be the end. Whoosh. Just as the silver moon wolf was about to strike Fang Hao, Xiaohua, previously lying on the ground, suddenly illuminated with vigor, leaping up from the ground and charging towards the wolf's paw, aimed at Fang Hao. Bang! Xiaohua intercepted the blow with its own body for Fang Hao. Flying through the air, Xiaohua gazed at Fang Hao with unwavering devotion, its eyes gradually losing focus. At that moment, a heavy thud echoed as something fell to the ground. Having resigned himself to his fate, Fang Hao was suddenly jolted by a violent impact. Realizing he was still alive, and he could not help but open his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he beheld the small flower flying away. No. Tears streamed down Fang Hao's face uncontrollably, and he wept bitterly. Throughout 20 years of enduring countless grievances, he had never shed a tear. For years ago, when that girl passed away, he remained stoic. Yet now, Fang Hao cried like a child who had lost a loved one. Chapter 27. Rescuing lives on the street where Z resides. 13 figures raced past. Among them, 12 donned gray long gowns, bearing long swords, their expressions impassive. At the forefront was a young man clad in pristine white athletic attire, a timeless smile gracing his face. They were Xianyuan and the 12 swordsmen. Linger, where could you be? Xianyuan murmured, gazing at the precinct just ahead. Inside the precinct courtyard, Fang Hao wept inconsolably. The final glance from the small flower had profoundly stirred the tenderest parts of his heart. The sense of loss and attachment made him realize how significant this little cat, who had been with him for less than a day, truly was. An orphan with no family, his sole creed throughout life had been to survive. He was not devoid of emotion. Rather, he held back his trust in others. He did not show pity, having endured 2 decades in solitude. He had a clearer understanding of human nature than most. The arrival of the small flower taught him the essence of trust and allowed him to experience warmth. However, now all of that was lost. All of this was due to his own greed, his reckless urgency, and that cursed silver moon wolf. As he gazed at the small flower, whose pupils were fading, Fang Hao's eyes burned with a crimson hue. But it was too late. After being thwarted by the small flower's sacrifice, the silver moon wolf roared in fury, preparing to charge at Fang Hao once more. Just then, Xianyuan and his companions arrived outside the precinct, following the roar to behold the silver moon wolf, which loomed like a small mountain. Upon spotting Fang Hao, Xianyuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Rescue him." With that, he leaped over the retractable gate, charging toward the silver moon wolf, closely followed by the 12 swordsmen. From the array, Xianyuan commanded as he landed, drawing his long sword. 5 elements, sword formation. As soon as Xianyuan's words fell, the 12 swordsmen began to move, swiftly forming into pairs to create the 5 elements formation. Xianyuan's sudden arrival rekindled hope within Fang Hao. He understood that the opportunity to turn the tide had come. "Are you all right?" Xianyuan approached Fang Hao, attempting to help him up. Fang Hao coughed up blood, gasping, "Thank you for your rescue." Xianyuan shook his head, eyeing the silver moon wolf as he replied, "The 12 sword servants can at best only hold it off for a while. They cannot kill it." Fang Hao cast a probing spell on the silver moon wolf, observing it before stating with a stoic demeanor, "No, it can be slain. It cannot sustain this state for long. Just help me by half an hour, and I will handle the rest myself." At this moment, the silver moon wolf was nearly drained of its spiritual energy. By calculating the time, Fang Hao could ascertain that the wolf's bloodthirst would not last beyond 1 minute. The mention of half an hour was primarily due to the remaining half hour required for the refining process. Among the information provided by the system, there was one detail that he believed he would not use so soon. Leveling up could eliminate all negative states. Not only had he utilized this information, but he had done so on the very first day of receiving the system. Regardless of the circumstances, once the half hour had passed, he would personally seek retribution for all debts owed. It would not suffice to slay the silver moon wolf to quell the hatred in his heart. Half an hour later, Xianyuan appeared troubled, hesitating momentarily. To be honest, he was beginning to regret getting involved. However, abandoning the situation now would not only jeopardize his path as a swordsman, but this beast would likely not allow them to leave unscathed. "In half an hour, I shall present you with a grand gift," Fang Hao declared solemnly. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyuan sighed and smiled wryly. "I can't shake the feeling that I should not have saved you." Upon hearing Xianyuan's response, Fang Hao quickly understood that his companion had consented, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The silver moon wolf, upon noticing the sudden appearance of the humans, let out a furious roar. It had reached the peak of its wrath, feeling insulted by the insignificant creatures that dared to challenge its dignity repeatedly today. It was utterly intolerable. It yearned to annihilate these detestable insects. With a thunderous roar, the silver moon wolf transformed into a streak of silver light, charging towards the 12 swordsmen. Kill! As the silver moon wolf lunged forward, the 5 elements sword formation began to activate. 12 long swords emitted a resonant hum, and waves of visible ripples radiated from the blades. As these ripples reached their zenith, a resonance seemed to blossom among the 12 swords. "Converge!" The 12 swordsmen called out in unison, directing the tips of their swords towards the oncoming silver moon wolf. "Slay! 5 elements, sword formation. Exterminate the enemy!" they cried in unison. Witnessing a transparent blade of energy instantaneously shoot forth from the convergence of the sword tips, aimed directly at the silver moon wolf. Swish! Roar! The sound of the blade slicing through the air coincided with the wolf's furious howl. The advancing silver moon wolf suddenly halted, followed by a painful roar as one of its claws struck the 12 swordsmen. Puff! The swordsmen were sent reeling backward, spitting blood. Just as the silver moon wolf prepared to launch another attack, it abruptly paused, its crimson glow dissipating. An opportunity. Fang Hao's eyes sparkled. and Xian Yuanche also sensed a significant drop in the wolf's aura. Without needing Fang Hao to prompt him, he understood that it was his turn to strike. Otherwise, they would surely perish once the beast regained its strength. I will buy you half an hour. Let us see what grand gift you can offer me after that. Glancing at the 12 sword slaves and confirming they were not in immediate danger, Fang Hao deftly twirled his sword, stepping forward to charge at the Silver Moon Wolf. Kill! He shouted. He watched Xian Yuanche's fluid movements with intrigue and could not resist casting a probing spell. Target, Xian Yuanche physique, 80 points strength, 75 points speed, 80 points spirit, 80 points cultivation technique, Xian Yuan technique skills, 5 elements swordsmanship, yin-yang duality sword, Xian Yuan 3 swords. Soaring dragon steps, such formidable attributes. Fang Hao was taken aback. This was an ordinary person, neither him nor a spirit beast, and devoid of spiritual energy. It was a power system entirely derived from martial arts. Could a single technique yield such results? Fang Hao couldn't help but ponder within himself. He possessed a similar technique, the Thunderblade technique of Hei, which functioned both as a sword technique and a cultivation method. However, apart from the swordplay skills being beneficial to him, the rest held little value. It was difficult for him to fathom how Xian Yuanche had reached such a level of strength. On the battlefield, Xian Yuanche had engaged with the Silver Moon Wolf. He adopted a strategy of mobility, engaging in a war of attrition. Just as Fang Hao had advised, the key was to prolong the encounter. The longer they could delay, the more advantageous it would become for them. Through their exchanges, Xian Yuanche could distinctly perceive the Silver Moon Wolf's condition deteriorating with each passing moment. In less than 5 minutes of combat, the Silver Moon Wolf was rendered helpless, standing there, passively enduring the assault. Chapter 28. A fist as time progressed. The wounds on the Silver Moon Wolf multiplied, its cries of agony echoing continuously. Yet, throughout, this beast exhibited no signs of fatigue. Moreover, it seemed to harbor thoughts of retreat. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened. It was imperative that it not escape, otherwise, there would be no sanctuary left for him in the entire city of Z. Wolves harbor grudges. Brother, be wary, this beast is attempting to flee. Fang Hao shouted urgently. Xian Yuanche remained silent, his movements unceasing, his eyes fixed intently on the Silver Moon Wolf, ensuring it found no opportunity to escape. Fang Hao anxiously monitored the countdown on the furnace. Almost there. Hurry, just a bit faster. 1 minute remaining. Countdown, 59 seconds. 58 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Ding. Acquired Spirit Blood Pill x 200 ding. Acquired Level 1 Spiritual Crystal x 20 ding. Acquired Canine Spirit Beast Fur x 20 ding. Acquired Canine Spirit Beast Bones x 20 ding. Acquired Skill Pill, Night Vision x 20. The familiar system notification chimed once more. After waiting for this moment for what felt like an eternity, Fang Hao's heart erupted in a silent cheer. Xiaohua, your vengeance is at hand. Transform. Transform. Convert everything into spiritual energy for me. Ding. Acquired 800 points of spiritual energy. Level up. Level up. A refreshing surge of warmth enveloped him, sweeping through his limbs and bones. With the flow of heat, the fractures throughout his body began to reconnect gradually. In areas of severe damage, new bone structures began to emerge under the influence of the warmth. At that moment, Fang Hao felt an intense heat and itchiness all over, akin to a myriad of ants burrowing beneath his skin, a sensation so pleasurable it elicited involuntary sounds of delight. Normally, leveling up was a delightful experience, yet this felt akin to enduring one of the most torturous trials. Fang Hao vowed never to resort to such methods of healing again. Just then, a roar erupted. The Silver Moon Wolf unleashed a tremendous roar, its eyes ablaze with fury, recklessly charging towards Xian Yuanche. This beast had been cornered. It was a desperate struggle before death. Xian Yuanche's gaze sharpened as he hastily dodged the wolf's vengeful strike. After half an hour of relentless combat, his stamina had reached its limits, and if this continued, it seemed certain that he would perish before the Silver Moon Wolf did. With a furious howl, the Silver Moon Wolf, undeterred by its missed attack, lunged once more. It was the formidable beast king of the university town. When had it ever endured such humiliation? Not only had its minions been slain, but it would not allow its own life to be spared. It sought to teach these loathsome insects that the dignity of a beast king was not to be trifled with. As Xian Yuanche, still unsteady, faced the sudden onslaught of the Silver Moon Wolf, his expression changed in alarm. This was dire. There was no escaping. He raised his sword, prepared to withstand the blow. Just then, a shadow flashed past him with remarkable speed. So swift, Xian Yuanche's pupils constricted, unable to discern what had zipped by him. With a sudden, sorrowful howl, the Silver Moon Wolf was sent hurtling backward, its massive form crashing away. Hurled back, Xian Yuanshe could scarcely believe his eyes, and as he blinked, he finally recognized the shadow's true identity. It was he. Xian Yuanshe gasped in surprise. Are you all right? Fang Hao inquired, glancing at Xian Yuanshe. Yes, I'm fine. Xian Yuanshe quickly shook his head. Fang Hao nodded, and then shifted his focus back to the silver moon wolf. Just moments before it had lunged at Xian Yuanshe, Fang Hao's level up had finally concluded. Without a moment to ponder, he charged forward. The punch that sent the silver moon wolf flying was entirely unexpected. He had not anticipated such strength after his attributes had doubled. The power coursing through him was almost unbelievable, while absorbing the explosive energy within him. Fang Hao approached the silver moon wolf with an impassive demeanor. At that moment, the silver moon wolf lay on the ground, frothing blood from its mouth, struggling to rise. After several futile attempts, it caught sight of Fang Hao advancing toward it, and a flicker of fear passed through its blood-red eyes, revealing an almost human-like plea for mercy. Fang Hao remained unmoved. Blood must be repaid with blood. A plea for mercy? Would a beast dare to beg for its life? Not even the king of hell could save you now. Die? Fang Hao's eyes blazed with rage. And thinking of the innocent Xiaohua who had perished in his efforts to protect her, he let out a primal roar and struck downward with his fist towards the wolf's massive head. A resounding thud echoed, shaking the very ground beneath them. The silver moon wolf let out a pitiful cry, its voice fading into silence. The silver moon wolf was dead. Fang Hao's fist had crushed the wolf's skull, obliterating its brain. He withdrew his fist, casting not a single glance at the fallen beast, and strode directly towards the distant Xiaohua. Kneeling gently, he caressed her head, his eyes welling with tears once more. Brother, it was at this moment that Xian Yuanshe approached, looking down at the lifeless Xiaohua. A look of confusion crossing his face. Fang Hao fell into silence for a moment, his eyes reddening as he spoke. My kin, before your arrival, it shielded me from a fatal blow. This individual can actually command monsters. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xian Yuanshe's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and pondered before responding. A loyal pet protects its master. It fulfilled its duty. Let it rest. Huh. Fang Hao suddenly rose, excitement flooding his expression as he fixed his gaze on Xian Yuanshe. What did you just say? Rest? In this world, if we do not lay it to rest, it will be devoured by other monsters within the hour. No, I meant, what did you say prior to that? Fang Hao grasped Xian Yuanshe's arm, his expression almost frenzied. A pang of anxiety gripped Xian Yuanshe's heart, and he cautiously replied, a loyal pet protects its master? To be honest, he feared saying the wrong thing and inciting Fang Hao's wrath. Fearing another punch like the one that had sent the silver moon wolf flying, an image that still sent chills down his spine. Ha, I have a plan. To Xian Yuanshe's relief, Fang Hao erupted into laughter upon hearing his words. My brother, we shall converse later. With that, Fang Hao swiftly appeared before Xiaohua and opened the system panel. Xian Yuanshe's casual remark had inadvertently provided him with a vital clue. Xiaohua was a pet imprinted by the mark system. If Xiaohua had perished, why had the mark system not reacted? Hope rekindled within Fang Hao's heart. He opened the mark system, and, indeed, it remained unchanged. This meant that Xiaohua was not yet dead. However, he had already confirmed the absence of vital signs. What could be the reason? Fang Hao found himself deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. He recalled the mark from when Xiaohua recognized its master. The mark not only served to impose limitations, but might also function as a form of protection. Perhaps it safeguarded the mind, thoughts, or even the soul. With this thought, Fang Hao's gaze shifted to the furnace, the legendary apparatus capable of refining all things in existence. He wondered if it could once again work miracles. Collect. Fang Hao gritted his teeth and directly stored Xiaohua's body within the furnace. Xian Yuanshe, witnessing this scene, instinctively retreated a few steps in fright. Fang Hao had no time to explain. He had more pressing matters at hand. Chapter 29. The return of Xiaohua. If Xiaohua's thoughts or soul were still alive, protected by the mark, then all that remained was to find a way to restore its vital signs. After placing Xiaohua's body into the furnace, Fang Hao turned his attention to his backpack. Inside, he possessed spirit blood pills, spirit crystals, skill pills, and beast bones. What should he use? Finally, after much hesitation, Fang Hao picked up the soul spirit crystal he had. Will this suffice? Input. Fang Hao clenched his teeth and silently uttered, Synthesize. Ding. Insufficient synthesis conditions. Please try again. Fang Hao was taken aback. Insufficient conditions? A wave of elation washed over his face. Indeed, there was hope for Xiaohua. However, a sense of uncertainty washed over him. What precisely was lacking given the inadequate conditions? Fang Hao glanced at his backpack, which now contained only spirit blood pills and beast bones. After a moment of contemplation, He added 10 spirit blood pills and the skeletal remains of the fire spirit hound. Pausing briefly, he also included the hound's skill, the king's might and heavy pressure. With a decisive nod, he confirmed the synthesis. A look of delight illuminated Fang Hao's face as the familiar countdown reappeared. 10 minutes. This indicated his success. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. 9 minutes and 58 seconds. The wait was agonizing, and Fang Hao wished fervently for the 10 minutes to pass in the blink of an eye, yet he understood that such a wish was futile. Anxiously, he paced back and forth. Seeing this, Xianyuan inquired, "Brother, what is troubling you?" "It's nothing, nothing at all." Fang Hao initially waved him off in irritation, intending to dismiss him. However, recalling that Xianyuan had just saved him, he quickly changed his tone. After speaking, he glanced at the 12 swordsmen still sprawled on the ground and, with a mental shift, conjured 13 spirit blood pills into his hand. "Take these. Each of you shall have one." He extended the pills to Xianyuan. "What is this?" Xianyuan asked curiously, examining the red pill in his hand. "It's a healing elixir," Fang Hao replied without a second thought. Without any suspicion, Xianyuan approached the 12 swordsmen, distributing one pill to each. While he kept the last for himself, choosing not to consume it since he was uninjured, eating it would be a waste. As for whether the pill was poisonous, he had no concern whatsoever. After all, the person who had just risked his life to save them would not turn around to harm them. His judgment of character was not to be underestimated, being the legitimate heir of the Xianyuan family. Sure enough, not long after the 12 swordsmen consumed the spirit blood pills, their previously pallid faces began to regain a healthy glow. They appeared as if they had just ingested a miraculous tonic, brimming with vitality and radiance. "Is it truly so remarkable?" Xianyuan marveled, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. He had initially assumed it was merely a standard healing pill, yet it proved to be astonishingly effective, truly a divine remedy. "Master," the 12 swordsmen stood and bowed to Xianyuan. "How do you feel?" Xianyuan asked, still astonished as he observed the 12. "Very well," they responded in unison. Xianyuan, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I can tell from your expressions that you feel well." "I meant, what specifically do you feel?" "Warm and invigorated. I feel an abundance of strength. My injuries have healed. I feel satiated." "Satiated?" Xianyuan sighed, rubbing his forehead. Well, that statement held some truth. Feeling satiated was indeed a sensation. The 12 swordsmen, having undergone seclusion training within the family, were somewhat isolated from the world. Though their mental faculties were no different from others, they could hardly be considered entirely normal. There was no need to inquire further. This was clearly the effect of the elixir. At that moment, Fang Hao's voice suddenly resonated. The 13 individuals turned to look, and Xianyuan's face instantly reflected a look of terror. The 12 sword servants simultaneously drew their long swords, their expressions betraying a vigilant stance towards Fang Hao. "Do not fear, my companion Xiaohua," Fang Hao gently reassured, stroking a petite little cat named Xiaohua. Currently, Xiaohua was only the size of an ordinary golden retriever, and apart from her significantly reduced stature, little else had changed. Were it not for the menacing aura she emanated, anyone might mistake her for an ordinary house cat. Just moments ago, after glancing around, 10 minutes had finally elapsed. A sound rang out, ding. Acquired level 4 spirit beast, Swift Shadow Cat. Following this, a wave of energy rippled through the air, and the deceased Xiaohua reappeared before Fang Hao. While filled with joy, Fang Hao did not forget to inspect Xiaohua's attributes. Spirit Beast, Xiaohua, Swift Shadow Cat. Health, 1,200 points level. Level 4 Spirit Beast Strength, 100 points Speed, 170 points Mentality, 120 points Spirit Power, 600 points Skills, Swift Shadow. Night Vision, Dynamic Vision, Pounce and Bite. Charge, Mental Transmission, Sovereign Aura, Heavy Pressure. Indeed, 2 new skills had emerged in the skill column. But what was this mental transmission? Before Fang Hao could delve into the details of this skill, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. "Master, who are you?" Fang Hao, startled, scanned his surroundings before finally fixing his gaze on the little cat at his feet. "Is it you, Xiaohua?" "Yes, master." Xiaohua thought she would never see you again. Xiaohua is so happy now. The little cat affectionately rubbed her head against Fang Hao's leg. Just then, hearing the conversation among Xianyuan and the others, Fang Hao approached them with Xiaohua by his side. Through Xiaohua's explanation, he finally grasped the reasoning behind the mental transmission skill. Most spirit beasts reach a critical attribute threshold upon attaining level 4, which is set at 100 points. Once this threshold is surpassed, the spirit beast truly becomes a spirit beast in every sense, with the key being that its mentality must exceed 100 points. This critical threshold is particularly significant, in Xiaohua's words, Those beneath 100 points are unworthy of being called spirit beasts. Only when the mentality surpasses 100 points and the intellect awakens can one be regarded as a spirit beast. When Fang Hao inquired about what to call the first and second levels, Xiao Hua disdainfully retorted, just a bunch of mindless beasts undergoing evolution. Furthermore, through Xiao Hua's narration, Fang Hao understood that this critical threshold of 100 also applied to humans. The benefits of reaching a mentality of 100 points extend beyond merely gaining the mental transmission skill. It merely requires gradual exploration. What is going on, brother? Xian Yuanche curiously scrutinized the resurrected Xiao Hua. He distinctly remembered that Xiao Hua had been utterly lifeless. So how was she revived now? Fang Hao smiled, but refrained from providing an explanation. The existence of the system was his secret, a foundation upon which he relied to navigate the apocalypse. Regardless of how long he might survive, he was prepared to keep this secret buried deep within his heart forever. Chapter 30. Disrobing. Noticing Fang Hao's reluctance to speak, Xian Yuanche understood that it was a matter of personal secrecy, and realizing his intrusion, he quickly apologized. My apologies, brother. I did not mean to be so presumptuous. Fang Hao shook his head, showing no offense, not yet having inquired about his name. Fang Hao felt a favorable impression towards this peer, whose face bore a constant smile. His calm demeanor amidst the circumstances, coupled with the 12 sword-wielding figures clad in black reminiscent of Tong Liang's entourage, suggested that Xian Yuanche hailed from an extraordinary lineage, instilling in him a desire to forge a friendship. I am Xian Yuanche. May I ask your esteemed name? Xian Yuanche clasped his hands in greeting. Fang Hao, Fang as in square and Hao as in righteous, Fang Hao replied. Suddenly, he remembered that he had promised to present a grand gift, and after a moment as contemplation added, Brother Xian Yuan, I still owe you a token of gratitude. What would you like? Upon hearing the mention of a grand gift, Xian Yuanche's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his thoughts immediately drifting to the miraculous healing elixirs from earlier. In this transformed world, if every member of his family possessed such a wondrous potion, it would be akin to having an extra life during critical moments, significantly reducing the casualty rate. However, he pondered how many of these potions Fang Hao had at his disposal. Brother Fang, might I inquire about the quantity of that elixir? Xian Yuanche asked, rubbing his hands in eagerness. Elixir? Fang Hao paused, then chuckled, shaking his head. I do not possess many of those. As he spoke, he summoned a Lingxue Dan into his hand. In total, there are 17. Having learned from Xiao Hua's prior experience, Xian Yuanche was no longer shocked by Fang Hao's display of skill. However, upon hearing that there were only 17, his expression fell. He had hoped to barter for more and stockpile them as strategic resources for his family. Seeing the change in Xian Yuanche's expression, Fang Hao understood his thoughts. After placing the Lingxue Dan in Xian Yuanche's hand, he continued, however, if you desire more, it is not out of the question. What? A look of surprise returned to Xian Yuanche's face as he hastily responded, Brother Fang, state your conditions, and I shall fulfill them as long as they are within my capabilities. I simply desire those elixirs. The more, the better. Are you certain that you want only the elixirs? Have you no other desires? Fang Hao teased, observing Xian Yuanche with a playful gaze. Without a doubt. I want only this. Xian Yuanche affirmed decisively. Very well, then, remove your outer garment and hand it over to me, Fang Hao instructed, gesturing towards Xian Yuanche's coat. My coat? What do you need it for? Do you not have clothing already? Xian Yuanche inquired with confusion, yet he complied and removed the garment, handing it to Fang Hao. And your trousers as well, Fang Hao added, pointing to Xian Yuanche's pants. What do you need my trousers for? Even someone as composed as Xian Yuanche could not help but feel flustered at Fang Hao's request. Will you strip, or shall I assist you? Fang Hao grinned mischievously, eyeing Xian Yuanche while cracking his knuckles. Xian Yuanche glanced awkwardly at the 12 sword servants, who remained utterly indifferent to his plight. Could they not see that their young master was being bullied? While the loyalty of the 12 sword servants was unquestionable, they evidently sensed no hostility or murderous intent emanating from Fang Hao. Though they were emotionless killing machines, it did not imply that they were foolish. With no hostility nor the ability to fight back, what else could they do but ignore the situation? As Fang Hao approached, Xian Yuanche resigned himself to the inevitable and began to undress. Here, Xian Yuanche tossed his trousers over with a hint of annoyance. Fang Hao caught them with a smile, placing both the trousers and his upper garment into the furnace, along with a piece of spirit beast hide, confirming the synthesis process. The countdown began, 1 minute. Having completed these tasks, Fang Hao turned towards the lifeless silver moon wolf and silently commanded, collect. He initiated the process of refining the wolf in the furnace, with the countdown now set for 1 hour. Although refining and synthesizing could occur simultaneously, the protracted duration was a significant drawback. This aspect troubled Fang Hao, especially since he had nearly lost his life due to negligence regarding the refining time in the past. However, the system had not indicated whether the furnace could be upgraded. Would he be forced to endure such lengthy waits when dealing with level 5, 6, or even higher spirit beasts? If level 4 spirit beasts required an hour for refining, he could scarcely fathom how long it would take for level 5, 6, or 7. At present, Fang Hao understood that apart from upgrading his backpack space, leveling up himself, enhancing his equipment, and upgrading Little Flower, the only thing left was the furnace. Was it a matter of timing, or was it simply incapable of being upgraded? Fang Hao pondered, feeling perplexed and at a loss after much contemplation. Ding. Obtain Spirit Clothing Combat Suit X1. With a thought, the combat suit appeared in his hand, and he casually tossed it to Xianyuan Che. Put it on. Initially resembling a wronged little wife, Xianyuan Che was taken aback. As he caught the garment, he couldn't help but inquire, "You don't want it?" Fang Hao replied, exasperated, "I have no penchant for second-hand goods. Then why do you want me to wear it?" Xianyuan Che grumbled while donning the clothing. "This is my grand gift to you. You give me your clothes as a token of gratitude? You truly are something else." Xianyuan Che scoffed. "Take a closer look. Is this still your original attire?" Fang Hao said, taking Xianyuan Che's long sword, and, before he had fully donned the outer garment, slashed it across the fabric. He then tossed the sword back to him, standing there with a cheerful demeanor, saying nothing more. "This." Xianyuan Che hurriedly rubbed his eyes and confirmed multiple times. The garment showed no signs of damage whatsoever. It was worth noting that although his sword was not a top-tier weapon, it was crafted from high-quality steel and was incredibly sharp, capable of cleaving through spirit beasts effortlessly. Yet, it could not even mar his clothing. "How did you accomplish this?" Xianyuan Che exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Fang Hao. "Hee. I told you I would present you with a grand gift. How do you like it?" Fang Hao gazed at Xianyuan Che with a beaming smile. Perhaps the time had come for him to implement his primary quest. Indeed, his intention was to leverage Xianyuan Che to assist him in accomplishing both the main and side missions. Xianyuan Che was not only of exemplary character, but also possessed formidable martial prowess, with an extraordinary background that made him an ideal candidate to serve as the harbinger or representative of the equipment produced by Fang Hao's promotional system. How satisfying. Exceedingly so. Was there more? I could use 100 more sets. Xianyuan Che was so elated that he could hardly contain his joy. The surprises Fang Hao had bestowed upon him were simply overwhelming. First, there was the miraculous healing elixir, followed by this astonishingly resilient armor. If every member of the Xianyuan family could possess such items, monsters, what could they possibly fear? Chapter 31, The Transaction. Do not speak of 100 sets. 1,000. A myriad. Whatever quantity you desire, I can procure it. Even that recent elixir. Weapons. Anything you can envision, I have it. Fang Hao said with a smile. Xianyuan Che was momentarily taken aback, so astounded that he nearly forgot how to speak. After a while, regaining his composure, Xianyuan Che seized Fang Hao's arm, gazing at him with fervent eyes, and stammered, "Brother, what do you require? Just say the word." Such fervent eyes sent a chill down Fang Hao's spine. He swiftly withdrew his arm, looking at Xianyuan Che with disdain, and declared, "I am not interested in that." Xianyuan Che chuckled awkwardly and quickly added, "Brother, whatever conditions you propose, I will meet them without hesitation." As a direct descendant of an ancient martial family, he understood all too well the value represented by Fang Hao's offerings. "Spirit beasts," Fang Hao spoke slowly. "Spirit beasts? You mean those monsters?" Xianyuan Che exclaimed, realizing the implications. "Indeed, I refer to them as spirit beasts," Fang Hao clarified. "Brother, what do you intend to do with them? They are neither consumable nor utilizable. Wouldn't it be better to propose other conditions? Perhaps gold and jewels? Although currency has depreciated, gold and silver retain their value. Or food, perhaps? Do you think these items are conjured from thin air? They are products of my alchemical prowess," Fang Hao retorted, exasperated. What use would gold and silver be to him? It was absurd. Alchemical prowess. "Brother, are you a legendary cultivator?" Xianyuan Che exclaimed, having pinpointed the key term in Fang Hao's words. Fang Hao regarded him with an enigmatic glance, offering no explanation. The notion of a cultivator seemed to serve as an excellent shield. Originally, he pondered how to navigate this situation, but now Xianyuan Che had unwittingly provided the cover. How delightful. Xianyuan Che was now thoroughly convinced of Fang Hao's identity as a cultivator. With his ability to heal wounds in an instant, to make objects vanish into thin air, his formidable strength, miraculous elixirs, an armor of unparalleled defense. All these attributes underscored Fang Hao's value and status. "In light of your assistance in saving my life, I shall gift each of you a set of defensive armor and a weapon crafted by my hand. However, the weapons will take some time. as I currently lack the necessary materials. Fang Hao paused for a moment, casting a glance at the eager Xianyuan Che, and continued, in the future, if you wish to acquire such equipment, you will need to offer something in exchange. I require spirit beasts. The exchange rate is as follows. 1 ordinary spirit beast can be traded for 2 elixirs. 1 ordinary spirit beast can be exchanged for a level 1 defensive garment. And 1 ordinary spirit beast can be swapped for a level 1 weapon. For now, that is all. Ordinary spirit beasts? Level 1. Xianyuan Che inquired, perplexed. Indeed. This is the classification I have established. Ordinary spirit beasts possess no rank, while there are levels 1 through 9, even 10. Although I have yet to encounter a level 9 or 10, I am certain they exist, Fang Hao stated with gravity. Levels 9 and 10. What level was that colossal wolf we just saw? Xianyuan Che exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Level. Fang Hao replied. Though I have not witnessed a level 9 or 10 spirit beast, I can confidently assert their existence. As he spoke, Fang Hao's gaze drifted toward the direction where the armed helicopter had crashed earlier that morning. What was that blinding light he could barely discern? What level of being could it possibly be? What? Such a terrifying entity is merely at level. Impossible. At that moment, Xianyuan Che felt a chill wash over him. If that fearsome giant wolf was only at level, what could levels 9 and 10 possibly entail? To what extent could they be terrifying? Did humanity still have hope? Just then, Fang Hao approached and patted Xianyuan Che on the shoulder, saying, do not overthink it. No amount of worrying will change anything. Instead, why not cherish each day of life? Wouldn't you agree? Xianyuan Che sighed, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, he had been thinking too much. Even if the sky were to fall, there would still be someone tall to bear the weight. What could he accomplish alone? Returning to the main topic, not only do spirit beasts have their ranks, but the equipment I forge is also categorized. I shall compile everything into a manual and present you with a complimentary copy. But how shall we conduct the transaction? I will be departing for Kyoto soon. Xianyuan Che replied. Things are not as they were before the apocalypse. There is logistics and express delivery. A flight can cover thousands of miles in mere hours. To find my sister, I set out from my family, employing my skills to travel through the night, and it took me 2 days to reach City Z. You need not worry about that. I have my own methods. Just provide me with your home address, and I will surely come to find you. Fang Hao said with a confident laugh. Xianyuan Che nodded and signaled to a sword servant, who promptly dashed toward the office building. Shortly after, the sword servant returned with a stack of paper and a pen in hand. Xianyuan Che took the materials and began to write fervently. Before long, he handed the completed list to Fang Hao, saying, Brother Fang Hao, this is the list I have prepared. Please take a look. After I return, I will ensure my family gathers enough spirit beasts in anticipation of your arrival. Fang Hao glanced over the list, placed it in his backpack, and nodded. All right. It's settled then. By the way, you might also help me spread the word. I will prepare additional equipment. Let us go before night falls, and hunt some prey to equip you with weapons. With that, he strode toward the Precinct S entrance. In the rear mountains of Z University, a few individuals led by Chu Changtian tread cautiously. Since the moment they entered the campus, they had encountered countless spirit beasts, all thanks to the foresight of the duo. Cobra and Erden, with their combat suits masking their presence, they managed to evade danger without incident. Captain, we've found it. At that moment, Cobra and Erden, who were scouting ahead, returned and spoke in hushed tones. Found it. A look of joy spread across Chu Changtian's face. He hadn't anticipated the mission would reach its conclusion so swiftly. As long as Dr. Du was confirmed alive, the remaining tasks would be manageable. However, the expressions on Cobra and Erden's faces were unusually grim. What is the matter? Noticing their pallor, an ominous feeling surged within Chu Changtian. There's a monster blocking the entrance. Erden replied, his face contorted in distress. It's a snake. A very large one. Cobra gazed at Chu Changtian with grave seriousness. Furrowing his brow, Chu Changtian fell silent for a moment before declaring, let us go. We need to find the boss. At such a critical juncture, failing to seek out their leader would render the title meaningless. The others nodded, smiles gracing their faces, with that formidable man around. What was there to fear from a mere snake? They retreated cautiously, making not a sound. Chapter 32. Du Tianqing. The rear mountains of Z University, intertwined with an unnamed hill, had been expanded into a small garden, or perhaps a biological park. Thanks to the presence of the university's biology department and laboratory, the diversity of species here was extraordinarily rich. Before the apocalypse, this area was accessible only under the guidance of biology professors, with ordinary students strictly prohibited from entering. Moreover, due to its unique and concealed nature, the vicinity of the laboratory was a no-go zone extending 1,000 meters. Thus, apart from a select few, Even some faculty members were unaware of the laboratory existing right beneath their noses. This laboratory was a collaborative venture between the municipal government and the biology department at Z University, aimed at exploring human ergonomics and genetic locks. Inside the laboratory, a woman clad in a white lab coat stared blankly at the syringe in her hand. To be precise, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Her skin was as smooth as jade, with a delicate nose and captivating eyes. Her tall figure was accentuated by the loose lab coat that could not conceal her alluring curves. An aura that bewitched men emanated from her, and the black-rimmed glasses she wore only served to enhance her decisiveness and competence. Behind her was a completely sealed observation chamber, with a large window made of specially treated bulletproof glass. Through this window, one could clearly see everything within the observation room. In the corner of the laboratory, a figure crouched facing the wall, arms wrapped around their legs, head buried in their chest, shaking uncontrollably as if struggling against something immense. Suddenly, this person let out a piercing scream. "Professor Du, I can't hold on much longer." The cry, upon closer inspection, bore little resemblance to human speech, as it was laced with a rasp that hinted at an underlying beastly nature. The roar echoed through the microphone, reaching the outside world. The woman, lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing the sound and hurriedly concealed the syringe in her hand. This woman was none other than Dr. Du Tianqing, the very individual that Chu Changtian and his companions had been searching for, a dual PhD holder in human engineering and biology. She served as a professor in the biology department of Z University and was regarded as the soul of this laboratory. One could even assert that the laboratory was constructed with her in mind. "Professor Li, hold on. I have contacted the authorities. They are sending help. Trust me. If given enough time, I will ensure your recovery." Du Tianqing implored urgently. "Let us hope so. Quickly, release the anesthetic. We must increase the dosage this time. I can feel it overwhelming me." The man replied with great difficulty, his voice revealing that he was indeed a man. Without hesitation, Du Tianqing pressed the red button nearby. As the button was activated, nozzles emerged from the corners of the observation room, releasing a mist of anesthetic. As the anesthetic dispersed, Professor Li's trembling body gradually began to relax. At that moment, Professor Li suddenly exclaimed, "Dr. Du, promise me one thing. If I truly cannot control myself, kill me. I do not wish to harm you. This is my final request. I hope you will grant it." "Professor Li, do not speak nonsense. If it were not for your selfless act of saving me, I would have perished at the hands of that monster long ago, regardless of the circumstances. I will heal you." Du Tianqing responded hastily. No sooner had Du Tianqing finished speaking than Professor Li collapsed to the ground, evidently succumbing to the effects of the anesthetic. As he fell, a face hidden in the corner of the room was finally revealed. This countenance was etched with agony, its skin covered in fine scales. The nasal bone collapsed, and the mouth grotesquely elongated like a clown S, stretching towards the sides of his jaw. More horrifyingly, his partially open mouth occasionally expelled a forked tongue. This was no longer a human being. It resembled a serpent. Du Tianqing gazed through the glass window at Professor Li's tormented face, her eyes filled with concern. 2 days prior, when the apocalypse commenced, Du Tianqing and Professor Li were fortunate enough to be sheltered within this small garden laboratory, escaping the initial wave of carnage unleashed by the spirit beasts. However, while they evaded the immediate slaughter, they found themselves trapped within. Desperate for rescue, they soon realized that the laboratory was situated underground, devoid of any telephone signal. Accustomed to the brutality of their experiments, the two were not overly frightened upon learning of the cataclysmic changes outside. Yet, the lack of food presented an immediate dilemma. After a night of rigorous experimentation, the pangs of hunger became increasingly apparent. As a man and also Du Tianqing's assistant, Professor Li had long held admiration for the talented and beautiful woman before him. Witnessing such a dire situation, he recognized the opportunity to act had arrived. Ultimately, he resolved to venture out in search of sustenance. Initially, Du Tianqing was adamantly opposed to venturing out recklessly. However, Teacher Li remained unyielding, and after her entreaties, proved fruitless. She acquiesced. Du Tianqing had resigned herself to the belief that Teacher Li was doomed. Unexpectedly, he returned shortly after, cradling 2 eggs in his arms. These were no ordinary eggs, but rather ones the size of basketballs, adorned with vibrant, intricate patterns. As a doctoral candidate in biology, Du Tianqing instantly recognized them as snake eggs. However, she had never encountered eggs of such magnitude before and immediately urged Teacher Li to discard them. The sheer size of the eggs led her to imagine the colossal serpent that must have laid them. Yet, Teacher Li, driven by hunger, insisted on keeping them, proclaiming that they would at least stave off starvation. Before long, an alcohol lamp served as a stove. and glass rods became supports as the 2 fragrant snake eggs were roasted to perfection. Nevertheless, Du Tianqing could not bring herself to partake. The vivid colors of the eggs were enough to quell her appetite, and she would sooner starve than consume them, unable to persuade her otherwise. Teacher Li resigned himself to eating one, though he kindly saved one for Du Tianqing. After consuming the snake egg, Teacher Li initially exhibited no unusual reactions, merely feeling a surge of strength. Du Tianqing witnessed him effortlessly lift a piece of experimental equipment weighing over 400 pounds. Yet, within half an hour, he began to feel an intense itch throughout his body, his eyes turning bloodshot. Teacher Li howled in agony as he clawed at his skin, only to reveal fine scales beneath the torn surface, accompanied by a pungent, fishy odor. Seizing upon his awareness, Du Tianqing suggested they move to the observation room, where she administered an anesthetic and commenced collecting his blood for microscopic examination. What she observed left her utterly astounded, a mixture of shock and uncontainable joy flooding her being. She had stumbled upon a monumental opportunity to catalyze human evolution. Without hesitation, Du Tianqing exited the laboratory, braving the perilous circumstances to dial a number in Kyoto. Chapter 33. Reunion near the Z District. Feng Hao and Xianyuan Che, after hunting nearly 20 spiritual beasts, came to a halt. With a flick of his mind, he completed the synthesis of the final longsword, which materialized in his grasp. Brother Xianyuan, this is for you, Feng Hao said with a smile, handing over the sword. This weapon boasted attributes that reached the level of magical equipment, possessing a defensive breaking quality akin to the spider fang blade. During their hunting expedition, they had fortuitously encountered a black cat, and its foreclaws naturally became the prime components for synthesis. 13 pieces of defensive attire and 13 swords, including a magical longsword, had been acquired in less than half an hour since leaving the precinct. Brother Feng Hao, we shall part ways here. I shall await your esteemed presence in Kyoto. With a gesture of gratitude, Xianyuan Che prepared to bid farewell. Feng Hao chuckled heartily. Wait for me. I shall make my way to Kyoto in just a few days. Take care. Farewell. Xianyuan Che nodded subtly, aligning with the 12 sword servants as they swiftly vanished from the street. Feng Hao glanced at the time. Dusk had already begun to settle. The appointed hour with Chu Changtian and the others was nearing. He cast a look towards the direction of the Guamao building and commenced a rapid sprint, his speed terrifyingly swift, nearly rivaling that of a speeding car. Moments later, when Feng Hao reappeared, he stood at the entrance of the Guamao building. No sooner had he arrived than Cobra, who had been lurking in the shadows, approached him. Boss, how did it go? Did you find them? Encountered some complications, Cobra replied with a wry smile. Oh, before Feng Hao could inquire further, Cobra continued. Let me take you to Changtian and the others first. Feng Hao nodded, and Cobra led the way. Under Cobra's guidance, they entered a side street adjacent to the Guamao building and then made their way into a residential building. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Cobra knocked rhythmically on a door. The door swung open to reveal Dan. Boss. Feng Hao nodded and stepped inside with Cobra. In the living room, Chu Changtian and the others were present. Upon seeing Feng Hao, they all rose to greet him. Although their calling him boss felt somewhat awkward, they had seamlessly embraced their roles. Feng Hao discreetly scanned the room and asked, So, what do you need me to do? After a moment's thought, Chu Changtian replied, Boss, we have located the laboratory, but there is a monster guarding the entrance. A spiritual beast? With your combined strength, a typical spiritual beast should pose no problem, right? At this juncture, Cobra interjected, Boss, this creature is more terrifying than any we have previously encountered. Elaborate, Feng Hao urged. Cobra and Dan proceeded to vividly recount their experiences. A few minutes later, having absorbed their description, Feng Hao nodded and stated, This appears to be a level spiritual beast. However, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Logically, level spiritual beasts belong to a dominant tier, and their activity range could not be confined to a single location. This was evident from his previous encounters with the Fire Spirit Mastiff and the Silver Moon Wolf, both of which had extended their territories to at least a whole street. What was the situation with this snake? Could there be something within the laboratory that attracted it? Boss, what does level spiritual beast mean? Taiwa asked curiously. I have categorized monsters into levels based on their capabilities, and they are not merely monsters, but rather spiritual beasts. For instance, the Fire Spirit Mastiff I encountered previously belongs to the level spiritual beast category, while the rodent swarm that attacked you falls under the low-level, unclassified spiritual beasts. Feng Hao explained. So, you mean to say you're uncertain if the people are still alive? The others exchanged wry smiles. With such a creature guarding the entrance, how could they ascertain the situation inside the laboratory? Feng Hao glanced at the darkening sky, calculated the time, and declared, Let us go see. Boss, it's getting dark. Should we wait until dawn to proceed? Chu Chantian glanced at the darkening sky, his brow furrowed with concern. Indeed, boss, once night falls, those monstrous beasts will become restless. Is it not perilous for us to venture out now? The cobra interjected. Without food and water, how long do you think a person can endure? Fang Hao fixed his gaze on Chu Chantian. A week. Incorrect. That is merely a theoretical notion. In the throes of fear and despair, adrenaline surges, pushing the body to its limits. Under such circumstances, not only a week, but even a single day would leave one ravaged by hunger. Boss, surely one cannot perish from hunger in just a day? Taiwa questioned, incredulous. During their survival training in the wilderness, it was common to go days without sustenance. So Fang Hao's assertion left him skeptical. Fang Hao chuckled softly. You may not starve to death, but it is already the third day. Even if one survives, they would be on the brink. Moreover, you seem to have overlooked a crucial detail. You are soldiers. They are just ordinary people. The 7 were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they were soldiers and could endure longer. But what of the ordinary folk? Dr. Du, no matter how knowledgeable, is still just an ordinary person, and a woman at that. A pall fell over the group as they contemplated the possibility that after all their arduous efforts, they might find Dr. Du merely a lifeless body. How would they explain such a tragedy to Kyoto? How could they justify it to the deceased Xiaozhan? Do not dwell on such thoughts. This is merely the worst-case scenario I've proposed. It may not come to pass, Fang Hao reassured them. With a flick of his wrist, 7 milky white pills appeared in his palm. Here, each of you take one. What is this, boss? Dan inquired curiously, receiving the skill pill. Indeed, boss. This isn't some poison you've concocted to control us, is it? Dan sniffed the pill, his curiosity piqued. Although the others remained silent, their faces reflected a shared intrigue as they looked at Fang Hao. Seeing their expressions, Fang Hao felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He had taken on the responsibility of these individuals without reaping any value in return. On top of that, he had invested in defensive gear and skill pills. It felt like a losing proposition. Enough chatter, consume it swiftly, Fang Hao urged, exasperated. Without hesitation, Chu Chantian tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. Observing his actions, the others followed suit without further delay. Tong Qian smacked his lips and remarked, Boss, what is this? It has no flavor and feels rather odd. Skill pill. Skill pill? The group collectively paused, this term foreign to their ears. This is a concoction I crafted. Consuming it will enhance a particular ability. What you have just ingested is a night vision skill pill, Fang Hao elucidated. Chapter 34. Nighttime Rescue. Upon hearing Fang Hao's explanation, the 7 were taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief, soon mingling with uncontainable joy. So this grants us night vision? A nondescript, colorless, tasteless pill bestows upon us such a remarkable ability? They felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. Let us proceed. If we delay further, we may discover only a lifeless body. Fang Hao rose and took the lead in stepping outside. The others fell silent once more, trailing closely behind him as they exited the dwelling. The night had fully enveloped the sky. Upon reaching the base of the dwelling, they noticed 3 pairs of glowing red eyes approaching from a distance. An ambush, Chu Chantian hissed, prompting the group to draw their military daggers in readiness to confront the foe. At that moment, a swift shadow darted past with a whoosh, and the 3 pairs of red eyes gradually dimmed. The shadow flickered again, landing beside Fang Hao. The 7 individuals stood rigid, gripping their daggers and preparing to strike. Do not move. It's Xiaohua, Fang Hao quickly interjected. At this point, Chu Chantian and the others finally discerned the identity of the shadow, and, upon realizing it was indeed the little cat they had encountered earlier that day, they collectively exhaled in relief. They soon noted a peculiar difference in Xiaohua. It was evidently much smaller in stature than it had been earlier. However, despite their curiosity, the 7 wisely refrained from asking questions. Setting aside whether Fang Hao was aware of their loyalty, they understood that they had not a shred of allegiance towards him at present. As Fang Hao had previously stated, when the time came for them to genuinely pledge their loyalty, they would be enlightened in due course. Master, this place is rather dull. Xiaohua affectionately rubbed against Fang Hao's palm. Fang Hao smiled reassuringly. You'll have something to play with soon. Really? How delightful, meow. Where shall we go to play, master? Xiaohua's exuberance was conveyed directly to Fang Hao's mind through their mental link. Ding. Obtained Spirit Blood Pill X40 ding. Obtained Silver Moon Wolf Beast Skin X1 ding. Obtained Skill Pill Bloodthirst X1 ding. Obtained Skill Pill Domination X1 ding. Obtained Skill Pill Night Vision X1 ding. Obtained Silver Moon Wolf Skeleton X1. At that moment, after an hour of refining, the Silver Moon Wolf had finally concluded its process. Fang Hao cast a glance and proceeded towards the spirit beast that Xiaohua had just dispatched. There are 3 rats, he observed, and promptly collected them into the furnace. In the city, rats were the most ubiquitous creatures. While they may not be the mightiest, their sheer numbers were undeniable. Fang Hao speculated that in the vast metropolis of City Z, the ultimate victor would likely not be dogs or cats, nor the animals from the zoo, but rather the rats. Why? Because of their numbers. A staggering and terrifying multitude. Historical records have documented the horror of rampant rat infestations. Although there was no immediate commotion, Fang Hao surmised that it was likely due to the absence of a rat king, or perhaps the inadequacy of its strength. A massive rat horde, once led by a rat king, could swiftly transform into a harbinger of death. The distance from the International Trade Tower to Z University was less than a kilometer. Within this short expanse, they encountered 5 waves of spirit beast attacks. The initial 2 waves were manageable, as Xiaohua and Fang Hao swiftly dispatched them. However, as they ran out of space to store the defeated beasts, Fang Hao reluctantly bestowed the domination skill pill upon Xiaohua, instructing her to utilize the powers of the king and domination skills to continually drive away the spirit beasts that assailed them. Reluctantly, he combined 4 armored vehicles. The reason for this was a notification from the system. Ding. Insufficient furnace space. It was a first for him to feel burdened by an excess of spirit beasts. Currently, there were already 50 beasts being refined in the furnace. This refining process, like the previous ones, would take an hour. Thus, Fang Hao realized that the capacity of the furnace was fixed. However, he was not entirely satisfied with the newly synthesized biological vehicle. The appearance had undergone a radical transformation, and the interior space had dramatically doubled. The vehicle now exhibited sharp, defined edges, retaining its previous dark hue, and all features such as the firing ports, searchlights, and luggage racks were preserved. Unfortunately, due to its primary design as an armored vehicle, the comfort level was severely lacking. Fang Hao sat in the painfully rigid passenger seat, smiling wryly. The biological vehicle was still a far cry from the mobile fortress he envisioned, with Xiaohua continuously activating her skills atop the vehicle. The remaining journey proceeded without further incident. Creaking, the biological vehicle came to a steady halt at the small path leading to the back mountain of Z. The group disembarked, with Xiaohua leaping down from the roof and darting into the rear mountain. Fang Hao and the others followed closely, stepping onto the path. Just after they left, a pair of glowing red eyes peered from behind a nearby window, hissing as they watched the group depart. After a moment, the red glow flickered and vanished into the darkness behind the window. As Fang Hao walked along the wooded path, he felt an instinctive urge to glance back. Furrowing his brow, "Boss, what's wrong?" Paozi asked quietly, noticing his demeanor. "Nothing, just a feeling that something is watching us." "Everyone, be cautious," Fang Hao replied softly. The group nodded gravely. They had come to a profound understanding of Fang Hao's capabilities during their journey. If he sensed that they were being watched, it was undoubtedly not without reason. Tension gripped them once more. Soon, the Cobra and Xiaohua, who were ahead, returned. They knew they had arrived. "Boss, that snake is still there," Cobra said, his face serious. Fang Hao nodded and turned to Xiaohua. "Master, it's nothing to worry about. It's not as formidable as that foolish wolf," she assured him. Fang Hao nodded, addressing the group. "Let us go meet this snake." With that, he and Xiaohua took the lead, followed closely by the 7 as they made their way toward the laboratory. Upon arriving at the laboratory's entrance, they were met with the sight of a serpent approximately 12 meters long and 60 centimeters thick, its body adorned with ringed red and black scales, and 2 sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. It was a red chain snake. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, and he called out, "Xiaohua." Simultaneously, he summoned his spider blade and commanded, "You all wait here." Upon concluding his words, he took a decisive step forward, transforming into a swift shadow that charged toward the crimson chain serpent. In that fleeting moment as the man and cat burst forth, the serpent had already detected their presence. Raising its massive, inverted triangular head, it opened its cavernous maw to reveal sharp fangs, hissing at the little flower as if to issue a warning. With fierce determination, the little flower darted towards the serpent's eyes, employing a tactic that had never failed her: strike first at the eyes. Meanwhile, Fang Hao seized the opportune moment. Accelerating to his utmost limit, the spider blade drawn close to his chest, aiming directly for the serpent's vital point. A timeless principle dictated that a snake's weakness lay at its 7 inches. The skill of the spider blade, known as defensive breach, was unleashed instantaneously, piercing through the serpent's tough scales to deliver a chilling blow. The serpent let out a furious roar, thrashing wildly as its tail, akin to a steel whip, lashed out at Fang Hao. "Perish!" he shouted, evading the incoming tail with a swift sidestep, then clenched his fist and struck the serpent's already blinded head with a powerful punch. The impact resonated like thunder. The point of contact between fist and serpent's head began to crack visibly, with fissures spreading across the surface. With a heavy thud, the serpent's writhing form collapsed as if drained of all strength. The Crimson Chain Serpent was vanquished. Chapter 35. The Source of Arrogance. Witnessing Fang Hao dispatch the formidable serpent with a single blow, Chu Changtian and his companions involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Initially, they believed they had witnessed Fang Hao's utmost prowess during their journey, only to realize that what they had observed was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was evident that Fang Hao had grown significantly stronger since their afternoon together. Yet, they remained oblivious to the immense sacrifices he had made to achieve such power. What are you waiting for? Quickly, open the door. Fang Hao gestured to the others as he dragged the fallen serpent aside. Instantly, they regained their composure and hurried toward the entrance. Tong Qian approached the door, producing a card from his pocket to swipe across the heavy entrance. Gradually, the stone wall beside the door began to recess, revealing a scanner for password, iris, and facial recognition. Chu Changtian stepped forward to undergo the iris and facial verification before entering the password. Once the password was successfully input, a resonant hum echoed as the formidable door swung open. Meanwhile, in the depths of the laboratory, Du Tianqing had already heard the commotion during the battle between Fang Hao and the Crimson Chain Serpent. Through the surveillance at the entrance, she witnessed the astounding moment when Fang Hao struck down the serpent, leaving her utterly astonished. After the initial shock, an overwhelming heat surged within her, akin to beholding a peerless beauty. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward the entrance. As the door ascended slowly, Chu Changtian and his companions stood on high alert. They possessed the highest clearance, granting them access to all critical national departments. Yet this did not imply they were familiar with the intricacies of every significant institution within the country. They had personally experienced the onset of the apocalypse. During a rescue operation at a biological research institute in Kyoto, the moment they opened the door, they found not the people they were to save, but instead were met with a horde of monstrous creatures. With a resounding clang, the door fully ascended. It was utterly vacant. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. This absence significantly increased the likelihood of Dr. Du's survival. Chu Changtian signaled, and the seven of them cautiously stepped through the threshold, descending into the depths below. Fang Hao cast a resigned glance at the Crimson Chain Serpent. The furnace had no space, nor did the backpack. So this formidable spirit beast would have to be left behind for now. Observing the refining time of the furnace, which still had over half an hour remaining, he couldn't help but exhale in frustration. Currently, the furnace could refine only up to 50 spirit beasts of lower ranks, and he had yet to attempt refining those of higher ranks. This left him in a state of uncertainty. What troubled him most was that with his growing strength, the refining process was evidently lagging behind. The speed of refinement could not keep pace with his hunting ability, posing a significant dilemma. Regrettably, he had not yet discovered a means to upgrade the refining process, which vexed him greatly. If this continued, his progress would undoubtedly suffer. And with the apocalypse having only commenced 2 days ago, lower-tier spirit beasts were already appearing with increasing frequency. As time passed, the emergence of more advanced spirit beasts was inevitable. Falling behind, even by a step, would lead to a cascade of setbacks, ultimately rendering him no different from the desperate remnants of humanity, despite the presence of his system. After much contemplation, the only viable solution to his immediate predicament emerged: upgrading the backpack's capacity. However, this was no trifling matter. To initiate the upgrade, only a low-tier spirit crystal was required. But advancing 2 levels demanded a staggering 100-fold increase, specifically 100 low-tier spirit crystals. The issue was that since obtaining the system, he had not yet amassed even 100 spirit crystals. Fortunately, with some effort, this goal was achievable in a relatively short time. The furnace already contained 50 crystals, and combining those from hunting spirit beasts while assisting Xianyuan Che in weapon synthesis meant he was not far from the target. Are you Dr. Du? At that moment, the 7 members of Chu Changtian halted their steps as a woman approached them, running with urgency. Yes, I am Du Tianqing. You are the one sent from above to rescue me, correct? She stepped closer, her gaze fervently assessing the group, but after a quick appraisal, she furrowed her brow. What about that person? That person? Chu Changtian and the others exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by Du Tianqing's inquiry. Greetings, Dr. Du, I am Chu Changtian, the leader of this rescue mission, he began, but before he could finish, Du Tianqing impatiently waved her hand and interjected, Enough. I ask you, where is that person? Du Tianqing's response prompted Iron Baby and the others to frown in discontent. It was a shame that a woman with such knowledge and status displayed such a lack of decorum. After all, the Red Dragon had paid a heavy price for her rescue. How could she not even utter a simple word of gratitude? Iron Boy and others now even entertained the thought of departing. questioning whether it is truly worthwhile for the red dragon to pay such a hefty price for an individual like her. Dr. Du, are you aware of the sacrifices we, the red dragon, have made to rescue you? Chu Chantian inhaled deeply and spoke solemnly. Throughout the journey from Kyoto to Z City, and even on the provincial road outside Z City, he had not uttered a single complaint. This was because he believed that the individual they saved represented the hope of Longhua. However, at this very moment, he realized that a woman who could not even afford the most basic respect, regardless of her being the hope of Longhua or not, was not worthy of their efforts. Are you looking for me? At that moment, Feng Hao's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Standing outside the door, Feng Hao had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Especially upon hearing the words of this woman named Du Tianqing, even Feng Hao, known for his good temperament, could not help but mutter under his breath, "Fool. Has her research rendered her utterly senseless?" Upon hearing Feng Hao's voice, Chu Changtian and the others parted to make way. As Du Tianqing caught sight of Feng Hao, her eyes reignited with fervor. She hurried over, and just as she was about to speak, Feng Hao nonchalantly surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "The environment is quite pleasant. And there's electricity. Our laboratory has its own generator. Even during a nationwide blackout, we can sustain power for half a month." Du Tianqing hastily clarified. "Then it seems we arrived at an inconvenient time." As soon as this was said, even if Du Tianqing was oblivious to social nuances, she immediately sensed something awry and frowned, asking, "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Feng Hao chuckled, bemused by the contents of her mind. "What I mean is, the warriors of Red Dragon should ideally return in 10 to 15 days. That way, when we come to rescue you, you will truly understand what gratitude means and what it is to think before you speak." The fervor in Du Tianqing's eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor as she retorted, "I am a top-tier researcher for the nation. I enjoy national-level treatment and hold the rank of general. To insult me is to insult the country. Who gave you the audacity? Let me enlighten you on who gave me that audacity." Feng Hao scoffed. With that, he exerted force in his legs and stomped down on the concrete beneath him, causing debris to fly. Instantly, a visible crack, a finger's width wide, appeared on the concrete surface. Chapter 36. The toll of crisis. To everyone's astonishment, Du Tianqing faced Feng Hao's intimidation without a shred of fear, maintaining her icy composure as she declared, "Do you dare to threaten me? Do you dare to threaten a vital national researcher? Do you dare to threaten a general? Do you dare to threaten the hope of Longhua?" Feng Hao was truly at a loss for words. Even in such dire circumstances, this woman remained blind to reality. In an instant, Feng Hao moved with swiftness, and the onlookers perceived a shadow dart past them. Immediately after, Feng Hao seized Du Tianqing by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Du Tianqing suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Her face flushed a deep crimson, as an unprecedented wave of terror surged through her heart. Upon witnessing this, Chu Chantian and his companions could not help but exclaim. They were well aware that Feng Hao was no benevolent soul. Just as they were about to intervene, they heard Du Tianqing grit her teeth and exclaim, "You, cough, cough. You are stifling the hopes of the Dragon Kingdom. I have uncovered the secret that propels human evolution." The others silently thought, "This is bad. This woman is courting death." Feng Hao chuckled lightly and responded, "The hopes of the Dragon Kingdom? What relevance does that have to me? As for the so-called secret of human evolution," he scoffed, dismissing it with a laugh, and refrained from elaborating further. In his eyes, such notions paled in comparison to the system. They were nothing but a heap of nonsense. With the existence of skill elixirs, evolution could be pursued at will. "Oh, I forgot to mention," he continued, "to save you, this so-called hope of the nation, the entire Red Dragon army has perished. The few remaining have sold themselves to me to fulfill this ridiculous task." With that, he released his grip, and Du Tianqing fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing that Feng Hao did not kill Du Tianqing, Chu Chantian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had pledged allegiance to Feng Hao and acknowledged him as their leader, the task remained unfulfilled, and the psychological barrier was difficult to surmount. Feng Hao looked disdainfully at Du Tianqing on the ground, saying, "Oh, and I must also inform you, I am neither a soldier nor a citizen of this nation. Therefore, your identity and position mean nothing to me." Du Tianqing sat dazed on the ground, seemingly stirred by Feng Hao's words, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and grasped Feng Hao's hand, her face alight with joy. "I remember now. I know who you are. You are a student from Z University, from the Department of Physical Education. Your name is Feng Hao. Am I right? Your name is Feng Hao." Feng Hao forcefully shook off her hand and shot her a glance, retorting, "So what if I am? What difference does it make?" Haha, it doesn't matter." "It doesn't matter," Du Tianqing replied awkwardly, her smile laced with embarrassment. yet the fervor in her eyes was slowly rekindling. Then, may I ask you to apologize to my team? Fang Hao stated expressionlessly. I apologize sincerely, heroes of the Red Dragon. I, Du Tianqing, earnestly seek your forgiveness for my errors. As she spoke, she bowed respectfully to the seven. This act rendered Chu Changtian and his companions quite awkward. Fang Hao cast a sidelong glance at Du Tianqing, choosing to disregard her. He had no recollection of this Z University doctoral candidate, for he had always been a self-centered individual, wholly out of sync with others, both before and after the apocalypse. As for Du Tianqing knowing him, he found it unsurprising. As an outstanding student from the sports department and a star of the university basketball team, it was hardly unexpected that others recognized him. With the apology rendered, the matter was settled. The group made their way towards the laboratory below. Along the way, Du Tianqing hurriedly approached Fang Hao and whispered, Fang Hao, may I ask you a question? Speak. How did you accomplish that? With a single punch, you killed that snake. How did you manage to do that? Why should I tell you? Du Tianqing, far from being angered, exhibited an even more pronounced fervor in her gaze as she continued to inquire. Have you consumed the flesh of a monster? Oh, it appears you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Fang Hao discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Du Tianqing. His words seemed to strike a chord with her, igniting a blush upon her cheeks and a spark in her eyes, prompting her to exuberantly recount her tale. As they approached the final grand door of the laboratory, Fang Hao suddenly halted, a serious expression overtaking his features as he addressed Du Tianqing. So, someone has indeed consumed the flesh of a spiritual beast. And you witnessed it firsthand? Yes, right inside the laboratory. What of it? Du Tianqing questioned, bewildered. Surely, the matter cannot be as straightforward as you suggest? Fang Hao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. Follow me, and I shall show you. Then, you will comprehend. This will be the most monumental discovery in human history. Excitement painted an unknown flush across Du Tianqing's face. Without waiting for Fang Hao's consent, she seized his hand and dashed into the laboratory. Intrigued, Fang Hao allowed himself to be led, eager to witness this so-called remarkable finding in the annals of humanity. Cheng Changtian and the others, having overheard Du Tianqing's conversation, exchanged glances filled with curiosity about what this monumental discovery could entail. They hurriedly followed in pursuit. Moments later, the group arrived at the glass window of the observation room. Just as they reached it, a horrifying visage suddenly appeared on the glass. Aside from Fang Hao, the others were taken aback. However, upon realizing that this grotesque face was trapped against the bulletproof glass, they exhaled in relief, only to remember that with Fang Hao present, there was little cause for concern. The monstrous face pressed against the glass, hissing and roaring incessantly at the onlookers. Fang Hao observed impassively, yet within him, a tempest of emotions stirred as he beheld the frantic and distorted countenance. With Du Tianqing's words in mind, and upon seeing the scene within the observation room, he comprehended the essence of this so-called monumental discovery, evolution, the crossbreeding and merging of species. In simpler terms, genetic amalgamation. The being within the observation room, no longer deserving of the title human, was the very monster that Du Tianqing had described, a result of consuming the flesh of a spiritual beast. The thought sent a shiver down Fang Hao's spine. In a world ravaged by spiritual beasts, the emergence of such a creature was a dire omen for humanity. In an era of food scarcity, how many souls would succumb to hunger and resort to consuming the flesh of spiritual beasts, only to transform into such monstrosities? Moreover, Fang Hao did not even need to employ any investigative techniques. From the monster's bloodthirsty gaze, brimming with primal ferocity, it was evident that humanity was its target. Chapter 37. Silence, please. Teacher Li transformed into this state to save me, Du Tianqing expressed with concern as she gazed at the terrifying face on the glass. Fang Hao cast a glance at Du Tianqing, astonished to discover that this arrogant woman, known for her thoughtless remarks, possessed a surprisingly compassionate side. The ensuing dialogue, even without Du Tianqing's words, was evident to Fang Hao as he observed the snake eggs in the corner and the cooked food on the table. He surmised the events that had transpired, a classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, venturing forth for sustenance to win her affection. If it weren't for Teacher Li aiding me in my search for food during his recovery, I would never have lasted this long. Therefore, I am determined to heal him, Du Tianqing declared, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Teacher Li's terrifying visage. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Hao cast a probing spell on Teacher Li. Target: Li Sheng, Serpent Half-Beast, Health, for 100 points level 1 Half-Beast Strength, 30 points Speed, 50 points Spirit, 15 points Magical Power, 120 points Skills, Venomous, Strangulation, Fatal Strike. Heat Sensing, Passive Skill, indeed. It was evident that Teacher Li had transcended humanity, becoming a veritable monster, a half-beast. A novel species born from the union of a spirit beast and a human. The health of a level 1 half-beast was twice that of a level 1 spirit beast. And it possessed magical power. More alarming was that this new species had assimilated the strengths of both spirit beasts and humans. With this realization, Fang Hao's expression grew serious. It was likely that the greatest threat to humanity in the future would no longer be spirit beasts, but rather these half-beasts. You are overthinking it, Fang Hao retorted coldly. With a swift motion, he effortlessly penetrated the specialized tempered glass window, seizing Teacher Li by the throat. He is no longer a human. He is an entirely new species. A fusion of humanity and spirit beasts. I shall refer to them as half-beasts. Ah, Du Tianqing gasped in shock, then quickly pleaded. I will do everything in my power to save him. Can you please release him? Fool. Fang Hao scoffed. Look into his eyes. What do you see within them? At that moment, Du Tianqing, along with Chu Changtian and the others, focused on Teacher Li's eyes. They beheld greed, murderous intent, madness, bloodlust, and primal ferocity, completely devoid of any human emotion. Yet, Du Tianqing resolutely shook her head, insisting, I must save him. He not only rescued me, but he also represents a monumental opportunity for human evolution. A flicker of disdain crossed Fang Hao's lips as he ignored her completely. With a surge of force, he snapped Teacher Li's neck with a resounding crack. You have gone too far. He is the hope of humanity, an exceptional specimen for experimentation. How could you do this? You scoundrel. Upon witnessing Fang Hao's unhesitating act of killing Teacher Li, Du Tianqing erupted in fury, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. At last, the truth is revealed, isn't it? Ha ha ha. I suspect that exceptional specimen is the sentiment you truly harbor, Fang Hao mocked. Du Tianqing was momentarily rendered speechless, her face flushed crimson. Fang Hao's words were undeniably accurate. Ding. Obtained level 1 spirit crystal x 30 ding. Obtained level 2 spirit crystal x 20 ding. Obtained level 1 spirit beast fur x 30 ding. Obtained level 2 spirit beast bones x 20 at this moment. The refining time in the system furnace finally concluded, and the 50 spirit beasts had been completely refined, yielding bountiful rewards. Indeed, it echoed the adage that without unexpected wealth, one cannot prosper, and without night grass, horses cannot thrive. With his current abilities, combined with Xiaohua, he could certainly venture out for hunting at night, as long as he maintained a measured approach and progressed gradually. Both his own advancement and that of Xiaohua, as well as the capacity of his backpack, would swiftly escalate. After collecting these items, Fang Hao promptly stowed away the grotesque object he held into the furnace. To be frank, it was rather unappetizing to behold. It was best left unseen. Had Fang Hao not taken this action, witnessing Teacher Li, who had just been present, vanish in the blink of an eye, left Du Tianqing in a daze. Chu Changtian and the others were unfazed, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, for Du Tianqing, this was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. As she snapped back to reality, her eyes were immediately filled with fervor once more. In an instant, she even cast aside the recent memory of Fang Hao slaying Teacher Li. Gazing at Fang Hao with unbridled enthusiasm, she exclaimed, You are just like Teacher Li. Aren't you? It must be so, right? Are you out of your mind? Keep your distance. Fang Hao frowned, genuinely disliking this woman at that moment. Listen well. You had better rein in your current thoughts. Otherwise, not only will you fail to become humanity's hope, but you will also become the harbinger of Pandora's box, the center of all humanity. Fang Hao regarded Du Tianqing with a stoic expression, gravely imparting his warning. I understand. Rest assured. I shall no longer pursue this matter. Absolutely not. Du Tianqing nodded resolutely. Observing her demeanor, Fang Hao could not help but sigh inwardly. This woman had clearly not absorbed his words. Nonetheless, he had said what needed to be said. If she truly disregarded his counsel, the consequences would inevitably fall upon her own shoulders. Then tell me, are you like Teacher Li? Du Tianqing inquired earnestly once more. Fang Hao furrowed his brow, opting to ignore her entirely. Were it not for the presence of Chu Changtian and the others, he would have seriously contemplated silencing her with a swift strike. Did you punch that giant snake to death? I wonder, did you consume a calf? No, that is too large for you to manage. Ah, yes. You must have devoured a bull's heart, right? Du Tianqing continued, oblivious to Fang Hao's disinterest, her enthusiasm unabated. Fang Hao was left utterly speechless. How dare she mention calves and hearts? Why not say I devoured a bull's whip instead? Damn, how about you draw a little blood for me? Just a tiny bit, please. What do you say? Don't be afraid. You are contributing to a new era for humanity. I will certainly report this to the authorities. The nation shall undoubtedly reward you. and the people will forever remember your deeds. Du Tianqing eagerly cast glances at Feng Hao, seemingly contemplating the best approach to take. Feng Hao, on the brink of losing his composure, felt the veins on his forehead throb. The 7 members of Chu Changtian stared in astonishment at Du Tianqing, then glanced at the nearly explosive Feng Hao, and could not help but stifle their amusement. She is in for a rough time. Chapter 38. Every effort yields a reward. Women should never provoke me. The consequences could be dire, far beyond your imagination. Feng Hao declared coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. Chu Changtian and the others exchanged glances, blinked in understanding, and hurriedly followed suit. We shall spend the night here and depart tomorrow, Feng Hao stated, entering the passageway. However, just as he had taken a few steps, Feng Hao suddenly returned. Addressing Chu Changtian and the others, keep an eye on her. Do not let her stir up trouble. The group nodded, fully aware of whom Feng Hao referred to. Only then did Feng Hao feel reassured as he exited the laboratory. Not a minute had passed since Feng Hao left when Du Tianqing emerged. Now, she had regained her former composure, as if the chattering woman moments ago had been an entirely different person. Spotting Feng Hao's absence, Du Tianqing's mind began to race with ideas. Chu Changtian, tell me, how much do you know about Feng Hao? Du Tianqing inquired calmly, devoid of her previous domineering demeanor. Chu Changtian shook his head, remaining silent. The truth was, they knew little about Feng Hao. They only learned his name upon his return that evening. Are you not curious why he possesses such formidable strength? Du Tianqing prodded gently. This time, not only Chu Changtian, but even Tai Hua and the others shook their heads in unison. No way, the boss knows you're up to something. Just as the boss anticipated, this woman is truly untrustworthy. The boss is indeed clever. Do you not desire to possess power as immense as his? Du Tianqing persisted. Once again, the 7 men unanimously shook their heads. Du Tianqing gritted her teeth, her reluctance evident. I only need a single drop of his blood. Just a drop. Have you not considered that if I succeed, your comrades could experience fewer casualties? Upon hearing this, the 7 were visibly stirred. Noticing their reaction, Du Tianqing revealed a barely perceptible smile. This group of straightforward soldiers, trying to play mind games with me, clearly lacks experience. Just as she was about to speak again, intending to fan the flames further, Tai Hua could no longer hold his tongue. But the boss can Tai Hua. Silence. Before he could finish, Chu Changtian quickly reprimanded him. Although Feng Hao had never hidden his actions from them, it was because he knew they posed no threat. What harm could come from their knowledge? Could they defeat him? Moreover, since their acquaintance with Feng Hao, it seemed their roles had completely reversed. He had always been the one giving, while they had remained largely ineffective. Moreover, during their initial entry into the laboratory, Feng Hao's concern for them was undeniably touching. What do soldiers yearn for the most? It is neither power nor fame. A true soldier's deepest desire is simply respect and acknowledgement. If, previously, they had followed Feng Hao out of a sense of obligation, a mere exchange. After a series of events, Feng Hao has unwittingly penetrated their hearts. Although loyalty may not yet be established, they are acutely aware of what should and should not be said. When necessary, safeguarding Feng Hao's interests will become their foremost priority. Those who respect others will, in turn, always be respected. Just as in a reciprocal exchange, Tai Hua lowered his head in shame, realizing he was on the verge of speaking out of turn, nearly betraying his leader. Du Tianqing, witnessing the impending progress, was frustrated when a single remark from Chu Changtian rendered all her efforts futile, prompting her to glare at him with clenched teeth. Save your breath, we know nothing. Even if we did, we wouldn't speak. Compared to your ethereal human hopes, we place our trust in our leader, for without him, we would not be here speaking. You ought to be grateful to him, rather than attempting to extract information from us. To be honest, had it not been for our commitment and the weight of the Red Dragon's hopes, we would not seek you out. After all, from the moment we chose to follow him, we ceased to be mere soldiers, Chu Changtian said, his expression impassive. After hearing this, Du Tianqing shot Chu Changtian a fierce glare, let out a cold huff, and turned to enter an office, slamming the door shut behind her. Chu Changtian and the others exchanged glances, their faces breaking into smiles. Outside, Feng Hao stood at the corridor's entrance, intently listening to the conversation within the laboratory, a faint smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Finally, the hard work had not been in vain. The efforts bore fruit, with their character now confirmed. It was merely a matter of time before their loyalty followed suit. Assured that Du Tianqing would not engage in any further tricks, Feng Hao stepped out of the corridor. Just as he emerged, Xiao Hua darted out from a corner. Master Miao? Xiao Hua missed you, she purred, rubbing against Feng Hao's palm. Xiao Hua, have there been any unusual occurrences? Fang Hao recalled the earlier sensation of being watched, and had specifically instructed Xiao Hua to remain vigilant before entering the laboratory. Master, I was just about to tell you that just a while ago, several sneaky creatures were lurking around here before leaving, Xiao Hua communicated through mental transmission, recounting her discoveries piece by piece. Though her descriptions might have been slightly imprecise, Fang Hao grasped the gist. What kind of creatures? Were they human or spirit beasts? He inquired. Not human, but they looked rather peculiar, meow. Fang Hao nodded, having deduced what the entities were. It appeared they had set their sights on him. Contemplating their intentions, Fang Hao couldn't help but smirk coldly within. Next, the process of refining the crimson chain serpent commenced. With a silent incantation, withdraw. The serpent's enormous form vanished in an instant. If that woman were to witness this, she would surely be astounded. After completing this task, Fang Hao began to tally his gains. A glance into his backpack revealed that the most abundant item was the spirit blood pill. Nearly too numerous to count, roughly over 1,000 pieces. This was indeed a remarkable treasure, arguably a strategic resource, whether for replenishing spiritual energy or for healing and satiating hunger. It was indispensable. Next came the pelts, bones of spirit beasts, and other such materials. Fang Hao could hardly be bothered to examine them further, knowing that the biological card would undoubtedly require multiple syntheses. The more spirit beast bones and insect exoskeletons he had, the better. Following that were the skill pills and spirit crystals. However, he was uncertain whether upgrading the system backpack required 0 level, 1st level, or 2nd level crystals. If 0 level was necessary, could 1st or 2nd level crystals be utilized, and what would be the exchange ratio? With a spirit of experimentation, Fang Hao opened his personal attribute panel, directing his focus to the small backpack below, and silently thought, upgrade. Ding. The system backpack is ready for an upgrade, consuming 100 spirit crystals. Do you wish to proceed? Upgrade. Ding. Insufficient spirit crystals. Please try again. After glancing at the number of spirit crystals in his backpack, Fang Hao deduced that the upgrade required 1st level spirit crystals. The deduction ratio for 2nd level crystals was 2:1, while for 1st level crystals, it was 3:1. Thus, he was still short by 9 1st level spirit crystals. Chapter 39. The gluttonous gold swallower. Since the upgrade could not be completed for the moment, it was time for the most exhilarating part, the skill pills he had eagerly anticipated. With a flick of his mind, 2 skill pills appeared in his hand, one radiating a crimson glow, belonging to the fire spirit mastiff, with the skill flame control, and the other glowing a deep scarlet, belonging to the silver moon wolf, with the skill bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, active skill, doubles all attributes upon activation. Trigger time, anytime. Consuming 100 spiritual energy per minute. Flame control, active skill, allows the user to draw and manipulate fire elements from the air. Trigger time, anytime. Consuming spiritual energy based on the extent of use. Gazing at the 2 skill pills in his hand, Fang Hao couldn't help but sigh. He now possessed 2 more gluttonous gold swallowers. Swallowing both skill pills, as usual, he experienced no discernible taste. A quick glance at his attribute panel revealed that the skills had been added to his skill bar. Currently, his attribute panel displayed 108 points of spiritual energy. Contemplating this, he surmised that 108 points should suffice to experiment with these 2 skills. With a flicker of his mind, the surrounding space rippled, and an intense heat manifested out of thin air. Fang Hao opened his hand, and with a whoosh, a fireball the size of a basketball appeared in his palm. The fireball hovered there, and contrary to expectations, it did not emit the anticipated scorching heat. Instead, it radiated an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Flame control granted him not only the ability to manipulate flames, but also a bond with the fire elements. However, at that moment, Fang Hao could not help but furrow his brow. This fireball, though evident in its limited power, consumed a staggering 20 points of spiritual energy for its mere existence, with an additional continuous drain of approximately 2 points per minute to maintain its flame. With such a fireball, the consumption of 2 low-grade spiritual crystals seemed almost futile, as he surmised that even a low-grade spirit beast would be a challenge to defeat. Even if it could kill, the cost would be disproportionately high. Fang Hao pondered whether he could compress the fireball, alter its shape, or perhaps employ a tool to amplify its potency. With a flicker of his mind, the fireball vanished. And within that brief moment, 30 points of spiritual energy had evaporated. Fang Hao could not help but smile wryly. Earning spiritual crystals was arduous, yet their consumption seemed alarmingly swift. Next came the skill of the silver moon wolf, bloodthirst. Bloodthirst, activate. As Fang Hao issued the command, a crimson glow enveloped him, followed by an overwhelming aura radiating outward. Xiao Hua, resting nearby, was startled into alertness, quickly surveying the surroundings. Upon realizing it was merely her master, she yawned and resumed her repose on the ground. Powerful, truly formidable. Fang Hao felt an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through him, almost unable to suppress a roar of exhilaration. Yet, upon observing the rate of spiritual energy consumption, he nearly cursed in frustration. He hastily ceased the bloodthirst. How was it fair that the same skill consumed so little energy for the Silver Moon Wolf, yet was so devastatingly taxing for him? In an instant, the 78 points of spiritual energy that remained were consumed as if caught in the maw of a voracious beast. A true money pit. How could he afford such extravagance? The effort he expended to earn those spiritual crystals felt like a cruel joke, as mere seconds had seen the loss of 8 crystals along with 4 blood pills. Fang Hao felt a pang of anguish as if his very essence were bleeding. He vowed that unless absolutely necessary, he would not dare to engage with this bloodthirst again. Yet the benefits were undeniably apparent. With his attributes doubled, Fang Hao, boasting an impressive total of 120 points, could instantly transform into an invincible force. Ding. Acquired blood pills x10 ding. Acquired human pills x10 ding. Acquired skill pill, lethal strike x1 ding. Acquired skill pill, strangulation x1 ding. Acquired skill pill, critical hit x1 ding. Acquired skill pill, thermal sensitivity, passive skill, x1. Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the system's notifications. The surprises brought forth by this new species were indeed monumental. 4 skill pills, along with 10 blood pills and 10 human pills. Though no spiritual crystals had appeared, their value paled in comparison to the skill pills. He had not anticipated such a high yield from the half-beast's skills, and in terms of overall worth, the half-beast was undoubtedly superior. Gazing at the newly refined skill pills, Fang Hao called over Xiaohua and entrusted her with the lethal strike and thermal sensitivity, along with 10 human pills. After arranging for a young flower to keep watch, Fang Hao proceeded towards the laboratory. This marked the 3rd night since the onset of the apocalypse, and beneath the shroud of night, the city of Z remained relentless in its cacophony of howls and screams. Meanwhile, the esteemed 8 families of Kyoto were graced with the presence of 8 unfamiliar guests. Within the manor of the Xianyuan family, in a particular sitting room, a middle-aged man with graying hair and clad in a cerulean long robe occupied the seat of honor. His demeanor was steady and imposing, reminiscent of an ancient tree with deep roots, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. He was Xianyuan Hong, the patriarch of the Xianyuan clan, and if Fang Hao were present, he would instantly recognize him as the father of Xianyuan Che. For their resemblance was striking. Seated below him were the 10 elders of the Xianyuan family, all of whom were casting furious glances at a singular figure, a foreigner with golden hair and azure eyes, who sat casually in the guest seat. This individual was dressed peculiarly, and his words dripped with a nonchalant bravado. He wore a leather short-sleeved shirt, which bizarrely exposed one shoulder while the other arm was entirely encased in a long leather sleeve. He introduced himself as Was, representing an organization known as God. His purpose for being there was to persuade the Xianyuan family to join this organization, claiming that God can provide everything you desire. Xianyuan Patriarch. Have you given it any thought? Was inquired dismissively, picking at his nose. Xianyuan Hong took a sip of tea and replied, his expression unreadable. My family has stood for thousands of years in the Dragon Country. I am uncertain if this so-called God can withstand such a legacy. Was flicked his fingers nonchalantly and responded, your longevity means little to me. I am merely extending an invitation to join God, nothing more. How dare you? You insolent youth. Such arrogance shall not go unchallenged. The 2 elders closest to Was erupted in fury at the perceived insult to the Xianyuan family and lunged at him. They were the 10th and 9th elders, and they unleashed their full power in an attempt to strike him down. Was, however, met their assault with both fists raised, clashing directly against their incoming blows. A resounding thud echoed through the room as the 2 elders stumbled back a step, while Was remained almost entirely unperturbed, save for his exposed arm which was pushed back slightly. The 10th and 9th elders, astonished, prepared to strike again. At that moment, Was swiftly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, exclaiming, I did not come here to fight. If you do not wish to join God, I am not forcing you. Very well, let us part amicably and perhaps meet again in the future. With a courteous bow, he vanished from the sitting room in an instant. Surprisingly, neither the 10th nor 9th elders pursued him, nor did any of the other elders, including Xianyuan Hong, utter a word in response. After a moment's contemplation, Xianyuan Hong gazed in the direction where Wazi had departed, letting out a sigh as he remarked, in these apocalyptic times, calamities arise. What is happening to the Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 40. The divine at the Tong family manor in the capital, a foreign visitor had also arrived. However, unlike the tense atmosphere at the Xianyuan household, the reception hall was filled with amiable conversations and a warm ambience. "Blood Steward, allow me to offer you a toast," exclaimed a middle-aged man with graying hair, a smile adorning his face as he raised his glass towards a young man and drank deeply from his cup of white liquor. This man was Tong Wenyuan, the head of the Tong clan, one of the 8 great families. "Patience, Tong clan leader. We shall have ample time for drinking later. Let us attend to business first," the Blood Steward replied, raising his glass momentarily before placing it back on the table. This Blood Steward was sent by the divine to the Tong family, in stark contrast to Wazi's appearance at the Shenyuan residence. This Blood Steward was shrouded in a dark cloak, rendering his features indistinguishable. Those who stood closer could not help but wrinkle their noses at the unpleasant odor that emanated from him, a scent that was both fishy and foul. Had it not been for his esteemed status, they would have likely recoiled in disgust. Even beneath Tong Wenyuan's beaming exterior, he dared not breathe too heavily. "Very well," Tong Wenyuan responded with a smile, clapping his hands to disperse the crowd, who hurriedly retreated, clearing away all the tables and chairs. Observing the Blood Steward's lack of displeasure at the Tong family's apparent rudeness, Tong Wenyuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Once the furniture was removed, a contingent of black-clad guards entered, Tong family's elite guards. Alongside them were 4 men, their expressions filled with terror, emitting incoherent sounds as blood froth spilled from their mouths, clearly indicating that their jaws had been shattered. The guards cast the 4 men onto the ground, standing like cold machines awaiting orders. "Blood Steward, what do you think? Is this acceptable?" Tong Wenyuan inquired, looking at the Blood Steward. The Blood Steward nodded, clapping his hands, and several individuals in black cloaks wheeled in a massive iron cage. The cage was draped with a large black cloth, and as it entered the reception hall, it began to emit loud crashing sounds. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense with curiosity about the contents of the cage. It was positioned in the center of the hall, and the Blood Steward raised his hand, signaling for the cloth to be removed. With a vigorous tug, the cloth fell away, revealing a cage constructed from steel bars as thick as an infant's arm. Inside the cage was a woman, more accurately, a creature with bloodshot eyes, a swollen abdomen, and bent legs. She bore an unearthly appearance, with a massive fang protruding from her mouth and a tail resembling a whip extending from her backside. Her gaze was fierce, radiating a hunger for blood and flesh as she surveyed those around her. "Behold, the magnificent creation of the divine, the Rat Woman." The Blood Steward pointed at the woman within the iron cage, speaking with an intensity that was almost palpable. Tong Wenyuan gazed thoughtfully at the cage, and upon noticing his demeanor, the Blood Steward chuckled and remarked, "Do you believe her condition is merely due to consuming a G-class creature?" "Oh," Tong Wenyuan inquired. His curiosity piqued as he awaited the Blood Steward's response. "This is merely the prelude. The true spectacle lies ahead. Just wait and see." With that, the Blood Steward clapped his hands. As the echoes of his voice faded, his cloaked subordinates seized an individual from the ground, opened the cage, and unceremoniously tossed him inside. The moment the man entered, the Rat Woman lunged at him, her sharp fangs piercing through his neck with alarming swiftness. The man struggled feebly for a brief moment before succumbing to silence. Then came the unsettling sound of feasting, the sharp crunching of bones echoing throughout the chamber, causing all present to wince in discomfort. Some, unable to bear the gruesome sight, clamped their mouths and fled, retching loudly, while others dared not look again, hastily turning their faces away. Only Tong Wenyuan and the Blood Steward remained unfazed. Such scenes of cannibalism had become commonplace since the onset of the apocalypse. In no time, the Rat Woman consumed the man entirely, leaving not a single bone fragment behind, her gaze fixated hungrily on the remaining 3 individuals. The Blood Steward gestured for the proceedings to continue. Soon, the 2nd and 3rd victims met the same fate, the Rat Woman relentlessly devouring them without a hint of restraint. It was not until the 4th victim that a change occurred. Halfway through her meal, the Rat Woman's distended belly began to throb with visible veins, and a pained expression crossed her face as she emitted high-pitched squeaks. Then, a shocking scene unfolded before the onlookers. The Rat Woman was giving birth. In agony, she screamed as she delivered a litter of baby rats. No, to be precise, a brood of rat people. There were 7 of these rat people, each the size of a domestic cat, their eyes still closed. Drawn by the scent of flesh, they crawled towards the remnants of the half-eaten corpse. Minutes flew by, and within that brief span, the reception hall was filled with the sounds of gnawing. The first meal had wrought astonishing transformations upon the little rat people. Their claws and incisors sharpened to a razor's edge, glinting ominously in the light. Shedding their embryonic coverings, they began to stand upright, their eyes slowly opening to reveal a glimmer of crimson light. At that moment, the Blood Steward produced a whistle from beneath his cloak and blew a sharp note. Accompanied by the sound, The eyes of the 7 rat people glimmered red, and they all lunged toward the rat woman. In disbelief, the rat woman's eyes reflected her horror as the little rat people sank their teeth into her neck. Maternal cannibalism. Tong Wenyuan could no longer maintain his composure. Even in the current post-apocalyptic world, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Just a simple whistle had incited them to turn against their mother. The blood deacon smiled with satisfaction, gazing at the small rat-like beings devouring their food, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fervor. It was as if he were witnessing the miraculous wonders of the Creator, the magnificent miracles of the divine. Such intensity, such yearning, such piety. Tong Wenyuan took a deep breath and then slowly bowed to the blood deacon, uttering, "May the light of the divine illuminate the world and dispel all darkness." "Oh, Chief Tong, this is the greatness of the divine." Wenyuan understood. "Now, in accordance with my divine will, I entrust these little creatures to you. How you utilize them is entirely at your discretion. Remember, you must prepare even more experimental materials for the divine to bring light to more people. Greater sacrifices must be made." Wenyuan comprehended. "By the way, here is something for you," said the blood deacon, producing an object from within his dark robe and handing it to Tong Wenyuan. Wenyuan examined the item in his hand, which resembled a wrist guard but was composed of intricate components, with a device embedded on the side filled with a scarlet liquid. He inquired, "Blood deacon, what is this?" "This is a remarkable creation just birthed by the divine. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. You may try it out and then provide your feedback." Tong Wenyuan nodded solemnly and carefully stored it away. "Well then, my mission here has been accomplished. I shall await further news. I must take my leave now, and remember, do not forget the experimental materials. They must be delivered to the designated location punctually." With that, before Tong Wenyuan could react, the blood deacon vanished from the reception hall. Chapter 41. The Divine and the 8 Great Families. That night, 6 other families experienced similar encounters. However, unlike the harmonious scene at the Tong family, the outcomes for the other families were rather unfortunate. Tong Wenyuan slowly rose from the ground, gazing at the core members of the Tong family in the reception hall, and spoke in a deep voice. "You previously doubted my interactions with the divine, yet now you have witnessed this miraculous act of creation. Now, is there anyone else who dares to dissent?" As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at several elders of the Tong family, clearly indicating that those who had expressed doubt were among them. The reception hall fell into a profound silence. After a moment, several elders exchanged bitter smiles. The outcome was sealed, and what more could they say? Observing that no one had further objections, Tong Wenyuan could not help but smile contentedly. "All right, you may disperse now. Let us conclude today's meeting. Strengthen the manor's defenses, as it seems the creatures from the capital have become restless. Be wary of their nocturnal assaults." The assembly nodded in agreement before turning to leave. "Third brother, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." At that moment, Tong Wenyuan called out to a middle-aged man. Tong Wenyuan, the eldest of 3 brothers, was addressing his third brother, Tong Wenba, while the second brother, Tong Wenjan, had mysteriously disappeared from the Tong family since birth, a secret and taboo topic among them. Once the others had departed, Tong Wenyuan slowly spoke. "Third brother, have there been any updates from Hei?" Tong Wenba shook his head. "And what of Long Hongi?" Tong Wenyuan continued to inquire. Tong Wenba replied, "Before the power outage, the radio signal connected, albeit for just a moment, after which we could no longer establish contact. Could there have been an issue?" Tong Wenyuan could not help but murmur with concern, "Elder brother, are you worried about Xiaoliang?" Tong Wenba inquired. Tong Wenyuan nodded. "Monsters are rampant, and their terror escalates daily. I fear that relying solely on Hei and the others, we will be unable to lead Xiaoliang out of City Z." Tong Wenba fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. "I miscalculated," he sighed. "By the way, elder brother, before you left, didn't you prepare a second plan for them to seek Long Hongi?" Tong Wenba hastily added. Tong Wenyuan shook his head. "Long Hongi is inherently rebellious, with grand ambitions. He is unreliable. Surely he wouldn't harm Xiaoliang?" Tong Wenba asked. "Third brother, have you forgotten the current circumstances? We are in an apocalypse. The most terrifying aspect of an apocalypse is humanity itself. Moreover, I have been feeling restless these past couple of days, sensing that something dreadful is about to occur." Tong Wenyuan expressed, a troubled look crossing his face. "Elder brother, do you mean?" Tong Wenyuan nodded. "Since the divine side has already taken action, I know those 7 old fools will never agree to ally with the divine. Thus, third brother, our opportunity has arrived. The time for the 8 families to unite is drawing near." He continued, "Now, send some people to City Z. Within our lineage, Xiaoliang is the only remaining hope, and I cannot rest easy." "Who shall you send, elder brother?" Tong Wenyuan pondered briefly before replying. let the 5 from Hei go. He then handed the peculiar wrist device he had been holding to Tong Wenba. Take this as well, just in case. Tong Wenba carefully accepted it, nodded, and turned to leave. On the rooftop of a 5-star hotel in Kyoto, several shadows gathered. In the streets and the sky, rampant spirit beasts passed by, seemingly oblivious to their presence, merely gliding past. The shadows exchanged light-hearted banter. At that moment, another shadow ascended the stairs. This figure was the blood steward, who had just departed from the Tong family. Now, the rooftop housed a total of 8 individuals, one from each of the 8 families. Among them were both men and women, diverse in appearance, yet they shared a peculiar trait. Each emanated a strange odor, reminiscent of blood and decay. What news? The blood steward asked coldly. A masked woman giggled. What else could it be? It's all gone. And you? The blood steward turned to the others. The Li family has nothing. The Zhu family remains silent. The Wang family is quiet. The Mo family has nothing. The Yi family has nothing. The Ouyang family has nothing. And you? The blood steward looked toward the nonchalant Wazi. Wazi shrugged. It's obvious. Do I need to elaborate? After a moment of silence, the blood steward coldly declared, proceed with the plan. If they refuse to submit, eliminate them. With that, he vanished from the rooftop. The remaining 7 exchanged glances before dissipating into the darkness. Meanwhile, the heads of the Li, Mo, Yi, and Ouyang families, who had cordial relations with the Xianyuan family, had already arrived at the Xianyuan estate. In a specially treated underground conference room, the 5 family heads gathered together. Xianyuan, my brother, our intentions need no further elaboration, do they? The speaker was Li Baoshan, the head of the Li family. Xianyuan Hong nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Brother Xianyuan, what is your perspective? Inquired a middle-aged beauty, Mo Shuiying, the matriarch of the Mo family, distinct from other clans for its matriarchal lineage. Ouyang, brother Yi, perhaps you might share your thoughts first? Xianyuan Hong turned his gaze to the other 2 middle-aged men. One was Ouyang Ming, the head of the Ouyang family, and the other was Yi Zhenxing, the head of the Yi family. After a brief silence, Ouyang Ming spoke. Before the upheaval, we speculated that the traitor might be one among these 3, or perhaps all of them. At this moment, Yi Zhenxing chimed in. This organization, referred to as God, is formidable. When Qing Tian clashed with that individual, it appeared they were evenly matched. Yet I could discern that the latter was not exerting their full strength. The others nodded in agreement. The individual who visited me was even more terrifying. Both Elder 10 and Elder 9 made their moves simultaneously, yet they gained no advantage, Xianyuan Hong remarked slowly. Such revelations. The 4 had greatly overestimated the opponent's capabilities, and yet they were still underestimating the simultaneous emergence of Xianyuan's Elder 10 and Elder 9, yet they failed to gain the upper hand. What manner of horror is this God? Xianyuan, what course of action will you take? Mo Shuiying could not restrain her inquiry. A glint of coldness flashed in Xianyuan Hong's eyes as he replied with an impassive demeanor. The 8 great families will forever remain as such. No one shall alter this truth. Those who dare to meddle with the 8 great families shall face death. Regardless of the choices made by Tong Wenyuan, Wang Zhiyu, or Zhu Bingsheng, let it be known, the 8 great families stand united. Only the unworthy shall perish. Understood. Tomorrow, let us send someone to seek out Li Hashan. It is time for us to act. Got it. Chapter 42. I am quite handsome, and I know it a night passed without incident. As dawn broke, accompanied by the cries of spirit beasts, Feng Hao gradually opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, his gaze fell upon an exquisitely beautiful face, causing him to momentarily freeze. Then, the realization struck him. He was in a laboratory. Instantly, he regained his composure and, with an expressionless countenance, remarked, Have you finished your gaze? Do you not find the Creator to be truly marvelous? Du Tianqing's eyes remained fixated on Feng Hao. Have you finished? Feng Hao emphasized his inquiry once more. Do you not feel that you are a work of art? Du Tianqing continued. Is there no end to this? Feng Hao shot her a frosty glare. Her gaze, so devoid of humanity, startled Du Tianqing, who realized she had once again provoked Feng Hao, prompting her to instinctively retreat a few steps. After stepping back, Feng Hao rose from the sofa. As he sat up, he noticed Chu Changtian and the other 6 were barely suppressing their laughter as they looked at him. Feng Hao felt a vain throb on his forehead. Could it be that these rugged men also enjoyed a spectacle? Casting a cold glance at them, the 7 promptly recoiled. Pretending not to have seen anything, Feng Hao stood up from the sofa, preparing to head to the restroom. Do you not desire to become stronger? Du Tianqing asked, undeterred. As Feng Hao disappeared at the restroom's entrance, Du Tianqing gritted her teeth, seething, You bastard. I will have your blood one day. Just wait. Emerging from the restroom, Feng Hao's icy demeanor had yet to thaw. Chu Changtian approached him, anxious, and said, Boss, We are watching. There's no way we will let her succeed. Indeed, boss. I specifically checked her for tools before letting her through, Iron Boy chimed in, eager to take credit. Yes, boss. She claimed she was merely observing you. The moment they spoke, Fang Hao's irritation escalated. Are you all waiting for me to be assaulted before reacting? What do you think I'm paying you for? To watch a show? At Fang Hao's words, Chu Changtian and the others were left speechless, while Du Tianqing resembled a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Her fury igniting instantly. Fang Hao, what do you mean? Do you think I can't find a man, or are all the men in the world dead? You think I want to assault you? You should take a good look at yourself. No need to look. I know I'm quite handsome. However, I have no interest in you. So remember this. Keep your distance. Fang Hao replied nonchalantly. You. Du Tianqing was rendered speechless, her fair face flushed with embarrassment. Let us go. It's time to set off. Ignoring Du Tianqing, Fang Hao called to Chu Changtian and the others, preparing to leave. As he reached the observation room's door, his peripheral vision caught sight of a serpent's egg on the table, stirring his interest. He swiftly cast a probing spell. Target, red chain serpent egg, dead, life, 0 strength, 0 speed, 0 spirit, 10 points spiritual power, 10 points skills. Without a second thought, Fang Hao stored it in the furnace. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. After all, it could at least provide 10 points of spiritual power. This seemingly casual action immediately elicited an exclamation from Du Tianqing, her beautiful eyes betraying her fervor and curiosity. Once they exited the laboratory, Chu Changtian shut the door behind them. Before leaving, Fang Hao had instructed him to turn off the backup power. Perhaps this laboratory would prove useful once the mobile fortress was fully operational. Just as the door closed, a little creature named Xiaohua, hidden away, sprang out, causing Du Tianqing to scream in fright. Quiet. Fang Hao snapped, covering her mouth with his hand. Hearing the commotion, Chu Changtian and the others could only smile wryly as they quickly drew their military knives, standing guard cautiously. In this apocalyptic world, such a call was akin to inviting trouble. They felt keenly that the woman's advantages lay solely in her intellect and appearance. Why does that sound a bit like a compliment? Du Tianqing glanced at Xiaohua in horror, struggling and making muffled sounds. This is my companion. Xiaohua, just behave, and it won't harm you. Remember, if you scream again, I'll leave you here to be fed to the dogs. Fang Hao said expressionlessly. Indeed. As soon as Fang Hao spoke, it had an immediate effect. Du Tianqing ceased her struggles and silenced her cries. Now I release my grip. Remember what I said. Fang Hao snorted disdainfully, and having spoken, he let go. Although Du Tianqing was no longer screaming, the lingering fear in her eyes remained as she involuntarily drew closer to Fang Hao while gazing at Xiaohua. Meow? Xiaohua looked at Du Tianqing with curiosity and inquired, Master, is this also a human? They look quite peculiar. As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Du Tianqing's curvaceous figure before looking down at her own chest. Fang Hao couldn't help but feel a wave of annoyance rise on his forehead. What on earth are you thinking? Let's go? Fang Hao replied irritably. After saying this, he took the lead down the narrow path. Xiaohua let out a plaintive meow, and then curiously peeked at Du Tianqing's chest before chasing after Fang Hao. With a few leaps, Xiaohua surpassed Fang Hao and ventured ahead to scout the way. Observing Xiaohua's retreating figure, Fang Hao displayed a peculiar expression. It seemed he still did not know whether Xiaohua was male or female. Ugh, what am I even thinking? The group soon arrived at the end of the path, encountering no spirit beasts along the way. It was unclear whether this was due to Xiaohua's intimidation or if the spirit beasts in the garden had fled. In any case, they reached the biological vehicle without any obstacles. Having sat overnight, the vehicle was now covered in dew. When Du Tianqing laid eyes on the biological vehicle, her mouth dropped open in astonishment. As a national-level research scientist, she had encountered many core state secrets, and to her knowledge, the Dragon Kingdom had no such model in service or under development. Fang Hao, who on earth are you? A great question mark loomed in Du Tianqing's mind. The terrifying strength, the ability to make objects vanish in an instant, the monstrous creature he kept, and this extravagant armored vehicle she had never seen before, all left her bewildered. One by one, they boarded the vehicle, with Chu Changtian once again taking the wheel, Fang Hao in the passenger seat, Xiaohua lying atop the vehicle, and the others seated in the back. Let us depart. With Fang Hao's command, the biological vehicle surged forward in an instant. Chapter 43. The assault of the half-beast horde. The biological vehicle moved swiftly, especially after its refurbishment and the addition of 4 armored vehicles, resulting in an extraordinary speed. Its large tires rolled over any obstacles with ease. This was the kind of vehicle befitting a man. Of course, aside from the discomfort of a sore backside. Chu Changtian, can you slow down a bit? My backside hurts. Du Tianqing gripped the handrail on the door tightly, shouting angrily. Screech. The biological vehicle came to a sudden halt, its tires leaving 2 black marks on the concrete road behind. Bang. Chu Changtian. Are you trying to kill me? At the moment of braking, Du Tianxin collided intimately with the front seat. I told you to slow down, not to stop. Did you learn to drive from a gym teacher? She exclaimed, rubbing her painfully impacted face while scolding him. Be quiet. Fang Hao snapped coldly. As Du Tianxin was about to retort, she settled into her seat and, through the windshield, caught sight of the scene ahead, causing her pupils to dilate sharply, a creeping dread washing over her face. It was not only Du Tianxin who felt this way. Even the others in the back, including Tai Hua, wore grave expressions. Before them, the front of the bio-vehicle was besieged by a throng of half-orcs clad in tattered school uniforms, all converging from the direction of the cafeteria. Copper coin. Stay in the vehicle. The rest of you, disembark. Prepare for action. After commanding, he slowly opened the door and stepped out. Copper coin hesitated, ready to protest. But Taiwa beside him shook his head. Among the 7, Copper coin possessed the least combat prowess. Given the current circumstances, stepping outside would be tantamount to courting death. This fact was known not only to the 6, but also to Fang Hao. The others streamed out, slamming the door shut with a decisive thud. Xiaohua. It's time to work. I permit you to unleash your fury today. Fang Hao commanded, his gaze fixed on the encroaching half-orcs. Meow. Xiaohua let out a fierce cry and leaped from the rooftop, launching herself at the half-orcs. You lot, cover each other. Stay around the bio-vehicle. After issuing the orders, Fang Hao focused his mind, and the spider blade appeared in his hand. With a swift movement, he materialized before a half-orc. Swish. The blade flashed, and a grotesque half-orc head soared into the air. Stay vigilant. Chu Changtian admonished, as the 6 positioned themselves against the bio-vehicle, beginning their assault against the oncoming half-orcs. Fang Hao and Xiaohua carved their way through, none of the half-orcs able to withstand a single strike from either blade or claw. Before long, they found themselves amidst the throng of half-orcs, which appeared like a relentless tide. There were at least 400 or 500 of them. Fang Hao relentlessly struck and withdrew his blade. With each flash of steel, another half-orc fell lifeless. In the midst of the chaos, he recognized several familiar faces, his teachers, classmates, members of his basketball team, and even school officials. He understood that these creatures, their eyes filled with bloodlust and primal desire, were no longer his peers or alumni. Kill. 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 Do not blame me. Blame this damned apocalypse. Blame your inability to control your own tongues. Fang Hao roared, as if venting his frustrations, delivering a powerful blow that cleaved a half-orc in 2. Gradually, Fang Hao lost track of how long he had been battling or how many half-orcs he had slain. In the end, he was only aware of the mechanical rhythm of his strikes, moving like an indefatigable machine. Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air suddenly approached him. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, and he leaped. Boom. The ground where he had just stood erupted, leaving craters in its wake. Fang Hao turned to see that the assailant was a half-orc with a long, protruding tongue. Without needing to use any detection spells, he recognized it as a half-orc mutated from consuming a lizard-type spiritual beast. Swish. Its barbed tongue, resembling a rubber band, lunged towards Fang Hao once more. Die. Fang Hao stepped forward. The blade rested across his chest, narrowly avoiding the oncoming tongue. A flash of steel, the head of the half-orc soared into the air. After dispatching this creature, Fang Hao turned to survey the scene he had left behind, which resembled a battlefield strewn with corpses and severed limbs. Glancing over at Xiaohua's side, he found a similarly grim tableau. The level for Xiaohua was certainly no joke. However, the relentless onslaught of these creatures proved to be quite a headache. They were all first-level half-orcs, indeed. Yet no one would have anticipated that such a multitude of humans could still survive within the school's confines. Perhaps among them were individuals who did not deserve their fates, some who were innocent, and others who had been model citizens or philanthropists before the apocalypse. Yet, what could be done? This was the end of days. Even if he had known in advance about their presence, even if he had acquired the system at the onset of the apocalypse, he would not have come to rescue these people. Because of human nature, after 20 years of life, he understood better than anyone else. Just as he had previously saved Tong Liang and Shen Yud, reality had a way of imparting harsh lessons. Fang Hao glanced once more at the struggling Chu Changtian and his companions, contemplated for a moment, and then charged toward the direction of the biological vehicle. His stamina had already dwindled to nearly half, and after the incident at the police station, he was resolute in not placing himself or Xiaohua in peril again. Learning from past mistakes was wisdom. It allowed one to survive longer. Ignoring past lessons, however, was akin to courting death. Xiaohua. Fang Hao shouted as he charged ahead. Meow. Xiaohua understood and altered direction, racing toward Fang Hao's position. After their reunion, they once again surged forward, like a bulldozer, harvesting the lives of the half-orcs. Before long, they reached the biological vehicle, where sweat dripped from the brows of Chu Changtian and his 5 companions. "Boss, we can barely hold on," Chu Changtian exclaimed urgently. Even if he hadn't spoken, Fang Hao knew they had reached their limit. If they continued like this, casualties would inevitably follow. Without further hesitation, he commanded, "Get in the vehicle." With their last reserves of strength, Chu Changtian and his team swiftly dispatched another half-orc and hurriedly opened the vehicle door to enter. Once they were safely inside, Fang Hao signaled to Xiaohua, and together they leapt onto the vehicle's roof, taking a moment to rest. The recent fray had only resulted in the demise of about a third of their foes. Presently, the half-orcs still surged like a relentless tide. Whoosh! Without even glancing, Fang Hao drew his blade, severing a leaping frog-like half-orc in half. Guarding the biological department, this zoo at Z University truly harbored countless mystical beasts. Fang Hao was perplexed about how these seemingly defenseless students and teachers had managed to kill mystical creatures and consume their flesh. Chapter 44. A terrifying species. Once Chu Changtian and his companions entered the biological vehicle, the half-orcs that had gathered began to relentlessly assault it. The half-orcs, whose eyes brimmed with a murderous intent and bestial desire, were, in fact, even less intelligent than the lowly spirit beasts. Moreover, Fang Hao discovered that the half-orcs harbored a far more voracious appetite for human flesh, even exceeding that of the spirit beasts. This implies that these new species yearn for evolution more fervently than the spirit beasts, perhaps even evolving at a swifter pace. Recalling that the group had spent an entire night in the laboratory on the back mountain without encountering a single spirit beast, save for a level 1 crimson chain serpent, it was not difficult to deduce that the spirit beasts in the biological garden were not merely indifferent to the presence of Xiaohua and his companions, nor had they vacated the premises. Instead, they had all perished at the hands of these half-orcs, devoured entirely. Just as Fang Hao was piecing together the critical elements of the situation, a chilling scene unfolded before him. The half-orcs, who had been besieging the biological vehicle, abruptly ceased their assault and began to feast upon the corpses of their fallen kin. The sound of gnawing flesh echoed eerily at the entrance of the dining hall, a grim testament to their relentless pursuit of evolution. No corpse, not even that of their own kind, was spared. What manner of species were these? As Fang Hao sensed the growing aura of dread emanating from some of the half-orcs, which intensified with their incessant feeding, he realized that waiting any longer was not an option. If they lingered, they would surely be encircled and overwhelmed. Acting decisively, he opened the shooting port on the vehicle's roof, and with a thought, 6 spirit blood pills materialized in his hands. Each member of the team was to take one to restore their stamina. They could not afford to delay any further. The 6 did not hesitate, accepting the spirit blood pills and swallowing them whole. Although Fang Hao had yet to earn their unwavering loyalty, the level of trust they held was vastly improved from before. Du Tianxing watched with curiosity as Chu Changtian and the others consumed the pills, her mind racing with questions about the nature of the substance Fang Hao had provided. At that moment, a remarkable transformation occurred. After consuming the spirit blood pills, the previously pallid and feeble expressions of Chu Changtian and his companions blossomed with vibrant color. Du Tianxing's eyes sparkled with intrigue and warmth as she glanced at Fang Hao atop the vehicle, pondering the depths of secrets this seemingly unassuming man possessed. Fang Hao also took the opportunity to consume a spirit blood pill alongside Xiaohua to regain their strength. With 500 level 1 half-orcs, he and Xiaohua could charge freely into battle, even if their stamina waned. However, what if they faced 400 level 2 half-orcs? Or 300? Or even 100? This thought led him to recall a term, breeding worms. If given sufficient time, would these half-orcs not evolve into a formidable worm king, akin to the parasitic insects? Moreover, could the current half-orcs, through mutual consumption, ultimately give rise to level 5, 6, or even 7 beings? The mere contemplation of this prospect sent shivers down Fang Hao's spine. He could not gamble with his life or Xiaohua's, regardless of the outcome. One thing was certain. Should these half-orcs continue their relentless consumption and evolution, ascending to level 2 was inevitable. And there was a real possibility that level 4 entities could emerge. Fang Hao's gaze turned cold as he twirled the spider dagger in his hand and uttered a low command. Kill. With that, he leaped from the top of the vehicle, charging towards the half-orcs that were greedily feasting. Meow. Xiaohua followed closely behind, hastening ahead of Fang Hao and plunging into the midst of the half-orc horde. With claws as relentless as a meat grinder, it commenced the harvest of these creatures' lives. Most of the half-orcs, having devoured the corpses of their kin, had ascended to level 2. Yet, regardless of their rank, they were no match for Fang Hao and Xiaohua. The duo once again entered a killing frenzy. Upon witnessing Fang Hao plunge into the fray, Chu Changtian and his companions exchanged glances and urged one another, "Let us join in. We cannot let the boss look down upon us." With a shout of kill, they swiftly disembarked, unsheathing their military daggers and launching an assault on the outermost ring of half-orcs. Fang Hao and Xiao Hua attacked from both front and rear, deliberately segmenting the half-orc ranks. This strategy ensured the safety of Chu Changtian and his group while allowing for flexible maneuvering. After all, the majority of the half-orcs had reached level 2. Although they seemed formidable, their sheer numbers were the true threat. Amidst the chaos, Fang Hao surveyed the approaching half-orcs and a sudden thought struck him. His new skill, fire control, was still underdeveloped, and he required targets for practice. The current situation was indeed fortuitous. Without hesitation, he commanded the system, "Transform 10 level 1 spirit crystals for me." Instantly, 100 points of spiritual energy materialized on his attribute panel. With a mere thought, he activated fire control. In an instant, ripples began to undulate through the surrounding air, and a searing heat emerged from nowhere. The fire elements around him, responding to the activation of the skill, became increasingly animated. Fang Hao spread his palm, conjuring a fireball the size of a basketball. However, he refrained from hurling it immediately, recalling from yesterday's experiments that such a fireball would not be sufficient to slay a half-orc. As he pondered while dispatching the oncoming foes, a sudden epiphany illuminated his mind. He recalled several key terms: compress, state, penetrate. In that moment, he couldn't help but berate himself for his previous folly. He had entirely misunderstood the essence of fire control. As the name suggests, it is about manipulating fire elements. Yet, due to his background as a basketball player, he had presumptively formed the fire elements into a basketball. What a misnomer. It should have been called fireball technique instead. Fang Hao felt a strong urge to slap himself. The 80 points of spirit energy were utterly squandered. He even began to suspect that he had been driven to this point by the vexations of Du Tianqing. If he could control fire elements, why condense them into a basketball? Why not shape them into blades, guns, swords, or even needles? Wouldn't that consume less energy and yield greater penetration? By transitioning from point to surface, the power would naturally multiply. With renewed determination, Fang Hao focused his mind, and the fireball in his palm began to transform. To validate the conjecture within his heart, he embarked on a series of experiments. The initial step was compression. With unwavering focus, he commanded the fireball to condense. It first diminished from the size of a basketball to that of a soccer ball, reducing by an entire circumference. A look of delight spread across Fang Hao's face, signifying the success of his method. His understanding of fire control was indeed correct, with the feasibility confirmed. He released his mental restraint and proceeded to compress further. This time, it shrank even more, transforming into a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. The fireball, now nearly 10 times smaller, appeared in Fang Hao's hand like a miniature sun, radiating intense light and heat. "Let us see the extent of your power." Fang Hao lifted the fireball, aimed it at the distant half-orc horde, and hurled it forth. Chapter 45. The annihilation of the half-orcs. Observing the battle intently, Du Tianqing and Tong Qian witnessed a glowing object soar from Fang Hao's position, landing amidst the half-orc throng. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. A substantial number of half-orcs collapsed. "What was that?" Du Tianqing exclaimed in astonishment. Tong Qian remained silent, yet the shock in his eyes mirrored Du Tianqing's. As a soldier, he could distinctly ascertain that the explosive sound they just heard was certainly not that of a grenade or similar device. "Boss, what exactly was thrown just now?" The group, engaged in combat with the half-orcs, including Chu Changtian, also heard the explosion and exchanged curious glances, pondering the source of the blast. Fang Hao was elated to discover that the compressed fireball exhibited such formidable power. Moreover, the consumption of spiritual energy remained unchanged, still at the previous 20 points. Indeed, fire control was far superior to what he had previously envisioned. It was evident that his earlier basketball-sized fireball and the flames spat by the fire spirit mastiff were merely the most rudimentary applications of fire control. As a saying from a game he played before the apocalypse went, there are no useless heroes, only incompetent summoners. Furthermore, Fang Hao calculated that the recent explosion had obliterated no fewer than 30 half-orcs. Releasing a compressed fireball consumed 20 points of spiritual energy. A first-level half-orc could yield him 10 human elixirs and 10 spiritual blood elixirs, along with skill elixirs. Thus, merely casting the compressed fireball was undoubtedly a profitable venture. However, Fang Hao's aspirations extended far beyond this. He yearned for his fire control to evolve into an unparalleled skill, one akin to a lethal technique. With a flicker of thought, the fire elements in the surrounding air began to resonate anew. The vibrant and fervent fire elements, under Fang Hao's command, commenced their gathering once more. Yet this time, he was not conjuring a fireball, but a spear forged from flames. Whoosh! The spear materialized. In Fang Hao's grasp, it resembled a scorching iron brand, ablaze with searing flames that distorted the air around it. The creation of this spear consumed a significant 40 points of spiritual energy. Having expended 40 points of spiritual energy to forge a spear, its true power remains an enigma. Yet, from its design and imposing presence, one cannot help but feel a sense of grandeur. The consumption of 40 points of spiritual energy is neither trivial nor excessive. In comparison to the bloodthirsty attack, it feels rather juvenile, and it is double that of the compressed fireball. Now, let us witness the might of the flame spear. Fang Hao grasped the spear firmly, leaned back, and with a surge of strength, hurled it towards the most densely clustered half-orcs. Whoosh! With 80 points of attributes, Fang Hao's strength was formidable. The spear, launched with utmost vigor, soared forth like a rocket powered by nuclear propulsion, piercing through the ranks of half-orcs. Swish, swish, swish. The spear penetrated the first half-orc, then the second, third, and continued until it erupted from the throng, crashing against the restaurant's wall with a resounding boom, causing the entire wall to collapse and revealing a gaping hole nearly 5 meters in diameter. To Du Tianqing and Chu Changtian, it appeared as a flash of red light, followed by a deafening crash as a large cavity emerged in the wall, while the half-orcs beyond toppled like bowling pins. Observing the trajectory of the flame spear, Fang Hao could not help but shake his head. Its power was undoubtedly impressive, as any half-orc pierced by it was left with half of its body incinerated. Its lethality and penetration far surpassed that of the compressed fireball. However, it had only claimed the lives of a mere dozen half-orcs. In the grand scheme of battle, the flame spear proved less effective than the compressed fireball. Next, there is the concept of shape. As the name suggests, shape pertains to form. And in the context of fire control, it signifies molding. The flame spear and the compressed fireball are both manifestations of this shaping process. Fang Hao pondered whether he might adopt a different perspective on the concept of shaping, perhaps in relation to weapons, or defense, or even wings. With a swift motion, he cleaved a charging half-orc in two, then shifted his approach, employing his legs to simultaneously kick away the attacking half-orcs while channeling fire control to infuse the spider blade with flames. He sought to comprehensively explore the applications of fire control. The utilization of weapons was merely one aspect. As he focused his thoughts, the surrounding fire elements began to converge towards the spider blade. Gradually, the blade grew increasingly hot and radiant, eventually resembling a piece of iron in a forge, on the verge of melting. Realizing the impending disaster, Fang Hao quickly extinguished the flames. The fire elements dissipated, and the brilliance and searing heat emanating from the spider blade began to wane. With a wry smile, Fang Hao recalled that he had overlooked the weapon's attributes. The spider blade was, at best, a magical-grade weapon, and neither its base materials nor the components derived from spiritual beasts possessed any fire attributes. Observing the slightly charred spider blade, he sighed. He had nearly ruined his only weapon. Fortunately, with the forge available, it could be salvaged and restored. Fang Hao's mind stirred, and he promptly stored the spider fang blade into the furnace, subsequently adding the 2 venomous fangs extracted from the Chilean snake he had slain yesterday, confirming the synthesis. The Chilean snake had provided him with 2 fangs, 40 spirit blood pills, 1 snake skin, 1 spirit crystal, and 4 skill pills, namely, toxicity, strangulation, heat sensing, and disguise. However, the absence of a human pill led Fang Hao to surmise that the snake had not consumed human flesh for quite some time, which accounted for the lack of such a pill. Having resolved these matters, Fang Hao exited the system, and with a mere thought, he began to condense a compressed fireball. After all, it merely required 20 points of spiritual energy, a trivial cost for someone like him, who possessed over 1,000 spirit blood pills. Next came the moment to behold the spectacle of fireworks. One after another, the compressed fireballs were hurled towards the half-orcs, causing a cacophony to resonate throughout the Z University campus. Chu Changtian and his companions stood in awe, witnessing the explosions within the half-orc ranks and the dazzling sparks that erupted. They couldn't help but wonder internally, "Boss, if you could perform such feats, why didn't you do so sooner?" Soon enough, 10 compressed fireballs had been launched, leaving the ground at the restaurant entrance in ruins. With only a handful of half-orcs still standing, 200 points of spiritual power had yielded a remarkable effect, truly worth promoting. Fang Hao's mind stirred once more, and the spider fang blade reappeared in his hand. After remaining in the furnace for a minute, it regained its sharpness, and the potency of its toxic attributes had doubled, with the activation time halved. Excellent. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction as he swiftly dispatched the remaining half-orcs. Nearly 500 half-orcs had been annihilated due to Fang Hao's impressive maneuver, all at the mere expense of some spirit blood pills. Indeed, it is true that what is taken from the people should be used for the people. Chapter 46. Winning hearts and minds. Next came the exhilarating task of cleaning the battlefield. When asked when Fang Hao felt the most exhilarated after acquiring the system, he would undoubtedly reply, "It is during the harvest." The ground littered with corpses, grotesque in appearance, with severed limbs resembling a scene from a hellish battlefield, were, in Fang Hao's eyes, treasures of immense value. They were akin to universal resources, even surpassing the worth of spirit beasts. Without needing assistance from others, wherever Fang Hao walked, the half-orc corpses vanished, absorbed into the furnace. Soon, the limit of 50 was reached once more. Fang Hao chuckled ruefully. There was nothing to be done but wait. He certainly couldn't ignore such valuable resources. An hour was a mere trifle to endure. Fang Hao then waved to Chu Changtian and the others, plopping down on a bench at the entrance of the restaurant. "Boss." Chu Changtian and his companions hurried over, their faces alight with excitement, curiosity, and admiration. This man had once again demonstrated to them what miracles truly are, embodying a godlike presence. The explosions that erupted from thin air, the fleeting flashes of crimson light. What was there that this man could not achieve? How about it? Do you wish to grow stronger? Fang Hao inquired, scrutinizing Chu Changtian and the others. "Yes, boss." Iron Boy was the first to speak, his gaze burning with fervor as he looked at Fang Hao. "Come on, boss. Quickly tell us what to do." The intensity in the eyes of the Cobra was even more pronounced, burdened by the perpetual second place he had held beneath the Red Dragon. He was utterly weary of it and yearned to surpass Chu Changtian. He aspired to become stronger. The others, including Chu Changtian, remained silent. Yet their eyes betrayed an unmistakable fervor. This kind of gaze was all too familiar to Fang Hao. It was a signature expression of Du Tianqing. "Then let your loyalty shine through." Fang Hao smiled at the group. Loyalty. The group fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Fang Hao chuckled, understanding their eagerness. After all, they were soldiers, honest and straightforward. He then spoke. "All right, let us commence with the first step. Since you desire strength, let us begin with your weapons. Hand them over to me." With that, he beckoned them with a wave of his hand. The 6 men exchanged astonished glances. They had almost lost hope. But this unexpected turn of events left them feeling as though they were in a dream. "Boss, are you serious?" Iron Boy asked, brimming with excitement. "Of course. Hand it over. Let us start with you." Fang Hao replied with a smile, gesturing for Iron Boy to proceed. Iron Boy quickly handed over his military dagger. Fang Hao accepted it and placed it directly into the furnace, then opened his backpack to examine its contents. After some contemplation, he selected a pair of skeletal remains from a spirit beast and tossed them into the furnace. The integration of a spirit beast's bones into a weapon was an untested endeavor for him. Now seemed the perfect moment to experiment. Confirm synthesis. He chose not to add spirit crystals. Firstly, his weapon was merely at the mythical level and could not exceed his own capabilities until he upgraded. Secondly, he lacked sufficient spirit crystals to enhance his backpack space. He preferred to conserve them. Finally, the imprint subsystem had yet to detect their loyalty, rendering the use of spirit crystals unnecessary at this stage. Once their loyalty was assured, Fang Hao could simply command whatever he desired from them. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed. Fang Hao focused his thoughts, and the military dagger reappeared in his grasp. He employed a detection spell and discovered that, apart from an added resilience attribute of 10 points, everything else remained unchanged. This was understandable, as he had not incorporated an attack-boosting spirit beast component. Fang Hao returned the dagger to Iron Boy, instructing him to test it on something. Ecstatic, Iron Boy took the dagger and plunged it into the corpse of a half-orc at his feet. Thud! The military dagger pierced through the half-orc's body. Iron Boy, puzzled, exclaimed, "Boss, it doesn't seem to have changed that much." Fang Hao shook his head. "I currently lack sufficient materials. However, this dagger has already surpassed its former capabilities." "Why is that?" Iron Boy inquired. "Because of its resilience." "Endurance?" Iron Boy could not help but blurt out. "Uft." The others, including Chu Changtian, erupted into laughter. Fang Hao looked at Iron Boy with a bemused expression. Had soldiers truly become so knowledgeable? After all, were they not supposed to be the epitome of stoic masculinity? At this moment, Taiwa finally realized the ambiguity in his words, his face flushing with embarrassment. The essence of his statement was that the item could indeed be utilized for a longer duration. Fang Hao casually remarked, and then proceeded to synthesize the items for each of the 6 individuals, one by one. 5 minutes later, Chu Changtian and the others received their newly synthesized military daggers. each wearing a smile as they eagerly examined their new possessions. Call in Tong Qian as well, Fang Hao instructed Chu Changtian. Although Tong Qian had not participated in the battle, as one of his subordinates, Fang Hao was determined to treat him fairly. Before long, Tong Qian arrived, his face alight with surprise, running towards them, accompanied by Du Tianqing. Upon seeing her, Fang Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Boss, I'm here," Tong Qian exclaimed, handing his military dagger to Fang Hao, his face brimming with excitement. Despite not having engaged in combat, the fact that Fang Hao had not forgotten him led Tong Qian to develop a newfound respect for his leader. A minute later, the synthesized military dagger was in Fang Hao's hands. "Aren't you well versed in both cold weapons and firearms? Take a look and see what changes have occurred," he said, offering the dagger to Tong Qian. With enthusiasm, Tong Qian accepted the dagger and examined it closely. After a moment, he began testing it on the ground, on the corpse of the half-beast, on trees, and even on a metal bench. After completing his experiments, his face was filled with astonishment. "Boss, you are truly incredible. This dagger has only been in your possession for a minute, yet its flexibility and durability have undergone a remarkable transformation. I am genuinely in awe of you," Tong Qian exclaimed, his admiration evident. It is often said that outsiders watch the spectacle while insiders discern the nuances. This saying was indeed true. Tong Qian, the most formidable weapon expert among the Red Dragons, lived up to his reputation. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, among Chu Changtian and the others, Tong Qian was the most valuable to him, not just for any other reason, but for his profound expertise in various weapons. In terms of combat prowess, soldiers like Chu Changtian could easily be bested. As for manpower, with the imprint subsystem, there was no fear of lacking personnel. Ultimately, Fang Hao valued these individuals for their professionalism, especially Tai Hua, Paozi, and Tong Qian, whose expertise had reached its zenith among soldiers. With proper training and skill enhancement, they could undoubtedly become his right and left arms. Chapter 47. Eerie Tentacles. This time, Du Tianqing was surprisingly subdued, which took Fang Hao aback. However, he relished the peace without anyone clamoring in his ear. Before long, an hour passed, and the system notification chimed, indicating that the fusion of 50 half-beasts had been completed. Subsequently, Fang Hao began the fusion process for another 50 half-beasts in plain sight of everyone. While the acquisition was indeed gratifying, the speed of the fusion was exceedingly exasperating. With 400 half-beasts to process, and only 50 at a time, it would take an eternity to complete. Fang Hao found himself utterly at a loss when he inquired. The system remained as mute as a statue, yet when he chose silence, he was engulfed in confusion. What to do? Just then, amidst his turmoil, he inadvertently glanced upward and spotted something, a notice affixed to the wall at the entrance of the dining hall. Huaxin Pet Hospital welcomes students, it proclaimed, followed by an address and a phone number. A spark ignited in Fang Hao's eyes. He conceived a plan. He needed merely a smidgen of spirit crystal to upgrade his backpack space. He could certainly venture forth to hunt, thereby augmenting his capacity. A level 2 backpack should suffice to accommodate these half-beasts. With this thought, he turned to Chu Changtian and the others, instructing them, "You all wait here. I will leave Little Flower with you and be back shortly." After briefly confiding in Little Flower, he dashed off like a gust of wind towards the entrance of Z University. The pet street was conveniently located beside the police station, merely separated by a single road. In a fervent sprint, Fang Hao reached the pet street in under 5 minutes. Although dubbed Pet Street, it would be more aptly named a floral and avian market. Beyond pets, it was the largest flower and plant market in the vicinity of the university town, a commercial thoroughfare encompassing pet sales, veterinary services, and pet supplies. Upon arriving at the entrance of Pet Street, his spirit stirred, and the spider Fang blade materialized in his hand. He cast a fleeting glance inside before ambling down the street. The Pet Street, once vibrant before the apocalypse, now bore the scars of devastation. The ground was riddled with craters of varying sizes, and the storefronts lining the street exhibited extensive damage. Indeed, the locale that had once been a haven for pets had transformed drastically in the aftermath of the cataclysm. As Fang Hao stepped further into the street, he had scarcely taken 2 strides when a hissing sound drew near. "Here it comes." Fang Hao halted, his expression impassive as he awaited the emergence of the spirit beast. The hissing grew louder, and soon a colossal lizard came into view. With little inclination to employ the detection technique, he merely appraised it and discerned that this lizard was unlikely to exceed level 4. Otherwise, it would exert some level of pressure. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, charging at the great lizard. Whoosh! The blade flashed, and Fang Hao's figure gracefully descended from the air. A crimson line appeared across the lizard's neck, and soon thereafter, blood erupted like a fountain. The lizard gaped, then collapsed, lifeless. One strike. Fang Hao did not even glance back at the fallen creature as he pressed onward. Such spirit beasts posed no challenge to him. They were nearly indistinguishable from level 1 or 2 beasts in his presence, provided their numbers remained manageable. He could dispatch them one by one, as many as dared to approach. Meow. Just as Fang Hao had traversed a mere few dozen meters. The sound of meowing resonated from the open shops flanking the street. Soon, a dozen pairs of luminous eyes emerged from the dim interiors, gradually converging towards him. Fang Hao came to a halt, his expression impassive as he stood still, quietly awaiting his prey. Just as he was intently focused on the impending attack of the cat spirit beast, he failed to notice a verdant tendril that suddenly emerged from a shop several dozen meters behind him. This tendril gradually slithered its way alongside the large lizard, circling it several times. Abruptly, the tip of the tendril split open, forming a widening fissure that grew larger and larger until it matched the size of the lizard itself. In an instant, it enveloped the lizard completely. Once the tendril had ensnared the entire creature, it resembled a python that had just feasted, its center bulging prominently. Then, an eerie spectacle unfolded. The tendril began to emit a series of barely perceptible pulsations, and with each pulse, the once large lizard began to miraculously shrink. In mere seconds, the lizard vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. Meow! A fierce cry erupted as a cat spirit beast initiated the attack, followed swiftly by 2, 3, then a total of 15. Enough! A glint of determination flashed in Fang Hao's eyes as he stepped forward, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. While the razor-like blades in his hands danced through the air, the blades glimmered and blood splattered. The anguished cries of the cat spirit beasts echoed relentlessly. In less than half a minute, Fang Hao reappeared at the same spot, having dispatched all 15 cat spirit beasts on the spot. He paused his half-beast refinement, pouring out all the half-beasts onto the street, and began to collect the recently fallen cat spirit beasts. However, as he prepared to retrieve the large lizard, he discovered it was nowhere to be found. A grave expression crossed his face as he scanned the surroundings. His spider sense yielded no response whatsoever. What could this be? Something capable of evading his spider sense, capable of stealthily making such a large lizard disappear. Fang Hao's mind tightened with apprehension. The pet street was indeed as perilous as he had anticipated. Dangerous. This was no place to linger. Gritting his teeth, he cast a glance at the half-beasts on the ground and sprinted toward the exit. When confronted with an enigmatic and unknown enemy, the wisest choice was to retreat. Absent absolute certainty, he would never venture into danger alone. Upon reaching the entrance, Fang Hao glanced back at the eerily silent pet street, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. Dare to intercept me? Just wait. I will uncover what you truly are. When the time comes, not only will I demand from you the spoils you have devoured, but your life shall also be mine. Silently vowing vengeance, he hastened toward the direction of Z University. As he approached the entrance of Z University, the roars of spirit beasts reached his ears. The scent of blood had indeed attracted them. With Xiaohua present, he was not overly concerned for their safety. However, the longer he delayed, the more spirit beasts would be drawn by the scent of blood. He could not afford to linger. With this thought in mind, Fang Hao quickened his pace even further. Chapter 48. Arrangements. As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, they were greeted by a pack of more than a dozen spirit beasts, comprising both canine and feline species, wildly howling at Chu Chantian and his companions. However, despite their fervent roars, not a single spirit beast dared to take a step forward. Why? Because Xiaohua was lazily basking in the sun right at the forefront. Meow? Xiaohua called out languidly, then yawned and stretched, casting a sidelong glance at the roaring beasts. Instantly, the howling pack retreated several steps, as if faced with an imminent threat. At that moment, Fang Hao, who was approaching, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smile wryly before calling out to Xiaohua. Xiaohua, deal with them. Meow, came Xiaohua's response, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Chu Chantian and his companions quickly gripped their military daggers and charged towards the spirit beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skill shadow step was activated. Just as Fang Hao arrived, he heard a series of sizzling sounds, and before he knew it, Xiaohua stood right in front of him. Affectionately nudging his hand with her head, Fang Hao chuckled, conceding to be merely a spectator. Chu Chantian and the others were utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Xiaohua was this formidable. Such capabilities? Du Tianqing was so shocked her mouth nearly formed an O. This cat was as terrifying as Fang Hao. Well done, Xiaohua, Fang Hao said, affectionately stroking her head. Meow, master, Xiaohua wants a reward, she purred, licking Fang Hao's palm in response. Ha ha ha, all right. My little Hua is the best. Once I finish my tasks, I'll give you some candy. Be good. Fang Hao laughed heartily. feeling that Xiaohua's intelligence was indeed increasing, as she was already aware of the need for rewards. At that moment, Chu Changtian and his companions approached. Fang Hao addressed them. We'll be leaving soon. I have something to ask you. Go ahead, boss, Chu Changtian replied with a nod. Do you know the exact location of the military district in City Z? After a brief silence, Chu Changtian finally spoke. Yes. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction upon hearing his answer. The willingness to disclose the military district's location indicated a shift in Chu Changtian's mindset. It seemed his efforts had not been in vain. All right, I'll outline our next steps. Our first stop will be the Auto City. Then we'll head to the military district, and from there, we will proceed north to Kyoto. Boss, why don't we go directly to Kyoto? Taiwa couldn't help but inquire. Hee. Fang Hao chuckled and asked, when you came with the Red Dragon, was the route easy? How many lives were lost? The expressions of the group darkened. For this mission, the Red Dragon had paid an unprecedented price, one that would haunt them for a lifetime. Of the 300 personnel, 180 perished before reaching the outskirts of City Z, Chu Changtian stated solemnly. The loss of 180 out of 300 was a heavy statistic. It could be said that the path southward had been paved with the blood of Red Dragon warriors. So, how far do you think we can go with just the few of us? Perhaps you ought to say, your leader is so formidable, so invincible, that traveling to Kyoto is a mere trifle. Fang Hao glanced at each person's expression, chuckled softly, and continued, indeed, it is simple, at least for me, excluding you all. To put it bluntly, you are merely burdens to me, and that woman is of no use whatsoever. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Chu Changtian and the others' faces darkened. They understood that Fang Hao spoke the truth. In comparison to Fang Hao and Xiaohua, they were indeed insignificant, and calling them burdens was not an exaggeration. So why should I agree to this transaction with you? Fang Hao's piercing gaze scrutinized the 7 of them, taking in every change in their expressions. Because of potential. I believe in your potential. I have previously mentioned that I aim to make you as powerful as I am. But there is a prerequisite. That is loyalty. You all remember this, don't you? The others nodded in agreement. The world now is no longer the same as it was 3 days ago when you departed from Kyoto. Have you not noticed that both the spirit beasts and the new species, the half-beasts, are continually growing stronger? Fang Hao pointed to the half-beast carcass on the ground. So, does that mean you intend to train us? Taiwa inquired, puzzled. Fang Hao shook his head, not training, as long as you are truly loyal to me. It is no exaggeration to say that I can make you stronger in an instant. However, that is currently impossible. My primary objective is to alter your habits, to transform you from soldiers. Forgetting the nation requires a process. The 7 understood this implicitly. More importantly, carrying you burdens would certainly hinder our mode of transport. Fang Hao shifted his focus, pointing towards the distant biological vehicle. So, does that mean? The Cobra began, but upon noticing Du Tianqing, who was attentively listening, he hesitated. Fang Hao smiled at Du Tianqing, realizing that she would seize every opportunity to glean information about him. Although the Cobra's sentence remained unfinished, the others instinctively recalled the abrupt appearance of the biological vehicle the previous night. That night, Fang Hao had waved his hand, and that armored vehicle, akin to a beast, materialized before them. Hee. Fang Hao chuckled. Regardless, you all know we lack sufficient equipment. We simply need to replenish our supplies. The group nodded in tacit understanding, and no further questions were posed. While Fang Hao was not concerned about anyone discovering his peculiar abilities, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications, especially with Du Tianqing. A woman who only had the nation in her sights, it was best to keep certain things concealed. What followed was a series of aimless conversations among the group. After listening for quite some time, Du Tianqing realized that they were discussing trivial matters, and she felt a surge of irritation. She knew she had been toyed with by Fang Hao. Fang Hao, I refuse to believe I cannot bring you to heal. If I can't, I'll share your surname. Du Tianqing shot a resentful glance at Fang Hao and the others, then coldly huffed as she boarded the biological vehicle. Upon witnessing Du Tianqing's teeth-gritting demeanor, Taiwa and his companions inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over them. Boss, this woman is going to be quite a handful on this journey, Taiwa whispered. Fang Hao glanced at Taiwa and the others, then turned his gaze towards Du Tianqing in the biological vehicle. He understood the implications of Taiwa's words. Do you think I fear others knowing? To be frank, I am a cultivator. Fang Hao once again recited the same ruse he had used to deceive Xinyuan Che. What? The boss is actually a cultivator. The group gaped at Fang Hao, astonished. Was this the kind of cultivator one often sees in movies? No wonder he was so powerful. Chapter 49. Xinyuan Che is trap time always flies during conversations, and before they knew it, half an hour had elapsed. Ding. Acquired level 1 spirit crystals, x10 ding. Acquired level 2 spirit crystals, x5 ding. Acquired level 1 beast skin x 10 ding. Acquired level 2 beast skin x 5 ding. Acquired level 1 beast claw x 40 ding. Acquired level 2 beast claw x 20 ding. Acquired spirit blood pills x 200 ding. Acquired level 1 beast bones x 10 ding. Acquired level 2 beast bones x 5 ding. Acquired skill potion, cat's eye spirit liquid x 30 ding. Acquired human pills x 30. At that moment, the system's notification sound finally rang out. Fong Hao's face lit up with joy as he promptly commanded, "Upgrade my backpack space." He had awaited this moment for quite some time. As the order was given, the notification chimed once more. Ding. System backpack is preparing for an upgrade. Consuming 100 spirit crystals. Will you proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Ding. Sufficient spirit crystals detected. Commencing upgrade. Fong Hao's delight was unmistakable, while Chu Changtian and the others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why he had suddenly become so elated. Ding. Upgrade complete. It's done. Fong Hao eagerly accessed the system and directed his consciousness toward the backpack space. The instant he entered the backpack, he felt a dizzying sensation. And then he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. It was incredibly vast. 100 cubic meters. Ha! What a bargain. Although he had spent 100 times the spirit crystals, the space had expanded tenfold. What does 100 cubic meters even mean? A length of 100 meters, a height of 100 meters, and a width of 100 meters. This could accommodate not just 100 half-beasts, but even 100 biological vehicles. Without hesitation, Fong Hao exited the backpack space and walked directly towards the corpses of the half-beasts on the ground. As he passed, the bodies began to vanish into thin air. Within mere seconds, all the half-beasts at the entrance of the restaurant had been transported into the backpack space. Having accomplished this, Fong Hao could not allow the furnace to remain idle. He promptly tossed in 50 half-beasts for smelting and said to Chu Changtian and the others, "Let's move. This is not a place to linger." The group nodded in agreement and quickly boarded the vehicle. 2 kilometers southeast of Z City lies the gathering point for the fire department, city government, police headquarters, industry and commerce bureau, and the armed forces. In the heart of Z City's government, nearly all vital departments are situated here. Within the fire station, Xianyuan Che and the 12 sword slaves, having vanquished the last of the spirit beasts, nearly collapsed from exhaustion, slumping to the ground. Even Xianyuan Che, who typically wore a perpetual smile, found it impossible to maintain his mirth in this moment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed blankly at the lifeless body of the spirit beast, murmuring, "Still nothing. Where could you possibly be, sister? I know these spirit beasts are no match for you. Where are you?" Since parting ways with Fong Hao yesterday, he and the 12 sword slaves had visited both the city bureau and the municipal government, ultimately arriving at the fire station, yet they had encountered no one. Instead, waves of spirit beasts had attacked them in succession. Last night, they hardly rested at all. From that evening until now, Xianyuan Che had faced 7 waves of spirit beasts, each more formidable than the last, with no fewer than 15 per group. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in the nights of this apocalyptic world. Fong Hao had warned him specifically not to wander after dark. However, now that it was the 3rd day of the apocalypse, any further delay could prove catastrophic for his sister. Though he often proclaimed that the offspring of the Xianyuan family were not to be deemed worthless, the reality was that his sister's combat prowess paled in comparison to his own. The risks only multiplied as time passed. After careful consideration, he resolved to search through the night. After a brief rest, Xianyuan Che and his companions resumed their journey. To the east lay the Armed Forces Department, the last governmental institution on this street. If they could not find her there, Xianyuan Che was at a loss as to where else to search. The 13 of them navigated swiftly through the car-laden street. 10 minutes later, they stood before the heavily fortified entrance of the Armed Forces Department. Breathing heavily, Xianyuan Che's gaze fixated on the securely locked doors, which he hoped would yield the answers he sought. Given the urgency of the situation on the first day of the apocalypse, it was highly probable that his sister and some officers from the precinct would come here, as he deemed it the most defensible location in all of Z City's urban area. Taking a deep breath, Xianyuan Che signaled the 12 sword slaves to advance towards the entrance. One of the sword slaves slowly drew a knife to sever the door's barricade. With a sharp crack, the barricade gave way. The sword slave cautiously pushed the door open a crack and slipped inside. However, just as this sword slave crossed the threshold, and the others prepared to follow, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Xianyuan Che's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Run." That was the unmistakable sound of a grenade, specifically a booby trap. There was no way the sword slave could have evaded it otherwise. Someone was attempting to kill them. Indeed, no sooner had Xianyuan Che uttered these words than the roars of spirit beasts erupted in response. Damn it! Xianyuan Che tightened his grip on the longsword. beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the growls drew nearer, he cast a glance at the adjacent building, gritted his teeth, and bellowed, into the building. As soon as Xianyuan Che and his 12 companions entered the small building, a horde of canine spirit beasts approached the armed department. These creatures sniffed the air, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they advanced towards the small building. 100 meters away, opposite the armed department, stood a towering edifice, the tallest building in Z City. A majestic 40-story structure that housed the illustrious 7-star hotel, known as the Flourishing Splendor Hotel, nestled beside government offices. It had long been regarded as a symbol of Z City, enjoying a reputation that flourished before the apocalypse. At that moment, atop the building, several individuals crouched low, cautiously observing something. Their gaze was directed towards the small building adjacent to the armed department. After a moment of watching, one of them whispered, "We got a bite. You stay here, I'll go report." With that, he hastened downwards. He arrived at the door marked 888 on the 40th floor and knocked. "Come in." A voice beckoned, and he pushed the door open. Inside was the finest presidential suite of the Flourishing Splendor Hotel, an expansive space that encompassed nearly half of the entire floor. In the living room, several individuals were seated, with a middle-aged man exuding an air of refined elegance at the center. Beside him sat a youthful figure, likely still a student, accompanied by a young man clad in black, his expression inscrutable. "Second master, we've got a bite," the newcomer announced as he entered. The middle-aged man nodded and informed Zhang Zhoming to deal with those beasts. "Bring back the one with broken legs." "Understood," the man replied, nodding before departing. "Uncle Long, why not let Xiao Hui go as well?" The young man beside him could not contain his curiosity. The middle-aged man chuckled softly. "Xiao Liang, you do not understand. Xiao Hui is our trump card. We must not reveal his existence unless absolutely necessary. Zhang Zhongming, on the other hand, with each action, becomes more widely known. So there are fewer concerns." He stood, patting the young man's shoulder with a smile. "Once Xiao Hui evolves this time, I will arrange for your return to Kyoto." "Thank you, Uncle Long. I am the only male heir of the Tong family. If you send me back, my father will undoubtedly grant you what you desire. I promise," the young man exclaimed, his face alight with joy. The young man was none other than Tong Liang, and the middle-aged man was the underground emperor of Z City. Long heir, Long Hongi. Chapter 50. Leverage. The subordinate who had descended from the rooftop to deliver the message, upon receiving his orders, turned and exited the room, swiftly making his way to the 39th floor. Upon reaching the end of the corridor on that floor, he took a deep breath before slowly pushing open the door. The first impression upon entering the room was one of darkness. It was not entirely devoid of light, but only with focused attention could one discern the details within. In stark contrast to the brightness of other rooms, this one was shrouded in an oppressive gloom, its windows tightly drawn with heavy curtains. The walls of the room were marred by countless scratch marks, and the remnants of furniture, including sofas and tables, lay strewn about, as if the space had been ravaged by a ferocious beast. Upon entering the room, the subordinate glanced around cautiously, holding his breath as he stealthily made his way toward the bedroom. Just as he reached the threshold of the bedroom door, a sudden creak echoed beneath his feet. Startled, he trembled uncontrollably, akin to a startled bird. When he finally managed to lower his gaze to the floor, relief washed over him. It was merely a broken plank. Taking a deep breath, he gingerly placed his hand on the doorknob, slowly applying pressure to the lock. With a prolonged creak, the door gradually swung open. In that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the room. "Get out!" A piercing scream escaped the subordinate's lips as he collapsed onto the ground, instinctively retreating while shouting, "Don't eat me. I'm not tasty. I'm not tasty at all." At that moment, the bedroom door swung wide open, revealing a spine-chilling sight. A menacing shadow slowly emerged from the doorway, followed by a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. The shadow's eyes glinted with a sinister crimson glow, its massive form squeezing through the mere 2-meter-high doorframe. As the shadow advanced, the terror in the subordinate's eyes intensified. Once the shadow fully emerged into the living room, illuminated by faint light, its true form was unveiled. It was indeed a werewolf from Western mythology. The creature's eyes shimmered with feral fury, its pronounced wolfish jaws lined with sharp, dagger-like teeth that glinted ominously. With its towering height and powerful musculature, the werewolf approached the subordinate with heavy, deliberate steps. I am here to convey the orders of Master Yi. You cannot kill me." The terrified subordinate stammered, his gaze fixed upon the werewolf. With a fierce growl, the werewolf loomed over the subordinate, its gaping maw releasing a thunderous roar. It then seized the subordinate by the neck, lifting him effortlessly, and in a gravelly voice demanded, "When will Long Hongi set us free?" The subordinate was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of fear. His body tensed as warmth spread across his trousers. He had lost control of himself in terror. The werewolf snorted in disgust, disdainfully tossing the subordinate to the ground. Leaning down, its crimson eyes bore into him as it commanded, "Tell Long Hongi to release us. I will lend him my strength one last time. Otherwise, do not blame me for the ensuing bloodshed. Get out." Upon hearing this, the subordinate scrambled away in a state of relief, crawling out in haste. After his departure, the werewolf roared in fury, unleashing its wrath upon the room, wreaking havoc in a frenzied rampage. The subordinates hurriedly crawled to the 40th floor and recounted the events. Long Hongi squinted slightly, a chilling light emanating from his eyes, and slowly said, "Tell him that after this, let them go." Although the fear on his subordinate's face had not yet dissipated, he nodded and took his leave. After the subordinate departed, Tong Liang could not help but ask, "Uncle Long, are you truly prepared to let them go?" Long Hongi smiled faintly and retorted, "What do you think? I believe that with such a bargaining chip in our hands, everything is within our control." Tong Liang chuckled. Long Hongi gradually rose and walked to the window, gazing northward, then glanced back at Tong Liang, murmuring meaningfully, "Indeed. A bargaining chip." In the adjacent small building of the armed department, Xian Yuanche's expression darkened as the gathering of spirit beasts below slowly amassed, sending a chill through his heart. "Young master, we can die, but you cannot. We will hold them off. You must find a chance to escape." One of the 11 sword slaves spoke. Xian Yuanche grimaced in silence. The current situation was no longer one where sacrificing the 12 sword slaves would allow him to escape. Around the 6-story building, over 50 canine spirit beasts had already gathered. In addition to the canine spirit beasts, other creatures were also converging: cats, insects, and even 2 spirit beasts resembling ancient saber-toothed leopards. Escape? How could one escape? Xian Yuanche felt a chilling dread as he realized that he might perish before finding his sister. He was unwilling to accept this fate. "Young master, we will hold them off. You go." The 11 sword slaves looked at Xian Yuanche with unwavering expressions and repeated their resolve. Xian Yuanche shook his head, caressing the sword in his hand. "There are high-level spirit beasts outside, and not just one. None of us will escape. Young master, the sword slaves are still holding on." Xian Yuanche interrupted directly, "No more words. Let us fight with all we have. Death is not to be feared. Our Xian Yuan family does not harbor cowards." With that, he shook his sword, producing a resonant hum. Xian Yuanche pointed his sword at the gathering of spirit beasts below, his gaze growing colder. "You wish to consume the children of the Xian Yuan family? Let us see if you beasts possess the teeth for it. Kill. Yes, we, your subordinates, are willing to face death alongside you." They shouted in unison. "Kill." The 11 sword slaves knelt before Xian Yuanche, then rose and marched downstairs. Bang, 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 clang. Even before the 11 sword slaves reached the ground floor, the gathering spirit beasts began to batter the door. With 3 thunderous crashes, the sturdy rolling door was suddenly smashed to the ground. A roar erupted, akin to a battle cry, the moment the rolling door fell. A tide of spirit beasts surged into the small building. The 11 stood at the entrance, exchanging resolute glances, their faces devoid of fear. "Kill!" they shouted in unison. Their swords clashed against the advancing spirit beasts. Chapter 51. The Battle of the Werewolves and Saber-Toothed Leopards. "Kill!" The chilling cries of battle echoed throughout the street. Those atop the resplendent skyscraper felt a shiver run down their spines. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Look, it's that creature." The others turned to gaze, witnessing a beast entirely cloaked in black fur, sauntering towards the armed forces just 20 meters away. Second Master has unleashed him. This is a sight to behold. I envy his immense power. If only I possessed such strength, I could traverse the vast expanse of Dragon Country at will. A nearby individual scoffed. "You think you could be like him? Huh? Do you truly believe that kind of flesh is for everyone to consume? Shall I get you a taste?" No. I'm perfectly fine." The man hastily shook his head, fear creeping into his eyes. The creature below was none other than the werewolf from room 39, the Zhang Zhongming spoken of by Long Hongi. Zhang Zhongming ambled towards the armed forces as if on a leisurely stroll. As he approached, the gathering spirit beasts took notice of this unexpected visitor. Instantly, a small faction of the spirit beasts broke off from the pack and charged towards him. At that moment, the crimson glow in Zhang Zhongming's eyes intensified, and his towering frame surged forward with sudden speed. With a thunderous roar, he sprinted, resembling a powerful bulldozer as he collided with the spirit beasts. Each one he encountered was sent flying. Once his momentum slowed, he unleashed another ferocious roar, seemingly venting his fury, and raised his massive fist to obliterate a spirit beast twice the size of an ordinary golden retriever. The creature soared through the air, crashing against a nearby shop with a resounding thud, falling silent thereafter. A single punch, and the terror was palpable. The onlookers atop the building stared wide-eyed. Despite having witnessed Zhang Zhongming's prowess before, each encounter left them trembling with awe. The reputation of the monster was indeed well-deserved. With another roar, Zhang Zhongming began to swing his fists, sending spirit beasts flying into the air, transforming the street into a chaotic spectacle. In less than a minute, he dispatched all 15 spirit beasts, emerging unscathed. With a roar that reverberated through the air, Zhang Zhongming pounded his chest, seemingly releasing his pin-up rage. A declaration of his supremacy in this domain. Just then, a fearsome howl rang out, drawing the attention of two formidable saber-toothed beasts, towering nearly 2 stories high. That began to approach him. With a fierce roar, Zhang Zhongming's eyes blazed with intensity as he charged towards the saber-toothed beasts without a moment's hesitation. A mighty roar erupted from the saber-toothed cat as it leaped forward, its massive form seemingly weightless as it sped down the street, surpassing even Zhang Zhongming in swiftness. In that fleeting moment, as the wolf and the cat collided, Zhang Zhongming's colossal fist met the saber-toothed cat's gaping maw with a resounding crash. The impact reverberated through the air, sending both the wolf and the cat hurtling backward. Zhang Zhongming crashed through the front of a shop, tumbling inside, while the saber-toothed cat, having crushed a throng of spirit beasts beneath it, slowly rose from the ground. With a furious roar, the saber-toothed cat expressed its displeasure at the recent blow. Just as it opened its mouth to let out another cry, a sharp crack echoed. Its prominent left fang shattered and tumbled to the ground. Enraged, the saber-toothed cat's fury intensified. This abomination of a human, this grotesque creature that defied nature, had dared to break its prideful fang. With a furious bellow, it charged toward the shop, determined to rend this insufferable foe into pieces. Inside the damaged shop, a tense stillness prevailed, as if the recent collision had inflicted grave harm upon Zhang Zhongming. Just as the enormous saber-toothed cat approached, a shadow darted from the shop, aiming directly for its eyes. Caught in its frenzy, the saber-toothed cat was unable to evade in time. A sickening splash of blood erupted as the attack struck home, leaving its eye a gruesome mess. With a feral roar, the saber-toothed cat swiped a paw at Zhang Zhongming, who nimbly leapt aside to avoid the lethal strike. The cat's claw met the earth with a crash, sending debris flying and creating a deep crater in the asphalt. The force of its vengeful strike was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhongming, having narrowly escaped, revealed a hand that was torn and bloodied, exposing raw flesh and bone. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the enraged saber-toothed cat. As the beast, undeterred by its previous failure, lunged at him once more, Zhang Zhongming roared back, swinging his fist and charging toward the creature. Thus commenced a fierce exchange between wolf and cat, each battling with relentless fervor, captivating the onlookers atop the building. In the nearby small building, Xian Yuanche and his companions had long been alerted by the extraordinary roars. Eager to investigate the commotion, they found themselves trapped, unable to break free. The throng of spirit beasts had identified them as prey, mere morsels upon the chopping block. They would not be granted even the slightest chance of escape. To devour them would signify advancement, a step toward greater strength, and the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Beast King. Particularly for Xian Yuanche, who bore the brunt of their attention, the situation was dire. Nearly half of the spirit beasts were converging upon him. He recalled having been told by Fang how that humans served as catalysts for the evolution of spirit beasts. The more humans consumed, the faster the evolution of the beasts would progress. Yet now what was happening? Why were the beasts so relentlessly targeting him? Several times. Had it not been for the 11 sword slaves who selflessly came to his rescue, he would have long since met his demise at the jaws of a beast. Was it perhaps that his flesh was particularly savory? Xian Yuanche now found himself in a predicament he could scarcely articulate. The battle between Zhang Zhongming and the saber-toothed leopard raged on. The wolf and the leopard clashed once more, both being hurled backward, and this time, neither initiated another assault. The saber-toothed leopard, panting heavily, glared ferociously at Zhang Zhongming, baring its teeth, remaining motionless. Zhang Zhongming, equally breathless, was not in much better shape than the leopard, though slightly better off. Being a thinker, he understood the necessity of not allowing the saber-toothed leopard any time to recuperate, especially with another lurking nearby, watching him intently. With this thought in mind, he clenched his fists tightly and, with heavy steps, approached the saber-toothed leopard. The leopard, lying there, let out a furious roar, seemingly attempting to intimidate Zhang Zhongming. Chapter 52. Your death will worry your sister. The saber-toothed leopard roared menacingly, attempting to deter Zhang Zhongming, who was steadily advancing. Though neither resembled a human, the saber-toothed leopard was far more intelligent than Zhang Zhongming. As Zhang Zhongming drew nearer, the leopard continued to roar while retreating. In the end, it even tucked its tail and fled. This scene not only astonished Zhang Zhongming, but also left the onlookers on the rooftop utterly speechless. Was this even possible? Were spirit beasts not supposed to fight to the death? And yet, this saber-toothed leopard returned to the side of another, unleashing a furious roar towards the sky, glaring at Zhang Zhongming with its crimson eyes before departing without a backward glance. Following the roar of the saber-toothed leopard, the previously aggressive horde of spirit beasts began to retreat as if receiving a signal. On Xian Yuanche's side, he was nearing the brink of collapse. If this continued, casualties would be inevitable. Just then, the surging pack of spirit beasts began to withdraw slowly. A look of relief washed over Xian Yuanche's face. It seemed that fate had spared him. Even the typically expressionless sword slaves displayed a semblance of relief, having narrowly escaped calamity. Though they were sword slaves nurtured by the Xian Yuan family, they bore a closer resemblance to humans compared to the cold, mechanical blackguards of the Tong family. Just when they thought the ordeal had come to a conclusion, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed. The 12 figures stiffened. The 11 sword slaves raised their swords in unison, positioning themselves protectively in front of Xian Yuanche, vigilantly watching the entrance. Thud, thud, thud. A shadow gradually came into view. The 12 turned towards the light at the entrance, their pupils constricting in alarm. Xian Yuanche managed a bitter smile. It seemed he was fated to face disaster today. With this thought, he dragged his weary body back to an upright position, fixating on the looming shadow at the entrance, instinctively tightening his grip on the longsword. Thud, thud, thud. A shadow entered the room, revealing its form to Xian Yuanche and his companions. A collective gasp escaped the 12 of them, astonished by what they beheld. A wolf walking upright. A werewolf. Was this not a creature of Western mythology? Zhang Zhongming strode into the room, clutching a bloodied beast's leg, gnawing on it as he walked. Picture this, a wolf, standing on 2 legs, grasping a beast's leg larger than itself, an overwhelming visual impact. Xian Yuanche and his companions held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Zhang Zhongming remained silent, completely engrossed in his meal. The entire small building resonated with the sound of gnawing and crunching. In no time, he devoured the entire beast's leg with alarming speed. Then, something even more bizarre transpired. As the last morsel was consumed, the exposed bone on Zhang Zhongming's arm began to sprout flesh at a visible rate. The 12 watched in terror, their understanding shattered. Even Feng Hao, the cultivator, had never encountered such strangeness. Zhang Zhongming shook his neck, a flash of red gleaming in his eyes, and suddenly vanished. An instant later, a dull thud echoed as a sword servant fell lifelessly to the ground, not a scream escaping his lips. Xian Yuanche's pupils constricted. How swift. Comparable to Feng Hao, if not even more forceful. Attack. The remaining 10 sword servants shouted, charging toward Zhang Zhongming. A chill gripped Xian Yuanche's heart. It seemed destined that he would meet his demise in City Z. Sister, brother will go first, he bellowed, rushing toward Zhang Zhongming without hesitation. Just after Xian Yuanche's furious roar, Zhang Zhongming, in the midst of slaughtering the sword servants, suddenly paused. With a swift motion, a sword pierced his arm. Yet he paid it no mind, swatting the sword servant aside with a single hand, and slowly advancing toward Xian Yuanche. Only 9 sword servants remained alive, and upon seeing Zhang Zhongming direct his attention toward Xian Yuanche, they hastened their attacks. Facing a relentless barrage, Zhang Zhongming did not flinch. He disregarded their efforts, steadily approaching Xian Yuanche. By the time he reached Xian Yuanche, his body bore countless deep sword wounds, revealing the bone beneath. Get away, young master, run. The remaining 9 sword servants roared, thrusting their swords at Zhang Zhongming. In a flash, he evaded and caught the 9 blades with his bare hands, twisting forcefully. The swords slipped from the grip of the 9 sword servants. What? The 9 were momentarily stunned. This maneuver was beyond the capacity of any ordinary spirit beast. Seizing the opportunity, Xian Yuanche lunged forward with his sword, the quickest strike he could muster. Whoosh! The blade flashed, slicing through the air with a resounding crack. Swiftly, the sword was poised to perfection. It was mere moments away from piercing Zhang Zhongming's throat. A glimmer of joy flashed in Xian Yuanche's eyes. However, before he could fully savor the moment, his expression froze in disbelief. At that precise moment, the expertly executed strike was miraculously intercepted by a massive hand. The sword pierced through the palm. The blade was less than a centimeter from Zhang Zhongming's throat. With a powerful flick, Zhang Zhongming sent Xian Yuanche and his 9 sword servants flying. He then slowly withdrew the sword from his palm, casting it aside without a glance, letting it fall to the ground. It was over. Xian Yuanche lay on the ground, utterly despondent. His most formidable attack had been effortlessly thwarted. Without weapons, they were no match for him. Zhang Zhongming approached them with deliberate steps. The 9 sword servants gritted their teeth and struggled to rise, expressionless as they positioned themselves protectively in front of Xian Yuanche. As Zhang Zhongming drew near, he refrained from striking again. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes before he spoke. I shall not kill you. The monster can speak. Not only Xian Yuanche, but even the 9 sword servants gazed at Zhang Zhongming in sheer terror. Could it be that monsters had evolved to such an extent? If you die, your sister will be concerned. With that chilling statement, Zhang Zhongming grasped the lifeless body of a sword servant and walked away. Xian Yuanche was left astonished. Was that it? He had entered with an air of merciless intent, yet now he was so easily letting them go? In disbelief, Xian Yuanche rubbed his eyes. Had it not been for the fact that Zhang Zhongming's figure had already vanished from the building, he might have thought it all a dream. What species are you? Capable of human speech. A terrifying force. If you die, your sister will be concerned. That phrase echoed relentlessly in Xian Yuanche's mind. He stared in the direction Zhang Zhongming had disappeared, deep in thought. Chapter 53. My heart races. Behind the grand hotel of splendid prosperity lay a large courtyard, which housed the entrance to an underground parking garage, employee dormitories, warehouses, and utility rooms. Dragging the bodies of 2 sword servants, Zhang Zhongming slowly approached the warehouse door and pushed it open. Upon entering, a roar of beasts erupted from within. In the spacious warehouse, a gray Picasso, standing approximately 2.5 meters tall, glared at Zhang Zhongming with blood-red eyes, baring its teeth while retreating, clearly frightened of him. This gray-furred Picasso was the little gray spoken of by Long Hongyi, and judging by its demeanor, it had evidently evolved into a level 4 spiritual beast. Zhang Zhongming glanced at the thrashing little gray, then discarded the 2 bodies he carried and turned to leave. Only after Zhang Zhongming departed did little gray begin to voraciously feast upon the remains. In the presidential suite on the 40th floor, Long Hongyi savored a glass of red wine while listening to his subordinate's report. Oh, you only brought back 2? Weren't there supposed to be 13? Long Hongyi swirled the goblet in his hand, speaking nonchalantly. My subordinate is unaware, and he refuses to speak when questioned. What do you think, sir? Upon finishing, he cautiously glanced at Long Hongyi. A flash of cold light flickered in Long Hongyi's eyes as he shook his wine glass, which shattered with a sharp crack. Those who refuse to drink to my health shall face the consequences. I am eager to see what qualifications Zhang Zhongming possesses to defy my wishes. After speaking, he picked up a tissue to wipe his hands and strode toward the door. The subordinate let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed. On the 39th floor, Zhang Zhongming's room. With a creak, the door swung open, and Long Hongyi and his subordinate entered. At that moment, Zhang Zhongming was crouched in the corner, eyes closed, lost in thought. As Long Hongyi approached, Zhang Zhongming opened his bloodshot eyes. When will you let us go? He inquired in a hoarse, guttural voice. Huh. Long Hongyi chuckled lightly. 13 men, yet only 2 returned? Why is that? A flicker of crimson light flashed in Zhang Zhongming's eyes as he coldly replied, only 2 remain. Humph. The smile vanished from Long Hongyi's face, replaced by a heavy scoff. Do not treat me as a fool. Zhang Zhongming, remember this, before Xiaohui evolves. He has no right to negotiate any terms with me. The crimson in Zhang Zhongming's eyes intensified as he vanished from sight in an instant. Seizing Long Hongyi by the throat and lifting him into the air. With rage burning in his eyes, he bellowed, Long Hongyi, you deserve to die? Despite the grip tightening around his neck, Long Hongyi maintained an air of composure, his face reddening from the lack of air. With a faint smirk, he struggled to lift his shirt, taunting Zhang Zhongming, do you dare to kill me? In that moment, as Long Hongyi revealed his chest, Zhang Zhongming's beastly eyes narrowed in shock, the fury within him dissipating. On Long Hongyi's chest hung a sophisticated device, comprised of 2 parts, a heart rate monitor and a synchronization device that fluctuated in accordance with the heart rate. My heart rate is about to accelerate, Long Hongyi mocked. Gazing at Zhang Zhongming's body stiffened, the ferocity in his eyes flickering once more, yet he cautiously lowered Long Hongyi to the ground. As breath returned to him, Long Hongyi took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and, feigning nonchalance, remarked, do not entertain thoughts of killing me. If I perish, your sister will be lost as well. Impulsiveness is the devil, you know? Zhang Zhongming's fists cracked from the tension, his entire body trembling with pent-up fury. I am aware of your anger, but you must understand that mere rage will not resolve your issues. If you behave, I will release you when the time comes. After all, your dear sister saved my life, did she not? Long Hongyi smiled, his seemingly calm words dripping with veiled threats. To Zhang Zhongming, these words struck like a thunderclap, indeed. His sister remained in Long Hongyi's grasp. On the verge of an explosion, Zhang Zhongming found himself forcing down his fury once more upon hearing this. Rest well, for I shall pay a visit to our sister, he said with a light-hearted chuckle, as Long Hongyi gracefully strode toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he suddenly halted and remarked casually, "Do not forget, tomorrow, the food for Xiao Hui, 10 monsters, 10 men. Just a gentle reminder. There are indeed many individuals at the water plant." With laughter echoing in his wake, he departed the room without a backward glance. As Long Hongyi exited, Zhang Zhongming could no longer suppress the fury swelling within him, unleashing a tempest of destruction in the confines of the room as he vented his pent-up rage. Following Long Hongyi's departure, he made his way downwards, arriving at the 35th floor. Upon his arrival, the guard stationed in the corridor promptly saluted him. Long Hongyi nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to a room where 2 subordinates stood vigil at the entrance. "Second master," he acknowledged, and the subordinate opened the door, allowing him to enter. As he stepped inside, a voice like pearls falling onto a jade plate resonated through the air. "Is it you, Brother Long?" A gentle smile adorned Long Hongyi's face as he responded, "Indeed, I came to see you, Sister Zihan." No sooner had he spoken than a girl, seemingly around 18 years of age, emerged from the bedroom, leaning against the doorframe. With an innocent visage and refined features, she wore no makeup, her serene smile radiating tranquility. Save for her beautiful eyes, which appeared somewhat vacant, every aspect of her was utterly captivating. Even after countless encounters with Long Hongyi, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes upon seeing her again. It was this very girl who had rescued him 3 days prior. Opening the door when he found himself cornered by a throng of monsters. Swiftly approaching, he supported her arm, slightly displeased as he said, "Your eyesight is poor. You should not wander about." Zihan smiled gently, "It is quite all right. Although my eyes are of little use, my ears serve me well. I recognized your footsteps, Brother Long." Long Hongyi offered a faint smile and assisted her in taking a seat. As he sat on the sofa, Long Hongyi gazed quietly at the enchanting girl before him, a twinge of guilt stirring within. Yet, as thoughts of his grand ambitions resurfaced, his expression hardened with resolve, quashing any lingering feelings of remorse. Those who aspire to greatness do not concern themselves with trifles, nor do they shy away from any means necessary. In this ravaged world, with its disarray and chaos, Long Hongyi is destined to be the man standing at the pinnacle. With this thought, his gaze grew increasingly steely. "Zhang Zhongming, Tong Liang, you shall be the pawns in my ascent to the summit." "Brother Long, have there been any updates regarding my brother?" Zihan inquired. "None as of yet. But do not fret. I am arranging for others to search for him, and I am confident that news will arrive soon," Long Hongyi replied with a reassuring smile. "But what if my brother returns home and finds me missing? When can we go back? I long to see home." Zihan's face was etched with concern. "Sister Zihan, rest assured, I shall devote myself to finding your brother. The moment I receive any news, I will inform you immediately." Zihan nodded slightly, remaining silent. Yet the worry etched on her face lingered. Long Hongyi, sensing that the time was nearing, spoke up. "All right, Zihan, you may rest here. I have matters to attend to. If anything arises, just inform the 2 gentlemen at the door, and they will relay it to me." With that, he turned and departed. As she listened to his footsteps fading away, Zihan sat on the couch, seemingly entranced and lost in thought. Chapter 54. I refused to comply. Having exited the campus of Z University, Fang Hao and his companions found themselves at the Z City Police Department's University Town branch. Before the steel door of the armory on the 1st floor, Paozi, drenched in sweat, was fiddling with the mechanism. Behind him stood Fang Hao and Chu Changtian. After leaving the university that morning, Fang Hao suddenly recalled this place, which had nearly cost him and Xiaohua their lives. The armory was still intact. In this branch, they had paid a hefty price, only to acquire 4 armored vehicles, which seemed rather unworthy. Moreover, with a demolition expert among his ranks, he decided to change his plans and attempt a different approach. Leaning against the corridor wall, Fang Hao closed his eyes, immersing himself in the system. It had been nearly 3 hours since the half-beast battle commenced. The half-beasts in his backpack had already been refined to about half their number. Fang Hao calculated that upon completing the refinement of all half-beasts, he would obtain nearly 15,000 spirit blood pills and human pills. What a staggering notion. This was ample enough for both him and Xiaohua to level up twice with ease, having experienced the formidable power that came with leveling up on several occasions. Fang Hao now found himself almost addicted to the prospect, eager to ascend as quickly as possible. If he could, he would yearn to level up as effortlessly as in the games played before the apocalypse, achieving level 999 in a single blow. How exhilarating and invincible that would be. Of course, such a feat was utterly impossible. Leaving aside other considerations, during the half-beast battle, though things appeared manageable. Attracting a horde of spirit beasts during combat could lead them to utter ruin. Is everything all right? If not, then so be it. Fang Hao opened his eyes and approached Paozi. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Paozi earnestly stated, "Boss, give me 1 more hour. I will surely unlock this door. Trust me." At that moment, Chu Chantian interjected, "Boss, Paozi is our strongest demolition expert. Grant him a bit more time." Du Tianqing, looking disdainfully at the group, scoffed. "You truly know nothing. As the most elite and highest authority special forces of Long Country, haven't your superiors informed you that the police systems across the nation underwent a significant upgrade over a month ago?" Chu Changtian and Tai Hua's faces turned pale, ready to respond. Fang Hao, however, spoke up, "Can you dismantle it?" "No," Du Tianqing shrugged. "Then keep your mouth shut. If you continue to chatter, I'll have you serve as food for the spirit beasts." Fang Hao's eyes glinted coldly, fixing his gaze on Du Tianqing. "Humph." Du Tianqing let out a cold snort, immediately silencing herself. Although her words were harsh, they were undeniably true. In the absence of design blueprints and assistance from the police system, attempting to dismantle the armory's gate was akin to an insurmountable challenge. "Boss, Dr. Du is right. The defensive mechanisms on this gate are indeed intricate. Furthermore, the entire system operates independently, featuring a backup power source capable of functioning for over a month," said Paozi. "You see, I told you so," Du Tianqing interjected hastily. However, this time, no one acknowledged her. Paozi remained fixated on the device affixed to the steel door and continued. "The explosive devices contained within are far more terrifying than any I have encountered previously. If detonated, they would equate to 2 kilograms of high explosives, sufficient to reduce this building to rubble." Upon hearing Paozi's words, the expressions of everyone in the corridor turned gravely serious. "If it's not feasible, let us withdraw. There are plenty of weapons in the military district." Fang Hao furrowed his brow, unwilling to continue risking their safety. The peril of pursuing an armory for a mere branch was entirely unwarranted. At that moment, however, Paozi earnestly looked at Fang Hao and said, "Boss, please trust me. There are no useless individuals in the Red Dragon." Seeing the determination in Paozi's eyes, Fang Hao slowly nodded, understanding that Paozi was driven by a desire to prove his worth. "Could you all step outside for a moment?" Paozi glanced around at the others, hesitatingly suggesting, "Rest assured, this blast won't be my end. If I want to prove myself, then I must act." Fang Hao replied nonchalantly, turning back to his original position, leaning against the wall, and closing his eyes to meditate. Chichangshan and the others maintained their stoic expressions, yet the resolute glint in their eyes signified their willingness to face the challenge together. Paozi felt a surge of emotion. This was trust. Both the boss and Chichangshan had unhesitatingly chosen to believe in him. Taking a deep breath, Paozi's eyes filled once more with solemnity as he began to meticulously examine the situation. Du Tianqing, upon hearing Fang Hao's words, was left utterly astounded. "Explosives powerful enough to obliterate a building won't kill you? Are you even human? Could 2 kilograms of explosives truly fail to harm Fang Hao?" The answer was undoubtedly negative. If that were the case, then why would the seemingly fearful Fang Hao utter such words? Firstly, it was because he genuinely believed in Paozi's capabilities. As a member of the world-renowned special forces, the Red Dragon harbored no incompetence. Secondly, he was ensuring a safety net for himself. Thus, he intended to upgrade. Not only did he plan to upgrade, but he also aimed to undertake a bold endeavor, skill synthesis. Simultaneously, he intended for Xiaohua to upgrade as well. After the upgrade, their attributes would double. Although he could not guarantee absolute evasion from the blast radius, he was confident that he would certainly survive. As for Xiaohua, there was even less to worry about. With its swift shadow ability, the explosion posed no threat to it at all. This is precisely why he remained so composed. Although somewhat disgraceful, in comparison to life itself, everything else seemed trivial. With his eyes closed in contemplation, Fang Hao glanced at the contents of his backpack, then waved to Xiaohua, proceeding to exit. The obedient Xiaohua followed closely behind, and together, they stepped out of the office building and into the biological vehicle. The current space within the vehicle was sufficiently ample, and after several evolutions, Xiaohua had significantly reduced in size, thus entering the vehicle posed no challenge. Du Tianqing observed Fang Hao's departure, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Just as she contemplated following him, a figure interposed itself before her. "Chu Changtian, what do you intend to do?" Du Tianqing furrowed her brows and inquired. "Nothing much. It would be better for you to remain here." Chu Changtian replied with an impassive expression. "Do you think you can dictate my actions when I need to use the restroom?" Du Tianqing retorted, irritation rising in her voice. Right here. Du Tianqing's voice involuntarily escalated in pitch. How dare you? You expect me to relieve myself in front of you? Rest assured, our red dragon warriors are professionally trained. Even if you stood before us completely unclothed, we would exhibit no reaction whatsoever. Bah! I refuse to go. Du Tianqing spat, casting a fierce glare at Chu Changtian before plopping down onto a bench in the corridor, lapsing into silence. Chapter 55. This is not over between us inside the biological vehicle. Fang Hao focused his mind, summoning 480 human pills into his hand. Having already refined half of the half-orc, he possessed a staggering 3,500 human pills, more than sufficient for Xiaohua's advancement. As soon as the pills appeared, Xiaohua, sensing their presence, rubbed eagerly against Fang Hao's hand with her glimmering feline eyes. Meow, master. Xiaohua desperately wants to eat. Could you please give some to me? Fang Hao, bemused, rubbed his nose. Indeed, the allure of the human pills for Xiaohua was extraordinary. After all, to spiritual beasts, these pills represented advancement and evolution. Go ahead. Fang Hao placed the pill near Xiaohua's mouth, and she promptly swallowed it whole. After consuming the human pill, Xiaohua affectionately licked Fang Hao's palm, then lay down on the vehicle, commencing digestion. Fang Hao observed Xiaohua, ensuring everything was in order before he began his own upgrade. With a thought, he summoned 10 spirit blood pills into his hand and swallowed them in one go. Ding! Gained 20 points of spiritual power. Accompanied by the consumption of the 10 spirit blood pills, the system's notification chimed once more, and the 20 points of spiritual power appeared on his attributes panel. Simultaneously, a warm sensation coursed through every part of his being. It felt immensely comfortable, so much so that Fang Hao could scarcely refrain from exclaiming in delight. Soon, the warmth dissipated as quickly as it had arrived. Fang Hao retrieved another 10 spirit blood pills, consuming them in one swift motion. This cycle continued for half an hour. However, he ceased not due to a successful upgrade, but rather because his face was flushed, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and blood occasionally trickled from his nose. Damn it, my brain has short-circuited again. Fang Hao wiped away the blood from his nose, cursing silently within. He had been so preoccupied with upgrading using the spirit blood pill that he neglected a crucial detail. The spirit blood pill, extracted from the essence of spiritual beasts, is a potent restorative. While consuming it grants spiritual power, it simultaneously replenishes energy and various nutrients. Otherwise, such a seemingly insignificant pill would not be regarded as a miraculous healing substance in Xianyuan Che's eyes. To ascend to level 5, he required 600 points of spiritual power, necessitating a staggering 800 spirit blood pills. The enormity of this demand was overwhelming. In half an hour, he had only managed to consume 400. Any further attempts led him to doubt whether he might perish from the exertion. Thus, the notion of upgrading through the spirit blood pill was completely extinguished. However, at that moment, he had no time to ponder his inability to level up. His entire body was ablaze, akin to the aftermath of consuming an illicit substance, leaving him in a state of discomfort where standing or sitting was unbearable. Most critically, the incessant bleeding from his nose continued unabated. Fang Hao was on the verge of tears, vowing never again to speak so recklessly. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he disembarked from the vehicle and brandished his spider fang blade, venting his frustration in the courtyard. Each slash and every movement was executed with utmost vigor, seeking nothing but to deplete the overwhelming energy coursing through him. Yet, while aspirations soared high, reality proved starkly disappointing. After his outpouring of exertion, the heat within him only intensified. In that moment, Fang Hao wished he could slap himself for inviting such torment. Unable to endure any longer, he unleashed all his strength in a single strike, cleaving a large hole in the guardhouse at the precinct's entrance. Hearing the commotion, Chu Changtian and others rushed out to investigate, only to find Fang Hao in a most peculiar state. However, upon seeing the ferocious spider fang blade in his hands, they were at a loss on how to respond. Just then, Du Tianqing, alerted by the noise, hurried out to see for herself. She was momentarily stunned by Fang Hao's condition. What on earth was happening? Yet, within mere seconds, sheer exhilaration overtook her. She had spotted blood. Fang Hao's blood, the very essence she had yearned for, her most fervent desire. An opportunity like this was rare. Without hesitation, Du Tianqing dashed past Chu Changtian and the others toward Fang Hao, retrieving a test tube from a concealed pocket as she ran. She had waited an entire night for this moment, and now it had finally arrived. All attention from Chu Changtian and his companions was fixated on Fang Hao, completely oblivious to Du Tianqing's intentions. By the time they realized her actions, she had already sprinted a considerable distance, over 10 meters. Their expressions changed immediately, and they hurriedly pursued her. Approaching Fang Hao in his current state was akin to courting death. What was that foolish woman thinking? Chu Changtian and his companions were left seething with frustration, at a loss for words. Although they managed to pursue him in time, Du Tianqing was still ahead by a considerable distance of over 10 meters. Chu Changtian and his companions felt powerless, and a thought crossed their minds. It was over. Just as Fang Hao was exerting himself to deplete his energy, he suddenly sensed someone approaching and instinctively swung his blade. In that fleeting moment, he turned to find that it was indeed Du Tianqing. "Ah!" Fang Hao shouted in surprise, forcefully altering the direction of his strike. In his current state, he dared not hold back, otherwise he would surely cough up blood. Overjoyed, Du Tianqing was utterly unprepared for such a sudden attack aimed at her. "Ah!" she screamed, instinctively shutting her eyes, thinking to herself, "Is this it? Am I going to die? I haven't even contributed to humanity. I haven't studied Fang Hao. I haven't discovered the direction of human evolution, and I haven't even experienced love. I'm still a virgin. I refuse to die." Du Tianqing cried out. Bang! With a resounding crash, a half-meter-deep gash appeared in the concrete floor. Du Tianqing kept her eyes closed for what felt like an eternity, only to realize she was still alive. Hesitantly, she opened her eyes, only to be met with a pair of eyes filled with ferocity and an intense crimson hue. Instinctively, Du Tianqing wanted to scream again. Fang Hao grasped her chin firmly and leaned in slowly. Du Tianqing's eyes widened in alarm as she watched him draw nearer, her heart racing uncontrollably. This rascal can't possibly be intending to take advantage of me, can he? Oh no, this is my first time. I've heard it can be painful. I don't want that. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted so rashly. I wonder if Fang Hao might be a bit gentler. And there are others watching. If he intends to force himself on me, he should at least choose a more secluded spot. I don't want a live broadcast. Resigned, Du Tianqing began to accept her fate and closed her eyes. Just as Fang Hao was less than a centimeter from her nose, he halted his advance. Feeling the scorching heat radiating from him, Du Tianqing's heartbeat quickened even more. He's coming. What should I do? Just as she anxiously awaited the impending heat, Fang Hao spoke. Woman, do not seek your own demise. Otherwise, next time, my blade will not veer off course. With that, he released Du Tianqing and, without a backward glance, dove into the biological vehicle, leaving her stunned in place. Once she regained her composure, her face flushed with heat, she yelled towards the biological vehicle. Fang Hao, this isn't over between us. Chapter 56. The evolution direction of Xiao Hua. Inside the biological vehicle, Fang Hao sat in a chair, feeling the agitation in his body gradually subside, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, relieved that he had not harmed himself. It seemed that the spirit blood pill could no longer be consumed recklessly. It could indeed lead to dire consequences. Fang Hao estimated that with his current physical condition, he could handle a maximum of 200 pills. Any more would result in the kind of restlessness he had just experienced, nearly leading to his demise. The most terrifying part was the uncontrollable desire that accompanied it. In the fleeting moment when he apprehended Du Tianqing, Fang Hao found himself on the brink of succumbing to his primal instincts. Yet, in the end, reason triumphed over carnal desire. The arduous life he had endured for 2 decades bestowed upon him not only formidable survival skills, but also a mental fortitude that few could rival. This, perhaps, is the advantage of being an orphan. The mere thought of Du Tianqing caused Fang Hao to furrow his brow. This woman was relentless, seizing every opportunity with the cunning of a mouse, and it became clear that she must be dispatched post-haste. Just then, a meow broke the silence. Fang Hao turned to see that Xiao Hua had awakened, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. To his astonishment, Xiao Hua exhibited no signs of change upon waking. Fang Hao frowned. This was unexpected. According to the pattern of Xiao Hua's evolution, she should have continued to diminish in size. Why had there been no transformation? He then inquired, Xiao Hua, how do you feel now? Meow, she seemed to respond, nudging her head against his palm. Nothing feels different. Fang Hao, puzzled, accessed the system and entered the imprint subsystem to investigate. As he entered Xiao Hua's attribute interface, a system notification chimed. Ding. Target, Xiao Hua, has reached the evolution limit. Evolution failed. Fang Hao's frown deepened. Had Xiao Hua indeed reached her evolutionary limit? Could it be that she was unable to evolve further? While gently stroking her head, he pondered potential solutions. The notion of an evolutionary limit implied that, as a domestic cat, Xiao Hua's ceiling was inherently low. To facilitate her evolution, he would need to elevate that limit, break through the constraints. With this realization, Fang Hao's focus shifted to the furnace, renowned for its ability to refine all things. He wondered if it could shatter Xiao Hua's limits. It was now clear that any creature marked by the imprint system could be placed into the furnace. However, whether it could transcend these limits remained uncertain in Fang Hao's mind. Nonetheless, he understood that limits represented barriers between species, akin to the legendary leap of the carp at the Dragon Gate. breaking through would lead to boundless possibilities, while failing to do so would result in a fall back to mediocrity. Fang Hao reminisced about the time he first acquired Xiaohua, envisioning her ultimate evolution. Could the furnace truly dismantle the barriers that separated species? Initially, he believed that with his presence and the furnace, Xiaohua could effortlessly transform into any form she desired. Now, it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Yet, after much contemplation, a glimmer of insight emerged. If classified by species, Xiaohua undoubtedly belonged to the feline family. The simplest and most direct approach, which Fang Hao deemed the most feasible, was to enhance her bloodline, revert to her ancestral traits. Locating a magical beast of the feline lineage was not particularly challenging. The true rarity lay in discovering a bloodline that would provide the opportunity for such a reversion. If one were to trace the ancestry of felines, the journey would indeed lead far back in time. The small ancient cat, the ancient cat beast, the panda, and even mythical creatures such as the eight-tailed cat, nine-tailed fox, qilin, and heavenly fox, all possess a connection, however tenuous, to the domestic cat of today. Fang Hao felt a slight headache and rubbed his temples, deciding to dismiss the thought altogether. Once he identified the felines, he would simply test it out, and the results would reveal themselves. Fang Hao opened the car door and stepped out. Chu Changtian and the others were still present. Upon seeing the concern etched on their faces, Fang Hao smiled knowingly, relieved that his efforts had not been in vain. Boss, Chu Changtian and the others approached, visibly relaxing as they noticed Fang Hao had returned to his normal state. Fang Hao smiled and remarked, "I'm fine, just a little overindulged. Boss, your earlier demeanor truly frightened us. That gaze. Even now it sends chills down my spine," said Taiwa, shuddering as the memory of Fang Hao's earlier appearance came to mind. "All right, no harm done. Let us go see how the armory is faring," Fang Hao stated, leading the way toward the office building. Just as they reached the entrance, they heard the excited voice of Paozi. "Boss, it worked. It's open." Fang Hao's face brightened, prompting the group to quicken their pace. Arriving at the armory door, they found it still closed, yet Fang Hao knew Paozi would not deceive him. "Boss, I've dismantled the explosive device. Look," Paozi exclaimed, eagerly handing over an object to Fang Hao as he approached. Fang Hao examined it and nodded. "So, this means the door is merely a facade now, correct?" Paozi nodded joyfully, only to adopt a grimace as he added, "However, boss, when I dismantled it, I also removed the circuitry, so..." He trailed off, but it was clear to everyone that the electric door had been rendered manual. Fang Hao approached the steel door, running his hand along its surface, discovering no gaps whatsoever, making it impossible to leverage. The only solution now was to resort to brute force. With a flick of his mind, the spider blade materialized in his hand. He exerted all his strength and struck the steel door. Clang! A resounding impact echoed as the blade met little resistance, embedding itself deep into the steel. "Open!" Fang Hao commanded, gripping the knife firmly and beginning to slice through the door. In a minute, an opening tall enough for a person appeared on the steel door. With a push, accompanied by a dull thud, the severed fragments of the door tumbled to the ground. One by one, they entered the armory. The moment Fang Hao stepped inside, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The armory spanned nearly 100 square meters. Its walls lined with display cabinets showcasing an array of gleaming firearms, all meticulously arranged. Among them were the familiar Type 54 and Type 77 rifles. And even at the back of the cabinet, Fang Hao spotted a sniper rifle. After days without handling firearms, Chu Changtian and the others reacted as if they had encountered beloved toys. Each picked one up and expertly maneuvered it in their hands. Notably, upon seeing the sniper rifle, Taiwa became utterly exhilarated, reluctant to put it down as though it were a precious treasure. Although they were aware that the world had descended into chaos and firearms were no longer usable, this did not diminish their ardor for guns. Once upon a time, firearms were akin to loyal companions, having accompanied them through countless perilous missions. Fang Hao seized a Type 54 pistol and cast it into the furnace without hesitation. He followed this with spirit crystals, the bones of spirit beasts, cat claws, and even 10 spirit blood pills. After all, it was merely an experiment. Anything that Fang Hao deemed feasible was unceremoniously tossed in. With the materials deposited, he confirmed the synthesis. Chapter 57. The Spirit Energy Bioweapon. Having completed this task, Fang Hao glanced at the row of bulletproof vests displayed on the rack, as well as boxes of various ammunition types. He even spotted several boxes of grenades, military daggers, batons, electric batons, and police shields. All the equipment typically used by law enforcement could be found here. It was akin to a complete armory. The synthesis process was brief, lasting merely 3 minutes. As he awaited the outcome, Fang Hao addressed the others. "These items are of no use to you at present. I will determine how to handle them shortly. Boss, even without you saying so, we are well aware, Iron Boy chuckled. At the onset of the apocalypse, it was the army's first shot that precipitated an irretrievable situation. The term gun had become a taboo word in the hearts of soldiers. Sometimes, the sound of gunfire was even more potent than the scent of blood. Shu Changtian and his companions each took a dagger and returned all the firearms to their original places, although the room was filled with an abundance of weapons and ammunition. If Feng Hao's method were to prove ineffective, these arms would be no more valuable than a heap of scrap metal. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The system's notification finally chimed. Ding. Obtained Spirit Energy Bioweapon X1. Feng Hao was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by a surge of elation. He had not anticipated that it would truly work. With a mere thought, a handgun almost identical to the Type 54 materialized in his hand. Spirit Energy Bioweapon, a novel weapon synthesized from modern firearms, incorporating the anatomy of spirit beasts. Level, low-grade equipment attributes, physical attack 40 points, with a spirit power bonus of 40 points for spell damage, capacity, 160 points of spirit energy, with each bullet consuming 20 points of spirit energy. Special attribute 1, armor piercing, can breach targets with defense not exceeding twice the weapon's physical attack value. Trigger time, passive skill, unrestricted. Special attribute 2, automatic recharge. The bioweapon can autonomously absorb ambient spirit energy for storage. Trigger time, absorbs 2 points of spirit energy per minute. Holding the spirit energy bioweapon in his grasp, Feng Hao felt no particularly unique sensation. The grip featured an additional small screen, and it was slightly lighter than before, with no other notable changes. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this weapon could recharge itself, effectively granting him the capacity for infinite ammunition. Yet, upon realizing that each bullet required a consumption of 20 points of spirit energy, he could not help but furrow his brow. The energy expended for a single bullet was equivalent to that of a compressed fireball spell, a significant expenditure indeed. Moreover, one can only autonomously recover 2 points of spiritual energy per minute, and it takes 10 minutes to fire a single shot. In the midst of battle, 10 minutes would render a corpse cold, utterly useless. Even with its defensive attributes and enhanced magical attack power, Feng Hao felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Such a trinket, merely ornamental and lacking practical utility, was not worth considering for combat. With that thought in mind, he was about to stow it away in his backpack when a fleeting idea crossed his mind. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Feng Hao's eyes. Perhaps there was a method worth exploring. With a flick of his mind, 10 spirit blood pills materialized in his hand, which he promptly swallowed. Instantly, the spiritual energy on his personal attributes panel surged to 820 points. System, charge the energy gun with 20 points of spiritual energy. Sure enough, as soon as the words left his lips, the 820 points of spiritual energy transformed into 800. At that moment, a 1 appeared on the grip of the energy gun. Feng Hao was elated. It seemed this energy gun could indeed be manually charged. This revelation rendered the equipment far from useless. It could now genuinely be wielded in battle. Next, he was eager to test its power, though he wondered whether it would produce the same cacophony as before. Feng Hao aimed the gun at the wall of the armory and pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The sound was barely perceptible. Had he not seen the 1 on the grip turn to 0, he would have doubted he had even fired. He hurried over to inspect the wall. At that moment, Shu Changtian and the others noticed Feng Hao's activity and promptly gathered around him. Before them, a small hole the size of a pinky finger had appeared in the reinforced concrete wall, sunlight streaming through it into the armory. The group gasped in astonishment. When had the 54-style police pistol possessed such formidable power? Boss, was that truly your gun? Iron Boy exclaimed, incredulity evident in his voice. How could it be so silent? He pointed at the hole in the wall, staring in awe at the energy gun in Feng Hao's hand. Feng Hao chuckled and replied, of course. But this gun has been specially refined by me. It is no longer the same as before. He then handed the energy gun to Iron Boy, who, along with the others, took turns marveling at it, each expressing their amazement. Especially Copper Coin, the weapon expert, who immediately recognized the profound differences in the 54-style pistol compared to its former incarnation. Boss, what kind of ammunition are you using? Copper Coin gazed at Feng Hao with fervent interest. A new type of energy, akin to that used in biological vehicles, though it is still in the experimental phase. Feng Hao explained. New energy. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting the fervor and excitement in their eyes. As soldiers, they understood the significance of new energy in a post-apocalyptic world. Whether in biological vehicles or weapons powered by this new energy, if it could be widely implemented, then humanity would no longer be utterly defenseless against spiritual beasts. The 7 of them spoke in unison, their voices filled with anticipation. Fang Hao glanced at the group and waved his hand, saying, "I understand what you wish to convey. However, discussing this matter now is premature. Let us wait until we reach Kyoto to deliberate further. Nevertheless, I can assure you that, should there be a willingness for equitable exchange, I am capable of selling these armaments to the higher-ups in Kyoto." The 7 companions of Chu Changtian were instantly elated. With such equipment, their comrades would no longer have to engage in bare-handed battles against those spirit beasts. Subsequently, Fang Hao stowed all the gear into his backpack space, and the group continued their journey. While seated in the carriage, Fang Hao toyed with the energy biological gun, contemplating how to enhance it. As it stood, both its consumption and charging aspects were ill-suited for ordinary users. To achieve a level of usability for the general populace, modifications needed to be made in these 2 areas, reducing consumption and ensuring flexible charging. However, improving these facets proved exceedingly challenging, for his forge was not a manual editing tool that could be altered at whim. The only path to attaining the desired outcome lay in continuous synthesis, persistently incorporating new attributes or limbs from spirit beasts until he achieved a satisfactory result. Chapter 58. The tentacle monster strikes. After putting away the biological gun, Fang Hao shifted his focus to the skill elixirs. Currently, he possessed over 100 various types of skill elixirs, including many identical ones. This abundance sparked an idea. Since synthesis had no limitations, could skill elixirs also be synthesized? Excluding the half-orc elixirs that were yet to be refined, he realized he had over 50 night vision skill elixirs alone. The properties of skill elixirs were unique. No matter how many one consumed, they could not stack. In essence, aside from occupying space, this excess served little purpose. Focusing intently, he controlled 10 night vision skill elixirs to be cast into the forge, confirming the synthesis. A countdown of 1 minute appeared. Upon seeing the brief countdown, Fang Hao's interest waned. Through extensive exploration of the forge, he had learned that both refining and synthesis took longer with higher-grade items, provided the quantity remained constant. Ding! Skill elixir obtained. Enhanced night vision X1 in the blink of an eye. The synthesis concluded. Fang Hao examined the attributes of the enhanced night vision and sighed in disappointment. Indeed, the changes were minimal. It had only slightly improved the night vision attribute, while other aspects remained unchanged. What if skill elixirs with similar attributes but different functions were synthesized? Fang Hao pondered for a moment, then decided to add thermal sensing and feline eye essence into the forge. Both thermal sensing and feline eye essence, alongside night vision, pertain to ocular skills. He wondered if such a synthesis might yield a delightful surprise. Synthesis confirmed. Countdown, 10 minutes. Seeing the countdown shift to 10 minutes, a smile involuntarily graced Fang Hao's lips. It seemed that this time, success was within reach. At that moment, the biological vehicle, weaving back and forth, suddenly screeched to a halt. Fang Hao regained his focus and looked ahead, only to find the road ahead completely obstructed by various vehicles. A frown creased his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. Realizing they had reached the vicinity of Pet Street, their intended destination, the fire station, lay directly at this intersection, which was an unavoidable passage. However, he distinctly remembered that when they had come to Pet Street earlier that morning, this intersection had not been choked with such a multitude of abandoned vehicles. Chu Changtian and the others prepared to disembark in hopes of moving some of the vehicles aside. But upon stepping out, they discovered that the intersection was thoroughly blocked, rendering any attempts to maneuver the vehicles or charge through with the biological vehicle utterly futile. The current capabilities of the biological vehicle were insufficient to breach such a blockade. In that moment, despair washed over the group. Fang Hao exited the vehicle and observed his surroundings, soon noticing several holes in the hardened asphalt, which were connected to cracks nearly a finger's width. These fissures extended from the intersection into the depths of Pet Street. Squinting at this sight, Fang Hao's mind suddenly recalled a peculiar detail: the mysteriously vanished lizard carcass. Furthermore, he remembered that he still had 50 half-beasts left behind on Pet Street. The abrupt roadblock, the enigmatic holes, and the cracks leading into Pet Street prompted a cold smirk from Fang Hao. He had surmised what was afoot. However, the pressing question remained: what should he do now? Due to a misjudgment regarding the properties of the spirit blood pill, he had failed to level up, and Xiaohua had similarly faltered in her evolution due to limitations. Currently, his strength had not only failed to improve since their arrival, but was now encumbered with a multitude of burdens. He found himself at an impasse. Though he considered taking a detour, the right side of the intersection led to a dead end, heading towards Z City Vocational College, while the left led to Pet Street. They could either retreat and search for an alternate route, or proceed through Pet Street. Even if there were other possible detours, the dimensions of the biological vehicle posed a significant challenge. At that moment, Chu Changtian approached and inquired, "Boss, what should we do?" Fang Hao, frowning as he gazed towards Pet Street, gritted his teeth and declared, "We're going this way. Get in. I intend to discover what manner of trickery this is." Chu Chantian, sensing the unusual tension, could not help but ask, "Boss, have you uncovered something?" Fang Hao called to the others as he climbed back into the vehicle, explaining, "Earlier this morning, I stepped away for a moment, and during that time, I came here." He then recounted his findings to the group. "Boss, if things go awry, should we take a detour?" Tai Xiao expressed his concerns. Fang Hao remained silent, while Chu Chantian scrutinized Pet Street, stating, "There are not many streets that can accommodate our vehicle. Even a detour may not guarantee passage. Let us go," Fang Hao commanded in a low voice. With that, he summoned his mental focus, and the spider blade materialized in his hand. The others, witnessing this, promptly drew their military knives and assumed a serious and vigilant stance. The biological vehicle glided silently into Pet Street. As it advanced deeper, Fang Hao discovered numerous fissures scattered everywhere, some extending from the neighboring shops, and others directly emerging from the pavement. He was certain that these cracks had not been present during his visit in the morning. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the spot where he had discarded the 50 half-beasts. Indeed, they were nowhere to be found. However, given the multitude of spiritual beasts in Pet Street and the passage of time, the disappearance of the 50 half-beasts was hardly surprising. The biological vehicle continued forward. Suddenly, the occupants realized that the vehicle had come to a halt. Fang Hao's expression darkened as he shouted, "Get out of the car." No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle began to sway violently. The shops on either side started to lower. Fang Hao's face was so grim it seemed ready to drip with water. Without hesitation, he flung open the car door and leaped out. Chu Chantian and the others followed suit, swiftly opening their doors and jumping as well. The biological vehicle had now ascended to a height level with the shops. The instant Fang Hao landed, he caught sight of the culprit that had attacked them. He saw a mass of densely packed, dark green tentacles wrapping around the underside of the vehicle, extending from the cracks in the ground. "Boss, what is this thing?" A look of fear flashed in Paozi's eyes. Fang Hao, with a grave expression, cast a probing spell toward the dark green tentacles. Target, devouring gourd, plant-type spiritual beast, life, 1,600 points level, for strength, 160 points speed, 100 points spirit, 120 points spiritual power, 600 points skills, infinite devour, stealth, mental transmission. What? Instantly, Fang Hao felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing the bizarre tentacles. Such high attributes. Such strange abilities. Chapter 59. The interplay of all things. Fang Hao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Apart from its inferior speed compared to Xiaohua, the rest of its attributes completely overwhelmed her. Just then, a series of piercing sounds filled the air. Whoosh, 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 from the fissures in the ground. Even more dark green tentacles emerged. Fang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Quick, take cover." However, by the time he had issued the warning, the tentacles had already surrounded them entirely. "Get away from here." At that moment, a shrill scream pierced the air. Only then did they realize that the foolish Du Tianqing had yet to jump down. Damn, Fang Hao couldn't help but curse under his breath. "If you don't jump down now, you're just waiting to die?" He shouted toward the biological vehicle, which had risen to nearly 4 meters high. Du Tianqing's figure appeared at the door, but her face was filled with terror, her hands gripping the door tightly, refusing to jump down. "For heaven's sake, Du Tianqing, are you going to jump or not?" Fang Hao scolded again. "I can't. It's too high." Du Tianqing's pale face trembled as she spoke with a quivering voice. "I really regret saving you. This is just a self-inflicted torment." Fang Hao's expression darkened as he observed the emerald green tendrils completely engulfing the street. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at the biological vehicle, "You foolish woman. I truly owe you one. Jump down. I will catch you. Hurry up. Time waits for no one." Du Tianqing's eyes widened in terror, yet she hesitated to leap. At that moment, the emerald tendrils, coiling around the base of the vehicle, began to extend, wrapping themselves around the entire structure. Realizing how the lizard had vanished earlier that morning, Fang Hao cursed vehemently, "Foolish woman. Hurry. If you don't jump now, you won't get another chance." Seeing the tendrils drawing closer, Du Tianqing clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and leaped from the vehicle. "Damn it!" Fang Hao exclaimed, unable to suppress another curse as he saw the direction of her jump. This woman had leapt towards the mass of tendrils. Was she trying to court death? Swiftly, he wielded his spider blade to sever the incoming tendrils, then, with a flick of his mind, made it disappear from his hand. He leapt toward the spot where Du Tianqing had fallen. As she plummeted, Du Tianqing glanced down to find herself surrounded by a dense array of tendrils. Her heart sinking in despair. It wasn't that she wished to jump further, she simply lacked the strength. As the ground rushed closer, her mind went blank. Just then, a powerful arm enveloped her securely. Du Tianqing stared in disbelief at Fang Hao, astonished that this insufferable man would risk himself to save her. In that instant, she recalled a moment from the precinct courtyard, her cheeks flushing. Now, looking at Fang Hao, she realized he wasn't as detestable as she once thought. Foolish woman. Next time you seek death, don't drag me along. Just as Fang Hao was about to fulfill the role of her gallant knight, he blurted out this utterly deflating remark. Du Tianqing bit her lip, turning her head away in irritation. However, Fang Hao, preoccupied with the imminent danger, noticed that Xiaohua was rushing toward them. Simultaneously, the myriad of tendrils began to encircle both Fang Hao and Du Tianqing. Yet, before Xiaohua could close the distance, the tendrils lunged toward her. Clearly, in the eyes of these appendages, Fang Hao and Du Tianqing were already considered prey, and they would not allow Xiaohua to interfere. With hope dwindling, Fang Hao's expression turned grim, as he found himself ensnared by the tendrils, unable to move. What to do? What to do? Panic began to bead on his forehead, and the more anxious he became, the more frustrated he felt towards the woman in his arms. If it weren't for her, how could the situation have spiraled into such chaos? Du Tianqing, perhaps sensing Fang Hao's growing irritation towards her, remained silent, gritting her teeth as the tendrils threatened to envelop them both. Fang Hao cast another probing spell, searching for a potential escape route. With Xiaohua no longer a viable option, he had to rely on himself. Plant-based? In the realm of botanical beings, the fear of fire is palpable. Eureka! Upon revisiting the exploration information, Fang Hao's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Skill activated, fire control. The surrounding space became charged with the lively essence of fire elements. As these elements stirred, the air grew intensely sweltering. The tendrils encircling the vicinity, upon sensing the escalating heat, reacted as if confronted by a natural predator, becoming restless and agitated. Humph. A cold smile crept across Fang Hao's mind. Now that I know your trepidation towards fire, my task becomes easier. Compress the fireball. Let it explode. With a mere thought, 20 points of spiritual energy vanished, and a compressed fireball detonated 5 meters away from Fang Hao. Bang! As the fireball erupted, searing flames cascaded outward. The dark green tendrils recoiled upon encountering the flames, retreating like a wave in panic, akin to a mouse fleeing from a cat. The flames surged towards Fang Hao. And unsurprisingly, the tendrils that had ensnared him hastily withdrew, retreating back into the fissures. The entire street, aside from the severed tendrils that occasionally twitched, appeared as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, Fang Hao's expression shifted. He quickly leapt aside. At that very moment, a loud crash resounded as the biological vehicle landed heavily where he had just stood. Ding! Acquired skill elixir, illusory, IX1. A new skill has been synthesized. Fang Hao beamed with joy, eager to inspect it, when suddenly, Du Tianqing's piercing scream pierced the air once more. Ah, you foolish woman. When will you be done? Fang Hao retorted coldly, his patience wearing thin with her antics. Fang Hao, you bastard. My backside is on fire. I'm burning alive. Ah, Du Tianqing exclaimed, flailing in distress. Fang Hao released her, gazing at the frantically jumping Du Tianqing with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Silly woman. You deserve it. Ah. Bastard. Quickly help me extinguish the flames. I'm going to be burned alive. Du Tianqing shouted angrily while continuing to smack her rear. To his dismay, the flames on her backside, instead of extinguishing, flared up more fiercely with each slap. Fang Hao rubbed his forehead, speechless. How could she still be wearing a lab coat at a time like this? With a resigned sigh, he activated fire control, waving his hand to dissipate the flames. Du Tianqing immediately collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, her face pale with lingering fear. After a moment, she begrudgingly rose, dusting herself off, and offered a half-hearted thank you. Thanks. She then turned to walk towards the biological vehicle. However, after taking a few steps, she felt an unsettling chill. Turning around, she found Fang Hao staring wide-eyed at her, prompting her annoyance. What are you staring at? I know I'm beautiful. Fang Hao chuckled, a strange smile on his face. Pointing at her attire, Du Tianqing, perplexed, began to feel around her body. When her hand grazed her back, her face suddenly flushed with crimson. She shouted at Fang Hao. Fang Hao, how dare you take advantage of me? Fang Hao shrugged helplessly and replied, You're the one who is bare. How can you blame me? You. Du Tianqing's face burned with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless. The flames had ignited the hem of her white coat, and given the summer heat, it was hardly resilient to such scorching. Thus, although the fire was extinguished, it had provided quite the spectacle from top to bottom. All right, quickly put this on, Fang Hao said, retrieving a set of his previous clothing from his backpack and tossing it to Du Tianqing. She caught it and shot him a fierce glare before using his body as a shield to hurriedly slip it on. After donning the garment, she huffed heavily and strode towards the biological vehicle. Chapter 60. You can't burn me. Fang Hao chuckled softly and proceeded to assess the situation of Chu Changtian and his companions. Upon approaching, he noticed they were regarding him with the same peculiar expressions, prompting his face to darken. It seems the lesson I imparted was not sufficient. Boss. I think I'm injured, Tiawa stammered, suddenly adopting an exaggerated expression of pain. Boss, I'm hurt too. Ouch, it hurts so much. Boss. My hand feels like it's broken. I can barely hold my military dagger. The others, witnessing this display, quickly followed suit, transforming from lively to a collective image of feigned injury. Fang Hao could only smile in disbelief. At that moment, Chu Changtian approached him with a solemn expression, saying, Boss, we can confirm that the entity which attacked us appears to be a type of plant. As he spoke, he handed Fang Hao a severed tentacle, from which a greenish liquid continued to ooze, occasionally twitching. Fang Hao recognized it as a plant and was aware of the true nature of this sinister flora, a gourd vine. The devouring gourd. How intriguing. Casting a brief glance at it, Fang Hao chose to disregard it for now, beckoning the others as he made his way to the biological vehicle. This time, the biological vehicle had pleasantly surprised him. It had fallen from such a height, yet remained entirely intact without a single dent on the doors. Clearly, the four armored vehicles had been skillfully merged, showcasing remarkable quality. Once everyone boarded, Fang Hao promptly produced the newly synthesized skill elixir and activated a probing technique. Illusory eye. See through illusions, pursue the source. Activation time, dependent on usage frequency, consuming spiritual energy. As he beheld the description of the skill, Fang Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was truly a timely boon. Initially, he had contemplated leaving with some reluctance, but unexpectedly, the new skill had arrived just in time. With a cold smirk, Fang Hao swallowed the skill elixir. Then, with a thought, 8 spirit blood elixirs materialized in his hand, which he distributed among Chu Changtian and the others. When he reached Du Tianqing, she huffed disdainfully, turning her nose up and averting her face. Hey, what the? Are you rejecting my offer? Fang Hao could not help but laugh in amusement, thinking that if they did not wish to partake, it was all the better as he would save a precious spirit blood pill. Without hesitation, he consumed one of the pills in his hand and subsequently extracted 9 more, swallowing them whole to replenish the spiritual energy he had just expended. The half-beast's refining process had entered its final stage, and it was now the last batch being refined. Gazing at the countless spirit blood pills, Fang Hao sighed deeply. They were indeed valuable items, yet regrettably, one could not indulge excessively. Luckily, it was he who was consuming them. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have perished from the overload. Ascension, as it turned out, was far from the simplicity he had envisioned. Besides diligently hunting spirit beasts, there truly were no shortcuts to be had. The spirit blood pills dissolved instantly upon consumption, and his expended spiritual energy was swiftly restored. Following their ingestion of the pills, Chu Changtian and the others had also regained their stamina, their faces aglow, as though the previous battle had never transpired. Du Tianqing, upon witnessing this, immediately felt a pang of regret. This was a prime opportunity to understand Fang Hao better. How foolish she had been. At this moment, she wished she could give herself a couple of slaps. Now that she realized this, she felt somewhat embarrassed to pursue the matter further. Through the rearview mirror, Fang Hao observed the myriad expressions on Du Tianqing's face, finding it utterly amusing. This woman was adorably foolish, and he couldn't help but wonder how she had acquired such extensive knowledge. With all preparations completed, Fang Hao took a deep breath and directly unleashed his new skill, Eye of Illusion. Instantly, 20 points of spiritual energy vanished. The world through Fang Hao's eyes began to transform. The surrounding buildings became translucent, then ethereal, morphing into slender lines reminiscent of a three-dimensional diagram, rather astonishing indeed. Continuing to gaze into the distance, everything around him was rendered into a composition of lines. Fang Hao gestured for Chu Changtian to drive. He had already spotted the writhing tentacles concealed within the crevice. Still unrelenting, a cold smile crept across Fang Hao's face. Today, he would uproot you entirely. As the biological vehicle set in motion, Fang Hao's gaze followed the tentacles. Stop, he commanded sharply. He had discerned the source of the tentacles. The biological vehicle halted, and after a moment of contemplation, Fang Hao addressed his companions. You all stay here. I will go deal with this spirit beast. Boss, we will accompany you. Yes, boss. We can help clear the tentacles. Boss. Fang Hao shook his head, replying, if you all come with me, who will look after her? He indicated the huffing Du Tianqing. At this juncture, Chu Changtian interjected, I will go with the boss. You all remain here to protect Dr. Du. The Iron Boy and the others exchanged glances. reluctant yet resigned to the situation. Each time they were rendered ineffective as soldiers, they felt a profound sense of frustration. Fang Hao understood their sentiments. But this opponent was not one they could confront. He did not wish for all his efforts to be in vain. Fang Hao and Chu Changtian disembarked, leaving the biological vehicle under the watch of the Iron Boy and his companions. As they stepped down, Fang Hao led the way, with Chu Changtian following closely behind. The two individuals did not conceal their intentions, swiftly advancing towards the essence of the devouring gourd. In the heart of Pet Street, there existed a flower shop, and behind it lay a modest flower bed, no larger than 2 small storefronts. In truth, it could hardly be classified as a flower bed. The term transplanting shed would be more fitting. At this moment, the transplanting shed was overrun with wild grasses, a riot of vividly colored blossoms vying for attention, while dense vines entwined themselves around the steel beams of the structure. The thickest of these vines was as robust as an adult's arm, though such a specimen was singular. The slender ones, however, were countless, wrapping around the entirety of the shed. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the flower shop's entrance. The door fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Fang Hao and Chu Changtian, armed with weapons, dashed towards the rear yard and the transplanting shed. With the presence of the illusory eye, the peculiar entity found itself devoid of refuge. Upon entering the backyard, the devouring gourd seemed to sense a threat, and its myriad of tentacles surged forth from the grass, the ground, and the interior, launching an assault from all directions. Humph! Fang Hao let out a heavy snort. The control of fire was immediately activated. A compressed fireball materialized in his hand and was hurled towards the essence of the devouring gourd. One shot followed another, the second, the third, the fourth, until all his spiritual energy was expended, and only then did Fang Hao cease his relentless assault. Damn it! How dare you ambush me? How dare you steal my prey? I'll burn you to ashes. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed with satisfaction at the roaring flames before him. If you survive this, I'll take your surname. Chapter 61. A great surprise as the fire ignited, the entire transplanting shed erupted in chaos, with tentacles flailing and anguished cries piercing the air. At this moment, Chu Changtian stared at Fang Hao in astonishment. So, the explosion he heard earlier was indeed caused by this. His superior was a cultivator. This revelation solidified his belief. Admiration and fervor filled Chu Changtian's eyes as they locked onto Fang Hao. Could loyalty truly be this powerful? He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of excitement within. Beep. A notification chimed. Biological loyalty has reached the standard. Please check. Fang Hao was taken aback. He promptly began to explore the subsystem. Upon examining it, he was filled with delight. Had he known that a few compressed fireballs would suffice, he would not have expended so much effort. To his astonishment, Chu Changtian's loyalty had indeed reached the standard. What an unexpected boon. Add imprint. Target. Chu Changtian. Fang Hao commanded silently. As soon as he finished speaking, the notification chimed once more. Imprint added successfully. Please name. Chu Changtian. As soon as the name was spoken, a familiar resonance echoed through the void, and a cryptic, glowing mark materialized before Fang Hao. Chu Changtian stared in disbelief at the phenomenon, his mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to inquire. Fang Hao regarded the mark with a gentle smile and said, "Did you not wish to become stronger? You have passed my test. Prepare to embrace your transformation. Do not resist. Relax your mindset." Fang Hao commanded firmly. A flash of brilliance illuminated the air, swiftly darting toward the center of Chu Changtian's forehead. Once this was accomplished, Fang Hao redirected his attention to the raging inferno before him. Indeed, flames were the nemesis of all flora. The cycle of existence and opposition persisted even in the apocalypse. Amidst the conflagration, the wails of agony remained unceasing. However, the thrashing tendrils were gradually weakening. Fang Hao let out a cold laugh, remarking that no matter how formidable one might be, as a plant rooted in place, it was merely a fish caught on a hook, awaiting its demise. At that moment, Chu Changtian opened his eyes, gazing at Fang Hao with a hint of confusion. As if to inquire, Fang Hao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No rush, let us deal with this creature first." As he spoke, he swallowed 10 spirit blood pills, and without hesitation, unleashed another compressed fireball. The flames illuminated Fang Hao's face, revealing a mischievous grin. With ranged attacks, one felt invincible. He pondered what rewards this encounter might yield. 10 minutes later, the fire continued to blaze fiercely, yet the cries had ceased, and the flailing appendages had vanished. Fang Hao calculated that the time was ripe and consumed another 10 spirit blood pills. Fire control activated. He began to contract the flames, gradually compressing and dispersing them. Under Fang Hao's command, the roaring fire began to break down into imperceptible fire elements, dissipating into the air. A minute later, Aside from a lingering warmth in the atmosphere, there was no trace of the flames left in the transplant shed. Chu Changtian stared in astonishment at this seemingly miraculous feat. Momentarily at a loss for words, he now comprehended the caliber of the leader he had chosen. This was no mere human. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fang Hao mused that reversing the decomposition of flames was significantly more challenging than conjuring them. Despite his elevated spirit, he felt a bit dazed. After catching his breath, he patted the entranced Chu Changtian, and the two brandished their blades, making their way toward the charred transplant shed. As they stepped inside, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Whoosh! Chu Changtian instantly rolled to the side, narrowly evading danger. Fang Hao, however, did not flinch. He swung his blade at the approaching tendril. Thud! Dark green liquid gushed forth, splattering Fang Hao from head to toe. A pained scream echoed from the depths of the transplant shed. With this strike, Fang Hao finally discerned the nature of his assailant. On the ground lay a tendril resembling an octopus limb, yet unlike the previous appendages, this quivering, dark green vine was thicker than his arm. With a cold smile, Fang Hao advanced slowly into the depths of the transplant shed. Upon reaching the innermost area, he was confronted by a massive green cocoon, easily the size of a biologically engineered vehicle. This cocoon was comprised of the very tendrils that had previously attacked him. Realizing this, Fang Hao understood that the creature had sensed its peril and was attempting to survive by shedding its appendages. As long as it preserved its core, the tendrils could regenerate endlessly. Such resilience was indeed impressive. Even a fire of this magnitude could not extinguish its life. With a formidable 1,600 points of life, the resilience of this ghostly gourd was truly remarkable. Fang Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for its tenacity. Had he possessed such a robust health bar, perhaps he would not have come perilously close to death during that incident at the precinct. Alas, there are no what-ifs. No matter how formidable one's vitality, without intellect, it is rendered utterly useless. A cold glint flickered in Fang Hao's eyes as he swiftly swung his blade. Whoosh, 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 with 3 consecutive strikes. The sound of slicing echoed as the outermost tentacles of the massive cocoon were severed one by one. Soon enough, the true form of the cocoon was unveiled. Emerging from the layers of surrounding tentacles was a vine as thick as a human waist. Upon this vine, a grotesque maw roared incessantly. Adorning its branches were over a dozen gourds of various sizes. The largest was as big as a basketball, while the smallest resembled a delicate ornamental gourd. Fang Hao estimated that there were as many as 15 of them. At the ends of these branches extended the source of their assault, the dark green tentacles. Upon witnessing this, Fang Hao narrowed his eyes, poised to deliver a decisive blow. At that moment, the grotesque face displayed a semblance of pleading. Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback. A plea for mercy? He couldn't help but smile. Regardless of whether the entity understood him, he declared, "Submit or perish." Initially, he held little hope for this assertion, as not every spirit beast could communicate with him as seamlessly as Xiaohua. However, the subsequent scene left him utterly astonished. The face, once filled with a beseeching expression, gradually faded, followed by the trembling of the vine, causing the small gourds to begin falling away. Once all the gourds had detached, a resounding explosion echoed as the vine burst apart, revealing a vibrant green spirit crystal. Immediately, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Biological loyalty has reached the requisite standard. Please check. A look of delight illuminated Fang Hao's eyes, a fortuitous surprise indeed. This entity was undoubtedly the ideal guardian for his abode. He proceeded to imprint it, targeting the devouring gourd. Ding! Addition successful. Please name it. What to call it? Fang Hao pondered, stroking his chin. Little Swallow? Little Devourer? Little Gourd? Or perhaps Little Lu? Chapter 62. The Gourd's Symbiote Tuntin. After much contemplation, Fang Hao, who suffered from a naming dilemma, finally settled on this whimsically unconventional name. No sooner had he spoken than familiar vibrations resonated once more. An obscure, luminous rune materialized out of thin air. The moment the rune appeared, it flew directly toward the vibrant green spirit crystal on the ground. The rune merged with the crystal, and a flash of emerald brilliance signified the successful engraving of the imprint. Fang Hao approached and grasped the spirit crystal in his hand. A surge of information flooded his mind, and in an instant, he comprehended the situation. Originally, whether it be plant-based spirit beasts or other varieties, the emergence of the apocalypse transformed spirit crystals into their very essence. In theory, as long as this core remains intact, resurrection is boundless. However, this infinite revival hinges upon the availability of sufficient energy and the absence of external interference. This elucidates the reason behind Xiaohua's revival. The mark merely serves as an additional layer of security, The true crux lies within the inherent properties of their spirit crystals. With a mere thought, Feng Hao stored the spirit crystal of Tunten into his spatial backpack. A smile illuminated his face as he turned his attention to the ground before him. 15 gourds of various sizes awaited, shrouded in mystery and potential surprises. Eagerly, Feng Hao cast a probing technique upon one of the smaller gourds. Target: symbiotic entity of the devouring gourd, deceased, life, 0 points level. 0 level spirit beast, plant-based, skill, infinite devouring, immature. Subsequently, he applied the probing technique to the remaining gourds, discovering results that were largely consistent. However, upon reaching the largest gourd, the information gleaned was astonishingly different. Target: symbiotic entity of the devouring gourd, deceased, life, 0 points level. 4 level spirit beast, plant-based, skill, infinite devouring, mature. Upon encountering this information, Feng Hao was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Moreover, it dawned upon him that earlier, when he had barely taken a few steps, he had encountered inexplicable spirit beasts. Now, he observed no trace of them following the earlier skirmishes or the fire that consumed the transplanting shed. He surmised that the spirit beasts on this street were either vanquished at Tunten's hands or had fled in terror. This deduction was further corroborated by the spiritual energy contained within the gourd. He speculated that the root cause of this phenomenon might lie with him, specifically with the 50 half-beasts he had discarded earlier that day. These 50 half-beasts became the catalyst for Tunten's evolution, paving the way for his dominance over this street. From the information transmitted to his mind by Tunten, it became evident that aside from the largest gourd, all the smaller ones had sprouted within these few hours, their purpose being to store energy. The value of these gourds lay in their symbiotic relationship with Tunten, serving solely as vessels of storage. At that moment, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Acquired human pill X 1000 ding. Acquired spirit blood pill X 1000 ding. Acquired skill pill, toxicity X 10 ding. Acquired skill pill, regeneration X 20 ding. Acquired skill pill, thermal sensitivity X 10 ding. Acquired skill pill, strength enhancement X 10. The last batch of half-beasts had been successfully refined. Excluding the 50 consumed by Tunten, approximately 350 half-beasts had provided him with over 7,000 spirit blood pills and 7,000 human pills, alongside an uncountable number of skill pills, though most were redundant. Leg enhancement X50, night vision X50, arm enhancement X50, strength enhancement X50, regeneration X50, defense enhancement X50, deadly poison X25, thermal sensing X15. Precisely 350 skills, neither more nor less. This merely represents the fruits of the half-orc's endeavors, not accounting for his prior residuals. If one were to tally it all, Feng Hao would not merely be affluent. He would be considered a man of considerable wealth. Eventually, he could synthesize the redundant skill elixirs into weapons and equipment for trade with Xian Yuan Che, yielding a substantial fortune. The joy on Feng Hao's face was now unabashedly evident. With Chu Changtian as an ally, there was no need for restraint. Once he had gathered the remaining soldiers under his command, his plans could be executed without hesitation. Just contemplating the rewards from the main quest made Feng Hao's heart race with excitement. Divine artifacts. He wondered just how formidable they would be. Without further ado, he tossed the basketball-sized gourd into the furnace and commenced the melting process. The countdown was a mere minute, which took Feng Hao by surprise. However, he was disinclined to dwell on such matters. He collected all the small gourds scattered on the ground into his backpack. As he prepared to leave, a flicker of movement caught his eye, the dark green tentacles still writhing on the ground. He glanced at the exploded vine branches and, after a moment of contemplation, cast a probing spell. Target: devouring gourd vine fragments attributes, rich in life energy. There were no levels or diverse attributes, just 2 simple lines. Yet, these uncomplicated words reignited Feng Hao's exhilaration. Life energy. One could easily deduce that this was undoubtedly a remarkable healing substance. Chu Changtian, come over here and gather all these severed tentacles. Feng Hao called out as he continued to stash them into his backpack. The next few moments saw the two of them bustling about, and within a minute, every single vine tentacle was secured in Feng Hao's backpack. Ding. Gained 2840 spiritual power. Ding. Acquired devouring gourd symbiote X1 in the blink of an eye. The minute passed, and the system notification chimed, signaling the completion of the melting process. With a flicker of thought, a vibrant green gourd materialized in Feng Hao's hand. He felt no surprise at the spiritual power extracted, for the gourd had inherently contained it. However, gazing at the gourd in his hand, Feng Hao found himself in a quandary. The gourd was in its primordial state, a condition that signified infinite potential. The attribute of unlimited absorption, if harnessed wisely, could serve as a formidable weapon. At the very least, it could evolve into a growth-oriented storage artifact. Yet, Feng Hao found himself at an impasse regarding the direction of his choice. Observing the gourd in Feng Hao's grasp, Chu Changtian pondered for a moment before speaking. Boss, I have a proposal. I wonder if you would care to hear it. Oh, Feng Hao nodded, signaling him to speak. Boss, you must be pondering the utility of the gourd in your hand, right? Chu Changtian chuckled as he spoke. Feng Hao nodded in affirmation. In truth, boss, you need not struggle. Just consider, what is it that you lack the most at this moment? There is a saying that the most suitable is the best. Is that not so, boss? Remarkably, after the imprint was engraved, Chu Changtian's words began to flow more freely. Feng Hao slightly inclined his head, a contemplative expression gracing his features. The most suitable is indeed the best. After much deliberation, Feng Hao ultimately resolved to set the gourd aside for the time being. Presently, his materials were insufficient, and synthesizing satisfactory equipment was a daunting task. The attributes of the devouring gourd were undeniably formidable. Only with appropriate materials could its advantages be maximized. Although it was not immediately useful, the smaller fragments, including the vine shards, were still valuable assets. Moreover, Feng Hao contemplated the possibility of extracting the infinite devouring attribute, then applying it to himself and Xiaohua, curious about the potential effects. Additionally, he envisioned another potential use, spatial items. The infinite devouring attribute surely possessed spatial qualities. If that were the case, might it be possible to synthesize other items with the gourd to create spatial objects? Even if all these endeavors ultimately proved futile, Feng Hao was unperturbed. With Tun around, acquiring as many gourds as he desired was merely a trivial matter. The only thing lacking was Tun's habitat. Once outside the flower shop, the two made their way directly to the biological vehicle. Along the journey, Feng Hao retrieved a skill elixir from his backpack and handed it to Chu Changtian. Consume this. It is your first step toward becoming stronger. This skill elixir was a new concoction, synthesized from elixirs for leg enhancement, arm enhancement, strength enhancement, and defense enhancement. The body strengthening elixir. It offered a balanced enhancement across all attributes, and its effects were permanent and passive. Chu Changtian accepted the body strengthening elixir with excitement, casting a grateful glance at Feng Hao before swallowing it whole. After consuming it, he attentively sensed the changes within, only to find no peculiar sensations, leading him to gaze at Feng Hao in confusion. Feng Hao smiled and reassured him, do not rush. The increase pertains solely to your instincts. In other words, you won't notice it unless you actively demonstrate it, understand? As he spoke, Feng Hao accessed Chu Changtian's information, expending 400 points of spiritual power to elevate his level. However, he was taken aback to discover that, after the imprint was engraved, Chu Changtian, much like Xiaohua, displayed a level indicator, something he had not anticipated. It revealed a level of 2. This was certainly a significantly higher starting point than his own. With the consumption of 400 points of spiritual power, Chu Changtian suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, dispersing throughout his limbs and bones. His face lit up with delight as he experienced the continuous enhancement of his strength alongside the flow of warmth. He had truly become stronger. After a brief moment, the heat dissipated, and Chu Changtian opened his eyes, which sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. Filled with excitement, he gazed at Feng Hao and, with a thud, knelt on one knee. Boss, I, Chu Changtian, pledge my unwavering loyalty. Feng Hao shook his head and assisted Chu Changtian to his feet, saying, there are no such customs here. A man's knees are like gold. One kneels only to heaven, the earth, and one's parents. This is a one-time occurrence. It shall not happen again. Those simple words instilled in Chu Changtian a profound sense of camaraderie, a feeling that he was willing to sacrifice for a true confidant. This was the dignity he sought, flesh and blood, not merely a machine that followed orders. Feng Hao smiled and patted Chu Changtian on the shoulder, conveying everything without words. Upon returning to the biological vehicle, an immediate change in Chu Changtian was palpable to the others. However, they could not pinpoint the exact nature of this transformation and exchanged puzzled glances between him and Feng Hao, each wearing a contemplative expression. Let us go. To the fire department. As soon as Feng Hao's words left his lips, the biological vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. With no obstructions from the insatiable beasts or any other hindrances, the pet street became an unimpeded thoroughfare. The vehicle crushed smaller obstacles without hesitation. As long as the damage sustained remained within acceptable limits, it would swiftly recover, consuming merely a bit of spirit crystal. Seated in the vehicle, Feng Hao closed his eyes, simultaneously tossing the fragments of the devouring vine into the furnace while issuing an upgrade command to the system. System. Upgrade. The familiar warmth enveloped him once more. and a smile of pleasure blossomed on Fang Hao's face. This visible enhancement was truly addictive. At that moment, Du Tianqing caught sight of Fang Hao through the rearview mirror, witnessing an amusing scene that led her to mistakenly believe he was lost in an inappropriate dream. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she could not help but scold him softly, turning her face away. However, upon noticing her own attire and inhaling the potent masculine scent that clung to her clothes, the rearview mirror seemed to possess an enchanting allure, compelling her to steal another glance despite her shyness. Iron Boy and the others, witnessing this spectacle, exchanged strange looks. Even Chu Changtian, who was driving, caught a glimpse of the scene, a smirk gracing his lips. Commercial Street, the most bustling thoroughfare in the university town, situated at the edge of the university city adjacent to government districts. It is often said that a school is akin to an industrial chain, and this statement holds true. Particularly in a university town, which comprises several institutions, the commercial street is astoundingly vibrant. The GDP generated solely from this commercial street accounts for over 20% of the total fiscal revenue of Z City, illustrating the terrifying consumer power inherent in this locale. Food, drink, entertainment, whatever one can imagine, it can be found here. Precious jewelry, high-end cosmetics, fashionable attire, an array of luxury goods. Everything one could desire is available. Moreover, the commercial street is renowned not only for its shopping, but also for its hotels. What is most prevalent in the university town? If Fang Hao were to respond, he would undoubtedly say, the hotel. In Z City, any establishment of notable repute and class would certainly choose to open a branch here on the commercial street. Additionally, various entertainment venues, bars, and TV spots abound. It can be asserted that while the commercial street generates revenue for Z City, it is simultaneously the most chaotic avenue in the entire city. The bio-vehicle traversed through Pet Street and arrived at the commercial street. However, the roadway was somewhat narrow, making it a challenge for the bio-vehicle to pass through. After much contemplation, Chu Changtian remarked, "Boss, it's difficult for the bio-vehicle to get through here." Fang Hao opened his eyes, glanced around, and realized they had indeed arrived at the commercial street. He promptly instructed, "Get out, and let us walk." The group alighted one after another, and with a flicker of thought, Fang Hao stowed the bio-vehicle into the spatial compartment of his backpack, all while under Du Tianqing's astonished gaze. "Let us proceed," Fang Hao stated softly, then sauntered leisurely towards the intersection at the end of their line of sight. Chu Changtian and the others cautiously brandished their military daggers, remaining vigilant as they closely followed Fang Hao. Chapter 64. Du Tianqing under attack. The commercial street was enveloped in silence, a stark contrast to the ravaged other streets, which had retained a relatively well-preserved state. The instant Fang Hao and his companions stepped out, Xiao Hua dashed away like a bolt, disappearing in an instant. With her speed fully unleashed, even Fang Hao, now at level 5, could barely catch a glimpse of her, let alone Chu Changtian and the others. As they entered the street, countless pairs of furtive eyes emerged from the sides. Fang Hao, strolling with his hands clasped behind his back, cast an expressionless glance at these lurking figures, who remained unperturbed. Chu Changtian and his companions soon became aware of these onlookers, exchanging glances that heightened their wariness. The current world was no longer as it once was. Incidents of peril were not uncommon. Lacking Fang Hao's formidable strength, their heightened caution was merely a means of prolonging survival. Within a bar, its doors tightly shut, a pair of watching eyes observed from behind. The owner of these eyes was a burly man, adorned with tattoos, sporting earrings, and a nose ring, exuding the aura of a thug from the commercial street. Upon noticing the military attire worn by Chu Changtian and his companions, his pupils dilated in surprise. But when his gaze fell upon Du Tianqing, a flicker of admiration ignited in his eyes. "What a beautiful woman!" he exclaimed. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the bar's basement. In the commercial street, basements were nearly a standard feature. Given the street's unique character, the basements served their purpose to the fullest. The basement of the bar primarily functioned as a storage space for various volatile liquors. Now, these basements had transformed into the most suitable hiding spots for the remaining survivors. The man with the earrings navigated through various twists and turns until he finally reached the basement. In the dimly lit basement, alongside rows of assorted alcoholic beverages, a gathering of approximately 40 individuals was present. Among them, around 20 were thugs, while the remainder consisted chiefly of women, predominantly students, with a few older ones who were mostly merchants from the street. At that moment, a man with earrings rushed toward a burly figure, panting heavily. "Boss, we've made a discovery." The robust man, visibly displeased, rose from the embrace of a woman. He spat contemptuously, striking the naked woman beside him with a resounding slap. The woman did not scream, did not cry out in pain. Her eyes were void of life, resembling a lifeless fish. Damn it, like a dead fish. Why won't you scream? Take her out and feed her to the dogs. What a stroke of bad luck. He waved dismissively at his subordinates nearby. Two of his men approached, dragging the seemingly lifeless woman upstairs. The burly man retrieved a can of beer from a box, gulping it down before lighting a cigarette. He took a deep drag and nonchalantly regarded the man with earrings. Speak. What have you discovered? The man with earrings chuckled, eyeing the beer in the boss's hand with envy. The burly man smiled slightly and tossed him a can from the box. Thank you, boss. The man with earrings opened the beer and took several hearty swigs, exhaling deeply before saying, Boss, a few individuals have arrived outside, and they seem to be dressed like soldiers. The burly man's eyes gleamed with interest as he slowly extinguished his cigarette. What else? Hee, boss, among them. I spotted a woman. The man with earrings replied with a smirk. A woman? What is so unusual about that? I have plenty of women here. If it weren't for that bastard Xiong Xiaozi taking so many from me, I could assemble a reinforced platoon with my women. The burly man's eyes darkened, recalling the misdeeds of Xiong Xiaozi. Boss, you don't understand. This woman is unlike any other. The man with earrings spoke mysteriously. Spit it out already. Quit dragging your feet. Damn it. Yes, boss. This woman is the most beautiful I have ever seen. Truly a stunning beauty. That figure. That appearance. The man with earrings couldn't help but wear a lewd grin. Upon hearing this, the robust man's eyes sparkled. Let us go take a look. The man with earrings led the way, and they descended to the ground floor. As the burly man peered through the door of the bar, he caught sight of Du Tianqing's exquisite visage and was instantly captivated. Such a beautiful woman. I must have her. His eyes gleamed with desire, and he leaned toward a subordinate, whispering instructions. Moments later, the subordinate nodded and departed. Boss, what do you think? Isn't she stunning? The man with earrings flattered. The burly man nodded in satisfaction and replied, Not bad. You've done well. Go find the brothers downstairs and get a meal. This woman is your reward. Go on. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Upon hearing the mention of earrings, the young man's face immediately lit up with ecstasy, and he expressed his gratitude with fervent nods and bows. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the basement. A burly man peered through the crack of the door, a lewd smile spreading across his face as he observed Du Tianqing's graceful demeanor. My little beauty, you shall soon belong to me, he chuckled. In the bustling commercial street, Fang Hao and Chu Changtian, along with their companions, were halfway through their journey. At that moment, Fang Hao abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on a nearby jewelry store. Lost in contemplation, after a brief pause, he made his way towards the shop, leaving his puzzled companions to hastily follow. Upon entering the store, Fang Hao surveyed the sparkling array of jewels displayed in the glass case. With a flicker of inspiration, he summoned the spider's edge, effortlessly slicing open the glass, and gathered all the jewels into his backpack. His companions watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Did not cultivators typically regard the wealth of ordinary mortals as mere refuse? Boss, what on earth is happening? They murmured, still in disbelief, as Fang Hao swiftly emptied the entire store. Without a moment's pause, he proceeded to another establishment, this time a handbag store, where he repeated the act of complete acquisition. Next, he entered a clothing store, and his companions began to piece together the purpose behind these actions: resource accumulation. At that moment, Fang Hao emerged holding a piece of women's clothing. Put this on and return it to me, he instructed nonchalantly, tossing the garment to Du Tianqing. She paused, then with a huff, took the clothing and headed towards the fitting room. Iron Boy and the others stifled their amusement, about to speak when suddenly a loud thud echoed through the air, followed by Du Tianqing's piercing scream. In an instant, Fang Hao vanished, reappearing in the fitting room. The sight that greeted him was alarming. Du Tianqing lay unconscious, her body stark naked and mottled with purple, her eyes shut tight. Within the confines of the small fitting room, a massive hole had been torn open in the ground, and a thick black snake, nearly 30 centimeters in diameter, was dragging her legs towards the abyss. A cold glint flashed in Fang Hao's eyes. Die, he commanded, and with a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the air, severing the snake's head, which landed heavily on the floor. As the creature succumbed, Fang Hao hurriedly pulled Du Tianqing's body from its grasp. Observing her purple-tinged skin and the wounds on her thighs oozing black blood, he furrowed his brow in concern. After a moment's thought, he produced a glob of emerald green liquid, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, and gently administered it to Du Tianqing. As the life-giving essence flowed into her mouth, she murmured incoherently. Fang Hao, still frowning, awaited the effects. The liquid contained the life energy distilled from the fragments of the swallowing vine, and in this dire situation, he sincerely hoped it would prove effective. Chapter 65. The touch of pink charm. In a moment of delirium, Du Tianqing emitted a soft murmur. As the life energy flowed into her, emerald green veins began to shimmer upon her smooth skin. Instantly, Du Tianqing transformed, resembling a goddess descended from the heavens, radiating a resplendent emerald glow. Accompanied by the intricate green patterns enveloping her body, the darkened wound on her thigh began to ooze black blood incessantly. The dark liquid dripped to the ground, producing a hissing sound as it corroded the surface beneath. The flow of black blood intensified, and soon a pit emerged on the ground beside her thigh, exuding a nauseating stench. Feng Hao, unfazed, held Du Tianqing in his arms, recognizing that the release of the toxic blood signified her survival. As the purple hue on Du Tianqing gradually faded, her delicate and flawless skin was revealed. To his surprise, this foolish woman possessed quite the substance. Feng Hao awkwardly touched his nose and turned his gaze away. Ouch, that hurts. At that moment, Du Tianqing slowly opened her eyes. Dazed, her gaze fell upon a profile that exuded strength, bringing an unexpected sense of comfort. Is this my Prince Charming? Du Tianqing found herself gazing dreamily. Where am I? Is this my bridal chamber? It looks so familiar. Ouch, it hurts. As she moved her body, the motion tugged at the wound on her thigh, and pain flickered across her face. Suddenly, the reality struck her. My goodness, I was just changing clothes. This is a fitting room. A large hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and out slithered a massive black snake. Then, the snake bit her. So, she hadn't perished. Then what about this man, Feng Hao, who had been patiently waiting for Du Tianqing to awaken, was startled by her unexpected scream. Feng Hao, you scoundrel. The next moment, Du Tianqing's voice pierced the air, high enough to shatter eardrums. She struggled to rise from Feng Hao's embrace, hurriedly covering her important areas with her hands, her expression a mix of embarrassment and fury. With the purple hue just receding, her pristine skin flushed a delicate pink from the embarrassment, causing Feng Hao's nose to twitch in response. Ahem. Feng Hao coughed lightly, attempting to appear nonchalant as he stood up, retrieved the spider's edge, and glanced at Du Tianqing, stating, "Get dressed." With that, he stowed the black snake into the furnace and turned to exit. Feng Hao, this is not over. Just a few steps out of the fitting room, Du Tianqing's voice of indignation rang out behind him. Feng Hao rubbed his nose and smiled wryly. He was at a loss. The situation had been urgent. Should he have let her die at the snake's jaws? Rescuing her led to this very outcome. Oh, being human is truly challenging. Being a man is even more so. And being the strongest man in the entire team? That is exceedingly difficult. As Feng Hao emerged, Chu Changtian and the others exchanged knowing glances, their expressions reflecting the unspoken understanding shared among men. Feng Hao, speechless, found no desire to clarify the situation. Who on earth had claimed that soldiers were straightforward, mere ironclad men? He was determined to settle the score. Soon after, Du Tianqing, clad in casual attire, blushed as she stepped out of the fitting room. Chu Changtian and the others, recognizing the moment, turned their faces away, fervently discussing which garments in the store were most appealing and stylish. The unvoiced camaraderie was palpable, leaving Feng Hao utterly speechless. Thank you for saving me, Du Tianqing exclaimed, her face aflame as she tossed Feng Hao's clothes back to him, her almond eyes glaring in frustration. With a wry smile, Feng Hao placed the garments into the spatial pouch, choosing not to explain himself. Had he not suggested Du Tianqing try on different outfits, none of this would have transpired. Ultimately, the fault lay with him rather than her. Next, under Du Tianqing's watchful gaze, Feng Hao awkwardly stowed away all the clothes from the store into his backpack. The group then exited the clothing shop together. As they stepped outside, their eyes were immediately drawn to a figure dangling from the second-floor window of a nearby bar. Specifically, a man with only one arm. Blood poured from the severed limb, staining the ground below. This was dire. The expressions of Chu Changtian and the others shifted dramatically. Someone sought to harm them. A low growl echoed as the pungent scent of blood attracted a swarm of spirit beasts. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled as hordes of these creatures began to emerge into view. Chu Changtian's face turned an unusual shade of pallor as he surveyed the surroundings, intending to discuss a defensive strategy with Feng Hao. Yet, when he turned to look, he found Feng Hao's eyes ablaze with crimson fury, his face contorted in a menacing snarl. Not only Chu Changtian, but the others also sensed that something was amiss with Feng Hao. Du Tianqing's eyes brimmed with concern. He had not displayed such a demeanor even during his earlier frenzy. What had overcome him? In that moment, Feng Hao exuded a terrifying aura, his clothing fluttering as if caught in an unseen wind. Fear etched across the faces of Chu Changtian and the others, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. Feng Hao raised his hand, conjuring a spider's edge blade that materialized in his grasp, its tip pointed towards the ground. Thus armed, he began to stride forward, dragging the imposing 3-meter-long sword behind him. "Boss, it's dangerous," Chu Changtian shouted, his expression shifting with alarm. The approaching horde of beasts was closing in, and Fang Hao was heading directly into their path. With determination, Chu Changtian clenched his teeth and instructed Tai Hua and the others, "Take Dr. Du into the basement of the clothing store. I will assist the boss." Without waiting for a response, he sprinted towards Fang Hao. The beast swarm was now perilously close. The spirit beast at the forefront halted its advance upon noticing Fang Hao, who had inadvertently exerted an overwhelming aura that subdued it. However, the relentless tide of spirit beasts behind it showed no signs of stopping. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of impacts reverberated through the air. The leading beast, jostled by its companions from the rear, was thrust towards Fang Hao. With a swift motion, Fang Hao, without even glancing, unsheathed his blade in a single fluid gesture. The glint of the blade flashed, and the encroaching spirit beast was instantaneously cleaved in twain, severed cleanly at the waist. After dispatching these few beasts, Fang Hao leaped, planting a foot upon the carcass of the spirit beast, channeling his strength through his legs as he lunged towards the man suspended near the window. Swoosh! The blade gleamed once more. The rope binding the man snapped with a resounding crack. "Xiaohua!" Fang Hao bellowed, embracing the man as they plummeted towards the ground. Meow! At that moment, a fierce cat's cry pierced the air. Chapter 66. Master. Xiaohua has done her utmost. Chu Changtian, brandishing his military dagger, steadily advanced toward Fang Hao. Neither the zero nor first-level spirit beasts, regardless of their type, could withstand more than 2 exchanges in his hands. Following his elevation, Chu Changtian's strength underwent a dramatic transformation. Iron Boy and his companions watched in astonishment at the stark contrast of Chu Changtian's prowess, feeling as though it were an illusion. Their gazes shifted to the man, whose expression was now one of fierce malevolence, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. They understood that Chu Changtian's metamorphosis was undeniably linked to Fang Hao, particularly the cobra, whose fierce eyes now shimmered with resolute determination. "Let us go to the basement." The cobra cast a lingering glance at the fierce clash between Chu Changtian and Fang Hao, beckoning his companions to rush towards the basement. Though Fang Hao's current state appeared concerning, the cobra felt no trepidation. Firstly, Xiaohua had returned, and secondly, Fang Hao's strength was formidable, complemented by Chu Changtian. The duo, along with the cat, might not entirely obliterate the spirit beasts, but they could certainly make a safe retreat. This was a testament to their unwavering trust in Fang Hao's formidable abilities. Fang Hao remained focused, delivering blow after blow with his blade, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the man in his grasp. Meow! Xiaohua let out a fierce cry, her form flickering as she appeared before Fang Hao. Swoosh! Swoosh swoosh! With a flurry of claws, several low-level spirit beasts found their necks severed in unison. The severed edges gleamed as if polished, smooth, and pristine. "Master Meow?" Xiaohua's eyes, usually fierce, now reflected an uncommon worry. As a pet, she sensed the disquieting state of Fang Hao as she drew near. "Xiaohua, clear the path," Fang Hao commanded coldly, his voice echoing like a chilling whisper from the depths of the abyss. Meow! Xiaohua let out a powerful roar. The aura of a ruler surged forth, commanding dominance. Instantly, the spirit beasts that had once rushed forward came to a halt as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Trembling in place, too fearful to move, Fang Hao cradled the bloodied man in his arms, with Xiaohua leading the way. The trio, 2 individuals and a feline, navigated cautiously through the throng of beasts surrounding them. Observing this, Chu Changtian paused his actions and hurried over. "Boss," he panted, gazing at the man enveloped in blood, beneath which the features of a young man, roughly Fang Hao's age, were discernible. Without a moment's hesitation, he sheathed his military dagger and gently took the man onto his back, racing toward the basement. As they reached the entrance of the clothing store, Xiaohua swayed unsteadily and collapsed with a thud. Lying on the ground, Xiaohua looked up at Fang Hao, uttering a soft cry before gradually drifting into slumber. It seemed to convey, "Master, I have done my utmost." In a state of full exertion, Xiaohua's spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, and her spirit was in utter exhaustion. In truth, reaching the clothing store was already her limit. At that moment, the crimson hue in Fang Hao's eyes faded, his fierce demeanor dissipating, replaced by an icy chill that pierced the soul, akin to millennia-old frost. He gently lifted Xiaohua and proceeded towards the basement. Inside, several individuals anxiously awaited at the door. Although they held confidence in Fang Hao and Chu Changtian's abilities, the overwhelming presence of the spirit beast horde ignited their apprehension. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. Dan sniffed the air towards the entrance, his expression shifting. There's a scent of blood, and the presence of the platoon leader. The cobra's face paled, and he swiftly opened the basement door, revealing Chu Changtian dashing toward them with the blood-soaked man on his back. Quick! Help! Upon seeing this, the others rushed forward. At that moment, Du Tianqing showcased her remarkable side, shedding her long coat and laying it on the ground. They carefully placed the man onto the coat and began tending to his wounds. By now, even without Fang Hao's words, everyone understood that this man shared a significant bond with him. However, the man's arm had been severed, and lacking professional equipment, they fumbled in their efforts, resulting in a pool of blood accumulating on the basement floor. As the man's breathing and heartbeat grew faint, anxiety gripped them. Just then, Fang Hao entered. Still holding Xiaohua, he gently set her down, and with a flick of his mind, 10 spirit blood pills materialized in his hand. After administering them to Xiaohua, he approached the unconscious man. Boss, how is Xiaohua? Dan couldn't contain his concern upon seeing her condition. She's fine, merely exhausted, Fang Hao replied, his expression inscrutable. Before the unresponsive man, Fang Hao summoned a verdant energy in his hand. A ball of life force emerged. This was the only means left to save him. The life energy gently flowed into the man's mouth, and emerald veins reappeared, enveloping his entire being in a radiant green glow. What followed astonished Tai Hua and the others. Within this gentle verdancy, the man's incessant bleeding began to gradually heal. Du Tianqing's eyes sparkled with understanding. She had finally grasped the truth. Fang Hao had saved her using this very method. Instantly, her gaze shifted to Fang Hao, filled with gratitude and an unrecognized tenderness. Fang Hao's eyes were fixated on the man on the ground, utterly undistracted. Roar! Howl! Outside, the spirit beasts, unshackled from Xiaohua's restraint, erupted into chaos once more. A flicker of fury crossed Fang Hao's eyes. In a swift motion, he rose from the ground, the spider edge appearing in his hand. He cast a lingering glance at the recovering man before striding towards the exit. Keep a close watch. If anything arises, let me know. I shall assist the boss. Chu Changtian assigned a few individuals with determination and hurried after Fang Hao. In his heart, Fang Hao was his everything. He yearned to be a weapon in Fang Hao's hand, to vanquish all enemies that dared to approach. He would not cower like a useless coward behind Fang Hao. His loyalty would not permit such behavior. This was the power of the mark. Loyalty. Cobra observed Chu Changtian's retreating figure, his resolve crystallizing further. He aspired to grow stronger, to surpass Chu Changtian. The title of perennial second was one he had grown utterly weary of. Chapter 67. The saber-toothed leopard steps out. Roar. As Fang Hao emerged from the basement, a roar distinct from that of lower-tier spirit beasts suddenly resonated. He realized that a high-tier spirit beast had arrived. The horde of spirit beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, was charging towards the clothing store. Death! A glint of cold light flashed in Fang Hao's eyes. With a single step, he lunged into the clothing store where 2 spirit beasts met their demise, their bodies severed. As they galloped forward, they lost all control, sliding out of the store and crashing into the shelves. Fang Hao, wielding the spider edge, approached the entrance of the clothing store with deliberate calmness. Gazing upon the tide of spirit beasts, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Kill! In an instant, he vanished, and blood began to bloom within the horde, each splash marking the end of a spirit beast's life. Now, Fang Hao was no longer the fledgling who had once fled in disarray. He possessed strength, immense strength. These terrifying spirit beasts were now akin to defenseless children in his hands, ripe for slaughter. This was a massacre. It was survival. A battle for existence and evolution between 2 species. There was no mercy, no hesitation. Whether spirit beasts or Fang Hao, it was merely a struggle to live. Following closely behind, Chu Changtian unsheathed his military dagger, joining the fray. Faced with the overwhelming tide of spirit beasts, Chu Changtian exhibited neither cowardice nor hesitation. Instead, he was filled with fervent ambition and bloodlust. Following this godlike figure, he cried out for slaughter, to annihilate them in a cataclysmic upheaval, to spill rivers of blood. What fear is there in death? Roar! A colossal figure let out a thunderous bellow. This was the newly arrived level 4 spirit beast, a magnificent leopard. Its fangs resembled those of an ancient saber-toothed tiger, marking it as a top predator in City Z. However, its elongated fangs appeared somewhat asymmetrical. One side of its gaping maw was notably missing a tooth. This leopard was one of the 2 beasts besieging Xianyuanche. If Xianyuanche were aware that he was being attacked not by a mere level 3 beast, but by a level 4 creature, one wonders what his reaction would be. Roar! The saber-toothed leopard roared ferociously, causing the very buildings along the street to tremble. Hidden humans along the thoroughfare instantly displayed expressions of dread. Some, upon hearing the roar, lost control of their faculties, their eyes rolled back, collapsing into unconsciousness. Before such a formidable species, the frail humans appeared utterly pathetic. Beyond the bar, none dared to peek any longer. Behind the bar's door, Brother Dog and his gang of lackeys sought to seize an opportunity, but upon hearing that deafening roar, they all involuntarily shuddered. Thud, thud, thud. The saber-toothed leopard approached Fong Hao with measured steps, and all creatures in its path recoiled in fear. As it passed the bar's entrance, Brother Dog, peering through the crack, was struck by the sight of the massive beast, feeling an unsettling warmth beneath him. As he terrifiedly wet his pants, inside the bar, patrons dared not breathe a word. Once the saber-toothed leopard had slowly moved past and out of Brother Dog's sight, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Brother Dog awkwardly glanced at his trousers, contemplating how to disguise his predicament when a pungent aroma invaded his nostrils. Turning around, he realized that everyone had indeed been so frightened they had soiled themselves. The situation had shifted. It was time to retreat. Brother Dog cleared his throat and waved his hand to his minions, then hurried towards the basement. Just then, the pack of spirit beasts, only a door away, suddenly sniffed the air and directed their attention to the inconspicuous roll-up door. Boom, boom. Following that were the sounds of violent impacts. The group of Brother Dog, just reaching the basement door, immediately displayed expressions of terror. Run, for heaven's sake. Damn it. Brother Dog kicked over a lackey obstructing the way and rushed towards the basement. What followed was a chaotic scramble, as his underlings feared being the slowest, destined to become prey for the spirit beasts. As the saber-toothed leopard drew ever closer, a cold light flickered in Fong Hao's eyes. Kill the beasts. First, eliminate the king. Die. With a swift motion, Fong Hao cleaved a charging canine spirit beast in half, vanished in an instant, and surged towards the saber-toothed leopard with great speed. The slowly approaching saber-toothed tiger, upon seeing Fong Hao charge towards it, seemed to be provoked, recalling the creature that had shattered its exquisite fangs. It let out a furious roar, its eyes ablaze with rage, and without hesitation, it swiped a claw at the oncoming Fong Hao. A beast is a beast, no matter how evolved. It remains a mere beast. As Fong Hao faced the descending paw, at the moment of imminent contact, he deftly stepped onto the back of a spirit beast, swiftly altering his trajectory and darting towards the saber-toothed tiger's eyes. In that instant, blood and flesh exploded among the spirit beasts caught beneath the claw's descent. The might of that strike was truly terrifying. However, once the claw was unleashed, retracting it demanded time, regardless of whether it was a leopard or a monkey. Even with speed unmatched, the saber-toothed tiger could only endure the impact of Fong Hao's sudden directional change. Whoosh! The blade flashed. One of the saber-toothed tiger's eyes flew into the air. Ag! The creature howled in agony, having lost one eye. Fong Hao landed gracefully, stepping onto another spirit beast's back, and leaped again. The saber-toothed tiger writhed in pain, its massive body thrashing wildly. Upon seeing Fong Hao charge once more, it let out a furious roar, and astonishingly, its whip-like tail split into two, elongating until it nearly matched the length of its entire body before ceasing its growth. Whoosh, whoosh. The two tail segments, resembling steel whips, darted towards Fong Hao like lethal blades. Fong Hao's gaze sharpened. He raised his weapon to meet the assault. Clang, clang. The sound of metallic clashes resonated. Skill, fire control, instantly activated. The fire elements rapidly coalesced in Fong Hao's hand, revealing a fiery spear. Just as he was about to land, he summoned all his strength. Die! Fong Hao bellowed, hurling the flame spear forward. Whoosh! It flew swiftly, so rapidly that even the speedster saber-toothed tiger failed to perceive the incoming projectile. Only the sound of air being sliced through could be heard. By the time the beast noticed the fiery spear, it was already too late. The spear penetrated its skull, pinning it to the ground. The spark in the saber-toothed tiger's eyes gradually faded, first tormented by Zhang Zhongming, then by Fong Hao. Thus concluded the tragic life of the saber-toothed tiger, without even a final cry of despair. The spear, embedded in its brow, the blinded left eye, and the broken right Fong, created an oddly harmonious tableau amidst the strangeness. Fong Hao leaped forward, his mind focused, directly absorbing the saber-toothed tiger into the furnace. Chapter 68, Brothers. Zhang Bin. As the saber-toothed tiger's mountain-like body vanished, the tide of spirit beasts in the commercial street erupted into chaos. Without their leading beast, the horde, though still fearsome, no longer posed a threat to Fong Hao. Indeed, the spirit beasts had become nothing less than a harvesting ground for Fong Hao's spirit crystals. Fong Hao's figure continuously darted among the throng of beasts, each flash of his blade accompanied by a burst of crimson blossoms and the severed corpses of spirit beasts. As time progressed, apart from a few fleeing creatures, all remaining had succumbed to Fang Hao's lethal prowess. He casually flicked the blood from his spider blade, his expression stoic. The commercial street lay enveloped in silence, with only Fang Hao and Chu Changtian standing amidst the carnage. The vibrant blood of the beasts painted half the street, the heavy scent of gore evoking an atmosphere akin to a hellish battlefield, inducing an involuntary shiver and nausea. Fang Hao resumed his swift movements along the street, whereupon all traces of the spirit beast carcasses vanished in his wake. 85 spirit beasts, none at level 0, 50 at level 1, 34 at level 2, and 1 at level 3. What astonished him most was that the solitary level 3 beast was a type of beetle, resembling a rhinoceros beetle. Upon employing his identification technique, he discovered this creature was known as the longhorn giant beetle, a member of the same family as the rhinoceros beetle. He speculated that it might have been a pet brought back by a university student from abroad. Having completed his task, Fang Hao contemplated returning to the basement, but hesitated at the overwhelming stench of blood, realizing that if he departed like this, it would not be long before swarms of spirit beasts returned. After a moment of reflection, he summoned Tun Tun into his hand. The instant Tun Tun appeared, it quivered in response to the potent scent of blood, conveying a fervent desire to Fang Hao. He understood the implication and placed Tun Tun directly into the pool of blood, observing intently. He pondered why, despite possessing the same mental communication ability, Xiao Hua could articulate her thoughts with precision while Tun Tun could not. Was it due to a lesser mental capacity, or perhaps the intrinsic differences between animals and plants? This conundrum perplexed him. Regardless, he firmly believed that with continued evolution, both Xiao Hua and Tun Tun would one day speak as humans do. He held this conviction without doubt. With a furnace at his disposal, all was possible. As Tun Tun immersed itself in the blood, a slender tentacle extended from its core crystal, voraciously consuming the beast's blood. In under a minute, the ground was entirely devoid of blood, save for the shattered tiles of the plaza, which served as a testament to the ferocity that had transpired mere moments ago. With its feast complete, Tun Tun's core crystal glimmered with an even brighter green hue. Fang Hao picked it up, and Tun Tun radiated signals of joy, displaying an affectionate demeanor. This exemplified the strength of their bond, loyalty. After soothing Tun Tun momentarily, he returned it to his backpack and proceeded toward the clothing store. Witnessing these events, Chu Changtian asked nothing and remained silent, following closely behind Fang Hao with an impassive expression. Upon their return to the basement, the anxious group, relieved to see that neither Fang Hao nor Chu Changtian had sustained any injuries, collectively exhaled in relief. Fang Hao approached the man and gently checked his pulse, which was remarkably steady. At that moment, the worry in his eyes gradually faded. With a flicker of thought, a surge of life energy materialized in his hand, which he slowly administered to the man. Once this was accomplished, Fang Hao settled onto the ground to rest. Just then, a weak voice called out, "Meow." Fang Hao smiled and waved to Xiao Hua, who struggled to rise from the ground and wobbled over. "How is Xiao Hua?" the master asked. "Master, Xiao Hua is just so tired, so very tired. I want to sleep, meow." Xiao Hua collapsed into Fang Hao's embrace. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's current form was small, otherwise, someone would have once again experienced the sensation of suffocation. "Good girl, Xiao Hua, you did wonderfully. Truly splendid. Now, Master will take you to a special place. After we emerge from there, you will become even stronger. Do you understand?" Fang Hao's face broke into a smile as he stroked Xiao Hua's soft fur, exuding tenderness. "Meow, Xiao Hua will be obedient. Xiao Hua will be very good." Fang Hao chuckled, and with a flicker of thought, Xiao Hua's form vanished. He had grown weary of being cautious around Du Tianqing. Let her think what she wished, for soon enough, he would send her away. As Xiao Hua entered the furnace, Fang Hao confirmed the synthesis without hesitation. A countdown appeared once more, set for 3 hours. Fang Hao fixed his gaze upon the furnace, silently praying for Xiao Hua's success. "You will succeed. Xiao Hua, give it your all. Break through your limits." Suddenly, a faint murmur broke the silence. Fang Hao's heart raced as he dashed to the man's side, excitement coursing through him as he intently watched the murmuring figure, hardly daring to blink. After several murmurs, the man slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, he was bewildered to find a face he recognized all too well before him, and he murmured, "Am I dead? Howzy? I never expected to see you in the underworld." Fang Hao's eyes reddened as he inhaled deeply, fighting back tears. "Binzi, you're not mistaken. It's me, Fang Hao. You are not dead. I am not dead. We are both alive and well." The man known as Binzi struggled to widen his eyes, the haze dissipating as Fang Hao's visage came into full view. Unable to believe his eyes, Binzi rubbed them in disbelief. Once he was certain he was not dreaming, he suddenly embraced Feng Hao and wept bitterly. In that moment, Feng Hao could no longer contain his tears, holding Binzi tightly, both men weeping like children. Who says men do not shed tears easily? They simply do not weep until they reach the depths of sorrow. To encounter a confidant in a post-apocalyptic world, to reunite after great tribulations, these tears were of grievance, sorrow, and helplessness, and they spoke of the insignificance felt in such dire times. They cried for joy, and they cried for sadness. Watching this scene, Chu Changtian and the others were inevitably moved, their eyes growing red as well. Especially Du Tianqing, the unhinged woman, who wept uncontrollably. After a long moment, Feng Hao slowly released Binzi, gazing at this, his only friend and brother throughout the past 20 years before the apocalypse. With a profound sense of emotion, Binzi, whose full name is Zhang Bin, stands as the sole companion and brother in Feng Hao's life. When he encountered that girl, it was Zhang Bin who continuously encouraged him from behind, instilling confidence within him. When Tong Liang sought to take revenge on him, Zhang Bin stood by his side, declaring, "A brother must be steadfast and unwavering." As the apocalypse loomed, Feng Hao believed Zhang Bin was destined for demise. Yet, he could never have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. However, upon witnessing Zhang Bin's severed arm, an overwhelming chill surged within his eyes. "Binzi, what has happened to your arm?" Feng Hao asked coldly, wiping away Zhang Bin's tears. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hatred flickered in Zhang Bin's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, "It was the stray dog, that thug who frequently extorts students from our school. He severed my arm, and then used me as bait to attract the monsters." Feng Hao's expression hardened as he exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Changtian. Understanding the cue, Chu Changtian promptly dashed outside, while the cobra hurriedly interjected, "Boss, I want to help." "Me too. Boss. I wish to join." The remaining 6 individuals eagerly stepped forward. Feng Hao nodded, and the 6 men, elated, swiftly followed after Chu Changtian. Suddenly, Feng Hao recalled Zhang Bin's girlfriend, Gu Mengli. If Zhang Bin was alive, the likelihood of Gu Mengli surviving should be considerable as well. It was the Black Bear. 2 days ago, while we were hiding here, Black Bear took advantage of the chaos to abduct Mengli. At that moment, a murderous glint flashed in Zhang Bin's eyes, chilling to the core. Chapter 69. Revenge. Meanwhile, in the bar's basement, the thugs led by the stray dog slumped on the ground, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Their previous arrogance and domineering demeanor vanished. Over the past 3 days, the stray dog had abducted countless women using this method, which had proven effective time and again. However, this time, he had not anticipated attracting such formidable spirit beasts. They had nearly suffered a catastrophic fate. If the spirit beasts had not suddenly retreated, these men would have perished at their jaws. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed through the air. The thugs, who had completely relaxed, froze momentarily, scrambling to their feet, seizing their weapons, and warily fixating on the basement entrance. With a resounding bang, the already precarious door, ruined by the spirit beasts, crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. 7 figures emerged at the entrance of the basement. As the dust settled and the thugs finally discerned the identities of the 7, their pupils constricted in horror. "This is bad." At that moment, the stray dog's face turned an unusual shade of distress, as if he had swallowed something foul. Why are they unharmed? Why? They are not dead. What on earth is happening?" Chu Changtian, expressionless, strode into the basement, surveying the scene before fixing his gaze on the stray dog. "You are the stray dog?" he said coldly. "That's me. So what?" The dog, with a fierce determination, replied defiantly. Chu Changtian nodded slightly, then in a swift motion, charged towards the dog. A thud echoed. The dog spat blood and was sent flying. With a crash, its body collided with several cases of red wine, shattering them into 1,000 pieces. The combination of his own strength and the passive abilities had elevated Chu Changtian's power beyond the realm of comparison. Now, in a state of full attribute activation, his strength had surged to an impressive 60 points, with an upgrade of 40 points, augmented by an additional 20 points from the passive abilities. This was a level of power that an ordinary person could scarcely endure. After rolling on the ground a few times, the dog was left completely unconscious. Chu Changtian approached, seized the dog by its hair, and dragged it outside, leaving the remaining individuals to Iron Boy and his crew. In the basement of the clothing store, after hearing Zhang Bin's account, Feng Hao sighed internally. A young girl had been abducted by a group of ruffians, and the outcome was all too apparent. He remained silent, offering no words of comfort to Zhang Bin. After a long pause, Zhang Bin, with a pained expression, lowered his head and spoke slowly. "I knew that the moment Meng Li was taken by the Black Bear, the conclusion was inevitable. It is all my fault for being so useless. I failed to protect her. Fang Hao let out a sigh and placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Bin's shoulder, saying, "You need not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Those men deserve their fate. You can avenge her. Take revenge with your own hands." Zhang Bin paused in surprise, then bitterly smiled, glancing at the stump of his severed arm, and remarked, "How could I possibly take revenge in my state?" Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled the moment before losing consciousness, vividly remembering the charging beast horde. How had Fang Hao managed to save him amidst such a formidable pack? As he scrutinized his former comrade, Zhang Bin noticed something amiss. On this sweltering day, Fang Hao wore a windbreaker and yet appeared completely dry, his expression calm and collected as if the apocalypse bore no consequence for him. And then there were those soldiers in military attire. Brother, what is going on? Zhang Bin looked at Fang Hao with a puzzled expression. Fang Hao smiled knowingly. Sensing his unspoken questions, his demeanor shifted to seriousness as he asked, "Binzi, let me ask you, if it were me hanging there today, what would you do?" Zhang Bin frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. "What do you mean by that? After all these years, do you not know what kind of person I am?" Ding. A notification sounded. Biological loyalty has reached the required standard. Please check. Fang Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Zhang Bin had indeed met his expectations. He promptly accessed the system to investigate further. Add target. Zhang Bin. Ding. Addition successful. Please name. Zhang Bin. With that command, a familiar wave of energy surged forth. And before the astonished gazes of Du Tianqing and Zhang Bin, a symbol radiating a soft, enigmatic glow materialized in the air. With a smile, Fang Hao reached out, grasping the symbol in his hand, and turned to Zhang Bin, saying, "Brother, do you trust me? Are you out of your mind? Must I reiterate the trivial matters once more?" Zhang Bin, upon hearing this, immediately felt displeased and even set aside his intention to inquire about Fang Hao's runes. Fang Hao chuckled with delight, pressing the rune against Zhang Bin's forehead. Zhang Bin froze momentarily, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at Fang Hao. What on earth is this? It even emits light? How intriguing. Just how remarkable is it? Extremely remarkable. Can it transform me into a dashing young lord? Certainly. What about an 80-meter-long great sword? Is that possible? Are you ever going to stop? Uft. Du Tianqing, unable to contain herself, stifled her laughter. Fang Hao rubbed his temples. Their camaraderie allowed for such jesting, even before the apocalypse. Even now, Zhang Bin remained unchanged, which brought Fang Hao a sense of relief. A non-playful Zhang Bin would not be Zhang Bin at all. Isn't this precisely what Fang Hao desired? With a resigned sigh, he directly accessed Zhang Bin's information panel. Level up. In the midst of his playful antics, Zhang Bin suddenly stiffened, his face contorting into a comical grimace. "Ah, damn it. Why do I feel such an urge to smack you?" Upon witnessing Zhang Bin's reaction, Du Tianqing's cheeks flushed crimson. That expression is utterly ridiculous. Yet, the warmth of their moment was fleeting. Zhang Bin stared at Fang Hao in a daze, anxiously urging, "Hurry, is there more? I'm about to reach my limit, quickly. Damn, what do you take my upgrade for? Do you believe I'll grant you breeding skills to make you a father?" Bang. With exasperation, Fang Hao delivered a light smack to Zhang Bin's head, hoping to quiet him for a moment. Despite not being overly concerned about Du Tianqing's presence, he still felt the need to consider that she was, after all, a lady. Ouch. Fang Hao, you really hit hard. Zhang Bin yelped, clutching his head in pain. The sound of footsteps echoed, and soon, Chu Changtian's figure appeared at the doorway. Upon noticing the bloodied zombie dog in Chu Changtian's grasp, Zhang Bin's eyes instantly filled with rage. Fang Hao, wiping the smile from his face, approached Zhang Bin, his mind focused as the spider blade materialized in his hand. "Kill him." Fang Hao spoke calmly. Zhang Bin froze, then gritted his teeth as he snatched the long knife, advancing toward the blood-soaked creature. A surge of satisfaction welled within him. "You've harmed so many female students. Your retribution has come." Although his heart brimmed with exhilaration and hatred for the zombie dog, the raised knife hesitated to descend. At that moment, Fang Hao spoke slowly. "He is the beginning of your transformation. Kill him, like a man." The hatred in Zhang Bin's eyes gradually transformed into determination. Fang Hao was right. This wretch must perish. With a firm resolve, Zhang Bin brought the knife down upon the zombie dog. Uft. Blood gushed forth, drenching Zhang Bin in a shower of crimson. He dropped the spider blade and began to retch violently on the ground. Chapter 70. I am under no obligation to save them. Fang Hao picked up the spider fang blade, patted Zhang Bin on the shoulder, and placed a rebirth skill pill into his hand. "Revenge. It must be sought by your own hand. I grant you the power to seek it. Consume it." After saying this, he disregarded Zhang Bin, collected the corpse of the fallen dog into the furnace, and walked out alongside Chu Changtian. Zhang Bin stared blankly at the pill in his hand, thoughts of Meng Li flooding his mind. The extinguished hatred in his eyes reignited, and without hesitation, he swallowed the rebirth skill pill. At that moment, Du Tianqing spoke up. Are you also a student of Z University? Zhang Bin looked at Du Tianqing with confusion, slowly nodding. A smile blossomed on Du Tianqing's face as she eagerly asked, how much do you know about Feng Hao? Could you share it with me? Feng Hao. Oh, you mean him? Zhang Bin was about to launch into a lengthy recount of Feng Hao's past, but suddenly changed his tone. Teasingly regarding Du Tianqing, he said, why should I tell you? Why are you so concerned about him? Be honest, what is your relationship with him? Let me guess, are you lovers? Du Tianqing's face flushed with indignation, and she sharply retorted, I am the chief professor of the biology department. Du Tianqing, how dare you jest with a mentor? Cut it out. Zhang Bin scoffed, realizing the situation. He cast a sidelong glance at Du Tianqing and remarked, if you want to know, why not just ask him yourself? Professor? It's the apocalypse, and you're still playing the professor card. With that, he waved his hand dismissively and hurried after Feng Hao. Du Tianqing gritted her teeth, initially believing Zhang Bin would serve as a conduit to learn about Feng Hao, only to find that this rascal was even more difficult than Feng Hao himself. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and followed suit. Having learned from past experiences with fitting rooms, she was now wary of wandering alone. In the bar S basement, Feng Hao was prepared to collect a batch of essence pills, saving them for Xiao Hua's future evolution. However, upon entering the basement, his expression darkened. Inside, aside from the gangsters who were sporting bruises, there was nothing else. Except for Chu Changtian, you are unfit to follow me. After Kyoto, we part ways. Feng Hao declared coldly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Tai Hua and the others changed dramatically. Even Chu Changtian appeared stunned, unable to comprehend why Feng Hao would utter such words. Boss, why? Tai Hua could not help but inquire. Yes, boss, what have we done wrong? The Cobra also questioned, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Though the others remained silent, their faces reflected their turmoil. Heh, Feng Hao chuckled lightly, looking at them and saying, I do not require soft-hearted individuals in my ranks. Your compassion will not only endanger yourselves, but it will also jeopardize me. Therefore, Kyoto is the end of the line. Take care of yourselves. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Changtian. Taking a deep breath, Chu Changtian nodded, unsheathed his military dagger, and began to reap the lives of those gangsters. Witnessing this, Tai Hua and the others wore expressions of profound dismay. In that moment, they were at a loss for what to do or say. Just then, Du Tianqing and Zhang Bin entered. Howsy, the knife. Feng Hao directly placed the spider blade in his hand, and Zhang Bin took the knife without hesitation, charging towards the group of ruffians. Whether driven by the constraints of the imprint or by an innate loathing for these thugs, there was no doubt in Zhang Bin's mind that these individuals deserved their fate. In a matter of less than a minute, he and Chu Changtian eliminated dozens of ruffians without difficulty. Du Tianqing initially wished to intervene, believing that in this apocalyptic world, humanity should unite rather than turn against one another. However, upon witnessing the dozens of naked women cowering in the corner of the basement, she found herself at a loss for words. These people truly deserve their demise. Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian returned to Feng Hao's side. Feng Hao spoke coolly, Continue? This time, not only were Tai Hua and the others taken aback, but even Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian stood frozen in disbelief. Boss, are you suggesting we let them harm these defenseless women? Zhang Bin questioned, momentarily doubting his hearing. Continue. Feng Hao reiterated, his tone unwavering, unable to contain herself any longer. Du Tianqing shouted at Feng Hao, they are all ordinary people, victims, good souls. How can you do this? Feng Hao slowly turned his head, his expression icy as he replied, let them fend for themselves here? Or perhaps you can enlighten me on what I should do. Du Tianqing opened her mouth to respond, but her words faltered, her face paling as she fell silent. Feng Hao regarded Du Tianqing with disdain and scoffed. Go on, say it. Are you suggesting we take them with us? Is that it? You all think the same, don't you? He glanced at the others, but none dared to speak. Feng Hao chuckled and continued. What are you all to me? Tai Hua enlightened me. Reluctantly, Tai Hua muttered, a burden, though he was loath to admit it. The truth was undeniable, and none could refute it. I've already taken on a considerable burden. Must I now carry an additional 40? He questioned. I want to see results in 10 minutes. If not achieved, then I'm afraid our agreement ends here. With that, Feng Hao strode towards the exit. Zhang Bin tightened his grip on the spider blade. Although Feng Hao's words were harsh, they were grounded in reality. To Feng Hao, they were merely burdens. Was it reasonable to add this multitude of women to the already heavy load he bore? Based on what? Their benevolence? Or Feng Hao's strength? In this apocalyptic world, everyone must tread carefully, not naively spreading kindness that could ultimately endanger not only themselves, but also Feng Hao. Most importantly, Fang Hao had no obligation to rescue this person or that one. Having come to this realization, Zhang Bin was the first to act. As a brother navigating this harsh reality, he understood Fang Hao's predicament and recognized what he must do. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his knife and approached the group of women, their faces etched with despair. Following him was Chu Changtian, and then the butcher. This ordinarily taciturn man, whose presence is scarcely felt, now finds himself in a dire predicament. With a heavy heart, he contemplates the fate of those he once vowed to protect, a task more unbearable than death itself. At that moment, Du Tianxing approaches him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. We have all erred. I have no right to demand anything from Fang Hao, for we too are burdens, she confesses, despair echoing in her voice. I can no longer see any hope for life in their eyes. With those words, she turns and departs, leaving Taiwan momentarily stunned by her unexpected candor. After a brief period of contemplation, his hesitation transforms into unwavering resolve. Kill. Chapter 71. The Underlying Crisis Fools. Are you all completely daft? In the basement of the Wanjiafa supermarket, adjacent to the Guamao building, a horrific scene unfolds. Within this nearly 100 square meter space, a makeshift room constructed from cardboard boxes harbors a woman, her body a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh, lifeless and silent. All over her body are bite marks, and much of her flesh has vanished, exposing gory bones. A gaping wound in her throat allows blood to spurt forth in a grotesque display. The culprits behind this atrocity are three ruffians huddled on the floor. Black Bear, furious, unleashes a barrage of punches and kicks upon them. The three thugs, indifferent to the brutal assault, exhibit a deranged madness, even tearing flesh from the woman's body to consume it as they endure the beating. Are you still eating, you wretched scum? Damn you, stop eating. Black Bear's face contorts with rage, becoming more menacing by the second. Han Dong and Lu Xian, standing nearby, furrow their brows, having witnessed a similar incident just yesterday. At that time, they dismissed it as a mere consequence of overwhelming despair leading to a psychological breakdown, as they managed to intervene before any serious harm occurred. However, with this latest occurrence, it becomes clear that such a simplistic explanation is no longer sufficient. Black Bear, hold on a moment. This situation is suspicious. Let us keep an eye on them and investigate the cause before proceeding. If this continues, we'll all be doomed. Lu Xian squints, halting Black Bear's fury as he observes the thug's frenzied, inhuman eyes, deep in thought. Ugh. Black Bear exhales sharply, spitting vehemently. He then gestures to his subordinates. Hurry and clean this mess up. We'll attract monsters. We're all going to die? Quickly. And remember to throw it far away. With that, he strides out alongside Han Dong and Lu Xian. Seething with anger, Black Bear plops down onto a chair, reaching for a half-finished beer. As he lifts the can, a fleeting glance reveals something unsettling, prompting him to instinctively hurl it away. What's wrong? Han Dong, lighting a cigarette, inquires. Terror etched across Black Bear's face. He points at the beer can and exclaims, "There's a bug." He suddenly roared, "Who the hell put worms in my beer? Speak up." Lu Xian and Han Dong glanced down at the beer cans on the ground. To their astonishment, they observed countless wriggling creatures resembling maggots in the spilled beer. However, unlike ordinary maggots, these grotesque little worms were about the thickness of a finger, adorned with a menacing mouth filled with sharp teeth. Lu Xian approached, deftly producing a scalpel from his hand. He prodded the writhing worms and, with remarkable precision, proceeded to dissect one, executing the entire procedure with practiced ease. After a moment, he stood up and addressed Han Dong and the Black Bear, stating, "We are in grave danger." The two looked at him in confusion, perplexed by his declaration. Lu Xian, his expression stoic, continued, "If my suspicions are correct, these worms have grown spontaneously." Observing his companions, he retrieved a bag of bread from the food stash, tore open the packaging, and placed it before them, saying, "You will understand shortly." From his earlier dissection, Lu Xian had discovered that the worms' bodies contained only beer, devoid of any other substance, leading him to speculate that these creatures might have emerged organically. The trio fixated on the bread, and 3 minutes passed in silence. In the 4th minute, the bread began to transform. Strange white spots appeared on its surface, and eerily, these spots were also writhing. The expressions on the three faces darkened ominously. Gradually, these white spots grew at a visible rate, until the entire piece of bread vanished, with the spots morphing into worms akin to those previously encountered, albeit with the same grotesque mouthparts. After devouring the bread, these worms began crawling towards the three of them. Their faces paled, and they hastily lifted their feet to crush the approaching creatures. A cacophony of popping sounds ensued, as every worm, including those from the beer, met its demise beneath their feet. Yet, Despite the worms being vanquished, the trio's expressions became even more somber. They had come to the harrowing realization that the three lackeys had not gone mad for no reason. They had consumed food infested with worms. Rather than saying the lackeys were going insane, it would be more accurate to say that the worms were the ones in a frenzy. What shall we do? The trio's faces flickered with uncertainty. Finally, Black Bear clenched his jaw and commanded his subordinates, "Dispose of those three. They are no longer human." Thus, the three were unceremoniously escorted out of the basement by a throng of lackeys. Although the lackeys were dealt with, the gravity of their predicament had escalated. This was no longer merely the concern of a few individuals. It had risen to a matter of life and death for them all. Yet, they found themselves at a loss, unable to forego sustenance. The only viable solution was to consume the food promptly after opening it. Beyond that, there were no alternatives. Including Black Bear, Lu Xian, and Han Dong, none wished to allow those repulsive worms to infiltrate their bodies. An inexplicable dread enveloped everyone in the basement. On the bustling commercial street, Fang Hao emerged from the basement, making his way directly to an outdoor supplies store. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, it was time to augment his arsenal. He harbored no concerns regarding the choices of those in the basement. Whether they grasped the essence of the apocalypse or not would not hinder their ability to make sound decisions. Burdened with a plethora of encumbrances, not only he but even a fully equipped division would struggle to reach Kyoto. The Red Dragon served as a bloody lesson. They could not possibly be oblivious. As expected on a commercial street, the outdoor supply store was remarkably spacious, a venue where Fang Hao had previously purchased a basketball before the world had changed. The store spanned over 500 square meters. After browsing, he selected a few pairs of outdoor shoes and prepared to return to the basement. Truly valuable goods would not be displayed openly, especially in a nation like the Dragon Country where the law was rigorously enforced. Both buyers and sellers understood well where contraband ought to be concealed. Upon entering the basement, he was greeted by a steel door that rivaled the armory of a district branch. With a smile, Fang Hao exerted himself, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the lock. No matter how formidable, it could not compare to the district's fortified doors equipped with explosives. Thus, brute force was the quickest and most straightforward approach. With a resounding bang, the heavy steel door fell to the ground. As the dust settled, he beheld neatly arranged shelves. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. The assortment was surprisingly comprehensive. Rows of shelves displayed compound bows, outdoor knives, stun guns, and even in a corner of the basement, he spotted several sharpened machetes. He hastily stowed all the items into his backpack. Beep. Insufficient capacity in backpack space. Please expand. Fang Hao frowned. Was 100 cubic meters truly so inadequate? Upgrading the backpack to the next level required 1,000 spirit crystals. Recalling the effort it took to gather a mere 100, he felt overwhelmed at the prospect of acquiring 1,000. With a flicker of thought, a ring appeared in his hand. He glanced at the synthesis time for the small flower. It still required over an hour. In contrast to the seemingly endless task of collecting 1,000 spirit crystals, Fang Hao realized he possessed a more expedient solution. He could utilize the furnace to synthesize the legendary space equipment. If this method proved viable, guarding over the devouring would allow for a continuous production of spatial items, alleviating his storage concerns altogether. This was indeed the fastest and most direct approach. Returning the ring to his backpack, he turned and walked outside. Upon re-emerging onto the street, he found Chu Changtian and the others waiting at the entrance. All present and accounted for. Observing their trembling hands, a smile involuntarily graced Fang Hao's lips. They had not disappointed him. Beep. Biological loyalty has reached the standard. Please check. Beep. Biological loyalty has reached the standard. Please check. Beep. Biological loyalty has reached the standard. Please check. Beep. Biological loyalty has reached the standard. Please take a look. The notification echoed repeatedly in the air. Fang Ming nodded in satisfaction, preparing to speak, when he noticed something amiss. 7. He glanced at the message again, incredulous. Damn. Indeed. There were 7. The extra one was unmistakably attributed to that foolish woman. What on earth was she thinking? Your loyalty is worth nothing to me. Boss. I did it. Please don't kick me out. Taiwa stammered. Fang Hao chuckled, patting his shoulder. Well done. You Haven Tea disappointed me. None of you have. With that, he gestured to the crowd and made his way to the basement. As he entered, a strong metallic scent pervaded the air, and his expression remained impassive as he began collecting the bodies. He continued until the system alert sounded, halting his actions. With a limit of 50, he had no choice but to utilize the entity named Tun Tun. The moment Tun Tun appeared, its excitement was palpable as it encountered the corpses. It preferred devouring humans over spirit beasts, as humans were the key to its evolution. Emerald green tendrils extended from the spirit crystal, and in the same manner, 10 bodies vanished from the basement. Fang Hao stowed Tun away and turned to Chu Changtian. Accompany Zhang Bin. It's time he avenges Meng Li. Whether she is alive or not. She deserves that much after being with you for 4 years. With reddened eyes, Zhang Bin nodded solemnly. And he and Chu Changtian turned to leave. Once they departed, Fang Hao activated the imprint subsystem, adding Tai Hua as the target. Success. Please name it. Tai Hua. The space vibrated as the imprint materialized once more. Fang Hao beckoned to Tai Hua. This is the source of the strength you seek. Come forth. With a face full of excitement, Tai Hua approached, nervously gazing at the glowing glyphs suspended in the air. With a wave of his hand, the glyphs surged into Tai Hua's forehead, successfully inscribed. Next, he attended to the others: Cobra, Butcher, Air Dan, Copper Coin, and Cannon. 10 minutes later, each was filled with exhilaration, their eyes brimming with gratitude towards Fang Hao. Then, he began their upgrades sequentially. Unfortunately, Fang Hao only possessed 700 points of spiritual power at present. Cobra had already attained level 2, requiring 200 points for further advancement. After careful consideration, he decided to set Cobra aside for now, as he needed to reserve some spiritual power for emergencies. Thus, after expending 400 points, the faces of Tai Hua and the others displayed immense satisfaction. Cobra, however, felt a twinge of impatience, eagerly watching Fang Hao. Observing this, Fang Hao smiled and said, "Your strength surpasses theirs. You must wait a little longer. I currently lack sufficient materials." The Cobra hastily nodded, reassured that the leader had not forgotten about him. After all, it was merely a matter of a day sooner or later. Du Tianqing gazed enviously at Tai Hua and his companions, choosing not to voice her thoughts. Fang Hao cast a brief glance in her direction, but remained silent. Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian raced forward. And after having the vicinity of Z University cleared by Fang Hao and his group, they encountered no obstacles, quickly arriving at the Guimao building. Chu Changtian halted and inquired of Zhang Bin. "Do you know their exact location?" Zhang Bin pondered for a moment and replied, "They were being pursued by a pack of dogs, so based on their escape route, I suspect they are not far from here. Of course, they could have perished." He continued, "If I were in their position and had survived, where would I choose to hide?" Chu Changtian murmured as he surveyed the desolate street. After a lengthy pause, both their eyes brightened simultaneously as they exclaimed in unison, "The supermarket." They exchanged glances and promptly headed towards the nearby supermarket. Minutes later, they arrived at the street belonging to Wanjiafa Supermarket. Upon entering the street, they observed 3 individuals curled up on the ground, writhing in agony. Zhang Bin's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "It's them." Chu Changtian nodded, and they approached the 3 in distress. The moment the struggling trio caught sight of Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian, they lunged at them like ferocious dogs. A flash of cold light flickered in Chu Changtian's eyes as he vanished in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blades of light flashed by, and the heads of the 3 rotund figures flew off instantly. The decapitated bodies slowly collapsed to the ground. As the 2 prepared to depart, they noticed something writhing at the wounds of the headless corpses. Chu Changtian and Zhang Bin leaned in for a closer look, their expressions shifting dramatically. There were worms within these bodies. Watching as these creatures relentlessly feasted upon the flesh and blood of the corpses, their faces grew solemn. How did these worms enter the human body? Reflecting on the trio's previous condition, Chu Changtian could not help but think of the half-beasts. They exchanged a glance and immediately sprinted towards Wanjiafa Supermarket. This issue might hold the answers they sought. Chapter 73. The Cruel Transformation at the Entrance of Wanjiafa Supermarket. Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian exchanged glances at the tightly shut doors before striking them with their blades. Bang! Clang! The sound of impact reverberated. Inside the basement, Heixiong, Lu Xian, and Han Dong's expressions changed as they grabbed their weapons and shouted to their men, rushing towards the exit. Just as they stepped out of the basement, there was a resounding crash. The rolling shutter fell to the ground. As the dust settled, the figures of Chu Changtian and Zhang Bin emerged. Heixiong and his companions regarded the 2 men, quickly discerning from their weapons that they were not friendly visitors. Zhang Bin's gaze fixated on Heixiong's face, instantly filled with rage. "Kill!" he bellowed, charging forward. He recognized this man all too well. It was he who had abducted Meng Li. As Zhang Bin charged forward, Chu Changtian did not hesitate to follow closely behind. He understood that Fang Hao had sent him along for the purpose of safeguarding Zhang Bin. Although Chu Changtian was the later to act, he had already arrived before the trio of Black Bear, his military dagger glinting as it sliced toward Black Bear's arm. Black Bear's life was to be spared for Zhang Bin. As per Fang Hao's instructions, he dared not defy that order. Black Bear's expression shifted as he attempted to evade the attack, Yet the overwhelming disparity in strength rendered escape futile. The sound of flesh being cut echoed through the air as an arm, accompanied by a spray of blood, was severed and sent flying. Black Bear held in agony, hastily retreating. Lu Xian and Han Dong, witnessing this, felt their pupils constrict in shock. They were utterly outmatched. Retreat. Without a moment's thought, the two bolted for the exit. But escape was not so simple. A cold glint flashed in Chu Changtian's eyes as he vanished once more. The fleeing pair suddenly felt an ominous chill prickling their skin. Lu Xian, acting instinctively, hurled the scalpel he held behind him, while simultaneously delivering a kick to Han Dong, who stumbled unexpectedly. Lu Xian, damn you, even as a ghost. I will not spare you, Han Dong bellowed, his voice filled with rage as he watched Lu Xian's figure recede into the distance. Just then, a whoosh pierced the air, abruptly silencing Han Dong's furious cry. A severed head rolled away from its sturdy body, and even in death, its eyes remained fixed on Lu Xian's retreating form, filled with resentment and despair, slowly fading away with the extinguishing of life. Stepping over Han Dong's lifeless body, Chu Changtian pursued Lu Xian, but regrettably. By the time he emerged, Lu Xian had already vanished from sight. Chu Changtian's face darkened. He had underestimated the situation. However, one could hardly blame him, as he was not Feng Hao, and the disparity in strength was stark. Meanwhile, Zhang Bin continued his relentless slaughter, unleashing his pent-up fury upon those thugs who had tormented him before the apocalypse, and who now evoked the wrath of both man and deity alike. They all deserved to die? After a prolonged period of carnage, Zhang Bin, fatigued from the slaughter, planted his dagger into the ground and gasped for breath. Chu Changtian approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, asking, "Are you all right?" With reddened eyes, Zhang Bin shook his head. Once he regained his composure, he surveyed the supermarket, now transformed into a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, with dismembered limbs scattered about. Aside from himself and Chu Changtian, only Black Bear remained breathing. Suppressing his nausea, Zhang Bin slowly straightened and approached the sweat-drenched Black Bear. "I hold no grudge against you." "Why?" Black Bear, clutching his bleeding stump, retreated in fear. 2 days ago, you kidnapped a group of students from the commercial street." Zhang Bin glared at Black Bear, his expression twisted with rage, wishing nothing more than to devour him alive. Black Bear paused, then let out a sinister laugh. "Anger for the sake of a beauty? Heh, I must admit, among that group of students, there were indeed a few striking ones. The taste, oh, how exquisite." The Black Bear, reminiscent of a time that was utterly intoxicating, wore a lascivious grin upon his face. Zhang Bin's eyes blazed with fury, and he bellowed, "Die, you wretch." The glint of the blade flashed. The head of the Black Bear, still adorned with that grotesque smile, was sent soaring into the sky. With a resounding thud, it fell to the ground, the lewd expression forever frozen at the moment of his demise. From the instant Chu Changtian severed one of his arms, he had known that survival was beyond his grasp. He anticipated no mercy from his adversary. His words were a plea for a swift end to his torment. And now, as he wished, in his fury, Zhang Bin granted him a merciful release. Zhang Bin, still seething, sent the Black Bear's head flying out of the supermarket, where it rolled far down the road. Yet, his anger unsated, he brandished his knife and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the lifeless body. Chu Changtian observed silently, refraining from intervention or consolation, fully aware that Zhang Bin required this catharsis. After a while, the rhythm of Zhang Bin's strikes began to wane. The Black Bear's corpse had been reduced to a pulpy mass. Nevertheless, he continued to swing the blade with a mechanical fervor. Recognizing the moment had come, Chu Changtian approached and placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Bin's shoulder. In that fleeting instant, a frenzied madness ignited in Zhang Bin's eyes. "Kill!" he screamed, swinging the knife towards Chu Changtian. Without a glance, Chu Changtian raised his military dagger to block the strike. The clash of steel echoed sharply in the air. With a deft maneuver, he disarmed Zhang Bin and declared, "Act like a man. Otherwise, you are unworthy to follow the boss." These words stunned Zhang Bin, and he collapsed, clutching his head and weeping bitterly. Chu Changtian cast a glance at him before proceeding toward the basement. Zhang Bin, consumed by anguish, lamented his own impotence, loathing himself for failing to protect the woman he cherished. After what felt like an eternity, he ceased his heart-wrenching cries and slowly rose from the ground. His eyes now icy. Apart from the remnants of tears, he appeared transformed, a stark contrast to his former self. He picked up the knife, his expression devoid of emotion, and made his way toward the basement. He had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Feng Hao had bestowed upon him strength, and now he comprehended the purpose of his presence here. To swiftly adapt to this apocalyptic world, that was the quickest path. Though harsh, he understood that Feng Hao's intentions were for his own good. In the basement, Chu Chantian was intently focused on an open package of sausage. A bite had been taken from it, evidently left over by the previous ruffians. However, this sausage was now teeming with writhing white specks. Zhang Bin approached, glanced at the sausage, and remarked, "This news must reach Haozi at once." Chu Changtian nodded, rising to accompany Zhang Bin as they exited. At that moment, the basement held no other living souls. The suffering lives of the women had been mercifully ended the moment Chu Changtian entered. They had been tormented beyond recognition by the Black Bear and his cohorts. And without anyone to protect them, they would not survive the night. Chapter 74. Xiaohua's advancement. After an hour of anxious waiting, the countdown concluded. A ripple surged through the space, and Xiaohua's figure materialized in the basement. "Meow, master, Xiaohua missed you so much." As soon as she appeared, Xiaohua lunged towards Feng Hao. He merely sensed a fleeting shadow before discovering a furry creature nestled in his embrace. Without needing to look, he knew it was Xiaohua. How swift! Her speed had surpassed even her previous state. At this moment, Xiaohua had returned to the size of an ordinary domestic cat, yet everything else remained unchanged. Even her color was identical to before, with not a hint of alteration. Feng Hao's face lit up with joy. He realized that Xiaohua had indeed transcended her limits. "Xiaohua, have you successfully evolved?" Feng Hao asked eagerly. "Evolve? What does that mean, master?" Xiaohua tilted her head, bewildered. Feng Hao sighed. Clearly, this concept was too profound for her. He decided to directly access the imprint subsystem to investigate. Target, Xiaohua, two-tailed spirit cat. Life, 2,400 points level. Level 5 spirit beast strength, 180 points speed, 340 points spirit, 200 points spiritual power, 1,200 points skills, swift shadow. Mental transmission, king's might, heavy pressure, domination, two tails, transformation. Upon reviewing this, Feng Hao was utterly astonished. This was astonishingly overpowered. Although he anticipated that Xiaohua would surpass her limits, he had not expected such a monumental increase in attributes. It was simply unreasonable. Moreover, the most critical change lay within her skills. Night vision, dynamic vision, pounce, and charge had vanished, replaced by the newly acquired two tails and transformation. The name had also evolved into two-tailed spirit cat, indicating that Xiaohua had successfully ascended to a higher echelon of species. This meant, in essence, that Xiaohua's evolutionary trajectory pointed towards the legendary eight-tailed spirit cat. A smile crept across Feng Hao's face as he began to examine Xiaohua's two new skills. Two tails active, double power stores energy to unleash double combat strength, naturally recovering in 72 hours. Trigger time, activated within 5 seconds, skill lasts for 1 minute. Passive, tail severance for survival. The additional tail of the two-tailed spirit cat equates to an extra life. Upon encountering lethal danger, one tail will detach, inflicting 300 points of physical damage and 300 points of magical damage, resulting in a demotion of 1 level. Trigger time, activated within 1 second, skill lasts for 10 seconds. Transformation, active skill. The two-tailed spirit cat can freely alter its body size. Minimum state, length of 30 centimeters, height of 13 centimeters, attributes reduced by half. Maximum state, length of 8 meters, height of 25 meters, full attributes. Trigger time, mind control. After reviewing these two skills, Feng Hao could confidently assert that while Xiaohua may not yet be the strongest spirit beast, she undoubtedly occupied a place among the elite. Despite the addition of merely 2 skills, it was precisely these skills that illustrated the vast chasm between higher-tier species and ordinary spirit beasts, an insurmountable divide. The struggle of a carp leaping over the dragon gate is indeed a formidable challenge. The sudden appearance of Xiaohua left everyone astonished. Once they discerned her adorable demeanor, they were instantly captivated. Upon catching sight of Xiaohua, Du Tianqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gazing eagerly at Feng Hao, her lips pursed in a shy manner. Xiaohua affectionately rubbed against Feng Hao's chest and declared, "Master, Xiaohua is now quite strong. In the future, Xiaohua will assist you, meow." "Ha ha ha, yes. I shall help you from now on." Feng Hao erupted into a hearty laughter. With Xiaohua's assistance, the speed of leveling up would undoubtedly accelerate. At that moment, Du Tianqing approached, hesitantly stammering, "Excuse me, Feng Hao." Her gaze remained fixated on the fluffy Xiaohua nestled in Feng Hao's arms. Feng Hao glanced up at her, bemused by her starry-eyed expression. It was evident that this woman had an irresistible fondness for furry creatures. Feeling elated by Xiaohua's successful evolution, Feng Hao pondered. "I cannot decide this alone. I must consult Xiaohua's opinion." Du Tianqing quickly nodded in eagerness, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the fluffy Xiaohua. "What do you think?" "Xiaohua, that woman wishes to hold you." Meow. "Very well, Xiaohua replied before leaping directly into Du Tianqing's embrace. Overjoyed, Du Tianqing cradled Xiaohua, her affection palpable. Fang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he turned his attention to synthesizing equipment. His first undertaking was spatial equipment, a bold endeavor. The furnace had never disappointed him, and he was confident that it would not fail him this time either. With a flicker of concentration, he tossed a small gourd into the furnace, followed by a ring, and then a spirit crystal. One small gourd, one ring, and one level 1 spirit crystal. Confirm synthesis. May a miracle emerge. The countdown reappeared, 10 minutes. Although this duration was longer than that required for synthesizing other equipment, the synthesis of equipment was not comparable to Xiaohua breaking limits. Time alone could not dictate its outcome. The synthesis was fraught with uncertainty, as it was not a mere editable operation. As Fang Hao anxiously awaited the outcome, footsteps echoed nearby. The crowd looked up to see Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian entering. Boss, how's he? Wei made a major discovery. Zhang Bin rushed to Fang Hao, panting, his expression fraught with urgency. What is it? Fang Hao inquired, puzzled. As the others shared his bewilderment. Boss, is there anything to eat? Zhang Bin asked. Instantly, a bag of bread materialized in Fang Hao's hand, which he handed to Zhang Bin, curious about what he was about to reveal. Everyone assumed Zhang Bin wanted the bread for himself, but to their surprise, he tore open the packaging and tossed it onto the ground. Fang Hao's confusion deepened as he looked at Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian in bewilderment. Boss, just wait and see, watch the bread, Zhang Bin urged. Thus, a circle formed around the discarded bread, all eyes fixated intently upon it. For minutes passed, and once again, the wriggling white dots emerged. At the moment the white dot appeared, the crowd instinctively recoiled in terror, stepping back several paces. They had witnessed the entire process. As the white dot materialized from nothingness in an eerie manifestation, gazing at the writhing white, a chilling sensation enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. It is bacteria. Du Tianqing spoke up, her expression grave as she observed the rapidly enlarging creature with the naked eye. Accelerated evolution. A burst of evolution, she added, adjusting her glasses. Chapter 75, Spatial Ring. Explosive evolution. Fang Hao stared expressionlessly at the bread on the ground, lost in thought. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had speculated that the air must have suddenly become infused with certain substances previously unknown to humanity, and it was these unique elements that accelerated biological evolution. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Du Tianqing's eyes, revealing her prowess as a leading biological researcher. Just like the transformations experienced by Teacher Li, I suspect that this substance is at play. I wonder if it can be harnessed by humans to unlock the door to evolution. As she spoke, her face radiated renewed vigor. No need for speculation. This substance is known as spiritual energy, Fang Hao declared, his expression unchanged. Spiritual energy? The crowd turned their attention toward Fang Hao, their minds racing with thoughts of his remarkable abilities. Fang Hao took a seat and continued. Moreover, I can tell you that spiritual energy is merely a catalyst for these creatures' evolution. The true driving force behind their advancement is humanity. Do you comprehend this? Are you implying that for these species to evolve rapidly, they must consume humans? Du Tianqing pressed, intrigued by Fang Hao's revelations. Not just humans. They also prey upon their own kind, as long as it facilitates evolution. What then is the ultimate purpose of their evolution? Fang Hao fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Perhaps it is to exterminate humanity. At this pronouncement, the basement was enveloped in a heavy silence. No, I firmly believe that this substance can be utilized by humanity. I have faith that we can create miracles. Du Tianqing's eyes sparkled with determination. Throughout history, humanity has proven to be a race capable of miracles and constant progress, and she believed this time would be no different. Observing the resolve in Du Tianqing's gaze, Fang Hao hesitated for a moment before affirming, "It is possible." Really? A look of delight spread across Du Tianqing's face. Fang Hao nodded slowly, recalling the system's main quest. Although the main quest did not specify how to proceed, he contemplated a possibility. Low-tier equipment might not require spiritual energy, but what about high-tier equipment? Could mortal forms still suffice? Consider a warrior like Xianyuan Che, who could utilize magical-grade equipment. What about treasure-grade or sacred-grade items? High-level equipment undoubtedly necessitated spiritual energy for operation. Although he had yet to synthesize high-level equipment, the usage of skills suggested this necessity. Thus, rather than allowing Du Tianqing to engage in reckless research, it would be more prudent to guide her towards a correct path, or even offer her some assistance. Such actions would undoubtedly benefit his quest to fulfill the main task. Noticing Du Tianqing's desire to inquire further, Fang Hao interjected, stating, "You need not ask me anything now. It would be futile, for I am currently unable to provide any answers. When I am capable, I shall naturally inform you, and even assist you. Upon hearing this, Du Tianqing was overwhelmed with excitement and grasped Fang Hao's hand, her disbelief evident as she asked, "You mean it?" Fang Hao glanced at her hand, causing Du Tianqing to blush and hastily release it, awkwardly tugging at her hair in a state of confusion. Before that, it would be best for you to behave and refrain from causing any trouble. Otherwise, Fang Hao said with a calm demeanor. Du Tianqing nodded vigorously, much like a chick pecking at grains. The fact that Fang Hao was willing to help her was nothing short of astonishing for her. However, do not rejoice too soon. Even if we achieve results, it may not necessarily alter the plight of humanity. The evolutionary pace of spirit beasts is beyond your imagination. And there are also new species like the half-beasts. Fang Hao paused, his expression growing grave. Moreover, there are birds. Birds. Du Tianqing's entire being trembled. Indeed, she had neglected this aspect. Not just her, but even the others wore expressions of solemnity. If insects could evolve so rapidly, why had there been no sign of birds thus far? In an instant, all eyes turned to Fang Hao, hoping to glean answers from him. You need not look to me. I too am in the dark. What I can tell you is that the apocalypse is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Perhaps only when we become sufficiently powerful can we begin to uncover the truths of the apocalypse, Fang Hao stated impassively. This was both a direction and a warning. For only through strength could one qualify to explore the unknown secrets. He did not wish for his presence to instill a sense of complacency regarding the apocalypse. The group nodded earnestly, understanding that this was Fang Hao's reminder. Ding. Acquired space ring X1. At that moment, the system notification chimed. The seriousness on Fang Hao's face was instantly replaced by joy. Space equipment. Ha! With a mere thought, a ring materialized in his hand. Although its color remained unchanged, the diamond-encrusted design had transformed into a miniature gourd. Fang Hao donned the ring and focused his mind on it. Suddenly, his surroundings shifted, and he found himself in a pitch-black space. A glance revealed that the size was approximately 10 cubic meters. In terms of materials, 10 cubic meters was quite substantial. Considering he had merely exchanged an immature gourd, a low-tier spirit crystal, and a platinum ring commonly found in the apocalypse. Withdrawing his consciousness from the space, Fang Hao cast a detection spell on the space ring. Space ring, a product synthesized from a devouring gourd and modern craftsmanship. Level, low-grade equipment attributes. Capacity of 10 cubic meters, impervious to water and fire, indestructible by external forces, capable of being inscribed to recognize its master, spiritual inscription. Can be used in an unbound state. Activation time, triggered by the mind. The more Fang Hao gazed at this remarkable artifact, the more he found himself thoroughly impressed. Astonishingly, it could not only be encrypted but also recognized its master. Truly splendid. However, the notion of spiritual inscription caused him to furrow his brow. It appeared that, aside from himself, none of Chu Changtian and the others could accomplish such a feat. Instantly, Fang Hao felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. A spatial ring without encryption could be likened to an open safe. While it could store items, its security was significantly compromised. Then, with a shift in thought, Fang Hao turned his attention to the furnace. An idea sparked in his mind. This possibility aligned with what Du Tianqing had envisioned, evolution, directly synthesizing and evolving Chu Changtian and the others, infusing them with spiritual crystals. Casting a glance at Zhang Bin's still undeveloped arm, Fang Hao experienced a profound epiphany. Beyond a few passive skills, any active skill utilized by Chu Changtian and his companions required spiritual energy. This crucial detail had been overlooked by Fang Hao. How could mere mortals absorb spiritual energy? How do spiritual beasts do so? The answer lay in spiritual crystals. Chapter 76. Arrival at the fire station. With this realization, Fang Hao addressed the group. I have an idea, but it carries some risk. If successful, you will grow stronger. If it fails, you may become half-beasts. Would you care to try? Boss, how strong can we become? The fervor in the eyes of the cobra was unmistakable. Among them, none yearned for strength more desperately than he. Like this. As Fang Hao spoke, a burst of flames erupted from his hand, forming a fireball. A flicker of resolve crossed Cobra's face as he solemnly declared, Boss, let us do it. Someone must take the first step, and I shall be that person. Cobra, you. Chu Changtian's expression shifted as he realized what Cobra was contemplating. Having spent years with the Red Dragon, no one understood Cobra better than he. The faces of Tai Hua and the others also reflected concern. We do not wish to be a burden to the boss, do we? Cobra's determination shone as he looked at his comrades. Together, they shared a common goal, to avoid being a liability to Fang Hao. After expressing these thoughts, Cobra turned earnestly to Fang Hao. Boss, let us proceed. Fang Hao nodded, his mind focused, and he promptly placed Cobra into the furnace. The others watched in trepidation as Cobra vanished into the basement, their anxiety more palpable than before. Fang Hao smiled and reassured them. The chances of success are quite high, approximately 80%. Therefore, there is no need for such concern. Upon hearing this, the worry etched on their faces lessened considerably. Let us go. It is time to leave this place. Fang Hao rose, gesturing to the others, and began to stride towards the exit. As he walked, he contemplated the synthesis plan for Cobra. With the individual already inside, it was clear that merely synthesizing a single spiritual crystal would not suffice. After some contemplation, Fang Hao first invested a secondary spirit crystal, followed by a regeneration skill elixir, and then a thermal sensing skill elixir. Casting a glance at the other items in his backpack, he gritted his teeth and directly infused a set of insect exoskeletons into the mix. Confirmation of synthesis. The countdown appeared, 1 hour. The synthesis was guaranteed to succeed at 100%. Now, he could only hope for the emergence of a Cobra. Anything less than human or ghostly would suffice. Returning to the street, Xiaohua had once again nestled beside Fang Hao, resting on his shoulder. Master, I sense a multitude of people here. Xiaohua's voice resonated directly in Fang Hao's mind. He chuckled softly, patting Xiaohua's forehead, well aware that many survivors populated the commercial street. As long as these individuals did not provoke him, he had no inclination to concern himself with them. The group strolled leisurely down the street towards the intersection. Once they reached it, they could return to the main road, allowing the biological vehicle to operate normally. During the brief distance to the intersection, Fang Hao utilized his spatial ring to store additional supplies, food, necessities, and clothing. Moreover, considering Du Tianqing, he specifically retrieved several packets of small wings. After clarifying his thoughts, he recognized her potential utility, whether for dealings with Kyoto or future research endeavors. She could indeed prove beneficial. It was not so much kindness as a pragmatic decision under conditional circumstances. With preparations complete, they were nearing the intersection. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, soldiers, aren't you here to rescue us? Fang Hao turned to see a flamboyantly made-up woman cautiously peering from the second floor of a clothing store. There are no soldiers here, Fang Hao replied coolly. You're in military uniforms, aren't you soldiers? Do you think I'm blind? The woman scoffed. Fang Hao merely shook his head, turning away without further engagement. He had no desire to converse with such a woman, not to mention the excessive makeup on her face, which he surmised could be thick enough to deflect bullets. Seeing Fang Hao ignore her, the woman grew anxious and shouted after him. Do you soldiers not care about us ordinary people? What is the state funding you for? Fang Hao continued on his path towards the intersection, while Chu Changtian and the others did not even spare her a glance. You bastards! What is the state funding you for if not to help us? You disregard the common people. Have you lost your conscience to the dogs? There are so many of us waiting for your rescue. We are not soldiers. You've got it wrong. Chu Changtian, irritated by the commotion, abruptly turned and coldly admonished the woman. Uft, you're killing me with laughter. You think I can't see through your facade? You are here to save this woman. Is this what you soldiers call being significant? The state is truly disappointing. The woman's piercing voice echoed throughout the commercial street. In an instant, figures began to emerge from numerous shops. Some openly denounced Fang Hao and his companions, while others remained silent, observing from the sidelines. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Fang Hao's eyes as he gently patted Xiaohua. Instantly, Xiaohua's form vanished from his shoulder, only to reappear moments later, as if she had never disappeared at all. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The woman who had been shouting just moments ago had fallen headfirst from the window, a gruesome gash nearly severing her neck, bubbling with blood. Those who had been itching to act recoiled in terror, retreating back into their shops. Fang Hao and his group arrived at the intersection, and with a thought, the biological vehicle materialized on the main road. They quickly boarded, setting their course for the fire station. The vehicle sped along, occasionally colliding with one or two obstructing cars. Chu Changtian did not hesitate to ram through them. Since he had pledged his loyalty to Fang Hao, he was aware of the vehicle's properties, which allowed for effortless repairs. There was no need to evade when one could simply charge ahead. As for attracting spirit beasts, they had no reason to fear them anymore. Within 10 minutes, the fire station came into view. The biological vehicle came to a gradual halt at the entrance, and everyone disembarked. The moment Fang Hao stepped out, he instinctively turned his gaze toward the Jingxia Fanwada building. A figure peering from the rooftop was startled, hastily retracting their head. Fang Hao squinted, a cold smile creeping onto his face as he strode confidently toward the fire station's doors. As he approached the entrance, a familiar sensation of unease washed over him. Spider sense. An attempt on his life? Skill Illusory Eye activated. With the illusory eye engaged, the world before Fang Hao transformed into a tapestry of lines. Behind the massive red iron gates, he discerned a nearly invisible thin wire stretched just a meter behind the gate, connected to a grenade concealed beneath a tile. Fang Hao smirked coldly, informing his companions, "Someone intends to kill us." Startled, they immediately fell into a defensive posture. Fang Hao continued calmly, "Do not move. There is someone watching us from the building behind. A trap has been set here." At that moment, Zhang Bin quickly interjected, "Howsy? When Chang Tian and I were at Guamao, we let someone escape. Could it be? Boss, this is my fault. I was careless," Chu Changtian quickly added. Fang Hao shook his head, "No. Setting aside whether that person has the capability, even if they could reach here on foot, they would not have sufficient time to set these traps. And remember, in the future, we must eradicate threats completely, otherwise, they will haunt us endlessly." The two nodded solemnly. Fang Hao then patted Xiao Hua again, and with a series of swift sounds, a 2-meter-long incision appeared on the crimson iron gate. With a flick of his mind, the severed portion vanished, absorbed into his spatial ring. Fang Hao stepped into the room first, followed closely by Chu Changtian and the others. Upon entering, Fang Hao pointed to the fine lines on the ground. Chu Changtian and the others nodded in understanding, carefully avoiding the delicate threads as they made their way towards the garage. The fire station had suffered almost no damage, in comparison to the substation. This place bore little difference from the world before the apocalypse. The group navigated around the office building and arrived at a row of imposing garages. At a glance, 20 fire trucks were neatly parked within, and Fang Hao could not suppress the surge of excitement within him. This would be the first step towards his mobile fortress. Moreover, the second and third steps would soon follow. After a brief survey, Fang Hao noted the varying water capacities of the fire trucks. The largest held 30 tons, with 15 trucks of that size, while the smaller ones contained 10 tons, totaling 5. Now, all that remained was to await the emergence of the Cobra and then merge these fire trucks with biological vehicles. This would establish the water supply system for the mobile stronghold, not only fire trucks, but with the prior experience of the little bugs in mind. Fang Hao also intended to incorporate some water purification and disinfection equipment into the mix, ensuring the safety of their water source. However, there was no rush for any of this. He had another task at hand. A glint of cold light flickered in Fang Hao's eyes as he signaled to Chu Changtian, who nodded in readiness to lead the others away. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Hao's mind stirred, and a silver-gray object materialized in his hand. He called over Tai Hua and handed him the silver-gray item. Tai Hua's face lit up with surprise. This was the M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle from the substation. Now, the sniper rifle had undergone a significant transformation. Its dark hue replaced with a lustrous silver-gray, and it still required spiritual energy. This weapon was a product of Fang Hao's efforts during his leisure time, enhanced with thermal sensing and night vision capabilities, as well as the bones of a first-level spiritual beast, the Silver Moon Wolf, alongside a first-level spiritual crystal and 4 cat claws. It was, without a doubt, the most advanced recipe he had synthesized to date. Unsurprisingly, this sniper rifle was classified as a legal-grade piece of equipment, and indeed, it reached the upper echelons of that classification. Spiritual Energy Sniper Rifle, a new type of weapon synthesized from modern firearms, infused with the essence of spiritual beasts. Level, legal-grade equipment attributes, physical attack, 80 points, with an additional 80 points of spell damage from spiritual energy. Capacity, 160 points of spiritual energy, consuming 40 points per shot. Special Attribute 1. Armor piercing, capable of penetrating targets with defenses not exceeding twice the weapon's physical attack value. Trigger time, passive skill, unrestricted. Special Attribute 2. Automatic recharge. The biological weapon can autonomously absorb free spiritual energy from the air for storage. Trigger time, absorbs 2 points of spiritual energy per minute. Aside from the increased attack power and consumption, there were no other notable changes. However, the drawbacks were evident, particularly concerning capacity. With a maximum of 160 points of spiritual energy, it could only fire 4 shots, which, to be honest, was rather impractical. Nevertheless, after this prolonged period of natural charging, the spiritual energy was now fully stocked. Once the Cobra's experiment succeeded, their weapons would no longer face limitations. Just 4 shots. The responsibility now lay in their hands. The method remains unchanged. The firearm itself is equipped with thermal imaging and night vision capabilities, with an attack power twice that of a psionic biological gun. As Fang Hao handed the sniper rifle to Tai Hua, he elaborated. Tai Hua nodded eagerly, clutching the weapon as he and Chu Changtian sprinted towards a nearby wall. Fang Hao observed the figures of his companions vanish behind the wall, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "I shall see what manner of people you are. Dare to set a trap for me, seeking death." On the 40th floor of the opulent Jinxia Fanhua, a subordinate, breathless, knocked urgently on Long Hongyi's door. Second master. There's a situation, the subordinate exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. Long Hongyi extinguished his cigar and, appearing nonchalant, replied, "What is it? Why the alarm?" The subordinate's pupils constricted. Long Hongyi detested those who broke the rules. This subordinate had already crossed a line. As this thought crossed his mind, his body began to tremble involuntarily. Stuttering and struggling to articulate a single word, Long Hongyi smiled and said, "You have been with me for many years. You should know how I treat you. Do not be afraid. Speak up. What is going on?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the subordinate finally spoke. "Second master. More people have arrived from the fire department." Long Hongyi gestured for him to continue. However, these individuals managed to create a large hole in the door using some method. Strangely, when they entered, the grenades we set did not explode. Long Hongyi abruptly rose from his chair, his expression inscrutable, yet his eyes shone with intensity. After a moment of silence, he commanded, "Send Zhang Zhoming to meet them." "Yes, second master." The subordinate nodded and departed. Long Hongyi slowly approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing towards the water plant in the east, his expression growing increasingly cold. Meanwhile, Fang Hao and Du Tianqing languidly awaited developments in the courtyard of the fire department. Fang Hao amused himself with Xiaohua while pondering another pressing matter. He had overlooked a critical issue, communication. It dawned on him only after Chu Changtian and the others had left. In this apocalyptic world, once separated, even communication and contact became problematic. While they were together, he had not considered this. Now, however, it was an urgent concern. Yet, without a signal tower, both mobile phones and walkie-talkies had become as useless as scrap metal. How could they communicate? Chapter 78. Instant kill. Communication. Fang Hao pondered, a flicker of an object appearing in his hand. It was a walkie-talkie, casually collected from an outdoor supplies store. Such walkie-talkies should still function well, yet the government had clearly stated in their flyers that all noise attracted the malevolent beasts. A lesson bought with the lives of countless soldiers. Thus, even if this walkie-talkie was fully charged, it was no different from scrap iron. "Master, Xiaohua is hungry, meow." At that moment, Xiaohua's voice interrupted Fang Hao's thoughts. Startled, Fang Hao quickly produced a spirit blood pill to feed Xiaohua. After consuming 10 spirit blood pills, Xiaohua squinted her eyes once more, curling up on his shoulder and drifting off to sleep. Subsequently, Fang Hao retrieved another 10 pills and swallowed them in one go. Seeing Du Tianqing by the side, he pondered for a moment before retrieving a pill and extending it towards her. "Eat this." A smile graced Du Tianqing's face as she accepted the offering and gently placed it in her mouth. The instant the Lingxue Dan entered her system, she felt as if struck by lightning, momentarily stunned before being overwhelmed by a profound sense of astonishment. An unexpected surge of energy coursed through her, accompanied by a remarkable sensation of satiety, and a boundless vigor enveloped her entire being, all derived from that vibrant red pill she had just consumed. Du Tianqing gazed in disbelief at the young man before her, pondering how many more surprises he might hold. As time passed in their interaction, she realized that her understanding of him barely skimmed the surface. She even speculated that what she had witnessed might have been deliberately presented to her by Fang Hao. This young man, several years her junior, was indeed extraordinary. Fang Hao, oblivious to Du Tianqing's gaze, was suddenly struck by a thought, or perhaps an inspiration. The spirit beasts they encountered generally possessed a shared ability, mental transmission. Could he now leverage the furnace's capacity to refine all things alongside the unique properties of spirit crystals to embark on an audacious experiment? If successful, he surmised that this new equipment might very well utilize spirit crystals as a power source or a medium for communication. The implications for both themselves and humanity at large would be monumental. With this in mind, Fang Hao glanced at the synthesis time for the Cobra. Less than 20 minutes remained, and he felt an eager anticipation to test this theory. This realization had struck him during a conversation with Xiaohua, affirming the notion that creative inspiration often springs from the minutiae of everyday life. Meanwhile, on the street before the fire station, Chu Changtian and his companions had dispersed, blending seamlessly into their surroundings. Taiwa had even secured a vantage point, ready to respond to any eventuality. Throughout this operation, the figures observing from the rooftop of the splendid Prosperity building remained utterly oblivious. This was the Red Dragon, the elite special forces of the Dragon Kingdom, executing their mission with silent precision. Chu Changtian signaled to his comrades, who understood immediately, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the splendid Prosperity, awaiting the emergence of their quarry. The bait had been set. Now, they merely awaited the catch. Moments slipped by unnoticed as they remained motionless, perfectly camouflaged within the environment. Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated through the air. At that moment, The pupils of Chu Changtian and his comrades constricted as they beheld a towering beast, nearly 3 meters tall, with a wolf's head, slowly emerging from the hotel entrance. It was the half-beast werewolf, Zhang Zhoming. Chu Changtian inhaled deeply and signaled to Tai Hua, who gradually aligned his scope with Zhang Zhoming's figure. Whoosh! A barely perceptible sound of air being pierced resonated. Suddenly, a hole the size of a bowl appeared on Zhang Zhoming's calf. Tai Hua inhaled sharply, astonished by the extraordinary density of his muscles. The formidable power of the psionic sniper rifle, upon striking him, had failed to shatter his leg. It had merely created an opening. A flash of ferocity gleamed in Zhang Zhoming's eyes as his form abruptly vanished. Chu Changtian's expression shifted dramatically, a silent realization dawning upon him. He too sprang forward. Yet, the disparity in levels and attributes stood starkly evident. How could Chu Changtian ever hope to match the speed of Zhang Zhoming? Just as he covered half the distance, a resounding bang echoed. Tai Hua's body was sent hurtling backward, his speed so swift that he had no time to evade. Get Tai Hua out of here, Chu Changtian bellowed, charging toward the enraged Zhang Zhoming. Zhang Zhoming advanced step by step toward Chu Changtian, and astonishingly, the bowl-sized wound on his leg began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Dread filled Chu Changtian's eyes. This regenerative ability was utterly terrifying. Had the half-orc reached such an extraordinary level? The least formidable among them, Paozi and Tongqian, hoisted Tai Hua and sprinted toward the fire station. Dan and the butcher, Zhang Bin, revealed themselves as well, brandishing their weapons and launching an assault on Zhang Zhoming from 4 different directions. Die, you bastard! Zhang Bin shouted. Wielding his spider fang blade with fervor, he swung his blade. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Zhang Zhoming's eyes as he vanished once more. Bang! Zhang Bin, along with his weapon, was sent flying. One move. The expressions of the 3 shifted dramatically. Their military daggers were dispatched toward Zhang Zhoming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Zhoming flickered twice more, and predictably, Dan and the butcher were also propelled backward. The price Zhang Zhoming paid was a deep wound, exposing bone, inflicted by Chu Changtian's attacking dagger on his back. Zhang Zhoming gradually straightened his body, turning to face Chu Changtian. By the time he fully adjusted himself, the wound on his back had already healed. Such a terrifying regenerative ability. Chu Changtian's countenance grew solemn, his vigilance unwavering as he regarded Zhang Zhoming. He held no concern for the lives of Dan, the butcher, or Zhang Bin. Fang Hao had assured him that as long as he survived, they would remain safe. Kill! Chu Changtian murmured softly, unleashing a barrage of firepower as he charged directly at Zhang Zhoming. Roar! Zhang Zhoming let out an enraged scream, and once again, his form vanished. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated through the street. Chu Changtian's body, propelled forth, flew backward like a cannonball. With a crash, he was propelled into a shop, the entrance collapsing in response. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Changtian struggled to rise, blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed bitterly at the monster in the street. Too powerful. He simply could not withstand such might. Chapter 79. A punch to the flesh after Zhang Zhoming sent Chu Changtian flying with a single palm strike. He did not spare a glance, instead proceeding directly toward the fire station. Paozi and Tongqian supported Tai Hua into the fire station. As the two entered, Fang Hao immediately spotted the feeble Tai Hua, whose form seemed to vanish. In a swift motion, he seized Tai Hua and, with a focused thought, summoned a sphere of life energy into his hand. As he administered the life energy into Tai Hua's mouth, the vital signs began to stabilize at a visibly rapid pace. A cold glint flickered in Fang Hao's eyes as he inquired in an icy tone, "What transpired?" Terror etched on their faces, the two replied, with Paozi taking a deep breath, "Boss, it's a half-orc. A remarkably powerful half-orc." Tai Hua didn't stand a chance, and was taken out in a single blow. The sniper-esque bullet struck his leg, and merely created a hole the size of a bowl. His healing ability is utterly terrifying. When we brought Tai Hua back, his wound had already healed. "Boss, I fear that even the squad leader and the others may not be a match for it. Boss, you must hurry." As the two recounted the dire situation, Fang Hao suddenly turned his gaze towards the entrance, coldly declaring, "No need. It has arrived." With that, he summoned 4 spheres of life energy into his hand and handed them to Tongqian, instructing, "Go save them." He then strode purposefully towards the door. Paozi and Tongqian, grasping the life energy, quickly followed Du Tianqing. With an impassive expression, Fang Hao crossed the iron gate and stepped onto the street. At that moment, Zhang Zhoming had reached the entrance of the fire station. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Zhoming advanced with heavy steps, slowly approaching Fang Hao. When he was about 10 meters away, he halted. It was not a deliberate act, Rather, he sensed an unprecedented danger emanating from Fong Hao, one that even the saber-toothed tiger had never inspired. A rare gravity appeared in Zhang Zhoming's fierce eyes. This was instinct, an instinct that had only emerged after he consumed the flesh of a spirit beast. This instinct had saved his life countless times since the onset of the apocalypse. The two stood in silence, locked in a mutual gaze, as Tong Qian and the others passed by without a glance. Meow. At that moment, Xiaohua yawned, lazily calling out as it stretched atop Fong Hao's shoulder, then added, "Doesn't Team Master need Xiaohua? Meow? Behave. Watch closely. See how Master deals with him." A slight smile graced Fong Hao's lips as he patted Xiaohua's soft form. Xiaohua leaped gracefully to the sentry post at the entrance, lazily settling there, yet its feline eyes remained fixed on Zhang Zhoming, though Fong Hao forbade it from intervening. As a beloved pet who regarded its master as kin, Xiaohua could not allow any harm to befall its owner. A flash of ferocity flickered in Zhang Zhoming's eyes as he tightened his fist and suddenly vanished from sight. Fong Hao's gaze sharpened, recognizing the astonishing speed. However, to both him and Xiaohua, Zhang Zhoming's rapidity was merely commendable. As the fist surged towards him, Fong Hao clenched his own fist tightly, his arm taut like a drawn bow, his waist and arm strength instantly reaching their peak. As Zhang Zhoming's fist hurtled towards him, Fong Hao met it head-on. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the entire street. Moments later, two figures were sent flying. With a resounding crash, Fong Hao collided with the iron gate behind him, leaving an impression of his form on the metal surface. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhoming was propelled backward nearly 30 meters, leaving deep footprints etched into the ground. The first strike. A draw. Emerging from the iron gate, Fong Hao's face radiated excitement, his eyes burning with fervor. How exhilarating. He had not anticipated encountering an adversary of comparable strength in Z City. Though the opponent was a half-beast, it did nothing to diminish the thrill of their visceral exchange. Ha ha ha. Once more. With a hearty laugh, Fong Hao vanished from sight. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon Zhang Zhoming. The seriousness in his beastly eyes was unmistakable, overshadowed by sheer astonishment. He could hardly believe that a human could match him in strength. As he beheld Fong Hao charging once more, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Clenching his fist, he charged forward. Bang! Both figures were sent hurtling through the air. Bang! They collided again. Bang! Bang! The street echoed with the sounds of their fierce exchanges. After consuming life energy, Chu Changtian and his companions had nearly fully recovered. Their expressions a mix of terror as they observed the vanished figures of Fong Hao and Zhang Zhoming, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Was this truly their leader? Had he grown so formidable? Following another exchange of blows, Fong Hao and Zhang Zhoming once again found themselves thrown back. This time, Fong Hao quickly employed a divination technique. In the midst of the battle, he suddenly discerned that this werewolf exhibited an unsettling calmness, starkly contrasting with the bloodthirsty frenzy he had encountered in previous half-beasts. This was indeed peculiar. Divination technique. Target: Zhang Zhoming, wolf-type half-beast, life, 4,800 points level, level 5 half-beast strength, 200 points speed, 160 points mentality, 120 points spiritual power, 1,200 points skills, regeneration, fatal strike. Frenzy dam. The moment Fong Hao beheld Zhang Zhoming's attributes, he could not suppress an expletive. Was a half-beast truly this powerful? This was utterly unreasonable. Reflecting on the arduous and relentless training he and Xiaohua had undergone, he could not help but compare it to this half-beast named Zhang Zhoming. The disparity was glaring. Fong Hao was at a loss for words. In this apocalyptic world, did Zhang Zhoming's advantages surpass his own? You are indeed strong. Yet, this is still insufficient. For I too possess my own advantages. With a surge of resolve, he prepared to unleash his bloodlust. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding! The synthesis of the cobra was complete. Startled, Fong Hao focused his mind, and the cobra materialized out of thin air. The re-emerged cobra appeared unchanged, and upon seeing it, Fong Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Boss. The cobra looked at Fong Hao with surprise, eager to speak, but Fong Hao raised his hand, interrupting. Stay put. I have matters to attend to. With that, he activated Bloodlust. Skill Bloodlust. Initiate. Roar. In an instant, the explosive power surged throughout Fong Hao's body, prompting him to unleash a furious roar to the heavens as his figure vanished. Quickly, no one, not even Zhang Zhoming, witnessed Fong Hao's disappearance. Zhang Zhoming's beastly eyes narrowed sharply. Skill Berserk. Initiate. Chapter 80, 0. 5x versus 1x Berserk. Active skill activates a full attribute explosion of 0, 5x. All skills, except Berserk, receive a 0, 5x enhancement, consuming 20 points of spiritual power per second. Trigger time, within 0.5 seconds, duration determined by individual spiritual power limits. Upon seeing the Berserk attribute, Feng Hao smiled. 0.5x versus 1x. It was evident which was superior. Level 5. 5 versus level 6. I can beat you to a pulp. However, upon realizing that Berserk could also enhance other skills, jealousy welled up within Feng Hao. Why didn't my bloodlust possess such an attribute? An enhancement of 0.5x for regeneration? Then I shall beat you before you can even recover. Time was of the essence. With only 270 points of spiritual power, he could not compete with Zhang Zhongming in terms of consumption, even with the newly refined spirit crystal. Thus, he needed to conclude this swiftly. Bang! Zhang Zhongming had just activated Berserk. Before he could react, his massive form was sent flying. By sheer coincidence, he flew towards the very building where Xianyuan Che had previously been trapped. For Zhang Zhongming, this place was all too familiar. The last time, he had tormented Xianyuan Che. And now, the tables had turned, making it quite the dramatic scene. With his attributes doubled, Feng Hao directly overwhelmed Zhang Zhongming, leaving him without the slightest chance to retaliate. As Zhang Zhongming's body flew into the building, Feng Hao swiftly pursued. Bang! Another sound of fists colliding. Zhang Zhongming was sent flying once more, this time crashing into a load-bearing pillar at the back of the building. Crack! After enduring 2 assaults from Feng Hao and the force of the impact against the pillar, Zhang Zhongming's arm snapped cleanly. He swiftly rose from the ground, regeneration activating automatically. The severed arm began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. A cold glint flickered in Feng Hao's eyes as he vanished once again. Bang! 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 With a thunderous crash, the load-bearing pillar could no longer withstand the onslaught. Collapsing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Uffed! Zhang Zhongming staggered to his feet, spewing a mouthful of blood. You can still stand. Humph! Feng Hao snorted coldly, his figure flashing once more. Skill, fire control, instant activation. In his grasp, a long spear of flame took shape. Feng Hao seized the fiery weapon, drawing his arm back like a taut bow, and thrust it forcefully into the swaying chest of Zhang Zhongming. You shall be restored. Die. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced through, pinning him to the ground. Zhang Zhongming coughed up blood once more, the ferocity in his gaze gradually fading. His beastly eyes revealed a multitude of complex emotions, disbelief, unwillingness, and nostalgia, among others. The flame of the spear continued to consume his life force. Feng Hao, having depleted his bloodthirst, found his spiritual energy reduced to a mere 20 points. 250 points vanished in the blink of an eye. He approached slowly, casting a cold glance at the barely breathing Zhang Zhongming, his fist clenched, poised to deliver a merciful end. Pleased at that moment, Zhang Zhongming unexpectedly spoke. Feng Hao was taken aback. The half-beast could articulate human speech. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Could half-beasts evolve so swiftly? A sense of impending danger surged within Feng Hao. What if he could speak? A half-beast should not be allowed to live. This species was utterly terrifying. Feng Hao resolved not to show mercy, regardless. His fist rose slowly, preparing for the final blow. Pleased desperation flickered in Zhang Zhongming's eyes as he continued. If you wish for me to spare you, there is no need to plead. From the moment you became a half-beast, your fate was sealed upon encountering me. Feng Hao replied coldly. I never hoped to survive. I only ask of you one thing. Zhang Zhongming strained to lift his wolf-like head, his gaze pleading. However, the effort exacerbated his grievous wound, causing blood to spurt from his mouth once more. Feng Hao sidestepped the crimson spray, frowning but remaining silent. Seeing Feng Hao's silence, Zhang Zhongming grew frantic. He sensed his life ebbing away. Whether or not Feng Hao delivered the final blow, he could feel the grip of death tightening. But what about his sister? What would become of her? He could not allow her to fall into the hands of that despicable wretch, Long Hongyi. Absolutely not. In that moment, the once dazed look in Zhang Zhongming's eyes sharpened, as if a last glimmer of hope had ignited within him. With every ounce of strength, he uttered, I have a sister named Zhang Zihan, held captive at the Jingxia Fanhua Hotel by a vile man named Long Hongyi. I implore you, if I perish, please ensure my sister's safety. I know you are no ordinary person. I only wish for her to have a morsel of food. Upon finishing his plea, Zhang Zhongming slumped, as if deflated, gradually losing his strength. Please, please, he repeated, his voice fading. Feng Hao stood frozen, or perhaps he was simply stunned. In those few brief sentences, Zhang Zhongming conveyed an immense weight of information. This half-beast, named Zhang Zhongming, had attacked them due to his sister's plight. In other words, he has maintained his sanity solely due to the presence of his sister. Perhaps, when he first transformed into a half-beast, he retained human intellect and emotion. This thought sparked a glimmer of excitement in Feng Hao's eyes. It seemed he had made a remarkable discovery. Without further hesitation, he summoned forth 20 spirit blood pills that materialized in his hand and tossed them towards the half-open wolf mouth. Zhang Zhongming instinctively attempted to expel the contents of his mouth. It was not a matter of trust, but rather an instinctual reaction. Just eat it. I have some questions to ask you, Fang Hao said slowly upon observing the situation. These spirit blood pills could not save Zhang Zhongming, but they would certainly prolong his life. As expected, after Fang Hao finished speaking, Zhang Zhongming swallowed the spirit blood pills. With their ingestion, the fading spark in Zhang Zhongming's eyes visibly rekindled at an observable pace. However, his recovery halted at a certain point. Fang Hao's estimation proved correct. The 20 spirit blood pills were insufficient to save him. Zhang Zhongming gazed at Fang Hao, silently awaiting his inquiries. Fang Hao, without beating around the bush, directly asked, "When you first transformed into a half-beast, did you possess intelligence, or did you regain it through evolution? By the way, I refer to your kind as half-beasts, as you are part human, part beast." Zhang Zhongming shifted his throat and replied in a muffled voice, "After consuming wolf meat, I lost my sanity for approximately half a day. Then suddenly, a figure of a girl appeared in my mind, followed by more fragments, and eventually, I recalled everything that had transpired before." Fang Hao nodded slowly, pondering for a moment before asking, "From the onset of your evolution to this current state, how many people have you consumed? How long did it take?" "I have not eaten any humans, not a single one. I have only consumed monsters. And I reached this level by the 3rd day of the Great Transformation," Zhang Zhongming responded with difficulty. Fang Hao stroked his chin, scrutinizing Zhang Zhongming carefully. Having consumed the flesh of spirit beasts yet only losing his intellect for half a day, and achieving his current state solely through spirit beasts, it seemed this half-beast was quite unique and extraordinary. Of course, Fang Hao could not fully trust Zhang Zhongming's words. Their authenticity remained to be verified. Nevertheless, Fang Hao had a better approach, namely, the sister he mentioned. Chapter 81. Zhang Zhongming's submission. In that moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Fang Hao's mind. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. "Hypothetically, if I could save your sister, what would you offer in exchange?" Zhang Zhongming remained silent, prompting Fang Hao to continue. "You are aware of the current apocalypse. Carrying a defenseless girl implies significant risks." After Fang Hao finished speaking, he quietly observed Zhang Zhongming. At present, Zhang Zhongming's intrinsic value had surpassed everything. Setting aside whether the secrets he possessed could be uncovered, merely the terrifying strength of Zhang Zhongming, if he pledged loyalty, would dramatically accelerate Fang Hao's ascent. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Zhongming slowly replied, "I possess no bargaining chips." "No, you do." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Fang Hao's eyes, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. "You are, in essence, a bargaining chip." "Myself?" Zhang Zhongming was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing, a bitter expression overtook his features as he lamented, "My vitality has already waned." Fang Hao shook his head with a smile, responding, "What if I told you I can not only save your sister, but also you?" "Really? You're not deceiving me." Zhang Zhongming's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Fang Hao remained silent with a smile, and at that moment, the system notification chimed. The final spirit beast had been successfully refined. He promptly cast a fragment of the devouring vine into the melting pot. It seemed that this life energy would soon be put to use. Zhang Zhongming's eyes radiated renewed vigor. No one desires death when life is an option, even a half-beast. He could accept his own demise. But his sister's safety weighed heavily on his heart. Hearing Fang Hao's assurance ignited a flicker of hope within him once more. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhongming's gaze hardened with determination as he declared, "I, Zhang Zhongming, pledge my loyalty to you. I will follow you unto death." With that, he could not help but ask, "You truly can save both me and my sister? You are not lying?" "Of course. I keep my word," Fang Hao replied nonchalantly. "Very well. I trust you." Just as Zhang Zhongming's words fell, the system notification chimed again. "Ding. Biological loyalty has reached the required standard. Please check." Fang Hao smiled, knowing he had succeeded. However, he faced a dilemma. His mark was already saturated, and to upgrade, he needed 10,000 first-level spirit crystals. Just a day prior, the prospect of acquiring such a sum would have caused him distress. Yet, after his recent upgrade, along with the addition of Zhang Zhongming and Xiao Hua, gathering 10,000 spirit crystals was no longer a daunting task. Ding. Acquired life energy X1. In the brief moment of distraction, the life energy was already refined. With a flick of his mind, the vibrant green life energy materialized in his hand. Approaching Zhang Zhongming, he waved his hand, and the flame gun instantly transformed into fire elements, dispersing into the air before transferring the life energy into Zhang Zhongming's mouth. After completing this, he stood by quietly, awaiting the outcome. Indeed, the moment the life energy coursed through Zhang Zhongming, vibrant green veins reappeared, swiftly enveloping his entire being. As the life energy took effect, Zhang Zhongming's inherent regeneration ability was activated instantaneously. The flesh missing from his chest began to grow back at a visible pace, sprouting tender flesh buds. In less than half a minute, the green veins vanished, and Zhang Zhongming's chest was restored to its former state. He touched his healed chest in disbelief, his beastly eyes wide with astonishment. The remedy that brought him back from the brink of death was nothing short of miraculous. After regaining his composure, Zhang Zhongming hurriedly rose to his feet and knelt on one knee before Fang Hao, solemnly expressing, "Thank you, my master. I owe you my life. Call me boss." And kneeling is not customary here. Consider this a one-time occurrence. It shall not happen again. Fang Hao replied coolly, though his face betrayed no emotion. Internally, Fang Hao was bubbling with joy. Zhang Zhongming's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had indeed chosen an extraordinary leader. At that moment, Chu Changtian and the others, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain themselves and rushed over. Upon entering, one is immediately greeted by an extraordinarily harmonious scene. What is the situation? Just moments ago, wasn't there a fierce struggle? How is it that they now appear to be conversing amiably? Chu Changtian and the others were momentarily taken aback. Unsure of what to say, Fang Hao chuckled and said, "This is Zhang Zhongming. Henceforth, he shall be one of our own." "What, boss?" Taiwa asked incredulously. "You must be mistaken. Isn't he a half-beast?" The cobra chimed in hastily. Fang Hao couldn't help but laugh, remarking, "You call him a half-beast. Yet you are hardly a pure human yourself." Clearing his throat with a light cough, Fang Hao continued, "Zhang Zhongming is unlike other half-beasts. You will come to understand this in due time. For now, I must share something of great importance." Upon hearing the mention of an important matter, the expressions of the group shifted to one of gravity. "What is it, boss?" Chu Changtian inquired. "Murder." Fang Hao's eyes glinted with a chilling light. "Dare to cross me? Be prepared to face the consequences." "Zhang Zhongming, please articulate the details." Fang Hao said coldly. Zhang Zhongming nodded his large wolf head and stepped forward to recount the entire sequence of events. Zhang Zhongming's sister, Zhang Zihan, had been blind since birth, afflicted with a congenital eye disease. When Zhang Zhongming was 15, their parents tragically perished in a factory accident. Following this, after receiving a compensation payout, Zhang Zhongming was compelled to drop out of school, working to support and care for his visually impaired sister. This state of affairs persisted until the onset of the apocalypse. On the very day it began, Zhang Zhongming was at work, witnessing a horrific sight of man-eating monsters. His first thought was for his sister, Zihan. What followed was his frantic rush home, evading most of the spirit beasts along the way, only to be pursued by a gigantic wolf. In a desperate chase, Zhang Zhongming utilized a crane from a nearby steel wholesale market to crush the beast. Without a second thought, he consumed the wolf's flesh. Unquestionably, this act transformed him into a half-beast, and within half a day, he regained his memories, hastening homeward, only to find a group of strangers had invaded his home. It was none other than Long Hongyi and his companions, who had also been fleeing from the spirit beasts. Had Zhang Zhongming not regained his senses, it would have been a straightforward matter to attack them. However, due to his clarity of mind, Long Hongyi discovered him. Consequently, Long Hongyi leveraged this discovery to compel Zhang Zhongming to serve him. After listening, Fang Hao sighed, attempting to pat Zhang Zhongming on the shoulder, only to realize he could not reach, which led to an awkward withdrawal of his hand. Clearing his throat again, he said, "Do not worry any longer. Since I have made a promise, I shall see it through. That person named Long Hongyi, his life is mine to take." Zhang Zhongming nodded appreciatively, but suddenly recalled the bomb on Long Hongyi, and with a hint of concern, he said, "Boss, Long Hongyi possesses a control device that synchronizes with his heart rate. He claimed to have planted a bomb on my sister, which will detonate if his heart rate accelerates." Fang Hao scoffed, clearly unimpressed. What a despicable little man Long Hongyi is, resorting to such tactics. Simply remove the bomb from your sister before it detonates. As he spoke, an unprecedented confidence shone in his eyes. Although Fang Hao himself could not accomplish the task of removing the bomb in the moment of explosion, he knew that Xiaohua could. "By the way, boss, Long Hongyi also has a dog," Zhang Zhongming suddenly recalled, hastily reminding him. "A dog?" Zhang Zhongming nodded. "Does it not bite its owner?" Zhang Zhongming shook his head. Fang Hao nodded slightly. This was perhaps the first time he encountered a master who had not been devoured by their pet, which made Long Hongyi somewhat intriguing. Chapter 82. The 5 Elements in Black. After absorbing all the information, an idea sparked in Fang Hao's mind. He turned to the others and instructed Zhang Zhongming. "Remain at the fire station and do not reveal yourself. Just act as if I have killed you, and we will handle the rest." Zhang Zhongming nodded. gratitude evident in his eyes. Fong Hao continued, Chong Tian, you and Er Dan the Butcher go rescue the hostages. The rest of you stay behind to guard the entrance. Tai Hua, find a vantage point. If anyone emerges, take them out. As he spoke, he pulled out another energy biogun and began converting spiritual energy. He consumed 50 first-level spirit crystals, directly converting them into 500 points of spiritual energy, which, combined with the previous 20 points, brought his total to 520 points. He then replenished the sniper rifle with a bullet and handed it to Tai Hua. Having completed these preparations, he took the spider blade from Zhang Bin and set off toward the Jinxia Fanuaz building. However, what Fong Hao did not anticipate was that on the rooftop of a nearby building, several pairs of eyes were observing the entire combat process. Logically, with Fong Hao's current sensory abilities, he should have detected them. Yet the reality was that not only did Fong Hao remain oblivious, but even Xiao Hua had no inkling of their presence. Even with less than 10 meters separating them from the Jinxia Fanuaz building, Long Hongyi's subordinates went unnoticed. This was indeed remarkable. The eyes on the two rooftops bore witness as Zhang Zhongming and Fong Hao transitioned from an evenly matched duel to an overwhelming display of power. From flesh-to-flesh combat to a single punch that sent Zhang Zhongming flying. In their perception, Fong Hao had transcended humanity. He was nothing short of a humanoid tyrannosaurus. In that moment, a palpable weight of gravity and fear filled the rooftops of both buildings. The small-time thugs lurking on the rooftop of Jinxia Fanuaz, upon witnessing Zhang Zhongming being hurled into the small building, could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. This terrifying monster, Zhang Zhongming, was sent flying by that young man with a single punch. Who among them is truly the monster? Exchanging glances, the group felt a chill run down their spines. Without a moment's hesitation, a subordinate dashed downstairs, gripped by an ominous premonition of impending doom. On the rooftop adjacent to the resplendent establishment, several pairs of eyes observed Fong Hao as he leisurely exited the small building and strolled down the street, not daring to utter a word. It was only when they saw his figure vanish at the entrance of the splendid venue that they collectively exhaled in relief. Fifth sister, your mist barrier has proven invaluable this time, one remarked. Second brother is right. Had it not been for your water mist barrier, we would have been in grave danger. At that point, we wouldn't have been able to save the young master, and we might have perished ourselves. Brother, that person has already entered the hotel. What shall we do about the young master? He must be with Long Hongyi now. If, before he could finish, the atmosphere on the rooftop fell into a heavy silence. After a moment, another voice broke through. We must save him. Brother, but how do we go about it now? We must first deal with these minions. Long Hongyi has long harbored treasonous intentions. The family head has given the order, kill. Fifth sister, dispel the barrier. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the rooftop's backdrop appeared somewhat different. As one approached, it became evident that the entire area was shrouded in a dense mist. This was the water mist barrier spoken of by the group. As those words were uttered, the mist began to dissipate, revealing several figures, 4 men and 1 woman, each clad in garments of varying hues. The men wore long robes of gold, brown, azure, and crimson, while the woman donned a flowing blue dress. In an instant, as the figure in gold revealed himself, he vanished, followed swiftly by the sound of blades slicing through flesh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the ruffians peering from the splendid rooftop could not even let out a scream before they met their demise. The other 4 quickly followed suit, traversing the 10-meter distance with ease, as if it were nothing, and landed gracefully before the man. What shall we do, brother? The man in azure asked, his expression grave. First, we must stealthily ascertain the young master's location. If we encounter that man, we will reveal our identities. He may show some consideration for the Tong family. If he does not comply, fifth sister will take the young master, and we will hold them off. Remember, even if it costs us our lives, we must rescue the young master. Understood, brother, they replied, nodding in unison as they swiftly descended towards the lower levels. These individuals were the 5 elements of the Tong family, the most formidable and unique operatives among the black-clad guards, directly answering to Tong Wenyuan. On the 40th floor, in Long Hongyi's room, a subordinate took a deep breath before cautiously knocking on the door. Upon entering, he observed Long Hongyi gazing pensively out the window. He swallowed nervously and spoke carefully. Second master, Zhang Zhongming may be dead. What? Long Hongyi was taken aback, his expression transforming as though struck by lightning. Grabbing the subordinate's shirt, he snarled, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could Zhang Zhongming possibly be dead? Do you have any idea how terrifying he is?" Having spoken, he flung aside his subordinates, inhaled deeply, and with trembling hands retrieved a cigar from his pocket. After igniting it, he took a vigorous puff, only to be seized by a fit of coughing. Once the paroxysm subsided, the ferocity that had marred Long Hongyi's visage dissipated, as if the fearsome figure he had just portrayed was a mere illusion. His subordinate, half sitting on the ground, dared not utter a sound. Having followed Long Hongyi for nearly 5 years, he had only witnessed such a terrifying display on 2 occasions. The first instance was when one of Long Hongyi's brothers had betrayed him by taking his woman. In a fit of rage, Long Hongyi had gruesomely executed both individuals, methodically carving their flesh to feed to the dogs. And now, this moment. The subordinate, of course, could not fathom Long Hongyi's thoughts, for he remained oblivious to the implications at hand. Zhang Zhongming represented not merely a bargaining chip, but also the very foundation upon which Long Hongyi aspired to ascend within Longhua and beyond. He was the blade in Long Hongyi's grasp, an indispensable component of his promising future. Yet now, someone had audaciously proclaimed that Zhang Zhongming was dead. With the loss of this crucial asset, how could he hope to elevate himself? How could he embark on his journey? On a deeper level, Long Hongyi pondered the ramifications of Zhang Zhongming's demise. If his adversaries had dared to kill him, would they not also seek to eliminate him? With this troubling thought, Long Hongyi urgently inquired, what of that person? Have they departed? Have they truly left? He fervently wished that after slaying Zhang Zhongming, they would simply turn and walk away. However, upon observing the hesitant demeanor of his subordinate, an overwhelming sense of defeat washed over him, leaving him slumped on the ground. It was over. His grand ambitions lay in ruins, and perhaps even his own life was forfeit. Chapter 83. A dog can never change its nature. Fang Hao, with Xiaohua perched on his shoulder, strode into the hotel lobby, followed closely by Chu Changtian and the butcher, forming a quartet as they entered. To their surprise, the lobby was devoid of any presence. A flicker of intuition guided Fang Hao to activate his illusory eye, expending 20 points of spiritual energy, and the world before him began to metamorphose. As he surveyed the intricately lined realm, Fang Hao gradually lifted his gaze towards the ceiling. Upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by an eruption of laughter, unrestrained and childlike in its joy. Chu Changtian and the butcher exchanged puzzled glances. Their curiosity piqued as they looked up, only to find nothing but the opulent golden ceiling above. What could possibly amuse their leader? They remained unaware that Fang Hao possessed the extraordinary skill of the illusory eye. Had they known, their confusion would have been alleviated. After a brief while, Fang Hao deactivated the illusory eye, not from a lack of desire to continue, but rather due to its limitations. Each activation consumed 20 points of spiritual energy and lasted but a fleeting few seconds. Moreover, the range of the illusory eye was restricted. The farther one was from the source, the more indistinct the vision became, with a practical diameter of approximately 100 meters. Contemplating for a moment, Fang Hao addressed Chu Changtian and the butcher, though I am uncertain of Long Hongyi's appearance. I have discerned that an individual descended the staircase at the back of the hotel. Butcher, you should check it out. The butcher nodded in agreement and promptly turned to leave. As Fang Hao approached the entrance, he suddenly called out to him, saying, 5 more individuals have entered the hotel. If you encounter insurmountable resistance, withdraw immediately. Do you understand? The butcher then turned and exited through the hotel doors. Although Chu Changtian and Dan were equally intrigued by how Fang Hao was privy to the hotel's circumstances, the effect of the imprint compelled them to trust him without reservation. Fang Hao continued to instruct the two now. Proceed to the 5th room on the right side of the 35th floor. There will be guards at the entrance, so remember to be swift. Make no noise. There is a girl inside, a blind one, who is likely Zhang Zhongming's sister, Zhang Zihan. Once inside, give her this outfit to change into. As he spoke, Fang Hao retrieved a unisex tracksuit from his spatial pocket and handed it to Chu Changtian. I am off to meet an old friend. I shall take my leave. Remember, if you encounter anyone on the way, eliminate them without mercy. Leave no one alive. With that, Fang Hao's figure vanished from sight. Chu Changtian and Dan exchanged glances and quickly ascended the stairs. The 5 members of the black attire arrived cautiously on the 39th floor, encountering numerous subordinates of Long Hongyi along the way. They engaged in combat without sparing a single life. Of course, this was only after they had ascertained Tong Liang's situation. Otherwise, in such a vast building, it would have been impossible to locate Tong Liang before Fang Hao arrived. Little did they know, Fang Hao had already detected their presence, and even more unexpectedly, he possessed the unfathomable eye, an extraordinary ability beyond reason. Upon reaching the entrance of a presidential suite, they found no guards stationed outside. It seemed that while Long Hongyi harbored ambitions, he still maintained a facade of security. The man clad in a golden robe grasped the doorknob firmly, exerting a bit of force, and the lock promptly snapped. The 5 entered without hesitation. However, at the moment the door swung open, a flash of cold light surged toward them. Huh! The man in the golden robe let out a low shout, his body suddenly transforming to resemble bronze, and the cold light collided with him, producing a resounding metallic clang. Hey Chi, stand back, it's me. The man in the golden robe caught the blade barehanded, seizing the long knife that had struck him, and admonished the attacker. A look of delight crossed Hei Chi's face. Their family had sent reinforcements, which meant salvation for him and the young master. Captains, you have finally arrived. The man in the golden robe nodded and inquired, where's the young master? Hei Chi stammered, directing his gaze toward the direction of the bedroom. The man in the blue robe strode directly toward the bedroom, employing the same method to snap the door lock and push the door open. However, at that very moment, he beheld their young master, Tong Liang, sprawled atop a woman. The man in blue wore an impassive expression and, after a brief glance, coldly stated, young master, it is time for us to depart. Damn it, Hei Chi, how many times have I told you? When I, the young master, am with a woman, do not disturb me. The interruption had incensed Tong Liang, who erupted into a tirade. Realizing that what should have been a 30-second moment of intimacy had been reduced to a mere 15 seconds due to the intrusion, the ambitious Tong Liang, who treats women as mere playthings, now harbors thoughts of wanting to eliminate Hei Chi. Get out. I am occupied with serious matters, Tong Liang exclaimed impatiently. At this moment, anyone affiliated with Long Hongi, anyone within this hotel, is well aware that this esteemed young master is a distinguished guest, a favored companion of Long Hongi. The women chosen by this young master, while they may not transform from humble origins into something extraordinary, are at the very least promised a bountiful reward. I haven't even begun to feel anything, and you are already gone? The man in black frowned, a flicker of disdain appearing in his eyes as he coldly stated, young master, we must take our leave. His voice rose slightly, a tone of urgency creeping in. Furious, Tong Liang turned to chastise him, but upon seeing the man's expression, he was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by sheer joy. Ha ha, hey Mu, ha ha, I knew my father would never abandon me. Ha ha, Tong Liang laughed exuberantly, momentarily forgetting that he was not even dressed. Time is of the essence. Young master, quickly put on your clothes, we must depart. Hey Mu said with an impassive expression. All right, give me a minute. Ha ha ha, I can finally return home. I'm so done with this damned city. Tong Liang chuckled as he hurriedly donned his clothes. Summer attire was simple, and within less than a minute, Tong Liang was fully dressed and ready to leave. The woman on the bed, upon witnessing this, quickly revealed her body without a care and embraced Tong Liang, sweetly pleading, young master Tong, please take me with you. I promise to serve you well in the future. One to you? The woman was not foolish. She discerned that Tong Liang was about to leave Z City, and he had someone to protect him. Compared to being a mere convenience for Long Hongi, she would much prefer to accompany Tong Liang. Hei Mu's brow furrowed, a glint of coldness appearing in his eyes as he prepared to act. Yet, was Tong Liang a fool? Certainly not. He was astute and fully aware that an additional person would only add to his burdens and risks. The black-clad protectors were there for his safety, as was their purpose, nurtured by the family to safeguard their master. But what worth did a woman, akin to public transport, hold? He scoffed, you think too highly of yourself. Get lost. With that, he shoved the woman aside, and, without a backward glance, exited the room with Hei Mu. The woman stared at the door through which Tong Liang had vanished, momentarily stunned by his resolute dismissal, feeling the sting of his ruthlessness. Just as she was lost in thought, Hei Mu re-entered the room, vanishing in an instant. Seizing the woman's neck with a firm grip, and with a swift crack, her neck snapped. After releasing her, he wiped his hands with a tissue and departed the bedroom without a second glance. The woman's pale body collapsed onto the bed, the lingering flush on her skin a testament to the fact that mere moments ago, she had been very much alive. Chapter 84. You probably cannot leave in the living room. As Tong Liang emerged, he was greeted by the presence of the 5 men in black, which only intensified the smile upon his face. Particularly when he beheld the woman in blue, a glimmer of lasciviousness and greed flickered in his eyes. The 5 men in black were none other than the most formidable members of the Black Guard, unmatched in their prowess. Although Tong Liang's gaze lingered for but a moment, it did not escape their notice. Yet, as their master, Tong Liang held dominion over them. They were but servants, akin to dogs, thugs, and protectors, and their indoctrinated beliefs forbade any defiance against their master. Such was the essence of the Black Guard. While the 5 men in black bore a semblance of normalcy, they remained intrinsically bound to their roles, an unchangeable truth. Young master, we must depart. Time is of the essence, spoke the man in the golden robe, his expression devoid of emotion. Ha ha ha, let us leave. Finally, we can escape this accursed place. Tong Liang laughed heartily. casting a brazen glance at the woman in green as he strode toward the door. Observing this, Heichi stepped out of the room first. With the 5 men in black present, his duty was to scout ahead, a role he understood well. However, just as he crossed the threshold, his eyes widened in shock, and he emitted a series of choking sounds. Unbeknownst to him, a deep gash had appeared upon his neck, nearly severing his head. Blood bubbled forth from the wound as he collapsed to the ground with a thud, lifeless. "You probably cannot leave." At that moment, a sudden voice resonated at the doorway. The expressions of the 5 men in black shifted dramatically. They instinctively positioned themselves in front of Tong Liang. Upon hearing that voice, fear overtook Tong Liang, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps. It was Fang Hao. This scoundrel. I ran so far, yet he still won't let me be. Amidst his fear, Tong Liang was also consumed by an uncontrollable rage and hatred. Yet, upon seeing the 5 men in black standing guard before him, a fierce snarl twisted his features. "Blackguard! Kill him! Kill him! I want him to suffer 1,000 deaths!" Tong Liang bellowed toward the entrance. A soft chuckle echoed through the air. And as the laughter subsided, Fang Hao's figure slowly materialized at the entrance of the presidential suite, a handkerchief in hand, wiping the edge of a blade he had procured from somewhere as he advanced into the room. The moment Fang Hao appeared, the pupils of the 5 men in black constricted, their bodies tensing involuntarily. It was him, the terrifying, monstrous figure. The man in the golden robe swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. Although he had anticipated an encounter with Fang Hao, he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Nor did he foresee the sheer terror of Fang Hao's strength, which was far more palpable than they had imagined. Just moments ago, Heichi had met his demise without a hint of forewarning. "You bastards! Why are you still standing there? Kill him! Hurry!" At this moment, Tong Liang remained utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to roar menacingly from behind. Fang Hao chuckled, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes, and his form vanished instantaneously. The 5 individuals clad in black were immediately taken aback, and the man in the golden robe bellowed, "Fifth sister, activate the 5 elements barrier." Without his prompting, the instant Fang Hao disappeared, the woman in blue was enveloped in a radiant azure glow, as water molecules in the air began to converge towards her as if drawn by a magnet. "Hush!" she admonished sharply, and with a sweeping motion of her hands, a translucent curtain of water manifested within the room. Simultaneously, the others established their own protective barriers atop the existing water veil, each representing the elements: golden for metal, green for wood, red for fire, and brown for earth. In an instant, the 5 elements converged, complementing one another seamlessly. Bang! A blade of icy light struck the barrier, producing a dull thud. Fang Hao reappeared in the room, his gaze narrowing as he observed the intertwining colors of the shields. He immediately cast a probing spell at the barrier and the 5 individuals. The 5 elements barrier originated from an ancient Qi cultivation sect, the 5 elements sect, coalescing around the core principles of the 5 elements technique, where the elements supported each other, forming an impenetrable defense. It boasted a physical defense of 500 points and a magical defense of 500 points. The activation time was 1 second, with the duration determined by the amount of elemental spiritual energy present. However, upon receiving an attack, the consumption of spiritual energy would double. Upon reviewing this, Fang Hao was astonished. It was his first encounter witnessing ordinary individuals possessing spiritual energy. Moreover, the reference to the ancient Qi cultivation sect, the 5 elements sect, further expanded his understanding. Did this ancient reference pertain to the distant past, the Qin dynasty, or perhaps the Warring States period? Fang Hao found himself perplexed. Based on his discussions with Xianyuan Che, it became evident that families like theirs were not solitary. The Tong family, the Xianyuan family, and many others existed, possibly even in droves. Even without employing the probing spell on Xianyuan Che, it was not difficult to surmise that he too possessed spiritual energy. The prefixes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth before these individuals' spiritual energy likely indicated their respective elemental attributes. But what about his divine-level technique, the forging god technique? Why did it lack a prefix? Could it be that it possessed no specific attribute? Or perhaps it encompassed all attributes? The notion of it being an all-encompassing attribute seemed increasingly plausible to Fang Hao. For surely the techniques bestowed by the system could not be inferior to those of these lesser practitioners. Having unraveled these thoughts, Fang Hao began to analyze the techniques and skills of these individuals, particularly the formidable 5 elements barrier. It was noteworthy that the recent strike he had executed was with all his might. The fact that such a full-force blow failed to breach this barrier, even with the added attributes of the Spider Fang blade, was astonishing. Moreover, the reliable penetration attributes had failed to take effect. Chapter 85, I want you dead, humph. A cold glimmer flashed in Fong Hao's eyes as he let out a heavy snort. A defense of 500 points was indeed formidable, even with his bloodthirst ability activated. Breaching it seemed impossible. However, maintaining such a high level of defense necessitated an immense reservoir of spiritual energy as support. With a spiritual power of 300, I wonder how long you can endure. Fong Hao cast another probing spell, watching as the energy of the five diminished at a visibly alarming rate. A disdainful smile forming on his lips. If he were to activate Bloodlust now, would they express gratitude? Skill. Bloodlust. Activate. In an instant, with the activation of Bloodlust, Fong Hao's figure vanished. A resounding bang echoed suddenly. At the moment of collision, ripples surged across the barrier. The individuals within were instantly struck, their eardrums ruptured. Blood seeping forth. The expressions of the five cloaked figures and Tong Liang morphed into sheer terror. This was simply horrifying. Amidst their fear, the black-clad five were also engulfed in urgency. With this single impact, their spiritual energy consumption had accelerated to twice its original rate. At this intensity, after merely 3 more strikes, their energy would be entirely depleted. Once that happened, not only would they be unable to protect Tong Liang, but their own lives would also be forfeit. A dark cloud loomed over their hearts. He Jin's eyes flickered with determination as he gritted his teeth, decisively whispering, "In a moment, I will summon the rat men with a whistle. Then, dismantle the barrier. Hey Mu Wu Mei, you two must take the young master and flee. Remember, do not look back. We will buy you time. No, I will hold the rear. You must take the young master and run." He Shui's cold voice interjected, resolutely rejecting the suggestion. "No, Wu Mei, my brother, and I will cover you. You must bring the young master back to Kyoto." He Hua hastily added, "No one but my balanced strength can ensure you pass through even a single strike from him. It is settled. I will hold the rear. You take the young master and go." He Shui stated expressionlessly. The four of He Jin exchanged glances, a flicker of anguish passing through their eyes, soon replaced by unwavering resolve. The very essence of their existence was to protect the Tong family. Their lives were not theirs to command. Such is fate. With gritted teeth, He Jin shouted, "Dismantle the barrier." No sooner had he spoken than the vibrant barrier dissipated. A specially crafted whistle appeared in his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he blew it. With the sound of the whistle, a rustling noise erupted from the hotel's air conditioning ducts, as if something were racing through them. Fong Hao smirked, thinking that these little rats could possibly hinder him. They were gravely mistaken. The black-clad five had devised a seemingly perfect plan. Yet they were oblivious to the existence of Fong Hao's bug skill, the illusory eye. Moreover, he underestimated Fong Hao's determination to eliminate Tong Liang. At the very moment the whistle sounded, Fong Hao's figure abruptly vanished. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced echoed. With bloodlust activated, Fong Hao's speed became nothing short of astonishing, approaching that of the swift shadow step. Death! The cold glint of his blade flashed in his hand, aiming directly at the unsuspecting Tong Liang. Not good. The faces of the five cloaked figures paled drastically. They threw themselves in front of Tong Liang, resolutely shielding him. Balanced strength. He Shui cried out fiercely. A soft blue glow began to emanate from his entire being, and in an instant, this ethereal luminescence transformed into a transparent curtain of water, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of cascading droplets. A cold light flickered in Fong Hao's eyes, and he knew without a doubt that you would resort to this tactic. You cannot withstand it. In a heartbeat, a flame ignited in his hand, forming a blazing spear of fire. Whoosh! Fong Hao hurled the fiery spear with precision, its target aimed directly at Tong Liang amidst the five. As the spear was unleashed, Fong Hao's spider blade followed closely behind. Tong Liang must perish. Sizzle! Upon contact with the water curtain, a thick mist erupted. Effortlessly, the flaming spear pierced through the aqueous barrier. Thud! Black water coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion draining of color. The harmonious balance of soft and hard was forcibly shattered, leading to her backlash. The fiery spear continued its swift flight, its scorching essence penetrating Blackwood's body, aiming straight for Tong Liang. However, due to Blackwood's interference, the spear veered slightly off course, originally aimed for Tong Liang's chest, now merely piercing his shoulder. Ah! Tong Liang let out a piercing scream, his face contorted in agony. Thud! Blackwood spat out another mouthful of blood, shouting, "Big brother! Quickly! We must flee." Fong Hao's tactics were inexhaustible. The current situation deviated significantly from their original plan. If they did not escape now, none would survive. Blackfire made a decisive choice, flames igniting in his hands. With a swift motion, he severed the fiery spear, then, alongside Black Gold, scooped up the wailing Tong Liang and dashed toward the window. They sought to flee. Did they consult me first? The long knife in hand gleamed menacingly. As black gold and black fire turned, the spider blade struck with ferocity, unyielding as a mountain. The relentless force. 3 shouts echoed suddenly, following which a water curtain materialized before Fang Hao, and then black earth abruptly blocked the blade's path. At that moment, thick vines had entangled Fang Hao's legs, though how could such feeble tendrils restrain the bloodthirsty Fang Hao? His form merely hesitated slightly, and all the vines snapped apart. It was this brief moment of delay that allowed black gold and black fire to leap out the window, carrying the howling Tong Liang. Rage ignited in Fang Hao's eyes as he bellowed, "Ah, you shall pay for this, Tong Liang. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will assuredly claim your wretched life." In his fury, Fang Hao exerted tremendous force. The water curtain that stood before the spider blade merely paused momentarily before exploding into droplets that splattered onto the ground. The direction of the spider blade remained unchanged, charging directly at Black Earth. Clang! Thud! The spider blade pierced through Black Earth's chest, delivering a fatal blow. Black Earth's eyes fixated on the blade embedded in his chest, his expression one of unwillingness. Unyielding as a mountain, he merged with the ground, dissipating the force and damage inflicted upon him into the earth below. In pursuit of an unwavering and impervious effect, he overlooked one crucial detail. Fang Hao wielded not his fists, but a blade, a razor-sharp weapon imbued with the ability to bypass defenses. With a swift kick, he sent He Tu sprawling, and in an instant, his figure vanished once more. A piercing sound sliced through the air, and a glint of cold light flashed as He Mu collapsed to the ground. "Damn it!" Fang Hao roared, hurling the spider horn blade with a whoosh towards He Shui. The blade pierced through He Shui's chest, carrying her body along without a moment's hesitation, driving straight through the wall and nailing her to it. He Shui stared blankly at the shattered floor-to-ceiling window before glancing down at the fallen He Tu and He Mu, her neck slowly drooping in defeat. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Hao activated the Eye of Illusion, scanning the surroundings, searching in every direction. "Damn! Damn! No! No! Xiaohua!" He bellowed at the ceiling. Meow! Bang! With a cat's cry, the ceiling erupted with a hole, and Xiaohua gracefully leapt to the ground, shaking off the blood from her claws. "Master, those mice were quite unappetizing," she remarked. In her ascent, Xiaohua had already darted into the ventilation ducts. The outcome of a cat encountering mice was predictable, even if those mice were not ordinary. After all, Xiaohua was no ordinary cat either. "Sniff this blood. Search within a 10-kilometer radius," Fang Hao commanded, suppressing his fury as he pointed at Tong Liang's blood on the wall. "Meow, leave it to Xiaohua, master," she replied, leaping toward the blood, sniffing, and giving it a gentle lick before vaulting out of the window. Chapter 86. He Shui feels familiar. Fang Hao took a deep breath, calming his furious emotions, then approached He Shui, extracting the spider horn blade. He intended to incinerate the corpses, as he was genuinely curious about the techniques they possessed. However, just as he turned, he noticed something peculiar. At the moment the blade was withdrawn, it seemed as though He Shui's chest quivered slightly. Could it be a trick of the eye? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. This was impossible. His attributes were several times greater than those of a normal human, and he could not have misjudged it. There was only one explanation. This woman was still alive. Such a grievous injury would be insufferable even for Zhang Zhongming, the half-beast. How could she possibly survive? Fang Hao scrutinized the motionless He Shui, observing her closely. Upon detailed inspection, he indeed noticed a subtle distinction. A thin layer of water membrane had formed over the wound on He Shui's chest, emanating an almost imperceptible rhythm, gradually mending her injury. Realizing this, Fang Hao quickly checked the conditions of the other two, only to find similar circumstances. At this moment, he was genuinely astonished. The 5 elements technique was undoubtedly no simple matter. It could even be described as remarkably powerful. He speculated that perhaps the cultivation levels of the individuals from Haidu were insufficient. If one were to attain the pinnacle of cultivation, could one not achieve instantaneous healing from injuries? Fang Hao took a deep breath, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He strode directly to Haitu and Haimu, snapping their necks with a swift motion before casting their bodies into the furnace. The furnace had a strict rule. Unless a living being was utterly deceased, it could not be refined. Thus, he had to give them a final blow to ensure their demise before they could be processed. Approaching He Shui, he prepared to administer the final strike to conclude her existence. Yet, at the very moment his hand extended, he found himself frozen. More accurately, it was upon gazing at He Shui's countenance that he stood still. With skin as smooth as jade, a delicate nose, and phoenix-like eyes, her figure, accentuated by a flowing blue gown, was alluringly curvaceous. Long strands of azure hair cascaded chaotically onto the ground, and an ice-blue droplet-shaped mark adorned her brow, enhancing her ethereal and mysterious allure. Previously, all his attention had been consumed by Tong Liang. He had scarcely noted this woman's appearance. Now, gazing at her from such proximity, he was struck by an uncanny sense of familiarity. However, it was simultaneously foreign, leaving him perplexed as to why this sensation lingered in his mind. Furrowing his brow, Fang Hao was torn between the decision to kill or spare her. This strange feeling of recognition mingled with a sense of distance, incited frustration within him. He had never experienced anything like it before. In a moment of irritation, he muttered a curse under his breath and struck the ground with his fist, resulting in a thunderous crack. The tiles shattered, debris scattering, leaving the presidential suite in utter disarray, as if a bulldozer had rampaged through. As his emotions began to settle, Fang Hao glanced at He Shui on the floor, hesitating briefly before deciding to spare her. Even if he ultimately confirmed that he did not know her, he could always end her life then. After all, given her strength, she posed little threat in his presence. With that resolve, he summoned 5 spirit blood pills into his hand and placed them directly into her cherry-red lips. Fang Hao was no fool. He would not waste precious life energy on a stranger for the sake of a fleeting feeling. The limited life energy was meant to save his own, not squandered on an unknown individual. To his surprise, as the 5 pills were consumed, He Shui exhibited a flicker of response. A faint heartbeat began to resonate, gradually coming to life. Following that, her pulse and the vigorous essence of life began to revive within her. The purpose of the spirit blood pills was to activate the water spirit technique, akin to Zhang Zhongming's regeneration. Subsequently, the water spirit technique commenced its autonomous operation, slowly mending the wounds on He Shui's body. With a thought, Fang Hao conjured another 5 spirit blood pills, inserting them once more into her lips. The moment these new pills entered her mouth, the water spirit technique surged forth with newfound energy, accelerating its pace dramatically. In an instant, a layer of azure radiance materialized from thin air, enveloping the entirety of He Shui's form. The blue luminescence glided over the wounds upon He Shui's body, and the gaping injury began to mend at a visibly remarkable pace. Although the restoration was swift, it paled in comparison to Zhang Zhongming's regenerative abilities. It merely represented a visual illusion. At that moment, Fang Hao found himself astonished, for this was merely a technique, while Zhang Zhongming's regeneration was a singular skill, a skill of exceptional potency. The auxiliary healing effect of this technique was so formidable that Fang Hao felt an undeniable urge to pursue it further. Just as Fang Hao marveled at the peculiarities of the water spirit technique, the blue radiance suddenly intensified before vanishing entirely from the room. He Shui gradually opened her eyes, only to be met by the sight of Fang Hao, causing her to freeze momentarily in bewilderment, her mind still clouded. Gazing at the man before her, He Shui's eyes shimmered with a sense of enchantment. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically, and blue light flared from her hand as she unhesitatingly struck out towards Fang Hao, who stood merely a step away. Humph! Fang Hao scoffed, swiftly grasping He Shui's arm and pinning her to the ground. Coldly, he declared, "You are already dead. I saved you. If you cannot express your gratitude, then so be it. Yet you dare to contemplate my demise? You have slain my 2 brothers. This enmity cannot be overlooked. I shall ensure your downfall." He Shui's beautiful eyes glinted with an icy fury, her hatred palpable as if it were a tangible force. Fang Hao chuckled mockingly, his expression a blend of amusement and derision. "Is that so? Do you believe you possess the strength to challenge me? Come, I offer you a chance, 3 opportunities to strike. After your 3rd attempt, should you still wish to engage, I will not hesitate to end your life. Proceed." As he spoke, Fang Hao released his grip on He Shui's arm, preparing to grant her the space to act. However, unbeknownst to him, the moment he loosened his hold, He Shui launched her palm forward without hesitation. "Damn it! You lack martial ethics." Fang Hao cursed, nimbly evading her assault. He Shui's strike missed its mark, and with a graceful roll, she sprang to her feet. In that instant, her azure figure vanished, charging directly at Fang Hao. A hint of disdain flickered across Fang Hao's lips as he observed the advancing He Shui, choosing not to evade but instead seizing the opportune moment to swiftly grasp both of her hands, drawing his body closer. With a resounding thud, Fang Hao collided with He Shui's delicate frame, driving her backward until they crashed against the wall, finally coming to a halt. He firmly held her slender arm, a playful smirk gracing his face as he remarked, "You see, even without retaliating, you cannot prevail against me." He Shui's gaze turned frigid as she felt the pressure upon her compressed chest, a surge of murderous intent igniting within her as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Scoundrel! Shameless!" At that moment, Fang Hao realized their proximity was indeed too intimate, leading to an awkward chuckle as he released He Shui and swiftly retreated 3 meters away. Come, let us continue, he said, bashfully touching his nose and beckoning her forth. Huh. He stared intently at Fang Hao, a fierce expression crossing his face. Wishing to tear him apart. With a soft exhalation, a brilliant blue light enveloped him. This was the power of Ren water. As Fang Hao observed black water unleashing his ultimate move, a smile spread wider across his face. Having discerned the nature of his opponent's techniques through his probing skill, he felt no threat from the attack. Seizing the moment, as the radiant light surged around black water, Fang Hao's figure suddenly vanished. Water embodies both gentleness and strength. Thus, he resolved to employ a cunning strategy that would leave his opponent questioning his very existence. In a flash, Fang Hao reappeared, closing in once more. Seizing Blackwater's arms with both hands, pinning her against the wall. With a thud, the sound of the impact echoed once again. Fang Hao pressed closely against Blackwater's delicate form, a mocking grin on his face. See, you cannot defeat me. The murderous intent in Blackwater's eyes had become almost palpable as she glared at Fang Hao's roguish countenance, grinding her teeth as she spat. Scoundrel. Pervert. Not a single good man exists. Fang Hao's playful demeanor vanished, his expression turning serious as he chuckled lightly. Woman, remember this. I do not lack for female company. Do not presume yourself so alluring. If I did not feel a sense of familiarity with you, do you think I would have come to your aid? You are mistaken. With that, he released her arms and slowly retreated 2 meters away, gazing silently at her. You have one more chance. Come at me. However, this time, Blackwater was taken aback. Fang Hao's words struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her staring blankly at his impassive face, an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar sensation rising within her. Who are you? Why do I feel as though I have met you before? Blackwater stammered. The members of the Blackguards were orphans taken in by the Tong family. Her memories were solely filled with training and the faces of those within the Blackguards and the Tong family. She had never experienced this peculiar feeling before, so familiar yet so foreign, as if it eluded her grasp entirely. As she spoke, Fang Hao found himself momentarily dazed, equally puzzled by the sense of déjà vu that enveloped him. After a lengthy silence, he sighed, acknowledging the familiarity yet being unable to recall Blackwater's identity. It felt strange, yet undeniably known. Are you going to strike again? You have one more chance, Fang Hao stated calmly. Blackwater's expression shifted. Regarding him with curiosity, do you recognize me? Fang Hao shook his head. No, but I feel we should know each other. What do you think? Her enchanting phoenix eyes scrutinized every feature of Fang Hao's face, as if desperately searching her mind for a silhouette that mirrored his, yet finding nothing. After a moment of silence, Blackwater slowly nodded, choosing not to speak, yet tacitly accepting Fang Hao's assertion. They must know each other. Such a feeling could not be mistaken when shared by two individuals. She held no recollection of anything prior to her time with the Tong family, as if that part of her memory had been entirely erased, which was precisely what piqued Blackwater's curiosity. This matter has reached a temporary conclusion. Since Blackwater no longer wishes to eliminate him, this woman may remain for the time being. One day, he will undoubtedly uncover the reasons behind this familiar yet strange scenario. As Fang Hao vanished, a resounding crack echoed through the air as the ceiling above split open, creating a gaping hole. In that instant, 7 deceased rat men plummeted from above, one of them bearing grotesque injuries. Fang Hao immediately understood why Xiaohua remarked that rat meat was unpalatable. These rat men belong to you, do they not? Fang Hao inquired, as he meticulously collected the rat men into the furnace, directing his gaze towards Blackwater. Blackwater remained silent, her thoughts seemingly lost in the recesses of her memory. With a wry smile, Fang Hao posed the question, I must attend to some matters now. Will you accompany me, or shall you wait here? Alternatively, would you prefer I grant you your freedom? You would let me go? Blackwater responded, taken aback. Is there a problem with allowing you to leave? Fang Hao retorted with a grin. Are you not concerned that I might return to the Tong family and bring more individuals to hunt you down? Blackwater gazed at Fang Hao bewildered. Humph. A cold glimmer flashed in Fang Hao's eyes as he scoffed. Even if the Tong family does not seek me out, I will go to Kyoto to settle accounts. I will surely eliminate Tong Liang. Why do you insist on killing the young master? With your formidable strength. Blackwater began, but she faltered, the implication of her words evident. Why would someone so powerful deign to contend with an ordinary individual? The deeds committed by Tong Liang must come at a price. This is unrelated to strength. Fang Hao declared vehemently, as a member of the Tong family. You must recognize Tong Liang's true nature, do you not? As he spoke, he recalled the scene from long ago, his fists involuntarily clenching, producing a cracking sound. The young master. Blackwater attempted to defend Tong Liang, but the memory of his avaricious and unmasked lecherous gaze silenced her. I will accompany you, she finally uttered, her tone subdued, as she made her way towards the door. Fang Hao paused, a smile creeping onto his lips as he followed her outside. In the grand courtyard behind the opulent facade, the butcher leaned against the wall with crossed arms, patiently awaiting Fang Hao's arrival. At his feet lay a man, his limbs contorted in grotesque angles, clearly rendered incapacitated. Clad in casual attire, with graying temples and eyes filled with resentment and fury, the man could only emit muffled sounds, his jaw having been dislocated. This was Long Hongyi, the underground king of Z City, a once mighty warlord. For Fang Hao, descending was swifter than ascending. Had his physical strength been adequate, he could have leapt directly from the 40th floor. As Fang Hao and Blackwater emerged around the corner, the butcher promptly acknowledged their presence. "Boss," he said, stepping aside, not even sparing a glance at the unexpectedly present Blackwater. Fang Hao nodded and approached the incapacitated Long Hongyi lying on the ground. Heiyue cast a glance at the butcher, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. What truly surprised her was the address of boss. She had initially believed that the Red Dragon merely accompanied Fang Hao, or had formed a temporary alliance, not realizing that he had, in fact, been subdued by Fang Hao. With an impassive expression, Heiyue approached Fang Hao, her gaze fixed disdainfully on Long Hongyi's prostrate form. Neither the Tong family nor Fang Hao were entities he could provoke. How oblivious he was to the vastness of the world. "You are the one behind this, aren't you?" Fang Hao looked down at Long Hongyi, his eyes icy with disdain. Muffled whimpers escaped Long Hongyi's lips, his eyes filled with desperation. He yearned for survival, unwilling to meet his demise. However, the moment he chose to strike at Fang Hao, his fate had already been sealed. Ignoring Long Hongyi's pleas, Fang Hao raised his foot and stomped down mercilessly upon his neck. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed ominously. Blood erupted from the corners of Long Hongyi's mouth, his unfulfilled ambitions and resentment vanishing from this world along with his life. With a mental command, Long Hongyi's corpse vanished, leaving Heiyue in a state of shock. What manner of sorcery was this? Fang Hao turned his gaze slowly towards the warehouse in the courtyard. Long Hongyi was dealt with. Yet there remained a spirit beast, a formidable level 4 spirit beast. Chapter 88. The Onslaught of Beasts Boom. Just as Long Hongyi breathed his last, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the 35th floor. The butcher's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, "Boss, what about Changtian and the others?" "They have already rescued the people and are now at the fire station," Fang Hao replied, and in an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing at the entrance of the warehouse. Heiyue pondered for a moment before hastily following suit. The butcher recognized that this was beyond his current capabilities, casting a glance before departing the courtyard. Fang Hao glanced at Heiyue, stating, "This is perilous." "I fear nothing," Heiyue replied coldly. A smile flickered across Fang Hao's lips as he kicked the door open, charging in with the spider fang blade in hand. Heiyue's entire form glowed with azure light as she swiftly followed him. The moment they entered the warehouse, they were greeted by a massive claw. "Humph," Fang Hao scoffed, his figure flickering as he leapt towards the beast's eye. The beast's claw struck empty air, crashing into the warehouse door with a resounding boom, causing it to collapse with a thunderous noise. Enveloped in blue luminescence, Heiyue watched as Fang Hao surged forward. With a mental command, a sphere of blue light detached from her and flew towards him. Whoosh! In midair, Fang Hao aimed his blade at the beast's eye, delivering a swift strike. The blade flashed, and blood gushed forth. Roar! Xiao Hui let out a furious roar, a claw descending unhesitatingly towards Fang Hao. As he plummeted towards the ground, there was no time to evade, and he braced himself to unleash bloodthirst to withstand the blow. At that moment, a sphere of blue light soared before him, suddenly transforming into a curtain of water as a barrier. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. The beast's claw, without a hint of hesitation, struck the water curtain. At the very moment the claw made contact with the barrier, Heiyue suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her previously restored rosy complexion once again paling. Observing the emergence of the water curtain, Fang Hao felt a surge of complicated emotions. This foolish woman had come to rescue him solely for that elusive sense of familiarity. Did she not bear a grudge against him for having just slain both Haitu and Haimu? Fang Hao found himself utterly perplexed. To be honest, when he had dashed out moments ago, he had harbored a sense of caution regarding Heiyue behind him. He certainly did not wish to be stabbed in the back during battle. However, despite his meticulous calculations, he never anticipated such a dramatic scene would unfold. Casting a glance at Heiyue and seeing her unscathed, a cold glint suddenly flickered in his eyes. Since this woman had risked herself to heal his wounds, the instigator of this chaos, that dog, deserved to perish. Fang Hao's figure abruptly vanished once more, and in that fleeting moment, he summoned flames. Instantly, a blazing spear materialized in his grasp as he hurtled forward. Die! Fang Hao bellowed, exerting every ounce of his strength to hurl the fiery spear. Whoosh! The spear transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the forehead of Xiaowei. Xiaowei's beastly eyes betrayed a human-like terror. Spare me, please. At that moment, a voice reverberated in Fang Hao's mind. He froze momentarily, then comprehended that it was Xiaowei, the creature before him, pleading for mercy. Humph! Fang Hao sneered inwardly. This beast had ascended to level 4, evolving to such an extent after devouring countless lives. It was utterly unworthy of pity. If it wished to survive, it was a futile endeavor. Puff! In the brief moment of distraction, the sound of the spear piercing flesh echoed. Roar! Xiaowei let out a final wretched scream before falling silent. The fiery spear had penetrated its skull, firmly pinning the massive head to the ground. Fang Hao did not spare Xiaowei a glance and directly approached Heishui. Are you all right? He inquired, his gaze lingering on the blood at the corner of her mouth. Filled with complexity, Heishui said nothing, merely shook her head, and turned to walk outside. Watching her retreating azure figure, Fang Hao felt a moment of disorientation. An inexplicable sensation washing over him, that sense of familiarity rising once more. Only when Heishui's silhouette vanished did Fang Hao bitterly shake his head, recognizing how tormenting this feeling truly was. Perhaps Heishui felt similarly. With a thought, he retrieved Xiaowei's body and proceeded toward the exit. Thud, 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 boom. Just as he stepped onto the street, a resounding rumble reverberated. Heishui stood at the roadside awaiting him. As Fang Hao approached, his expression turned serious. The beast horde is approaching. Is it because of the earlier explosion? Heishui asked, furrowing her brow. Fang Hao nodded and replied. The sounds of the explosion and the scent of blood will attract the spirit beasts. With that, he swiftly dashed toward the fire station, where the personnel had already assembled, awaiting only his arrival. Amidst the throng emerged a girl, resembling a porcelain doll. She was Zhang Zihan, the sister of Zhang Zhongming. As Fang Hao gazed through the eye of delusion, he witnessed Chu Changtian instructing Zhang Zihan to change her attire before she fled the building. In a decisive moment, he swiftly crushed Long Hongyi's neck beneath his heel. The boss is back, Iron Boy exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Fang Hao in the street. However, his excitement waned upon noticing the presence of Heishui trailing behind him. What is this situation? Why is there another woman? The others shared similar perplexed expressions. Except for the butcher who remained stoic. Having previously encountered Heishui, he understood that with their formidable leader, the presence of numerous women was hardly surprising. His strength was unparalleled. The beast horde is approaching. Fang Hao and Heishui rushed into the small building, their expressions grave. Boss, what should we do? Iron Boy inquired, enthusiasm radiating from his face. Hunt. Fang Hao's eyes gleamed with fervor. Upon hearing this, excitement ignited in the others as they collectively turned their gaze toward Zhang Zhongming, implying that with such a terrifying entity in their midst, the beast horde seemed rather insignificant. Zhang Zhongming remained silent, his demeanor calm, since Zhang Zihan's arrival. He had not uttered a single word. The obedient Zhang Zihan, though sightless, possessed keen hearing. From the moment Chu Changtian and his companions found her, she knew her brother was alive. Yet, in her understanding, she refrained from questioning. Chu Changtian merely provided a vague explanation, recounting tales from her childhood, thereby earning her trust. Fang Hao surveyed their surroundings and, after careful consideration, addressed his companions. To Jinxiu Fanhua we shall go. We shall hold our ground. Today marks your transformation. With that, they set off once more towards Jinxiu Fanhua. They had scarcely traversed half the distance when spiritual beasts began to materialize within their line of sight. Hurry! Fang Hao bellowed, accelerating abruptly. With two defenseless women in their midst, the potential consequences of being surrounded by the horde were all too clear. Chapter 89. Slaughter. Fang Hao stood at the entrance of the hotel, gazing into the distance as the ominous mass of spiritual beasts drew near. This wave of beasts, numbering around 160, had been lured not merely by the explosions but predominantly by the lingering scent of blood within the hotel. Such a congregation of spiritual beasts was the most formidable he had encountered since acquiring the system. Over 100 beasts created a breathtaking spectacle, a dark mass stretching seemingly without end. Yet, there was no fear, no panic among the group, for their unflappable leader stood among them. None of this posed a problem. Fang Hao gestured to Tong Qian, indicating Du Tianqing and Zhang Zihan. Tong Qian immediately grasped the intent, nodding in understanding, albeit with hesitation, aware that Fang Hao was extending special consideration towards him. Yet, he yearned to join his brothers in battle rather than hide behind them. Binzi, You should join as well. Fang Hao urged Zhang Bin. Haozi, I was just about to, Zhang Bin began, but Fang Hao interrupted him. Join them. Zhang Bin sighed and nodded at the copper coin, leading Du Tianqing and Zhang Zihan upstairs. With the distractions now gone, there was no longer a need for caution among the group. One word: act. Fang Hao glanced at the remaining spiritual energy, which had been reduced to 1,200 points after the recent consumption, though it was only 1,200 points. As long as no spiritual beast exceeding level 5 appeared, it would suffice. However, before engaging in battle, he had an important task to attend to: examining the transformation of the cobra. Outwardly, the cobra appeared almost identical to its former self, not resembling a monstrous amalgamation, which relieved Fang Hao. Now, it was merely a matter of confirming the feasibility of this method, paving the way for the group's metamorphosis. After all, the furnace was still empty. With a focused thought, he entered the imprint subsystem to assess the attributes of the cobra. Target: Cobra, New Humanity, Level, Constitution, 50 points Strength, 45 points Speed, 40 points Spirit, 50 points Spiritual Energy, 87, 200 points Skills, Stealth, Assassination, Disguise, Military Boxing. Firearm Proficiency, Driving Proficiency, Jungle Warfare, Skeletal Battle Armor. Upon reviewing the cobra's attributes, Fang Hao was overwhelmed with an urge to laugh joyously. The term New Humanity following the cobra's name was striking and exhilarating. He had truly discovered the path to human evolution. This indicated that by removing certain elements from the spiritual crystal, it could be harnessed by ordinary humans, leading to a profound transformation in humanity. Although this method could currently only be achieved through the furnace, Fang Hao believed that with thorough exploration, additional methods for widespread promotion could be uncovered. He then glanced at the introduction of the skeletal battle armor and felt even more satisfied. Skeletal battle armor. Active skill consumes spiritual energy to envelop the body in a layer of insect exoskeleton, enhancing all attributes by 0.5 times and doubling defense. Activation time: 1 second to trigger, consuming 10 points of spiritual energy per minute, with skill duration determined by the upper limit of spiritual energy capacity. Excellent, excellent, truly excellent. Fang Hao smiled and beckoned to the cobra. The cobra, who had been stealing glances at Fang Hao, immediately scampered over upon realizing that his leader had finally acknowledged him. Boss, the cobra exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. He was well aware of the changes occurring within him, all thanks to this man before him. He had finally shed the title of Eternal Second. His strength had completely surpassed that of Chu Chantian, and with the activation of the battle armor, he could undoubtedly eliminate Chu Chantian in an instant. Show me your battle armor, Fang Hao said with a smile. The cobra eagerly nodded. Focusing his mind as a layer of dark, viscous substance began to seep from his skin. In an instant, this dark, viscous material solidified, forming a glossy black battle armor. The skeletal armor enveloped the entire form of the cobra, leaving no feature untouched. However, the eyes were encased in a layer of crimson crystal. Others had long been curious about the transformation that had befallen the cobra, yet despite their inquiries, he remained reticent, insisting that he would wait for Fang Hao. At that moment, witnessing the cobra's body completely shrouded in gleaming black armor, everyone was utterly astonished, overwhelmed by an undeniable fervor. Boss. They gazed at Fang Hao with eyes ablaze with intensity, their meaning unmistakable. Fang Hao smiled and explained, this armor, once activated, can enhance attributes by 5-fold, and its defensive capabilities are doubled. It possesses the ability to self-repair when damaged. And the only resource consumed for both activation and repair is the special substance I mentioned earlier, spiritual energy. Each of you has the opportunity. Let us commence with Taiwa. The rest prepare for combat. Fang Hao glanced at the group, deciding to begin with the relatively weaker Taiwa, reasoning that in this battle, Taiwa's presence would matter little, akin to Zhang Bin and his copper coin. He approached Taiwa, and with a mere thought, Taiwa's figure vanished from the hall. Next, Fang Hao pondered how to transform Taiwa, given his proclivities. He deemed it more fitting for Taiwa to assume the role of a marksman within the team. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to craft Taiwa into an assassination-style sharpshooter. Such a role necessitated ocular skills, thermal sensing, cat's eye elixir, night vision, second-level spiritual crystal, and insect exoskeleton. He also decided to incorporate a skill elixir for a fatal strike into the furnace. Confirmed. Synthesis. The countdown, akin to that of the cobra, was set for 1 hour. Roar. Just as he completed this endeavor, the surging horde of beasts arrived at their doorstep. Fang Hao brandished his spider hornblade and shouted, "Kill!" Leading the charge alongside Zhang Zhongming, the group surged forward into the throng of beasts. The spirit beasts roared, charging forth. Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming resembled two humanoid behemoths. Wherever they tread, The low-tier spirit beasts fell like wheat under a scythe. Following closely were Chu Changtian and the Cobra, who, though lacking the sheer destructive force of Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming, still dispatched spirit beasts with ease, seldom allowing any foe to endure more than 2 exchanges. Thus, this tiered quartet continued their relentless onslaught, sifting through the horde, leaving only the barely surviving spirit beasts for the others. Their mission was to ensure that not a single one escaped, delivering the final blow to the remaining adversaries. In an instant, the entrance of the grand flourishing hotel resembled a scene from the depths of hell, filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the sounds of slaughter, as the splattered blood rapidly stained the ground crimson. Chapter 90. The Spirit Beast Horde. Annihilation in less than 10 minutes. Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming had carved a path through the beast horde. Zhang Zhongming, drenched in blood, bore eyes filled with madness and the thrill of slaughter. The beastly nature of his half-wolf form had been thoroughly unleashed. With the enhancement of his regeneration skill, his destructive capability against the horde surpassed even that of Fang Hao. Though both were at level 5, in the heat of combat, Fang Hao could not match Zhang Zhongming's prowess. This individual exists as a veritable meat grinder, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in his wake, with bone fragments scattering about. Fang Hao wields the spider hornblade, each stroke claiming the life of a spirit beast. Every cut is executed with precision, the force applied perfectly calibrated. His mastery over strength and speed has grown increasingly adept. Each of Fang Hao's advancements is forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As he pushes his potential to its limits, growth is arduous, and leveling up is even more so. Every action he undertakes is aimed at achieving a better existence. Much like the spirit beasts that seek to devour them, there exists no right or wrong, only the question of who is stronger. Having fought their way behind the beast horde, the two men exchanged glances and began to shift their approach, flanking the spirit beasts in a calculated massacre. Encased in skeletal battle armor, the Cobra moved like a mysterious biological warrior alongside Chu Changtian as they swiftly navigated the space carved out by Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming. With each pause, another spirit beast succumbed to the ground. They understood their role clearly, to exhaust themselves in clearing the remaining spirit beasts for their comrades behind. At the window on the 4th floor, Tong Qian and Zhang Bin watched the fray below with hearts ablaze, an overwhelming sense of camaraderie swelling within them. They pondered who in the current world could stand resolute against such a tide of spirit beasts, wielding their weapons without fear. While uncertain of what the future holds, they were undeniably pioneers in this fight. All of this is attributed to a man named Fang Hao. He has taught them the essence of confronting the apocalypse, the value of resilience, the significance of existence, and the understanding of what actions are warranted or unwarranted. Du Tianqing observed the figure weaving through the horde, her eyes shimmering with wonder. Yet, upon noticing the dark figure of Heishui trailing closely behind the others, her brow furrowed involuntarily. Ever since the appearance of this unfamiliar woman, a peculiar emotion had been stirring within her, a feeling both unsettling and perplexing, difficult to articulate. Downstairs, Heishui followed closely, continuously unleashing water barriers to shield the less formidable team members from lethal attacks. Internally, she grappled with contradiction. Logically, with Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming absent, it was the perfect moment to flee. Yet, each time the thought of escape crossed her mind, that inexplicable sensation drew her back like a magnet, compelling her to abandon her intentions. She felt tormented, as her life prior to encountering Fang Hao had flowed like a conveyor belt, devoid of any turbulence. However, since the moment she was awakened, that placid state of mind had vanished. She found herself yearning to harm him, yet the urge to kill dissipated. Instead, witnessing him under attack ignited an instinct to shield him, even at the risk of her own injury. She was troubled and bewildered, uncertain of how she had transformed in just this brief hour. Yet, despite the turmoil and disdain, a pair of exquisite Cazellan eyes could not help but steal glances towards Fang Hao from time to time, checking to see if he was injured, if he was well. At that moment, Heishui, sensing something, turned around and locked eyes with Du Tianqing, who was gazing back at her. After a silent exchange, their gazes shifted elsewhere as if they shared an unspoken understanding. There were no sparks flying, yet a profound meaning lingered in their eyes. While the two were momentarily lost in thought, Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming had already breached the flanks of the beast horde. After countless battles with the beasts, this time Fang Hao was no longer pale and bloodless. He was now drenched in a thick layer of blood, resembling a vengeful deity returned from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of menace. Similarly, Zhang Zhongming, also a key player, was even more exaggerated and terrifying. Blood dripped from his body like raindrops, his entire form seemingly engulfed in a deluge of blood, indistinguishable between the blood of the spirit beasts and his own. The two incursions into the beast horde had already claimed nearly 80 spirit beasts, and with Chu Changtian and the Cobra's subsequent harvesting, fewer than 50 spirit beasts remained on the battlefield. These surviving beasts had been divided into 4 groups by Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming, achieving their intent of splitting the battlefield. Once the spirit beasts could no longer form a cohesive unit, they would be at their mercy, mere machines for extracting spirit crystals. Finishing the task, Fang Hao raised his blade and let out a thunderous roar. His figure vanished once more, accompanied by his shout. Zhang Zhongming also charged towards the separated spirit beasts. His blood surged, and although he yearned to roar in exhilaration, thoughts of his sister upstairs compelled him to suppress his voice. Since rescuing her, he had not uttered a single word. Every sentiment was conveyed through action. Fearing that Zihan might hear him, terrified of frightening her with his current ghastly appearance. Frustrated, Zhang Zhongming could only unleash his pent-up emotions through the relentless swiping of his wolf claws. Upon hearing Fang Hao's signal, Chu Changtian and the Cobra exchanged glances and surged towards the remaining 2 groups of spirit beasts. Kill! The cacophony of battle cries reached a fever pitch. 10 minutes later, the clamor subsided, and the street fell back into tranquility. The group, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, their faces alight with smiles. 160 spirit beasts. Not a single one survived. All had been slain. They had achieved the impossible. Everyone turned their eyes towards the figure cloaked in blood, filled with reverence and admiration. It was this godlike man who led them to accomplish what seemed unattainable. It is worth noting that such a massive horde of spirit beasts had once required nearly an entire division of troops in Kyoto to annihilate. And that was with the assistance of modern weaponry. Now, they had succeeded with merely 10 individuals. Such magnificent achievements have been realized, with not a single casualty. This undoubtedly stands as humanity's greatest victory since the apocalypse, without exception. Fang Hao trembled as he pulled the spider blade from the neck of a spirit beast, taking a deep breath before darting across the battlefield. As he moved, every spirit beast carcass he passed was methodically collected into the furnace. Upon reaching the limit of 50 for the refining process, he could only stuff the remaining beasts into his backpack. Once his backpack was filled to capacity, nearly 20 spirit beasts still remained. With a determined look, Fang Hao rushed into the splendid hall, emptied all the contents of his spatial ring, and hurried back to continue gathering the remaining spirit beasts. However, the spatial ring could only accommodate 15 more. 5 beasts remained without a place to store them. With a flicker of thought, Tun Tun appeared, and he tossed it onto the ground, saying, "Tun Tun, take care of the rest and clean this place up." Instantly, a wave of joy emanated from the emerald crystal on Tun Tun, as vine-like appendages emerged, beginning to absorb the blood of the fallen spirit beasts. Concurrently, more tendrils appeared, wrapping around the remaining 5 beasts, gradually enveloping and consuming them. Chapter 91. An embarrassment in capital letters in less than 2 minutes after being released. Tun Tun had cleaned the entire street, leaving not a trace of blood behind. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction, realizing how truly effective Tun Tun was. It seemed to be developing quite the aptitude for cleaning. Once everything was tidied up, everyone returned to the hotel. The furnace had already commenced its refining process, and now they awaited Iron Boy's emergence. In the hall, everyone gathered around the materials Fang Hao had poured out, just as Zhang Bin and a few others descended from upstairs. "Haozi, you were incredible just now. So impressive. I absolutely adore you." Before even reaching him, Zhang Bin began shouting, his demeanor exuberant, as if it were he who had just displayed remarkable bravery, not Fang Hao. Upon finishing his exclamation, Zhang Bin lunged towards Fang Hao, puckering his lips in an exaggerated manner, as if to bestow a deep kiss. Fang Hao immediately expressed his disdain, giving him a kick, chiding, "Get lost. My orientation is perfectly normal. Don't disgust me. Haozi, do you have any idea how much people admire you now? How could you harm such a pure and innocent heart?" Zhang Bin continued, panting while throwing a flirtatious glance at Fang Hao. Damn it. Fang Hao held his forehead, wishing he could kick this guy out onto the street. It was truly nauseating. The sight of Zhang Bin's comedic antics evoked laughter among the others, with Du Tianqing and Zhang Zihan unable to suppress their giggles. Only He Shui wore a peculiar expression, caught between laughter and restraint, appearing quite conflicted. As Du Tianqing descended, her gaze lingered on He Shui, and upon noticing her expression, she let out a light huff. He Shui, sensing the gaze, turned abruptly, and their eyes met, instantly creating an odd atmosphere that began to permeate the hall. At that moment, Fang Hao immediately sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Upon glancing over, he discovered that the 2 women were exchanging looks. Could it be that they had developed feelings for one another? Was it a budding romance? Indeed, it seemed plausible. The thought grew stronger in his mind, especially considering that Du Tianqing, a woman of considerable age, had never experienced love. This was certainly worth pondering. Moreover, the icy demeanor of He Shui, who remained unfazed by the presence of such a handsome man, deepened the intrigue. There was something amiss, undoubtedly. If they truly felt something for each other, they could pursue a relationship. As for him, he held no prejudice against same-sex relationships. Thus, Fang Hao cleared his throat, contemplating how to enlighten the two, intending to play the role of a good Samaritan and help them break through this barrier. However, to his astonishment, as he began to speak, both women simultaneously admonished him, "Be quiet." Fang Hao's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, and he rubbed his nose, left without a word. The others, witnessing this scene, exchanged curious glances. They looked at Du Tianqing, then at He Shui, and finally at Fang Hao, realizing there was indeed something amiss. "Why are you all staring at me?" Fang Hao exclaimed, feeling increasingly uneasy under their gaze, which ignited his irritation, as he became visibly flustered. The others coughed lightly to divert their attention. After all, Fang Hao, drenched in blood, resembled a ferocious warrior. Provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Why did they think provoking him would be a light matter? Just consider. Fang Hao possessed life energy that could leave someone severely injured, only to restore them with a surge of vitality and continue the onslaught. Such a cycle would undoubtedly lead one to question their existence. Coupled with Fang Hao's vengeful nature, the others couldn't help but shiver, collectively turning their heads away. At that moment, Zhang Bin, with a glint of insight, began to wink at Fang Hao, chuckling as he said, "Haha, so, are we all hungry? After watching you all for so long, I think I might be starving. Come on, let us eat and chat." As he laughed, Zhang Bin rummaged through the pile of supplies. "Changtian, this is for you," he exclaimed, tossing a bag of sausages toward Chu Changtian. "Tongqian yours. Erden yours. Butcher yours." Just then, a loud crash echoed as an unidentified object tumbled from the supply stack, rolling with a clatter until it reached Fang Hao's feet. Instantly, all eyes turned to the mysterious item at his feet, and an overwhelming sense of awkwardness filled the air. Fang Hao held his forehead in disbelief, casting a resigned glance at Zhang Bin. "You truly are an unintentional matchmaker," he thought, feeling exasperated. The curious stares focused on the object at his feet, a pink package boldly emblazoned with the words 7 degrees of space. Goodness, what sins did I commit in my past life to encounter such a foolish friend? Fang Hao thought, overwhelmed by embarrassment, especially under the sharp gazes of the two women. This is utterly ridiculous. Fortunately, there was a girl whose eyes were closed, which somewhat preserved the dignity of a certain individual. Just as Fang Hao was contemplating this, the adorably innocent Zhang Zihan spoke up. "Big brother, is it the brand 7 degrees space? The sound feels so familiar." Well, this timely interruption could not have been more opportune. Fang Hao found himself at a loss for words, having never felt such embarrassment in his life. He Shui squinted at the 7 degrees space on the ground, then cast a glance at Du Tianqing before striding directly towards Fang Hao. Upon seeing He Shui approach, Fang Hao helplessly turned his face away, bracing himself for the impending scolding of being a pervert. "I'll wash you up, you're filthy and unable to eat," He Shui coldly declared, summoning a curtain of water to begin rinsing Fang Hao. This time, Fang Hao was taken aback. He had prepared himself for humiliation. Yet the situation unfolded unexpectedly. Du Tianqing, witnessing this, gritted her teeth and cast a furious glance at He Shui, feeling vexed. Lacking such magnificent skills, she could only glare in frustration. However, upon seeing the food piled on the ground, her eyes sparkled, and she hurried over to select some delicacies before rushing back to Fang Hao. "You must be hungry. Eat this," Du Tianqing said, her eyes filled with anticipation, as if she wished to witness him consume every morsel. He Shui, without even glancing at Du Tianqing, simply snatched a small bread roll from Fang Hao's hand, tearing it open and savoring it slowly. Du Tianqing watched this with gritted teeth. There was nothing she could do, as she was powerless to retaliate. At that moment, she suddenly felt an unprecedented desire to grow stronger. "Once I become powerful, I shall deal with you properly." Chapter 92. Evolution of the Iron Boy. Fang Hao found himself in what could only be described as the most excruciatingly embarrassing situation he had ever encountered. He was pondering how to navigate through this uncomfortable episode when, quite fortuitously, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Iron Boy synthesis complete. Please check. Fang Hao felt a rush of relief wash over him. This was indeed a timely development. With the system notification's conclusion, the figure of Iron Boy abruptly manifested in the hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Boss." Upon appearing, Iron Boy excitedly dashed towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao exhaled deeply, smiling as he asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel fantastic, unprecedentedly so." Iron Boy exclaimed. Quickly, demonstrate your abilities for us, urged Air Dan and the others, eagerly gathering around Iron Boy, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Iron Boy grinned, and then a viscous black substance began to ooze from his body, solidifying in an instant into a suit of armor reminiscent of that worn by the Cobra. This left the onlookers even more envious, as they had witnessed the Cobra's prowess during battles against the beast horde. My goodness, within just an hour's time, another individual of such formidable prowess has emerged. It is only natural to feel a twinge of envy. Fang Hao chuckled softly, perusing the information on Iron Boy while remarking, Iron Boy is unlike the Cobra. This type of battle armor will eventually be available to all of you. Moreover, I will enhance your abilities according to your strengths and focuses. So there is no need for jealousy. Everyone will have their share. Target, Iron Boy, New Humanity. Level, NA Physique, 50 points Strength, 40 points Speed, 45 points Spirit, 50 points Psychic Power, 200 points Skills, Stealth, Assassination, Disguise. Military Fist, Firearm Proficiency, Driving Mastery, Jungle Warfare, Skeletal Battle Armor, Illusory Eye, Fatal Strike indeed. The Forge has not disappointed him. Iron Boy possesses the Illusory Eye. With this remarkable ability and the Psychic Sniper Rifle, he is undoubtedly a harbinger of death. The Fatal Strike, being an active skill, ensures that every bullet Iron Boy fires will unerringly eliminate its target. Upon this realization, Fang Hao smiled, his thoughts shifting as the Psychic Sniper Rifle reappeared in his hand, which he then extended toward Iron Boy, saying, from now on, this rifle is yours. Iron Boy, with a solemn expression, retracted his battle armor and accepted the sniper rifle with a firm nod, understanding that Fang Hao's gift was more than merely a weapon, it was a profound responsibility. Fang Hao, smiling, patted Iron Boy's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity while the forge was momentarily idle, he resolved to synthesize some spatial rings. Regardless of the present or future, spatial rings are indispensable. He also intended to equip each individual with a spatial ring to alleviate the burden of spatial limitations. With a thought, he cast a ring and a second-level spirit crystal into the forge and summoned the devouring gourd to confirm the synthesis. A countdown of 10 minutes commenced once more. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon possess yet another spatial ring. Having completed these tasks, Fang Hao turned to Cobra and Iron Boy, inquiring, how is your recovery rate of spiritual power? The two focused intently and replied, approximately 2 points per minute. I am about the same, he responded, nodding slowly. After a moment of contemplation, a second-level spirit crystal materialized in his hand. It was now evident that Fang Hao could upgrade them and exchange spiritual power. Yet he wondered if Iron Boy and Cobra, now transformed into New Humanity, could independently convert spiritual energy. If they could, these individuals might stand on their own without relying on their leader for everything. Let us see if you can absorb it, Fang Hao said, handing the second-level spirit crystal to Cobra. Cobra nodded, accepting the crystal, and began to attune himself to its energy. After a minute, he furrowed his brow in disappointment. There was not the slightest reaction, not even a hint of energy resonated from the crystal, leaving him devoid of any sensation. Upon witnessing the scene, Fang Hao pondered with his chin in hand. After a brief moment, he turned to the Cobra and suggested, let us try enveloping it with battle armor. The Cobra nodded in agreement, focusing his mind as a viscous black substance re-emerged. However, this time, he exerted deliberate control over it, guiding the black, sticky material to encase the spiritual crystal in his grasp. It was the Cobra's first experience with such control over the battle armor, and soon beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The onlookers remained silent, captivated by the Cobra's meticulous operation. After approximately a minute, the viscous substance had completely enveloped the spiritual crystal. At the moment it was fully encased, a glimmer of delight sparked in the Cobra's eyes. Boss, I can feel it. There is a form of energy within the spiritual crystal. Fang Hao, electrified by the revelation, urged, quick, attempt to absorb it. The Cobra nodded, concentrating intensely as he directed the nascent battle armor to make contact with this newfound energy within the crystal. Suddenly, as the viscous material touched the energy of the spiritual crystal, a luminescent network of milky light began to manifest on the surface of the sticky substance. Success! At that moment, smiles illuminated the faces of all present. Fang Hao wore a gentle smile, knowing that these individuals were now poised to stand independently. The glowing patterns appeared swiftly, yet faded just as quickly. Mere seconds later, they vanished, and the Cobra, visibly relieved, swiftly retracted the battle armor. The armor melded back into the Cobra's form, revealing the now ordinary second-tier spiritual crystal in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the crystal had lost its initial translucent allure. now resembling an unremarkable hexagonal piece of glass devoid of any distinguishing features. However, the onlookers soon noticed a faint shadow lingering within the now powerless crystal. Fang Hao, without needing to employ any probing techniques, discerned that this shadow was the essence or consciousness of a spirit beast. Just as he prepared to examine the crystal further, cracks began to form upon its surface, multiplying rapidly until it disintegrated into a fine, transparent powder. The shadow within the crystal dissipated into the air along with its destruction. Observing this, Fang Hao reached a conclusion in his mind. This was a second-tier spiritual crystal, and since the spirit of the second-tier beast had yet to undergo metamorphosis, devoid of the crystal's protection and energy, it was merely an ordinary wild animal. Upon reaching a higher tier, the spirit of the beast would evolve. Thus, the cobra and his companions would face potential danger in their absorption attempts. Yet first and second-tier crystals remained entirely manageable. Chapter 93. Healing Zihan. How much spiritual energy was absorbed? Fang Hao inquired, glancing at the perspiring cobra. 30 points. The cobra replied without hesitation. The imprint subsystem enabled each of them to sense their attributes, which was one of its many advantages. Fang Hao nodded, contemplating that both self-transformation and system transformation yield identical conversion rates. Thus, as long as they possess an ample supply of spirit crystals, they can wield their skills without hesitation. This series of experiments undoubtedly constitutes a significant discovery for Fang Hao and his companions. Subsequently, he addressed the group, inquiring about their desired weapons. He remarked that the limitations of military daggers were rather pronounced and no longer suited for contemporary combat. Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep thought. After a considerable pause, Chu Changtian was the first to speak. Boss, my strength leans towards close combat. I would like a sword. Boss, I too desire a sword. Chimed in the butcher. Boss, I want a sword as well. Exclaimed the cobra hurriedly. Me too, boss. Echoed another voice. In no time, the hall was abuzz with chatter. And without exception, everyone yearned for a sword. Fang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, fully understanding why everyone was inclined towards swords as their weapons. It was undoubtedly due to his own formidable image wielding a blade, which had left an indelible impression. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to their requests, knowing that in due time, they would discover that a sword is not universally suitable for everyone. Ding. Obtained spatial ring X1. At that moment, the spatial ring had been successfully synthesized. Fang Hao focused his thoughts and retrieved the ring, subsequently placing another material inside. His intention for the day was to equip each individual with a spatial ring and a weapon. Only with adequate preparation could they embark on their hunting endeavors more effectively. After donning the spatial ring, he approached the pile of supplies and collected all the materials, ensuring he did not overlook the rather embarrassing seventh-dimensional space. Once these tasks were completed, Fang Hao glanced at the porcelain doll-like girl, Zhang Zihan, contemplated briefly, then beckoned Zhang Zhongming and turned to exit. Zhang Zhongming, noticing this, swiftly followed suit with quiet footsteps. Outside the hotel, Fang Hao addressed Zhang Zhongming. Zhongming, are you prepared? I can restore Zihan's eyesight at any moment. Zhang Zhongming fell into silence, and after a long pause, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Boss, I am somewhat concerned that Zihan might be unsettled upon seeing me in my current state. At this juncture, Zhang Zhongming ceased speaking. However, Fang Hao understood the worries that plagued his mind. He then placed a reassuring hand on his arm, saying, Do not fret. Zihan is an understanding girl, and I can discern that much. Furthermore, your present appearance does not dictate your future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhongming was momentarily taken aback, accurately grasping the crux of Fang Hao's words. Boss, are you suggesting that I have a chance to recover? He inquired, his voice trembling with hope. Fang Hao nodded before shaking his head, stating, I have formulated some ideas and directions, but I cannot guarantee success. Additionally, the current scarcity of spirit beasts poses the greatest challenge. How many spirit beasts are required, boss? Zhang Zhongming inquired eagerly. 10,000, Fang Hao replied slowly. The upgrade of the imprint subsystem requires 10,000 spirit crystals, a fixed regulation that cannot be altered. To ensure a more secure experimentation, it is essential to engrave an imprint on Zhang Zhongming, which would protect his spirit and soul, enabling him to conduct his experiments boldly. With the omnipotent furnace at hand, Fang Hao believed that a solution could invariably be found to restore Zhang Zhongming to his human form. Zhang Zhongming's eyes sparkled. 10,000 was not an excessive amount. By accelerating the hunting process, it could undoubtedly be achieved within a short span of time. With this thought, he focused intently on Fang Hao and declared, Boss, let us proceed with treating Zihan. I am fully prepared. Come, let us together witness Zihan's return to light. Fang Hao chuckled softly, taking Zhang Zhongming by the hand as they made their way towards the hotel lobby. Inside the lobby, the crowd watched as Zhang Zhongming and Fang Hao exited and then re-entered, instantly grasping the impending events. Fang Hao approached Zhang Zihan, gazing at the exquisitely delicate girl who resembled a porcelain doll, and could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Indeed, the divine is fair. While she possessed beauty unparalleled by ordinary folk, she was deprived of her sight. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Sister Zihan, do you know who I am?" Turning her face towards Fang Hao, Zhang Zihan responded with a voice like silver bells, "Are you the most formidable big brother?" "Oh, you can discern who is the most formidable?" Fang Hao inquired with newfound interest. "Of course. Although Zihan cannot see, my ears are quite adept. When the monsters attacked us previously, I could distinguish two powerful waves far exceeding others, one of which must be you." "Big brother," Zhang Zihan replied with a proud expression. The crowd was genuinely astonished. To discern strength merely by hearing was nothing short of miraculous. Fang Hao regarded her with admiration. She was indeed an extraordinary girl. Then, "Sister Zihan, do you know who the other formidable wave belongs to?" Fang Hao continued. "Is it the big brother who saved me?" Zhang Zihan tilted her delicate little head, curiously asking, "Not quite, guess again. Could it be my brother?" Zhang Zihan's face lit up with delight. After leaving the hotel, she had been seeking an opportunity to inquire about her brother's whereabouts, and now she found that he was right beside her. Correct. As Fang Hao spoke, Zhang Zihan could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. "Brother, it's Zihan, where are you?" she cried, frantically reaching out into her surroundings. Zhang Zhongming, summoning his courage, spoke in a hoarse and muffled voice. "Zihan, brother is here. Do not cry, be obedient." Upon hearing Zhang Zhongming's voice, Zhang Zihan immediately followed it, and it seemed the two were about to embrace. However, as her hand brushed against Zhang Zhongming's hairy arm, she froze, instinctively retracting her hand. Fang Hao approached Zhang Zihan gently and whispered, "Zihan, your brother has become quite ugly and fearsome. Would you be afraid?" Zhang Zihan shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face, and resolutely declared, "Even if my brother becomes ugly and terrifying, he will always be my brother." As she spoke, she grasped Zhang Zhongming's furry arm and threw herself into his embrace, softly recounting the myriad experiences from the apocalypse to the present. Witnessing such a heartfelt scene, the onlookers felt a twinge of discomfort in their hearts. Fang Hao smiled gently and said, "All right, Zihan. Are you ready to see your brother's appearance?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Zihan immediately stopped crying and, with a look of excitement, exclaimed, "Really? I can truly see him?" "Of course," Fang Hao replied, his mind concentrating as 2 drops of cat's eye essence materialized in his hand. "Are you prepared, Zihan? I am about to begin." Zhang Zihan nodded earnestly and leaned her face closer to Fang Hao. He supported her smooth, delicate face with one hand while gently applying the cat's eye essence into her eyes with the other. Having never experienced such close contact with any male aside from her father and brother, a blush instantly spread across her fair cheeks at Fang Hao's touch. As the cat's eye essence entered her eyes, Zhang Zihan felt an immediate sensation of discomfort, akin to being struck with a firm punch. Rather than frowning, this sensation filled her with surprise and delight. Before the apocalypse, her brother and parents had exhausted countless efforts and methods for her eyesight, yet she had felt nothing. Now, the presence of this tingling sensation filled her with joy. Soon, as the discomfort faded, a glimmer of light appeared in her vision. In a flurry, Zhang Zihan instinctively covered her eyes with her hands, only to gradually lower them again. Squinting, she began to adjust to the sudden change. The hall fell silent, everyone patiently awaiting the moment this girl would regain her sight. Slowly, after acclimating to the intense brightness, her beautiful eyes began to open. The instant she opened her eyes, Zhang Zihan gazed in wonder at everything before her, her face alight with curiosity. This was her first experience of the world, her first encounter with light, and everything felt profoundly novel to her. Then, she spotted the faces of the people in the hall and beamed with a sweet smile. "You are the 2 big brothers who saved me." She pointed at Chu Chantian and Erdan. Both men returned her smile and nodded. Zhang Zihan then turned her attention to Du Tianqing. "You are Sister Du." Du Tianqing's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she hurried over, taking Zhang Zihan's hand. "Sister Zihan, you are truly perceptive, recognizing me at a glance," she exclaimed, casting a triumphant glance at Heishui, feeling immensely pleased. Heishui merely glanced at her before choosing to ignore her entirely. Though overlooked by Blackwater, Du Tianqing felt a surge of joy within her heart, sensing that she had at least gained a semblance of victory. Zhang Zihan then turned her gaze toward Fang Hao, and with utmost seriousness, she bowed to him, sweetly declaring, "You are the big brother who healed my eyes. I remember the scent that lingers around you." Upon hearing her words, the attention of the crowd promptly shifted to Feng Hao. The mention of scent made Feng Hao awkward, and he helplessly rubbed his nose, opting to ignore the situation. Zhang Bin, with a mischievous grin, began to tease Feng Hao with exaggerated gestures. I remember the scent that lingers around you. Ha ha ha. Zhang Bin's jest caused Zhang Zihan's cheeks to flush crimson as she realized the double entendre in her own words. Zhang Zhongming, upon hearing this, became visibly displeased. His eyes glaring like copper bells as he shot a menacing look at Zhang Bin. Instantly intimidated, Zhang Bin waved his hands dismissively, awkwardly chuckling. My mistake, my mistake. I spoke without thinking. Just ignore me, haha. Zhang Zhongming, drenched in blood and accompanied by his fierce gaze, appeared far more terrifying than Feng Hao. Once Zhang Zhongming ceased to glare at him, Zhang Bin let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how truly frightening that gaze was. As the flush on Zhang Zihan's face faded, she finally turned her focus to Zhang Zhongming. Even with a mental preparation, she was still taken aback by his dreadful appearance. Recognizing it was time for him to speak, Feng Hao addressed Blackwater, saying, "Please clean him up." Blackwater nodded, channeling his energy to summon a curtain of water that began to cleanse Zhang Zhongming. As the water flowed, it transitioned from clear to crimson, restoring Zhang Zhongming to his former state. Once Blackwater dispelled the water curtain and ceased the incantation, the curtain dissipated into elemental water, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Zihan, this is your brother, are you afraid? Feng Hao spoke softly. Zhang Zihan shook her head, preparing to speak, but Feng Hao raised his hand to pause her, continuing. Do not rush to speak, let me finish. In truth, your brother has always been by your side. However, under the control of Long Hongyi, he was unable to meet you. Do you understand? Upon hearing Feng Hao's words, Zhang Zihan collapsed into Zhang Zhongming's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. She was unprepared for the depth of the hidden truths, and was particularly shocked by the despicable actions of Long Hongyi, who had exploited her to hold her brother hostage. The astute Zhang Zihan quickly recalled how Chu Changtian had instructed her to change her clothes and the subsequent explosion that followed her departure from the flourishing city. Suddenly, it became clear to her that Long Hongyi had been using her life as leverage to coerce Zhang Zhongming into doing his bidding. In a moment of despair, Zhang Zihan cried out in anguish, blaming herself for everything. If only she and Ti acted out of kindness to save Long Hongyi, none of this would have transpired. Feng Hao sighed and gently patted Zhang Zihan's shoulder, saying, Sister Zihan, you need not blame yourself, it is not your fault. Moreover, I am devising a way for your brother. There is a chance for him to return to his former self. Feng Hao's words brought an immediate cessation to Zhang Zihan's tears. Big brother, is what you say truly the case? Zhang Zihan gazed at Feng Hao with tearful eyes, her expression one of disbelief. Feng Hao nodded emphatically. As long as there were sufficient spirit crystals, he would find a way to conduct the experiment, convinced that it would yield fruitful results. Upon receiving this affirmation, Zhang Zihan finally broke into a smile, and then, with utmost seriousness, bowed deeply to Feng Hao. There is no need for such formality. Your brother is now allied with me, so even without your urging, I will do my utmost. Feng Hao quickly gestured for Zhang Zihan to rise, feeling the pressure of her frequent 90-degree bows. Ding! Acquired Space Ring X1. Another space ring was produced, prompting Feng Hao to add more materials and continue the synthesis. He resolved to create all the equipment today. Observing the sky, he addressed everyone. Let us spend the night here. I still need a bit more time, and this will also give you a chance to rest. Everyone nodded in agreement. Following their recent battle, aside from Feng Hao and Zhang Zhongming, the others were exhausted, nearly unable to lift their hands, and indeed required a respite. Feng Hao swiftly ascended the stairs. Since they would be staying the night, the corpses within the building needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, the lingering stench of blood would attract spirit beasts, and in that case, it was uncertain how many would survive, let alone rest. In a battle of such intensity, were they to encounter it again, not only the others, but even he and Zhang Zhongming would likely struggle to endure. Within 5 minutes, Feng Hao efficiently cleared the 40-story building, though the residual scent of blood could not be entirely eradicated for now. After absorbing the blood from the street and the 5 spirit beasts, Tun Tun signaled that it was now in a state of saturation. Further absorption would necessitate rooting down to grow its main body and produce a gourd symbiote to continue storing energy. Chapter 95. Dialogue at the water plant. Another night arrived, marking the 4th night since the onset of the apocalypse. As darkness fell, the rampaging spirit beasts danced like demons, hunting and being hunted, seeking out human hideaways or attacking one another in a relentless cycle of devouring, all in pursuit of faster evolution than their kin. Under the night sky, City Z was engulfed in darkness, the thunderous roars of beasts becoming the dominant melody of this once prosperous land. 8 kilometers east of the city's government. An inconspicuous yet vital facility lay, the water plant. This facility served as the water supply hub for all of City Z, due to its specific nature. The water plant was strategically located away from residential areas, positioned at the junction of the eastern suburbs and the city center. Just 2 kilometers further east lies the Mangshan River, which flows west to east, traversing the entirety of Longhua. Thus, the current water plant could be deemed the safest place in all of City Z. Spanning nearly 15 kilometers, the water plant was surrounded by walls nearly 3 meters high. Within the compound, there were 2 office buildings, 1 equipment building, and 2 dormitory buildings, with the remainder consisting of exposed sedimentation tanks. In a dimly lit office, a gathering of several dozen individuals stood and sat in tense silence, having congregated there for nearly an hour since the onset of night. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension, punctuated only by a few seasoned smokers who indulged in their habit, while the rest remained mute. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminated their troubled faces, each reflecting a shared unease. At the innermost part of the room, a man took a deep drag from his cigarette, the embers glow revealing the furrowed brow that spoke volumes of his displeasure. As the last remnants of the cigarette burned away, he reluctantly inhaled the dying embers before extinguishing it underfoot. Turning to a man beside him, he demanded, "Lao Wang." "A cigarette." The man addressed as Lao Wang, visibly irritated, retorted, "Lao Lu, you glutton for smoke. Could you not indulge so excessively? I only managed to bring 2 packs from the office, and I barely have enough for myself." Despite his protest, Lao Wang begrudgingly handed over half a pack of cigarettes. With a swift motion, Lao Lu snatched the cigarettes, lit one, and inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar taste. He held the smoke in his lungs for a prolonged moment before exhaling with a heavy sigh, reminiscing about the power this flavor had embodied before the apocalypse. In the entirety of Z City's municipal government, only 3 individuals had the privilege to enjoy such luxury. However, after the onset of the cataclysm, one had fallen prey to his own pet, leaving only him and Lao Wang. In their culture, assessing others by their appearance was an unspoken rule. Clearly, this man was Lu Guodong, the head of Z City, while the man beside him was his deputy, Wang Tianhe. The assembly of individuals in the room represented the remnants of Z City's government. Suddenly, a voice broke the oppressive silence. "Mayor, we absolutely cannot allow Xian Yuan Linger to leave. Her skills are evident to us all. Her presence guarantees our safety." The moment the man finished speaking, Wang Tianhe's derisive laughter filled the air. "A bunch of grown men relying on a girl for protection? Director Fu, you truly are something else." Director Fu felt the heat of embarrassment rise as he scrambled to justify himself. "I am merely considering everyone's welfare. After all, there are nearly 1,000 civilians besides us." His voice dwindled until he noticed the collective gaze upon him, prompting an awkward silence. "Why have you stopped speaking?" Wang Tianhe mocked, a sardonic grin upon his face. "Damn it, I, Wang Tianhe, have never uttered a curse since entering the system. But now, I truly feel the urge to berate you. Fule, you disgrace the uniform you wear." Wang Tianhe spat vehemently on the ground, the weight of his words leaving Fu Lei's face crimson, rendered speechless by the stinging truth of his predicament. "Enough, old Wang. Cease your words and calm your temper," Lu Guodong interjected, attempting to mediate the situation. Indeed, Director Fu's assertions bore merit. With firearms rendered ineffective, the reliance on cold weapons for combat left one pondering who could truly stand on equal footing with Xianyuan Linger. Among a gathering of over 1,000 individuals, whether in terms of resources or safety, leadership was imperative. "Well, I shan't speak further. Old Lu, enlighten me. How shall you address the arrival of that formidable brother of hers? Will you simply bar his passage? Given his terrifying prowess, do we possess the means to restrain him?" Wang Tianhe chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Lei, who appeared unfazed. It was worth noting that when Fu Lei managed to escape from the substation, it was Xianyuan Linger who shielded him throughout, enabling him to reach the city government and rendezvous with them. It could be said that this collective of seasoned men owed their arrival at the city government to the efforts of a mere girl. Was that not a source of embarrassment? We ought to adopt a softer approach. It is evident that Linger possesses a strong sense of justice. Engaging her in conversation should yield positive results, Lu Guodong concluded. Inhaling deeply from his cigarette, his eyes flickering within the smoke, lost in contemplation. "Very well, I shall maintain my silence on this matter. The decision lies with you all," Wang Tianhe remarked, surveying the room with a sense of disdain. In this apocalyptic world, where human life held little value, provoking the ire of the wrong individual would surely bring dire consequences. The room fell into silence once more, as everyone seemed to ponder how best to retain Xianyuan Linger without incurring the wrath of Xianyuan Che. In another office building within the water plant, Xian Yuanche sat across from a young woman clad in police uniform. Bathed in moonlight, her stunning features combined with the uniform exuded an unmistakable air of valor. At that moment, Xian Yuanche's expression was one of helplessness, bitterness saturating his words. After a long search through the small building, he had finally located his sister, Xian Yuanlinger, here at the water plant. Yet despite the passage of time, he found himself unable to sway his stubborn sister. Linger could not abandon the multitude of people. In her words, should she depart, the fate of over 1,000 souls would be death. Brother, there is no need for further discussion. If I say I will not leave, then I shall not. Thus it is settled. You may return to Kyoto at dawn, Xian Yuanlinger decisively declared, rising and making her way toward the door. Are you more concerned for these unrelated individuals than you are for our parents? Xian Yuanche pressed, unwilling to relent. Our parents are safer within the family than anywhere else, she retorted, exiting the room without a backward glance. Xian Yuanche watched his sister's departing figure, unable to suppress a sigh. Linger, you are truly forcing my hand. Chapter 96. Distributing equipment. A night of silence passed, and the first rays of sunlight emerged from the east, draping the entirety of Z City in a golden hue, accompanied by the roars of beasts. Fang Hao and his companions stirred from their slumber. After a night of continuous synthesis, all 14 small gourds had transformed into spatial rings, and a plethora of weaponry had been crafted. Naturally, Fang Hao's own equipment also underwent a significant upgrade. First, he infused the 1,000 Threads garment with a second-level spirit crystal and the hide of the silver moon wolf he had previously hunted, initiating a process of reformation. Without a doubt, the intricate garment known as 1,000 Threads has now become a formidable piece of equipment. While its attributes have doubled, it has also gained passive abilities for self-cleaning and concealed presence. One could assert that henceforth, his mother need not worry about the garment's soiling, much to his delight. Subsequently, he undertook a grand synthesis of various skill elixirs in his possession. Full body enhancement elixirs, 15 pieces, illusory eye skill elixirs, 4 pieces, poison control skill elixirs, 10 pieces, regeneration enhancement elixirs, 10 pieces. These were the results of synthesizing redundant skills. Furthermore, he combined all kinds of spirit beast furs into garments, whether for men or women, including undergarments. He ensured that there was an ample supply, as their team now consisted not only of men but also 3 women, thus necessitating appropriate attire for them as well. Next, he focused on his weapon, the spider horn blade. He embedded a 3rd-tier spirit crystal into it, along with the giant horn from the long-hafted beetle he had slain in the commercial district, and added 5 poisonous skill elixirs. Additionally, he reprocessed all 1st-tier spirit beast bones, resulting in the spider horn blade evolving into a treasure-grade weapon. Horn blade, a fusion of spirit beast limbs and modern cutting tools. Level, treasure-grade equipment, upgradable. Attributes, physical attack 80 points, toughness 40 points. Special attribute 1, venomous. Upon striking a target, the target enters a poisoned state, lasting 30 minutes, inflicting 20 points of damage per minute. Trigger time, passive skill, unlimited. Special attribute 2, defense break, can penetrate defenses not exceeding twice the weapon's physical attack value. Trigger time, passive skill, unlimited. Now, he was quite satisfied with the horn blade. However, it was regrettable that, due to a lack of suitable materials, it had yet to evolve elemental skills. Consequently, he could not apply fire control to the horn blade, lest it be ruined. Thus, he resolved to focus on collecting magical spirit beasts to expedite the horn blade's evolution. Frankly, despite its high attack attributes, it felt somewhat unworthy of its grade, lacking a decent skill to match its treasure level status. After everyone had breakfast, Fang Hao began distributing the equipment. Chu Changtian and the others each received a mountain cutting knife, as it was the only blueprint he had at the moment. Next, he provided each of them with a space ring. After distributing to the others, aside from the one he wore, 5 remained. Zhang Zhongming was not considered since he could not wear one, and after contemplating, he decided against giving them to the 3 women. Firstly, the woman Du Tianqing was certainly not an option. Upon arriving in the capital, she would still be a national asset, and with He Shui's ambiguous stance, she was promptly excluded. Zhang Zihan was likewise disregarded. Thus, the 5 remaining space rings would continue to rest in his backpack. Fang Hao's decisions met with no objections, and the 3 women uttered not a single word. The equipment distribution concluded here, and Chu Changtian and his companions received their gear, each wearing joyous smiles, brimming with delight. The only shortcoming now lies with Zhang Zhongming. As long as he lacks any equipment, Fang Hao expresses his helplessness. In 2 words, the blueprint. Without the blueprint, it is utterly impossible to create the desired item. Regarding the peculiar nature of the furnace, Fang Hao feels quite powerless. He has attempted to synthesize larger equipment, yet the results have been less than satisfactory. Once a suitable blueprint is found, I shall forge weapons for you. These weapons are not suited for your use. Fang Hao explained as he patted Zhang Zhoming's arm. It's fine, boss. In fact, I prefer to fight barehanded. It feels more visceral that way, Zhang Zhoming replied quietly, indifferent to the absence of weapons. After all, he had been managing just fine without them for so many days. Blackwater, contemplating the situation, remarked, upon entering Z City. I once passed by a blacksmith shop. They might have what you seek. Oh, Fang Hao's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, where is it located? Over by the industrial area, Blackwater responded. As he spoke, Chu Chantian recalled that during their earlier stay near that warehouse, there had indeed been a street lined with hardware shops. He promptly added, boss, I remember now. When we first entered Z City, we came from the industrial area, and I distinctly recall there being a blacksmith shop nearby. Fang Hao nodded, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, how about this? Let us first resolve the matter of the biological vehicle and then return to investigate. With that, he gestured to the others and moved toward the exit. The biological vehicle remained securely parked in front of the fire station, casting a long shadow in the morning light. Since the previous day's battleground was not here, the vehicle had remained untouched throughout the night, with no unwelcome individuals attempting to tamper with it. As the group stepped outside, they had not taken many strides when they spotted the figure of Xiaohua racing toward them, dragging a corpse behind. Having been away for an entire night, curiosity arose about Xiaohua's findings. Master, I missed you, Xiaohua exclaimed as she dropped the body and leaped into Fang Hao's embrace. Fang Hao gently stroked her fur, offering comfort. This was the first time since Xiaohua's birth that she had been away from him for such an extended period. What is the situation, Xiaohua? Fang Hao inquired mentally. Damn it, someone blocked me, Xiaohua replied furiously. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao refrained from further questioning. The body on the ground already revealed the answer. Tong Liang was not dead. Fang Hao's gaze turned cold as he looked northward. Tong Liang, you truly are resilient. Having escaped to Kyoto, do you believe you still have a place to flee? The moment the body was set down, Blackwater's expression darkened significantly. The corpse belonged to Heihua, the one who had obstructed Xiaohua. Fang Hao cast a glance at Heihua's body, his face betraying no emotion, and then, with a flick of his mind, he summoned Heihua's corpse into the furnace. The body contained the 5 elements technique. He could not possibly let it slip away. As for whether Heishui feels uncomfortable, it is beyond his control. Even if such feelings exist, they cannot be regarded as teammates. This is something Fang Hao perceives clearly. Chapter 97. The armed department encounters a swarm of rodents upon arriving at the entrance of the fire station. Fang Hao turned and entered, swiftly transporting all the fire trucks from the garage into the furnace. He then returned to the entrance to bring the biological vehicle inside as well. Although the night was ample, synthesizing other equipment invariably required more time compared to the biological vehicle, which meant the latter would be synthesized last. After securing the vehicles in the furnace, Fang Hao began to contemplate the synthesis process. Firstly, a spirit crystal was essential. He tossed in a first-level spirit crystal, followed by an exoskeleton of a first-level insect spirit beast, and then 20 skeletal remains of spirit beasts, before confirming the synthesis. The countdown appeared. 3 hours. Observing the timer, Fang Hao had a premonition that this biological vehicle would undoubtedly reach a treasure level. He called to the group, and they commenced walking eastward. Their next destination was the armed department, not far ahead. Heishui's demeanor was off, and the others noticed, yet the men refrained from asking, displaying a commendable awareness in the presence of Fang Hao. Du Tianqing had already regarded Heishui as an obstacle and had no intention of inquiring. She was rather pleased with Heishui's displeasure and had no inclination to concern herself with the matter. Zhang Zihan, however, exhibited thoughtfulness and asked her what was wrong. Yet, Heishui merely shook her head in silence. As for her relationship with Fang Hao, she understood the unspoken implications of his silence. Even regarding the matter of Tong Liang from yesterday, Fang Hao had said nothing, and she comprehended that he had his reasons. What could they possibly convey to the others? That Fang Hao saved her due to some inexplicable feeling, and that she chose to remain for the same reason? Clearly, that would be absurd. If such feelings were not genuine, both she and Fang Hao would likely dismiss them outright. Thus, it was wise to remain silent. Heishui's sudden arrival naturally sparked curiosity among the group, yet out of respect for Fang Hao, they chose not to inquire. Zhang Bin did ask, but Fang Hao was unlikely to divulge anything to him. Given Zhang Bin's loose tongue, it would not be long before the entire group was apprised of the situation. Yesterday's appearance of Tong Liang was an accident. The emergence of the black-robed 5 elements was also unexpected, and Heishui's decision to stay was indeed another unforeseen event. How could one explain this? Clearly, it was impossible to articulate. Fang Hao maintained a stance of silence regarding Heishui. Take the recent incident with the black fire corpse. For instance, it was not a mere accident. He had sent Xiaohua back in the hall, but had merely instructed her to wait nearby until they exited. The purpose of this maneuver was straightforward, to test Heishui's attitude. However, to his surprise, Heishui did not react with anger, leaving Fang Hao somewhat perplexed regarding her thoughts. 3 of the black-robed 5 elements have already perished at his hands, yet black water remains surprisingly restrained. This peculiar sensation is truly remarkable. In any case, until he comprehends the nature of this distinct feeling, Fang Hao is unwilling to divulge matters concerning black water. Before long, the group, engaged in light-hearted conversation, arrived at the entrance of the armament division. The grand gate stood unscathed, and from the outside, the courtyard appeared eerily silent, devoid of any anomalies. Without requiring Fang Hao's prompt, Chu Changtian and Cobra had already crossed the threshold, stealthily advancing into the compound. Fang Hao followed closely behind with the remainder of the group, reaching the entrance and forcefully pulling open the retractable gate. Upon entering the courtyard, Fang Hao instructed the others to gather any useful supplies. The rest nodded and dispersed, leaving only the 3 women and Zhang Zhongming to accompany him. The 5 of them proceeded into the central office building. The hall appeared somewhat disheveled. After a quick glance, Fang Hao made his way toward a nearby office. Just as he reached the doorway, a tremendous roar erupted from the courtyard, followed by the unmistakable sound of beastly howling. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, and he quickly commanded Zhang Zhongming to ensure their safety before darting outside. As he rushed toward the source of the commotion, he encountered Chu Changtian and the others along the way. "What is happening?" Fang Hao inquired, furrowing his brow. "Boss, we discovered several armored vehicles in the underground garage. Just as we were about to investigate, a rat darted out from behind one of the vehicles, and it was as if we had disturbed a nest of them. The underground parking lot is swarming with them." Chu Changtian replied, his expression grave. Rats were a haunting memory for them. The red dragon had fallen victim to their onslaught. Individually, they were weak, yet they always appeared in swarms. Thus, in terms of sheer terror, rats were far more formidable than other feline or canine spirit beasts. Fang Hao gazed toward the underground parking lot, observing the relentless tide of rats, and after careful consideration, he resolved to engage them. Each rat represented a spirit crystal. Although of lower rank, their numbers were substantial. At present, he was in dire need of spirit crystals. "Prepare yourselves. Let the hunt begin. Binzi, you go join Blackwater and the others, and summon Zhang Zhongming." Fang Hao instructed Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin nodded and departed. Currently, he was the weakest among them, lacking the enhancement of spiritual power, rendering his regeneration abilities ineffective, and thus he remained a one-armed hero. The group spread out, taking defensive positions. Fang Hao summoned his horn blade, which materialized in his hand, glistening with an imposing chill, the blade's verdant hue more vibrant than ever. He then distributed body enhancement pills to the others. The skill pills he had synthesized were meant for their use. With the new battle on the horizon, enhanced strength was essential for effectively vanquishing these rats. Naturally, he did not neglect to consume one himself. This skill pill permanently augmented passive attributes, proving to be exceedingly potent. Kill. After consuming the skill pill, Fang Hao's attributes surged to an astonishing 180 points, a formidable increase indeed. With a thunderous shout, he charged towards the oncoming horde of rats, striking down upon them. The others did not follow his lead, for they lacked the requisite strength. Such reckless behavior would be tantamount to courting death. Soon, a heavy thudding echoed from behind. Zhang Zhongming had arrived. The moment he entered, Zhang Zhongming let out a fierce roar and surged forward. After all, even as a half-werewolf, he was still a wolf at heart, and a mere swarm of rats was no match for him. Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming, one man and one wolf, transformed into a veritable meat grinder as they engaged the rat swarm, relentlessly harvesting the lives of these creatures. The squeaking of countless rats flooded forth from the underground parking lot, seemingly endless. Within 2 minutes, the courtyard was teeming with the presence of these rodents. Seeing this, Chu Changtian's expression grew grave. He glanced at Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming, who had already plunged into the heart of the swarm, and grit his teeth, shouting, "Defensive formation. Fall back to the boss." The rat horde was inexhaustible, and if they continued this way, they would surely falter. Their only recourse was to converge towards Fang Hao. Chapter 98. Something awry swish. The horn blade in Fang Hao's hand whirled with impenetrable precision, and within a 2-meter radius around him, no living creature remained. Even without any visually striking skills, the sheer physical prowess of the horn blade had reached a terrifying 80 points. Coupled with the passive ability to breach defenses, these level 0 rats were utterly inconsequential, no matter how many there were. With both his physique and spirit reaching 180 points, Fang Hao faced these low-level spirit beasts with such stamina that the energy he expended was swiftly replenished, illustrating the extraordinary endurance he currently possessed. As he dispatched his foes, he did not forget to collect the fallen rats into the furnace, efficiently melding slaughter with smelting. The 160 spirit beasts from the previous day had been fully refined overnight, resulting in a staggering amount of spirit blood pills, so abundant that Fang Hao could hardly be bothered to count them. A rough estimate suggested that, combined with the original 10,000, the total was overwhelming. There were also several hundred skill pills, though most were redundant, and none pertained to magical abilities. However, after synthesizing all the duplicate skill pills last night, very few remained. At that moment, an unusual stir arose from the rat swarm at the parking lot entrance. As Fang Hao continued to wield his horn blade, he furrowed his brow and glanced towards the parking lot's entrance. There, the dense mass of rats began to part, revealing a rodent that was nearly half the size of its companions, accompanied by 10 massive rats. This particular rat bore a coat of fiery red fur, its sharp incisors resembling an elongated military dagger, glinting ominously. Its disproportionately small eyes sparkled with a cunning, almost human-like glint. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, and he discreetly cast a detection spell towards this extraordinary rat. Target: Fire Spirit Mouse King Health, 3,000 points level 5 Spirit Beast Strength, 80 points Speed, 150 points Mentality, 150 points Spiritual Power, 1,800 points Skills, Fire Control. Defense Break, Mental Transmission, Domination, King S Might. What an outrageous attribute. Upon seeing this, Fang Hao couldn't help but curse under his breath. A mere mouse possesses such extraordinary prowess? The Mouse King. How splendid. Moreover, it is of the fire attribute, which provides perfect materials for the upcoming upgrade of the Hornblade. Immediately, he cast a detection spell on the other 10 mice. Target: Heavy Armor Mouse Health, 2,000 points level 4 Spirit Beast Strength, 120 points Speed, 60 points Mentality, 60 points Spiritual Power, 500 points Skills, Heavy Armor Strength. Powerful Strike, Regeneration, Guardian Shield. From the name alone, one can discern that these 10 colossal mice are classified as tank-type creatures, essentially serving as the Mouse King's guardians. This poses a significant challenge. Fang Hao's brow furrowed deeper. It is indeed a daunting task to slay the Mouse King amidst such formidable protection. While these giant mice are considered colossal, they are only relatively larger compared to ordinary mice and the Mouse King. The average size of a normal mouse horde is akin to that of a golden retriever before the apocalypse, while the heavy armor mice are merely twice their size. After contemplating, Fang Hao realized that the only ones capable of contending with these heavy armor mice are himself, Xiaohua, and Zhang Zhoming. Compared to the heavy armor mice, Chu Changtian and his companions are simply outmatched. After a moment of reflection, Fang Hao ultimately decided to have Chu Changtian and the others rendezvous with Zhang Bin and take a defensive position. The remainder would be entrusted to him, Zhang Zhoming, and Xiaohua. Just then, Chu Changtian and his group arrived before Fang Hao. Boss, this won't do. Besides me and Iron Snake, the rest may not hold out for long, Chu Changtian remarked, wielding his mountain cutting blade. Fang Hao kicked away a charging mouse and, with a stoic expression, replied, "You all go meet up with Zhang Bin and hold your ground. Leave this to Zhoming and me. Remember, bring Xiaohua over. And Iron Snake should be ready to provide support with his sniper rifle." Without hesitation, they nodded and began charging toward the office building. With Chu Changtian's group organized, Fang Hao's gaze sharpened as he subtly activated fire control, slaying the incessantly attacking mice while gradually advancing toward the Mouse King. Suddenly, as Fang Hao moved slowly, he exerted force on the horn blade, instantly bisecting every mouse within a 2-meter radius. Seizing the moment, a fiery spear rapidly took shape in his hand. With a low shout, the flame spear shot from his hand, hurtling towards the Mouse King at the parking lot with astonishing speed. Whoosh! The flame spear had already soared nearly 10 meters before the sharp sound of breaking air erupted, surpassing the speed of sound. Hearing the noise, the fire spirit Mouse King revealed a human-like sneer in its small eyes and emitted a series of soft squeaks. The heavy armor mice surrounding it immediately formed a protective barrier, stacking one atop the other to obstruct the path of the flaming spear. At this moment, the once orderly swarm of mice, led by Fang Hao and Zhang Zhoming, upon hearing a sound, recklessly surged towards the flamethrower. As these rodents came into contact with the blazing weapon, they were swiftly pierced and plummeted from the air. In an instant, nearly 100 mice fell within the short span of 200 meters from Fang Hao to the position of the Mouse King. Witnessing this scene, Fang Hao's expression darkened considerably. These mice were fiercely defending their king. They were willing to sacrifice their lives to shield the Mouse King from the flamethrower. Unsurprisingly, When the flamethrower was merely 30 meters away from the Mouse King, it collided heavily with the foremost armored mouse and dissipated into the air. Remarkably, even this leading armored mouse was not penetrated. It merely sustained a slight abrasion on its surface. Fang Hao took a deep breath and, seizing the moment when the mouse swarm was momentarily stunned, hurriedly ran to join Zhang Zhongming. Currently, Zhang Zhongming was indeed covered in blood. Although it was clear that it was not his own, these ordinary mice posed no threat to him, a 5th-level half-beast. Boss, this is abnormal. There's no reason for the mouse swarm to appear in the armory. There's neither food nor water here. I feel they would be more likely to show up in a supermarket than in a place like this, Zhang Zhongming remarked, shaking off the flesh and blood from his claws as he spoke in a somber tone. Of course I know. Without anything to attract these beasts. Do you think they would come here for no reason? Fang Hao replied, his gaze fixed on the underground parking lot. From the moment he discovered the mouse swarm, he had his suspicions. After all, this was neither a granary nor a supermarket, devoid of ample food or human presence. Thus there was no rationale for the mice to gather here. Therefore, the only possibility was that something enticing or necessary for them existed in this place. Just then, a cat's meow echoed through the air. Xiaohua had arrived. 3 5th-level beings against 1 5th-level and 10 4th-level. Let us see how you can resist now. A cold glint flashed in Fang Hao's eyes. The moment Xiaohua appeared, he bellowed, Xiaohua, target the Mouse King. Attack. Chapter 99. Squandered 5th-level power. Xiaohua's arrival was akin to a calamity for the mouse swarm. The sound of the cat's call sent the previously tense mice into a frenzy. Earlier, when they were besieging the office building, Xiaohua had not revealed her presence. Yet upon seeing her, not a single mouse dared to initiate an attack. While Fang Hao and his companions were battling fervently, tranquility reigned at the office building. This was the power of hierarchical suppression, species dominance, the inherent enmity between predator and prey. Cats and mice are fated mortal enemies. Even after evolution, they remained adversaries. Moreover, Xiaohua was no ordinary cat. She was a legitimate 5th-level spirit beast, a two-tailed spirit cat. The instant she appeared, the Mouse King, surrounded by its minions, narrowed its small eyes, revealing a distinctly human-like expression of fear. It was filled with fear. As a level 5 spirit beast, how could it possibly be oblivious to Xiaohua's presence, especially when she was deliberately exuding her aura? The Mouse King incessantly issued commands, urging the rat swarm to launch an attack, while it slowly advanced toward the entrance accompanied by 10 armored rats. In the absence of Xiaohua, it had already begun to covet the flesh of Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming. Although both were also level 5 beings, in the eyes of the Mouse King, these two were hardly worthy of consideration. Why? What is the defining characteristic of a rat? Indeed, reproduction. Their most notable trait is their sheer number, an unfathomable multitude. Even with the addition of Chu Changtian and his companions, the Mouse King could overwhelm them with the vast numbers of its swarm. Imagine the terror of such overwhelming numbers. Yet, everything changed with the emergence of Xiaohua. Although the fire spirit Mouse King had issued its command, the chaotic rat swarm seemed oblivious, trembling in fear and scurrying about, desperately seeking a hole to hide in. Fang Hao chuckled, surprised by the magnitude of the reaction triggered by Xiaohua's appearance. He had underestimated the suppression brought about by their predator-prey relationship. Master, that mouse smells so delicious, Xiaohua exclaimed, her feline eyes fixated on the Mouse King, drool already forming at her mouth. Fang Hao smiled and replied, then let the master slay it for Xiaohua. With that, he exchanged a glance with Zhang Zhongming, and their figures vanished in an instant. Meow? Xiaohua let out a fierce cry, activating her skill, transformation. Her petite frame began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, she grew to the size of the saber-toothed leopard they had encountered previously. She leaped forth, charging directly into the rat swarm. This sudden transformation sent the already terrified Mouse King into a state of sheer panic. Abandoning its armored rats, it fled toward the underground parking lot without looking back. Humph. Let us see where you think you're going. In a flash, Fang Hao's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he activated his skill, Bloodthirst. His speed surged dramatically as he leaped over the 10 armored rats, closing in on the Mouse King that was scurrying into the parking lot passage. The Mouse King was thrown into disarray, its eyes filled with fury as it spat a fireball at Fang Hao. Upon seeing the Mouse King launch its fireball, Fang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Did this creature really think that its over 100 points of spirit were merely for show? Did it not remember that he had just hurled a flame gun at it? With a cold snort, Fang Hao stood his ground against the incoming fireball, grasping it barehanded. Crack! He crushed the fireball effortlessly. The exploding fireball instantly transformed into fiery elements, dissipating into the air. Die! Fang Hao's figure suddenly vanished. The edge of his weapon glimmered with a chilling light as he lunged for the Mouse King's neck. The Mouse King's eyes were filled with panic. Its once proud fire attack had proven ineffective against Fong Hao, instilling a deep-seated fear within it. It squeaked frantically, attempting to summon its guards for assistance. However, outside, the heavily armored rats could hardly extricate themselves. Even if they managed to escape, facing the overwhelming power disparity posed by Xiaohua and Zhang Zhoming, how many could truly emerge unscathed? Whoosh! The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed. The horn blade, possessing a penetrating attribute, effortlessly tore through the soft flesh of the Rat King's neck. Squeak! The Rat King shrieked in terror. But its impressive speed of over 100 points was not to be underestimated. The moment the blade pierced its flesh, it swiftly leaped away. Without a backward glance, it dashed towards the parking lot. Fong Hao's lips curled with disdain. Even having evolved to level 5, it could not shed its inherent cowardice as a rat. This Rat King, despite its own piercing attribute, did not dare to retaliate. Truly pathetic. It wished to flee, but how could Fong Hao, who had already deemed it as Xiaohua's meal, allow it to escape? The bloodthirsty nature of Fong Hao was indeed terrifying. A moment's oversight had allowed the rat to evade a fatal strike, but that would not happen again. In a flash, he darted past the fleeing Rat King. The horn blade lunged towards its back. Whoosh! The blade pierced directly through the Rat King's chest, embedding into the ground with a clang. Squeak! After emitting a final wretched cry, the Rat King fell silent. Fong Hao expressionlessly withdrew the horn blade and stowed the Rat King's corpse into his spatial ring, then turned to exit. Truth be told, if it weren't for the peculiar species structure of the rat swarm, he could slay as many of these Rat Kings as he encountered. A level 5 strength was practically equivalent to that of a useless being. However, if this level 5 Rat King were replaced by a level 5 dog or cat spirit beast, Fong Hao would indeed face considerable difficulty in vanquishing it. At the entrance of the parking lot, only 3 heavily armored rats remained from the initial 10. The remaining swarm dared not engage. Trembling in fear, they were utterly ineffective, especially upon sensing the demise of their leader, which plunged them into further chaos. Fong Hao emerged from the passage, striking at a heavily armored rat devoid of combat spirit with a swift blow. As this rat collapsed, he glanced at Zhang Zhoming and Xiaohua, noting that the other 2 heavily armored rats had also met their demise. With a quick movement, he charged into the dense mass of rats. These were all spirit crystals. With the Rat King gone, the swarm was almost akin to a field of spirit crystals ripe for the picking, and Fong Hao had no reason to let them go. Iron Baby and his companions, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield, saw this turn of events and rushed out of the office building without hesitation. They had prepared for a fierce battle, never anticipating that Xiaohua's presence would yield such a dramatic reversal on the battlefield. Faced with a rat swarm now stripped of its fighting spirit and quaking in fear, if they did not strike now, when would they? Subsequently, Xiaohua and Zhang Zhoming also joined the fray. The slaughter officially commenced. Chapter 100, Treasure-Level Equipment, Biological Vehicle. Half an hour later, Fong Hao and his companions sat exhausted on the ground, panting heavily. A full 30 minutes of massacre. The sheer number of rats truly left them speechless. There were simply too many. This time, the slaughter was relentless. Each individual, initially filled with joy, gradually grew heavier in heart, ultimately resembling someone who had swallowed a fly. Their expressions turning quite grim. Apart from a few fleeing rats, the number of those slain exceeded 2/3, and even without meticulous counting, one could estimate that it surpassed 1,000. After catching their breath, it was time to clear the battlefield. Everyone emptied their spatial rings, using them entirely to contain the corpses of the rats. In a mere 10 cubic meters of space, accommodating these bodies, each the size of a golden retriever, proved quite challenging. A single spatial ring reached its limit after holding 50 corpses. Ultimately, the 14 spatial rings collectively contained only 700. Leaving the remaining few hundred for Fong Hao to cram into his backpack space, filling it to capacity. While nearly 100 rats remained without a place to be stored in the courtyard, Fong Hao found himself in a dilemma. Refining required time. 50 corpses took an hour, but the previous batch was still ongoing. It felt wasteful to discard them, considering they represented nearly 100 spirit crystals, which could convert into at least 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Yet, retaining them posed a problem, as their presence would emit a pungent, sanguine aroma, akin to a beacon, continuously attracting spirit beasts. The group had reached their limits and could not continue fighting. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Obtained a rare-grade equipment, Biological Vehicle X1. Fong Hao was taken aback and hurriedly began to inspect it. Biological Vehicle, a synthesis of spirit beast remains and modern civilization vehicles grade. Rare-grade equipment, upgradable, attributes, length, 15 meters, width, 48 meters, height, 35 meters, physical defense, 150 points. Magical defense, 150 points, maximum speed, 400 mph, energy source, spirit crystals, special attributes, restoration, if damage does not exceed 70% of the vehicle's total health. It can be restored using spirit crystals. If damage surpasses 70%, restoration is ineffective. Shielding, effective against all terrestrial spirit beasts. Spatial folding. The vehicle possesses spatial folding capabilities, with a maximum capacity of 100 cubic meters, allowing for flexible allocation of space. Energy storage. As a rare-grade equipment, the vehicle can continuously absorb spiritual energy from the air, storing it in an energy reservoir, with a recovery rate of 5 points per minute. Operating time. Normal state, 24 hours. Maximum speed state, 8 hours. Upon glimpsing the biological vehicle, Fang Hao's face instantly lit up with joy. It was truly an unexpected delight. A stroke of genius. Just as he was fretting over the remaining rat corpses with no place to store them, the biological vehicle appeared at the perfect time. With its spatial folding capability of 100 cubic meters, it could easily accommodate not just 100 rats, but an entire building. Ha! Unable to contain his laughter, Fang Hao erupted in joy, leaving the others perplexed. What has you so elated, Haozi? Zhang Bin, Fang Hao's closest companion, was the first to inquire. I am filled with joy, for I have discovered a solution. Allow me to present something to you. With a smile, Fang Hao concentrated, and a massive shadow materialized out of thin air in the courtyard. It was the biological vehicle. The crowd erupted in astonishment as they beheld the transformed vehicle. This was, without a doubt, a colossal beast of steel. Its jet-black exterior bore no sheen, with a 15-meter-long body encased in a single slab of steel, and the towering wheels were indeed sufficient for its length. The contours of the vehicle remained sharp and defined, devoid of the streamlined design characteristic of modern automobiles. Yet, it was precisely this angularity that imbued the biological vehicle with the aura of a formidable steel beast. Zhang Bin, visibly shocked, touched the vehicle's surface, murmuring incessantly, "Now this is a vehicle for men. How exhilarating." Others gathered around, circling the biological vehicle to inspect it closely. Among the three women, Du Tianqing maintained a relatively composed demeanor, having witnessed Fang Hao's various extraordinary feats before. In contrast, Zhang Zihan and He Shui, although they had experienced Fang Hao's wonders, were witnessing such a miraculous scene for the very first time. Fang Hao had once again reshaped their understanding. It seemed that many seemingly impossible things could become possible with this man around. Is this enough to astound you? Fang Hao approached with a cheerful smile. The crowd turned in unison to face him, wondering if this revelation was insufficiently astonishing. Fang Hao smiled and provided no further explanation. Instead, he opened the vehicle's door and addressed them. "Come, allow me to show you something even more astonishing." With that, he stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, Fang Hao immediately felt the environment shift around him, a sensation akin to the dizziness experienced on a roller coaster before the apocalypse. This feeling was fleeting, and once he regained his focus, he found himself in a vast expanse. Before he could thoroughly examine his surroundings, the others followed him in. Unsurprisingly, they too experienced the same bewildering sensation. Once they regained their composure, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Wow! The interior space of this 15-meter-long vehicle was astonishingly vast. The group stood in stunned silence, their understanding once again reshaped. Du Tianqing was the first to react, her expression one of shock as she glanced around. A term that had previously existed only in her imagination suddenly flashing in her mind. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "This is spatial folding, the legendary black technology." Spatial folding. Her declaration sent the crowd into another frenzy. Fang Hao regarded Du Tianqing with surprise. Indeed, the knowledge and perspective of a dual doctorate holder were extraordinary. The crowd then turned in unison to Fang Hao, awaiting his affirmation. With a smile, he nodded and said, "Indeed, this is spatial folding. First, arrange the mice outside, and we shall discuss later." With that said, he proceeded directly towards the driver's seat of the biological vehicle. The cockpit had undergone a remarkable transformation. The space had significantly expanded, and the gear lever had vanished entirely, replaced by a cylindrical energy storage unit approximately 15 meters in length, featuring a manual inlet for adding spirit crystals. Furthermore, the array of buttons on the control panel had disappeared, supplanted by an impressive 19-inch touchscreen, on which all functional controls were now displayed. Fang Hao approached, located the spatial folding option, and began delineating the space. The first task was to calibrate the position of the doors. The substantial disparity in space caused even someone of Fang Hao's exceptional attributes to feel dizzy. Once the door's spatial positioning was adjusted, He turned his attention to the driver's area, as Fang Hao made continual adjustments. Those standing by the door felt as though they were aboard an aircraft, with distances fluctuating, inducing a sense of nausea in each observer. Fortunately, the adjustments concluded swiftly, allowing everyone to exhale in relief, albeit with pale faces, clinging to the vehicle for support. Chapter 101. The concept of a mobile fortress after Fang Hao's meticulous adjustments. The 100 cubic meters of space had been effectively allocated. The area was divided into 6 distinct sections: the driving area, corridor, seating area, accommodation area, storage area, and kitchen. The driving area was twice the standard size of typical vehicles, measuring 5 square meters, encompassing both the co-driver's seat and the energy storage unit. The corridor measured 2 meters in width, double that of an ordinary train's corridor. This seemingly excessive width was, in fact, a necessity due to the presence of Zhang Zhongming, and 2 meters was the absolute minimum. The seating area retained its original chairs and comprised 30 square meters, with ample room for future additions. The accommodation area was delineated after considerable contemplation by Fang Hao. The biological vehicle had begun to exhibit the characteristics of a mobile fortress, lacking only an armament system. Based on the number of occupants, he allocated 10 square meters per person, culminating in an area of 150 square meters. With the largest allocation of 40 square meters designated for himself, the leader. Adjacent to the accommodation area was the kitchen, which required minimal space. 20 square meters sufficed for cooking and dining. The remaining portion was designated as the storage area, occupying 2/3 of the total space. Subdivided into 3 sections: the water storage area, food storage area, and miscellaneous area. Subsequently, Fang Hao placed all the mouse corpses from the 2 spatial rings into the miscellaneous area, then ventured outside to collect the remaining mice before returning to the vehicle. At this moment, the shock on everyone's faces had subsided, replaced by a sense of curiosity. Although all areas have been delineated, a vast expanse remains merely an empty space due to the absence of materials, compounded by the lack of accommodations in the synthesized vehicle blueprint. Zhang Bin, upon seeing Fang Hao enter the vehicle, hastily pointed to a 150 square meter area towering 3 meters high, inquiring about its intended purpose. With a smile, Fang Hao replied, "That section is designated for habitation, 10 square meters per person. However, it currently stands vacant due to the lack of materials." "Accommodation? Are you aspiring to create a mobile fortress?" "How's-he?" Zhang Bin exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Fang Hao nodded, stating, "The biological vehicle has already begun to take shape as a mobile fortress. The next steps involve the armament system and spatial expansion." The men, upon hearing this, were instantly invigorated, envisioning the thrill of traversing the apocalypse in such a formidable steel behemoth. "Fang Hao, a mobile fortress is no trivial endeavor," interjected Du Tianqing, who had remained silent until now. The group turned their attention to Du Tianqing, eager to hear her perspective. Fang Hao encouraged her, "Please, go on. First, you must grasp the definition of a mobile fortress. It should encompass essential features such as sustenance, shelter, transportation, armament, training, and even capabilities for wading and diving. Ideally, it must possess at least 5 of these functionalities to truly be deemed a mobile fortress." After surveying the designated area, Du Tianqing continued, "From a mere spatial standpoint, this area is insufficient." "Hey, Dr. Du, aren't you a biologist? How do you know about this?" Zhang Bin couldn't contain his curiosity. Du Tianqing smiled gently, responding, "The country once initiated a top-secret project aimed at constructing mobile fortresses, and I was the lead on the biological recycling system for that initiative." "Wow, that's impressive. So, does that mean our nation has mobile fortresses?" Zhang Bin gasped, eager for clarification. Not only Zhang Bin, but Fang Hao and Chu Changtian also gazed at Du Tianqing with curiosity. The 7 of them, especially, were intrigued. As members of the highest authority, the Red Dragon, they found it astonishing that there were classified projects of which they were unaware. However, Du Tianqing sighed, a wry smile crossing her face as she said, "It's not as simple as you think. A mobile fortress differs significantly from an aircraft carrier, while the carrier's weight can be disregarded in water. A mobile fortress on land demands astronomical figures just for the tires needed for movement. If only our nation had spatial folding technology back then, mobile fortresses would likely have entered service long ago." "What happened in the end?" Zhang Bin pressed for more information. "The project was halfway through when it exceeded its budget and was subsequently shelved." Fang Hao's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he calmly asked, "So, you're indicating that the construction of the mobile fortress was halted midway, correct?" Du Tianqing nodded, her expression filled with regret. "Ha!" Fang Hao burst into laughter. "Excellent. Du Tianqing, you have achieved something remarkable." "Achieved something? What do you mean?" Du Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, momentarily unable to respond. Now tell me the location of the mobile fortress. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, everyone instantly comprehended the reason behind his earlier laughter. It was evident he was contemplating that half-finished project. Upon hearing this, Du Tianqing instinctively hesitated, her expression reflecting uncertainty. After a brief pause, she slowly articulated, the project site is located in the underground base of Black Wolf Mountain. Black Wolf Mountain, Fang Hao murmured thoughtfully as he began to search the map. At that moment, Du Tianqing interrupted him, stating directly, "You won't find Black Wolf Mountain on the map. It is classified as a military-restricted area, undetectable even by satellites. Do you know the route?" Fang Hao inquired. Du Tianqing scrutinized the man before her, aware that revealing the route would constitute a true act of betrayal against the nation. Yet, the image of their encounter in the commercial district's fitting room flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson and her heart to race uncontrollably. The sudden blush on Du Tianqing's face drew the attention of the others, who exchanged peculiar glances. Is she all right? Does she blush so easily? Fang Hao, perplexed by the situation, could only scratch his nose, pretending not to notice. Just then, a cold snort filled with malice echoed through the air. The group turned towards the sound, their expressions growing even more peculiar. Looks like we're in for a show, they thought. Du Tianqing, momentarily stunned, shot a fierce glare at Heishui, gritted her teeth, and declared, I know the route. I can take you there. Fang Hao nodded slowly, offering Du Tianqing a grateful smile. Although he understood that her agreement was partly a reaction to Heishui, as a senior engineer who was undeniably loyal to her country, her willingness to go this far earned her Fang Hao's respect. All right, let us now venture to uncover the peculiarities of this underground parking lot. Fang Hao clapped his hands, addressing the group. With that, he was the first to exit the vehicle. In Chapter 102, Devouring Spirit Grass, Fang Hao, Chu Changtian, and Zhang Bin cautiously descended towards the underground parking lot. Meanwhile, the remaining members, apart from the three women, had dispersed to gather supplies. The arsenal was rich with valuable items, including essential military provisions and communication devices, which Fang Hao had particularly instructed them to collect. Fang Hao had already solidified his concept for synthesizing the communication devices. Now, it was merely a matter of implementation. After traversing the passage for nearly 2 circuits, the dimly lit parking lot appeared before them. As they descended, Fang Hao assessed that the depth of this parking lot was at least twice that of the precinct's. Moreover, the expanse was more than double that of the precinct's parking area. However, in contrast to the desolate precinct lot, this one boasted a greater number of parked vehicles, predominantly military in nature, alongside a few privately owned cars bearing military plates, all affiliated with the Z City Military District. Certainly, the most striking sight was the 7 armored vehicles parked at the innermost part, equipped with formidable weapon systems. Fang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he made his way toward them. Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian, noticing his enthusiasm, hurried to follow. Each of the 7 armored vehicles boasted machine guns, their austere black exteriors glistening with gun oil, a menacing yet restrained appearance. These were the lethal instruments of small-scale combat. The 672 type light machine gun. Zhang Bin could hardly contain his eagerness as he clambered onto the armored vehicle the moment he laid eyes on it. No man can maintain composure in the presence of weaponry. Even Fang Hao, who had encountered firearms during his time at the precinct, felt a surge of fervor upon seeing these machine guns. Chu Changtian leapt effortlessly onto the vehicle's roof, deftly handling the machinery while a rare smile graced his face. Fang Hao's mind stirred as he summoned the edge blade to his hand, swiftly slicing through the door lock to inspect the interior. His eyes widened in astonishment. What a treasure trove! Rocket launchers, armor-piercing rounds, infrared jamming grenades, and hand grenades. All were present. He proceeded to examine the other armored vehicles, and unsurprisingly, each was similarly outfitted with heavy weaponry. What was the meaning of this? Was a conflict imminent? Fang Hao turned to Chu Changtian and inquired, why are there so many heavy weapons in a place like Z City? Is a war on the horizon? Chu Changtian chuckled and replied, Boss, you may not realize that this is standard equipment for armored units. I suspect there's a small-scale drill taking place. Hence, these armored vehicles are stationed here at the armament department. Typically, the number of armored vehicles in the armament department should be comparable to that of the precinct. Fang Hao nodded in agreement. All right, let's gather them. We shouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. He began to collect the armored vehicles one by one. A simple task for the furnace with a 50-vehicle capacity. Upon securing the last armored vehicle, a massive opening appeared before the trio. The moment the opening manifested, Fang Hao unhesitatingly activated the illusory eye. As it awakened, he gazed toward the entrance of the cave. In his vision, The dark opening resembled a three-dimensional diagram, sloping downwards at a 35-degree angle. Fang Hao followed the direction within the cave, and when he was about 10 meters from the entrance, a vast chamber unfolded before him. Continuing his observation, he noticed a colossal pit at the center of this expansive space, filled with the remains of various spirit beasts and humans. Amidst these corpses stood a vibrant green plant, roughly the size of a cherry tree, laden with fruit, both red and green in hue. Upon witnessing this, Fang Hao wasted no time and leapt into the abyss. Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian promptly followed suit. The trio descended along the passageway, arriving in the underground chamber after a fall of approximately 10 meters. Surrounding this space, numerous openings were densely packed. Particularly, when Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian beheld the plant nestled within the deep pit, everything became clear. The reason the horde of rats had attacked them was due to nourishment. This plant required sustenance. The myriad of openings leading in all directions served as conduits for the supply of nutrients. Furthermore, they even spotted the remains of police dogs within the pit, albeit dismembered. Not a single body was left intact. However, what puzzled them was the absence of any trace of blood despite the multitude of dismembered corpses. Fang Hao promptly cast a probing spell towards the plant, eager to discern the nature of the flora that had incited such a tumult among the rat swarm. Target: devouring spirit grass, spirit plant. Health: 5,000 points level. Level 5 spirit plant strength. 10 points speed. 10 points mental. 10 points spirit power. 18,000 points skill. Devour spirit. Upon reading this, Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback. How could he overlook the term spirit plant? This was the first time he had encountered such a concept. However, after a brief pause, his attention was swiftly drawn to the several zeros following the spirit power figure. His face broke into a wide grin. The Rat King had inadvertently done him a great service. He was in dire need of spirit power, and here it was presented to him as a splendid gift. Ha! Fang Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian exchanged confused glances at Fang Hao's exuberant mirth. Without delving into explanations, Fang Hao began to analyze the skill of the devouring spirit grass. At level 5, it bore no significant threat, akin to that of ordinary crops. Devour spirit absorbs spirit power and flesh, condensing it into fruit. Skill attribute: active skill activation time. Absorbs 30 points of individual spirit power per minute, and 20 points of free spirit power per minute. Upon reviewing this, Fang Hao's amusement escalated. The devouring spirit grass was, in essence, a spirit power absorber. He pondered whether the grass could be transplanted or if it bore seeds. If so, it would undoubtedly be a far swifter means of acquiring spirit power than slaying spirit beasts. The fruits produced by the devouring spirit grass were categorized into two types, red and green. Without the need for further probing, Fang Hao discerned that the red fruits were the essence of flesh, while the green ones were the condensation of spirit power. Without hesitation, he approached the edge of the pit. Upon gazing into the pit at the remnants, he frowned. Discarding such flesh seemed both odd and regrettable. With a mere thought, he summoned all the remains into the furnace. The previous batch of rats had already completed their refinement, and although he had intended to toss in another batch, he resolved to deal with these corpses first. As the bodies within the pit vanished, the dense roots of the devouring spirit grass became exposed. Chapter 103. Grass, a type of plant. The corpses in the pit disappeared, revealing the thick roots of the devouring spirit grass. The moment the bodies were absorbed into the furnace, Fang Hao confirmed the refinement process. A countdown appeared: 20 minutes. Fang Hao observed, unfazed, understanding the significance of the bountiful fruits adorning the devouring spirit grass. The spiritual essence and the fleshly quintessence from all the corpses have been absorbed by the spirit-devouring grass to an extent of 70 to 80%. Fang Hao leaped into the pit, making his way directly towards the spirit-devouring grass at its center. As he advanced, he focused his mind, summoning the blade from his hand. Although he was uncertain whether the spirit-devouring grass possessed any offensive capabilities, its attributes being relatively weak, he believed in the adage that caution is the better part of valor, thus deemed it prudent to prepare. 5 meters. 4 meters. 1 meter. Without incident, Fang Hao approached the grass, which remained utterly still. With an impassive expression, he observed it. The blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, and a red fruit suddenly soared from the branch of the spirit-devouring grass. He deftly caught it, examining it in his palm. The red fruit was roughly the size of a strawberry, its surface smooth and soft, reminiscent of a ripe persimmon. He cast a probing spell on the fruit. Spirit-devouring grass fruit, a condensation of biological flesh essence. Attributes: increases evolution speed, replenishes stamina, refines bloodlines. After reading the information, he flicked the blade again, and a green fruit ascended. Fang Hao caught it and employed the probing spell once more. Spirit-devouring grass fruit, a condensation of spiritual energy. Attributes: increases evolution speed, replenishes spiritual energy. Having confirmed that the spirit-devouring grass posed no threat, Feng Hao grasped its stem and uprooted it, lifting it triumphantly as he leapt out of the pit. What kind of plant is this? A cherry tree? Zhang Bin queried. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the spirit-devouring grass in Feng Hao's hands. A smile graced Feng Hao's face as he replied, "This is a remarkable find. Let us discuss it further as we make our way out." Nodding in agreement, the two made their way towards the cave's entrance. In the underground parking lot, three figures sprang forth from the darkened opening. Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian wore expressions of astonishment. In the passage, Feng Hao recounted the information about the spirit-devouring grass to them. Their reaction was even more exaggerated than his initial discovery. All signs indicated that this spirit-devouring grass was nothing short of a fruit that replenished health and energy. Would they not then be able to wield their skills without restraint? The trio emerged from the underground parking lot, their faces radiating contentment. As they reached the entrance, they spotted Butcher and Air Dan, who were engaged in cheerful conversation beside the biological vehicle, clearly having completed the task Feng Hao had assigned to them. As soon as the three exited the passage, Butcher and his companions immediately noticed the spirit-devouring grass in Feng Hao's grasp and quickly surrounded him, brimming with curiosity. "Boss, what is this?" Air Dan was the first to inquire. "Grass," Feng Hao replied succinctly. The group exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by their leader's reply, wondering if Air Dan had asked an inappropriate question. Realizing the ambiguity in his words, Feng Hao paused, touched his nose, and hastily added, "It's a type of plant." The group continued to stare at each other in confusion, still unsure. Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian, observing the bewilderment of their companions, struggled to suppress their laughter. "He speaks the truth. It is indeed a plant, is it not? Merely grass?" As Feng Hao rested his forehead in disbelief, he pondered the complexities of ordinary communication. He proceeded to relay the intricate details regarding the devouring spirit grass in one breath. Observing the astonishment on the faces of those present, he took a moment to compose himself before striding towards the biological vehicle. No sooner had Feng Hao departed than the group erupted in excitement, restoring spiritual energy, rejuvenating physical strength, accelerating the evolution process. Such an extraordinary plant had fallen into their hands. Wouldn't this mean that each of them could evolve swiftly in the future? Upon entering the biological vehicle, the three women, upon encountering the devouring spirit grass, provided yet another round of explanations. In the cluttered area, Feng Hao beckoned Zhang Zhongming, instructing him to fetch a large flower pot. Zhang Zhongming nodded and soon returned, carrying a wide-mouthed pot devoid of soil. Even without Feng Hao's direction, he understood that this peculiar plant did not take root in the earth, but rather thrived within flesh. Thus, upon acquiring the pot, he promptly discarded the dirt. Feng Hao accepted the pot, placing the devouring spirit grass within and meticulously plucking off all its fruits. After completing this task, he positioned the pot amidst a pile of rodent carcasses. The moment he set it down, the previously inert devouring spirit grass sprang to life, its numerous roots extending from the pot, burrowing into the remains of the mice. Shortly thereafter, crimson veins began to appear on its pristine stems. The devouring spirit grass had commenced its feast. After observing for a while, the group turned to leave. In the seating area, Feng Hao plopped down, directing his gaze at Du Tianqing. "Please elaborate on the specific location of that base," he requested. Du Tianqing nodded in response. "The base lies to the northwest, within the vicinity of City Y." Upon hearing this, Feng Hao furrowed his brow. The northwest direction was utterly misaligned with their route to Kyoto. He was well aware that City Y marked the border of the Gobi Desert in Long Country, and the journey to Kyoto was nearly 4,000 miles longer. Caught in a conundrum, he deliberated whether to head to Kyoto first or divert to City Y. The mobile fortress was an indispensable element of his primary mission, and Kyoto held a lucrative opportunity awaiting his arrival. He found himself at an impasse. Noticing Feng Hao's troubled silence, Du Tianqing offered a gentle smile. "You need not be overly concerned. In my view, the outcome remains unchanged regardless of your initial destination. If you find yourself unable to decide, I can delay my return to Kyoto." Her words were carefully crafted, revealing her thoughtful consideration for Feng Hao. Of course, her intentions were transparently self-serving. He Shui, upon hearing this, briefly flashed a fierce glint in his eyes, casting an impassive glance at Du Tianqing before redirecting his attention to Feng Hao, eager to discern his response. Zhang Zhongming and Zhang Zihan, the sibling duo, merely acted as spectators, fully aware of the subtle contest between the two women, neither of whom could be underestimated. It was best to remain indifferent to their rivalry. Fang Hao let out a slow sigh after listening, casting a glance at Du Tianqing before stating directly, "Let us proceed to Kyoto. Once we arrive, please outline the route for me." Du Tianqing's expression darkened. She understood that Fang Hao was eager to send her away. Biting her lip, her mind raced with thoughts as she contemplated a strategy. She could not allow the woman, He Shui, who was watching from the side, to witness her humiliation. At that moment, Du Tianqing's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she smiled, saying, "If you wish to go to Kyoto, that can be arranged. However, I noticed that your biological vehicle has taken shape. Even if you acquire that semi-finished product later, there are still many components you lack, such as purification equipment." Chapter 104. The Steel Man softens. Fang Hao looked at Du Tianqing with surprise, his thoughts drifting to the inexplicably high loyalty rating, his expression turning peculiar. Damn, could it be that this woman has taken a liking to me? When Du Tianqing caught Fang Hao staring at her, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly remarked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" He Shui could no longer tolerate the moment and let out a heavy huff before getting out of the vehicle. However, Fang Hao was too preoccupied with his peculiar fixation on Du Tianqing to pay any mind to He Shui. He continued to gaze at her, leaving her blushing and nearly burying her face in her chest. "Could it be that you have developed feelings for me?" Fang Hao suddenly blurted out. The unexpected comment startled Du Tianqing, who responded like a frightened kitten, exclaiming, "Ah, how embarrassing. You're awful." With that, she covered her face and hurriedly exited the vehicle. Fang Hao was left in a daze, staring incredulously at the siblings, Zhang Zihan and Zhang Zhongming, and asked, "Is it possible that she truly likes me?" Zhang Zihan and Zhang Zhongming exchanged helpless smiles, clearly amused. It appeared that everyone else could see it, yet he remained blissfully unaware. Truly, he embodied the essence of a steel man. Initially, Zhang Zhongming had assumed that Fang Hao was a person unencumbered by attachments, cold-hearted, and solely focused on becoming stronger. He envisioned Fang Hao as someone who believed that women would only hinder his speed in battle, a man who shunned romantic entanglements in pursuit of power. After all this, it turned out that he was merely a steel man, utterly clueless about matters of the heart. The siblings suppressed their laughter, casting pitying glances at Fang Hao before stepping out of the biological vehicle, leaving him alone to grapple with his bewilderment amidst the wind. Damn, damn, damn. This cursed system has betrayed me. Realizing what had transpired, Fang Hao couldn't help but curse vehemently 3 times in succession. He blamed the system for Du Tianqing's heightened loyalty. "System, you're monitoring things incorrectly. Have you even consulted me as the host? Damn it. You'd better tell me what to do now." Fang Hao raged at the unresponsive system as if it were a living entity. Half an hour later, he finally ceased his tirade against the system. Though he continued to vent his frustrations internally, avoiding verbal exhaustion this time, he had expressed all that needed to be said, and his mind felt considerably clearer. However, Fang Hao found it impossible to feel any joy. In his mind, Du Tianqing was merely a representative of the state, learned yet undeniably lacking in intellect. Whether in the past or present, he was perpetually preoccupied with the desire to rid himself of this burden. Yet, what was he to do now? After having thoroughly scrutinized her, he felt nothing. With her current antics, how could he face her in the future? Though he may be emotionally inept and somewhat oblivious, that did not equate to foolishness. His feelings towards her were not akin to that unique bond he shared with He Shui, which, though indescribable, was certainly not affection. He had experienced genuine feelings before, but that was for a girl whose life had tragically faded during her most beautiful moments. At the thought, the vile faces of Tong Liang and his companions flashed through his mind, causing his fists to clench involuntarily, his fingers cracking under pressure. After a moment, he sighed deeply, slowly relaxing his grip. Tong Liang was not a concern for him at present, for once they reached the capital, even the king of hell could not save his life. His true dilemma was what to do about Du Tianqing. At the moment of clarity, Fang Hao understood all too well the stark contrast in her demeanor. From the arrogant and bombastic woman she once was to the now understanding and perceptive individual. In a mere 2 days, Du Tianqing had undergone a remarkable transformation. Unbeknownst to him, she had altered so profoundly. Initially, during their vibrant interactions, he had perceived a spark between her and He Shui, only to realize he had misinterpreted her gestures. It was unmistakably jealousy. Throughout the years, he had only truly cared for one girl. Since then, his heart remained tranquil in the presence of other women, save for his enduring hatred for Tong Liang. He had resolved not to engage emotionally with anyone until he encountered a woman who could genuinely stir his heart. Yet, Du Tianqing was an extraordinary exception. Her proposed theories of evolution, her exceptional intellect, her pure character, and her relentless dedication to science all signified that she was anything but ordinary. The very notion of extremes lead to opposites echoed in his mind. All these signs indicated that this situation was fraught with difficulty. If he were not careful, he might distort Du Tianqing's psyche beyond repair. The thought of eliminating her crossed his mind, but after their last encounter in the commercial district, he recognized that he would need her in the future, rendering such an act imprudent. After much contemplation, Fang Hao could only exhale heavily and resolve to let things unfold naturally. Regardless, the priority was to keep Du Tianqing stable for the time being, at least until she could prove useful. With this understanding, he rose and made his way to the car door. Upon exiting, he noticed that everyone was regarding him with peculiar expressions. Fang Hao found himself at a loss for words, feeling a sense of helplessness as he touched his nose, ultimately making his way towards Du Tianqing, who stood not far away. Coincidentally, He Shui was also nearby Du Tianqing. It was uncertain whether this was intentional or merely coincidental, but the two seemed to distance themselves from the crowd, almost as if waiting for Fang Hao's arrival. With a wry smile, Fang Hao glanced at He Shui before approaching Du Tianqing directly. At that moment, Du Tianqing's face resembled a fiery sunset, devoid of any trace of her dual doctoral persona. Instead, she appeared as a flustered young girl, her hands seemingly at a loss, anxiously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Clearing his throat softly, Fang Hao began, Du Tianqing. Look at me. Du Tianqing replied with a delicate, almost inaudible sound, shyly raising her gaze, her beautiful phoenix-like eyes shimmering with a hint of spring's gentle flow. I wish to share a story with you. Would you care to listen? Observing her bashful demeanor, Fang Hao sighed inwardly, realizing that this woman had truly succumbed to her feelings. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. What woman could remain unmoved by a man as handsome and strong as he? Oh, yes, please go on, Du Tianqing replied, and at this moment, He Shui could not help but perk up her ears from a distance. Chapter 105. My story. Would you like to hear it? Though you are a professor at Z University, you may not know that I am an orphan, one who has never known the identity of my parents. After a brief pause, Fang Hao slowly articulated the first words of his tale. As a child, I contended with other orphans for food and toys, often overpowered and bullied, yet I never shed a tear. I have never cried. My childhood was starkly different from yours, filled with selfishness, hatred, and a relentless will to survive. I was raised in such an environment, and 4 years ago, through my own efforts, I gained admission to the sports department at Z University. As he spoke, Fang Hao's expression grew distant, as if he were transported back to that time, his face reflecting a sense of nostalgia. He had been selfish yet not dark-hearted, never seeking to provoke anyone. Back then, his heart was as unyielding as steel, until he encountered a pure and radiant figure, when, for just a fleeting moment, his steel-like heart experienced an unexpected flutter. This moment of sudden infatuation, much like a poppy flower, became an obsession he could not sever nor forget, intensifying with time. Eventually, when they crossed paths again, he mustered the courage to inquire her name. My name is Xiao Renran. It is a pleasure to meet you, Fang Hao, she replied, her voice as melodious as a lark, casting a spell upon Fang Hao that he could not escape. The third encounter occurred on the basketball court. Fang Hao's athletic physique was typically the object of admiration and cheers from countless girls. However, at that moment, his identity as an orphan, a child born out of wedlock, was known throughout the school, and the gazes that fell upon him were laced with disdain and contempt. It seemed that merely speaking to Fang Hao would diminish one's own status. Even the girls from his own class never uttered a word of encouragement. Fang Hao, you can do it, let alone the girls from other classes. Aside from his roommates, few regarded him with any respect. Fang Hao traversed the court with an expressionless demeanor, neither pleased nor angered, silently protesting through his actions. Fang Hao, keep it up. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated, reminiscent of a lark. Fang Hao was all too familiar with it. It was she. Xiao Renran was watching him play. His eyes sparkled with surprise as his agile form surged to life once more, transforming the court into his personal stage, ultimately securing victory in the match. Following the game, he distanced himself from the cheers, walking alongside Xiao Renran through a tranquil grove on campus. Silence enveloped them, yet an unspoken understanding lingered between them, acknowledging the feelings that had blossomed within their hearts. In the days that followed, their encounters increased, and Xiao Renran occasionally flushed with embarrassment. They were both aware of each other's affections, yet neither dared to voice it. Fang Hao struggled with insecurities, being an orphan, while Xiao Renran grappled with her shyness as a young woman. This continued until Zhang Bin and his roommates encouraged him. Mustering his courage to confess, Fang Hao was met with a heart-wrenching scene that left him devastated. At this point in the narrative, Fang Hao's face was etched with sorrow and anguish as he reminisced. Du Tianqing, feeling a pang of sympathy, bit her lip and bravely declared, "Then I will take her place." Fang Hao snapped back to reality, gazing at Du Tianqing with reddened eyes, and slowly shook his head, saying, "No, you are not her. You cannot replace her." The moment those words escaped his lips, Du Tianqing's tears flowed freely, and she turned to flee. Fang Hao grasped her arm, looking at her quietly and stating, "You are you. There is no need to replace anyone. I need time, do you understand?" After speaking, he hesitated, then gently wiped away the tears cascading down her cheek. Du Tianqing then broke into a smile, grasping Fang Hao's hand, which he had intended to withdraw. She nodded obediently, understanding the pain he felt. In that fleeting moment, she too had experienced a similar anguish, and thus, she empathized with Fang Hao. She believed that, with time, she could occupy a place in his heart. Fang Hao found himself in an awkward predicament, unsure whether to pull his hand away or leave it there. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him, but thankfully, Du Tianqing had steadied the situation. A sudden thought crossed his mind as he noticed Heishui nearby, attentively eavesdropping, which brought a smile to his face. "You can come over too," he called out. Heishui, startled, turned crimson with embarrassment, having been caught in the act of listening. After a moment of hesitation, she approached Fang Hao. "Did you hear everything?" he asked, amused by her flushed cheeks. He had suspected that her proximity to Du Tianqing might not have been entirely innocent. Despite her embarrassment, Heishui openly affirmed Fang Hao's inquiry with a nod. "Then do you know who the scoundrel behind that despicable act is?" Fang Hao asked solemnly, his smile fading. Heishui paused before shaking her head. "Humph, it's Tong Liang, your family's young master. Tong Liang, remember that name." A chilling light flickered in Fang Hao's eyes, his voice resonating like a haunting echo from the depths of the underworld, causing Du Tianqing beside him to involuntarily shudder. Heishui was momentarily taken aback. She had not comprehended why Fang Hao harbored such animosity towards the young master until now. But what did it matter? She had done nothing wrong. As a servant of the Tong family, a warrior nurtured by them, it was her duty to rescue the young master. Furthermore, it was likely that Heijin had already taken the young master far beyond the borders of Z City. Biting her lip, Heishui fixed her gaze on Fang Hao and declared, "This matter was instigated by my young master. I seek atonement on his behalf. You may do as you wish, kill or maim, I shall not resist." With that, she slowly closed her eyes. "You overestimate your significance. Had I wished to kill you, I would not have saved you. Moreover, you cannot substitute for Tong Liang. His demise is inevitable," Fang Hao replied coldly. At this moment, Heishui gradually opened her eyes, her gaze cast downward, lost in thought. Fang Hao observed her before continuing. "What intrigues me most is the peculiar and extraordinary sensation that exists between us. I shall uncover the truth behind it." With that, he withdrew his hand from Du Tianqing's grasp and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused and added, "The instant I saved you, you ceased to belong to the Tong family. You are now mine. Do you understand?" Without looking back, he departed. "You are mine." Heishui gazed at Fang Hao's retreating figure, a fleeting blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes now filled with an inexplicable meaning. Fang Hao had left. Yet Du Tianqing was just beginning to regain her senses. The implications embedded within Fang Hao's brief words were overwhelmingly significant. Firstly, when Fang Hao rescued Zhang Zihan yesterday, Tong Liang had been at the hotel. Heishui and her companions had encountered Fang Hao while attempting to save Tong Liang, leading to their ensuing conflict. The outcome of the battle was predictable. Fang Hao had emerged victorious. Coupled with the lifeless body discovered that morning, it was evident that more than two had come to rescue Tong Liang. The exact number of casualties remained unknown, but the crucial point was that Tong Liang had survived. Moreover, this woman, Heishui, had been on the brink of death only to be saved by Fang Hao in the end. The reason for her salvation lay in the peculiar and extraordinary sensation Fang Hao had mentioned. With this realization, Du Tianqing's gaze towards Heishui was rife with suspicion. Originally believing she had unraveled the woman's identity, she should have felt elated, but it seemed that this woman was here to vie for Fang Hao's affections. No, absolutely not. Chapter 106. The comrade is a heroic figure. Upon Fang Hao's return to the biological vehicle, Zhang Bin and the others promptly surrounded him. When Fang Hao uttered the name Tong Liang, he had not deliberately suppressed his voice, and everyone had heard him clearly. Particularly, Zhang Bin's eyes glimmered with a palpable murderous intent upon hearing those two words, startling Chu Changtian and the others, who had not anticipated that the usually jovial and humorous Zhang Bin could exhibit such a side. Subsequently, the group began to inquire about the situation. Zhang Bin recounted the tangled love-hate relationship between Fang Hao and Tong Liang. Unsurprisingly, upon finishing his tale, the other's eyes gleamed with cold light. Such scum deserved to be eradicated. Zhang Zihan, a girl resembling a porcelain doll with an innocent heart, couldn't help but reveal a grimace of anger upon hearing the unfolding events. How could Tong Liang have survived when the apocalypse began? Zhang Bin inquired with a stern expression. Fang Hao nodded, responding, not only did he survive, but he is thriving. He then recounted everything that transpired from the onset of the apocalypse to the events of yesterday. After listening, the murderous intent in Zhang Bin and the others' eyes intensified. Such a person truly deserves death. They should face 1,000 tortures. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding. Acquired reinforced armored vehicle X1 ding. Acquired spiritual blood pill X300 ding. Acquired human pill X200 ding. Acquired 1,500 points of spiritual power ding. Acquired 0-level spiritual beast skeleton X10 ding. Acquired skill pill regeneration X10 ding. Acquired skill pill air cannon X1. Fang Hao paused, then glanced over the items, preparing to stow them away in his backpack. However, upon seeing the last skill pill, he was taken aback, astonished that amidst the heap of severed limbs, such a skill could be forged. Air cannon, active skill. Compresses the air within a 2-meter radius into a projectile, inflicting 150 points of area damage over a 5-meter diameter. Trigger time, 1 second. Skill activation consumes 20 points of spiritual power. Fang Hao surveyed the group, finally fixing his gaze on the demolitions expert, recognizing that this skill was tailored for him. With a smile, he remarked, I have a splendid item that is perfect for you. As soon as the others heard of a valuable item, their previous anger dissipated, replaced by eager anticipation. If the boss deemed it a good item, it must surely enhance their strength. Although it was intended for the demolitions expert, that did not hinder their excitement. Fang Hao focused his mind, and the reinforced armored vehicle materialized before them. Who will drive this vehicle? Let us select 2 people. I will. Me. The group erupted into a chaotic scramble, vying for the opportunity to handle such an imposing armored vehicle. As soldiers, it was only natural for them to feel envious. Each one yearned to experience its power. All right, let's have the Cobra and the Butcher take the lead. Fang Hao decisively interrupted the commotion. He then turned to the demolitions expert and said, as for you, hold on a moment. I must first deal with the one-armed bandit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin immediately expressed his discontent. Damn it, Haozi, you are being unreasonable. What is wrong with my one arm? Just give me a heavy sword. With one arm, I can still be the legendary hero, believe it or not. As he spoke, he dramatically waved his empty sleeve, striking a pose as if he were the great hero Yanghua. Laughter erupted among the group, entertained by Zhang Bin's antics. Fang Hao, unable to contain his amusement, playfully kicked him and chided, Shut it, hurry up. I'm about to begin. Zhang Bin promptly composed himself, his expression turning serious. Fang Hao nodded, concentrating his energy to directly draw Zhang Bin into the furnace before rummaging through his backpack space. Previously, although Zhang Bin had etched a mark and consumed the regeneration skill elixir, Fang Hao was unaware that the skill could not function without spiritual energy. It was only after experimenting on a Cobra that this fact was revealed, leading both the Cobra and Iron Boy to transform into new humans. Therefore, there was no need to deliberate. He directly cast in a secondary spiritual crystal, followed by an insect exoskeleton, a regeneration enhancement elixir, the illusory eye, and poison control. After some contemplation, he also added the skeletal remains of a silver moon wolf and a pair of cat claws, ultimately finalizing the synthesis. The countdown began, 1 hour. The skill elixir was originally intended for Zhang Bin, but upon reflection, it was tossed into the furnace as well. After all, consuming it and synthesizing it would yield the same effect, so it hardly mattered. The addition of the cat claws and silver moon wolf bones bore a hint of special consideration, as Fang Hao's only brother deserved such preferential treatment. Unlike Zhang Bin and Chu Changtian, whose skills were distinct and specialized, Zhang Bin was a blank slate, allowing Fang Hao to mold him into any type of warrior he desired. The 7 members of Chu Changtian each had their unique strengths, and Fang Hao envisioned their transformations based on these attributes. This also explained why he reserved the air cannon for the cannon fodder. Naturally, aside from specialized skills, certain standard abilities, such as regeneration, armor, and vision enhancement, were guaranteed to be present in each individual. As Fang Hao boarded the biological vehicle, he sensed a shift, and 4 skill elixirs materialized in his hand. These 4 elixirs were the earth spirit techniques of Haitu, Haimu, and Heihua, along with a regeneration enhancement elixir. He first swallowed the regeneration enhancement elixir and then pondered over the 3 remaining skill elixirs in his hand. In terms of techniques, he possessed the divine forging technique, a god-level skill. Although it had yet to demonstrate any extraordinary effects, It was certainly superior to the 5 elements technique, as it was bestowed by the system. After much contemplation, Feng Hao ultimately decided to reserve these 3 skill elixirs for others, already having suitable candidates in mind: the Butcher, the Cannon Fodder, and Dan. The Butcher, with his Earth Spirit technique, was a close combat soldier perfectly suited for the Earth Spirit's defensive and offensive enhancements. With the Earth Spirit's derived skills, even amidst a horde of beasts, the Butcher could maneuver with ease, provided there was sufficient spiritual energy. With the presence of the soul-devouring grass, would there ever be a shortage of spiritual energy? The Cannon Fodder, wielding the Fire Spirit technique, would combine the air cannon with the Fire Spirit. And Feng Hao could already envision the cacophony of explosions amidst the beast horde. Dan, with the Wood Spirit technique, possessed a balanced array of attributes, akin to Zhang Bin, making him malleable for transformation. However, Feng Hao had already devised a role for him: intelligence. Dan would become the eyes of this team in the future. Chapter 107. The distress of Xianyuan Che at the water treatment plant. Lu Guodong and others convened early in the morning to consult with Xianyuan Linger. In the office, Lu Guodong, Wang Tianhe, and Fu Lei sat on their chairs, gazing at the gentle and amiable Xianyuan Linger across from them. Linger, you have worked tirelessly these past few days, running around for our entire group. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, Lu Guodong remarked with a warm smile. Xianyuan Linger shook her head with a smile, responding, "Isn't it the duty of a police officer to protect the people? I merely feel this is what I ought to do." "Indeed, Linger, everyone is grateful to you. You are the savior of the masses," Wang Tianhe quickly interjected. Although he looked down upon the other's sentiments, the matter at hand concerned his own survival. The 3 of them were resolute in finding every possible way to retain Xianyuan Linger. After Wang Tianhe finished speaking, Fu Lei chimed in, "Linger, the survival of so many in our precinct is all thanks to you. The heavy responsibility of protecting everyone now rests on your shoulders. You must not let us down." The trio spoke in succession, their meaning unmistakably clear, and Xianyuan Linger could hardly miss it. Frowning slightly, she stood up abruptly, fixing her gaze on her 3 superiors, and asked, "When did I say I wanted to leave? What are you all thinking?" The 3 men were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, and a sense of relief washed over their faces. Evidently, Xianyuan Linger was still concerned for the people. Their worries had been unfounded. At that moment, the office door was abruptly kicked open with a loud bang. Xianyuan Che entered, his expression devoid of emotion. "Have you consulted me before trying to persuade my sister?" He coldly regarded the 3 men, his eyes filled with an icy glare. Having listened from outside for quite some time, Xianyuan Che knew that these 3 men harbored no good intentions. A bunch of grown men relying on a girl for protection. How disgraceful. Upon seeing Xianyuan Che enter, Lu Guodong and the others felt an immediate wave of embarrassment wash over them. However, their discomfort was short-lived as a palpable aura of menace enveloped them. Their faces turned pale, and they became as still as statues, their breaths becoming cautious. "Brother, why haven't you left yet?" Xianyuan Linger spoke up, breaking the awkward tension. "Humph." Xianyuan Che let out a heavy snort, his imposing presence suddenly retracting, revealing a hint of exasperation as he looked at Xianyuan Linger. "You haven't left. So how can I return and explain to father?" Xianyuan Che's face was a portrait of bitter resignation. His sister was indeed a source of constant worry. Even in these perilous times, she clung to the ways of the past, unable to adapt. As the tension dissipated, Lu Guodong and the others finally exhaled deeply, feeling a lingering dread. The sensation of imminent doom was far more terrifying than being threatened with a gun. In that fleeting moment, they had truly believed their lives were forfeit. Consequently, curiosity about Xianyuan Linger's true identity began to stir within them. Regardless of whether it is Xianyuan Linger or her formidable brother, their prowess is undeniably terrifying. Xianyuan Linger is somewhat more acceptable, possessing strength that surpasses that of elite soldiers in the army, but her brother is a different matter altogether, instilling a sense of fear. They recall the day Xianyuan Che arrived. A few monstrous creatures had wandered near the water treatment plant. At that time, Xianyuan Linger was valiantly battling them when Xianyuan Che suddenly appeared and effortlessly dispatched the creatures in mere moments. It is known that Xianyuan Linger had struggled for quite some time without achieving any results, while this man ended the conflict in an instant, illustrating the sheer magnitude of his strength. "I made myself clear yesterday. Let us step outside to converse," Xianyuan Linger said, her brow furrowed and her expression one of displeasure. She then saluted the 3 leaders, declaring, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, she grasped Xianyuan Che's hand and led him out of the office. The 3 men watched as Xianyuan Che vanished through the door, and they could not help but sigh heavily. With Xianyuan Che around, matters would not be easy. The trio wore furrowed brows and expressions of concern. Moments later, Fu Lei suddenly looked up, his eyes glinting with intensity. Leaders, I have an idea. I wonder if you would like to hear it? Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe raised their heads, gesturing for Fu Lei to continue. At present, Xianyuan Linger seemed manageable, but the primary concern lay with Xianyuan Che. The feeling of imminent death they had just experienced was something Fu Lei vowed never to endure again. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with dread, and he shivered involuntarily. Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe did not appear any less disturbed. One was the second in command of City Z, and the other was his deputy. When had they ever faced such a threat in City Z? Prior to the apocalypse, if Xianyuan Che had dared to threaten them, they would have dealt with him swiftly. Continuing down this path, Fu Lei pondered whether Xianyuan Che might resort to force to compel Xianyuan Linger to return with him. As he contemplated this, his gaze tightened, and a chill coursed through him. What do you think? Please, continue, Lu Guodong urged hastily. Fu Lei took a moment to steady himself, fixing Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe with a grave look as he spoke. If we were to perish, what would prevent Xianyuan Linger from returning with him? Upon hearing this, Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe's faces drained of color. Indeed, if all of their over 1,000 people were to die, what purpose would Xianyuan Linger have in remaining? None could guarantee that Xianyuan Che would not take such actions. Given his strength, he could easily slay 1,000 without breaking a sweat. Moreover, he had several swordsmen, known as the Death Warriors, who followed him closely, their expressions devoid of emotion, resembling machines of slaughter. They had been fortunate enough to witness these individuals in the presence of their superiors, and thus understood their ominous reputation. A cadre of beings who execute orders without emotion. This is the essence of the Death Warriors. While Xianyuan Che may not be capable of such mass slaughter, what of those fierce Death Warriors? The two individuals increasingly felt a chill creeping down their spines. Lu Guodong abruptly stood up, approached the office door, and cautiously peered outside. Confirming that no one was present, he closed the door and declared to the two, I am about to orchestrate a grand scheme. Wang Tianhe and Fu Lei exchanged a glance, a fleeting glint of malice flickering in their eyes. Xianyuan Che was led back to his room by Xianyuan Linger. He gestured dismissively at the sword servants nearby, who promptly exited and secured the door. Xianyuan Che sank into the sofa, sipped some water, and said, You know I possess various means to take you away. Sister, could you please refrain from pushing your brother too hard? Xianyuan Linger shot him a warning glare, her phoenix eyes narrowing in vigilance. Let me make this clear. Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, do not expect me to acknowledge you as my brother. In truth, Xianyuan Linger's greatest fear was that Xianyuan Che would forcibly take her away, leaving her utterly powerless, as she knew she could not stand against him. Xianyuan Che, maintaining a serious demeanor, shook his head and replied, Linger, you must truly amend your temperament. This is no longer the past. We now dwell in an apocalyptic world, do you understand? A world where everyone is on edge. Your sense of justice and compassion will only bring you harm. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Linger immediately bristled. Being a police officer was her dream, and upholding justice had been her principle since childhood. Just as she was about to retort, a voice called from outside the door. Is there something you need? I am looking for Sister Linger. I wish to discuss a few matters with her, a melodious voice responded, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade platter. Upon hearing the voice, Xianyuan Linger shot Xianyuan Che a fierce glare before striding towards the door. Chapter 108. A beauty that brings disaster. As the door opened, Xianyuan Linger emerged from the room to find a girl standing at the threshold, appearing to be in her early 20s. The girl's skin was as smooth as cream, with a delicately beautiful oval face that glimmered enticingly in the morning light. Her exquisitely sculpted nose was slightly wrinkled, and her enchanting phoenix eyes were filled with a hint of panic, evoking a wave of sympathy in those who beheld her. 3,000 strands of hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Even amidst the apocalypse, although her attire was somewhat disheveled and she bore no cosmetics, her ethereal beauty remained undeniable, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from a painting. Xianyuan Linger gazed at the girl, despite having seen her on numerous occasions. Each encounter left her breathless at the girl's breathtaking allure. Though Xianyuan Linger herself was among the most beautiful in the capital, in the presence of this girl, she felt akin to an ugly duckling, lacking the courage to compare. It is often said that two equally beautiful women are destined to be rivals rather than friends. However, that applied to others. Xianyuan Linger's nature was different. The two were not adversaries, but rather enjoyed a remarkably close friendship, having become confidants within just 2 or 3 days. Lost in admiration for a moment, Xianyuan Linger suddenly snapped back to reality, a smile breaking across her face. Upon hearing her sister Mengran's words, Xianyuan Linger momentarily froze, only then noticing that her companion's attire was caked in dust and in disarray. Her delicate face hardened, and her eyes brimmed with fury. Mingran, tell me, who has wronged you? Mingran remained silent, offering no response. Is it a matter of payment? Come, let us confront him. That scoundrel. How audacious he must be. Without waiting for Mingran to reply, Xianyuan Linger seized her hand and marched down the stairs. The remaining 9 sword servants exchanged glances, preparing to inform Xianyuan Che of the situation when he unexpectedly emerged. Let us go together and see, he said, separated by a mere door. He could not possibly have missed the ominous tone in his sister's voice. He was familiar with Mingran, the only girl who had left him momentarily speechless upon their first encounter, her beauty nothing short of breathtaking. Yet, a sense of lament filled Xianyuan Che's heart. In this apocalyptic era, such extraordinary beauty often heralded a tragic fate. A pretty face is the most likely source of turmoil. Indeed, it was not solely in this dire time. Even before the apocalypse, history had shown that beautiful women often brought disaster. Throughout the thousands of years of Long Country's history, how many could truly be deemed as calamities of beauty? Within this small survival base established at the water treatment plant, human nature was scarcely simpler than it had been before the apocalypse. Upon seeing Mingran for the first time, Xianyuan Che had already foreseen her destiny. Yet, all he could do was sigh, feeling utterly powerless. With the deepening apocalypse, spirit beasts grew increasingly formidable, and each encounter proved more perilous than the last. With over 1,000 miles separating Z City from the capital, even with Linger by his side, he lacked complete confidence, let alone the audacity to escort a girl unaccustomed to danger. In the male dormitory's lower level, Xianyuan Linger strode ahead, her face a mask of fury, while Mingran followed silently, her initial panic having faded, replaced by an icy detachment. She allowed Linger to lead her without uttering a word. Bystanders and men loitering outside the dormitory immediately distanced themselves upon witnessing Xianyuan Linger's fierce demeanor. Her reputation was well known throughout the water treatment plant. It could be said that the livelihood of over 1,000 individuals depended on this young girl. Observing her expression, it was evident she was teetering on the brink of rage. Crossing her path was akin to courting disaster. Undeterred, Xianyuan Linger headed straight for the 3rd floor. In the corridor on that level, 2 men were engaged in light-hearted banter when Xianyuan Linger and Mingran appeared. The men halted, momentarily taken aback, before plastering smiles on their faces and approaching. Officer Xianyuan, what brings you here? One of the men asked, nodding and bowing, while covertly signaling to his companion. The other man understood the cue and hurriedly darted towards a room at the end of the corridor. Get out of my way. Xianyuan Linger forcefully kicked the man aside, swiftly stepping forward and sending the other man sprawling to the ground. She then proceeded towards the room at the end of the hall. As she reached the doorway, muffled voices drifted out from within. In a moment of intense emotion, Xianyuan Linger felt a fleeting blush on her cheeks, followed by a cold huff. Her phoenix-like eyes brimmed with a fierce energy as she directed a swift kick at the wooden door. Bang! The door flew open, revealing a shocking sight, 2 bodies entangled in an intimate embrace. Hastily averting her gaze, Xianyuan Linger commanded coldly, "Pay up. You have 30 seconds to dress. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The woman on the bed gasped in shock, hastily covering herself and frantically searching for her clothes. "Silence, you shameless hussy!" Xianyuan Linger barked, silencing her with a fierce glare. The woman promptly closed her mouth, scrambling to put on her attire. "Ah, Officer Ling, must you meddle in matters of love? Isn't that a bit overreaching?" Paid no heed to her, instead leisurely lighting a cigarette and puffing away, displaying unabashed arrogance as he lounged on the bed, a lewd grin plastered on his face. The woman, now dressed, cautiously made her way towards the door. Just as she reached it, a resounding slap echoed through the room. Gritting her teeth, the woman remained silent. "You wretched creature. As a fellow woman, I despise you. Get out." Xianyuan Linger waved her hand dismissively. 10 seconds left. "Pay up," she reiterated sharply. "My hands are cramping, Officer Linger. How about you assist me in dressing?" Paid, with a lewd smile, showed no sign of respecting Xianyuan Linger. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent, her teeth clenched tightly as she prepared to charge in. At that moment, Xianyuan Che's voice interrupted, "Can't dress yourself? Then you needn't bother." As his words fell, 9 sword servants surged past Xianyuan Linger, heading straight for Paid. "Break his limbs first. That way, dressing won't be necessary." Xianyuan Che approached and patted Linger's shoulder, signaling her to let him handle the situation. Xianyuan Linger's expression changed dramatically. "Brother, no?" she shouted urgently, then turned back towards the room. "Sword servants, halt." The current state of their base was as fragile as paper. Paid, being the beloved son of her superior, Fu Lei, was untouchable. Any harm to him would shatter their already precarious existence. It was no exaggeration to say that at the onset of the apocalypse, many held on to outdated beliefs, still viewing their former leaders as their guiding lights. In the water plant, only Lu Guodong, Wang Tianhe, and Fu Lei held any authority. If Fu Lei were to become estranged over this incident, the collapse of their base would be inevitable. Though Xian Yuanlinger was stubborn and fiercely principled, she was not foolish. Her understanding of their fragile situation was sharper than anyone else's. Chapter 109. My father is Fu Lei. Xian Yuanche glanced at his sister helplessly, sighed, and addressed the 9 sword servants. Give him a good beating. Make it count. From the depths of Xian Yuanlinger's eyes, he discerned the reason. His sister truly possessed a boundless compassion. Her overflowing sense of justice, reminiscent of a saint, would inevitably lead her to peril. Xian Yuanche sighed inwardly. Resolute in his determination to employ every conceivable means to extricate Xian Yuanlinger from this situation. If things continued as they were, Linger would undoubtedly find herself in grave danger. How audacious it was for these individuals to attempt to manipulate the cherished gem of the Xian Yuan family for their own ends. A cold smirk curled upon Xian Yuanche's lips. Even if his sister harbored resentment towards him, this time he must forcibly take her away. Soon, anguished cries of payment echoed through the room. Ah, help! I am the son of Director Fu. How dare you strike me? I will ensure your demise. The cacophony of his wailing quickly attracted the attention of Lu Guodong and his 2 companions, who were engaged in confidential discussions in the office. Upon hearing the commotion, Fu Lei's expression shifted drastically as he sprang towards the door, followed closely by Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe. Before long, the 3 figures appeared beneath the male dormitory. Fu Lei, propelled by urgency, raced ahead of the others, making a beeline for the 3rd floor where his son's room was located. The moment Fu Lei reached the 3rd floor, he spotted Xian Yuanlinger and her brother standing at the doorway, and his face instantly filled with anxiety and fury as he dashed towards the room. Upon arriving at the entrance, he beheld the sword-wielding servant assaulting his son, and his rage surged uncontrollably as he instinctively reached for his waist. However, just as his hand neared his weapon, a chilling voice pierced the air. Do you believe that before you can draw your gun, I could eliminate you? Fu Lei's hand froze mid-air, his anger evaporating in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. Indeed, this man could extinguish his life with the slightest effort. Yet, the anguished cries of his son pierced his heart like daggers. Fu Lei had been rendered sterile by an accident in his youth, yet fortunate enough to have conceived Fu Qian before that misfortune struck. He had but one son in his lifetime. How could he endure the sight of his son being brutalized? At that moment, Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe arrived, albeit belatedly. Both men, one holding the second-in-command position and the other the 3rd, were astute individuals who had navigated their paths to prominence. Upon hearing the cries, they instinctively thought of Xian Yuanlinger. After all, who among the entire waterworks base would dare to assail the son of Fu Lei in broad daylight? If not the righteous Xian Yuanlinger or the unyielding Xian Yuanche, the answer was none. Even they would not dare to act against Fu Qian. As seasoned bureaucrats, they would undoubtedly gather information before proceeding upstairs. Otherwise, charging in recklessly would be tantamount to courting disaster. Ahem, Linger, perhaps you could ask them to cease for the moment? If this continues, it may lead to a fatality. Lu Guodong, observing Fu Lei's tense standoff, recognized the opportune moment to speak. Xian Yuanlinger furrowed her brow and gently touched Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche felt a sense of helplessness as he cast a cold glance at Lu Guodong and said in an icy tone, "Stop." The 9 sword servants immediately ceased their actions, standing expressionless in place. The anguished cries of Fu Qian came to an abrupt halt, unable to contain himself any longer. Fu Lei rushed into the room. Upon reaching his son, whose body was a gruesome sight, tears streamed down his face as he carefully draped a sheet over Fu Qian. "Dad, I'm here," Fu Qian exclaimed upon seeing his father, finding solace in his presence and quickly preparing to voice his grievances. "Oh son, your father is here. Speak." "I am listening," Fu Lei said, wiping his tears, his heart aching with sorrow. "I want revenge. I want them dead." "Oh, who do you want dead?" Xian Yuanche entered the room, accompanied by Xian Yuanlinger, Lu Guodong, and Wang Tianhe. "Children speak without restraint. Xian Yuan, do not take his words to heart." Lu Guodong attempted to mediate once more. "Ha! At this age, still speaking without restraint. Do you take me for a fool or blind?" Xian Yuanche replied, not even casting Lu Guodong a glance, his expression devoid of emotion. Lu Guodong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His attempt at mediation had backfired, landing him in an awkward predicament. "What do you intend to do? Or rather, what is the reason for this?" Wang Tianhe interjected at a fitting moment. Xian Yuanche remained expressionless, dismissive of Wang Tianhe's inquiry. The latter felt increasingly uncomfortable, glancing at Xian Yuanlinger, hoping she could clarify the situation. He bullied a girl, Xian Yuanlinger stated coldly. Upon hearing this, both men recalled the breathtakingly beautiful girl in the corridor, instantly grasping the situation. Wang Tianhe and Lu Guodong exchanged glances, sighing. They had heard of Fu Lei's son's dubious character, yet often turned a blind eye. However, they had never anticipated that this time he would face the wrath of Xian Yuanlinger. Let us decide how to proceed. Whether to kill or incapacitate is in your hands. Fu Lei wiped his tears, staring expressionlessly at Xian Yuanche and Xian Yuanlinger. Xian Yuanche turned and walked to the door, beckoning. Meng ran from the corridor. The two entered the room, and Xian Yuanche directly addressed the groaning Fu Qian. Was it him? Meng Ran nodded, her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at Fu Qian on the floor. Did he violate you? Xian Yuanche asked, his demeanor unchanged. Meng Ran shook her head. He attempted to force himself on me, but I managed to escape. Did he touch you? Meng Ran nodded. Which hand? The right hand. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanche stomped down on Fu Qian's right hand. Crack! A scream, even more harrowing than before, filled the room, sending shivers down the spines of those in the surrounding buildings. Yet, many relished the moment. Fu Qian's reputation and conduct were well known in this small base, particularly among women, most of whom had suffered at his hands. However, due to his father's position as the director, they had been forced to endure in silence. Now, hearing Fu Qian's agonizing screams was a pleasure akin to having a chilled sprite on a sweltering summer day. In the room, at that moment, the pain had rendered Fu Qian unconscious. It was no wonder that 10 fingers connected to the heart could cause such agony. Where else had you been touched? Xian Yuanche directly disregarded Fu Lei's expression, which was twisted with rage, and spoke expressionlessly. There's nothing left. Well, let us go. Xian Yuanche nodded, pulling Xian Yuanlinger along as they walked out. Seeing this, Meng Ran also followed suit. It was only after the three of them had walked far away that Fu Lei gritted his teeth and declared, if this grudge goes unavenged, I, Fu Lei, am unworthy to be a father. Lu Guodong patted Fu Lei on the shoulder, a shared understanding evident in their eyes. Chapter 110, Departure, Auto City. At this moment, in the courtyard of the armed department, Zhang Bin, who had reappeared, had undeniably become the focus of everyone's attention. 10 minutes prior, the synthesis had concluded. The newly emerged Zhang Bin had, without a doubt, grown back his arm. Furthermore, he appeared to be considerably more robust. This remarkable transformation was undoubtedly attributed to the skeletal structure of the silver moon wolf. However, the focal point was not merely this. What truly captivated everyone were the razor-sharp claws adorning both of Zhang Bin's hands, reminiscent of Wolverine. As soon as Zhang Bin appeared, he ostentatiously activated his skills. The skeletal battle armor was already familiar to everyone, thus not eliciting much curiosity, but the claws on his fists instantly captured all gazes. With the activation of his battle armor and claws, Zhang Bin now resembled a biochemical warrior straight out of a film, radiating an extraordinary aura. Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction, noting that Zhang Bin's current state surpassed even Chu Changtian, establishing him as the third strongest member of their team. Target: Zhang Bin, New Humanity, Level 2 Constitution, 55 points, 20 points, Strength, 50 points, 20 points, Speed, 50 points, 20 points, Spirit, 50 points, 20 points, Spiritual Power, 200 points. Skills: Skeletal Battle Armor, Illusory Eye, Poison Control, Enhanced Regeneration, Bone Claws. Most critically, this fellow was merely at level 2. His attributes were markedly superior to his own at that level. It was evident that the starting point for new humans was significantly higher than that of ordinary humans, with all attributes exceeding by over 10 points. Though Taiwa and Cobra possessed attributes similar to Zhang Bin, they were both at level 3. Regarding the considerable disparity in attributes and levels, Fang Hao pondered before concluding that the skeletal structure of the Silver Moon Wolf played a pivotal role. The incorporation of the Silver Moon Wolf skeleton during Zhang Bin's transformation had indirectly elevated his limits and potential. Taiwa, originally at level 1.5, had previously enhanced his attributes using spiritual power, and the subsequent modification with spiritual crystals matched his starting point perfectly. Cobra, while not having undergone an upgrade, already possessed level 2 attributes, and after the modification with spiritual crystals, his attributes were also satisfactory. It was now confirmed that high-level spiritual beasts not only elevated the upper limits of small flowers, but also enhanced those of humans. With this insight, Fang Hao contemplated the remaining individuals yet to undergo transformation, formulating his strategy. Paozi, come here, boss. Paozi rushed over to Fang Hao, his face brimming with excitement. Fully aware that it was his turn now, Are you ready? Fong Hao inquired with a smile. Ready, boss. Fong Hao nodded, and with a flicker of thought, the figure of the cannon vanished. He then tossed a level insect exoskeleton from his backpack into the mix. It was not that he refrained from using the level 4 or 5 specimens. Rather, he had yet to refine those rodents. Even if he wished to, he found himself powerless. Truth be told, he was reluctant to risk combining a whole rodent carcass with the cannon. The potential outcome of a monster or a half-beast was too perilous to contemplate, and he could not face his companions should such a transformation occur. Next, he prepared a level 2 spiritual energy orb, along with the skill pills for air cannon, fire spirit technique, and illusory eye, as well as a reinforcement regeneration skill pill. He confirmed the synthesis. A countdown appeared, 1 hour. He aimed to transform the cannon into a mobile artillery platform. The illusory eye would provide vision, while the battle armor and regeneration ensured survival. With this combination of multiple skills and sufficient spiritual energy, their efficiency in harvesting spirit beasts would at least double. Once the synthesis of the cannon was complete, Fong Hao proceeded to locate the corpse of the heavy armored mouse and, along with the other rodents, discarded it into the mix. After reaching the maximum limit of 50, he commenced the smelting process. Having accomplished all this, Fong Hao addressed the group. Next, we can set off. Boss, where are we headed? Chu Changtian inquired. To the Auto City, Fong Hao replied, gazing towards the east with a faint expression. At that moment, Du Tianqing and He Shui approached. Didn't you previously mention we were going to the water plant? Why the sudden change of route? Du Tianqing questioned. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Fong Hao chuckled softly. One is east, the other northeast. The distance is negligible, and it can be considered somewhat along the way. He offered no further explanation as to why they were heading to the Auto City. Du Tianqing nodded without hesitation, her entire being now revolved around Fong Hao. Accepting his words without question, He Shui, not yet an official member, had no voice in the matter. Chu Changtian and the others remained silent, refraining from further inquiries. Thus, it was settled. The next destination would be the Auto City. The Cobra and the Butcher drove out in their reinforced armored vehicle, followed by the rest of the group boarding the biological vehicle. On the biological vehicle, Fong Hao occupied the passenger seat, with the well-fed Xiaohuan nestled in his arms. Fast asleep. It was astounding that such a large rodent king had been reduced to nothing but bones and fur by Xiaohua's voracious appetite. Fong Hao could only smile wryly, noting that Xiaohua's appetite was rather fearsome. Aside from the skeleton and hide, everything else had vanished into Xiaohua's belly, including a level 5 spiritual crystal. Fong Hao felt a pang of regret over the loss of several skills. Among those, there had been elemental skills. However, he consoled himself with the thought that it was Xiaohua who had consumed it. Had it been any other spirit beast, he would have dealt with them swiftly. He had no intention of allowing anyone to use the 5-level rodent king's bones, including the rodent teeth, as he had long planned to incorporate them into his Fong blade. The weapon could not bear elemental attributes or skills, which had been a source of considerable frustration for him. Now, if he could successfully integrate the rodent king's bones and teeth, both being of the fire attribute, not only could his fire control be unleashed at will, but the Fong blade would also undergo a qualitative transformation. Everything now awaited the completion of the cannon synthesis. Apart from his own weaponry, the matter of communication devices is of utmost urgency. With the enhancement of individual combat capabilities among the group, the frequency of their separate operations will inevitably increase. Therefore, mere sensory markings can no longer suffice. Only through the coordination provided by communication devices can their actions become more agile. With an armored vehicle leading the way, they traverse even the most cluttered streets filled with abandoned cars without hindrance. The Cobra drives the armored vehicle recklessly ahead, while the Butcher, wielding a cleaver, maintains a vigilant watch ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The two colossal iron beasts rumbled down the street, accompanied by a cacophony of collisions. At that moment, Fong Hao leans out of the window of the biological vehicle, calling out loudly, "Stop by the city hall up ahead and see if there are any usable supplies." Upon hearing this, the Butcher extends his arm out of the window, signaling to halt. Minutes later, the two steel giants come to a gradual stop in front of the city hall entrance. Without needing further instruction from Fong Hao, Zhang Bin, accompanied by several others, joins forces with the Cobra and the Butcher, making their way toward the city hall courtyard. Fong Hao remains in the vehicle, believing that collecting supplies does not require the intervention of the leader. He is currently contemplating the next synthesis blueprint for the biological vehicle to meet the accommodation requirements. The only viable solution is to incorporate a blueprint for vehicles equipped with living quarters, which is precisely why he aims to visit the automotive city. However, he is also somewhat apprehensive about whether the automotive city contains the vehicles he requires, or if they exist in insufficient quantities. preventing the biological vehicle from achieving a qualitative transformation. After all, the current biological vehicle already qualifies as a treasured piece of equipment, and further upgrades will be exceedingly challenging. Chapter 111, A Harvest Roar. Bang! Just as Fang Hao furrows his brow in deep thought, a commotion erupts in the courtyard. Zhang Zhongming and Chu Changtian spring to their feet, ready to assist. Fang Hao gestures for them to sit back down, assuring them that it is manageable. As he speaks, he employs his illusory eye to assess the situation. A mere second-tier canine spirit beast, a small poodle, no larger than the one he encountered in the daily necessities warehouse. Not to mention Zhang Bin, the cobra, and Tai Hua, even the others could easily dispatch it with minimal effort. Upon hearing this, the two men settle back into their seats. Half an hour later, Zhang Bin and his group return to the vehicle, their faces alight with excitement. Howsy, take a look at this, Zhang Bin exclaims, extending his hand to reveal an object. It is a knife, an antique knife. The entire blade measures nearly 2 meters in length, surpassing Fang Hao's horn blade by an additional 20 centimeters. The blade itself is approximately 1.4 meters long, while the hilt occupies at least 60 centimeters. Unlike Fang Hao's blade, this one comes with a scabbard, which bears the marks of time, and the blade shows signs of rust, appearing somewhat dark red. At a glance, Fang Hao recognizes it as a weapon that has truly tasted blood. Ding! He lightly taps the blade, producing a crisp, resonant sound. A fine knife. Fang Hao cannot help but exclaim in admiration. Boss, this should be a Mo Dao from the Tang dynasty. Historically, only the Tang era corresponds to such a blade. Chu Changtian approached from the driver's seat, his gaze fixated on the sword in Fang Hao's hand, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Fang Hao nodded and remarked, after thousands of years, it remains remarkably sharp. Whether viewed from the perspective of antiquities or weaponry, this is indeed a treasure. Now, let us discuss the ownership of this blade. Who among you desires it? Fang Hao inquired, surveying the crowd. Having already acquired a jagged edge, he found no further need for another sword. It would be more prudent to ensure it was put to good use. However, with only one sword available, he refrained from intervening in the distribution. The onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for decision. At this moment, Zhang Zhoming approached and stated, Boss, aside from you, only 4 individuals are truly suited to wield this sword. Oh, Fang Hao regarded Zhang Zhoming with newfound interest, surprised to discover a meticulous side to the otherwise rugged man. He promptly asked, pray tell, who do you believe is fit to use this blade? It was evident that more than one individual sought a weapon. A mountain-cleaving sword wielded by ruffians, regardless of its effectiveness, would certainly elevate their stature, particularly for the 7, all of whom had military backgrounds. Brandishing a mountain-cleaving sword in battle felt somewhat incongruous. Zhang Bin, the butcher, Cobra, and Changtian, Zhang Zhoming replied quietly. Fang Hao was not taken aback by this response. In terms of evolutionary potential, those 4 indeed appeared most suitable. Their group's inclinations were distinctly strong. Individuals like Er Dan, Tong Qian, Tai Hua, and Paozi each possessed unique strengths, but none were particularly suited for close combat. Moreover, Fang Hao had never intended to mold them into melee fighters. Thus Zhang Zhoming's assessment was indeed accurate. Why don't you deliberate on this? Should we momentarily step back? Fang Hao suggested with a smile directed at the 4. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Bin interjected, Howsy, I'll pass. No matter how good the sword, can it rival my indomitable claws with their defensive attributes? Heh. Can you imagine me, the Apocalypse's Wolverine, wielding a sword in battle? Immediately after, Cobra chimed in, I'll also forego it. I'm still contemplating what weapon I should use. Let the butcher and Changtian take it. I don't want it either, the usually reticent butcher stated flatly, falling silent thereafter. With 3 of the 4 already stepping back, it was clear that the sword's ownership was leaning towards Chu Changtian. Chu Changtian hesitated, attempting to decline. Fang Hao patted his shoulder and urged, let us not squander the goodwill of our brothers. Gratitude filled Chu Changtian's eyes as he solemnly thanked everyone. Thank you all. He understood that each individual wished for a new weapon, yet they had selflessly relinquished it to him, a testament to their camaraderie. The group exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken bond evident. All right, I shall refine it first and present it to you later, Fang Hao concluded, mentally storing the sword before summoning the others to prepare for their next journey. Zhang Bin resumed his chatter once more. Do not rush, Howsy. There are still treasures to behold, he exclaimed, waving his hand grandly, causing a multitude of items to materialize within the confines of the carriage. Fang Hao turned to glance and was instantly rendered speechless. Goodness! An entire heap comprised solely of tobacco and liquor. With an exasperated hand to his forehead, Fang Hao remarked, Binzi, what on earth do you intend to do with these? I already possess a considerable stock in my space. While tobacco and liquor may be rare commodities in this post-apocalyptic world, one must exercise moderation, mustn't one? Zhang Bin immediately shot Fang Hao a condescending glance. Look closely, Haozi. These are not to be compared to your mere trinkets. Take a good look. As he spoke, Zhang Bin tossed a pack of cigarettes towards Fang Hao. Upon inspection, Fang Hao was taken aback. The packaging boldly proclaimed, "Internal special supply." What do you think? I am not deceiving you. I tell you, this very pack of cigarettes could have exchanged for a vehicle before the apocalypse. Do you understand? It is indeed a rarity. Zhang Bin explained with a beaming smile. Fang Hao shook his head in resignation. Even in this world turned upside down, the notion of rarity persisted. However, Zhang Bin was not entirely mistaken. These items could indeed prove valuable at the right moment. Thus, he gestured for them to be placed at the rear of the biological vehicle. Zhang Bin, feeling quite pleased, stowed the items away and ambled towards the back of the vehicle. At that moment, the Cobra interjected, "Boss, I too have discovered some remarkable items." Upon finishing his sentence, several objects appeared in his grasp. Fang Hao looked on in confusion. A mobile phone? A satellite phone? How could there be a satellite phone here? Chu Changtian, observing the objects in Cobra's hands, could not help but speak up. Fang Hao took a closer look, initially mistaking it for a mobile phone, only to realize it was indeed a satellite phone. His recollection of satellite phones was that they resembled the old Big Brother models, not this compact and refined version. "Boss, the most crucial aspect is not this," Cobra said, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Quit beating around the bush. I'll have Zhang Zhoming practice with you." "Believe it or not," Fang Hao jested, teasing the soldier's straightforward nature. Hee, Cobra chuckled. "Boss, the pivotal point is that these satellite phones have signal. Weren't you supposed to have some as well?" Fang Hao inquired skeptically, unsure of what Cobra was insinuating. "Boss, when our Red Dragon unit arrived in Z City, we were equipped with 3 satellite phones, but they were all lost during combat," Chu Changtian interjected. "Consider this, boss. Even if our Red Dragon satellite phones had not been lost, we would have never dared to use them. Why? It was simply due to our lack of strength. Now, however, times have changed. We can confidently establish contact with Kyoto." Fang Hao nodded slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. Chu Changtian continued, "Boss, we are aware of the myriad benefits of spirit beasts, but those in Kyoto remain oblivious. As we intend to engage in trade with them, perhaps we could impart some knowledge, allowing them to prepare accordingly." Chapter 112, Trading with Kyoto in Truth. Even without Chu Changtian's input, Fang Hao had already grasped the essence of the matter. Establishing contact indeed proves advantageous for the transaction. After all, it is implausible for individuals on the other side to hoard the corpses of spiritual beasts without understanding their profound utility. However, once contact is made, his identity becomes compromised. It is not that he harbors distrust towards the state, nor is he overly cautious. Rather, he recognizes his current inadequacy and strength, lacking the confidence to survive beneath the might of the nation's formidable weapons. Consider the apocalyptic scenario. Would the state permit the existence of a neutral, yet powerful individual like him? He certainly does not believe that a nationwide blackout would hinder the capital's capacity to deploy its devastating arsenal. One must never underestimate a nation, especially one steeped in a rich heritage spanning thousands of years. He finds himself in a state of indecision, grappling with uncertainty. To be frank, what he requires most at this juncture is time. The journey to the capital serves as a buffer. During this interval, while he may not become robust enough to withstand the onslaught of devastating weapons, he believes he can at least secure his survival amidst such peril. From her seat, Du Tianqing observed Fang Hao's pensive and conflicted expression. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Fang Hao, those at that level contemplate matters far beyond our comprehension. In the grand scheme of the nation, personal interests are utterly trivial. Do not forget, you are the key to the entire Dragon Nation and indeed to the evolution of humanity itself." Du Tianqing's words jolted Fang Hao from his reverie, and a smile gradually illuminated his face. Indeed, his intrinsic value was unmistakable. Given the stakes, the higher-ups would be more inclined to court him than to eliminate him. He lightly tapped his forehead and offered a slight smile to Du Tianqing, saying, "Thank you." Du Tianqing beamed with delight. His gratitude felt as sweet as honey, filling her heart with warmth. Fang Hao then nodded to Chu Changtian, who understood the cue and took the satellite phone, dialing a series of numbers before connecting the call. Observing this, Fang Hao spoke in a low voice, "The spiritual beasts are approaching." Everyone jolted in response, swiftly drawing their weapons, disembarking from the biological vehicle, and assuming a defensive stance. Sound waves are indeed one of the culprits that attract spiritual beasts. However, given the current strength of their team, as long as the numbers do not exceed 1,000 and the levels remain below 6, they would be merely offering up their heads. with a resounding roar. The satellite phone connected. "Hello," a steady voice greeted them. "Commander, this is Chu Changtian, captain of the Red Dragon Special Forces." Chu Changtian instinctively tensed and saluted. But upon noticing Fang Hao's presence, he awkwardly lowered his hand. Fang Hao gestured dismissively, signaling that it was fine. Habits are deeply ingrained and take time to alter. "Red Dragon," the voice on the other end exclaimed after hearing Chu Changtian's introduction. "Quickly, tell me your current situation. What is your location? Have you located Dr. Du?" The man fired off a barrage of questions in haste. "Report. We have located Dr. Du. She is currently with us," Chu Changtian stated. But he fell silent upon mentioning the Red Dragon. "What about the Red Dragon? What of Xiao Zhan? How is he?" Upon hearing the voice, the man's tone instinctively rose a few notches. Although Chu Changtian had not completed his statement, he had already surmised the outcome. The Red Dragon was down to merely 7 members, and the commander had sacrificed himself for the nation. As he spoke, a profound sorrow etched itself across Chu Changtian's face. Despite his reluctance to contemplate it, the odds of Xiao Zhan surviving the onslaught of the rat swarm were virtually non-existent. A heavy sigh of despair resonated from the other end of the line. Only 7 members remained alive from the entire Red Dragon unit. The toll was exorbitant. He now found himself questioning whether the sacrifice made to rescue a certain Dr. Du was truly worth it. After a prolonged silence, the man slowly inquired, "What position are you currently in? Is there a significant chance of returning?" "Reporting, Commander. We are still in Z City, preparing to depart," Chu Changtian began, but faltered, uncertain of how to divulge that they had essentially sold themselves to Fang Hao in their quest to save Du Tianqing. Observing his hesitation, Fang Hao discreetly gestured to Du Tianqing, who nodded and approached Chu Changtian to take the phone. "Hello, Commander. This is Du Tianqing," she introduced herself. "Greetings, Dr. Du. How are you? I trust you are uninjured?" "I am fine, thank you. However, there are certain matters I need to discuss with you." "Oh, please, go ahead." "The Red Dragon has suffered near total annihilation in their effort to save me. Of the 7, 2 were injured, and 3 are now incapacitated, leaving just 2 who are relatively unharmed." At this revelation, the man grew anxious and quickly responded. "So, you mean to say they have not managed to rescue you?" "Indeed. They were unable to extract me," she replied, prompting his confusion. "If 7 could not save you, how then did you escape?" "During their attempt to rescue me, they encountered a man, a remarkably powerful man," Du Tianqing remarked, casting a glance at Fang Hao, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Fang Hao could only smile in response. "A powerful man, you say?" "Yes. This man is extraordinarily formidable. The creatures fell before him as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Moreover, it was he who rescued Chu Changtian and the others, as well as myself." "Oh, is he nearby? I would like to speak with him." The man's interest piqued. Such extraordinary individual strength must be integrated into the military. Both in Kyoto and in Du Tianqing's vicinity, there was an acute need for individuals possessing exceptional combat capabilities. "Please, do not rush. I have yet to finish." "Very well, continue." "Currently, aside from myself, Chu Changtian and his team have essentially become this man's private assets, all in the name of my rescue. Furthermore, he is aware of my theories regarding human evolution, and he has already undergone evolution himself, at a high level." Silence enveloped the line. After a considerable pause, the man spoke again. "Is there a possibility of him joining the military? If he is willing, we can accommodate any conditions." Upon hearing this, Fang Hao realized that time was of the essence. The number of spiritual beasts outside was increasing, and any further delay could result in them being surrounded. He then took the phone directly and stated, "I wish to propose a transaction. You may proceed. I can assist you in transporting individuals to Kyoto and provide you with weaponry, but bear in mind, not the inferior arms you are accustomed to. These weapons will effortlessly slay the monsters, the cost being the corpses of those very creatures. Additionally, I possess an array of armor and various soundless firearms. As long as you have the bodies of the monsters, we can negotiate an exchange." After Fang Hao finished speaking, the man on the other end of the line took a moment to process the information. Eventually, a loud thud resonated as the phone fell to the ground, followed by the man hastily exclaiming into the receiver, "Please hold on. I will consult with my superior." Before long, a deep voice resonated once more through the telephone. "Greetings, young friend. I am Li Hashan." Fang Hao's eyes narrowed. This was a name frequently seen on television before the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he inquired, "What do you think of my proposal?" "Ha ha ha, splendid. However, I must ask, why not serve the nation instead? You should be aware of the treatment our military personnel receive." Li Hashan responded with a chuckle. Fang Hao lightly laughed in reply, "I am aware, but I must apologize. I am an outsider, a merchant accustomed to freedom and unable to tolerate restrictions. Now, shall we proceed with our transaction? Li Hashan pondered briefly before replying. Haha, that is acceptable. However, the corpses of those monsters will attract more of their kind, and preservation could pose a challenge. I trust this is not an issue for you. Ah ha ha ha. Very well. I will find a solution. By the way, may I inquire if the outsider you mentioned is from a prominent family? Fang Hao scoffed. A glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Humph. The 8 great families. They are not worthy. You may refer to me as a cultivator. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Chapter 113. The assault on the automotive city in the temporary command center in Kyoto. Li Hashan gazed at the satellite phone, muttering to himself, cultivator. Sir, there have been no reports from national security regarding cultivators, remarked a middle-aged soldier nearby. Li Hashan nodded slowly and instructed. Make arrangements to prioritize the storage of monster corpses. We will address everything once they arrive. Understood, sir, but the stench of blood. Try lime, realgar, and formalin. There will always be a solution. The soldiers are not afraid of the monsters. They merely lack suitable weaponry. Understood, sir. The middle-aged soldier saluted before turning to leave. Watching his subordinate depart, Li Hashan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. At the municipal gate of Z City, over 50 spirit beasts had congregated. Observing this, Fang Hao signaled to his companions and began boarding the vehicle. The current reserve of spirit beasts was sufficient for a while. Any more would be of no use. As others retreated, Taiwa brandished a spirit energy bioweapon to cover their escape. The Cobra and the Butcher swiftly boarded the armored vehicle, revving the engine to maximum power as they charged directly into the throng of spirit beasts. Others quickly mounted the bioweapon vehicle, and as Chu Changtian prepared for departure, he pressed the ignition, and the massive bioweapon vehicle surged forward. Bang, 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 roar. The reinforced armored vehicle surged forth like a steel beast, its massive frame crashing through the herd with unrestrained ferocity. Each encounter with a creature resulted in it being sent flying, and in no time at all. A path wide enough for the biological vehicle had been cleared. 2 vehicles, one following closely behind the other, were operating at full throttle, swiftly breaking free from the throng of beasts. As they glanced back at the distant herd left in their wake, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. While they were not particularly afraid of the dozens of spirit beasts, the concern lay in the open expanse in front of the city government building. If they were to be delayed, the gathering spirit beasts would only multiply. There was also the possibility of higher-level spirit beasts appearing. Fang Hao's primary concern was the biological vehicle. After painstaking efforts to reach this level of synthesis, the thought of it being crushed was heart-wrenching. At present, the biological vehicle was devoid of an armament system or resilient armor. In the presence of truly high-level spirit beasts, it would be as fragile as a paper tiger, an understatement. Indeed, as they sped along, the sound of vehicles colliding echoed throughout the roadway. Soon, the automotive city emerged into view. Suddenly, the armored vehicle in front came to an abrupt halt, prompting Fang Hao to furrow his brow and exit the vehicle for an inspection. Boss, we're out of fuel, Cobra said with a grimace as Fang Hao approached. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fang Hao signaled for the 2 to disembark and, with a mental command, retracted the armored vehicle into his spatial backpack. The 3 then returned to the biological vehicle and resumed their journey toward the automotive city. As Fang Hao observed the armored vehicle within his spatial backpack, he noted that the front bumper had sustained significant deformation from their recent encounters with the herd. The only way to repair it would be to reforge it entirely. However, this reformation would coincide with the biological vehicle's next upgrade, which was precisely why he had refrained from incorporating additional materials during the armored vehicle synthesis. After all, it would eventually be integrated into the biological vehicle. Thus, why waste resources? The biological vehicle gradually came to a stop before the grand entrance of the automotive city, which was barred by a retractable gate. Cobra and Butcher disembarked and forcefully dismantled it, clearing the way. The biological vehicle crept forward into the automotive city, and the atmosphere within the vehicle grew tense. As they traversed the city, they observed a myriad of brand-new vehicles parked in meticulous order, devoid of any semblance of chaos, suggesting that the area had not suffered an attack by spirit beasts. Nevertheless, the group remained vigilant, particularly Zhang Bin, Fang Hao, and Zhang Zhongming, who were acutely aware that the forest park lay just beyond the automotive city. Although no large beasts resided in the park, it was an integral part of a natural ecosystem, teeming with essential species such as insects. Therefore, the group readied their weapons, preparing for any eventuality. After approximately half an hour of navigating the automotive city, the biological vehicle finally came to a halt. Found it! Fang Hao exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. The automotive city boasted an array of motorhomes, and the vibrant streamers adorning the storefront indicated that this establishment had only recently opened its doors. The car door swung open, and a throng of individuals descended from the vehicle. Fang Hao made his way directly towards the store entrance, while the others dispersed, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. With a flicker of thought, a blade materialized in his grasp, and he deftly slashed at the lock embedded in the glass door, severing it cleanly. He caught the falling lock with ease and gently placed it on the ground, executing the entire maneuver without a sound. Zhang Bin, who followed closely behind, witnessed this scene and smacked his lips in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, Haozi, you must be a professional locksmith with 20 years of experience. Quite impressive." Faced with Zhang Bin's insufferable demeanor, Fang Hao could only shake his head in exasperation. "Can you please be quiet?" he retorted, before pushing the door open, ready to enter. However, at that moment, Zhang Bin nimbly darted past him and entered first. "Haha, I'm going in first to sample the allure of this RV." Observing Zhang Bin's playful antics, Fang Hao sighed in resignation and followed him inside. Just then, a green shadow descended swiftly from the ceiling, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Zhang Bin's head. "Watch out, Zhang Bin. Move." Fang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, unleashing a burst of speed akin to a cannonball aimed at Zhang Bin. At the very instant he launched himself forward, a glint of cold steel flashed before his eyes, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. He abruptly halted his advance, rolling to the ground in a desperate bid for safety. The sound of metal striking the floor echoed through the air. As Fang Hao regained his footing, he barely had a moment to react when the sickening sound of flesh being sliced pierced his ears, followed by a heavy thud as a weighty object fell to the ground. A round object rolled to Fang Hao's feet. "No," he bellowed, his face contorted in rage. "I will make you pay." At that moment, the skilled bloodlust activated, unleashing an overwhelming surge of ferocity throughout Fang Hao's being. His figure vanished in an instant. Outside, the onlookers, alerted by Fang Hao's anguished roar, exchanged alarmed glances and hurriedly ushered 3 women back into the car, while the others rushed into the store. Suddenly, the ominous sounds of chirping insects filled the air. As Fang Hao's anguished cries reverberated, he finally discerned the creature that had attacked them, a mantis. It was the size of an ordinary golden retriever, its body of vivid green with hints of yellow. Its 6 limbs resembled sharp spears, brutally embedded into the floor tiles. Its enormous compound eyes glimmered like glass orbs, reflecting a chilling phosphorescence, while its front pincers shone with a sinister metallic sheen, resembling the scythe of death itself, instilling dread in all who beheld it. In an instant, Fang Hao recognized this formidable creature as the unique dagger mantis of the Dragon Kingdom, a carnivorous insect with exceptional aggression. Perched at the apex of the insect food chain, and to his horror, there were 10 of these powerful insects surrounding the RV. "Damn it. Prepare to meet your demise." Fang Hao's expression was one of fierce determination as he charged toward a praying mantis that was poised to devour Zhang Bin's lifeless body. In a flurry of motion, 9 out of 10 mantises turned their attention toward him, their razor-sharp claws, reminiscent of sickles, striking relentlessly. Gritting his teeth, Fang Hao could only respond with defensive slashes from his blade. His sole concern was Zhang Bin's corpse. As long as it remained intact and marked by a protective sigil, there was a chance for resurrection. Yet, he watched in anguish as the mantis drew closer to consuming Zhang Bin's remains. Time was of the essence, but he felt helpless. The mantises moved with astonishing speed, and in the brief moment his spider sense had warned him, Zhang Bin had already succumbed. The attacks were swift and elusive. Even someone as formidable as Fang Hao dared not show any signs of complacency in the face of 9 assailants. A single strike from those vicious claws could spell his doom, rendering even his enhanced regeneration futile. At that moment, Chu Changtian and his companions rushed in. "Quick, hold 2 of them. I'll save Zhang Bin," Fang Hao shouted urgently. Without needing further instruction, the Cobra and Chu Changtian surged forward, while Taiwa readied his energy sniper rifle, aiming at the mantises. The rest of the group could only stand by, as the disparity in strength was too great. Their interference would only lead to demise. Meanwhile, the ominous sound of approaching insects grew ever closer, filling everyone with anxiety. The instant Chu Changtian and the Cobra joined the fray, Fang Hao felt a significant reduction in pressure. He swiftly broke free from the encirclement and aimed a decisive strike at the mantis preparing to feast. Clang! The mantis expertly parried his full-force attack, causing its body to sink downward as its long, spear-like legs embedded themselves into the ground. "Let go of me," Fang Hao roared, raising his blade high once more and delivering another powerful blow to the joint of the mantis's claw. Clang! With a sharp crack, the claw severed, green blood gushing forth in a vivid spray. The mantis emitted a pained screech as, in reflex, it flung Zhang Bin's body away. Fang Hao leaped, swiftly stowing the corpse in his spatial backpack before retreating hastily. Clang, clang, clang. Though the entire sequence seemed prolonged, it transpired in mere seconds. Fang Hao cut through the 9 mantises' defenses while simultaneously securing Zhang Bin's head in his spatial realm, retreating alongside Chu Changtian and the Cobra. The swarm was upon them. They had to escape or risk being overwhelmed. Just as they reached the threshold, a system notification chimed. Ding. Cannon synthesis complete. Instantly, the figure of the cannon materialized at the entrance. Fang Hao's eyes gleamed with a flicker of inspiration as a bold idea took root in his mind. He had initially feared being surrounded by the swarm, especially without any area of effect support to aid them. If they were encircled, even with his, Zhang Zhongming's, and Xiao Hua's combined strength, he could not guarantee that all would emerge unscathed. Moreover, even with Xiao Hua's assistance, defeating 10 mantises in a short span of time was a daunting task. Among the remaining individuals, apart from Zhang Zhongming, who possesses considerable combat prowess, none can withstand the test of attrition. Relying solely on Zhang Zhongming is futile. It is certain that someone among Chu Changtian and his companions will perish. This outcome is 100% guaranteed. Even with the addition of Heishui, it remains unfeasible. However, the cannon has now emerged. A mobile artillery platform of extraordinary capability. As long as there is an inexhaustible source of spiritual energy, this mobile artillery can unleash infinite firepower. A weapon for group battles. The moment for the cannon has arrived. Cannon, the exterior is entrusted to you. Is there any doubt? Fang Hao commanded tersely. Boss, just watch. Cannon replied with a sinister grin, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. The time for his prowess had finally come. Fang Hao, without pausing for acknowledgement, called out to the biological vehicle, Xiaohua. Get to work. He then retrieved a green soul-devouring fruit from his backpack and handed it to Cannon. Mew. Xiaohua had already leapt atop the vehicle, utilizing the dominance of the king to suppress the swarm of insects. Upon hearing Fang Hao's voice, she let out a fierce cry and leapt directly over. Revenge. Kill. Annihilate these insects. The crowd roared in unison, charging in different directions. Fang Hao and Xiaohua once again plunged into the exhibition hall, where 10 mantises had yet to retreat. When adversaries meet, sparks fly. Without further ado, they engaged in combat. Both sides regarded their opponents as prey. Kill. Fang Hao bellowed, propelling himself forward with great force. However, he did not forget to employ his investigative technique against the mantises. Investigate. Target. Golden Spirit Greatsword Mantis. Insect-type Spirit Beast. Life. 2,500 points level. 5 strength. 130 points speed. 200 points spirit. 80 points spiritual energy. 800 points skills. Sharpen. Shadow Blade. Fatal Strike. Fang Hao cast a quick glance. Aside from the relatively low spirit attribute, the other attributes were undoubtedly among the elite of level 5 spirit beasts. Moreover, all 3 skills were quite practical. The most crucial one, Sharpen, belonged to the mutated skill of the metal element. Yet another elemental spirit beast, Sharpen, active skill, when activated, can condense the metal elements from the air and attach them to objects, enhancing attributes with a 40-point attack power boost, consuming 10 spiritual energy per minute. Trigger time, within 5 seconds. Shadow Blade, active skill, double speed, consuming 20 spiritual energy per minute. Trigger time, within 5 seconds. Fatal Strike, passive skill, conceals one's own energy fluctuations, discerning the most opportune moment to strike, with no consumption. Trigger time, passive skill. These 3 skills are not only practical, but also have low consumption and considerable power. The mantis truly lives up to its reputation as a natural predator, boasting lethal speed and sharp pincers. It can exert pressure on Fang Hao, and it is no simple feat. In terms of speed, it has completely suppressed Fang Hao. Only Xiao Hua surpasses them in velocity. However, relying solely on speed to eliminate him? A mere dream. His vision has undergone multiple enhancements. And with the addition of the illusory eye, facing him head-on would not intimidate Fang Hao, even with a mere 40-point disparity. Clang, clang, clang. Mew. Xiao Hua let out a fierce cry. She unleashed her full speed and momentum. Similarly, she overwhelmed the mantis with her velocity. Clang, clang. In an instant, the entire exhibition hall reverberated with the sound of metal clashing. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, seizing the moment. Die. With astonishing speed, he struck with his blade, aiming directly at the joint of a mantis's limb. Splurt. Green blood gushed forth. A massive claw was sent flying, landing with a dull thud on the ground. Chapter 115, the highlight of the cannon, a fatal strike. Fang Hao struck true at the joint of the mantis's claw, and with a swift response, it was sent soaring. One down. A glint of cold light flickered in Fang Hao's eyes as he maintained an impassive demeanor while mentally counting. He intended to systematically disarm each of these mantis claws, allowing them to experience the terror of impending death. Meow! Little Hua emitted a fierce cry. Shortly thereafter, a sharp clang resonated. After a prolonged skirmish, Little Hua finally made her move. When she struck, it was with lethal precision. As her razor-sharp claws met the mantis's body, a massive mantis head was severed and fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Having activated her transformation, Little Hua had completely outclassed the golden blade mantis in all attributes. Yet there remained a notable flaw. The instinctual prowess of these mantises was exceptionally high. Despite Little Hua's remarkable speed, they could accurately pinpoint her position and launch attacks. Furthermore, Little Hua's defense was somewhat lacking. She could not withstand the mantis's formidable strikes. In the midst of the battle, Fang Hao momentarily diverted his attention to Little Hua, immediately grasping her forthcoming evolution target. To unleash Little Hua's potential without restraint, she would require robust defensive capabilities. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of slicing air pierced through. A golden blade mantis seized the opportunity during Fang Hao's distraction, exploiting its passive ability for a critical strike. Its sharp claws lunged toward Fang Hao's head. Upon hearing the whoosh, Fang Hao rolled to the side, narrowly evading this lethal blow. Bang! The sickle-like claws struck the ground, sending debris flying. Glancing at the crater left behind, Fang Hao couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Truly careless. This mantis had no sense of honor in combat. A sneak attack. Damn it. He nearly lost his life. Humph. Fond of ambushes, are we? Fang Hao scoffed and stepped forward. His edge of the horn blade aimed directly at the mantis that had just attempted to ambush him. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clashes ensued. The two combatants were evenly matched, yet Fang Hao found himself unable to identify a flaw in his opponent's defense. Little Hua was preoccupied with 5 mantises, while Fang Hao faced 4 alone, 2 of which were injured. Thus, the battle reached a stalemate. Outside the exhibition hall, from the moment Little Hua entered the chamber, the overwhelming aura of dominance had lost its effect. The swarming insects began their offensive against the biological vehicle. Cannon seized the vehicle's shield and leapt onto the roof. Alongside him was Taiwa. Except for Tong Qian, who returned to the biological vehicle, the others had already engaged in combat with the swarm. Shu Changtian, Cobra, and Erdan formed a triangular defense, back-to-back, while Zhang Zhongming single-handedly took charge of one side, directly plunging into the fray. For the sake of everyone's safety, the occupants of the vehicle chose not to close the doors, leaving an escape route for all. He Shui remained vigilant aboard the biocar, closely monitoring the spirit beasts as they passed by. Her mission was to guard the door. Should any spirit beast attempt to cross, she would eliminate it. On the roof, Paozi and Taiwa took a deep breath, ready to ignite their moment of glory. Paozi focused, activating his skill, air cannon. The fire spirit technique simultaneously began to operate. His gaze sharpened as he observed the swarm of punches. His hands suddenly spread wide. An invisible wave began to undulate within a 2-meter radius around him. In the blink of an eye, 2 orbs of distorted energy materialized in his palms. These orbs were colorless and formless, difficult to discern unless one noticed the distortion in the air. Following this, the scene of Fang Hao manipulating fire reappeared. The scorching fire elements began to stir with vitality. Paozi directed his mental energy to infuse the gathered air cannon with fire elements. In an instant, as the fire elements entered the orbs, the air cannon underwent a transformation, becoming extraordinarily intense and brilliant. From a distance, it appeared as though Paozi was wielding 2 miniature suns. The moment for Paozi had arrived. Die! He bellowed, hurling the air cannon towards either side. Buzz! To his surprise, when the air cannon made contact with the swarm, it did not produce the anticipated explosive sound. Instead, it resonated as though someone were striking the air, creating a humming noise. The air cannon detonated. The 150 points of area damage instantly engulfed the insects within a 5-meter radius. Not a single insect perished. The damage, shared among the spirit beasts within that range, was indeed limited. However, at the moment of detonation, it released not only compressed air, but also fire elements. In an instant, searing flames began to sweep across the 5-meter area. Every insect that came into contact with the fire elements ignited without exception, bursting into flames. The intense conflagration threw the tightly knit swarm into disarray. The burning insects screeched and scurried about, their instincts urging them to extinguish the flames, lest they become charred. Yet, how could the concentrated fire elements be compared to ordinary flames? They were solidified and relentless. This was elemental attack. As long as the fire elements remained, the flames would not be quenched. Ha ha! Wicked insects, kneel before your master, Paozi. Tremble. He laughed maniacally. Insects feared fire, with a damage bonus. Fang Hao had informed him of this, and it remained etched in his mind. I throw again. Today is the day of Paozi's brilliance. With each successive launch of the air cannon, the entire automotive city was permeated with the scent of roasted meat. In the densely packed swarm, flames erupted left and right, showcasing Paozi's prowess in spreading chaos. Indeed, the terms shameless and arrogant suited him quite well at this moment. This is evident from Taiwa's speechless expression. You can explode all you want, but what's with all the noise? Just because you have a mouth? How impressive you are. Haha. Witness the grand display of artillery. My goodness. The artillery erupted in laughter as it hurled 2 air cannons toward Zhang Zhongming. Gaga gaga. The dual pearls unite. My goodness. This time, it was Chu Changtian's side. Unleashing a series of 2 shots, the dual dragons were preparing to launch another air cannon. At this moment, a deep, hoarse voice echoed. Keep flapping your gums. And I swear I'll silence you. You've already burned yourself to a crisp. Who am I supposed to fight? The artillery was ready to unleash its wrath, but instantly cowered upon seeing Zhang Zhongming. Forget it. I can't take you on. The artillery chuckled awkwardly and tossed the air cannon it had formed toward Chu Changtian. Hee, let's see how you can still talk. Taiwa stifled a laugh, focusing his attention on the surroundings in search of high-level spirit beasts. His role was crucial. Should a high-level spirit beast appear, he must provide fire support. The potency of the spiritual energy sniper rifle could easily eliminate level 6 or 7 spirit beasts, as long as they were not heavily defensive types. It could even take down an 8th level beast, such as the might of the spiritual energy sniper rifle. Chapter 116. The transformation of Xiaohua in the automotive city. The awkward laughter transformed into a nightmare for the swarm. In an instant, the scent of roasted meat permeated the battlefield. Fire was the most effective weapon against insects. This was their Achilles heel. Before long, after the artillery's relentless bombardment, the battle was drawing to a close. Although everyone remained tense, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The greatest crisis of encirclement had been averted. All that remained was to tidy up the battlefield and await news from Fang Hao. In the exhibition hall, after such prolonged exertion, the spiritual energy of the golden spirit blade mantis was nearly depleted, and Fang Hao himself had less than 500 points of spiritual energy left. It could be said that regardless of whether he managed to slay the 10 golden spirit blade mantises, the price he paid was substantial. This did not even account for the cost of Zhang Bin's death and resurrection. Naturally, having already paid such a high price, the 10 mantises must be eliminated. Kill. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened. With a cold snort, he accelerated the blade in his hand, aiming directly at the joint of one of the mantis's large pincers. Why chop instead of slice, pick, or swipe? With the enhancement of gold elements, the mantises, despite their severe spiritual energy depletion, still possessed incredibly tough bodies. Even without the gold element enhancement, their forms could withstand the blade's penetration. It is no exaggeration to say that 10 mantises could annihilate an elite squad. Such is the terror of the golden spirit blade mantis. Clang. The sound of impact and the splatter of blood resonated simultaneously. One large pincer was sent flying. Fang Hao's figure flickered and charged once more. Clang. Splatter. Clang. Splatter. Each time, Fang Hao's blade found its mark at the joint of the golden spirit blade mantis. Regardless of whether it pertains to the joints of the large pincers, Fang Hao mercilessly struck at every joint he encountered, accompanied by the incessant clanging sounds. The limbs of the golden spirit blade mantis diminished one by one. The mantises, deprived of their center of gravity and balance, toppled to the ground like tumbling gourds. With remarkable agility, Fang Hao seized the opportunity, darting forward to deliver swift finishing blows to the struggling golden spirit blade mantises. Clang, 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 clang. The resonant sounds of metal colliding echoed through the air, accompanied by the sight of 4 mantis heads, adorned with compound eyes, soaring into the sky. Meow. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air. Fang Hao turned to see a massive mantis head flying through the air, quickly followed by a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Little Flower reappeared, deactivating her swift shadow and transformation, returning to her original size. With a few graceful leaps, she landed beside Fang Hao. Leaping onto his shoulder, she affectionately licked his cheek with her pink tongue and, in a sweet voice, expressed, "Master, Little Flower feels so weak. I want to grow stronger." Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Little Flower was speaking without stuttering? What was happening? His heart raced with excitement as he turned to the little creature on his shoulder and asked, "Little Flower, you can talk normally now? Talk. What's that? Can I eat it?" Little Flower blinked her gem-like eyes, curiously glancing at Fang Hao before returning to lick his cheek. Well, he decided to ignore the question. However, Regarding Little Flower's transformation, he had formed some suspicions. The Fire Spirit Mouse King. He surmised that it must have been the blood and essence of the Fire Spirit Mouse King that prompted this change. He recalled how eagerly Little Flower had reacted upon encountering the Fire Spirit Mouse King, longing to deal with it immediately. This revelation clarified Little Flower's current transformation. Just then, as he pondered, Fang Hao felt a peculiar itch on his face, only to realize that Little Flower was still licking him. He became utterly speechless. Stroking her soft fur with an awkward smile, Little Flower has done wonderfully, helping me take down 5 of them. Truly remarkable. Yes, Little Flower will strive to grow stronger. To assist Master, Little Flower replied with utmost seriousness in her sweet, childlike voice. With Little Flower's attention successfully diverted, Fang Hao felt relieved from the mortifying situation. Why? Because now that Little Flower could articulate her thoughts clearly, he found her voice oddly familiar. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and a term emerged in his mind. Lowly voice. Damn it. Unbelievably, Little Flower was a female. Damn. Fang Hao couldn't help but exclaim profanities. The most crucial realization was that, at that moment, Little Flower was still licking his cheek. An unexplainable, fiery sensation surged from his abdomen. Author's note. I actually wanted Little Flower to be male, but the readers insisted otherwise. I suppose I'll have to make do with this. What on earth was happening? He, Fang Hao, a level 5 powerhouse and the possessor of the system, was the master of Little Flower. How utterly mortifying it was for Fang Hao to react to his own pet. Such embarrassment had never befallen him even amidst the splendor of bustling life. At this moment, he wished fervently to bash his head against the ground in utter humiliation. Truly, it was an intolerable disgrace. No, he must distance himself from Xiaohua. With this thought, Fang Hao discreetly shifted his head backward. However, as a 5th level, 2-tailed spirit cat, Xiaohua possessed an astute sensitivity that was not to be underestimated. Fang Hao's subtle movements and emotional fluctuations were promptly detected by her. With her fluffy feline face tilting slightly, she gazed at him with jewel-like eyes. Her mood dampened as she spoke. Does my master no longer like Xiaohua? Has he grown to dislike me? No. My master loves Xiaohua the most. Fang Hao replied with a sheepish grin. Instantly, Xiaohua brightened, her spirit radiating joy once more as she purred and licked Fang Hao's cheek. He sighed, resting his forehead in his hand, casting a bemused glance at Xiaohua, wondering if he had made a mistake in accepting her in the first place. With a resigned sigh, he approached the furnace to gather all the gold spirit blade mantis he had collected. The previous batch of mice he had refined was now complete, and he had not yet had the opportunity to replenish it. With the arrival of the mantises, the mice would have to wait. Thus, the battle had come to a conclusive end. However, the toll it had taken was significant. Having lost 1180 points of spirit energy, he was left with a mere 400 points, which was quite the financial drain. Nevertheless, the spirit crystals from the 10 gold spirit blade mantises provided a modicum of comfort. The most pressing concern, however, was Zhang Bin, who had met his demise before the battle had even begun, offering the first blood. Although he could be resurrected, it still required resources. Given Zhang Bin's limitations, he doubted that even a single gold spirit blade mantis would suffice. It was worth noting that reviving Xiaohua had already consumed an elemental spirit beast crystal and skeletal remains. Chapter 117. The sensation of grasping an indeterminate liquid. Fang Hao took a deep breath, slowly exiting the exhibition hall. The outside battle had concluded, and Xu Changtian and his companions were hurriedly gathering the insect carcasses. Although many had been charred, fortunately, the spirit crystals remained largely intact. Upon seeing Fang Hao emerge, they rushed over, brimming with excitement. Boss, we've made a tremendous gain this time. What an unexpected bounty. This was far easier than encountering a swarm of rats. Indeed. All spirit crystals. Can you believe how effortlessly this went? It's all thanks to me, Cannon. At that moment, Cannon jumped down from the biological vehicle, strutting with arrogance. Humph. So full of yourself. Iron Boy scoffed, though his eyes betrayed a sincere envy. Humph. Cannon shot a defiant gesture at Iron Boy, then instantly donned a cheerful expression. Scampering over to Fang Hao. Hey boss, how did I do? I didn't embarrass you, did I? He grinned. Fang Hao patted Cannon on the shoulder, smiling as he said, you have not squandered my efforts. Well done. But remember, never grow complacent. You bear the responsibility for the entire team's firepower. Carelessness may lead your comrades into peril. Do you comprehend? This statement bears both commendation and caution. In the exhibition hall, amidst the necessity of unwavering focus, the boisterous laughter of the cannon master was a disconcerting omen. In a world ravaged by chaos, complacency and underestimating one's adversary can swiftly lead to demise. A fleeting moment of negligence may precipitate irretrievable consequences, as exemplified by Zhang Bin. The cannon master's expression faltered, his jovial demeanor vanishing, replaced by a solemn gravity. Boss, my achievements today are solely due to your unwavering belief in my potential, despite my shortcomings. I shall eternally remember your guidance. He then bowed respectfully to Feng Hao. Feng Hao could not help but smile, steadying him with a pat on the shoulder. Remember, arrogance will hasten your downfall. You are not merely yourself. You have comrades to consider. Do you understand? Understood, boss. Feng Hao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the others, satisfaction evident in his eyes. This battle could be deemed a resounding success, with no injuries among the team save for Zhang Bin, and the group's stamina largely intact. However, as he surveyed the neatly gathered insect carcasses, his brow furrowed in concern. Presently, only 2 spatial rings were available. And even though the insects were smaller than other spirit beasts, a single ring could only accommodate a doubled capacity. Yet, the amassed insects totaled 20 piles, each containing approximately 300 individuals. This amounted to nearly 6,000 insects. 6,000. What an astounding figure. 2 spatial rings would scarcely suffice, and even with 14 rings, the capacity would still fall short. Moreover, the biological vehicle was inadequate. The disparity was stark. Faced with this predicament, Feng Hao felt overwhelmed. Discarding them was out of the question. 6,000 insect spirit beasts could yield at least 6,000 first-level spirit crystals. Such a waste would be foolish. This option was swiftly dismissed. Yet, where to store them? It was hardly feasible to dissect them on-site for spirit crystals. The mere thought of the viscous green slime was enough to induce nausea in Feng Hao. Observing his expression, the others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their brows furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, Taiwa tentatively suggested, "Boss, shall we dig them up? We could dispose of the insect carcasses and retain the spirit crystals." Upon hearing Taiwa's proposal, everyone turned their gaze towards Feng Hao in unison. Discarding 6,000 spirit beast carcasses was preferable to losing 6,000 spirit crystals. Though regrettable, it would mitigate the loss to some extent. Feng Hao sighed. Regardless of the disgust, were spirit crystals not of paramount importance? Slowly he nodded, signaling the others to prepare for excavation. Approaching a pile of insect bodies, Feng Hao furrowed his brow, his blade gleaming as he sliced through an insect from head to tail. A crystalline gem, emanating a soft milky glow, emerged from the creature's head. At the moment the insect was sliced open, a pale green brain matter, accompanied by a foul odor reminiscent of an unidentified liquid, surged directly into Feng Hao's nostrils, penetrating deep into his mind. The stench was utterly unbearable. Grimacing in disgust, Feng Hao forced himself to endure the nauseating sensation as his hand slowly reached for the spirit crystal, which was ensconced in layers of green blood. His hand extended only to retract instantly, yet the spirit crystal had already materialized in his palm, accompanied by a gruesome coating of green blood that clung to his skin like viscous mucus, repulsively sticky. At last, he could no longer suppress the urge and covered his mouth, retching violently. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Simultaneously, the sounds of retching from Chu Changtian and Taiwa echoed around him. Feng Hao managed a bitter smile as he glanced at them. Even if faced with a multitude akin to that of rats, he could muster the will to discard them, and even hundreds would not deter him. However, this was 6 times the number of the rodent horde. There was no choice but to excavate. Just then, Paozi approached, his face contorted in discomfort. "Boss, this stench is intolerable. When I was bombing, it smelled like barbecued meat, and I found it rather appetizing. Now, I doubt even the spirit-devouring grass would be willing to consume this." Just as Paozi uttered this, he too succumbed to nausea and began to retch. Upon hearing Paozi's words, a spark ignited in Feng Hao's mind, illuminating his eyes as a bold idea erupted within him. Without heeding Paozi's retching, he dashed toward the biological vehicle. "Boss!" Paozi called out at Feng Hao's hurried departure, but before he could finish, Feng Hao's figure vanished before the vehicle's door. Paozi exchanged glances with Chu Changtian and the others, their expressions mirroring a shared understanding. The boss was seeking an easy way out. They shared a resigned smile. After all, he was the boss and they were merely his subordinates, so they had no choice but to excavate. Feng Hao entered the biological vehicle without pausing to greet Tong Qian and the others, heading straight for the storage area. Upon arriving at the storage section, he gazed at the spirit-devouring grass nestled among the corpses of the rodents. Although the grass seemed to consume at a rapid pace, in the face of such overwhelming numbers, its speed was insignificant. The spirit-devouring grass had been placed there for several hours, and only now had its branches begun to show faint signs of fruit, without even forming a proper shape. Feng Hao's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixated on the spirit-devouring grass. He had conceived a daring notion. Should this idea come to fruition, Then the storage issues would not only be resolved, but could also ensure a proportional generation and consumption of spiritual energy. However, the risks were considerable. Should he fail, it would not merely affect storage. The spirit-devouring grass itself could be jeopardized. Chapter 118. The solution. Since that idea first ignited in Fang Hao's mind, it had become inerasable. His eyes sparkled with determination, and he steeled himself. It was time to act. With 6,000 insect corpses piled here, the longer they remained, the greater the danger they posed. The noxious odors acted like a GPS, drawing nearby spirit beasts toward them. Therefore, failure was not an option. He could not afford to delay any longer. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, Fang Hao immediately placed the soul-devouring grass into the furnace, seeking the breeding skill for synthesis. The countdown appeared, 30 minutes. Glancing at the timer, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Although non-remembered entities could also enter the furnace, no one could guarantee the absence of risk. While there had yet to be a documented failure in synthesis, who could predict what might emerge in the event of a mishap? Hence, Fang Hao had always refrained from attempting it. However, the current situation was exceptionally unique. There was no alternative but to either discard it or continue laboriously mining. To resolve the predicament flawlessly, there was but one solution: to synthesize an item capable of both storage and transformation of spiritual energy. The pivotal element in this conception was the soul-devouring grass, specifically its soul-devouring ability. Yet, he possessed only a single plant. What to do? Fang Hao's solution lay in synthesis, imbuing the soul-devouring grass with a new skill, that of breeding. Although many plants can be grafted, the soul-devouring grass is an evolved species, not entirely a pure plant, rendering the situation ambiguous. Thus, the only recourse was to endow it with the breeding skill. This passive ability would facilitate pure reproduction, enhancing both the speed and efficiency of propagation. Simple and comprehensible. Once the soul-devouring grass successfully synthesized the breeding skill, it could reproduce indefinitely, with the resulting seedlings being his objective. Through extensive synthesis, Fang Hao had learned that combining identical skills could yield enhanced abilities. He was uncertain of the strength of the enhanced version of the soul-devouring skill. But one thing was certain: it would undoubtedly surpass the initial capability. At this moment, the devouring gourd he had been meticulously preserving in his bag would finally prove useful. What effects would the synthesis of the soul-devouring grass onto the devouring gourd produce? He could not say for certain, but based on his synthesis experience, it was highly likely that the gourd would inherit the soul-devouring skill. If immature gourds could be synthesized into a spatial ring of 10 cubic meters, how vast would the internal space of a mature devouring gourd be? This was Fang Hao's audacious contemplation. Should he fail, the soul-devouring grass would likely be destroyed. Should he succeed, he would gain an additional trump card. After casting another glance at the countdown, Fang Hao turned and made his way outside. Upon reaching the door of the vehicle, he addressed the others. "Cease your activities. I require some time, approximately 3 hours. Your task is to keep watch here. Should any spiritual beasts approach, eliminate them." Upon hearing this, the group erupted in joyous relief, finally liberated from the drudgery of mining spiritual crystals. In comparison, battling spiritual beasts felt like a sheer delight. Observing their exuberance, Fang Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. Not only them, but even Zhang Zhongming, this non-human entity, squinted his wolf-like eyes, disdainfully swatting his claws. After arranging the others, Fang Hao returned to the vehicle, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Time swiftly passed unnoticed, yet for some, every fleeting moment was a torment. Soon, half an hour had vanished in the blink of an eye. The system notification chimed. Beep. The synthesis of the soul-devouring herb was complete. Upon hearing this cold, mechanical tone, Fang Hao felt a surge of excitement and hurried towards the storage area. In front of the heap of mouse carcasses, with a mere thought, the soul-devouring herb materialized. The instant the herb appeared, Fang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, its appearance remained unchanged. Otherwise, he would have been left in tears. Next, with palpable anxiety, he cast a probing spell on the soul-devouring herb. Upon inspection, he was momentarily taken aback, but then his face could no longer conceal his elation. He had succeeded. The soul-devouring herb had acquired a reproductive ability. Moreover, the method of propagation was remarkably simple. By cutting a segment of its stem and inserting it into the flesh of a spirit beast, it could grow into a complete soul-devouring herb. The most crucial aspect was that as long as sufficient spiritual energy was provided, the herb's growth rate could only be described as astonishing, transforming in the blink of an eye. However, Fang Hao was not particularly concerned about this. He merely needed the seedlings. With this in mind, he summoned a horn blade, sliced the soul-devouring herb, and a segment fell away. He then swiftly divided this segment into 10 parts. Afterward, he made an incision in one of the mice's bodies and placed the 10 segments atop it. Having completed this, Fang Hao fixed his gaze intently on the small cuttings, awaiting the miraculous moment to unfold. Seconds ticked by with no response. A dozen seconds passed, and still, there was no reaction. A minute elapsed, and the cuttings remained unresponsive, causing Fang Hao to feel a pang of anxiety. Had he made an operational error? He had meticulously followed the skill description. There was no reason for it to yield no reaction at all. Then, with a thought, a zero-level spirit crystal materialized in his hand, which he placed in the center of the cuttings, resuming his observation. Shortly after the crystal was set down, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The segments, no longer than a pinky finger, began to absorb the spiritual energy from the crystal at an imperceptibly slow pace. Witnessing this, Fang Hao felt invigorated and quickly retrieved another spirit crystal to place beside it. Indeed, this time, the absorption rate increased. As the spiritual energy from the crystal was continuously consumed, the pinky-sized segments began to gradually elongate and thicken. When they reached the size of chopsticks, fine, dense root systems began to emerge from one end. The moment these roots sprouted, they plunged directly into the flesh of the mouse, commencing their relentless feast. At this juncture, Fang Hao finally understood what had transpired earlier. Without root systems, the herb could not consume flesh to acquire spiritual energy. The process by which the soul-devouring herb devoured flesh involved a decomposition and refinement process, wherein the densely packed root systems played a pivotal role. Before the roots developed, direct cultivation with spirit crystals was necessary. In the brief moment of distraction, 10 saplings had already grown to a height of 30 centimeters. Sensing that the time was right, he waved his hand decisively, drawing the 10 saplings directly into the furnace to commence the smelting process. A countdown appeared, 3 minutes. Just then, a fierce, beastly roar echoed through the air. Fang Hao's expression hardened. Here they came. The beast horde had indeed arrived as anticipated. Chapter 119. The need for time. The location of the automobile city was rather unique, situated in a redevelopment zone, surrounded by vast expanses of rubble awaiting demolition and reconstruction. According to municipal planning, due to its proximity to the Mongshan River, this new area was designated as the Riverside District. Although Riverside District had been planned as a new zone, numerous urban villages and farmlands still persisted. To the north of the automobile city lay the newly constructed Forest Park. This distinctive geographical setting heightened the danger level within the automobile city, far exceeding that of the urban area of City Z. This was precisely the reason Fang Hao and his companions faced an attack upon their arrival. Chu Changtian and the others were already on high alert, weapons in hand, ready to confront the approaching beast horde. Wherever there are people, cats and dogs are sure to follow. This was a fundamental truth. The sounds of growls, meows, and chirps converged towards the automobile city. Although Chu Changtian and the others had yet to glimpse the beast horde, their expressions were already grave, for from the audio alone, it was evident that this horde was likely more than double that of the previous encounter. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Zhongming slowly stepped to the forefront, his arms hanging naturally at his sides, his wolf-like eyes glinting with ferocity. He was fully prepared for battle. With Fang Hao absent, he had assumed the role of the primary defender. Meow. With a fierce cry, Xiaohua leaped onto Zhang Zhongming's shoulder, her gem-like eyes also shining with intensity. Paozi and Taiwa had taken their positions atop the biological vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Fang Hao listened intently to the roars of the beasts, his expression grave. After taking several deep breaths, he forced himself to regain his composure. The allure of 6,000 spirit beast corpses was indeed overwhelming. Just from the sounds, Fang Hao could ascertain that this beast horde was at least twice the size of the previous one. And this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, the gathered horde would only grow larger. With Xiaohua and Zhang Zhongming present, the initial phase seemed manageable. However, if higher-level spirit beasts appeared, 1 or 2 would be tolerable. But if there were many, Fang Hao took another deep breath, not daring to envision the scenario, and silently prayed for the system to conclude swiftly. Ding. Acquired life energy X10. Ding. Acquired skill pill, devour spirit X10. The system notification finally rang out. With a flicker of thought, Fang Hao transferred the refined skill pills into Synthesis, then fed them into the devouring gourd. He also input the recently refined spirit crystal of the 4th level heavy armored rat, confirming the synthesis. Ideally, he would have preferred to use a 5th level spirit crystal, but as the golden spirit blade mantis had yet to be refined, he had to settle for the lesser 4th level crystal. A countdown appeared, 1 hour. After glancing at the countdown, Fang Hao felt a sudden sense of uncertainty. The synthesis of a treasure-grade equipment using the biological vehicle had taken a full 3 hours, and now, only 1 hour had passed. The disparity in synthesis time was evident. It seemed that the aspiration to create a treasure-grade equipment was becoming increasingly precarious. With a sigh, Fang Hao realized that the situation was already set in motion, and this was not the moment to lament. He could only hope that the equipment produced would meet his needs. Otherwise, he would truly have no place to shed his tears. After calming his emotions, Fang Hao turned and stepped outside the vehicle. The beast horde had already arrived. He leaped atop the vehicle, surveying the surroundings. The automotive city faced westward, with shops constructed in a north-south orientation. Thus, the beast horde could only charge from the east and west. In this scenario, as long as everyone held their ground on the east and west fronts, they would be fine. Boss, greeted Taiwa and Paozi upon seeing Fang Hao ascend. Fang Hao nodded and inquired, Paozi, do you have enough soul fruits? Paozi shook his head, replying, Boss, I only have 10 soul fruits left. A thought crossed Fang Hao's mind, and he conjured another 20 soul fruits in his hand. This was the last of the soul fruits. Paozi nodded in acceptance, though a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. According to fair distribution, he actually wouldn't need so many, but he had overindulged in showing off. Fang Hao smiled, but said nothing further. He then addressed Taiwa, once you exceed level 6, you can fire without fear of wasting spiritual energy. As he spoke, he summoned 10 second-level spirit crystals and handed them to Taiwa. Taiwa nodded, accepting them without refusal. Yet, he understood that Fang Hao was merely being considerate of his feelings, especially given Paozi's recent display of prowess, which had somewhat overshadowed him as a fellow damage dealer. While Taiwa certainly felt envious, he did not harbor jealousy towards Paozi. He recognized his own role. However, it was impossible to use a spiritual energy sniper rifle against beasts of such high levels. Only a fool would attempt such a thing. Each bullet consumed 40 points of spiritual energy, while a single spirit crystal only converted 40 points of energy. Without considering the spiritual blood pills and skeletal skills, it would essentially be futile. Thus, his target was solely the spirit beasts of level 4 and above. This was the standard he set for himself. Roar. The silhouettes of the beast horde began to emerge at both ends of the street, accompanied by their ominous calls. Upon sighting the mountains of insect corpses, the horde surged forward like cats sensing blood, their eyes ablaze with frenzy. Hold them back. Eliminate any spirit beasts that dare to charge. I need time. Fang Hao bellowed. Hearing his command, the others understood his intentions. Zhang Zhongming and Xiao Hua took charge of the eastern front, while Fang Hao leaped to join Chu Changtian and the others. Responsible for the west, the battle was about to commence. The clash was imminent. Fang Hao unleashed the full force of his 5th-level aura, his figure flickering in and out of existence. Whoosh. The blade flashed with a cold light in the air as Fang Hao vanished once more. Whoosh. Whoosh. With each appearance and disappearance of Fang Hao, a cold light flickers. A minute later, he returns to his original position. The sound of blood gushing forth reverberates incessantly. Chu Changtian and his companions remain motionless. Fang Hao had previously instructed them that he could only delay at this moment. The more they indulge in slaughter, the more pungent the scent of blood becomes, attracting a greater number of spirit beasts. Continuing this carnage would lead to their exhaustion without ever finishing the task. Moreover, he remains uncertain about the efficacy of the newly acquired equipment and the extent of space it provides. If the space proves insufficient, no matter how many they slay, they will be unable to carry them away. This realization is crystal clear to him. Thus, his current objective is merely to intimidate these spirit beasts. On the other side, Zhang Zhongming and Xiao Hua both release a formidable 5th-level aura, with Xiao Hua even activating the King's Might. As the spirit beasts approach this aura's range, they tremble in fear, paralyzed and unable to move. Thus far, this side has remained the most tranquil. Chapter 120. Xiao Hua's pursuer. The spirit beast hordes on both sides roar restlessly, while those in the rear are thrown into chaos, creating a tumultuous scene. Fang Hao swiftly and ruthlessly slaughters the foremost spirit beasts, bolstered by the imposing presence of a 5th-level being, standing resolutely like a blade. The outcome is surprisingly effective. However, a hint of worry creeps on a Fang Hao's face. Low-level spirit beasts lack the high intelligence of their advanced counterparts, which allows them to sense danger and act accordingly. Fang Hao is uncertain how long these creatures, governed by rudimentary instincts, can suppress their primal urges. The instinct to evolve and the desire to devour will only incite further frenzy among them. Moreover, his level suppression and aura cannot compare to Xiao Hua's King's Might. Spirit beasts remain spirit beasts, and humans are humans. This biological essence is immutable, unless one were a half-beast. For instance, if Zhang Zhongming possessed the King's Might ability, its effects would be comparable to Xiao Hua's. This illustrates the disparities between species. Certain beastly abilities, when applied to humans, yield vastly different results. For example, the silver moon wolf's bloodthirst is a minor drain on its own body. Yet when Fang Hao employs it, the consumption of spiritual energy becomes alarmingly excessive. In the eyes of these beasts, regardless of how powerful humans may appear, they ultimately remain food, sustenance, and the foundation for evolution. Thus, even as a fifth-level evolved human, Fang Hao cannot escape the essence of being prey. The only distinction is that this fifth-level sustenance can be lethal and somewhat difficult to digest. However, as an arch-nemesis, how long a fifth-level human can intimidate a horde of spirit beasts remains uncertain. An hour passes swiftly, yet for Fang Hao, each minute and second drags on painfully. He feels anxious, yet finds himself devoid of any solutions. In truth, the current situation may seem manageable, but the longer it continues, the more perilous it becomes. His greatest concern remains the advanced spirit beasts. If a formidable spirit beast were to suddenly appear, the pack of beasts under his command would undoubtedly launch an immediate assault. Thus, it is akin to him traversing a tightrope with a group of companions. Meanwhile, the atmosphere surrounding Zhang Zhongming and Xiao Hua stands in stark contrast to the anxious tension felt by Fang Hao and his companions. Here, the spirit beasts. Upon the instant Xiao Hua activated her royal aura, became remarkably docile, trembling and quaking without a hint of chaos or roaring. Except for the distant beasts beyond the reach of the royal aura, which continued to howl and push forward restlessly. The juxtaposition of the scenes is nothing short of eerie. Zhang Zhongming, shedding his previous fierce demeanor, reclined leisurely against the biological vehicle, while Xiao Hua, perched on his shoulder, stifled a yawn, appearing quite drowsy. With Xiao Hua's current evolution at level 5, merely activating the royal aura sufficed to offset her energy expenditure, allowing for continuous activation without any issue. This transformation marked a qualitative change following her ascension to level 5. Just then, a languid meow echoed. The sound resembled that of a cat just roused from slumber. Yet, this singular meow caused an immediate shift in the expressions of all present. A level 5 spirit beast. And it was not the voice of Xiao Hua. Fang Hao's anxiety surged, his face betraying his distress, as the spirit beasts under his command grew increasingly agitated due to that very meow. The moment the sound resonated, the previously tumultuous pack behind fell silent, as if ensnared by a spell, collapsing to the ground in trembling fear, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Even the canine and insect spirit beasts were no exception. This was the pure essence of royal suppression. Even beasts of different kinds were not exempt from its influence. Xiao Hua, who had been lethargically dozing, suddenly opened her gem-like eyes, filled with gravity at the sound. Subsequently, the throng of beasts began to retreat, creating a gap nearly a meter wide. As the beasts parted, a small black cat, equal in size to Xiao Hua, emerged into the field of vision of Zhang Zhongming and Xiao Hua. The little black cat moved with grace, slowly approaching them. In response, Xiao Hua leapt down from Zhang Zhongming's shoulder, observing quietly without making the first move to attack. It was evident to all that the black cat was a level 5 spirit beast, and as a fellow creature, Xiao Hua was acutely aware of its presence. Before long, the black cat stood before Xiao Hua, pausing a meter away. It glanced at Zhang Zhongming before circling around Xiao Hua, scrutinizing her intently. Xiao Hua, feeling the intensity of its gaze, tensed, her irritation mounting, as she prepared to unleash her skills and retaliate. Just then, a voice resonated within Xiao Hua's mind. "I am the king here. Are you a newcomer?" Xiao Hua huffed, her pink nose twitching as she replied in a sweet, childish tone. "Yes, and so what? Let me tell you, I am quite strong. Very formidable. You would do well to leave quickly. Oh, the two of us are of equal rank. I am well aware of your strength, for how else would you possess the privilege to converse with me?" The black cat halted its steps and communicated telepathically. "Humph." Xiao Hua emitted another soft huff, remaining silent. "Do you have a name?" "I am called Heizi." "Humph. Are you hungry? Would you like me to take you for a meal?" "Humph. How old are you?" "Humph. Are you a pet or a stray?" "Humph." Regardless of how many questions Heizi posed, Xiao Hua merely responded with her delicate huffs. Yet Heizi remained unperturbed and continued. "Do you have a place to go in the future?" "Humph. If not, why not become my queen?" "Humph. What is a queen?" Xiao Hua instinctively huffed lightly, but her curiosity piqued thereafter. "I was once a stray cat, and the term queen is something I heard humans mention. It roughly signifies a mate." "What do you say? Will you be my queen?" "Impossible." "Ugh." Xiao Hua adamantly refused to become a queen. "Xiao Hua has an owner." "Humph." No sooner had Heizi finished explaining than Xiao Hua flared up, her youthful voice suddenly brimming with indignation. However, to Heizi, that angry tone sounded rather endearing. Unable to resist, he took a couple of steps closer to Xiao Hua. "You have an owner? That's simple enough. Just eat him, and the problem is solved." Heizi looked at Xiao Hua with curiosity, baffled as to why the level 5 Xiaohua had not devoured her owner. Ever since he gained sentience, no human had coexisted peacefully with spirit beasts in his dominion, which piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhoming observed in confusion, wondering what these two cats were engaged in. Chapter 121. The feeling of life and death beyond control. Though Zhang Zhoming was quite curious, his wolf-like eyes were filled with gravity. Being of the same level, he sensed that this black cat possessed formidable strength. Xiaohua could not compete, nor could he. However, despite being at a disadvantage, it was evident that the other party had no intention of attacking him, which aligned perfectly with Feng Hao's wishes. In truth, Zhang Zhoming was entirely unaware of how terrifying Xiaohua had become. Had he known that Xiaohua could eliminate him with a single strike, he might have lost his composure when facing Haizi, the equally powerful Beast King. On Feng Hao's side, the arrival of the Beast King Haizi incited the already restless beast horde to launch an assault. Roar! The sound of growls erupted. The beast horde attacked. Feng Hao's expression darkened considerably, for it appeared that slaughter had become inevitable. Kill! The crowd murmured in unison and surged forward, colliding with the charging beasts. Feng Hao took the lead, maximizing his speed as he began to reap lives amidst the horde. Simultaneously, the support from the artillery arrived. 2 air cannons simultaneously detonated in the heart of the beast horde. In an instant, flames erupted, and chaos ensued among the beast horde. The once frenzied and relentless assaults began to wane. The pressure on Chu Changtian and his companions significantly diminished, allowing them to methodically dispatch the foremost spirit beasts. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion, Xiaohua felt an urgent need and unhesitatingly leaped towards Feng Hao. Beside her, Haizi tilted his head in contemplation, then emitted a soft call directed at the beasts behind him before pursuing Xiaohua. Observing this scene, Zhang Zhoming's body tensed involuntarily, his eyes glinting with a fierce light, fists clenched, clearly prepared for battle at any moment. However, what followed left him bewildered, as Haizi departed. The beast horde refrained from launching an attack. Save for some restlessness, not a single spirit beast dared to advance. Zhang Zhoming then recalled the earlier cry of the black cat before it left, realizing that the sound was indeed a command from Haizi to remain on standby. What was happening? Zhang Zhoming found himself utterly perplexed by the black cat's intentions. At that moment, an image flashed in his mind, 2 cats locking eyes, causing him to freeze. His gaze filled with a peculiar light as he watched the direction in which Haizi and Xiaohua had departed. To the east, Feng Hao was engaged in a fierce battle, skillfully dispatching spirit beasts one after another, while Paozi and Chu Changtian coordinated seamlessly in their combat. Yet, a shadow loomed over their hearts, cast by the earlier feline cries. If this continued, the situation appeared dire. Paozi and Taiwa stood atop the vehicle, having witnessed the entire sequence from the cat's call to the appearance of the black cat, culminating in the gaze shared between the 2 cats. However, unsure of the implications, they hesitated to inform Feng Hao. Various signs indicated that the last black cat was the king of this beast horde. Finally, as the beasts began their assault, the 2 could no longer afford to be distracted and focused their attention on aiding Feng Hao. Just then, they sensed 2 shadows darting past the side of the biological vehicle. Their expressions faltered, and once they regained their composure, their faces paled. "Boss, be careful. The cat is coming." Paozi and Taiwa shouted in unison towards Feng Hao. In the midst of battle, Feng Hao's expression sharpened upon hearing their warning. With swift movements, the horn blade in his hand flashed repeatedly, eliminating the spirit beasts surrounding him, before he leaped away from the horde. Just as Feng Hao turned back, Xiaohua's figure entered his line of sight. Upon seeing the black cat trailing behind her, his pupils constricted sharply. It was the size of an ordinary house cat, just like Xiaohua, yet it was a 5th-tier spirit beast that had surpassed its limits. As Xiaohua's master, he could not be oblivious to the terrifying potential of a beast that had broken through its constraints. Take Xiaohua, for instance, if she so desired. She could eliminate anyone in an instant. Even Zhang Zhoming would be no exception. Moreover, this black cat would undoubtedly be stronger than Xiaohua, never weaker. Why? Because Xiaohua was deliberately nurtured by Feng Hao, while this black cat has evolved to level 5 solely through its own abilities. This illustrates the distinction between domesticated and wild creatures. Thus, a question arises. If this black cat were to desire Feng Hao's demise, it could be said that his death would be all but certain. As a level 5 spiritual beast within the beast realm, it embodies a sovereign presence. It is inconceivable to assert that it would refrain from preying upon humans. Observing Xiaohua and Haizi swiftly approaching, Feng Hao felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. The inability to control his own fate evoked a chilling sensation within him once more. The notion of developing a life-preserving skill had never been as urgent as it was at this moment. If he could surmount this crisis, he would hasten to devise a means of acquiring a life-saving ability or equipment. He truly wished to never again experience the unsettling feeling of being at the mercy of fate. Master, are you all right? Xiaohua leaped onto Fang Hao's shoulder. Haizi, following closely behind, suddenly halted, coming to a steady stop 10 meters away from Fang Hao. Witnessing Haizi's defiance of gravitational inertia only solidified Fang Hao's belief that this cat was undeniably superior to Xiaohua. After Haizi paused, it gazed curiously at Fang Hao and Xiaohua, then mentally communicated with Xiaohua. Is this your master? Has he also evolved? Humph, was Xiaohua's only response, a soft yet defiant sound. If I were to kill him, would you consider becoming my queen? With this proclamation, a wave of coldness surged within Haizi's gem-like feline eyes. Xiaohua's fur bristled with fury as she retorted. Dare you harm my master? I shall slay you. I will never allow you to harm him. As she spoke, her body tensed upon Fang Hao's shoulder. At that moment, Fang Hao too felt a chilling presence enveloping him. Every hair on his body stood on end, reminiscent of the battle against the Silver Moon Wolf, if not more terrifying. On the roof of the biological vehicle, Taiwa and Paozi understood the gravity of the situation. Even 2 against 1, Fang Hao did not initiate an attack. And the reason was clear. He could not win. Their faces bore a serious expression as Paozi exchanged a knowing glance with Taiwa, understanding the unspoken cue. Taiwa aimed his energy sniper rifle at Haizi. However, Paozi could not assist this time. His skill lacked the instantaneous lethality required, and it could even prove counterproductive. Thus, he continued to support Chu Changtian and the others. As Taiwa aimed the energy sniper rifle at Haizi, the cat's fur bristled in response, sensing the imminent threat. Haizi glanced at Taiwa, finally focusing on the energy sniper rifle in Taiwa's grasp. Chapter 122. Is Haizi coveting my Xiaohua? That ominous black object could inflict harm upon it. This was Haizi's initial instinct. Why did it think of inflicting harm rather than killing? As a spiritual beast that had attained level 5 through its own prowess, it possessed that confidence. Much like the confidence it felt when contemplating the demise of Fang Hao, who was also at level 5. Haizi merely cast a glance at Taiwa, and instantly, Taiwa felt a jolt of trepidation. It was a palpable display of hierarchical pressure. Yet, Taiwa harbored his own confidence, bolstered by the presence of the illusory eye. He was certain that before his opponent could take his life, he could inflict injury in return. This was the unwavering confidence of a red dragon's most formidable sniper. The enhancement of his vision, the augmentation of his attributes, the velocity and lethality of his psychic sniper rifle, coupled with his impeccable timing. All these elements were indispensable. It was the confluence of these conditions that instilled in him the assurance to confront foes of level 5 or 6, even against Haizi, who was not to be underestimated. He believed he could still wound the adversary. This was something Fang Hao could not achieve, nor could Paozi or Chu Changtian. Only he possessed such capability. At that moment, within the biocar, Heishui, who had been attentively observing the battlefield, felt her pupils constrict sharply upon the appearance of Haizi. She comprehended the impending danger Fang Hao faced. Without hesitation, she activated her powers, coalescing a pale blue water element, stepping down from the biocar, and with a wave directed towards Fang Hao. A mass of water elements surged forth. Upon reaching Fang Hao, it transformed into a semicircular water barrier, enveloping him entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Hao retrieved a skill elixir from his backpack and swallowed it whole. No matter the circumstances, passively awaiting his demise was not in Fang Hao's nature. If they sought to kill him, let them come. After consuming the skill elixir, he focused his mind, activating the skill, Guardian Shield. Instantly, a layer of milky white light materialized, encasing a 2-meter radius around Fang Hao. The skill elixir he had just ingested was, in fact, the skill of the heavy armored rat, Guardian Shield. Guardian Shield, active skill, consuming 40 points of psychic energy, conjuring a 2-meter diameter shield with a defense rating of 40. Lasting 1 minute with a trigger time of 5 seconds. Fang Hao understood that the claws of feline spirit beasts possessed armor-penetrating attributes. He was acutely aware that the water barrier created by Heishui, combined with the Guardian Shield, would not be sufficient to withstand the assault of the Black Cat. Thus, his intention was merely to avoid being instantly obliterated. As long as he was not immediately slain, there would be ample opportunity for Xiaohua, poised for action, and Taiwa, ready to strike from the rooftop, to respond. This chance to react, in turn, meant the possibility of survival, or even the opportunity to counterattack or retaliate. With all preparations in place, they awaited Haizi to make the first move. Fang Hao, Heishui, Taiwa, and Xiaohua stood ready, poised for the moment to arrive. In that instant, Xiaohua suddenly communicated telepathically with Fang Hao. Master, this fellow of my kind is so bothersome. It keeps pestering me, insisting that I become its princess. And it even threatened to kill you. What should we do, meow? Listening to Xiaohua's voice, filled with indignation yet tinged with worry, Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback. What in the world was happening? Was it vying for his Xiaohua's affection? Flirting? After regaining his composure, a wave of mixed emotions washed over him, and he tentatively inquired. Well, Xiaohua, what do you plan to do? If it were to kill me, would you really become its princess? Although Fang Hao posed the question, he was acutely aware that should he perish, neither the individuals nor the pets associated with the mark would survive. This was an inherent function of the mark, a trait that could neither be deemed entirely virtuous nor entirely malevolent. Perhaps this could be considered the mark's sole imperfection. Yet, Fang Hao found himself powerless, unable even to sever the bond of the mark. Xiaohua only tolerates its master. It has no desire to be its queen. Fear not, dear master. For Xiaohua shall protect you. As she spoke, Xiaohua cast a fierce glare at Heizi, embodying the unwavering spirit of a cat that would rather perish than submit. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions: joy, secret delight, profound gratitude, and a twinge of guilt. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Hey, food. I demand it as my queen. Do you have any objections? Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but then he burst into laughter. How audacious, to brazenly refer to him as food. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he possessed no means of resistance on his own. However, the fact that this black cat had initiated dialogue with him necessitated careful consideration of his response. Clearly, avoiding conflict was paramount. With his gaze flickering, he pondered briefly before replying, I must express my inability to assist. I cannot dictate Xiaohua's wishes. Oh, so its name is Xiaohua. I understand now. Tell me, do you have any objections? Fang Hao felt a wave of exasperation. Evidently, this creature had fixated solely on Xiaohua's name, completely disregarding what he had just conveyed. In light of this, he resolved to take decisive action. Do you wish to kill me? Fang Hao inquired directly within his mind. If I kill you, Xiaohua becomes my queen. But what if I tell you that killing me would also result in Xiaohua's demise? What then? What do you mean? My life and Xiaohua's are intertwined. As soon as these words left Fang Hao's lips, Heizi fell silent. After a protracted pause, with no response forthcoming, Fang Hao assumed that the mental connection had been severed. Just then, Heizi's voice re-emerged in his mind. Separate us. I only desire Xiaohua as my queen. Not you. Damn. If you desire me, I certainly do not wish for you. Nevertheless, through this series of exchanges, Fang Hao discerned that although the black cat possessed intelligence, it was akin to that of Xiaohua. An idea suddenly sparked within him. He then articulated in his mind, I have a solution that could benefit us both. Would you care to hear it? A solution? Speak quickly. It is quite simple. All you need to do is accompany me. This way, you can be with Xiaohua. Cannot you? Fang Hao's words were laced with persuasion, akin to an enigmatic stranger enticing a child with candy to gaze at goldfish. Heizi's feline eyes glimmered with contemplation, seemingly mulling over this proposition. Observing Heizi's earnest consideration, a smile involuntarily crept across Fang Hao's lips. You little rascal. A mere 2 or 3 years of intellect. You think you can outsmart me? Regardless of the circumstances. As long as he could devise a method to ensure the other willingly followed him, he possessed more than 100 ways to secure its allegiance. Regarding submission, one might wonder, is it not ultimately decided by Fang Hao? Contemplating this, Fang Hao felt a surge of secret delight. A formidable force was about to join their ranks. How could he not feel pleased? Just as he relished this thought, a sudden cold snort echoed in his mind. Humph. Cunning humans. Dare to deceive me. Do you truly believe I am akin to those inferior beings? Fang Hao was rendered speechless. This cat was more astute than he had anticipated, posing quite a challenge. Chapter 123. Rescued by the cat girl. The eyes of the black cat gleamed ominously, a chilling aura swiftly enveloping Fang Hao. He froze, his heart racing. Oh no, I misspoke. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to speak when, suddenly, Xiaohua let out a fierce cry, leaping off Fang Hao's shoulder to stand protectively in front of him. Mew. Sensing the murderous intent, Xiaohua's fur bristled, adopting a fierce stance as she fixed her gaze on the black cat. Showing her sharp fangs, she emitted a threatening growl. As if to say, do you think I am inconsequential? The black cat responded in kind, baring its own sharp teeth. And the two felines engaged in a tense standoff. Battle was imminent. Fang Hao felt a surge of anxiety as his mind raced for a solution. He scrutinized everyone present, his heart in his throat. Suddenly, the black cat vanished without a trace. Fang Hao, Taiwa, and He Shui's eyes widened in shock. Mew. In the instant the black cat disappeared, Xiao Hua followed suit, vanishing as well. Whoosh, whoosh. Two piercing sounds sliced through the air. And then both cats reappeared in their original positions, as if they had never moved at all. The black cat retracted its murderous intent, regarding Fang Hao with disdain. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua, having returned to her spot, bore a fresh wound on her left foreleg, blood oozing from it. In that fleeting exchange, the outcome was evident. The black cat was far superior to Xiao Hua. This superiority extended beyond mere attributes. It encompassed combat experience and instinct for survival. Damn, I have been scorned by a cat. Yet, he felt helpless to refute it, not daring to utter a sound. Not for any other reason, but because he and Tai Hua possessed the illusory eye, which allowed them to witness the encounter in its entirety. There was simply no comparison. The disparity in combat experience was overwhelming. Fang Hao and Tai Hua exchanged solemn glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. This was bad. Their strongest combatant had been utterly defeated in a single encounter, though they were of the same level. The black cat's prowess was undeniable. Seeing Xiao Hua take a blow to protect Fang Hao stirred jealousy within the black cat. Xiao Hua was meant to be its queen. How could this happen? No, you must not harm the master, unless Xiao Hua perishes. Ignoring her injury, Xiao Hua continued to growl fiercely at the black cat. Heisei glanced at Fang Hao, then at Tai Hua on the biological vehicle, and finally cast a deep gaze at Xiao Hua before letting out a thunderous roar to the heavens. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Tai Hua and Fang Hao stared blankly at the spot where Heisei had disappeared, lost in thought. Was he really gone just like that? Accompanied by Xiao Hei's meow, the beast herd halted abruptly, then began to retreat in unison. Within less than a minute, the herd had completely vanished, and the street returned to its original desolate state. Those not directly involved, such as Chu Changtian and Zhang Zhongming, exchanged puzzled glances, each harboring a large question mark in their minds. However, only Fang Hao truly understood the situation. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he realized that Heisei had spared him out of regard for Xiao Hua. In essence, it meant that Xiao Hua had saved him and everyone else. Fang Hao chuckled wryly, stroking his nose, acknowledging the immense charm of Xiao Hua. At this moment, the others finally reacted and quickly gathered around Fang Hao. Boss, what just happened? Yes, boss. Why did the beast herd suddenly retreat? Instantly, everyone began to bombard him with questions. Fang Hao shook his head with a wry smile, cradling Xiao Hua in his arms. With a thought, he produced 10 spirit blood pills and fed them to her, then addressed the crowd. There's no mystery here. They let us go out of respect for Xiao Hua. Now, let us all return to what we were doing. Out of respect for Xiao Hua, that black cat has taken a liking to her. Hei Shui could not help but ask. Of course. What do you think? Fang Hao rolled his eyes, exasperated. You're part of this too. And yet it's so obvious you can't see it. This woman's intelligence rivals that of Du Tianqing. The remaining group, hearing Hei Shui's words, suddenly displayed understanding. They exchanged curious glances toward Xiao Hua, then shot strange looks at Fang Hao. To openly pursue Xiao Hua in front of her master was quite audacious. The most crucial realization was that this beast king was formidable. Fang Hao alone could not contend with it, nor could they together. Yet, due to Xiao Hua's presence, the beast king had spared them. Once they grasped the full context, the group looked at Xiao Hua with expressions filled with gratitude. Xiao Hua, do you truly not wish to accompany it? Fang Hao gently inquired, stroking her soft feline head. No, Xiao Hua only wants to be with her master. She doesn't want to go with it. Xiao Hua's sweet, childish voice rang in Fang Hao's mind. Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily crept across Fang Hao's lips. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. You have obtained a magical grade item, Devouring Gourd X1. Fang Hao was taken aback for a moment, then focused his mind, and the devouring gourd materialized in his hand. As he examined the completed gourd, a wave of anxiety washed over him, though it was not tinged with disappointment. While its appearance had not changed, what he truly sought were the skills it might hold. He immediately cast a probing spell on it. Objective: Devour Gourd level. Magical equipment attributes: capacity of 500 cubic meters, impervious to fire and water, resistant to external forces. Can be inscribed to recognize its master. Spiritual inscription can also be used in a masterless state. Activation time, triggered by the mind. Special attribute 1, Infinite Devour, active skill. Capable of absolutely devouring all within a 1 meter diameter. The devouring strength diminishes with distance beyond 1 meter, can be upgraded. Activation time, triggered by the mind. Special attribute 2, Enhanced Spirit Devour, active skill, consumes spiritual energy and flesh, refining it at a rate of 50 points per minute. Absorbs free spiritual energy at 40 points per minute, can be upgraded. Activation time, triggered by the mind. as Fong Hao beheld the information. He could not suppress his ecstatic laughter. This was simply a treasure for spiritual energy replenishment. The most crucial aspect was that this treasure could autonomously recharge itself. This was undeniably a piece of equipment of bug-level rarity. Although its grade was low, its upper limits and utility utterly overshadowed all his current gear. Consequently, Fong Hao's mind began to wander into deeper contemplations, and as those thoughts surfaced, he could not help but laugh once more. Ha ha, I am indeed a genius. Chapter 124. Naivete leads to trouble initially. The onlookers regarded Fong Hao's seemingly mad laughter with wide, bewildered eyes, unable to comprehend the situation. They suspected he might have endured some severe shock. However, the moment the Devour Gourd appeared in Fong Hao's hands, all gazes converged upon him, and understanding dawned. The boss had unearthed something remarkable. Boss, what treasure is this? Iron Boy was the first to succumb to curiosity and inquire. What a precious item, Fong Hao replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The others silently speculated about the nature of this gourd. A precious item? Iron Boy pondered deeply, and suddenly, his eyes brightened. I know, boss, he exclaimed, bursting with excitement. Oh, Fong Hao was taken aback, looking at Iron Boy with keen interest, smiling as he prompted. Do tell. Boss, you have many such gourds, don't you? Fong Hao was suddenly taken aback. While Chu Changtian had seen the Devour Gourd, he was entirely unaware of the specifics regarding its capabilities, let alone the existence of the symbiotic entity. How did Iron Boy know? Moreover, Fong Hao had not actively explained anything to others. Pondering this, he grew somewhat perplexed, and then inquired, Oh, I do have many such gourds. How did you come to know? Upon hearing his words confirmed by Fong Hao, Iron Boy's excitement intensified, and without hesitation, he declared, Ha, I knew I was right. Boss, look at the gourd in your hand. It's green. I knew you must have many more. This time, not only Fong Hao, but even the others regarded Iron Boy with puzzled expressions, wondering how he arrived at such a conclusion. Why was Iron Boy so certain? Fong Hao nodded, gesturing for him to continue. After all, the devouring gourd had already been synthesized, and a brief pause would not matter. Boss, think about it. Aren't gourds red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple? This gourd is green, right? Just as Taiwa was halfway through his explanation, Fong Hao's expression darkened, veins throbbing on his forehead. Chu Changtian and the others were left speechless. Such naivety was hardly befitting of him. Looking at Fong Hao, his face was as dark as if a cherished flower had been snatched away. Instantly, the others could not help but mourn for Taiwa. You've messed up. Stop. Stop, stop. Is this all you know? Is this what you wish to share with me? Fong Hao inquired, his face clouded with displeasure. At that moment, however, Taiwa was completely immersed in the role of a character from certain tales, blissfully unaware of the discontent reflected in Fong Hao's demeanor, and continued narrating with great enthusiasm. He even began to sing involuntarily, Gourd Baby, 7 flowers on a single vine. At this, Fong Hao could no longer contain himself. His eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. With a flicker of thought, the devouring gourd vanished from his hand, and rolling up his sleeves, he approached the oblivious Taiwa, who was lost in song. Boss, don't you think my singing is delightful? Isn't it nostalgic? Taiwa paused, only to be struck dumb as he noticed Fong Hao's tension. Glancing at the expressions of pity and sympathy from the others, he suddenly comprehended the situation. Boss, please don't slap me, all right? Taiwa tentatively probed. What do you think? Very well. Taiwa cast a sorrowful glance at the others before slowly cradling his head with both hands. Soon, the deserted street echoed with his anguished cries. 10 minutes later, a refreshed Fong Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, summoned the devouring gourd once more, and turned towards the pile of insect corpses. After a moment of amusement, it was time to return to serious matters. It was only after Fong Hao had completely walked away that Taiwa, ceasing his cries, rose from the ground with a look of despair. His hands could hardly shield his bruised face. Despite the promise of no slapping, Fong Hao had struck him relentlessly. Everyone, did I say something wrong? Or was my singing truly unpleasant? Taiwa lamented. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the others toward him shifted from pity to a sense of hopelessness. Sighing in unison, they turned to leave. Just as they were departing, the irrepressible Paozi burst into laughter. Ha ha, Ironheadwa, you truly crack me up. Ha ha, let me tell you. It's not that you sang poorly, it's just that the boss went easy on you. Ha ha ha, this is undoubtedly the highlight of my day. Paozi laughed so hard, he doubled over, relishing the moment. As the group walked a short distance, they could no longer suppress their laughter. Just then, a voice chimed in that nearly sent them tumbling to the ground. That was quite the performance. Oh, by the way, what is mutual play? He Shui inquired, gazing at Taiwa with a puzzled expression. Sister, Iron Baby muttered with a grimace. It's the Gourd brothers, not the mutual masturbation boys, before limping towards the crowd. Thanks to Blackwater's reminder, he finally understood why he had been beaten up. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. By the time the group reached Fong Hao, the smiles that adorned their faces had vanished, replaced by expressions of solemnity. They say it's better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive early. As they approached, they happened to witness the formidable display of the devouring gourd. Fong Hao held the gourd aloft, from which emanated a stream of pitch-black energy. Within a meter's radius, the air was thick with darkness, reminiscent of a starless night, imparting a sense of heaviness. As the energy expanded outward, the inky blackness began to thin. When this diluted darkness encountered heaps of insect carcasses, it appeared to be irresistibly drawn to them, causing the bodies to rise one by one, gravitating towards Fong Hao. Or more precisely, towards the devouring gourd. As the corpses drew nearer, their speed gradually intensified, and their sizes diminished. What a breathtaking scene unfolded upon the street. The scattered insect remains swirled like furious gusts of wind, coalescing around the gourd, which served as the eye of the storm, continuously devouring the remnants. The crowd finally grasped the purpose of the gourd. While it bore similarities to a spatial ring, it differed significantly. Both serve as storage. Yet the mesmerizing sensation of gradual consumption was something the spatial ring could not replicate. Moreover, they speculated that an item capable of eliciting such hearty laughter from Fong Hao must possess far greater complexity than mere storage. After fiddling for an hour or two, Fong Hao had successfully collected all the spirit beasts. The street was now entirely vacant. However, this emptiness felt somewhat eerie compared to before. As their gazes followed the direction of Fong Hao, they were met with a chilling sight. What was once a pile of insect bodies had been devoured by the gourd, leaving the ground resembling a surface scraped clean by a bulldozer, riddled with depressions. The onlookers gasped in unison, realizing the sheer terror of this devouring power. Even the concrete floor had been scoured to such a state. One could only imagine the consequences if directed towards a person. Fong Hao gazed at the uneven ground. Equally astonished, the capacity for consumption had exceeded his expectations. With continuous upgrades to the devouring gourd, it could serve as an impeccable life-saving asset. The next time he encountered that black cat, he would ensure that creature experienced the repercussions. At that moment, Iron Baby, sporting a bruised visage, approached, limping towards them. The formidable Iron Boy gazed at Fong Hao with tear-filled eyes, exuding an air of poignant vulnerability. Suddenly, Fong Hao erupted into laughter, unable to suppress his amusement. How does it feel to engage in mutual punishment? Iron Boy wore a wry smile, vowing never to answer impulsively again. The beating had left him utterly bewildered. Truth be told, the punishment was originally intended for either Paozi or Zhang Bin. Yet Zhang Bin remained languishing in his backpack, while Paozi was momentarily caught off guard. In the end, it was he who unwittingly seized the opportunity. Such extraordinary luck. Fong Hao composed himself, his mind focused. As he summoned the devouring gourd into his spatial domain, a surge of life energy materialized in his palm, which he tossed to Iron Boy, advising. It would be wise to refrain from encroaching upon Zhang Bin and Paozi's share. With that, he turned and strode towards the exhibition hall. Paozi, who had been secretly reveling in the moment, suddenly felt awkward upon hearing Fong Hao's unexpected remark. So, this beating was meant for me. As Fong Hao entered the exhibition hall, he beheld the neatly arranged motorhomes, a smile inevitably spreading across his face. There were a total of 15 motorhomes on display. Everything was in place, awaiting the final touch. With a swift motion, he appeared before one of the motorhomes, his thoughts directing the vehicle into his furnace. One after another, he continued to vanish, each time another motorhome disappearing from sight. Within a minute, all 15 motorhomes had been successfully transported into the furnace. After completing this task, Fong Hao headed straight for the back door. Typically, the rear of the exhibition hall led to a repair shop or storage area, and adhering to the principle of abundance, he felt compelled to investigate further. Soon, he traversed the exhibition hall and entered a corridor, continuing onward. After covering almost double the distance of the exhibition hall, a door appeared before him. Without hesitation, he pushed it open. Upon entering, his vision expanded, and a smile instantly graced his face. Behind the hall lay the garage and repair area, housing a total of 20 motorhomes of varying sizes and models. His principle had proven correct, and fortunately, he had thought to check the back, otherwise, he would have missed out entirely. Missing this opportunity would have made it incredibly difficult to find such a multitude of motorhomes again. While Z-City was a first-tier metropolis with several automotive hubs, only this exhibition hall boasted such an extensive inventory of available vehicles. Why? Because this establishment had only recently opened its doors. With its grand scale, it would be unwise not to stock a substantial number of ready vehicles. After all, Making a profit was no longer a concern in this apocalyptic era, effectively benefiting Fang Hao. With renewed vigor, he began to collect the motorhomes from the garage in rapid succession. Before long, all the vehicles had been secured, and with a sense of satisfaction, Fang Hao prepared to retrace his steps along the corridor. Just then, a faint sound reached his ears. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened. With a flicker of intention, the blade materialized in his hand. Grasping the knife, he activated the Eye of Delusion and ventured toward the source of the sound. The noise emanated from the repair room, separated from the warehouse by merely a movable partition. Without the Eye of Delusion, Fang Hao would not have dared to investigate alone. The moment the eye was activated, all barriers transformed into mere lines. Upon closer inspection, he found himself momentarily stunned. The source of the disturbance was, astonishingly, a man. A man completely drenched in engine oil. In light of this scene, Fang Hao's initial shock gave way to a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Indeed, this individual displayed remarkable cunning. He had cleverly masked his scent with oil. No wonder he managed to survive under the watchful gaze of the golden spirit blade mantis. Fang Hao approached slowly. Before him lay a pit used for car repairs, approximately 1.5 meters deep, now filled with oil, surrounded by empty oil containers scattered about. The admiration in his gaze intensified. It is truly rare for an ordinary person to maintain such composure during the apocalypse, making the right judgments amidst chaos. Merely possessing this level of resolve qualifies one to endure in such dire times. However, this is a theoretical assertion. The apocalypse is undeniably brutal. Solely having a strong character without the corresponding strength would not ensure survival for long. Take this man, for instance. Had Fang Hao not fortuitously arrived, he would have struggled to survive amidst the encirclement of 10 golden spirit blade mantises. Even if the mantises never discovered him, lacking food and water, he would not last much longer. Judging by his life signs, it was evident that he had reached his limits, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Theoretically, a person can survive without food or water for up to half a month, but without water, death can occur within a week. Yet, theory is merely theory. In reality, if everyone could achieve those theoretical conditions, there would not be so many half-beasts. Fang Hao sighed softly. With a flicker of thought, a spirit blood pill appeared in his hand. He approached and placed it into the man's mouth, followed by a splash of mineral water. The spirit blood pill, combined with the water, prompted an instinctive swallow as it entered the man's mouth. The moment the pill settled in his belly, the man's pallid complexion transformed. Regaining a hint of color, his dazed state jolted him awake, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had been in a stupor, he was not dead. How could he not understand this sudden change? What on earth had this young man given him? Chapter 126. I am under no obligation to save you. Thank you for saving me, the man managed to say, his words laborious and awkward after days of silence. Fang Hao nodded and inquired, Who are you? I am a specially appointed senior engineer here. Well, since you have nothing to do, I shall take my leave. Fang Hao nodded, his mind stirring as 2 pieces of bread materialized in his hands, which he placed on the ground, preparing to turn away. Wait. The man, struggling to emerge from the oil, called out to Fang Hao. Fang Hao responded, his expression devoid of emotion. Is there something you need? Can you take me with you? The man wiped the oil from his face, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. From Fang Hao's earlier display of prowess, he realized that this young man was his only chance at survival. I'm sorry, but I'm not a police officer. I cannot assist you, Fang Hao replied flatly. Continuing on his way. Please, I beg you, I wish to live. The man's desperation was palpable. He recognized Fang Hao as his lifeline. However, before he could finish his plea, Fang Hao cut him off. What does your desire to live have to do with me? Providing you with food is already a considerable act of kindness. Therefore, I must decline. With that, Fang Hao turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. As Fang Hao strode down the corridor, he encountered Chu Changtian, who had come looking for him. Boss, how did it go? Fang Hao nodded and replied, Not bad, fortunately. I checked further back, and there is a warehouse with 20 vehicles. Boss, shall we head to the water plant next? Chu Changtian inquired. Fang Hao shook his head, gesturing towards the biological vehicle at the entrance. Let us first sort this out. Both the Tunton and the devouring grass require space, and unless we resolve the accommodation issue, we will face numerous inconveniences down the line. Chu Changtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, with 3 women in the vehicle, considerations had to be made beyond just their group of men. After their discussion, the 2 headed toward the entrance. In front of the biological vehicle, everyone had gathered. Chu Changtian began directing the group to organize the items from the vehicle. At that moment, Zhang Zihan and Du Tianqing emerged from the vehicle and approached Fang Hao. What is going on, Fang Hao? Du Tianqing asked, observing the others unloading items with a hint of curiosity. We're addressing the accommodation issue. I intend to reforge the biological vehicle here before we set off for the water plant, Fang Hao explained with a smile. Du Tianqing nodded in understanding, refraining from further questions, and began to whisper with Zhang Zihan. Soon, all items from the biological vehicle, including the mouse carcasses and devouring grass, were completely packed away. With a thought, Fang Hao made the biological vehicle vanish, storing it in the furnace. Now that the lodging function was resolved with the mobile home, the next step was to enhance the armament system. He opened his backpack and tossed the reinforced armored vehicle into the furnace. After a moment's contemplation, he added the strength armor of the heavy armored mouse and the guardian shield, finally including a level 4 spiritual crystal. Commencing synthesis. A countdown appeared. 1 hour. Just 1 hour? Can it not be upgraded? Fang Hao pondered, perplexed. Based on the synthesis time, the transition from treasure-grade equipment to saint-grade equipment surely required more than just an hour. Could it be that a level 5 spiritual crystal was necessary? Fang Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation. The 5th level spirit crystal is indeed present, yet it remains unrefined, rendering its utilization utterly impossible. The golden spirit blade is not akin to those inferior insect spirit beasts. A single strike from its serrated edge is akin to cleaving vegetables. It is essential to acknowledge that every blow delivered by Fang Hao is executed with utmost effort, particularly when his bloodthirsty attribute is activated, effectively doubling his power. In a state of normalcy, he could scarcely breach the joint. After a lengthy pause, Fang Hao chuckled softly, realizing he had been overly fixated on trivialities. Since he could not level up this time, he could simply await the next opportunity. Why dwell on it? With this thought, he withdrew his consciousness from the system and proceeded towards the spirit devouring grass. After losing a segment of its branch, the spirit devouring grass had rejuvenated itself by absorbing the flesh and blood of a rat, and now that segment had fully regrown. The newly sprouted branch, though slightly lighter in color, appeared nearly identical to its former self. As the group engaged in idle chatter, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the exhibition hall. Instantly, everyone drew their weapons, casting their gazes towards the source of the sound, while Fang Hao remained fixated on the spirit devouring grass. Without needing to look, he already knew who it was. Indeed, as the footsteps drew nearer, a man, entirely smeared with engine oil, emerged at the entrance of the exhibition hall. The crowd glanced at him momentarily before redirecting their attention to Fang Hao, who did not even spare a glance. Understanding dawned upon them. It seemed Fang Hao had long been aware that there were still living beings in the exhibition hall. However, judging by the man's appearance, he was evidently an ordinary individual. Exchanging glances, they shrugged. If their leader showed no concern, they certainly had no obligation to intervene, opting to ignore him instead. They resumed their light-hearted conversation. At that moment, Du Tianqing observed the oily man and was momentarily taken aback, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Yet, with no clean spot on the man's body and his features obscured, she could not ascertain where she might have encountered him or if she recognized him at all. Thus, she fell into a contemplative silence. The man surveyed the group, an inexplicable sense of familiarity flooding over him, though he could not pinpoint its origin. After a brief moment of confusion, his gaze settled on Fang Hao, and he parted his lips, seemingly about to speak. Just then, Fang Hao's indifferent voice broke the silence. You needn't speak. I've already stated that I am not a police officer and cannot assist you. The man's face contorted with bitterness. He genuinely wished to survive and had no desire for death. He opened his mouth, attempting to assert his worth, but faltered as the words caught in his throat. He suddenly realized that this was an apocalyptic world and that others were under no obligation to rescue him. Providing him with sustenance was already an act of compassion. Meanwhile, he, an ordinary person lacking the ability to defend himself, seemed utterly ineffectual. In the face of the monsters that roamed the earth, his only means of survival was to hide within the grease, clinging to life without any real contribution. Before the apocalypse, his status and identity were coveted by all ordinary people. The knowledge he once took pride in had now become utterly worthless. Even now, he finds himself living a life less fulfilling than that of an ordinary person. Contemplating this, a wave of bitterness washed over the man, prompting a heavy sigh as he turned to leave, intending to return to his work amidst the machinery, clinging to the notion of surviving moment by moment. However, just as he had taken a few steps, a melodious feminine voice called out to him. Wait. The man turned to see an exceptionally beautiful woman. Upon beholding her visage, he was momentarily taken aback, a look of astonishment illuminating his face. You are Dr. Du Tianqing, he exclaimed with palpable excitement. Earlier, while standing at the entrance, the positioning of the butcher had conveniently obscured his view of Du Tianqing, preventing him from noticing her presence. Upon hearing this familiar voice, a figure began to materialize in her mind. Chapter 127, an old friend. To save or not to save? As Du Tianqing listened to the voice, a familiar silhouette emerged in her memory. Zhou Yong, she exclaimed, her face alight with joy. You are Zhou Yong. Engineer Zhou. As she instinctively reached out her hand to shake his, she hesitated, awkwardly retracting it halfway, for Zhou Yong was covered in greasy oil, making the gesture rather unappealing. In this moment of reunion, both were oblivious to such trivial details, with Zhou Yong particularly unconcerned. Both were overwhelmed with emotion, especially in the context of a post-apocalyptic world, a sentiment that few could truly comprehend. After a prolonged moment of silence, Zhou Yong finally regained his composure. Once calm, the first question that crossed his mind was why Du Tianqing was in this place, and what had brought her together with that enigmatic man. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously glanced at Feng Hao, who remained engrossed in observing the devouring spirit grass, before he let out a soft sigh and inquired, Dr. Du, how did you end up here? Du Tianqing smiled gently and replied, I was sent by Kyoto for rescue and happened to pass through here. Zhou Yong's understanding dawned upon him. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing Chang Tian and the others, yet he could not pinpoint its source. Now, hearing Du Tianqing's words, it became clear it was the essence of the military. Having spent months in close quarters with soldiers, he understood why this feeling seemed so recognizable. The military uniforms worn by Chu Chang Tian and the others had long since been discarded, primarily due to the lessons learned from the incident in the commercial district. Additionally, Feng Hao had procured a plethora of replacement garments, which, in terms of attributes and defense, surpassed the previous combat attire. With better options available, there was no reason for them to continue wearing the original uniforms. Upon learning that Kyoto had specifically sent for Du Tianqing, Zhou Yong felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, prompting a deep sigh. After a moment, he finally spoke cautiously, Dr. Du, may I inquire what you can disclose regarding your presence here? He stole another wary glance at Feng Hao, and his meaning was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Du Tianqing furrowed her brows. Although Zhou Yong had not completed his thought, the implications, when combined with Feng Hao's words, were unmistakable. She found herself in a difficult predicament. Having finally managed to alleviate Feng Hao's disdain towards her, she feared that if she advocated for Zhou Yong, it might provoke Feng Hao once more, leading to a return to their previous estrangement. She vowed that such a fate would be unbearable. For a moment, Du Tianqing felt utterly at a loss for how to respond, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Observing her plight, Zhou Yong could not suppress his plea. Dr. Du, considering our 8 months of collaboration, I implore you to help me. Du Tianqing forced a bitter smile and glanced at Feng Hao, stating, to be honest, my word holds little weight here. It is his decision that matters. Dr. Du, I beg you think of a way. If you agree to take me with you, I am willing to pay any price, just to reach Kyoto. Please. Zhou Yong clung to her like a lifeline, pleading fervently. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps interrupted them. Accompanied by the sound, Zhang Zhongming emerged into view, his visage resembling that of a fearsome wolf, stained with fresh blood. The onlookers understood all too well where he had been, off feeding, and having avoided his sister out of fear of scaring her, he had sought a secluded corner to indulge. Upon witnessing Zhang Zhongming's towering, terrifying form, Zhou Yong could not help but exclaim in horror, a monster. Run. There's a monster. Dr. Du, let us go. Hurry. His eyes were wide with terror as he urged Du Tianqing to flee, turning to sprint towards the exhibition hall. Du Tianqing, accustomed to Zhang Zhongming's appearance, felt no fear and disregarded Zhou Yong's panic. After having run several meters, Zhou Yong glanced back to find Du Tianqing still standing there. Assuming she had been paralyzed by fear, with gritted teeth, he dashed back, disregarding the state of his hands as he grasped Du Tianqing and attempted to pull her away. Du Tianqing found the situation amusing and forcibly withdrew her hand, explaining, he is our teammate. He won't harm anyone. This revelation left Zhou Yong momentarily stunned. The creature was one of their own? Was this some kind of jest? It seemed more absurd than an apocalyptic scenario, yet, amusing as it was. The reality was undeniable. This was indeed the end of days. The radical doomsayers could finally be silenced. How laughable. As Zhou Yong's eyes widened in fear, a scene unfolded that validated Du Tianqing's words. Spotting Zhang Zhongming approaching, Zhang Zihan trotted over, chiding him lightly. Brother, I told you to stop hiding from me. I said I wasn't afraid. While speaking, she produced a handkerchief to wipe the beast blood from Zhang Zhongming's mouth. At that moment, He Shui walked over, channeling his energy to summon a sphere of water to cleanse Zhang Zhongming. Thank you, Zhang Zhongming expressed sincerely. He Shui nodded and returned to his previous position. Zhang Zhongming affectionately patted Zhang Zihan's head, his eyes filled with tenderness, and in a deep, raspy voice, he reassured her, it's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Zhang Zihan pouted her adorable lips in discontent and remarked, habits must change. Brother, you cannot continue like this, or Zihan will ignore you. After uttering this, her fair little head tilted as if she had recalled something. Instantly, her face lit up with excitement, and she joyfully exclaimed, right, brother. Brother Fang Hao said you will soon return to your original self. How do you feel about that? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhongming's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he grasped Zhang Zihan's hand, leading her towards Fang Hao. Boss, Fang Hao chuckled, it won't be long now. There's still less than 3,000 to go. Zhang Zhongming's eyes shone with exhilaration, and he expressed his gratitude to Fang Hao, saying, thank you, boss. All right, enough of the formalities. Let us go see. It seems our Dr. Du is in a bit of a predicament, Fang Hao responded, striding towards Zhou Yong. As Zhou Yong observed Fang Hao approaching, hope reignited within him. However, upon noticing Zhang Zhongming accompanying him, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Is something troubling you? Fang Hao inquired softly as he reached the entrance of the exhibition hall. Addressing Du Tianqing. Du Tianqing wore an awkward expression. While she wasn't truly distressed, she felt a pang of reluctance in refusing. Gradually, she shook her head and said, I'm not troubled. I understand the rules of our team. With that, she turned to Zhou Yong and stated, I'm sorry, but we don't support the incapable. The implication of her words was unmistakable. Zhou Yong managed a sorrowful smile, signifying his understanding. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was striving to survive. Why should someone else protect him? He was neither a stunning beauty like Du Tianqing nor a formidable warrior. He was merely an engineer devoid of any combat skills. Watching Zhou Yong's desolate expression, Du Tianqing felt a wave of helplessness. Yet, the rules set by Fang Hao and the harsh realities of their world reminded her that one must not intervene indiscriminately to save others. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences for everyone involved. Zhou Yong offered a tragic smile before slowly turning away, as if he had lost all hope for survival. Du Tianqing gazed at his retreating figure, feeling an indescribable pain and helplessness. Let us move on. The biological vehicle will take some time to be ready. Fang Hao said softly, then turned to leave. His words stunned Du Tianqing, and suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. She glanced back at Zhou Yong's silhouette and called out to him. Then she hurried after Fang Hao, saying, Fang Hao, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? If it's about keeping that man, then never mind, Fang Hao replied coolly. Du Tianqing quickly shook her head, insisting, No. That is not what I meant. What I'm saying is, if he could be of use to you, wouldn't it be worth keeping him? Useful? Pray tell. What could he possibly contribute? Fang Hao replied with an impassive expression, inwardly scoffing at the thought. What could an engineer offer? Would he command the troops in battle? Upon observing Fang Hao's expression, Du Tianqing discerned his answer, yet she surmised that he was oblivious to Zhou Yong's true identity. Allow me to explain. His name is Zhou Yong, a national-level senior engineer. My acquaintance with him began during the construction of the mobile fortress. Do you comprehend? She continued. And then? Fang Hao remained unmoved. Du Tianqing gritted her teeth and pressed on. He is one of the designers of the mobile fortress. Is that not what you wish to construct? Before she could finish her thought, Fang Hao's eyes suddenly gleamed with interest, and he interjected, have him come over. Du Tianqing was momentarily taken aback. Her face instantly illuminated with joy. She nodded vigorously and waved to Zhou Yong, beckoning him to approach. Initially engulfed in despair at being summoned by Du Tianqing, Zhou Yong felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. Upon realizing she was calling him again, a broad smile spread across his face as he hurried towards Fang Hao. As he reached Fang Hao and Du Tianqing, Zhou Yong felt a mix of elation and trepidation. Though Du Tianqing had summoned him, it was evident that the decision rested with Fang Hao. Without his approval, any joy would be rendered meaningless. Fang Hao regarded Zhou Yong with earnest scrutiny. At around 40 years of age, it was no small feat to attain the status of a national engineer. Nevertheless, Fang Hao remained unimpressed. His focus lay solely on one criterion, integrity. Regardless of one's skills, if their character fell short, they were of no interest to him. Observing Zhou Yong's earlier interactions, particularly his attempt to assist Du Tianqing, indicated that his character was commendable. Furthermore, Zhou Yong's method of self-preservation showcased a commendable temperament, with both attributes passing the test. Only loyalty remained as the final criterion. With this thought, Fang Hao maintained a stoic expression and addressed Zhou Yong. Tianqing mentioned that you are one of the chief designers of the mobile fortress. Is that accurate? The intent behind this inquiry was not born from fear of any deception by Du Tianqing or Zhou Yong, but rather a means to assess where Zhou Yong's loyalties lay, between his country and himself. Individuals displaying unwavering loyalty to the state were not in short supply. But such allegiance was a disqualifying factor for Fang Hao. It was a matter of principle. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yong was taken aback. Casting a quick glance at Du Tianqing, instantly realizing that she had divulged this information to Fang Hao. However, faced with Fang Hao's inquiry, Zhou Yong hesitated. The matter at hand was classified at the highest national level, akin to the secrecy surrounding nuclear weaponry. Caught between national security and his personal safety, he found himself in a quandary. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhou Yong, with an expression of indecision, looked at Fang Hao and cautiously inquired, "What do you mean by your question?" "Answer my question," Fang Hao replied nonchalantly. Zhou Yong bit his lip, glanced at Du Tianqing, and finally admitted, "I am indeed one of the principal designers, as you mentioned." Fang Hao nodded slowly, his face revealing no discernible emotion, and continued, "You may join my team. But I require loyalty. Do you possess it?" Zhou Yong was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping that these individuals were not beholden to the state, but rather to the man standing before him. Observing Du Tianqing, he inquired, "Dr. Du, are you also?" Du Tianqing smiled gently, casting a heartfelt glance at Fang Hao, and replied, "I belong to the nation. They are merely escorting me to the capital. However, should Fang Hao require my assistance, I would follow him without hesitation." The gaze from Du Tianqing left Fang Hao feeling quite embarrassed, yet he thought, "Let her look, it won't cost me anything." It was then that Zhou Yong learned from Du Tianqing that the man before him was named Fang Hao. He also grasped an important truth. In the hearts of everyone in the team, Fang Hao was the foremost, and everything revolved around him. Zhou Yong's expression wavered as indecision clouded his mind. Fang Hao observed this all too clearly and spoke. "What I have said does not imply that you should betray your country. However, when faced with a choice between your country and me, you must demonstrate your unwavering loyalty. Whom will you pledge your allegiance to?" At this juncture, Fang Hao's words were already sufficiently tactful. Zhou Yong's heart began to resolve, with determination filling his eyes. He solemnly declared, "I wish to follow you. Please accept me." Fang Hao nodded and said, "Let me caution you. I can sense your loyalty. So do not attempt to deceive me." "Very well, welcome to our ranks." In truth, even without receiving the prompt from the subsystem, Fang Hao was aware that Zhou Yong had not yet pledged his loyalty to him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Loyalty is a matter of time, and he was willing to wait. Those who dared betray or deceive him would meet their end. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, joy illuminated Zhou Yong's face. A genuine elation that overwhelmed him, as he felt the relief of being accepted in a moment of despair. Fang Hao clapped his hands and announced to the group, "We have a new companion among us. Let us all extend our care and support. Now, let us explore and see if there are any resources we can utilize." With that, he took the lead and walked ahead. Du Tianqing smiled at Zhou Yong, offering him an encouraging glance. As Fang Hao called out, the others turned to Zhou Yong with friendly smiles. Leading the way, Fang Hao, with a flicker of thought, summoned the devouring gourd to his hand. He then probed within the gourd's depths, and a smile spread across his face upon his findings. Inside that expansive space, an indescribable rhythm enveloped 6,000 insect carcasses and 100 spirit beast corpses. Every moment, flesh and blood separated from these remains, with the detached bodies, blood, bones, and spirit crystals distinctly floating in another part of the space. The entire process unfolded in a methodical manner, with clear layers of organization. This exemplified the exquisite utility of enhanced spirit devouring, refining in layers, first segmenting, then gradually commencing the refinement process. Not only expedited the refining speed, but also addressed the inherent limitations of the devouring gourd's refining capabilities. Naturally, the materials that had been segmented needed to be retrieved promptly. Otherwise, the inevitable outcome would be their complete refinement. This exemplifies the shortcomings of the devouring gourd. Fang Hao felt somewhat helpless. After all, this was not a system furnace, and he had no effective solution for such a predicament. With a sigh, he retrieved the refined items and placed them into his backpack, then calculated the time before returning the devouring gourd to its place. Chapter 129, The New Team Member. Zhou Yong the group made their way westward from the exhibition hall, beginning to meander around the remaining areas of the Auto City. As for safety, apart from that cat, he could eliminate as many spirit beasts as presented themselves. Moreover, Fang Hao still possessed the devouring gourd, and although he remained uncertain of its potential impact on the black cat, he was confident that its devouring power could indeed slow the cat's speed. If only he could buy himself some reaction time, he could mount a counterattack. In encounters of equal rank, devoid of a speed advantage, the black cat would lack even the qualification to engage him in battle. This was his confidence. Naturally, he had contemplated the idea of leveling up when facing the black cat, Yet the scarcity of spirit crystals proved a significant obstacle. Furthermore, even if he ascended to level 6, with doubled attributes, he still could not match the swiftness of Xiaohua when she activated her shadow dash. Such a terrifying talent. This inherent advantage was not something other spirit beasts possessed. However, he too could attain it, requiring only a skill elixir. With this thought, a glint of cold light flashed in Fang Hao's eyes. The crux of it all hinged upon the necessity of slaying that black cat. Once he acquired such formidable speed, he would possess an additional trump card for survival. Soon, as they walked and engaged in jovial conversation, the group stumbled upon a certain brand's off-road vehicle dealership. The entrance of the showroom lay shattered, and the ground was strewn with bloodstains, the darkened, dried blood indicative of the chaos wrought on the day the apocalypse commenced. Fang Hao stepped inside, and the others followed suit in unison. Through their conversations along the way, the group gained a better understanding of Zhou Yong. Due to the age difference, they had not formed a close bond with him immediately, yet their gazes towards him had become markedly more amiable. The dealership housed an array of large off-road vehicles, characterized by their towering frames. As off-roading embodies a man's sentiment, upon entering the showroom, the men could hardly contain themselves as they rushed towards the gleaming new models. Zhou Yong, observing the bloodstains on the ground, felt a pang of melancholy. He was grateful he had thought to mask his scent. Otherwise, he too would have met a fate akin to those who had perished at the jaws of beasts. He was also profoundly thankful for Fang Hao's timely arrival. Without it, his own demise would have been inevitable. Reflecting on this, his gaze towards Fang Hao and Du Tianqing brimmed with gratitude. Life necessitates transformation, much like the journey of existence itself. In the earlier chapters of his life, he had devoted himself to the nation, neglecting his family and children. What he received in return was a mere monthly salary exceeding 10,000. A figure that paled in comparison to that of some high-ranking professionals in first-tier cities. Later, upon realizing the significance of family, he discovered that his meager salary was utterly insufficient to support such a large household. For all these years, it had been his wife and parents who managed the entire family. His earnings barely covered the tuition fees for his children's university education, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Ultimately, he was compelled to relinquish his so-called dignity as an engineer and accept what he deemed a menial job, serving at a 7S car exhibition and taking on the role of a mechanic supervisor. Initially, all plans seemed promising, as was the case for Zhou Yong, yet no one anticipated the arrival of the apocalypse. Everything was lost, including his family, his children, and parents. Zhou Yong let out a heavy sigh, his eyes slightly reddened. He had been struggling for survival amid the oil and grime. At that moment, Zhang Zhoming approached, extending his massive hand and patting Zhou Yong's shoulder, speaking in a low voice. This is how the apocalypse unfolds. We were powerless then. And now our only option is to survive alongside our leader in this merciless world. Zhou Yong nodded gravely, wiping away his tears and expressing his gratitude. Through their exchanges along the journey, Zhou Yong gained a comprehensive understanding of Zhang Zhoming, the half-wolf, concluding that he was indeed infatuated with his sister. For Zhang Zihan was everything to Zhang Zhoming. Of course, Fang Hao was equally important, as Zhang Zhoming was a man of his word. Due to his profession, Zhou Yong swiftly adapted to the peculiarities within this group, including Fang Hao's remarkable tactics, no longer displaying surprise. He also came to understand why this seemingly youthful man possessed such charisma that compelled loyalty from everyone. It was simply because Fang Hao had led them to survive thus far. Hence, to be truly accepted by the group, one must demonstrate genuine loyalty. Zhou Yong's gaze towards Fang Hao grew increasingly bright. At that moment, Fang Hao beckoned him over. "Boss, what is it?" Zhou Yong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Feeling it was finally his turn to contribute, Fang Hao smiled and replied, "Relax, I am quite approachable among friends. No need to be nervous. I merely wish to discuss the concept of a mobile fortress with you." Feeling a bit bashful, Zhou Yong thought for a moment and responded, "Boss, what do you need to know? Regarding the mobile fortress, what prerequisites must be met to achieve its initial form, or what standards need to be reached?" Without a hint of hesitation, Zhou Yong replied, "Boss, to meet the standards for the prototype, at the very least, spatial requirements must be addressed. Furthermore, essential infrastructure such as accommodation and a water recycling system are fundamental. Without these, do not even consider the subsequent stages." Fang Hao nodded, pondering for a moment before inquiring further. "And then? Then we consider the addition of functionalities, such as an armament system, a biological chain ecosystem necessary for long-term habitation, armor, aquatic capabilities, aerial defense, storage facilities, and power supply, among many others, tailored to specific needs." After speaking, Zhou Yong gazed eagerly at Fang Hao, his heart racing. Uncertain whether his response had met Fang Hao's approval, Fang Hao glanced around, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Your thoughts align perfectly with mine. To be candid, I currently possess a prototype, so we must engage in fruitful discussions moving forward." Zhou Yong nodded vigorously, excitement evident in his voice as he replied, "From now on, any issues concerning mobile fortresses or vehicles can be directed to me. I must confess, should I have the necessary tools, I could entirely construct a complete vehicle myself." Ding. Acquired rare-grade equipment, Bio-Vehicle X1. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally chimed. Fang Hao's eyes sparkled with delight as he laughed, addressing Zhou Yong. "Come, old Zhou, allow me to show you my prototype." With that, he strode purposefully toward the doorway. Zhou Yong, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit. Outside the vehicle exhibition hall, a thought crossed Fang Hao's mind, and the bio-vehicle materialized out of thin air. Zhou Yong, who had been trailing behind, witnessed this spectacle and gasped in astonishment. Although he had gradually acclimated to Fang Hao's miraculous abilities, the sudden appearance of a vehicle from nothingness left him utterly astonished. Chapter 130. The remarkable transformation of the bio-vehicle. Fang Hao promptly cast a probing spell. Bio-vehicle, a synthesis of spirit beast anatomy and modern vehicular technology. Level, rare-grade equipment, upgradable. The size remained unchanged, yet the exterior exhibited notable modifications. Firstly, the shooting ports on the side of the vehicle had increased in number and size. Moreover, the entire roof had transformed into a versatile design, now capable of transitioning between combat and standard modes. In its standard state, it resembled the previous model. However, in combat mode, it evolved into an open-air firing platform for use during battles. Admittedly, at present, this combat mode held little utility, as Fang Hao had yet to synthesize any firearms or weaponry, rendering conventional arms in the apocalypse tantamount to courting death. Thus, this feature was largely superfluous. The remaining changes pertain to enhancements in defense, skills, and spatial attributes. Without exception, the newly integrated skills had successfully merged with the bio-vehicle. Notably, a striking piece of information emerged. The energy storage compartment was distinctly classified, albeit its current capacity was regrettably limited to a mere 2,000 points. While 2,000 points of spiritual energy may seem substantial, both damage to the vehicle and the activation of skills necessitate energy consumption. Consequently, this 2,000-point storage limit is rather pitifully low. In the event of a skirmish, this amount of spiritual energy would likely be depleted within half an hour. The drawbacks did not end there. The self-absorption rate of spiritual energy remained unchanged, exhibiting no improvements. It could sustain daily consumption adequately, allowing for indefinite use in non-combat situations. However, when it came to combat scenarios, such a capacity was utterly impractical. In summary, Fang Hao found himself quite satisfied with the current iteration of the bio-vehicle. The shortcomings, in his view, were hardly significant. After all, this was merely a prototype. With the furnace at his disposal, he believed that no challenge was insurmountable. Moreover, he held no expectations for the bio-vehicle to partake in battles against foes he could not defeat himself. Sending it into combat would be futile. Fang Hao gently patted the still-dazed Zhou Yong, saying, "Let us go. Let us take a look." With a faint smile gracing his face, he led the way toward the biological vehicle. Once Zhou Yong regained his composure, he hurriedly followed suit. As Fang Hao opened the door, he was once again struck by the disorienting sensation of visual disparity, an all-too-familiar wave of dizziness and nausea washing over him. After a brief moment of recovery, the first thing Fang Hao did was to adjust the spatial settings at the control panel. The instant Zhou Yong stepped inside, he too experienced the disconcerting sensation, yet, despite the discomfort, his mind was consumed by the astonishing sight before him. Spatial folding, a technology that seemed to exist solely within the realms of science fiction, was now before his very eyes. In that moment, tears of excitement brimmed in Zhou Yong's eyes. This was the true mobile fortress. Compared to the mobile fortress they had designed, this one was a chasm apart, akin to the disparity between dirt and gold, utterly incomparable. A whirlwind of emotions, intense heat, exhilaration, and awe, swirled within Zhou Yong's heart. This had been the pinnacle of his professional dreams. Yet the national project had been shelved for various reasons, leaving his aspirations unfulfilled. Now, this miraculous man, akin to a divine craftsman, had placed what could only be described as a mobile fortress right before him, igniting a sudden surge of admiration. Ding. Detection indicates biological loyalty has reached the standard. Please check. While adjusting the spatial settings, Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback by the system notification, but a smile quickly spread across his face as he resumed his adjustments. He was not surprised by Zhou Yong's loyalty. However, he had not anticipated such a swift pledge of allegiance, which truly caught him off guard. In truth, Fang Hao, being an outsider, might not realize that any engineer possessing true craftsmanship would inevitably feel a sense of awe upon encountering the biological vehicle. Such cutting-edge technology, so exquisitely crafted, naturally warranted admiration. After successfully calibrating the space, Fang Hao began to examine the interior meticulously. The driver's seat of the biological vehicle, which could now be more accurately termed a cockpit, was completely isolated from the rear space, forming an entirely independent chamber. In terms of spatial allocation, he retained the original configuration. Next was the transformation of the energy storage compartment. Although its position remained unchanged, a capacity percentage display had been added to the cylindrical unit. Other functions, including various skills, were displayed on the large screen of the control panel. The driver's seat and co-pilot area remained unchanged. Satisfied, Fang Hao nodded approvingly before stepping out of the cockpit. Upon exiting, he noticed Zhou Yong with tears of joy in his eyes and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Old Zhou, this is merely the prototype. In the future, you will be a participant in its creation, so remain calm. Let us head to the back and take a look." Zhou Yong wiped his tears and nodded enthusiastically. The two then made their way toward the rear of the biological vehicle. Due to the expansion of space, Fang Hao has designated 2 additional areas beyond the originally allocated sections. One is the rooting zone for the tunton, while the other serves as the breeding ground for the soul-eating grass. Both zones stand at a height comparable to that of an ordinary bus. Yet they possess a more substantial allocation of space. The tunton area is recessed by 50 centimeters, whereas the soul-eating grass area is sunken by 35 meters. One section is intended for soil accumulation, while the other is for the disposal of spirit beast carcasses. A corridor separates the two, encompassing a total area of 500 square meters. This section can be considered the largest within the biological vehicle, accounting for approximately 2/5 of the total space. The most significant alteration in the accommodation area is the introduction of rooms. These are distributed along both sides of the corridor, with the kitchen and dining area also located here, which occupies less than 1/5 of the total space. The remaining area is designated for storage, divided into 3 sections: the supply zone, the water storage zone, and the armory. The armory, in particular, has been a focal point for Fang Hao, as he has specifically allocated a separate area for it, entirely distinct from both the water storage and supply zones. As time progresses, the strength of the group continues to rise, and with the trade agreement with the capital city finalized, the production of mass-produced weaponry is now on the agenda. This area will serve as the hub for the manufacturing of various equipment. Chapter 131. The essence of the biological vehicle. The crowd in the exhibition hall soon caught sight of the biological vehicle at the entrance, prompting them to rush eagerly toward it. After boarding the vehicle, an initial wave of astonishment swept through the group. However, compared to Zhou Yong and his companions, their amazement was fleeting, quickly yielding to a sense of normalcy, as they had come to expect remarkable innovations from Fang Hao. Next, the individuals began searching for their respective rooms. At this moment, Fang Hao approached from behind, accompanied by Zhou Yong. "Boss, this biological vehicle is incredibly exciting," exclaimed Paozi, his face alight with enthusiasm. "This is merely the beginning. Even more thrilling developments await." Fang Hao replied with a smile. He then turned to arrange tasks for Chu Chantian and the others. "By the way, gather some soil from the nearby flower bed and place it in the shallowest pool at the back. Then put the soul-eating grass in the deepest pool. Fill it with the corpses of the rats." "Understood, boss," they replied, setting off to attend to their respective tasks. At that moment, Du Tianxing approached and said, "Fang Hao, I just had an idea." "Oh?" Fang Hao nodded in curiosity. "Now that the biological vehicle is sufficiently large, shouldn't we consider moving some research equipment onto it? This way, we can continue our studies while on the road." "I understand your point. Let us wait until we reach the water plant, since we're already so close. It would be a waste of time to head back now," Fang Hao acknowledged, recognizing the validity of Du Tianxing's suggestion. After all, research is not an endeavor that yields immediate results. The sooner it commences, the sooner it will bear fruit. Upon hearing this, Du Tianxing's face instantly brightened, and her gaze towards Fang Hao was imbued with a spring-like warmth, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Clearing his throat, Fang Hao hastily shifted the topic, saying, "Why don't you go check out the rooms? I have some matters to attend to." With that, he called out to Zhou Yong and made his way towards the cockpit. Inside the cockpit, Fang Hao took his seat in the passenger seat, while Zhou Yong stood beside him. "Old Zhou, if I wish to create something, do you think it's within your capabilities?" Fang Hao inquired. "Something?" Zhou Yong replied, his expression bewildered. Fang Hao chuckled softly. "To be frank, I require blueprints for my creations. Do you understand? Only then can I proceed with enhancements." He then recounted the details of his transaction with Kyoto. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yong responded, "Boss, that's not an issue. However, we will need equipment, especially a smelting furnace for weapon forging. Otherwise, as he trailed off, it became evident that installing a smelting furnace in a biological vehicle would be impractical. The intense heat generated would likely turn the entire vehicle into a makeshift barbecue, rendering it uninhabitable. Fang Hao nodded slightly, realizing that he had overlooked this detail. While there was ample space, the issue of weapon crafting remained unresolved. A frown creased his brow, indicating his growing concern. Noticing Fang Hao's furrowed brow, Zhou Yong hesitated before speaking again. There are still some issues, boss. Go on. Fang Hao urged. Even if we manage to address these problems, there's one thing, Zhou Yong said, glancing at his slightly protruding belly with a hint of embarrassment. Ha ha. Fang Hao laughed heartily. With a flick of his wrist, a skill pill appeared in his hand. Take this. Zhou Yong, puzzled yet intrigued, accepted the pill and swallowed it without hesitation, reflecting the unquestionable trust he held in Fang Hao. However, after consuming it, he felt perplexed, as if he had ingested nothing at all, devoid of any sensation. Fang Hao observed his reaction and clarified, your physique is now 3 times that of an average person. Zhou Yong was momentarily stunned. Is it truly that simple to achieve a physique 3 times that of a normal person? His incredulity stemmed not from disbelief, but from a complete upheaval of his understanding. Fang Hao smiled, allowing him time to process the revelation. After a while, Zhou Yong regained his composure, gratitude etched on his face. Boss, ha ha, enough with the formalities. Since we're allies, there's no need for such politeness. Fang Hao chuckled, patting Zhou Yong on the shoulder. Zhou Yong nodded vigorously, marveling at his leader, who seemed like a figure from a movie, capable of spatial manipulation, conjuring potent enhancements from thin air. All of these wonders challenged his scientific worldview. At that moment, a sudden thought flashed through Zhou Yong's mind, his eyes brightening as he hastily turned to Fang Hao. Boss, while I may not fully grasp your abilities yet, I just had a sudden idea. Go ahead, I'm listening. Fang Hao encouraged, nodding. Boss, if we construct our fortress as a conventional mobile stronghold, we can gradually modify it as per our original plan. However, given your capabilities, we could certainly pursue an alternative path, Zhou Yong remarked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. An alternative path? What do you mean? Fang Hao asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. With a glimmer in his eyes, Zhou Yong chuckled and said, Boss, let us not forget what you just told me. You need a blueprint. So, I was pondering, why not consider the mobile fortress as a unique blueprint? Fang Hao scratched his nose, his expression one of bewilderment. I don't quite understand. Well, for instance, if the current mobile fortress serves as the blueprint you require, couldn't we incorporate some control systems? Perhaps AI intelligence? At this, Fang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, brilliance igniting within them. Yes, how could I have overlooked this? The present mobile fortress is indeed the blueprint. Whatever form we desire, we can achieve it simply by adding the necessary components. He burst into laughter, clapping Zhou Yong on the shoulder with a delighted grin. Old Zhou, you've made a significant contribution. I owe you one. Zhou Yong chuckled modestly. I merely had a sudden thought. The specifics of implementation will still rely on you. Fang Hao found himself increasingly impressed by Zhou Yong's engineering acumen. His intellect was truly remarkable. Had it not been for Zhou Yong's insight, he might have fallen into a misconception, fixating solely on the mobile fortress without realizing that the biological vehicle was, in essence, a piece of equipment, a semi-living entity. If AI intelligence could indeed be integrated, it would essentially imbue this equipment with a soul, transforming it into a mechanical life form. Only then could the biological vehicle be aptly termed a biological vehicle. Chapter 132. Settling in, however, boss, acquiring military-grade AI intelligence is quite challenging. Such technologies are typically found in military bases, both in the United States and our country, and are not easily obtained, Zhou Yong added thoughtfully. Not to worry. Not to worry, it's merely AI intelligence. I have plenty of ways to tackle this. If we can't procure it, we can create it ourselves. Fang Hao replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. It's just a matter of intelligence. With a furnace, what can't we produce? Create it ourselves? Zhou Yong was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Fang Hao in awe. If he could indeed fabricate AI intelligence with ease, his perception of this boss would need to be entirely redefined. It is worth noting that since the advent of computers and the internet nearly a century ago, countless programming engineers have devoted years to develop even the most rudimentary AI intelligence. The challenge is immense, yet Fang Hao's straightforward declaration was simply, create it ourselves. Come, let us go check on their progress, Fang Hao said, his face adorned with a satisfied smile as he beckoned Zhou Yong to follow him outside. When the two individuals emerged from the cockpit, Chu Changtian and the others had already fulfilled Fang Hao's instructions. filling the area designated for the devouring creature with earth and the region for the spirit devouring grass with the carcasses of mice. This endeavor had consumed 2 entire spatial rings. Fang Hao approached the spirit devouring grass, extracting a segment of vine with his blade, which he then divided into smaller pieces and placed among the remnants of flesh. He also produced 2 spirit crystals and positioned them in the center. Moving to the opposite end of the corridor, he summoned the true form of the devouring creature into his hand. The moment it appeared, it radiated waves of joy upon seeing Fang Hao. Fang Hao smiled and waved his hand, emptying the contents of a spatial ring filled with mouse carcasses onto the ground, then tossed the devouring creature towards the pile. As it landed, a brilliant emerald glow erupted, and tendrils began emerging from the spirit crystals, enveloping them layer upon layer. As the tendrils continued to wrap around, sturdy branches gradually became visible. Once the branches formed, delicate twigs sprouted from them, intertwining with the mouse carcasses below, devouring them as if a serpent were swallowing an elephant, one by one. With each act of consumption, dense root systems began to grow and entangle, forcefully embedding themselves into the soil. Thus, the devouring creature took root, successfully establishing itself within the biological vehicle. In no time, the 100 mouse carcasses were reduced to mere bones, entirely consumed. After satiating itself, the devouring creature extended its tendrils towards the area of the spirit devouring grass. Observing this, Fang Hao promptly kicked the extending branch, playfully admonishing, "Get lost. Don't compete with others. There's enough for you." With a flick of his hand, he tossed another 50 mice, cautioning the devouring creature before making his way outside. Upon entering the corridor, he noted that everyone was present and handed 2 spatial rings to Chu Changtian, instructing him to prepare them for several off-road vehicles for future use. Chu Changtian nodded, accepting the rings and descending from the biological vehicle. After concluding these arrangements, Fang Hao proceeded to the cockpit, taking a seat in the co-pilot's position, allowing his consciousness to delve into the system. With most matters resolved, it was time for the amusing Zhang Bin to reappear. With focused intent, he controlled the separation of Zhang Bin's corpse into 2 parts, casting them into the furnace and contemplating the materials within the space. Currently, the highest-ranked item he possessed was the golden spirit blade mantis, a level 5 spirit beast. However, he was reluctant to use it in its entirety for Zhang Bin's synthesis, for who could predict the outcome? After much deliberation, he resolved to utilize the existing skeletal remains of the most formidable heavy armored rat. Although he still struggled to comprehend the essence of the furnace's refining process, one thing was certain: the refined materials from spirit beasts, spirit blood pills, and spirit crystals would pose no side effects, even when used by ordinary individuals. Without undergoing the refining process of the furnace, materials such as the flesh and blood of spirit beasts, despite their inherent spiritual energy and essence, will transform an ordinary person into a half-beast upon consumption. Thus, Fang Hao had previously speculated that the furnace possesses a purifying ability, capable of eradicating any harmful elements from the spirit beasts. However, these remain mere conjectures. Only after Du Tianqing's research can a definitive conclusion be drawn. Setting aside these thoughts, he cast the skeleton of the heavy-armored rat into the furnace, followed by a 4th-level spirit crystal and finally, 20 spirit blood pills, confirming the synthesis. A countdown appeared. 3 hours. Upon seeing the countdown, a smile crept across Fang Hao's lips. Undoubtedly, Zhang Bin's limits would be elevated once more. As the elder brother, even if he were to perish once, he would still reap some benefits. Indeed, the treatment was beyond reproach. Having completed these tasks, he retrieved the separated materials and spirit crystals from the devouring gourd and tossed an entire batch of rat corpses into the furnace, then reclined on a chair, closing his eyes to rest. Soon, Chu Changtian and the others returned to the vehicle, with Chu Changtian taking the driver's seat and igniting the biological vehicle. Off to the water plant. As the biological vehicle began to move slowly, and then suddenly accelerated, it soared forward like a cannonball. Not long after the biological vehicle departed, a furry head emerged from the rooftop of the nearby 4S showroom, with gem-like eyes and soft black fur. The petite and adorable figure was none other than the Beast King, Heizi. With narrowed eyes, Heizi observed the direction the biological vehicle had taken, contemplated briefly, and then leaped from the rooftop, racing towards it. At the Eastern District water plant, in the same conference room, the same individuals gathered once more: Lu Guodong, Wang Tianhe, and Fu Lei. "Mayor, is it confirmed?" Fu Lei inquired coldly, his eyes filled with hatred and malice, starkly contrasting his previous amiable demeanor. As if he had transformed into an entirely different person. A cold glimmer flickered in Lu Guodong's eyes as he nodded slowly, stating, "It has been arranged. I have promised their family's treatment second only to the 3 of us. As long as the 3 of us live, this promise remains in effect." He then turned to Wang Tianhe. Old Wang, do you have anything to add? A fleeting look of complexity crossed Wang Tianhe's face as he shook his head and sighed. To be honest, I feel somewhat uncertain. I fear we may end up losing more than we gain, especially considering how terrifying Xianyuan truly is. At this moment, Fu Lei snorted in dissatisfaction, saying, Humph. Old Wang, you don't intend to back out, do you? Let me tell you, if this matter leaks, don't blame me for being ruthless. Besides, while Xianyuan is formidable, remember, even ants can bring down an elephant. No matter how powerful he is still just one man. Sheer numbers could wear them down. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianhe and Lu Guodong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. All right, then let us gamble everything. If we do not succeed, we shall perish honorably. Chapter 133. The urban village Xianyuan. We have nearly exhausted our resources, Lu Guodong, wearing a genial smile, addressed Xianyuan in the familiar office, where Fu Lei and Wang Tianhe were also present. Linger, the three of us have discussed this matter over the past few days, and we believe it would be inappropriate for you to remain here any longer. Therefore, after we complete this resource collection, you should accompany your brother, Fu Lei added with an insincere smile. Indeed, Linger, you have done more than enough for us. It is time for you to leave. We failed to realize this sooner, and it is regrettable that we relied on you, a young girl, for protection, sighed Wang Tianhe, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Yet, beneath this complexity lay a deeper sense of guilt, a recognition of their moral shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan furrowed her brow, her voice laced with confusion. Are you suggesting that I should leave? Ah, yes. Your brother has specifically come to seek you. It would be unreasonable for us to stand in your way. After this resource collection, you should depart with him, Lu Guodong replied with a smile. Yes. If it is convenient, please gather only a limited amount of resources this time, and do not concern yourself with the rest, Fu Lei interjected, his eyes glinting with an unspoken agenda. Wang Tianhe nodded, remaining silent this time. Xianyuan, her brow still furrowed, found herself at a loss for words. She had voluntarily chosen to remain and protect the people. No one had coerced her into this role. Even with her brother's arrival, her resolve had not wavered. However, the words of Lu Guodong and the others left her perplexed. She began to wonder if her actions earlier in the day with Xianyuan had been too excessive, prompting their urgent desire to send her and her brother away. Just as she contemplated her response, the office door swung open once more, revealing Xianyuan. Though this time he did not enter with a forceful kick. No need to deliberate further. We will assist them in gathering resources and then leave. That is settled, he declared, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed the three men. Brother, Xianyuan exclaimed, her displeasure evident. Must you always barge in unannounced? Could you not learn to knock? A fleeting look of exasperation crossed Xianyuan's face before he replied coolly, Linger, this is the greatest concession I can offer. Do not compel me to forcibly take you home. Humph. Xianyuan glared at him, her anger palpable, yet she knew she was no match for him. At that moment, Lu Guodong chimed in cheerfully, Xianyuan, let's put it this way, I have arranged for the manpower. It would be a great help if you and your sister could make this trip. After delivering the resources, you may depart. Linger has contributed enough to this small base. He feigned a sigh of reluctance. Fu Lei and Wang Tianhe remained silent, observing the three with inscrutable expressions. Noticing their demeanor, Xianyuan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Upon listening from outside the door, his immediate reaction was that there must be some deception at play. Why would they let her leave without utilizing a free bodyguard? Especially a girl like Linger, who was easily manipulated and possessed a naive heart. He could not bring himself to believe that the other party could be so benevolent. However, the expressions of the three individuals left him somewhat perplexed. The genuine reluctance and regret evident in their eyes were unmistakable. Moreover, the incident involving the director's son earlier that morning had cast a shadow over them, prompting a swift desire to send them away. Contemplating this, Xianyuan couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Regardless of whether their intentions were sincere or feigned, any schemes or plots were invariably predicated upon corresponding strength. He then addressed Xianyuan, saying, Let us depart. Prepare yourself for the collection, and we shall not delay our departure. Irritated, Xianyuan shot Xianyuan a fierce glare before storming out of the office. Xianyuan cast a deep glance at the three individuals before hastily following her. Once the two had left, Fu Lei and Lu Guodong exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying cold smirks. Wang Tianwen observed the two and let out a slight sigh. I'm sorry, brother Xianyuan. You have obstructed our path. Thus you must meet your demise. On the road near the automotive city, the colossal biovehicle was speeding along. Inside, Feng Hao leisurely cradled a small flower while Chu Changtian was focused on driving, and the others in the back were engaged in lively conversation. From the outside, the harmonious and congenial atmosphere within the vehicle bore no resemblance to an apocalyptic world. It felt more akin to a sightseeing tour before the end times. Suddenly, the bio-vehicle came to a halt. The occupants looked towards the driver's compartment in confusion. "Boss, are we to collect supplies?" Chu Chantian inquired of Feng Hao, who was in the passenger seat. Feng Hao nodded, stating, "We need daily necessities, electronic products, mobile phones, computers, walkie-talkies, weapon blueprints, food, and drink. Anything useful." Chu Chantian acknowledged this and rose from the driver's seat to walk towards the back. "Oh, and make sure to empty all your spatial rings. Let the mouse carcasses be consumed by Tun and the devouring spirit grass," Feng Hao added as an afterthought. "Understood, boss," came the reply. The group then set about their tasks, diligently emptying their spatial rings before disembarking from the bio-vehicle to gather. The bio-vehicle had come to a stop in an urban village, characterized by uneven houses and narrow streets, a hallmark of a newly constructed urban area. The unique urban villages of Manhwa not only signified the development of new districts, but also represented opportunities for commerce. Thus, nearly every urban village became a microcosm of society, teeming with a mix of individuals from various walks of life, including a significant proportion of migrant workers accounting for as much as 80%. It could be said that the vibrancy of these urban villages was hardly inferior to that of university towns. With everything prepared, Chu Changtian and his companions, including Zhang Zhongming, donned solemn expressions and began to make their way toward the urban village. Upon reaching the village entrance, Chu Changtian surveyed the desolate and filthy street, his brow furrowing in discontent. With a wave of his hand, he stepped boldly into the village, followed cautiously by the others, including the Cobra, who stood back to back. Zhang Zhongming brought up the rear, vigilantly guarding their escape route. Having acquired ample combat experience, they no longer dared to underestimate the spirit beasts, especially after encountering the golden spirit blade mantis and the black cat, which made them acutely aware of their own insignificance and frailty. In such a perilous post-apocalyptic world, survival demanded utmost caution. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from ahead. The already wary group was startled, quickly turning their attention towards the source of the noise. Upon inspection, they discovered that a gentle breeze had merely set a soda can rolling across the ground. They exchanged glances and collectively exhaled in relief. With an expressionless gesture, Chu Changtian signaled for them to continue onward. At that moment, however, Zhang Zhongming, stationed at the back, suddenly displayed a fierce glint in his wolf-like eyes. There was something within the shop. The group's expressions tightened as they cast their gazes towards the flanking stores. Just as Zhang Zhongming's words fell, a thunderous crash resounded. The tightly shut doors of the shops shattered. In that instant, a multitude of emerald green light points flickered to life, coalescing from the shadows and gradually converging upon Chu Changtian and the others in the street. As they discerned the true nature of these luminous entities, they were momentarily taken aback. Humans, spirit beasts, insects, and even half-beasts. Their expressions were vacant, eyes glowing green, and their movement resembled that of mechanical automatons. What should have been mortal enemies now appeared so disturbingly harmonious. Witnessing such a bizarre scene sent a chill down their spines. However, an even more chilling spectacle soon unfolded. Assimilation, immortality, echoed in unison, whether it was spirit beasts, half-beasts, insects, or humans. While humans could naturally speak, the utterance from spirit beasts and insects was utterly bewildering. In their moment of shock, they realized they had been encircled. As these strange beings chanted assimilation, immortality, a wave of dread washed over each individual. The eerie creatures halted only when the encirclement shrank to a diameter of less than 3 meters. Chu Changtian made a decisive call: retreat. Clearly, this uncanny situation surpassed their capabilities, and remaining any longer could lead to unknown perils. As they reformed their ranks, Zhang Zhongming transitioned from the rear to the front, raising his sharp wolf claws to strike at a nearby human. A muffled thud resounded as the human collided forcefully with several half-beasts. Then, with a sharp crack, the human's body shattered. Yet, as the figure disintegrated, the crowd's pupils constricted in horror. There was no blood. The fragmented form of this human being resembled a decayed, withered tree, utterly devoid of moisture. A sense of eerie dread, emanating from the depths of the soul, engulfed the crowd in an instant. "Kill! Hurry outside!" Zhang Zhongming bellowed, leading the charge. The others, unable to quell their emotions, hastened to follow in his wake, launching into a fray. Previously, when slaying spirit beasts, every strike had plunged deep, each blow eliciting a spray of crimson. Yet now, each slash felt akin to striking parched wood. With each rise and fall of their blades, fragments of flesh flew, Regardless of whether the adversaries were human, half-beast, or even insects and spirit beasts, the outcome remained the same. These strange entities stood rigidly, akin to puppets, allowing themselves to be slaughtered. Though these creatures posed no immediate threat, a pall of unease shrouded the hearts of the warriors, instilling a foreboding sensation. Swiftly, under Zhang Zhongming's leadership, they surged forward at an astonishing pace, the street corner less than 50 meters ahead. Expressions of joy began to surface. They were finally nearing their escape. However, before they could fully revel in this moment, a scene more chilling than before unfolded. From the shattered remains of the creatures they had vanquished, tiny green lights, akin to fireflies, began to emerge. As the green lights took flight, the entire street was bathed in a soft, green luminescence. Not good. Panic etched across their faces. Quick, we must escape, Chu Changtian shouted. The group hastened their movements. In the instant the green lights ascended, they surged towards Chu Changtian and the others. Ah, get away, they cried, frantically swatting at the approaching green lights. Yet, these ethereal glimmers seemed to possess a will of their own, darting directly towards the mouths and noses of the warriors. The screams, which echoed for less than 5 seconds, abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, Fang Hao, seated in the bio-vehicle, was meditating when an urgent system alert pierced the silence. Warning! Warning! Unidentified energy is invading Chu Changtian's mark. Interception in progress. Interception in progress. The alert rang out 7 times. Fang Hao's eyes flew open, his expression shifting dramatically. This is bad. I never anticipated that something in this world could sense the existence of the mark. The alerts had sounded 7 times, indicating the peril faced by Chu Changtian and his 6 companions. Xiaohua, stay behind to protect them. He instructed the little flower in his arms before darting out. The few people in the vehicle, engaged in jovial conversation, barely registered the fleeting shadow that zipped past, quickly realizing it was Fang Hao. The urgency in his departure clearly indicated that danger had befallen Chu Changtian and his group. They exchanged anxious glances, concern etched on their faces, praying for everyone's safety. Within moments, Fang Hao stood at the entrance of the urban village's street. Observing the eerily tranquil thoroughfare, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. The stillness only heightened his suspicions. The system alert was no mere falsehood. However, despite his profound concern for Chu Changtian and the others, he could not afford to act recklessly, for he was the pillar of strength for the masses. Should he falter, it would spell doom for all. Taking a deep breath to steady his anxious heart, he focused his mind and activated the illusory eye. Once the illusory eye was opened, all obstacles transformed into ephemeral lines. The entire scene of the street was immediately revealed before him. Yet, upon witnessing the spirit beasts, humans, half-beasts, and insects within the shops, all standing motionless like puppets with their eyes tightly shut, he was momentarily taken aback. How could such hostile species coexist in such harmony? This was inconceivable. Furrowing his brow, Fang Hao scrutinized each establishment once more. All the shops exhibited the same unsettling calmness, despite the diverse array of species present. It was truly bizarre. Casting a glance at the shop nearest to him, he perceived approximately 50 of these peculiar beings within. With a flick of his mind, the angular blade appeared in his hand. Noticing a stone at his feet, he kicked it. Bang! The stone struck the shop's entrance. Swish, swish, swish. The strange beings within the shop instantly opened their glowing green eyes in unison and began to approach the doorway. Bang! Boom! The shop's entrance shattered. Following that, the second, third, and fourth doors succumbed to a similar fate. In an instant, it was as if a chain reaction had been set off. Wherever his gaze fell, doors crumbled. And these peculiar entities surged forth from the shops onto the street. Chapter 135, The Puppet Factor. The puppeteer's Fang Hao observed the unfolding scene with an impassive expression, discreetly retreating a few steps. When he reached the street corner, he halted, now merely a step away from leaving the village. Of course, his intention was not to flee, but rather to validate certain hypotheses. Watching the various creatures slowly drawing nearer, he swiftly wielded the angular blade. Whoosh! Crack! Staring at the smooth cut, Fang Hao was momentarily stunned. There was not a trace of blood, as if severing with dry wood. This was uncanny. Now he finally comprehended the nature of the predicament that Chu Changtian and the others had encountered. Not to mention Chu Changtian, even he, usually so composed, felt a chill enveloping him at that moment. Taking a deep breath, Fang Hao snapped back to his senses, swinging the angular blade in a sweeping motion, effortlessly cleaving through an entire row of bizarre beings. Before he could continue his onslaught, green orbs of light began to appear, glimmering like fireflies. The green lights surged forth from the slain bodies, rushing toward Fang Hao. His expression changed dramatically. With a swift motion, He retreated back to his previous position at the street corner. The peculiar green orbs continued to advance relentlessly. Fang Hao watched these green lights, his heart racing. As they approached closer, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, the muscles in his legs tensed, bracing for flight. 1 meter. Just as the green lights were a mere meter away from him, they suddenly halted. Suspended in midair, they lingered in a trance. Fang Hao cast a glance around the street corner, and his eyes narrowed in realization. Indeed, these peculiar entities were constrained. They could not venture beyond this urban village. The subsequent scene further validated his hypothesis. The puppet-like beings had also reached the street corner and halted in their tracks. Witnessing this, Fang Hao's lingering doubts were swiftly resolved. This explained why Chu Changtian and his companions encountered unexpected occurrences only after entering the urban village, while these puppet entities refrained from launching attacks on the biological vehicles. Having unraveled the mystery, Fang Hao let out a cold snort. He first directed a probing spell at the green light, and then at the puppet beings. Carnivorous willow puppet factor. Active skill, attaches to living beings, transforming the target into a puppet for the subject as control. Allowing for sensory sharing, the sharing distance is limited by the strength of the mental attribute. Trigger limitation, the subject's mental attribute must be at least double that of the target. The greater the excess, the more complete the control. Carnivorous willow puppet, the product of a living being drained of its blood and flesh essence, appearing desiccated and resembling decayed wood, serving as the vessel for the puppet factor. Under the probing spell, the green light and puppet beings lost their enigmatic quality, and all information flooded into Fang Hao's mind. Carnivorous willow. Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. To his knowledge, the carnivorous willow had long been a creature of legend. He never expected it to manifest in Z City of the Plains. However, upon further reflection, given that they were now in the apocalypse, with spiritual beasts emerging, what was there to be surprised about? Now that he was aware of the origins of these entities, the next step was to devise a solution. Being made of wood, they must surely be susceptible to fire. A smirk crept across Fang Hao's lips. With a flick of his mind, he activated his fire control. With his palm outstretched, a searing compressed fireball materialized in his hand. Arson. My favorite pastime. With a disdainful snort, he hurled the compressed fireball towards the puppet. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The intense flames erupted, engulfing a 10-meter radius, and the puppet beings within that expanse ignited as if drenched in incendiary oil, crackling and burning furiously. Fang Hao stood at the street corner, observing serenely. The effectiveness of fire against plant-based spiritual beasts was unexpectedly profound. The flames began to spread outward within the 10-meter range. And in less than a minute, everywhere his gaze fell, all the puppet beings were ablaze. The efficacy of a single compressed fireball was astonishing, primarily because the puppets possessed no moisture, rendering them exceptional kindling. Soon, the inferno gradually subsided, revealing the remnants of organic matter that had burned along the street. Just then, amidst the ashes, the green light re-emerged. In the blink of an eye, the entire street was illuminated in a verdant hue. Upon its appearance, the green light surged towards Fang Hao at the street corner. Ultimately, as expected, upon reaching the corner, it fell silent. The puppets were easily dealt with. Yet the multitude of puppet elements scattered throughout the streets posed a significant dilemma. Furthermore, it was evident that these puppet elements were impervious to flames. For a moment, Fang Hao found himself in a quandary. However, a sudden realization illuminated his mind. He possessed a system. What was there to fret about? With this newfound conviction, he focused on the puppet element merely a meter away and silently commanded, "Collect." As he issued the directive, the puppet element within a 1-meter radius vanished into thin air. Casting a quick glance, Fang Hao observed the larger puppet elements flailing chaotically within the furnace like headless flies, and he smirked, declaring, "Confirmed. Refinement." A countdown began. 1 minute. The furnace was renowned for its ability to refine all things in existence, and puppet elements were no exception. In no time, the minute elapsed, and the system's notification chimed. Ding. Obtained 10 mental enhancement pills. Mental enhancement pill permanently increases mental attributes by 10 points, with a maximum usage of 10 pills. The prospect of enhancing his mental attributes permanently filled Fang Hao with exhilaration. The mental attribute represented the essence of a being's thoughts, soul, and intelligence. Fundamentally, it was the core of any living entity. It was notoriously arduous for ordinary spirit beasts to exceed 100 points in mental attributes. So the unexpected boon from the puppet elements was a delightful surprise. Now, as he gazed at the streets teeming with puppet elements, the fervor in his eyes was unmistakable. With a mere thought, he commanded, "Collect, collect, gather with all your might, devoid of their vessels." The puppet elements resembled humans deprived of their senses. While they retained an instinctual drive to seek vessels, they were otherwise utterly ineffectual, driven by instinct. Each wave of puppet elements Fang Hao collected at the street corners was instantly replenished, akin to a queue marching towards its demise. Ding. Obtained 10 mental enhancement pills. Ding. Ding. Listening to the continuous notifications, a radiant smile blossomed on Fang Hao's face. This sensation was far more exhilarating than warmth in the biting cold of winter. Before long, all puppet elements on the street had been completely refined, and Fang Hao amassed a staggering total of 2,000 mental enhancement pills. What staggering implications did this hold? Based on the maximum usage limit, he could enhance 200 individuals. Although he had yet to discern the practical application of the mental attributes, he speculated that human mental capacity, like that of spirit beasts, would undergo a fundamental transformation upon reaching a certain threshold. After all, in terms of evolutionary stages, humanity had achieved a remarkable level of perfection. To transcend the limits of their potential, a comprehensive elevation across all levels was essential, followed by the pursuit of opportunity. Naturally, transforming into a new breed of humanity was also a viable path. However, in Fang Hao's view, although these new humans remained human, they had fundamentally diverged from the essence of humanity, verging on the realm of a different species altogether. Chapter 136. The Black One strikes again. Having resolved all matters concerning the puppet elements and puppets, Fang Hao cast a cold gaze upon the desolate and filthy street. Resolutely taking a step forward, on the large tree behind the biological vehicle, a black cat peered through its gem-like eyes, quietly observing the vehicle before casting a wary glance towards the urban village. With a sudden leap, it silently landed atop the vehicle. Inside, the little flower nestled in Zhang Zihan's arms, enjoying a massage, abruptly opened its eyes wide. Meow. It raised its fluffy head, baring its sharp fangs, and fixated intently on the roof of the vehicle. Nearby, Heishui, noticing this, trembled and instinctively stood up from his seat to swiftly check the windows. Laozhou, activate the defensive measures. Hurry. Du Tianqing shouted urgently. Zhou Yong hastily rose from his seat and rushed to the driver's compartment. Upon reaching the cockpit, he located the defense system and pressed the Guardian Shield button. As the Guardian Shield activated, a layer of ethereal protective energy enveloped the entire vehicle, emanating a faint glow. Upon seeing the Guardian Shield, the black cat extended a paw, and with a swift motion, for sharp blades emerged from its claws, gliding down upon the glowing roof. The occupants of the vehicle were suddenly alarmed by the creaking sound from above, sending shivers down their spines. Not good. The Guardian Shield has been breached. Zhou Yong's panicked voice rang out from the cockpit. The expressions of the others instantly turned grim. With Fang Hao and the others absent, it would have been manageable if the attacker were an ordinary spirit beast. However, judging by the little flower's demeanor, it was evident that they were not dealing with a mere low-level spirit beast. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yong activated the Guardian Shield once more, this time also engaging the power armor. Creak. Heishui, noticing the fierce countenance of the little flower, was suddenly taken aback and urgently exclaimed, "It's that black cat." The faces of Du Tianqing, Zhang Zihan, and Zhou Yong instantly drained of color. Even if they had not witnessed it firsthand, they had heard tales from Chu Changtian and Tai Hua about the being that crushed the little flower and annihilated Zhang Zhongming and Fang Hao. Taking advantage of the absence of the others, it had come to assault the biological vehicle. Creak. The sound of a sharp object slicing through the roof continued. Everyone rushed to the cockpit, where Zhou Yong was incessantly pressing the buttons for the Guardian Shield and power armor. The energy reserves in the storage compartment were already not at full capacity, and they were visibly depleting at an alarming rate. Creak. Zhou Yong reflexively pressed the buttons for the Guardian Shield and power armor once again. The current energy reserve was down to 750 points. Meow. The little flower let out a fierce cry, attempting to dart outside. At that moment, Heishui urgently called out, "Little flower, don't go out. It's after you." The little flower's body, poised to leap, abruptly halted midair. Heishui rushed over and hugged the little flower tightly, whispering, "If something happens to you, Fang Hao will go mad." Meow. The little flower softly responded, looking up at the roof with eyes filled with ferocity. Meanwhile, the black cat atop the vehicle exhibited clear impatience in its eyes, pondering how this strange iron box could be so resilient. Each time it grasped the rooftop, a layer of luminescence emerged to obstruct its advance. Its patience had been thoroughly worn away. All it yearned for was its princess. Meow. Suddenly, Heisei let out a fierce roar. Skill, Shadow Slash. Instant activation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Heisei ferociously struck the rooftop with relentless blows. In a matter of moments, a deep pit approximately 10 centimeters in depth had been carved out. The smooth edges glimmered with a metallic sheen under the scorching sunlight. At that moment, a silvery gray fluid began to seep from the pit, gradually mending the hole. Upon witnessing this, Heisey was instantly filled with rage. It unleashed another barrage of fierce strikes at the pit. Inside the vehicle, the others watched as the spiritual energy levels plummeted, their hearts racing with anxiety. They all turned their gazes toward the direction of the urban village, silently praying. Feng Hao, hurry back. Your catgirl is about to be captured. In the urban village, Feng Hao, wielding his illusory eye, cautiously searched while gripping his knife. However, his brow soon furrowed involuntarily. He had reached a dead end. After scouring the entire urban village, he could find no trace of the man-eating willow. Feng Hao's brow was tightly knit. If the puppet's range was at the street corner, then there was no reason for the essence of the man-eating willow to be absent from this location. In a moment of despair, Feng Hao felt at a loss. He had inspected every possible area. It could be said that he had left no corner unexamined throughout the urban village. Wait, corner. At this thought, Feng Hao's eyes suddenly brightened. His gaze shifted towards the nearby manhole cover. He had indeed searched every inch of the urban village, yet he had overlooked the underground. Using his illusory eye, he gazed towards the manhole cover. 1 meter. Nothing. 2 meters. Nothing. 3 meters. Nothing. It was not until nearly 12 meters down that he detected a faint clue, for this distance had exceeded the typical depth of urban drainage systems. Yet, the pipe continued to extend downward. From this point, Feng Hao could clearly discern signs of excavation through his illusory eye. Upon reaching approximately 15 meters deep, his vision suddenly expanded into a vast underground space. This space was astonishingly large, nearly the size of the entire urban village. Feng Hao's gaze traversed the expanse, meticulously searching. The entire underground area was reminiscent of the place he encountered in the armed department, riddled with countless holes like a beehive. The endpoints of these holes connected to the structures above ground. Just as he was about to exceed the range of the illusory eye, a willow tree came into view. This willow was of ordinary size, seemingly unremarkable, were it not for the whip-like branches currently entwining Zhang Zhongming, drawing forth his blood. The 7 members of Chu Changtian lay quietly to one side, and upon seeing that they were all unharmed, Feng Hao finally exhaled in relief. Glimpsing above the carnivorous willow, he noticed an opening that conveniently led to a bathing center. In a swift motion, Feng Hao dashed towards the establishment. Upon nearing the entrance, he was immediately assaulted by a pungent scent of blood that invaded his nostrils. With a slight furrow of his brow, he gently pushed open the glass door of the bathing center. As he stepped into the lobby, the stench intensified to a nauseating degree, covering his mouth and nose. He proceeded towards the direction of the opening. Chapter 137. The carnivorous willow traversing the corridor, his vision suddenly broadened. Yet the sight that met his gaze caused his brow to furrow even deeper. This was the bathing area, where in the far corner, a large pool lay stained with dried blood. Not only was the pool affected, but the entire floor was littered with desiccated bloodstains. However, due to the high humidity in the area, the blood remained in a semi-dried state. In the sweltering summer heat, one would expect the blood to rot and emit a foul odor, yet this was not the case. Instead, wriggling insects infested the bloodstains. Feng Hao glanced at the insects on the floor, his mind racing, and activated his skill, fire control. A burst of ordinary flames erupted from his hand, hurtling towards the insects. A cacophony of crackling sounds filled the air. Immediately after, he hurled another flame, igniting the large pool in a roaring blaze. Approaching the edge of the pool, Feng Hao noticed a gaping hole in its center, large enough to embrace a person. Without hesitation, he leaped into the opening. In an instant, he began to descend rapidly. The moment he plunged into the abyss, his skills activated. Bloodthirst. Engaged. Illusory eye. Activated. Fire control. Engaged. A fiery spear coalesced in his grasp. He silently calculated the distance, preparing himself for action. 5 meters. 8 meters. 10 meters. 11 meters. 12 meters. Release. As he fell through the opening, he shouted, striking directly at the branch, ensnaring Zhang Zhongming. Clang. The sound of a metallic collision reverberated throughout the underground space. Release him. Feng Hao roared, his wrist exerting force once more. Crack. Hissing and splattering accompanied the sound of the branch breaking, followed by a piercing scream echoing through the subterranean chamber. At the moment the branch snapped, Feng Hao's descending form surged forth, plunging into Zhang Zhongming's embrace. Thud, accompanied by a muffled thump. Zhang Zhongming was sent crashing to the ground. Just then, a series of whooshing sounds sliced through the air. Unfazed, Feng Hao, upon colliding with Zhang Zhongming, deftly flung his fiery spear. The recoil propelled his body downward, thumping heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. The sound of slicing air followed closely behind. As he hit the ground, Fang Hao wasted no time and rolled to the side. Thud, thud, thud. Just moments ago, where he had landed, the ground was now a chaotic scene of flying earth and stone, with 3 pits measuring 50 centimeters deep. At this moment, a flame lance surged forth, accompanied by a scorching gust of wind, aiming directly at the carnivorous willow. The willow emitted a frantic, terrified shriek. Countless branches immediately sprang forth to intercept the approaching flame lance. As the branches made contact, a sizzling sound echoed, the result of the scorching heat. In its fear, the carnivorous willow struck at the flame lance with its branches, attempting to divert its course. Steadying himself, Fang Hao, without the luxury of checking on Zhang Zhongming and the others, was compelled to act. With a flicker of thought, he conjured another flame lance in his hand. Whoosh. Without hesitation, he hurled it directly at the carnivorous willow. Whoosh. The new flame lance, accompanied by a whooshing sound, hurtled towards the willow. The creature screamed in terror. Yet its once formidable, whip-like branches proved futile against the flames, an elemental bane it could not withstand. Boom. The following flame lance struck true, piercing the heart of the willow's trunk. However, due to the density of the willow's branches, the lance became lodged within, eliciting a cacophony of shrieks from the creature as it felt the searing pain. Humph. Fang Hao regarded the wailing willow with cold indifference and conjured compressed fireballs in his hand. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. The most effective method against plant-type spirit beasts was undoubtedly fire. There was no need for contemplation. Fang Hao relentlessly unleashed compressed fireballs at the carnivorous willow until his spiritual energy was completely depleted. Observing the anguished creature, engulfed in flames, he cast a detection spell. Target, carnivorous willow, plant type, life, 4,800 points level, 6 strength, 150 points speed, 180 points spirit, 70 points, 20,170 points spiritual energy, 100 points, 2,000 points skills, puppet factor. Mental barrier, enhanced regeneration, life resurrection, spirit devour. As Fang Hao absorbed the information from the detection spell, a storm of astonishment surged within him. A level 6 spirit beast. This carnivorous willow was indeed a level 6 spirit beast. Moreover, it was the first mental-type spirit beast he had ever encountered. Taking a deep breath, Fang Hao began to scrutinize the willow's skills. Mental barrier, active skill, utilizes mental energy to create a barrier, severing visual and auditory connection with the external world. Skill cost, 100 points of spirit, 100 points of spiritual energy. Skill activation incurs a continuous drain of 20 points of spirit and 20 points of spiritual energy per minute. Trigger time, mental activation, life resurrection, passive skill. When the carnivorous willow suffers irreparable damage, it infuses part of its consciousness and spiritual energy into any of its branches, burying them underground to await revival. Trigger time, passive attribute, spirit devour. Active skill, the carnivorous willow can enhance its spiritual capacity by consuming the spiritual attributes of living beings, storing a maximum of 300 points per level. Trigger time, mind trigger. Upon reading these skill descriptions, Fang Hao could not help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness! This ability is utterly unreasonable in the early days of the apocalypse. This skill is simply phenomenal. Had it not been for their fortuitous encounter, the carnivorous willow could have truly become a colossal entity given time. After the initial shock, a peculiar expression crossed Fang Hao's face. One must wonder, is the carnivorous willow rather unfortunate? A purely fire element spirit beast cannot inflict any substantial damage upon it, at the very least. The puppet factor is an insurmountable barrier for all spirit creatures. Ironically, Fang, who harbors no fear of the puppet factor and possesses fire-based skills, seems destined to gain experience from this encounter. Instantly, Fang Hao's eyes blazed with fervor. These skills are undoubtedly worthy of being employed as trump cards. Should he acquire these abilities, the Beast King Black Cat would pose little threat to him. He might even turn the tables. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The carnivorous willow continued to struggle amid the raging flames, its branches flailing wildly against the ground, ceiling, and walls, sending debris flying and causing a cloud of dust to swirl in the underground space. Fang Hao observed coldly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Burn on. Continue to burn. Chapter 138. The demise of the carnivorous willow. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanied by the searing inferno, the screams of the carnivorous willow grew increasingly faint. Fang Hao stood nearby, watching impassively. With a mere thought, he converted 10 spirit crystals once more, spreading his hand to condense 2 compressed fireballs, which he then tossed with a flick to stoke the flames further. Approximately a minute later, the agonizing cries ceased entirely. With a wave of his hand, He parted the flames and approached the center of the blaze where the carnivorous willow lay. Crunch, crunch. The ground within the fiery perimeter was strewn with charred branches of the carnivorous willow, crackling underfoot. Feng Hao approached the now blackened entity, its branches largely carbonized, still emitting smoke and flickering flames. Humph. Feng Hao scoffed. With a series of swift motions, he wielded his horn blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp sounds pierced the air as the branches of the carnivorous willow were severed into 3 segments. With a flick of his mind, he collected the severed branches into the furnace. At that moment, he noticed several branches that had not carbonized, aside from the leaves that had been consumed by the flames. They appeared largely unchanged. Feng Hao immediately recognized these as the very branches that had restrained Zhang Zhoming. A look of delight spread across his face. These were the branches he had only managed to sever after exerting himself following his bloodthirsty awakening. It is worth noting that the hornblade comes equipped with defensive penetration attributes. This indicates that these branches are undoubtedly excellent materials for weapon crafting. Suddenly, with a flicker of thought, he directly drew it into the furnace. After completing this task, he glanced at the roots of the carnivorous willow on the ground. A cold smile gracing his lips. Life resurrection, indeed. As he chuckled, he raised the horn blade and struck down upon the roots. Whoosh, bang, accompanied by a muffled crack. The roots of the carnivorous willow were cleaved in twain. In the instant the roots were severed, a spirit crystal, radiating a milky white glow, materialized before Feng Hao. He deftly flicked his blade, sending the spirit crystal soaring, and with a focused thought, he ensconced it within the furnace. He was acutely aware that the carnivorous willow was not yet vanquished. With the puppet factors still present, it was prudent to avoid direct contact. Confronting such a terrifying species, he dared not be the slightest bit careless. Should he falter, it could spell his doom. After securing the spirit crystal, Feng Hao once more directed his gaze at the roots. Given the presence of the passive skill of life resurrection, it was highly likely that it resided within the roots. Whoosh! The horn blade sliced through the air again. Bang! 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 Each strike severed a portion of the root, which was immediately consigned to the furnace. In a short span, a pit measuring approximately 1.5 meters in circumference and nearly a meter deep had formed on the ground. All exposed roots had been thoroughly claimed by the furnace. Only a few finger-thick root stems remained buried in the soil. Feng Hao surveyed these remaining stems, a cold smile curling his lips. Which one would it be? He mused, chuckling softly. The horn blade was positioned horizontally. In an instant, he swung it. The blade plunged into the earth beside one of the root stems. With a gentle flick, both the soil and the root stems soared into the air. With a mental command, he drew it into the furnace. Then he proceeded to the next. A thrust, a flick, then to collect. Another thrust, another flick. He continued to gather. In the blink of an eye, only 2 root stems remained in the soil. As per his usual practice, Feng Hao swung his blade. Just then, a wave of mental energy surged into his mind. Human, spare me. I can no longer harm you. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Feng Hao's mouth. You truly are impatient. He chose to disregard the mental transmission from the carnivorous willow. If he spared it, who knew how many humans it would harm in the future? Moreover, if he let it go, where would he acquire the skills he sought? I will offer you benefits, as long as you spare me. The carnivorous willow attempted another mental transmission, yet this time, its words were cut short. Feng Hao's horn blade had already been swiftly launched. Whoosh! The tip struck the root stem, cleaving the one, emitting mental waves in half. Ah! The anguished cry of the willow abruptly ceased. Feng Hao, expressionless, flicked the horn blade, causing the severed upper half of the root stem to soar from the earth. Verdant sap continued to ooze from the cut surface of the stem. With a mental nudge, he collected it directly. He then proceeded to consign the remaining half and the other root stem to the furnace. After completing all these tasks, Feng Hao, still feeling uneasy, searched through the soil several times, digging down nearly 2 meters deep. After confirming multiple times that there were no more roots, he finally leaped out of the pit and walked towards Chu Chantian and the others. Meanwhile, the refining process in the furnace had commenced with a countdown of 10 minutes. Staring at the 10-minute timer, Feng Hao found himself momentarily stunned. A 6th-level spirit beast should require at least an hour, if not half an hour. Such a short time frame was perplexing. Was it due to the fragmentation? No, that couldn't be it. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The spiritual attribute of the man-eating willow had a notation in parentheses. This indicated that the current state of the man-eating willow was indeed a half-damaged one. A spark of realization flickered in Feng Hao's mind. He could surmise that the previously refined spirit enhancement pills were actually a part of the man-eating willow. The more he contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. After all, the quantity of the spirit enhancement pills matched perfectly with the spiritual point count of the man-eating willow. With these thoughts clarified, a smile crept across Fang Hao's face. Perhaps it would be advantageous to encounter more monsters that grant experience in such a manner. Approaching Chu Chantian and the others, he noticed they were still unconscious. With Zhang Zhongming in the most critical state, barely hanging on to life. With a thought, 2 spheres of life energy manifested in his hands. He fed one to Zhang Zhongming and divided the remaining sphere into 7 portions to distribute among the others. As the essence of life entered their bodies, a verdant aura began to envelop them. Shortly, the sound of murmurs escaped their nostrils, and one by one, they slowly opened their eyes. The moment Chu Chantian regained consciousness, he sat up abruptly, instinctively reaching for a weapon. However, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, causing his vision to darken, nearly leading him to faint again. Fang Hao hurriedly approached and supported him, chuckling softly. "How do you feel, boss?" "Not good. We must leave. There is something strange here," Chu Chantian exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he urged Fang Hao to escape quickly. "It's all over now. If I had arrived any later, you all would have ended up inside the man-eating willow," Fang Hao replied, patting Chu Chantian on the shoulder before standing to assess the condition of the others. "Oh, my head hurts. It feels like someone stabbed me." Soon, the others began to awaken, each cursing as they opened their eyes. "Boss, what are you doing here? We must go." Fang Hao shook his head in exasperation. "With your thought processes, I would have perished 100 times over before you could warn me. It's all over. The man-eating willow is dead." The group was momentarily taken aback. Observing their reactions, Fang Hao began to explain the situation. After a while, they collectively grasped the bizarre reality that such a strange entity had been orchestrated by the man-eating willow. Fang Hao smiled faintly, disregarding the others as his gaze turned toward Zhang Zhongming. He noted that Zhang Zhongming remained unresponsive. A frown creased Fang Hao's brow. The physical wounds had healed. Yet why had he not regained consciousness? Suddenly, he recalled the skill of the carnivorous willow, Spirit Devour. With a thought, 10 spirit reinforcement pills materialized in his hand. Given Zhang Zhongming's current state, Fang Hao surmised that he must have suffered excessive spiritual consumption from the willow. Thus, could replenishing his spiritual energy restore him? Resolving to act, Fang Hao administered the spirit reinforcement pills to Zhang Zhongming. Chapter 139. Is my catgirl something you can covet? Under the scrutiny of the detection technique, Zhang Zhongming's spiritual attributes were perilously near depletion, with less than 10 points remaining. Among the group, Fang Hao's greatest concern was indeed Zhang Zhongming. While Chu Chantian and the others had protective marks that allowed for resurrection even in death, Zhang Zhongming lacked such safeguards. Furthermore, as a half-orc, Fang Hao's deepest fear was that Zhang Zhongming might completely lose his sanity and revert to his previous, dazed state. In that case, he would truly be at a loss when it came to explaining matters to Zhang Zihan. After consuming the 10 spirit reinforcement pills, Zhang Zhongming opened his bleary wolf-like eyes, a hint of confusion gracing his features. "Boss, what happened to me?" Hearing Zhang Zhongming still recognize him as boss brought immediate relief to Fang Hao. His concerns had been unwarranted. Otherwise, he would have been unsure how to proceed. "It's nothing serious. We can discuss the rest later. Just eat this." Fang Hao smiled and, with another thought, conjured 10 blood spirit pills and 2 more spirit reinforcement pills, offering them to Zhang Zhongming. With the 10 blood spirit pills and 2 spirit reinforcement pills consumed, Zhang Zhongming regained his vitality. Fang Hao couldn't help but nod in approval. The effects of the blood spirit pills remained remarkably pronounced. Symptoms of physical depletion and fatigue were alleviated. The blood spirit pills were akin to divine medicine. "Let us proceed." Fang Hao surveyed the expansive underground space before slipping into a hole, with Chu Chantian and the others following closely behind. The point at which Fang Hao and the others emerged was within a supermarket. Everything inside the supermarket appeared almost untouched since the pre-apocalypse era. Observing this, Fang Hao quickly understood. The preservation of such a state could be attributed to the carnivorous willow's formidable presence. In the urban village, the existence of the terrifying willow had rendered the area a near no-go zone, resulting in minimal damage to various facilities and resources, a promising piece of news for Fang Hao and his companions. Creak, creak. Just as Fang Hao was about to organize the others to gather supplies, he was abruptly startled by the sound of scratching against glass. Upon discerning the source of the noise, his expression shifted dramatically. "Not good. Something is attacking the biological vehicle. Keep gathering supplies," he commanded, distributing all the spatial rings to them before dashing towards the street corner. Zhang Zhongming's figure swiftly followed suit. The others watched Fang Hao and Zhang Zhongming's anxious forms, their faces betraying evident concern. The matter that has made both of them so tense must certainly stem from an incident involving the biological vehicle. "Hurry, accelerate even more. The system, convert 30 primary spirit crystals for me." With his speed reaching its utmost limit, Fang Hao's face was etched with anxiety. The moment the conversion of spiritual energy was complete, he activated the skill, Bloodthirst. His figure surged forward once more. If the adversaries were merely low-tier spirit beasts, with Xiaohua present, they would stand no chance of attacking the biological vehicle. The only conceivable possibility now is that the enemy is a being more formidable than Xiaohua. Ding. Acquired 12 branches of the man-eating willow. Ding. Acquired 50 units of life energy. Ding. Acquired 10 spirit enhancement pills. Ding. Acquired skill pills, puppet factor X1. Ding. Acquired skill pills, mental barrier X1. Ding. Acquired skill pills, enhanced regeneration X1. Ding. Acquired skill pills, life resurgence X1. Ding. Acquired skill pills, mental devour X1. Ding. Acquired 1/6 level spirit crystal. With a flick of his mind, the skill pills for mental devour, puppet factor, mental barrier, life resurgence, along with 10 spirit enhancement pills, materialized in his hand, which he swallowed whole. Gazing at the street corner within reach, a chill gleamed in Fang Hao's eyes. Spirit beasts that surpass Xiaohua in strength are exceedingly rare since the onset of the apocalypse. Moreover, the only rationale for an attack on the biological vehicle during his absence can be attributed to a single possibility. The Black Cat. This time, I shall ensure that you return with nothing. Fang Hao's speed had reached its zenith, leaving Zhang Zhongming, who had been closely trailing behind, far behind after he activated Bloodthirst. Swish. The individuals within the biological vehicle felt their hearts leap into their throats. They could hear the incessant crunching of metal. As a gap the width of a finger had already appeared on the roof, sunlight streamed through the opening, illuminating the vehicle, which felt like the light of death to those inside, filling them with despair. Although the target was Xiaohua, they did not believe that once the Black Cat acquired Xiaohua, it would spare them. After all, spirit beasts are just that, spirit beasts, especially wild ones. They possess no semblance of humanity. The Black Cat, observing the ever-widening gap, displayed an expression of delight in its gem-like eyes. At the same time, the ferocity in those feline eyes intensified. For the sake of its cat mistress, its patience was waning thin. Apart from Xiaohua, everyone else was merely its prey. Swish. Just then, a sound akin to air being sliced apart resonated. The Black Cat, fervently cutting through the roof, suddenly halted. It raised its gaze towards the street corner. Accompanied by a whoosh, a figure abruptly appeared at the street corner. The figure paused for a few seconds before the ensuing dust cloud followed, revealing the astonishing speed at which it had arrived. The occupants of the vehicle, having sunk into utter despair, involuntarily revealed expressions of joy upon seeing the figure at the street corner. Who else could it be but Fang Hao? However, their elation was short-lived. As their smiles quickly froze, it dawned upon them that Fang Hao was not even a match for the Black Cat. Meow? Xiaohua urgently called out to Fang Hao, seemingly urging him to flee swiftly. The others, gritting their teeth, rolled down the car windows and shouted, "Fang Hao, hurry! Boss! Quick go!" However, Fang Hao appeared oblivious to their calls, steadily advancing toward the biological vehicle. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 10 meters from the vehicle, he halted. With a wave of his hand, 10 corpses of spirit beasts materialized around the biological vehicle. The instant these corpses appeared, their eyes snapped open, emitting an eerie green glow, and they ascended the vehicle with mechanical precision. Inside the vehicle, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at the sudden manifestation of the spirit beast corpses. What was Fang Hao doing? The figure atop the vehicle, Haizi, gazed at the corpses now clambering onto the roof, a look of apprehension flickering in his feline eyes. He cast a wary glance at Fang Hao and, in a series of swift movements, vanished from the biological vehicle. Fang Hao coldly observed the direction in which Haizi had disappeared, letting out a derisive snort. Indeed, quite cunning. If he lingered any longer, he would become my puppet. How dare he lay his hands on Xiaohua? Truly a fool seeking his own demise. He then shifted his gaze to the others inside the vehicle, smiling as he reassured them. All right, he has left. All is well. With a cloud of dust, Zhang Zhongming arrived. Boss, where are the spirit beasts? His wolf-like eyes glinted with ferocity as he scanned the surroundings of the biological vehicle. Fang Hao covered his mouth and nose, responding with irritation by the time you arrived. The food was already cold. And what are you, a burrowing creature? Why is there a trail of dirt wherever you go? Zhang Zhongming scratched his head awkwardly, at a loss for words. Get lost. Hurry up and gather supplies. Fang Hao playfully kicked him. All right, I'm off then, boss, Zhang Zhongming replied, a grin spreading across his face, relieved to see his sister was unharmed. Fang Hao shook his head with a smile and climbed into the biological vehicle. As he opened the door, Xiaohua's soft body leaped into him, affectionately licking his cheek. Fang Hao stroked her fluffy body, his eyes filled with tenderness. It's all right. No need to worry. With your master here, no one can take you away. Mew. Master, I really dislike that one. Xiaohua doesn't want to leave you. Du Tianqing, still shaken, remarked, thank goodness you scared that black cat away. Otherwise, it would have been truly perilous. Indeed, boss, that was far too thrilling. Zhou Yong echoed, his face reflecting lingering fear. Facing a 5th-level spirit beast directly was a first for him since the apocalypse, in Feng Hao's view. The fact that he hadn't wet himself was commendable. He Shui remained her usual stoic self, yet Feng Hao, with his keen perception, detected the lingering panic on her face. Zhang Zihan, an ordinary girl, displayed her anxiety even more openly. However, with Feng Hao's arrival, the group felt as though they had found their pillar of strength. All is well now. There is no need for fear, for it shall not dare to return. Feng Hao remarked with a light chuckle. At that moment, the system alert chimed. Ding. Zhangbin's synthesis is complete. Please check. Feng Hao, who had been speaking, suddenly froze, a smile quickly spreading across his face. With a mere thought, Zhangbin's figure materialized within the biological vehicle. Ha ha ha. Howsy, my friend, I've missed you dearly. As soon as he appeared, he puckered his lips and leaned towards Feng Hao. However, the next moment was filled with a cry of agony. The others looked on, stifling their laughter at the sight of Zhangbin plastered against the side of the vehicle. I say, Howsy, your friend has just come back to life. And you couldn't go a little easier? Zhangbin, his eyes sparkling with mischief, rubbed his sore backside, as if Feng Hao had committed some unforgivable transgression. Oh. Looking at Zhangbin's ridiculous expression, it was not just Feng Hao who felt a shiver. Even the women present felt a wave of discomfort. Binzi, don't you think my earlier kick was a tad too gentle? Feng Hao remarked, his fingers cracking ominously. Ah, no. Hee, Howsy, I'm just happy, you know. So, how have you been without me? Zhangbin immediately beamed, inching closer. Feng Hao shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, at the most critical moment. You were lounging in the furnace while I was left to manage everything. Now that the ordeal is over, you choose this moment to reappear. What impeccable timing. Zhangbin quickly wiped the grin off his face and asked earnestly, what has happened? Feng Hao waved his hand, signaling Du Tianqing and the others to inform Zhangbin. As he made his way to the cockpit, upon reaching the cockpit door, he turned to Zhangbin and said, once you've heard everything, hurry to the urban village and assist Chu Changtian and the others. Got it. You go rest, Zhangbin replied, his voice cheerful. Feng Hao shook his head with a smile and entered the cockpit. In the co-pilot's seat, he summoned the devouring gourd into his hand. After inspecting the contents, he discovered that the remaining spirit beasts had been completely separated. This speed was nothing short of miraculous, surpassing the furnace by several times. However, the only drawback was that the separated flesh and blood remained just that, flesh and blood, lacking the spiritual blood pills. Nevertheless, this was already sufficient. Moreover, he had amassed so many spiritual blood pills that they were now more than he could consume. Thus, he only needed to focus on separating materials and spirit crystals. As for the flesh, it could be set aside for now. When the opportunity arose, he could throw it back into the furnace for a second refining. Currently, he possessed a total of 483 spirit crystals, of which only 180 were 0 level, while the rest were of 1st level or higher, indicating a commendable quality. Feng Hao decided to convert the 180 0-level spirit crystals directly into spiritual power, as they were of no use for synthesizing equipment or upgrading functions. The remaining 303 spirit crystals included 1 6th level, 9 4th level, 237 3rd level, 1 890 2nd level, and 4 166 1st level crystals. In essence, when calculated in terms of 1st level spirit crystals, it was nearly 9,000, bringing him tantalizingly close to his goal of 10,000. The upgrade of the imprint subsystem is imminent. Naturally, Feng Hao did not include the advanced spirit crystals in his count, as their high-level renders exchange and profitable. Additionally, he needed them for synthesizing modifications for Chu Changtian and the others. It is evident from Zhangbin's modifications that the higher the level of spirit crystals used in synthesis, the greater the potential of the resulting beings. Thus, high-level spirit crystals are reserved for his teammates. Currently, the advanced spirit crystals in his possession, aside from the unrefined golden spirit greatsword mantis, include those from the heavy armor rat and the man-eating willow. After extracting all the spirit crystals and bones from the devouring gourd, he glanced at the flesh within, pondered for a moment, and then made his way outside. Outside, Zhangbin had already vanished, presumably heading to the village in the city. After greeting a few individuals, he proceeded directly towards the back of the biological vehicle. Soon, Tun Tun sensed Feng Hao's arrival, extending its emerald green tentacles to encircle him repeatedly, radiating waves of joy. Fang Hao looked at the strange tentacles entwined around him, and his expression darkened. Damn it, I'm not a pervert. What the hell is this? Get lost. With a scowl, he summoned his blade, the corner blade, into his hand. At that moment, Tun Tun seemed to sense the impending trouble, swiftly retracting all its tentacles from Fang Hao. Only then did Fang Hao's expression soften slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at the aggrieved Tun Tun, snorting, "If you ever wrap those disgusting tentacles around me again, I swear I'll sever them. Do you hear me?" After speaking, he conjured 10 spirit enhancement pills in his hand and tossed them towards Tun Tun. "Here, eat up." Tun Tun skillfully caught the spirit enhancement pills with its tentacles and swallowed them with immense delight, evidently aware of their beneficial properties. Subsequently, Fang Hao concentrated and poured half of the flesh from the devouring gourd into Tun Tun and the other half into the spirit-devouring grass. This completed the distribution of the flesh from the 6,000 spirit beasts. After consuming a portion of the rats, Tun Tun had already sprouted 2 small gourds. The spirit-devouring grass fared even better, with its original plant and the 10 offspring all bearing fruit. The vibrant reds and greens created a refreshing sight. He then picked up his blade and sliced off another segment from the main body of the spirit-devouring grass, dividing it into 10 parts to plant in the flesh, discarding 2 first-level spirit crystals. Only then did he turn and head outside. Upon stepping outside, he found that the group collecting supplies had already returned to the vehicle. Their cheerful expressions indicated a bountiful harvest this time. The 3 women were now eagerly selecting their favorite items. Zhang Zihan, clutching a doll, dashed towards Fang Hao. Thud! She collided with him, causing a moment of surprise. Ah! Zhang Zihan gently rubbed her fair forehead and scrunched her adorable little nose. However, upon seeing that the visitor was Fang Hao, her charming face instantly flushed with crimson, and she hastily embraced a stuffed doll, concealing her face as she retreated into a bedroom. At that moment, he realized that everyone was regarding him with peculiar gazes. Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Then he bitterly smiled and touched his nose, swearing that it was truly unintentional. "Hey, how does it feel?" Zhang Bin, with a mischievous grin, began to tease Fang Hao, winking playfully. "Get lost. I'm not in the mood to entertain you." Fang Hao retorted curtly. "Hey, I was merely commenting," Zhang Bin began, but was suddenly struck by an overwhelming aura of menace. He instinctively recoiled, awkwardly chuckling. Brother Zhongming, it was a slip of the tongue, heh. Humph." Zhang Zhongming coldly snorted before settling back into his chair to rest his eyes. At that moment, Du Tianqing picked up a set of bedding and headed towards the bedroom. "What business do you have taking men's things?" He Shui unexpectedly interjected. "I can take whatever I please. Do you have any say in the matter?" Du Tianqing retorted, huffing as she continued toward the bedroom without looking back. He Shui's expression shifted, biting his lip in frustration as he grabbed a set of men's bedding and hurriedly followed her. Fang Hao, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. Just as he did, he caught sight of 2 women, each clutching a bed sheet, entering his bedroom. He was momentarily stunned. "What on earth are you 2 doing in my room? Let me make this clear. This room is mine. Do not even think about taking over. No negotiations." With that, Fang Hao dashed towards his room at an astonishing speed, even faster than when he was in a bloodthirsty state. The others were left in speechless astonishment, their expressions reflecting a mixture of disbelief and amusement. This level of emotional intelligence could not possibly match even half of his prowess, yet he remained blissfully single. "I merely wanted to make your bed," Du Tianqing said, her fair face flushed as she lowered her gaze. "I too want to make your bed," He Shui stated flatly. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward. Fang Hao wished he could vanish into the ground. It was unbearably embarrassing. Here were these kind-hearted women offering to help him, and he had mistakenly assumed they were trying to seize his room. At that moment, Zhang Bin approached with a smug grin, patting Fang Hao's shoulder with a feigned seriousness. "Howsy, I've come to realize something." What is it?" Fang Hao inquired. "You are truly single by virtue of your own strength. In that regard, I, Zhang Bin, must concede defeat." After saying this, he dramatically sighed and slipped away. "You scoundrel! Binzi, you're asking for trouble," Fang Hao exclaimed, raising his fist like a massive stoneware pot, charging at Zhang Bin with a flurry of blows. Ouch! Don't hit my face. I promise I won't talk back anymore." Zhang Bin yelped, his cries echoing throughout the vehicle. Minutes later, a refreshed Fang Hao stretched widely, a surge of vitality coursing through him as he made his way to the cockpit. As Fang Hao approached the door of the cockpit, he addressed Chu Changtian, instructing him, "Get ready and come find me." Chu Changtian nodded solemnly, while the others exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing that the moment of transformation for Chu Changtian had finally arrived. At this juncture, only Chu Chantian, the butcher, and Air Dan remained untransformed. Fang Hao intended to conduct their modifications in one continuous session, as the strength of the spirit beasts they would encounter was escalating. Without their enhancements, the three of them would soon find it increasingly difficult to even ensure their own safety. Thus, the urgency of their modifications was palpable. Once again seated in the co-pilot's seat, Fang Hao focused his thoughts and sent 10 golden spirit blade mantis into the furnace. The countdown began, 1 hour. The time frame was manageable, an hour was a reasonable wait. Once the golden spirit blade mantis was fully refined, it would be up to Chu Chantian to make his choices. Half an hour later, a prepared Chu Chantian entered the cockpit. "Boss, here are the categorized electronic devices and weapon schematics we organized," he said, offering 2 spatial rings. Fang Hao nodded, accepted them, and examined their contents with a keen mind before promptly stowing them in his backpack. "Let us set off. We can discuss as we go." Chu Chantian nodded and took his place in the driver's seat. The bio-vehicle slowly started, gradually departing from the village that had nearly led to their total annihilation. Not long after the bio-vehicle left, a fluffy cat head peeked out from a large tree in the distance, watching the vehicle's retreating form before leaping and swiftly following suit. On board the bio-vehicle, Fang Hao spoke gently. "Chantian, what direction do you wish to pursue? Have you given it any thought?" Chu Chantian gazed ahead, his voice steady as he replied, "Boss, I will follow your lead. Do not feel bound to my guidance. Follow your own desires. Share your thoughts with me." Fang Hao encouraged with a smile. After a brief silence, Chu Chantian spoke up. "Boss, I want to be the blade in your hand, to fight for you." Fang Hao nodded affirmatively. "Very well. After an hour, the butcher will take over driving." "Understood, boss." Chu Chantian replied earnestly, his eyes alight with excitement. For the moment of his transformation was finally at hand. Casting a glance at Fang Hao, who had closed his eyes, he committed the time to memory and devoted himself to the task of driving the bio-vehicle. Time passed swiftly, and before long, an hour had elapsed. The system notification chimed once more. Ding. Acquired Golden Spirit Blade Mantis Claw X20 ding. Acquired Level 5 Spirit Crystal X10 ding. Acquired Golden Spirit Exoskeleton X10 ding. Acquired Spirit Blood Pill X1600 ding. Acquired Skill Pill Sharpen X10 ding. Acquired Skill Pill Shadow Blade X10 ding. Acquired Skill Pill Critical Strike X10. Fang Hao opened his eyes punctually and called out, "Chantian, stop. Bring the butcher over." "Yes, boss." Chu Chantian's eyes gleamed with fervor as he smoothly halted the bio-vehicle and hurried out of the cockpit. After a moment, Chu Chantian returned with the butcher. "Butcher, it's your turn to drive," Fang Hao directed, to which the butcher nodded without further comment. Fang Hao turned to Chu Chantian and asked, "Are you prepared, Chantian?" Chu Chantian nodded vigorously, his face brimming with fervor and joy. Fang Hao slowly nodded in response, and with a flicker of his mind, Chu Chantian vanished, entering the furnace. 1 5th level spirit crystal, a pair of golden spirit scissor claws, a set of golden spirit exoskeleton, skill pills, 1 for sharpening, 1 for shadow blades, 1 for lethal strikes, and 1 for enhanced regeneration. He then confirmed the synthesis. A countdown appeared. 3 hours. Chapter 142. The excitement begins. The biological vehicle sped eastward, unimpeded on the ring road of the new district, with scarcely any abandoned vehicles in sight. Soon, another urban village emerged before the group. The butcher glanced at Fang Hao, who was resting with his eyes closed, and softly suggested, "Boss, there's another urban village ahead. Should we go down to gather supplies?" Fang Hao cradled the little flower in his arms, not lifting his gaze as he replied languidly, "You go ahead." The butcher nodded, gradually bringing the vehicle to a halt before stepping out towards the cockpit. Before long, Zhang Zhongming, Zhang Bin, and the butcher, along with a few others, made their way towards the urban village with their spatial rings. However, this time, they refrained from bringing Tong Qian along, having learned from the previous experience. His current lack of strength would not only fail to assist, but instead prove to be a burden. Tong Qian understood this well and did not insist further. Having nearly gathered all necessary living supplies, Zhang Bin and the others shifted their focus to food, electronic products, and weapon blueprints. Naturally, if they encountered spirit beasts, it would be an added bonus to hunt them as well. With the devouring gourd, the entity known as Tunton, and the spirit-eating grass at their disposal, their ability to digest spirit beasts had increased exponentially. They faced no pressure from beasts under 10,000. Upon reaching the entrance of the urban village, having learned from their previous experience, Taiwa had already activated the illusory eye to assess the situation within the village. Humanity is inherently adept at learning and accumulating lessons, which is why they have risen to the pinnacle of all living beings. This urban village was significantly larger than the last, nearly double its size. The radius of the illusory eye was 500 meters. Although it could not capture the entirety, it encompassed at least a third of the village. The moment Taiwa activated the illusory eye, his expression turned grave. For in his line of sight, he beheld an abundance of spirit beasts, cats, dogs, insects, and a myriad of others. He even spotted several vividly colored giant centipedes and a few enormous lizards, their size comparable to that of a passenger bus, sending chills down his spine. After observing for a moment, Taiwa deactivated the illusory eye and informed the others, "There are many spirit beasts inside. A great many." The group's hearts sank at the sight of Taiwa's serious demeanor. Having faced spirit beasts in numerous significant encounters, Taiwa's words alone were enough to signify that this urban village was anything but ordinary. With Chu Chantian absent, the command naturally fell to the Cobra. This was an accepted reality among the group. Expertise in specific fields holds true in every context. Soldiers are soldiers, and commanders are commanders. After a moment of contemplation, the Cobra spoke. "Although we are here to gather supplies, hunting spirit beasts is also one of our tasks." He then scanned the crowd and continued, "I will now assign the tasks. Everyone, pay attention. Taiwa, find a vantage point and be ready to provide fire support." Taiwa nodded, activated his illusory words, and turned towards the village within the city. The Cobra glanced at Paozi and said, "You should accompany him. Remember, stay focused on the task at hand. If any trouble arises, I won't be as lenient as the boss. Rest assured, Brother Cobra, I would never jest with the lives of my comrades." Paozi replied with a grin, then hurried after Taiwa. Once the two departed, the Cobra addressed the remaining members. "We will split into two groups. Binzi will be with me, while Zhongming, you team up with the Butcher and Erden. We will divide along the streets, one group per side, to gather the supplies the boss needs. The matter of hunting spirit beasts can wait." "Understood." Zhongming nodded, taking heavy steps towards the village, followed closely by the Butcher and Erden. The Cobra acknowledged Zhang Bin with a nod, and the two proceeded towards the village as well. At the eastern entrance of the village, Xianyuan Che and Xianyuan Ling arrived as scheduled, accompanied by the 9 sword servants and 20 men of varied expressions. Xianyuan Che surveyed the street intently. Although he did not see any trace of spirit beasts, his profound awareness of the apocalypse filled him with a sense of reverence. "Brother, there are no monsters. We can proceed," Xianyuan Ling remarked, frowning as she observed the street. Xianyuan Che turned back to regard the group behind him, absorbing the expressions of each individual, squinting slightly as he nodded slowly. He then signaled to the 9 sword servants. 5 of them nodded and stepped forward swiftly into the village. Xianyuan Che gestured for the others to follow suit. The remaining 4 sword servants closely trailed Xianyuan Ling, while the 20 men were ignored entirely by the sword servants. Their focus was solely on the Xianyuan family. The fates of others were of no concern to them. The 20 men observed the scene, and though none spoke, a few could not help but display their discontent. "A formidable woman capable of defeating us all. Yet she requires protection?" Though disgruntled, they felt powerless. She was under no obligation to assist them. Their sole desire was to swiftly gather the cursed supplies and return to the water plant for a moment of indulgence. The rules set by Lu Guodong and his companions dictated that every man involved in the collection of supplies would receive substantial rewards. These rewards were ample enough for the men to revel in extravagance for many days. This is precisely why, despite the perilous nature of the collection mission, some individuals willingly choose to partake. Of course, there are exceptions to consider. For instance, the 5 men at the rear. Unlike the 15 men ahead, these 5 exhibit no signs of resentment or gravity on their faces. Instead, they display a resolute calmness akin to embracing death. The 5 slow their pace, gradually distancing themselves from the others. Once they have created sufficient space, the youngest among them hesitantly addresses the middle-aged man. "Brother Dunn, perhaps you should take the opportunity to flee. The dog is still young and has already lost its mother. It cannot endure further loss." However, the middle-aged man interrupts before he can finish. "Enough. The apocalypse does not grant mercy based on age. It will not ensure your survival. Those monsters will not either. I lack the means to secure a better life for the dog. The only thing I can offer is this life of mine. So there is no need for further discussion." After speaking, he glanced at the 4 men, lowered his eyelids, and smiled. "Moreover, with your families to care for the dog, I feel reassured. Let us proceed." The 4 men exchanged glances, sighed, and fell silent. Chapter 143. An unexpected event in the urban village. Cobra and Zhang Bin were the first to enter a mobile phone shop. This particular brand store was filled exclusively with high-end smartphones, coveted by office workers and university students before the apocalypse as symbols of status. However, in the current reality, attempting to trade these phones for food could result in not only failing to acquire sustenance, but also facing a beating. Such is the harsh truth. No matter how valuable the items, they are rendered worthless in the apocalypse. With a sweeping gesture, each man claimed half, and they cleared the entire shop of its smartphones. They then proceeded to the next establishment. Dan, along with Zhang Zhongming and the butcher, had just entered the urban village, and they found themselves at the entrance of a supermarket. As they stepped inside, it felt akin to bandits raiding a village. As they selectively gathered expensive, quality vacuum-sealed food, stuffing it into their spatial rings. Naturally, they prioritized collecting sugar and salt, the two most vital commodities in the apocalypse. As for junk food and snacks, they merely took a token amount, leaving the rest behind. Even with this, their two spatial rings were already filled. On this outing, aside from the two spatial rings in Fong Hao's possession, the remaining 12 were all in their hands. They had only just entered the village, and already their spatial rings were full. The three gazed longingly at the leftover supplies, but alas, the limited space forced them to choose only the essentials. It was impossible to take everything. Even with the spatial rings, it would not fit, let alone with the addition of a biological vehicle. Tai Hua and Pao Zi had silently arrived at the rooftop of a hotel, the tallest building in the urban village. From this vantage point, they could survey the entire area. Tai Hua sighed regretfully and remarked, "Pao Zi, how wonderful it would be if we had a walkie-talkie right now." With a mischievous grin, Pao Zi remarked, "Hee, the boss already has a plan in mind. Now it merely awaits execution. Perhaps, in due course, we might truly have the opportunity to return to our previous remote collaborative combat days." Tai Hua's face bore a smile, his eyes shimmering with nostalgia, as if he were transported back to the scenes of the Red Dragon's missions. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. The two instantly lost their smiles, and Tai Hua activated his illusory eye, directing his gaze toward the source of the beastly roar. It was not only Tai Hua and Pao Zi who heard the beast's cry. Cobra and the others did as well, and even Fong Hao, who was inside the biological vehicle, abruptly opened his eyes wide. However, it was Xian Yuanche and Xian Yuanlinger, the siblings, whose expressions turned uncharacteristically grim. Before them lay 5 men, each with their left wrists severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the ground was already stained crimson. The overwhelming scent of blood served as the most potent lure for the spirit beasts. Immediately, upon catching the whiff of blood, the spirit beasts charged toward them as if driven mad. Yet, what ignited Xian Yuanche's fury was that, at the moment the 5 men severed their wrists, they had rushed into the midst of the crowd, splattering their scorching blood upon everyone. It could be said that, aside from the 5 sword slaves who had scouted ahead, none could evade the deluge, not even he or Xian Yuanlinger. "Scoundrels! You dare to deceive me. I shall have you dead." Xian Yuanche seethed. His teeth clenched as he dashed toward the 5 men. The pallor of blood loss had drained their faces to a ghostly white. As the 5 huddled together back to back, the youngest among them, with a look of despair, trembled as he spoke. "Dungo, I feel a bit cold." "Do you feel cold?" The middle-aged man struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Not cold. Soon, it won't be cold anymore." "Dungo, do you think Mayor Lu will provide the best for our families?" Another man gasped, struggling for breath. "He will. Unless he wishes to see us all perish here, he wouldn't dare," the middle-aged man declared. "Brothers, we 5 shall not be alone on the road to the Yellow Springs. Let us go." Before he could finish, Xian Yuanche had already surged forward. "Die." With that, his sword flashed coldly. There was no pain, no resentment. 5 round heads, adorned with serene smiles, soared into the sky. After slaying the 5, Xian Yuanche kicked their bodies away with disdain. Gazing at the encircling horde of spirit beasts, Xian Yuanche's countenance darkened. He then bellowed at the sword slaves. "Sword slaves, protect Linger. Remember this. Even if you all perish, you must ensure that not a single hair on Linger is harmed." "Yes, young master." The 9 sword slaves responded in unison. "Brother, I require no protection. I can fight on my own," Xian Yuanlinger declared, drawing her sword, ready to lead the charge against the spirit beasts. "Disobedient. Do not compel your brother to resort to force," Xian Yuanche admonished coldly. Ultimately, Xian Yuanlinger relented. "Let us slay them together," Xian Yuanche shouted, and in an instant, he propelled himself forward. As the throng of spirit beasts had yet to arrive, the 15 men were already pale with fear. When the horde finally encircled them, some lost control of their bowels, others collapsed to the ground, and a few recklessly dashed toward the village's exit. However, the path they had taken was now completely blocked by the spirit beasts, making escape exceedingly difficult. The man who ventured toward the village entrance barely took a few steps before a gaping maw descended upon him, silencing his cries for help in an instant. Yet, this horrific scene went unnoticed, as none had the presence of mind to observe it. The remaining 14 men, upon witnessing Xian Yuanche's determined charge. Suddenly awakened to their grim reality, they hastily pleaded with Officer Xian Yuanlinger, "Officer Linger, we beseech you, save us. Please, Officer Linger, we implore you. I have an elderly mother at home and a 3-year-old child. If I perish, they will be left with no means of survival." Having already stepped forward, Xian Yuanlinger hesitated, a troubled expression crossing her face. "Brother, do we truly have any hope of survival?" Xian Yuanche, his face devoid of emotion as he fought off the spirit beasts, spoke coldly. I cannot bear to watch them die. Brother, I beg you." Xian Yuanlinger implored, her face reflecting desperation. Xian Yuanche paid her no heed, wielding his sword with fervor to slay the approaching beasts. Seeing her brother's silence, Xian Yuanling bit her lip and turned to the 15 men, commanding, "You must follow us quickly. Otherwise, we cannot protect you. Hurry." Amidst the chaos of battle, Xian Yuanche's face fell in disappointment upon hearing her words. Chapter 144. Xian Yuanche's reluctance. Taiwa and Paozi lay atop the building, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene below. Taiwa opened his mouth, ready to speak. But Paozi interjected, "Remember, we are no longer soldiers. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern us." Taiwa swallowed his words, falling into a contemplative silence. Paozi, noticing Taiwa's demeanor, chuckled softly. "Are you upset? Think of the flourishing Long Hongi. Zhoming is a prime example. And our leader's affairs with the daily supplies warehouse are bloody lessons etched in our memories. I understand, but I find it difficult to turn away." Taiwa sighed, his voice a whisper of regret. "Difficulty is a luxury we cannot afford. Listen well, Tai Tuwa, we live only for our leader now. Everything else is of no consequence. Do you comprehend?" Paozi's gaze remained fixed on the heart of the battle, his tone resolute. Taiwa offered no reply, his attention drawn back to the battlefield, where casualties had begun to mount. 2 men had already fallen, along with the sword servant. The sword servant, in his final moments, bore an expression filled with unwavering loyalty and regret toward the Xian Yuan family. Though the spirit beasts had dealt the fatal blow, it was ultimately the 2 panicked men who had betrayed him, shoving the sword servant forward just as the beasts attacked. In the end, while the sword servant perished, the 2 men could not escape their grim fate either. Xian Yuanlinger stifled her sobs, understanding that the sword servant should not have met his demise. The burden of guilt weighed heavily upon her. Had she not sent him to protect those men, he would still be alive. Xian Yuanche, consumed by rage, was particularly devastated by the sword servant's death, feeling a profound sorrow. The elite of the Xian Yuan family had perished so ignobly, rendering his heart heavy with grief. Anger surged within him. However, the architect of this calamity had already been vanquished, and his affection for his sister prevented him from directing his fury towards her. Instead, he unleashed his wrath upon the beasts surrounding them. Soon, casualties emerged once more. Among the 4 sword servants guarding Xian Yuanche, one was pierced through the chest by a massive fang, his eyes filled with reluctance as he gazed at Xian Yuanche in his final moments. "Ah!" Xian Yuanche roared in fury. The charming young man, who once wore a serene smile, had vanished, replaced by a figure with bloodshot eyes and a countenance radiating murderous intent, akin to a deity of slaughter descended from the abyss. In his rage, every strike seemed to drain him of his very essence, his sword no longer following any form or technique, wildly slashing at the beasts. Fang Hao stood before the vehicle, observing the cacophony of roars emanating from the village. After careful consideration, he resolved to investigate further. Given the lessons learned from the previous encounter, he feared for the safety of his companions. Each of them was dear to him. The time and resources invested in them were significant, but more importantly, the emotional bonds forged over the past few days made him unwilling to see any of them come to harm. "You all stay in the vehicle and secure the doors. I'll take a look. I'm a bit uneasy about them," Fang Hao instructed his companions. "All right, go ahead. Xiaohua is here. She should be fine." Du Tianxing replied with a gentle smile, stroking the little flower in her arms. "No, I'm concerned about that black cat. However, even if it returns, the vehicle has been sufficiently charged for a considerable duration, ensuring it can withstand until my return. Moreover, I'll leave a contingency plan behind. You need not worry." Fang Hao reassured them with a smile, his mind focusing as 4 beast corpses materialized within the vehicle. "With my special techniques, these 4 spirit beasts will handle it if the black cat dares to show up. Now, stay here," he said, waving to them before dashing forward. As Fang Hao approached the street corner, he activated the illusory eye to locate the positions of the cobra and his companions. But upon scrutinizing the scene, he halted, astonished to realize that the beasts were not attacking Cobra and the others. However, he soon noticed that Taiwa and Pao Zi were not with the group. He promptly deactivated the illusory eye and sprinted towards the direction of Cobra. Cobra and Zhang Bin, primarily focused on collecting electronic devices, found their task considerably easier. Especially as nearly all the spirit beasts had been drawn away. They strolled leisurely, quickly nearing the village's center. A gentle breeze swept by, prompting them to pause. Smiles blossoming on their faces. "How's he, boss?" Fang Hao nodded with a smile and inquired, "How is the collection going? What about Tai Hua and Pao Zi?" Cobra chuckled and replied, "Boss, as you know, ever since that last incident, I've been inclined to play it safe. I've sent Tai Hua and Pao Zi to secure a vantage point for fire support." Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction, patting Cobra on the shoulder. "Learning from past mistakes is crucial. All right, you two take your time collecting. I'll go check on Tai Hua and the others." With that, he flickered and vanished like a wisp of smoke. Zhang Bin and Cobra watched in envy as Fang Hao's speed highlighted the vast chasm between their abilities and his, leaving them feeling quite disheartened. Once more, Fang Hao activated his illusory eye to locate Tai Hua and Pao Zi. Under the gaze of the illusory eye, all obstacles became mere illusions, and soon he pinpointed their location at the tallest building in the east. He accelerated once more, racing towards the hotel. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanche was recklessly battling amidst the beast horde, having lost all his sword servants who once stood by his side. Each had met a gruesome end, torn apart by the multitude of beasts. He was filled with rage, anger at his own lack of strength, anger towards Lu Guodong and the others. If he could survive, he vowed to annihilate them. He was even angrier at himself for not recognizing the 5's unusual behavior in time to strike them down. The long sword in his hand felt as heavy as a mountain. After recklessly expending his strength, he could barely keep it steady. Xian Yuanche forced a bitter smile, casting a reluctant glance at Xian Yuan Linger. "Linger, it is my failure as your brother. I should have forcibly brought you home." With a fierce swing, he barely managed to slay an approaching spirit beast, then planted his sword into the ground, gasping for breath. Is this the end? How utterly unsatisfying. Fang Hao, with a series of swift movements, soon reached the rooftop. Upon sensing movement behind them, Tai Hua and Pao Zi were startled. "Who goes there?" In unison, they activated their skills and aimed their weapons at the stairway. "It's me," Fang Hao said with a smile as he approached, relieved to see him. The two relaxed their stances. "Boss, you move so silently it's terrifying," Pao Zi complained. "Haha, when you reach my level, you'll walk just as quietly. Now, let me see what spectacle you two are watching," Fang Hao said, walking to the edge of the rooftop and activating his illusory eye to gaze eastward. The moment he glimpsed the scene unfolding, his expression changed dramatically. "This is bad. We need to save them," he exclaimed, and with a flash, he dashed down the stairs. "Notify everyone. Hurry to rescue them." Fang Hao's voice echoed back from the descending corridor. Chapter 145. Divine weapons descend at this moment. The eastern part of the village had transformed into the epicenter of battle. All the spirit beasts were converging here in a frenzy. Xian Yuanche, amidst his relentless slaughter, found that the long sword in his hand had finally broken from prolonged use. He gritted his teeth and let out a roar filled with unwillingness. His broken sword planted firmly into the ground as he gasped for breath, sweat cascading down his cheeks like raindrops. Shaking, he attempted to charge once more, but stumbled, nearly collapsing into the throng of spirit beasts. Not far away, Xian Yuan Linger gasped in alarm, "Brother! Quickly, get out of the way." Her cry resonated like the tolling of a death knell, foreshadowing Xian Yuanche's demise. A spirit beast had already opened its gaping maw towards him, and Xian Yuanche could even smell the foul stench emanating from its jaws. Was this the end? Ha ha ha. With great effort, Xian Yuanche turned his head to gaze at the tear-streaked Xian Yuan Linger, revealing his eternal smile. Crack! The gaping maw filled with sharp teeth descended as expected. Yet, at the crucial moment, Xian Yuanche tilted his body, letting out a pained scream as one of his arms was swallowed whole. What are spirit beasts? They are beasts. Beasts do not concern themselves with the bonds of brotherhood. They will not show mercy simply because you have exhausted your strength. Nor will they relent because of Xian Yuan Linger's tearful beauty, forsaking their opportunity for evolution. "Brother!" Xian Yuan Linger's heart-wrenching cry echoed throughout the village. Grasping her longsword, she charged recklessly towards him. She was not alone. 5 sword servants had already rushed ahead. However, they had overestimated their abilities and underestimated the spirit beasts, gravely misjudging the ferocity of the beast horde. They had barely taken a few steps when a creature, as large as a bus, emerged. No, it was not a centipede. It was a millipede. With its mouth full of sharp teeth, it swallowed 3 of the sword servants whole in one bite. "Ah, I will kill you." Witnessing the gruesome fate of her companions, Xian Yuan Linger descended into madness. Wielding her longsword, she attacked the nearby spirit beasts with reckless abandon, abandoning all semblance of strategy. Xian Yuanche watched the loss of the 3 sword servants with sorrow etched upon his face, yet he felt utterly helpless. Born solely for the Xianyuan family, to protect the path of this day, he loathed the underworld. A gaping maw lunged forward once more, seeking to consume the remaining part of his arm. This time, it aimed directly for Xian Yuanche's head. Should it devour him, it would achieve evolution. The other spirit beasts were not to be outdone, converging on Xian Yuanche as if they all sought a share of the spoils. The tooth-filled maw clamped down on Xian Yuanche's upper body. Other encroaching spirit beasts seized his arms and legs. Xian Yuanche let out a wretched scream of agony as he faced imminent dismemberment. Xian Yuanling's delicate features twisted into a mask of rage as she attempted to rush to his rescue. However, the gigantic millipede loomed like an insurmountable wall, blocking her path. In that critical moment, Xian Yuanche's body was being slowly pulled apart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the air being sliced open echoed. Several glimmers of cold light flashed in succession. A figure gracefully descended amidst the herd of beasts, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. A chilling aura of murder hung about him, none other than Fang Hao. Mere seconds after the sound of slicing air, the heads of the spirit beasts that had latched onto Xian Yuanche's body fell to the ground in unison. Fang Hao caught Xian Yuanche's lifeless form in his arms, wielding a blade in the other hand. Kill. Gazing at the enormous centipede, sprawled across the street like an elongated bus, Fang Hao's mind stirred. A fiery spear materialized in his grasp. Death. Activating the illusory eye, he aimed for the centipede's heart and bellowed. With a swift motion, he hurled the fiery spear into the air. The spear, radiating intense heat, transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling forth. The scorching breath of the weapon clashed with the air, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. In an instant, the flame-laden spear pierced through 3 spirit beasts obstructing its path, maintaining its velocity as it surged toward the centipede's heart. With a crack, the centipede's hardened shell shattered. It emitted a series of agonized screeches, its massive form thrashing wildly. In that moment, all creatures on the battlefield were affected. Fang Hao, cradling Xian Yuanche, leaped to evade the chaos. At that moment, Xian Yuanche slowly opened his eyes. Fang Hao, I'm so glad. However, before he could finish, Fang Hao coldly interrupted. You're no longer a child. How could you make such a foolish mistake? Save your breath until we escape. With that, he summoned a sphere of life energy and administered it to Xian Yuanche. The effects of the life energy were as potent as ever. The moment Xian Yuanche ingested it, his spirit visibly revived, and the wounds inflicted by the spirit beasts began to heal rapidly. Xian Yuanche, momentarily stunned, displayed a look of astonishment, realizing he would not perish. But then his expression shifted to urgency as he urgently implored, Fang Hao, please, save my sister. Fang Hao's gaze hardened as he regarded Xian Yuanche, remaining unmoved. Xian Yuanche, well aware of Fang Hao's principles, displayed a pleading expression. Please, save her, I beg you. Boss, we're here. Accompanied by Zhang Zhoming's howl, the team members arrived on cue. Haozi, I'm here. Zhang Bin, grinning mischievously, brandished his weapon, directly extracting the heart of a spirit beast. Zhang Bin, I leave him to you. I'm going to save her. With that, Fang Hao entrusted Xian Yuanche to Zhang Bin and dashed towards the still struggling centipede. The centipede writhed in agony, desperately trying to extinguish the fiery spear embedded within it, but with no limbs to assist, its thrashing proved futile. In the instant the centipede sustained a grievous blow, Xian Yuanling, unable to evade in time, was sent flying. Am I to perish? Xian Yuanling coughed up blood, her body tracing an arc through the air before crashing violently against the wall with a resounding thud. Xian Yuanling hoisted the long sword in her hand with great effort, struggling to rise from the ground, her mind spinning in a whirlwind of dizziness. Brother, I'm so sorry. A bitter smile crept across her lips as tears streamed down her face without restraint. The furious roar of the spirit beasts echoed once more. Having landed, Xian Yuanling was now acutely aware that she had drawn the attention of the horde of spirit beasts, which promptly surrounded her in unison. Chapter 146. The obsession that descended from the heavens. Brother, Ling has come to accompany you. A wretched smile adorned Xian Yuanling's face, as tears fell freely. Fang Hao dashed through the throng of beasts, the blade in his hand shimmering with lethal brilliance. Swish, swish, swish. Every spirit beast that brushed past him emitted a spray of crimson mist from their severed necks. Before him lay a centipede, its enormous form still writhing, its bones audibly creaking. Humph. Fang Hao snorted coldly, a glint of icy resolve igniting in his eyes. He leapt into the air, raising his blade above his head, aiming for the spot where the fiery lance had pierced. With all his might, he struck down fiercely. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated throughout the village. Clear and undeniable to all. Crack. A sharp shattering noise erupted. The moment that sound rang out, it triggered a chain reaction from the breach in the centipede's shell. A cacophony of creaks and groans ensued. Die! Fang Hao bellowed, raising his weapon once more for a decisive strike. Thud! In an instant, his blade shattered the centipede's outer shell, plunging deep into its massive body, cleaving the already injured heart in two. Boom! The colossal centipede collapsed, crushing at least 30 different types of spirit beasts beneath its weight. Observing the finely segmented, sharp legs of the centipede still twitching mindlessly, Fang Hao couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, the centipede was a creature that, even in death, would not easily succumb. This insect was truly terrifying. He leaped directly onto the centipede's back. At that moment, he caught sight of Xian Yuanling, whose life now hung by a thread. Without hesitation, he dashed forth. Xian Yuanling gazed at the encroaching horde of spirit beasts, her eyes filled with despair. All of this was the consequence of her own actions. She had harmed 9 sword servants, caused her brother suffering, and brought ruin upon herself. Had she erred? Had she truly made a mistake? She bit down hard on her lip, drawing blood without even realizing it. Roar! The spirit beasts, with their gaping maws, emitted ghastly sounds. Saliva uncontrollably dripping from their sharp fangs as they closed in on Xian Yuanling. It's over. Everything is over, she uttered with a grim smile, preparing to close her eyes and embrace death. Just then, a figure bathed in resplendent, multicolored light, wielding a long knife radiating a verdant glow, descended from the heavens. In that instant, Xian Yuanling was entranced. She stared at this divine apparition, who effortlessly vanquished all the spirit beasts around her. Fang Hao flicked the beast's blood from his blade, noticing Xian Yuanling in a daze, and furrowed his brow. Let us go. With a cold remark, he rushed eastward. Xian Yuanling was instantly jolted back to reality, her eyes illuminating with fervor as she picked up the sword from the ground and staggered after Fang Hao. To the east lay a small battlefield. Though it paled in comparison to the central area, dozens of spirit beasts were gathered there. At this moment, only 2 sword servants remained. But they appeared to be nearing their last breath. Death merely awaited its time. Anxiety etched on their faces. They gazed in the direction where Xian Yuanling had descended. Sorrow reflected in their eyes. With the 2 young masters dead, they had lost all will to survive. Kill! They cried out in unison, abandoning defense to charge into the throng of spirit beasts. If they could not protect their masters in life, they would pave the way in death. The Xian Yuan family bore no cowards. With a sickening thud, their swords struck the beasts, the dull blades producing a sound akin to cutting. Yet, their reckless combat style exacted a toll, injury for injury. One sword servant had his arm, along with the sword, devoured in one bite by a canine spirit beast. The other servant, witnessing this, swung his sword to fend off the attacking beasts and supported his comrade. The canine spirit beast that had swallowed a sword writhed in agony, rolling on the ground in distress. The 2 exchanged a glance, a rare smile flickering across their faces. 12 sword servants had lived, trained, and dined together in the Xian Yuan household. They were not brothers by blood, yet their bond transcended such ties. They shared a camaraderie that even Xian Yuan Che could not comprehend. Brother, journey well. Brother, you too. They shared another smile, bracing themselves to greet death. Suddenly, the sound of air being sliced through echoed sharply. In the eyes of the 2 sword servants, a figure descended from the heavens, effortlessly slaughtering the surrounding beasts with each motion. When they recognized the newcomer, joy illuminated their faces. Lord Fang. Lord Fang. The sword servants were about to speak when Fang Hao's cold voice interrupted them. Tell me, how did your duty as guards falter? Xian Yuan Che nearly perished. Do you comprehend? If I had arrived any later, he would have been torn apart by the beasts. Do you understand? His gaze glinted with a chilling intensity, fixated on the 2 sword servants. With wry smiles, the servants replied, Lord Fang, we were set up. I did not inquire about that. I demand to know why you did not protect Xian Yuan Che. Tell me, why? The 2 sword servants hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Xian Yuanling, sword in hand, staggered toward them. Out of the original 15 men, only 3 remained. Their survival largely attributed to the 2 sword servants who had drawn the spirit beast's attention. Otherwise, none would have lived. Upon seeing Fang Hao, the remaining 3 men's faces brightened, but as they noticed Fang Hao's complete disregard for their presence, focusing solely on the sword servants, a chilling dread gripped their hearts. As soon as they caught sight of the approaching Xian Yuanling, hope ignited once more upon their faces, and they hurriedly ran towards her. Officer Ling, please take us away quickly. I truly do not wish to die. Officer Linger, caught in a moment of inner turmoil as she gazed at Fong Hao's retreating figure, prepared to resolutely refuse. Yet, the expressions of pleading and fear etched upon the faces of the three men rendered her newfound determination utterly unspoken. However, with only herself and two sword servants, escape was certainly unattainable. Their only hope rested upon the enigmatic and formidable man before them. After biting her lip a few times, she summoned her courage, ready to speak with Fong Hao. At that moment, Fong Hao's chilling voice abruptly resonated. "I know what you wish to say." He cast a glance at the two sword servants, then turned to approach Xian Yuanlinger. He had already grasped the situation. The hesitance of the two sword servants was not due to negligence, but rather, someone was destined to perish. Seeing Fong Hao approach, the three men assumed he was there to rescue them, and their faces lit up with joy once more. However, the ensuing words rendered their elation a fleeting memory. "You are Xian Yuanche's sister, are you not?" Chapter 147. The foolishness of it all. Xian Yuanlinger gazed at Fong Hao's handsome and resolute visage, her heart racing uncontrollably. I am Xian Yuanlinger," she stammered, struggling to articulate her words. "Are you implying that I should save you?" Fong Hao's expression remained impassive as he surveyed the scene, speaking slowly. "Yes," Xian Yuanlinger nodded softly. "Given Xian Yuanche's reputation, I can save you. But what connection do they have to me?" Fong Hao inquired, casting a glance at the three men. Panic immediately overtook the three men, and they frantically pleaded with Xian Yuanlinger. "Officer Linger, you cannot abandon us. We truly do not wish to die. Please, do not leave us behind." Xian Yuanlinger clenched her teeth, steeling herself as she declared, "Take them with us. I, Xian Yuan's daughter, owe you a debt of gratitude." "Oh," Fong Hao suddenly chuckled, his laughter resonating through the air. The others exchanged anxious glances, perplexed by the meaning behind his mirth. Just then, Fong Hao's amusement vanished, and an aura of murderous intent emanated from him. The three men recoiled in terror, akin to frightened rabbits. "You expect me to save mere parasites who rely on others for their survival?" "Humph," Fong Hao scoffed, his form flickering, the light of his blade flashing. When he returned to his original position, the heads of the three men had already rolled to the ground, their expressions frozen in a moment of sheer terror. Xian Yuanlinger stared in disbelief at the scene before her, fury surging within her. She shouted at Fong Hao, "How could you do this? Why did you kill them? They were innocent. They have families. Do you understand? You have slain them. What will become of their families?" Slap. A resounding slap struck her face, instantly swelling half of her visage. She stood there, her cheeks ablaze, her eyes still burning with fury. "The so-called compassion you speak of was purchased with the lives of your sword slaves and your brother. Do you truly believe that being the eldest daughter of the Xianyuan family grants you any significance? A mindless creature with ample bosom. If it weren't for Xian Yuanche pleading with me to rescue you, you would never have had the opportunity to converse with me here." Fong Hao's emotionless voice pierced through Xian Yuanlinger's heart, sending chills down her spine. However, when she heard his final words, her face suddenly brightened with hope as she hurriedly grasped his arm, trembling as she implored, "Is my brother unharmed? He is truly safe, Isn't? Please tell me." "My brother is fine, Isn't?" Fong Hao coldly shrugged her off, and caught off guard, Xian Yuanlinger was thrown to the ground. This time, he did not restrain his strength. His principle regarding such a woman was singular: keep a wide berth. The two sword slaves witnessing this scene exchanged bittersweet smiles, and, dragging their weary bodies, hastened towards the fallen Xian Yuanlinger. As they approached Fong Hao, they nodded apologetically. "Here, take this." Fong Hao, with a flicker of thought, produced 2 spirit blood pills and directly handed them to the two. Although he harbored disdain for this woman, he held admiration for the sword slaves. Upon discovering the miraculous pills, their faces lit up with joy as they expressed their gratitude profusely. Then, 2 roars echoed. Fong Hao's gaze sharpened as he recognized one of the voices belonged to Zhang Zhongming. He immediately instructed the 2 sword slaves to bring her along. They nodded and rushed towards Xian Yuanlinger, only to find her already unconscious. They exchanged another round of wry smiles, realizing Fong Hao's current prowess was astonishingly formidable. They lifted Xian Yuanlinger, while Fong Hao led the way with his blade drawn. The quartet proceeded towards the epicenter of the spirit beasts. At that moment, Zhang Zhongming was locked in battle with a colossal lizard, one that Taiwa had previously encountered. Its massive form and fearsome jaws rendered it as perilous as a prehistoric crocodile. Most would lack the courage to even gaze upon it, let alone engage in combat. Yet, Zhang Zhongming was exchanging blows with this fierce spirit beast, battling fiercely. Xian Yuanche was evidently in no condition to remain there. Although his life energy had preserved him, he was unable to stand. Rather than assigning someone to tend to him, it would be more beneficial to transport him to the biological vehicle thereby freeing up another combatant. Zhang Bin made a swift decision, hoisting Xian Yuanche onto his back and sprinting towards the village entrance. Xian Yuanche lay on Zhang Bin's back, his eyes wide with astonishment. Encased in a black, armored layer, slaying spirit beasts felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables. And then there was that werewolf. He was all too familiar with it. The words, "If you die, my sister will be heartbroken," would forever linger in Xian Yuanche's mind. How could he possibly be with Feng Hao? In that moment, Xian Yuanche's heart was filled with shock and confusion. However, what truly astonished him was that Feng Hao's prowess had once again transcended his previous understanding. He had become even more formidable, as if there were no limits to his strength. The man accompanying him, who referred to himself as Zhang Bin, was equally remarkable. Although he had yet to witness any peculiarities in Zhang Bin, he could discern from the whispers in the air that this man was indeed quite formidable. "Brother, thank you for coming to my aid. What is your connection to Feng Hao? I noticed you all refer to him as boss. What is the story behind that?" Xian Yuanche inquired cautiously. Zhang Bin chuckled lightly, unfazed by Xian Yuanche's probing. He understood Feng Hao well. Anyone capable of rallying the entire team for rescue must surely be an ally. Of that he was certain. Thus, he spoke candidly. "Feng Hao is my buddy. Before the apocalypse, we were close friends. The others are all soldiers. By the way, have you heard of the Red Dragon? They're quite impressive. But now they are all on our side." Xian Yuanche was momentarily taken aback, a sudden image of Xiao Zhan flashing through his mind. He hastily asked, "Are they here on a mission, brother?" Zhang Bin furrowed his brow in confusion. "What do you mean, brother?" Realizing his tone was somewhat off, Xian Yuanche quickly explained, "When I arrived in Z City, I encountered Xiao Zhan, the captain of the Red Dragon, and along with Jin Nu. We rescued him and the Red Dragon members. However, I am unaware of their mission, so I speculated that they must have thought Xiao Zhan and the others had perished." Zhang Bin nodded thoughtfully. After a moment he replied, "This Red Dragon is indeed the Red Dragon, but now these few are Haozi's personal men, and Kyoto has approved this. Honestly, I'm not sure how to respond to that. Once the battle concludes, you can ask Haozi for his thoughts." Chapter 148. I am Feng Ruoshui before long, Zhang Bin, carrying Xian Yuanche, arrived at the biological vehicle. With a soft whir, the door of the vehicle slowly opened. Zhang Bin quickly hopped inside. The individuals inside regarded Xian Yuanche on his back with expressions of curiosity. "This is Haozi's friend. I leave him in your care. Brother Bin, I must attend to the spirit beasts," Zhang Bin declared as he tossed Xian Yuanche onto a chair and turned to exit. At that moment, Du Tianqing called out to him suddenly. "Wait, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Why the rush?" Zhang Bin paused, then chuckled, turning to Xian Yuanche with an apologetic smile. "Brother, what is your name?" The others were momentarily speechless. It seemed he claimed to be Feng Hao's friend, yet did not even know the name of the person he was addressing. Xian Yuanche smiled gently and replied, "I am Xian Yuanche. You may call me Ache." "All right then, Ache. I am Zhang Bin, the well-rounded one. You can rest here while I go help out in the village." After finishing his words, Zhang Bin waved to the group and turned to leave. Just as Zhang Bin stepped out of the vehicle, the door of the biological vehicle slammed shut with a decisive sound. Following the prior invasion by the Black Shadow, everyone inside was particularly cautious. Xian Yuanche gazed at the individuals within the vehicle, ultimately resting his attention upon Du Tianqing. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "May I ask for the esteemed surname of this young lady?" Du Tianqing responded with a gentle smile, softly stating, "My surname is Du Tianqing. These are Zhou Yong and Zhang Zihan. Oh, where is Heishui?" Just as her words left her lips, a cool voice echoed from behind. "What do you seek from me?" All turned to see Heishui emerging from the bedroom. The moment Xian Yuanche laid eyes on Heishui, his expression abruptly stiffened. The black-clothed five elements. Heishui approached the group, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Xian Yuanche, stating flatly, "The eldest son of the Xian Yuan family, Xian Yuanche. The water element of the black-clothed five elements, Heishui." Xian Yuanche's smile gradually faded, his demeanor shifting to one of solemn vigilance. The black-clothed five elements were the secret weapon of the Tong family, each member capable of overpowering him. Moreover, given the long-standing animosity between the two families, and his current compromised state, he was utterly defenseless should a confrontation arise. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew palpably tense. Noticing the shift, Du Tianqing hurriedly positioned herself before Xian Yuanche, addressing Heishui with resolve. "Heishui, he is a friend of Feng Hao. I will not allow you to act recklessly." Heishui diverted his gaze, casting a scornful look at Du Tianqing, dismissively retorting, "A half-crippled individual, you are overestimating your position." With that, he slowly turned and walked back toward the bedroom. Upon reaching the doorway, he casually remarked, "Remember, I am no longer a member of the Tong family. I belong to Fang Hao. Henceforth, I shall bear no name but Fang Ruoshui. With a resounding slam, he shut the door. The group exchanged glances, and Du Tianqing, upon regaining her composure, clenched her teeth in frustration. How dare he play such a game? Claiming dominion, is it? Not a chance. Fang Hao is mine. Zhou Yong and Zhang Zihan exchanged knowing looks, both harboring smiles that remained a mystery to the others. After a moment, Du Tianqing took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and once more donned a smile. I apologize for the disturbance, Xian Yuanche. That woman has quite the peculiar temperament. Do not take her to heart. Xian Yuanche shook his head with a chuckle, replying, of course not. We are already acquainted. She is of the Tong family, a renowned member of the black-clothed Five Elements. Few in the capital are unaware of her. Du Tianqing felt a wave of relief, with Fang Hao absent. She had genuinely feared a clash between Heishui and Xian Yuanche, as either misstep could lead to insurmountable consequences with Fang Hao. Miss Du, when did you begin accompanying Fang Hao? Xian Yuanche inquired, his gaze fixed on Du Tianqing. Upon hearing this, Du Tianqing's face brightened with excitement as she recounted. At that time, Fang Hao led Chu Changtian and his 6 companions to rescue me, and from that moment on, I have been with Fang Hao. 6 companions? Are you referring to those of the Red Dragon? Xian Yuanche's eyes sparkled with interest, prompting him to ask eagerly. How do you know they are from the Red Dragon? Du Tianqing questioned, her expression one of curiosity as she looked at Xian Yuanche. Xian Yuanche smiled gently and explained, when I arrived in Z City, I encountered Captain Xiao, who was besieged by a horde of rats. I effortlessly rescued them. And after entering Z City, we parted ways. Upon hearing this, Du Tianqing's face lit up with surprise as she hastily inquired, so, does that mean Xiao Zhan and the others are still alive? Xian Yuanche offered a warm smile and nodded. That is wonderful news. When Chu Changtian and the others find out, they will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Du Tianqing exclaimed, enthusiastically shaking her small fist. The memory of Xiao Zhan and his comrades sacrificing themselves to rescue her had always weighed heavily on her heart. Now, learning from Xian Yuanche that they had survived was nothing short of a miraculous blessing. Could you share how you met Fang Hao? Du Tianqing asked, gazing at Xian Yuanche with a smile. Xian Yuanche nodded and began his tale. Fang Hao, accompanied by 2 sword servants and Xian Yuanlinger, fought valiantly, ultimately breaking through the beast horde to reunite with the others. As they beheld Xian Yuanlinger, who was resting on the shoulder of a sword servant, they were momentarily astonished. How did he return with a girl? Has the boss finally come to his senses? What are you all staring at? What kind of looks are those? She's Xian Yuanche's sister. Quickly, someone escort them away. Fang Hao remarked impatiently, raising an eyebrow. He truly wished to see no more of Xian Yuanlinger. From the 2 sword servants, he learned that 7 brothers had perished during this mission. Of the 12 sword servants he remembered, 3 had already fallen at the fire station, 2 of whom had been taken down by Zhang Zhongming. However, even if Fang Hao were to discover this now, he would not blame Zhang Zhongming. After all, one could scarcely hold him accountable for actions beyond his control. Boss, perhaps I should go, Dan suggested, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached. Fang Hao nodded, gesturing for them to leave promptly. The battle was currently in a stalemate, and Dan's strength was evidently waning. Departing was indeed his wisest choice. Among the team, the weakest were Dan and Tong Qian. Just as they departed, Zhang Bin rushed in like a gust of wind. Bah! Fang Hao spat, delivering a kick to Zhang Bin, who had just regained his footing. Hey, are you eyeing my backside or something? Damn! Zhang Bin exclaimed, falling to the ground and clutching his rear, his mouth running incessantly, like a winged cockroach. Every time I see you, I'll kick you. Fang Hao shot him a sidelong glance, his figure darting forward as he shouted, kill. In chapter 149, I Devour, Fang Hao moved with swift precision, each strike resulting in the separation of a spirit beast's corpse. His actions were clean and efficient, bloody yet devoid of brutality, instead possessing a certain elegance. He wielded each blade with perfect timing, neither exaggerated nor ineffective. If Fang Hao's method of slaying spirit beasts was an art form, then Zhang Zhongming's approach was sheer violence and bloodshed. Each punch echoed throughout the urban village, resonating with a deep thud. This massive lizard, akin to Zhang Zhongming, was also of the 5th tier and possessed enhanced regenerative capabilities. Thus, these 2 inhuman entities fought to the bitter end. In any case, recovery is instantaneous. As long as the vital essence remains unharmed, one should proceed without hesitation. While both skills pertain to regeneration, the initial regeneration given to Zhang Bin merely constituted an alternative form of recovery. Thus, there exists a discernible disparity between different forms of regeneration. Fang Hao glanced over at Zhang Zhongming not far away and shouted, Zhongming, go slay the other spirit beasts. We are pressed for time. Zhang Zhongming, with a fierce glint in his wolf-like eyes, swiftly retreated amidst the fray. The enormous lizard, unwilling to relent, bellowed and pursued him relentlessly. Humph. Observing this, Fang Hao let out a cold snort. He leaped into the air, preparing to coalesce his fiery spear, when suddenly a thought struck him. Why not employ a puppet factor to control such a high-level spirit beast? With this in mind, he summoned a puppet factor into his hand, a manifestation of his spirit, which required 20 spirit points to utilize. Originally, given his mental limits, he could not control many. But let us not forget that he possessed the complete skill set of the man-eating willow. When Fang Hao heard the spirit beasts roar, he had come to the village not only out of concern for the cobras, but also to experiment with the skills of the man-eating willow. Fang Hao descended rapidly, and just before touching the ground, he landed on the back of a spirit beast, launching himself once more toward the colossal lizard. Zhang Zhongming dodged a paw aimed at him by the lizard, and, upon seeing Fang Hao approach, swiftly withdrew to pounce on a nearby spirit beast. The enormous lizard continued its pursuit. Humph. Fang Hao let out a cold snort. He sped toward it. Bang. His foot struck the lizard's head. The lizard stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Sensing something atop its head, it began to roar and thrash its body violently. Heh. A cold smile crept across Fang Hao's lips as he tossed the puppet factor, which instantly embedded itself into the lizard's forehead. Roar. The moment the puppet factor penetrated, the lizard erupted into agitated howls. Fang Hao's feet felt as if they had taken root, firmly planted atop the lizard's head, unyielding. He then began to concentrate, directing the puppet factor to seek out the spiritual crystal nestled within the lizard's brow. The spiritual crystal is the essence of the spirit beast. It is not only the source of its evolution, but also the dwelling place of its thoughts and intelligence. Found it. Fang Hao's spirit suddenly registered a wave of energy, imbued with a comforting warmth. Indeed, it was spiritual power. Charge. You are now mine. The puppet factor swiftly surged into the spiritual crystal, embedding itself like neurons in the brain, gradually eroding the intelligence and thoughts contained within. Roar. The lizard began to wail in agony, experiencing a pain from the depths of its soul that it had never known since gaining sentience. Roar. After a brief period of howling, the lizard's cries abruptly ceased. Its two vertical eyes, previously shut, snapped open, glowing with a haunting green hue. Control achieved. Lizard puppet. At the moment of successfully taking control, Fang Hao's head suddenly throbbed. He had already managed to summon 4 creatures, and with this one, it made 5. This meant that of the 180 points of mental energy, he had already expended 100. No wonder he felt dizzy. With a flicker of thought, 10 mental enhancement pills materialized in his hand, which he promptly consumed. The increase of 100 points to his mental capacity alleviated the dizzy sensation gradually. Regaining his composure, a smile crept onto Fang Hao's lips. Now, it was time to test his ability to devour mental energy. He commanded the great lizard to seize one of the canine spirit beasts and brought it close to his neck. Placing one hand on the creature's head, he activated the skill, Mental Devour. Unlike other skills that displayed vibrant waves of energy, Mental Devour was eerily silent, as if nothing had transpired at all. Yet, the anguished cries of the canine spirit beast revealed that it was enduring immense suffering. As seconds rushed by, Fang Hao stood up, a sigh of disappointment escaping his lips. The canine spirit beast had a mental attribute of 84 points, but after completely devouring it, he had acquired a mere 8 points. This conversion ratio left him utterly speechless. If such a transformation ratio applied to other creatures devoured by the carnivorous willow, it would indeed be terrifying. An astonishing 101 ratio. With a chuckle, he waved his hand dramatically, declaring, "Today, I shall feast until I am full." With his mind directly commanding the great lizard, he swiftly dispatched the canine spirit beast and moved on to the next. I shall consume. I shall devour, devour, devour. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Fang Hao, who had become the center of attention. The ground around him was already littered with the corpses of fallen spirit beasts. Seizing the moment, Zhang Bin rushed over to inquire, "Haozi, what on earth are you doing? What kind of madness is this?" "He guess." Fang Hao replied with a mysterious grin. "Guess what? Are you going to save these for the new year?" Zhang Bin retorted with annoyance, casually extracting the heart from another spirit beast that had lunged at him. "Ugh, this smell is absolutely foul." He spat and tossed the still beating heart aside, staring intently at Fang Hao. "Wanna know? All right, watch closely." Fang Hao laughed heartily, controlling the great lizard to seize an insect spirit beast, ripping off its legs before commencing the consumption of its mental energy. Zhang Bin, watching in bewilderment, exclaimed, "Haozi, you can control that thing?" Having completed the devouring, Fang Hao stood up with a cheerful demeanor, replying, "What do you think?" "What? You're like a cow crashing into a tree. Absolutely incredible. Come on, let me have a turn." "Hurry," Zhang Bin exclaimed, excitement flooding his face as he eagerly approached. With a leap, he grabbed hold of the lizard's back and effortlessly mounted it. Giddy up, giddy up. Wow. Zhang Bin was now exhilarated. As if he had discovered a new toy, his joy evident in his expression. However, in Fang Hao's eyes, this fellow truly resembles a jester more and more. Chapter 150. Hey, grandson, do you dare to respond if I call your name? On the rooftop of a towering building, Heisey observed the slaughter of spirit beasts by Fang Hao and his companions, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as his sharp canine teeth glimmered ominously. His entire body tensed involuntarily, as if he might leap down at any moment. Yet, when he glanced at Fang Hao, the wariness in his gaze became increasingly pronounced. This was his lair, his domain. Those spirit beasts were his subjects, his subordinates. Yet now, they were being mercilessly slain by Fang Hao and his group. He was furious. So enraged that the fur on his body seemed ready to bristle. But he dared not act. Among his two formidable generals, one had perished at Fang Hao's hands, while the other exhibited an eerie green glow in his eyes. What he truly feared was this strange green light, for this green light had nearly cost him his life. He had witnessed firsthand how his subordinates, who had entered that village with him, were rendered as mere shells of themselves by this green light. At that time, had it not been for his terrifying speed, he would likely not have escaped. Thus, to Heisey, that village within the city was a forbidden zone, and these green lights were akin to nightmarish entities. He clawed at the rooftop, leaving deep gashes in his wake, yet felt utterly helpless. He yearned for freedom and did not wish to become such a monster. Just then, Heisey suddenly felt a jolt of fear, his fur bristling as he vanished from the rooftop in the blink of an eye. On the highest building to the east, Taiwa spoke gravely to Pao Zi. "We must go. That black cat is back." Pao Zi's face mirrored his seriousness as he nodded, and the two hastily made their way downstairs. The battle on the battlefield was nearing its conclusion. As he surveyed the scene, fewer than 100 spirit beasts remained. Fang Hao estimated that the spirit beast population in this village was around 1,000. What does that imply? 1,000 spirit beasts are not to be compared to a mere 1,000 rats, nor can they be likened to 6,000 insect spirit beasts. The difference lies in their quality. Even among spirit beasts of the same level, 2 rats could never defeat a canine spirit beast. As for insects, the disparity is even more pronounced. This is the natural balancing capability of species, unless one were at level 5 to break such a balance. For instance, a golden spirit blade mantis versus a canine spirit beast, the outcome is self-evident. One could assert that this time, both in quantity and quality, the harvest was undeniably immense. More importantly, the spirit crystals for upgrading the marks were sufficient. Fang Hao shouted, "Everyone accelerate. We have other matters to attend to." Among the crowd, Zhang Zhongming was the most exhilarated, for Fang Hao had informed him that he would soon be able to conduct his experiment. With Fang Hao's commanding shout, everyone hastened their movements. Observing the rapidly diminishing spirit beasts on the battlefield, Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction, yet he could not help but let out a sigh. Although there are many spiritual beasts, he finds himself unable to absorb any more, as his mental capacity has reached its limit. To consume further, an upgrade is essential. However, with uncertainty surrounding the remaining spiritual crystals post-upgrade, he refrains from hastily advancing. Reflecting on the reckless consumption of spiritual blood pills in pursuit of upgrades fills him with trepidation. Fortunately, he managed to avoid entangling himself with Du Tianqing, where he would have found himself in an inextricable situation. Not only must he upgrade, but he also needs to ensure sufficient spiritual energy reserves for his skills, which is a source of concern for Fang Hao. Currently, the spirit-devouring grass has yet to mature, and the swallow has only just begun to take root. It has absorbed less than 500 points of spiritual energy from the gourd it autonomously stores, which he had already depleted. After the previous consumption, he still has 1,300 points of spiritual energy left, which is a modestly positive development. Fang Hao estimates that within 2 days, he shall be able to upgrade once more. Additionally, he has plans for Xiaohua. The usage limit of the human pill for Xiaohua has been reached. It can be said that each upgrade for Xiaohua now requires breaking through limits and shackles, or evolution will remain unattainable. Initially, he believed that level 5 was merely a hurdle for Xiaohua, yet upon reaching that level, upgrades have proven increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, he has long since established Xiaohua's upgrade objectives, awaiting the conclusion of matters at the water plant to commence the endeavor. Before long, even without Fang Hao's direct intervention, the battle led primarily by Zhang Bin and Zhang Zhongming concluded swiftly. The instant the fight ended, all participants collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, This encounter was far from the ease of battling the insect swarm, nor did they have the artillery's support. The combat prowess of the spiritual beasts surpassed that of the insects. Thus, the fact that no one was injured was already commendable. With a flicker of thought, Feng Hao summoned the devouring gourd once more, commanding the large lizard to gradually collect the carcasses of the spiritual beasts. Soon, as a layer of concrete was scraped away, all the spiritual beasts were eliminated, leaving only traces of blood on the walls. The street was left impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. Such is the power of the devouring gourd. Zhang Bin, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the gourd in Feng Hao's hand. Once he regained his senses, he exclaimed, "What the heck? A gourd child? Get lost." Feng Hao retorted with irritation as he prepared to stow the devouring gourd away, prompting Zhang Bin to approach with a sheepish grin. "Hey, Haozi, look at this," he said, his eyes fixated on the gourd, hands rubbing together in excitement. Feng Hao, feeling exasperated, reluctantly tossed the gourd to him. "You can't use it. I'll inscribe my mark on it." Zhang Bin chuckled, "That's fine. We can use it to show off." "Hey, you brat. I call out to you. Do you dare to respond?" Zhang Bin, adopting a comical tone, aimed the gourd at Feng Hao. However, upon seeing the crackling knuckles of Feng Hao, he sheepishly redirected his aim. After shifting the gourd's orientation, Zhang Bin's expression suddenly stiffened as he realized that everyone was casting him malevolent glances, particularly Zhang Zhongming, whose bulbous eyes seemed to bore into him, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, Zhang Bin's eyes brightened. He solemnly directed the gourd towards the great lizard, intoning with gravity, "Hey, you there. If I call you, do you dare to respond?" Just then, the great lizard's belly swelled, and it let out a long, resounding fart. The surrounding individuals erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Zhang Bin, in a state of indignation, turned to Feng Hao and exclaimed, "Haozi, you're messing with me. Ugh, I assure you. My orientation is perfectly normal. Ugh, ugh, yes, it is my puppet, but, haha, do not forget, it is alive." Chapter 151, An Unexpected Embarrassment After Clearing the Battlefield. Feng Hao and his companions had gathered a total of 1,001 various spirit beasts. The extra one, of course, was the lizard puppet beneath Feng Hao's feet. The reason for sparing this creature was that its existence held greater value alive than deceased. While the skill of spiritual devouring was advantageous, it came with numerous limitations. Following the recent round of devouring, his spiritual capacity had reached saturation, peaking at 380 points. To further enhance this limit of 100 points, leveling up was the only solution. After instructing everyone to swiftly collect supplies, Feng Hao leisurely mounted the great lizard and strolled towards the street corner. Xian Yuanche and Du Tianqing were engrossed in conversation about Feng Hao when suddenly, Dan and two sword servants arrived, carrying the unconscious Xian Yuanlinger and knocking on the car door. Du Tianqing leaned over to peek through the window and hurriedly opened the door. Dan, where's Feng Hao?" she inquired urgently before the four had even settled into the vehicle. Dan chuckled and replied, "Boss is wrapping things up in the village. He should be back soon." Once inside the car, Xian Yuanche, upon seeing that the sword servants and Xian Yuanlinger were alive, felt a surge of excitement and attempted to rise, but after a few futile struggles, he slumped back into his seat, as his body had yet to fully recover. "Young master, we're here," he heard the sword servants say, showing no surprise, as Feng Hao had mentioned their survival when he rescued them. However, the thought of their fallen comrades brought a slight redness to their eyes. Though the sword servants were not adept at expressing emotions, it did not imply a lack of feeling. They were closer to normal humans than the black-clad guards of the Tong family. After his initial excitement, Xian Yuanche's gaze darkened upon noticing that one of the sword servants was missing an arm. He sighed deeply, at a loss for words. It was a common occurrence for sword servants to sacrifice themselves in service of their master within the Xian Yuan family, as this was their ultimate mission. Yet, the loss of these 7 sword servants felt particularly unjust. A sense of unresolved frustration lingered in Xian Yuanche's heart. Du Tianqing and Zhang Zihan quickly approached to assist, helping to carry the unconscious Xian Yuanlinger. However, when the two individuals beheld the unmistakable handprint on Xian Yuanlinger's fair cheek, their expressions froze in astonishment. At that moment, Xian Yuanche also noticed the mark on Linger's face, and a wave of murderous intent surged through him, his eyes flashing with cold light. Who did this? What happened to Linger? The two sword servants exchanged glances, revealing bitter smiles. It was, speak. The murderous aura emanating from Xian Yuanche seemed to solidify, sending shivers through everyone in the carriage. Lord Feng Hao. The sword servants nodded, their expressions heavy with resignation. Xian Yuanche's murderous intent dissipated abruptly. replaced by a wry smile. If it was Fang Hao who had struck her, he was not the least bit surprised. He even believed that had it not been for his sake, Fang Hao would have hardly glanced at Linger, let alone come to her rescue. With a weary gesture, Xianyuan Che motioned for the two sword servants to sit and rest. Du Tianqing and Zhang Zihan were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend why Fang Hao would lay hands on such a beautiful girl, especially one who was Xianyuan Che's sister. Just then, a series of loud thuds echoed from outside the carriage. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone rushed to the windows, peering in the direction of the sound. To their astonishment, their mouths fell agape. They beheld a colossal lizard, its body adorned with dark green scales, flicking its tongue as it approached slowly. Atop this gigantic creature stood a mesmerizing man, with his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes gleaming with disdain. He exuded an aura as if he were trampling the very world beneath his feet. If Zhang Bin were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Howzy! This display is absolutely masterful." One word, impressed. As the lizard drew nearer, especially for Du Tianqing and Zhang Zihan, upon recognizing the figure atop the great lizard as Fang Hao, their gazes transformed. An indescribable sense of admiration and infatuation flooded their hearts. This was not to say that Fang Hao had been any less formidable before. Rather, he now appeared even more astonishing. The visual impact was simply overwhelming. Of course, the shock was not limited to the two women. Everyone else was equally astounded, as this was their first encounter with such an entrance. Zhou Yong, Dan, and the two sword servants displayed expressions of amazement that rivaled those of Du Tianqing and Zhang Zihan, though they appeared somewhat more composed in comparison. The great lizard came to a halt before the biological carriage, and Fang Hao leaped down gracefully. With a hum, the carriage door swung open, and everyone eagerly converged toward Fang Hao. "Boss, is this the great lizard? Have you tamed it?" Dan exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he circled the lizard. Inspecting it closely, Fang Hao chuckled. "I suppose you could say that." Just then, Xiao Hua let out a shrill cry and leaped into his embrace. "Master, this creature is so ugly. I absolutely detest it." Her words were laced with unmistakable disdain. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. After all, regardless of its appearance, it was indeed a genuine fifth-tier spirit beast. He quickly reassured himself in his mind. How could it possibly compare to my dear Xiao Hua? Our Xiao Hua is simply exquisite. Rest assured, I shall bring it back merely to serve as a laborer. Meow, the master loves Xiao Hua. And Xiao Hua loves the master too. Suddenly, Xiao Hua emitted a wave of joy, leaping gracefully onto Fang Hao's shoulder and playfully licking his cheek with its delicate pink tongue. In that moment, Fang Hao felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over him. A surge of heat coursing through his body, leaving him in an awkward position, unsure whether to stand or crouch, feeling utterly uncomfortable. The most pressing concern was that there were numerous onlookers around. How would he maintain his dignity after this? "Xiao Hua, stop. Obey me," Fang Hao urged, desperate for Xiao Hua to cease its affectionate actions. However, Xiao Hua persisted. "Meow, Xiao Hua loves the master. Xiao Hua wants to lick." Fang Hao felt as if he might lose his mind. What should he do? Who could tell him how to handle such a situation? At that moment, the crowd began to notice Fang Hao's peculiar stance, concern etched on their faces. They assumed he must have been injured and were eager to inquire about his well-being. Yet, Zhang Zihan and Du Tianqing were quicker to act, steadying Fang Hao's arm with worried expressions, asking, "Fang Hao, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Let me help you." "Yes. Brother Fang, are you injured? Where does it hurt?" Fang Hao glanced at the two women beside him, steeling his resolve. He gritted his teeth and replied, "I might have strained my energy, but it's nothing serious. Just help me a bit." With that, he cautiously shifted his weight, leaning against the two women as they provided cover, slowly making his way towards the biological vehicle. However, with each step, he could no longer conceal the truth. Du Tianqing was the first to notice, feeling something large swaying against her leg. Looking down, her face instantly flushed crimson. Not only her, but even Zhang Zihan sensed the same movement, and, upon glancing down, curiously asked, "Brother Fang, why haven't you sheathed your weapon? It's quite dangerous to leave it out here." Fang Hao felt an even deeper sense of embarrassment. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, "Hurry. I need to get into the room to rest." He thought to himself, "Zhongming, I'm truly sorry for this." Upon hearing Zhang Zihan's remark, Du Tianqing's cheeks reddened even further. Without delay after Fang Hao spoke, she boarded the biological vehicle, heading straight for Fang Hao's bedroom. Xianyuan Che, witnessing this, was about to inquire about the situation, but Fang Hao simply gestured for him to wait. Chapter 152. I just strained my energy as soon as the door opened. Fang Hao placed Xiao Hua into Du Tianqing's arms and swiftly slipped into the room. Bang! With the sound of the door slamming shut, Fang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was truly torturous. If this continued, something would inevitably go awry. Outside, Zhang Zihan stood dazed, staring blankly at the closed door, feeling utterly at a loss. Du Tianqing gently bit her lip, a rosy hue spreading across her cheeks. She glanced at Zhang Zihan beside her, and, feeling a sudden impulse, softly suggested, "Zihan, why don't you take a rest for a while? I shall go inside and check on Fang Dage." The innocent Zhang Zihan, devoid of any ulterior thoughts, wore a face that reflected only concern. After pondering for a moment, she nodded her delicate head and replied, "All right, Sister Tianqing, you go see Fang Dage. Call me if anything arises." With that, she turned and walked outside. Du Tianqing watched Zhang Zihan depart, took a deep breath, and knocked on Fang Hao's door. Just as Fang Hao had exhaled a sigh of relief, the sound of knocking reached him. He opened the door just a crack, peering out to see Du Tianqing, and immediately forced a smile, saying, "What brings you here?" With her face nearly crimson, Du Tianqing's voice was barely audible. However, Fang Hao's enhanced hearing caught every word distinctly, intensifying the bitter smile on his face. He promptly responded, "I've told you, it's merely a training strain. I'm fine, no need for concern, a little rest will suffice." He then sent a mental signal to Xiaohua. "Listen well, Xiaohua, your master is not well and needs to recuperate, understand?" "Understood, master," Xiaohua replied. Just then, a crisp sound of a door closing echoed through the corridor. Both turned to see He Shui approaching with graceful strides. Fang Hao immediately sensed trouble. "You should step outside for a bit. I'll rest for a while," he said, attempting to close the door. At that moment, He Shui's voice rang out. "Fang Hao?" With a resigned look, Fang Hao reluctantly peeked out again. He Shui approached, taking in the peculiar scene before her, and glanced at Du Tianqing, puzzled. She then asked, "What is wrong with you?" Coughing lightly, Fang Hao explained, "I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to rest. You all should step outside." "Unwell? Injured? Let me see." He Shui's expression shifted to one of concern as she approached the door to push it open. Fang Hao, sensing the urgency, quickly interjected, "It's nothing. I just need to rest. Really, no need to check." He Shui cast a doubtful glance at Fang Hao, then shifted her gaze to Du Tianqing's flushed face, raising an eyebrow and coolly inquiring, "What have you done to Fang Hao?" Du Tianqing huffed dismissively, shooting He Shui a contemptuous glare. "What business is it of yours?" With a cold chuckle, He Shui's eyes glinted dangerously as she seized Du Tianqing by the neck, pressing her against the wall. "Meow!" Xiaohua leapt from Du Tianqing's arms, hissing fiercely, signaling He Shui to release her. Choking, Du Tianqing struggled for breath, her face growing even redder as she began to cough violently, her hands frantically beating against He Shui's arm. Fang Hao, witnessing this, was alarmed. He flung the door open and rushed out, forcefully pulling He Shui away. "He Shui, don't act recklessly. I've warned you before. Do you take my words lightly?" Fang Hao admonished sternly. "I now go by Fang Ruoshui." The sound of the once lively black water faded to a whisper, and in an instant, a deep blush crept across her face. "Fang Ruoshui." Fang Hao was taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Lost in his thoughts, he remained oblivious to the tension that had enveloped him. Both he and Blackwater stood motionless in the corridor, locked in an indescribable embrace. Du Tianqing, breathing steadily, inhaled deeply, her expression shifting to one of indignation as she prepared to confront Blackwater. However, upon noticing Fang Hao's hold on Blackwater, her fury ignited. "You shameless woman! Release Fang Hao at once!" she exclaimed, rushing towards them to forcibly separate the two before pulling Fang Hao towards the bedroom. Seeing this, Fang Ruoshui quickly followed. Bang! The door slammed shut once more. "Meow?" Little Hua tilted her head in confusion, her feline eyes filled with questions. Inside the room, Du Tianqing and Fang Ruoshui each grasped one of Fang Hao's arms, both displaying an unwillingness to yield. Finally, Fang Hao processed the situation and let out a wry smile. "What are you two doing? Blackwater, are you being disobedient? And you, Tianqing, are you trying to make things difficult for me? I am Fang Ruoshui now. Blackwater is no more. Since that day, I belong to you. If you need anything, I want to make things hard for you, Fang Hao, but you seem troubled," she replied earnestly. Fang Hao was left speechless, chuckling bitterly. "Well, this is all you're doing. Let us see how this unfolds." Observing the two women, who appeared both bashful and timid, his heart raced, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. With a sigh, he addressed them gently. "Tianqing, do you remember what I said earlier?" Du Tianqing nodded shyly. "Since you desire a fresh start, I shall call you Ruoshui from now on. Do you recall what I mentioned in the arm department?" Fang Ruoshui nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that neither had lost their composure, Fang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Be obedient. Both of you, please step outside." He then withdrew his arm to open the door, gazing at the two. Fang Ruoshui and Du Tianqing lifted their heads, their eyes shimmering with warmth, complemented by their exquisite features and blushing complexions, creating an enchanting sight. If it were anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to their impulses. Fang Hao's heart raced in response to their beauty, and he quickly inhaled deeply, saying, "Please, go outside. I just need a moment to rest." Du Tianqing bit her lip, approached the door, took a deep breath, and impulsively pecked Fang Hao on the cheek before fleeing, her face concealed by her hands. Fang Hao touched his damp cheek, unable to suppress a wry smile. At that moment, Fang Ruoshui approached him. He blinked in surprise, then chuckled again, thinking, "What now? Just go for it." He obediently turned his face, and with a soft kiss, she too dashed away, leaving Fang Hao alone once more. Chapter 153, The Tyrant Mother Versus. You with one hand as Fang Ruoshui stepped out. A system prompt resonated in the air. Ding. Biological loyalty has reached the required standard. Please check. Although he could only manage a wry smile, the sound was still melodious in Fang Hao's ears. At last, the unstable factor that was Fang Ruoshui had been thoroughly resolved. Fang Hao genuinely felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. As time passed, dusk gradually enveloped the sky, and Zhang Bin along with the others who had gone to gather supplies returned to the biological vehicle one after another. The 12 spatial rings were filled to the brim, their haul remarkably bountiful. The supplies collected in just one outing were sufficient to sustain them for 2 months. As the group enthusiastically began sorting the materials, Xianyuan Linger murmured faintly and slowly opened her eyes. In that instant, she looked around in confusion at the ceiling, and then suddenly froze. With a quick motion, she sprang from her seat, her face ablaze with fury, and exclaimed through gritted teeth, "You bastards! They all have families. Why do you slaughter the innocent?" The surrounding individuals were taken aback, abruptly halting their actions, and turned to gaze at Xianyuan Linger in bewilderment. Only the 2 sword slaves and Xianyuan Che, aware of the circumstances, wore pained smiles. Xianyuan Che sighed and called out, "Linger." Startled, Xianyuan Linger's face lit up with joy. In a swift motion, she leaped into Xianyuan Che's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother, Linger truly thought you were dead and that she would never see you again." In that moment, Xianyuan Linger cried like a child, while those around her silently watched, not uttering a single word. Xianyuan Che gently patted her back, softly reassuring her, "Brother, see? Everything is fine now, no need to cry. There are so many people watching, and if you keep crying, they might mock you." "I know, brother. I was just so happy." Xianyuan Linger regained her composure, wiped her tears, and smiled through her sobs. At that moment, Fang Hao emerged from the room, and upon seeing Xianyuan Linger, he coldly scoffed and remarked, "You ought to apologize to these two. Because of your foolishness, 7 of them perished." Upon realizing it was Fang Hao, Xianyuan Linger's face flushed with anger, and she retorted loudly, "You are a murderer. Why should I heed your words? Who do you think you are?" Yet, before she could complete her sentence, a hand clasped around her neck, lifting her into the air. "Your tongue is quite filthy. If your brother won't discipline you, then I shall take it upon myself." Fang Hao said expressionlessly, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to the other side of her face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed within the vehicle, leaving everyone wide-eyed and astonished, unsure of what had just transpired. Xianyuan Che remained seated, unperturbed, even as Xianyuan Linger received another slap without him casting a glance. His face bore only resignation and a bitter smile. How could his sister fail to see the gravity of the situation? Fang Hao, having saved him, also saved you. Yet you still insult him. Sigh, Linger truly needs to be admonished. After delivering a harsh slap, Fang Hao's hand suddenly relaxed, and with a thud, Xianyuan Linger fell to the ground. Tears welled in her eyes, her face etched with hatred, gritting her silver teeth, her entire being exuding one word, stubbornness. Fang Hao looked down at her and calmly stated, unconvinced? "Very well, I shall use only one hand. You may attack freely. If you manage to touch me, I will concede defeat. You may even summon your brother. The 2 of you may come at me together. Come forth." Xianyuan Che was left speechless. Was it a jest to battle a non-human with a half-destroyed body? Xianyuan Linger disregarded Fang Hao's words, rising from the ground with resentment, simply gazing at him. "Or, if you are unconvinced, you may leave at any time." As Xianyuan Linger prepared to summon her sword servant, intending to leave with Xianyuan Che, Fang Hao's voice echoed once more. "If you wish for your brother to be crippled for life, then take him with you." Linger clenched her teeth, humiliation filling her eyes as tears streamed down. "What do you truly desire?" Fang Hao paid no heed to the tears of this foolish woman. In his eyes, Xianyuan Linger was even inferior to the initial Du Tianqing. Were it not for Xianyuan Che's life-saving grace, He would have relished the thought of slapping this foolish woman to death, let alone rescuing her. Apologize to them. Apologize for your foolish, saintly heart that led to the demise of those sword servants. Fang Hao gestured towards the two sword servants, speaking in a calm tone. The two servants quickly replied, Lord Fang, it is our duty to protect the young master and young lady. Your words are too harsh. Their eyes radiated gratitude towards Fang Hao. It was the first time they had felt respected, regarded as human beings. Although they were not the killing machines like the black-clothed five elements within the Xian Yuan household, they remained servants nonetheless. Fang Hao remained silent, watching Xian Yuan linger intently. Linger, gritting her silver teeth, wept with humiliation and resentment. In her perception, the sword servants were mere subordinates of her family. To apologize to them was a profound insult. Humanity is peculiar. A title can evoke her overflowing compassion for all. Yet a mere change in status renders an apology so arduous. Truly, it is base to the core. Torn between her pride and her brother's injury, Linger's face was now a canvas of hatred and fury. To her, Fang Hao was not only a ruthless murderer, but also a despicable villain. This matter required no contemplation. Linger knew how to choose. Gritting her silver teeth, she forcefully addressed the two sword servants. I am sorry. And to the 7 sword servants who perished, I apologize. Turning to Fang Hao, she attempted to express her contrition. No, your tone is stiff and lacks sincerity. Fang Hao replied without even glancing at her. The faces of the two sword servants and Xian Yuan Che displayed wry smiles. At last, Linger had encountered someone formidable. Unable to defeat him, and with her vulnerability firmly grasped, the most critical aspect was that he found her utterly displeasing. In a moment of distress, Xian Yuan Linger clenched her teeth, inhaled deeply, and turned to the two sword servants, uttering with a tone of resignation, I apologize to the 7 sword servants who have perished. I, Xian Yuan Linger, am truly sorry. Before she could pivot fully, Fang Hao's voice echoed once more. No, lacking emotion, devoid of sincerity. I apologize to the 7 sword servants who have perished. I, Xian Yuan Linger, am truly sorry. No, start over. I apologize to the 7 sword servants who have perished. I, Xian Yuan Ling, am truly sorry. What more do you desire from me? I am already in this state. What further do you wish? Xian Yuan Linger burst into tears, overwhelmed by frustration. Fang Hao shot her a cold glance before striding towards the control room. Set off to the water plant. Chapter 154. A single misstep leads to total ruin. As night fell, the earth echoed with the roars of beasts, the dark hours belonging to the spirit creatures. For the survivors, such nights posed a relentless challenge. The fortunate might escape to see another dawn, while the unfortunate could already be destined to become prey for the spirit beasts. At the water plant on the outskirts of the eastern suburbs, darkness enveloped the area in eerie silence. In the same office, the 3 heads of the water plant convened once more, bathed in the pale moonlight streaming through the window. Their expressions were grim, as if they had tasted something foul. The night held a clear meaning for humanity, one understood by all survivors. Even a 3-year-old child would grasp it. With night fully descended, Xian Yuan Linger had yet to return, and the outcome was all too evident. What shall we do now? Old Lu, Wang Tianhe inquired, his eyes clouded with foreboding as he gazed at Lu Guodong. Lu Guodong's face bore the weight of bitterness. The grand strategy had turned sour beyond measure. With a sigh and a wry smile, he admitted, You ask me? To be honest, I too am at a loss. Fu Lei wore a sullen expression, chain-smoking since entering the office, remaining silent throughout. Although the decision had been made by Lu Guodong, the initial idea had been his own. Thus, he bore an undeniable share of the blame for the current predicament. Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe held no ill will toward him, for regret was futile at this juncture. Yet, a more pressing issue loomed before the 3 of them. The supplies were dwindling. The consumption of over 1,000 individuals was no trivial matter. Previously, Xian Yuan Linger had led teams multiple times a day to gather resources, although their returns were modest. The rate of consumption had maintained a precarious balance with the collection efforts. However, since the arrival of Xian Yuan Che and his companions, Xian Yuan Ling had not gathered supplies for a full 2 days. In this span, the amount of food consumed by over 1,000 mouths was a staggering figure, one that need not be calculated to recognize its terrifying implications. Now, with the issue laid bare, the trio found themselves utterly bereft of solutions. Over 1,000 individuals were on the brink of starvation, and they had squandered the water plant's sole combat capability, in a world where survival was paramount. Lacking the means for self-defense rendered them all mere fodder for the spirit beasts. Fu Lei took a deep drag from the cigarette in his hand, then extinguished it with a forceful twist, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he declared, There is no other way. We must devise our own solutions. Why should we sustain those commoners? By what right? I insist. Starting tomorrow, let them venture forth to gather supplies. What is the difference between sending them to collect resources and sending them to their doom? Absolutely not. I cannot agree. Wang Tianhe, upon hearing this, was immediately taken aback, outright rejecting the notion without the slightest hesitation. Old Wang, let me ask you, who will provide for them? What about food? Fu Lei's expression darkened as he posed the question. Wang Tianhe was left momentarily speechless, letting out a sigh, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Fu Lei turned his gaze towards Lu Guodong, confident that the reality of the situation would prompt the right decision. Once Lu Guodong consented, the matter would be settled. After a prolonged pause, accompanied by a heavy sigh, Lu Guodong slowly nodded, stating, "From tomorrow, we shall cut off their food supply. Those who do not participate in gathering resources will be left to fend for themselves." Seeing both men in agreement, Wang Tianhe could only sigh in resignation as he stood up and made his way outside. The bio-vehicle, in the pitch-black night, resembled a fearsome steel beast, racing silently down the road. In stark contrast to the surrounding darkness, the interior of the bio-vehicle was illuminated as bright as day. Although the vehicle had not upgraded after this synthesis, the significant changes it underwent were indeed heartening. These changes included a transformation in energy supply and the introduction of one-way visual glass that completely isolates light sources. The ceiling lights emanated a gentle white glow, serving as one of the notable upgrades. All lighting fixtures throughout the vehicle had transitioned to rely on psychic energy, and while the mechanics of this transformation remained unclear, Fang Hao speculated that it might be related to the emergence of the energy storage chamber. Thus, he pondered whether the next synthesis could focus on enhancing the energy storage chamber, perhaps by increasing its capacity and storage speed. Especially after Zhou Yong had proposed the core concept, Fang Hao's definition of the bio-vehicle had evolved. It was no longer merely a mobile fortress, but a form of life. If the bio-vehicle was a living entity, then AI intelligence and the energy storage chamber were its core, or perhaps a standard for its advancement. As the butcher drove, Fang Hao rested in the passenger seat, eyes closed in meditation, though the notable absence of Xiaohua in his arms was a stark reminder of his current predicament. He felt utterly powerless regarding Xiaohua, with avoidance being his only recourse. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Fang Hao opened his eyes to see Tang Qian bursting in with palpable excitement. "Boss, look!" he exclaimed, extending his hand to reveal what he had brought. Upon receiving the item, Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity. "After being back for so long, I haven't seen you around. You've been busy with this?" Tang Qian, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment, replied with a smile. Boss, while you all are engaged in battle, I'm left with no tasks. So I thought I'd find something to occupy myself. What do you think? If it's not up to par, I can always improve it." Fang Hao regarded the notebook in his hands with a smile, realizing that Tang Qian's reputation as a weapons expert was well-deserved. In the notebook, nearly 30 distinct weapon designs have been sketched, showcasing a variety of utilitarian purposes. This is the fruit of Copper Coin's hours of labor. At that moment, Zhou Yong's figure appeared in the cockpit. "Boss, Copper Coin is truly a genius. I find myself quite inadequate in comparison. The practicality of these weapon designs is remarkably high, and their complexity of replication is relatively low, many of which can be mass-produced." Zhou Yong gazed at the notebook with admiration evident in his eyes. "Haha." Fang Hao rose from his seat, laughter escaping him as he patted Copper Coin on the shoulder. "Well done, Copper Coin. You have made a significant contribution this time." Copper Coin's face radiated joy as he nodded excitedly. Fang Hao's acknowledgement was the greatest encouragement he could receive, without exception. "Boss, Xianyuan Che mentioned he has something to discuss with you," Zhou Yong interjected. Fang Hao nodded, and the three of them made their way outside. "Fang Hao," Xianyuan Che greeted with a smile upon seeing him approach. Fang Hao cast a glance at Xianyuan Linger, who sat to the side, and approached silently, observing her quietly. "Humph." Xianyuan Linger huffed disdainfully, rising to move to a distant seat. Xianyuan Che, witnessing this, wore a wry smile. This situation could prove troublesome. Fang Hao and Xianyuan Linger were at odds. How would they proceed from here? His intention in calling Fang Hao was to discuss their joint departure, but it seemed that might be more complicated than anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyuan Che spoke slowly. "Fang Hao, Xiao Zhan and the others are still alive. What do you intend to do?" "Do nothing. If it's on the way, I'll take a look. If not, I won't concern myself with them. They are citizens of the state, not my responsibility to rescue," Fang Hao replied nonchalantly. Xianyuan Che was not surprised by Fang Hao's response. That was the mindset of someone truly deserving to survive in this apocalyptic world. As he opened his mouth to respond, Xianyuan Che found himself at a loss for words, stammering for a moment without clarity. Noticing this, Fang Hao smiled and said, "We share a bond that could be life-threatening if we head to Kyoto. It happens to be on the way. Thank you, Fang Hao. Upon reaching Kyoto, I shall ensure my family offers a token of gratitude." Xian Yuanche earnestly expressed his thanks. "You are one of my few friends, so consider this gesture unnecessary. By the way, take this and consume it," Fang Hao said, his mind concentrating. As reinforced regeneration materialized in his hand, alongside 20 spirit blood pills, Xian Yuanche, trusting, consumed the reinforced regeneration without hesitation. Even without questioning, Fang Hao provided timely clarification. "What you've taken is a regeneration pill. When combined with this, your arm should regrow within a month. Take 2 pills at a time, 4 times a day, after meals." Without the imprint, restoring Xian Yuanche's arm was the only method Fang Hao could devise. The skill pills required spiritual energy to utilize, while the spirit blood pills contain not only the essence of flesh and blood, but also spiritual energy. Although the amount of spiritual energy required for arm restoration remained uncertain, one thing was clear: this approach would undoubtedly be effective. "Boss, Wee arrived at the water treatment plant." At that moment, the butcher's voice resonated from the cockpit. Chapter 155. The nightmare at the water plant. Beneath the female dormitory of the water plant, Fu Qian, supported by 2 henchmen, emerged slowly from the shadows cast by the ornamental trees. His face contorted with malice as he fixed his gaze upon a room at the corridor's entrance on the 2nd floor. He then instructed his accomplices, "Once we go in, you 2 will restrain her immediately. Bind her first. The other women are of no concern." "Understood, young Master Fu. Just watch us," the 2 men replied, their faces adorned with lewd grins as they thumped their chests in assurance. "Let us go," Fu Qian commanded, and the trio staggered towards the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, silence enveloped the room at the corridor's entrance on the 2nd floor, where the women were engaged in hushed whispers. Dreamran appeared isolated, as none dared approach her for conversation. Everyone was acutely aware that Dreamran's protector, Xianyuan Linger, had not returned as expected. Although Lu Guodong and his companions had not explicitly stated it, it was evident to all that Xianyuan Linger was unlikely to come back. The events of the day, involving Fu Qian and Dreamran, had become common knowledge throughout the water plant. With Xianyuan Linger absent, no one would dare associate closely with Dreamran. It was tantamount to inviting disaster. Consequently, the women in the dormitory instinctively distanced themselves from Dreamran, fearing Fu Qian's potential wrath. Regardless of Xianyuan Linger's presence, the name Fu Qian represented insurmountable danger. Dreamran lay on her bed, staring blankly out of the window, the cold, pristine moonlight cascading over her, creating an almost suffocating beauty beneath its glow. "Sisterling, please be safe," she murmured softly. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as the door was forcefully flung open, startling the women in the dormitory into screams of terror. "Silence. If you don't shut up, I'll toss all of you outside the plant." 3 shadowy figures entered the room, 2 of whom lunged directly towards Dreamran, who, upon seeing them, was overtaken by panic. Forgetting her shoes, she dashed towards the window. In an instant, the 2 men pounced, yanking her back from her desperate escape. "Where do you think you're going, little beauty? You belong to young Master Fu," they taunted, each gripping one of her arms, their faces twisted with depravity. Despair washed over Dreamran as she realized Fu Qian would not spare her. She had anticipated his malice, yet the swiftness of his approach was unfathomable. Was this to be her fate, akin to her deceased sisters? A profound sorrow filled her eyes. Fu Qian limped towards her, his face alight with a wicked grin. "Dreamran, weren't you relying on Xianyuan Lingu? That foolish woman is dead now. How does it feel to be utterly hopeless?" He cackled, his laughter echoing with arrogance. The women in the room huddled in fear on their beds, scarcely daring to breathe. Not only did they refrain from attempting to intervene, but some even displayed expressions of malicious glee. The reason was simple, pure jealousy. A graceful swan had found itself dwelling among a flock of ugly ducklings. How could such a juxtaposition foster anything but discontent? As payment was rendered, a lecherous grin spread across the face of the man, his predatory hand reaching towards the ample curves before him. The 2 henchmen at his side mirrored his sordid expression, eager to witness how the campus belle of the business school differed from an ordinary woman. However, just as his hand extended halfway, it recoiled sharply. Enraged by the lascivious looks on the henchmen's faces, he bellowed, "Damn it! What did I say? Bind her up. Are you both fools?" Yes, Master Fu. Right away." The 2 lackeys hurriedly tore strips from their clothing and began to secure Meng Ran, who showed no signs of resistance. Her face reflected a haunting stillness and despair. Struggling or crying out would yield no effect on the man. With Xianyuan Linger absent, none, including Fu Qian and his son, Lu Guodong, or Wang Tianhe, would suffer for her sins. Ordinary people certainly would not. Thus, She resigned herself to her fate, praying only for a painless end. Life in this apocalyptic world had been unbearably taxing. She longed for her father, her mother, her sister, feeling profoundly alone. Before long, the two men had firmly bound Meng Ran to the iron bed, her alluring figure evoking an uncontrollable desire within Fu Qian. Just then, a resounding crash echoed through the water plant, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Fu Qian's movements froze, and the henchman rushed outside to investigate. Whereas Meng Ran had previously appeared desolate, her eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. In an office within the administrative building, Fu Lei was engrossed in his pursuits with a woman when the startling noise jolted him, causing him to misfire in surprise. Without a moment to contemplate, he grabbed his clothes and dashed outside. Upon exiting, he encountered Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe, who were hastily dressing while rushing toward the exit. "Did you hear that tremendous sound? It resembled the crashing of a door," they exclaimed. "Quick, we must check. The water plant is our livelihood. We cannot afford to lose it." The three men raced toward the exit in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Fang Hao and his companions had gradually descended from the biological vehicle, the earlier noise being a direct result of their actions. Fang Hao surveyed the quiet plant, his gaze ultimately landing on the control room. At that moment, a creature named Xiao Hua emerged from the guardhouse, leaping onto Fang Hao's shoulder with a soft mew. Blood stained its claws, evidence that the guards had met their demise beneath its talons. As the clamor intensified and footsteps approached, Fang Hao calmly commanded, "Bring everyone out, except for those stationed in place." Zhang Zhongming, Tong Qian, Zhou Yong, and the immobile Xian Yuan Che, along with a few women, the rest, including Fang Hao, surged toward the dormitory. In the women's dormitory, two men who had gone to investigate rushed back into the room, breathless. "Master Fu, there's trouble. The front door has collapsed." At that moment, Fu Qian was tearing at Meng Ran's blouse, his impatience palpable. "So what if the door has fallen? It's hardly a significant issue. I must ask you to stand watch at the entrance, ensuring no one gains entry." "Heh, I shall indulge myself first." With that, Fu Qian's face reappeared with a lewd grin as he continued to peel away Meng Ran's clothing. He had longed to caress those delicate curves, fantasizing about holding them in his hands. Casting a glance at his two subordinates, Fu Qian smirked, addressing the other women in the room. "If any of you are willing to cater to my two subordinates, I guarantee a life of luxury and indulgence. How does that sound?" Upon hearing these words, several women hesitated, contemplating their decision, swayed by the indecisiveness of others. The two sycophants, momentarily distracted from their duty of guarding the door, gazed at the women curled up on the bed, their faces betraying a lascivious delight. Chapter 156. Are you Ren Ran? Sister Linger has returned. Fu Qian, you must think this through. A flicker of hope ignited in Meng Ran's eyes. She had resigned herself to her fate. Yet this sudden commotion granted her a glimmer of optimism. "Heh, even if Xianyuan Linger is back, what of it? I shall have my pleasure first. Does he dare to kill me?" With a lascivious smile plastered on his face, Fu Qian continued his actions. As the fabric of her clothing threatened to be fully torn away, desperation filled Meng Ran's gaze. Fang Hao and his group of 7, divided into pairs, ventured towards the 2 dormitory buildings and the office building. Along the way, Fang Hao had learned from Xian Yuan Che that all personnel from the water plant were concentrated within these 3 structures. Cobra and Paozi headed to the office building, while Butcher, Erdan, and Taiwa proceeded to the male dormitory. The female dormitory was designated for Fang Hao and Zhang Bin. As the others remarked, such a tantalizing opportunity was best left for the leader. They had little interest. Fang Hao could only smile wryly, realizing that if he acted foolishly, he might receive a beating himself. What could he do but accept it? As Fang Hao and Zhang Bin arrived at the female dormitory's entrance, they stared impassively at the unyielding door, and with a cold smirk, Fang Hao said to Zhang Bin, "Let us commence." "Heh, Haozi, 1 for you, 2 for me. Ha ha." Zhang Bin laughed, winking mischievously. With a thought, sharp claws emerged from his fists as they approached the closed door. Fang Hao shook his head with a smile and ascended to the 2nd floor. Bang, bang, bang. "Who are you? What do you want? Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Get lost. What do you intend to do? We will not come out. Absolutely not." In the ensuing chaos, the water plant echoed with the sounds of kicking doors, furious curses, and terrified screams. Along the way, Fang Hao had sternly warned that disobedience would result in death. He bore no sympathy for those who lived solely by the whims of a woman. These parasitic beings had no right to exist in a post-apocalyptic world. They served no purpose other than to waste resources. Fang Hao ascended to the 2nd floor, where the faint rustling of women dressing began to resonate, clearly indicating that the women had heard the men's shouts from outside. Just then, a sudden sound of tearing fabric reached his ears. With a furrowed brow, Fang Hao turned and strode towards the first room on his right, from whence the noise emanated. Bang! With a muffled thud, the door crashed to the ground, prompting Fang Hao to slowly retract his foot. The excited Fu Qian was abruptly startled into alertness by the sound of the falling door, cursing, "Damn it! Who the hell is that? Get out!" At that moment, his two subordinates had each found a woman and were busy on the bed. Upon hearing the commotion, they too were consumed by fury and leapt off the bed. Rushing towards Fang Hao coldly observed the chaos within the room and snorted disdainfully. Without holding back, he unleashed two swift slaps towards the advancing men. Instantly, their heads flew off, blood gushing forth, as their bodies staggered a few steps before collapsing to the floor. Aghast at the sight of the dead, the women in the room erupted into screams. The severed heads rolled across the floor, coming to rest at Fu Qian's feet. It was only then that Fu Qian paused his actions, glancing towards Fang Hao, only to be taken aback by the glinting, feline-like eyes of the latter. Retreating a few steps in terror, in his panic, he accidentally stepped on a head, losing his balance and crashing to the ground, landing face to face with one of the severed heads. "Ah, a murder! Help me!" he screamed. "Get dressed. Gather at the door," Fang Hao commanded, his expression devoid of emotion. The women hurriedly donned their clothing and fled the room. "Silence!" Fang Hao snorted coldly as he advanced towards Fu Qian. Upon reaching Fu Qian, he crouched down with a smile, whispering, "In this apocalypse, it is rare to find such refined tastes. How delightful!" As Fang Hao's laughter echoed, a chill coursed down Fu Qian's spine, enveloping him in an icy dread. "He, my father, Fu Lei, is one of the three influential figures in this water plant." Fu Qian stammered, attempting to assert his lineage. Yet, his usually reliable backing proved ineffective this time. "Indeed," Fang Hao chuckled softly, "I have a particular disdain for coercive individuals. And it is evident that you fit that description." With that, Fang Hao slowly stood up and turned his gaze towards the woman on the bed. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily struck dumb. Memories long buried began to replay in his mind like scenes from a film. Meanwhile, Meng Ran, who had initially perceived a strange man's voice, was once again enveloped in despair, as the figure she had envisioned, Xian Yuan Linger, did not appear, replaced instead by this unfamiliar man. It seemed that her fate was irrevocably sealed, regardless of the circumstances. However, to his surprise, the man entered without casting a single glance in her direction, making a beeline for the payment counter. This action ignited a flicker of hope in the otherwise despondent eyes of Meng Ran. Yet, the moment their gazes met, despair and anxiety froze on her face. Meng Ran stared at the man, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washing over her. Fang Hao, observing the girl who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, felt his heart race uncontrollably. Hesitantly, he extended his trembling hand towards her face, stammering, "Are you Ran Ran?" Meng Ran did not resist. As his large hand grazed her cheek, a wave of safety and warmth enveloped her. Accompanying this sensation were the memories of the countless days, for years prior, filled with blushing and heart-fluttering moments. This feeling had vanished only with the death of her sister. A faint pink hue spread across her skin, and her beautiful eyes remained fixed on him, terrified that this might be a dream from which he would vanish at any moment. After a long pause, Meng Ran finally summoned her courage. Her voice melodious as she declared, "I am Qiao Meng Ran. Ran Ran was my sister, Fang Hao." Fang Hao's expression suddenly faltered, his hand retracting as if struck by lightning, turning his head away as he stammered, "I'm sorry." At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Chu Chong Tian synthesis complete. Please check. Fang Hao felt a jolt of anticipation as Chu Chong Tian materialized before him. "Boss." Chu Chong Tian's face radiated joy and excitement. After 3 long hours, he had finally emerged. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, almost beyond belief. "Take him out. The others are waiting outside. Remember, do not let him die." Fang Hao's voice was as cold as ice. "Yes, boss." Chu Chong Tian's elation faded, his expression turning frosty as he moved towards the exit, ready to take action. Just as he was about to shout, Chu Chong Tian struck swiftly, rendering him unconscious. The room fell silent once more. Fang Hao turned away, carefully untying Qiao Meng Ran, now freed. Her face flushed crimson as she touched her burning cheeks, feeling somewhat confused. At that moment, Fang Hao's voice broke the silence again. "Quickly, put on some clothes, you'll catch a chill." If Zhang Bin were here now, he would surely be doubled over with laughter. In the height of summer, who worries about catching a cold? Yet, Fang Hao couldn't be blamed. His heart was in turmoil. Upon hearing his words, Qiao Meng Ran's already crimson cheeks deepened to an almost alarming shade. Chapter 157. Meng Ran, I will take you home in the pitch-black night. A clearing at the water plant's entrance was teeming with thousands of men and women. Zhang Zhongming, with his wolf-like eyes glinting ominously, leaned against a biological vehicle, eyeing the crowd with malicious intent. As these individuals arrived and beheld Zhang Zhongming's terrifying visage, panic surged through them, and they desperately sought to escape. However, as Zhang Zhongming's claws penetrated the skulls of several individuals, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Over 1,000 onlookers stood frozen, their faces and eyes filled with terror and despair. Even the air seemed to hold its breath. The likes of Cobra and others had gradually returned with the crowd, leaving only Zhang Bin and Fang Hao yet to join. Fu Lei, Lu Guodong, and Wang Tian exchanged glances, their fright unmistakable. A werewolf. This was a creature of legend. How could it possibly appear here, given that the three had led a group of refugees to the water plant at the onset of the apocalypse? They were unaware of the existence of half-beasts. However, their thoughts now were far removed from the werewolf. Their primary concern was what these people intended to do. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. Zhang Bin was cursing vehemently. What the hell is this? Looking like a pig's head. And they dare call me the villain. Bah, get over here. This is disgusting. The attention of Cobra and the others was drawn to Zhang Bin, who was accompanied by a large crowd of women. Among them, at the forefront, was a woman of extraordinary ugliness, resembling a pig's head. No, it was not merely a resemblance. She was, in every sense, akin to a living sow. The women's fates appeared to be decidedly better than those of the men, at least for now, as there had been no instances of bloodshed or death. Zhang Bin approached the biological vehicle, and Cobra and the others suppressed their laughter, casting him strange glances. Ugh, this is revolting. And you still laugh. Damn it. I'm about to be sick. At the sight of their expressions, Zhang Bin's temper flared. Just then, a commotion broke out, and a figure emerged before the crowd. Their faces brightened with surprise. Chang Tian. The coldness on Chu Chang Tian's face melted away, revealing a smile once more. Chang Tian, who do you have there? Cobra inquired, stepping forward with a puzzled expression. Indeed, what is going on? And where is Haozi? Zhang Bin hastily asked, as the mention of payment arose. The smile on Chu Chang Tian's face vanished, replaced by a chilling glare as he coldly replied, a damned individual, boss. It seems he has encountered someone he knows at the female dormitory. Let us wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin's eyes flickered, and he exclaimed, I'll go take a look. He dashed towards the female dormitory. Among the crowd, Fu Lei's expression turned panicked upon seeing the payment in Chu Chang Tian's hand. While Lu Guodong and Wang Tian shook their heads with wry smiles, they had already deduced what the payment was headed to the female dormitory for. Xiao Mingran. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the outcome for the payment was all but sealed. On the second floor of the female dormitory, in a small room, silence reigned, broken only by the palpable sound of heartbeats. Xiao Mingran's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her fair cheeks flushed, stealing glances at Fang Hao's not-so-broad back. Her own heart racing uncontrollably. She and her sister Qiao Renran are identical twins, sharing the same age, appearance, and height. The only distinction lies in their contrasting personalities. One exudes warmth and grace, while the other possesses a cool demeanor. One resembles water, gentle and virtuous, while the other is akin to ice, frosty and unyielding. Their identical looks juxtaposed with such divergent temperaments have long been a topic of intrigue among neighbors and relatives. However, the sisters Qiao Mingran and Qiao Renran harbor a secret unbeknownst to others: telepathy. In moments of embarrassment, Qiao Renran's flushed cheeks, the exhilarating rush of love, the sweetness of affection, and the heart-wrenching anguish faced during humiliating encounters with Dong Liang and others were all felt by Qiao Mingran as if she were living them herself. They shared joy, flushed cheeks, and heartbeats in unison, followed by shared suffering and despair. After a brief silence, Qiao Mingran's voice emerged, soft as a whisper. I have no clothes left. At that moment, Fang Hao's heart raced, and he suddenly froze. Realizing what was needed, he conjured an exquisite ice blue lace dress into his hands. Closing his eyes and turning away, he extended the dress toward her. Qiao Mingran shyly accepted the garment, her gentle gaze flickering momentarily. Soon, the soft sound of her dressing filled the air, causing Fang Hao's heart to ache as if it were under the claws of a cat. He felt like a bundle of contradictions, elation, hesitation, sorrow, all surged within him, accompanied by that unbearable discomfort. He had never anticipated that Renran would have a sister, let alone that they would be identical. The recent experience mirrored Renran's so closely. In that moment, Fang Hao's rage and murderous intent had nearly overwhelmed him, almost causing him to harm Fu Qian, but fortunately, the system's prompt had diverted his attention. Moreover, Mingran had accurately called his name, which was the true source of his inner turmoil. Upon sensing the silence behind him, Fang Hao took a deep breath and slowly turned around. In that instant, his gaze was captured by the enchanting blue silhouette before him. Her tall figure was accentuated by the dress, highlighting her alluring curves. Cascading locks framed her shoulders, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being, noble and untouched by earthly concerns. The blush on her cheeks was like a delicate touch, adding a hint of earthly charm to her otherworldly beauty. Fang Hao involuntarily swallowed hard, still in a daze. Under the gaze of a man who had brought her joy, excitement, and flushed cheeks, Xiao Minggran felt an overwhelming shyness, her delicate head nearly buried in her chest. Just then, a teasing voice echoed through the air. "Howsy, where are you? You scoundrel, forgetting your friends for the sake of beauty." Zhang Bin's voice abruptly jolted Fang Hao from his reverie. He quickly cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Minggran, the complexity in his eyes fading, replaced by unwavering determination and tenderness. Once, he had been timid, isolated, and insecure. He had failed to protect Renran, which remained an eternal ache in his heart. Now, he was powerful and confident, capable of looking down upon the world. Yet the past was irretrievable. All he could do now was ensure that this girl before him would not suffer even the slightest harm. Fang Hao slowly walked to Xiao Minggran, his voice imbued with warmth as he said, "Minggran, I will take you home." As he spoke, he extended his hand. Chapter 158. Treat him to something good. Xiao Minggran shyly reached out her delicate hand. The moment she felt his captivating grip, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped her. The words, "Minggran, I will take you home," were so sweet, so blissful, and profoundly reassuring. The springtime glimmer in her eyes surged as she mustered the courage to gaze upon the man before her, and she finally comprehended why her sister felt such a way. This feeling was wonderful. Hand in hand, they strolled out of the room, just as Zhang Bin's figure appeared at the hallway's entrance. Upon spotting Xiao Minggran, he gasped in astonishment, "Oh my heavens! Renran! What, Nanny?" Then, glancing at Fang Hao, he eagerly inquired, "Howsy? Quickly explain what's going on." Fang Hao smiled gently at Xiao Minggran and replied, "Renran's sister, Minggran." Zhang Bin exclaimed incredulously, "What? Sister? They look exactly alike." He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his face a mask of disbelief. As Fang Hao's close friend, he was intimately familiar with Xiao Renran, and the resemblance between her and the girl before him was uncanny, as if they had been sculpted from the same mold. Fang Hao chuckled and shook his head. "They are twin sisters. Now, stop being silly and let's go." At that moment, Zhang Bin noticed their interlocked hands and grinned. "Finally, Howsy, you've come to your senses. You're about to shed the ancient title of Eternal Bachelor." Before he could finish, Fang Hao kicked him down the stairs. "My backside. Howsy, you scoundrel." In the dimly lit hallway, Zhang Bin pressed himself against the wall, patting his rear while looking utterly pitiful. The term Eternal Bachelor immediately cast an air of awkwardness over both Fang Hao and Xiao Minggran. Fang Hao cleared his throat and said, "Just ignore his nonsense." Under the night sky, Xiao Minggran's cheeks flushed deeper. Hand in hand, they descended the stairs, while Zhang Bin, having recovered from his tumble, shot Fang Hao a series of knowing looks. "What's the difference with Renran? Hee, did something indescribable happen in there?" At this, Fang Hao's expression turned icy. Zhang Bin, sensing the shift, jumped back, fearing Fang Hao might strike him. Only heard Fang Hao's cold voice say, "Go tell Chang Tian. Don't let him kill the person. I want to have some fun." Zhang Bin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes suddenly gleaming with cold light. And he replied earnestly, "Rest assured. Howsy he want he die?" After saying that, he quickly turned his eyes and concocted a plan. Leaning close to Fang Hao's ear and whispering, "I have a method that will make him feel ecstatic." Xiao Minggran also perked up her ears, listening intently. But when she heard certain words, her face flushed, and she dared not listen any longer. After hearing this, Fang Hao wore an odd expression, looking at Zhang Bin with a suspicious gaze, and said, "Collecting supplies, is this all you gathered?" Zhang Bin chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Hey buddy, I thought it prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances." Fang Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "All right then, let us proceed as you suggested. Go ahead." However, Zhang Bin did not leave. He wore a mischievous grin, winked, and said, "I have an even better and more astonishing idea. Care to give it a try? Get lost. Get moving. You're addicted to being a third wheel, aren't you?" Fang Hao waved his hand impatiently. "Ha ha ha, you two take your time to indulge. I'll be off." Zhang Bin laughed heartily and swiftly darted away, disappearing in mere moments. With the distraction gone, the atmosphere once again returned to a tranquil and warm state. The two walked hand in hand down the stairs, strolling along the path. Zhang Bin hurried back to the biological vehicle, observing Chu Changtian holding the payment. Remembering Fang Hao's expression, a cold demeanor began to replace his earlier countenance. He coldly addressed Chu Changtian. Changtian, pry his mouth open. After finishing his command, with a flick of his mind, several pale blue pills appeared in his hand, which he promptly stuffed into the already open mouth of Fu Qian. After this, Zhang Bin smirked and said, Changtian, keep an eye on him. I'll go find something and return shortly. With that, he slipped out of the water plant, vanishing into the night. Upon witnessing Zhang Bin force-feed Fu Qian an unknown substance, Fu Lei's heart sank, feeling desolate. It was over. The sole heir of the Fu family was lost. Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe watched this scene, sighing inwardly. Even with a mere thought, they understood that Zhang Bin had not given Fu Qian anything beneficial. Just then, Fang Hao appeared with Qiao Minggran in view of everyone. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Qiao Minggran. Under the moonlight, she resembled a blue butterfly. So beautiful and so pure. The shyness on Minggran's face had vanished, leaving only an abundance of happiness and sweetness. This was the feeling of being protected, truly captivating. Chu Changtian, however, was unfazed. He had seen Qiao Minggran before. Although he hadn't dared to look closely then, he could tell that this girl was significant to the boss. But for the others, seeing Fang Hao return from the girls' dormitory with a girl in tow left them all agape with astonishment. Simultaneously, they were struck by Qiao Minggran's breathtaking beauty, especially in that ice blue dress, which seemed tailor-made for her, exuding an air of nobility and purity, like a fairy under the moonlight. Upon witnessing this, Fu Lei felt that the last remnants of hope within him had shattered. After a lifetime spent navigating the treacherous waters of bureaucracy, how could he still be so oblivious? The end had indeed come for him, and he might even find himself entangled in the consequences. The crowd was momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure, tacitly refraining from further inquiries. For even without their questions, there would undoubtedly be others to voice them. As Fang Hao and Qiao Minggran approached the biological vehicle, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed urgently from within. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers immediately reflected a sense of foreboding realization. Hearing the footsteps, Fang Hao furrowed his brow, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward as he grasped Qiao Minggran's hand and moved toward the vehicle. Just as they reached the entrance, they encountered the hasty descent of Du Tianqing, Fang Ruoshui, and Zhang Zihan. Upon seeing the two holding hands affectionately, Du Tianqing's eyes reddened, and she opened her mouth to speak, but Fang Hao quickly interjected, urging, "Let us go inside to talk." Fang Ruoshui and Zhang Zihan wore expressions of discontent. Yet they complied with Fang Hao's directive, turning to enter the biological vehicle. Meanwhile, Qiao Minggran narrowed her eyes, vigilantly observing the three women, each of whom was equally as attractive as she. Chapter 159. The triumvirate examination. Upon boarding the vehicle, Xianyuan Che and Xianyuan Linger immediately spotted Qiao Minggran, who was still holding Fang Hao's hand. "Minggran," exclaimed Xianyuan Linger, her face alight with surprise. "Sisterling." Qiao Minggran's face blossomed with joy. She had not anticipated encountering Xianyuan Linger here, having feared the worst for her. Xianyuan Che, noticing the closeness between Qiao Minggran and Fang Hao, could not suppress a smile. Perhaps only Fang Hao could provide this extraordinarily beautiful girl with a sense of security. He genuinely felt happy for Minggran, yet upon seeing Du Tianqing and the others, his expression morphed into one of schadenfreude. Xianyuan Linger dashed over to Qiao Minggran, and upon seeing Fang Hao holding her hand, her face flushed with indignation. "You scoundrel! What are you doing holding Minggran's hand? Pervert! Rogue! Let her go at once." In her eyes, Fang Hao was nothing more than a despicable, shameless individual who had forcibly taken Minggran aboard the vehicle due to her beauty. Fang Hao remained silent, brow furrowed. Qiao Minggran hastily interjected, "Sister Linger, you misunderstand. I willingly accompanied Fang Hao. He just saved me. If it weren't for him, you might not have seen me at all." At this point, Qiao Minggran's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she stole a glance at Fang Hao and whispered, "Moreover, he is the person I mentioned to you before." "What?" Xianyuan Linger's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Qiao Minggran replied softly, her head bowed, choosing not to elaborate further. Before Xianyuan Linger could respond, Fang Hao cast her a cold, expressionless gaze, which momentarily halted her words. With a huff, she stormed back to her seat, clearly vexed. Xianyuan Che exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Yong and Tong Qian, and the two immediately understood, moving to assist him as they walked toward the rear of the biological vehicle. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Linger cast a fierce glare at Fang Hao before following suit. At this moment, a semblance of tranquility descended as those unrelated to the situation vacated the vehicle. Yet, this was merely the prelude to genuine trouble. Fang Hao felt a bitter smile rise within him as he surveyed the three women, ultimately fixing his gaze on Zhang Zihan. Du Tianqing and Feng Ruoshui could approach as they pleased, but why was this little girl meddling as well? Perhaps sensing the threat posed by the three women. Or perhaps feeling a twinge of anxiety, Xiao Minggran instinctively tightened her fingers. Noticing the tension in her grip, Fang Hao offered her a reassuring glance. The five of them settled into their seats, facing one another. Du Tianqing and the other two women fixated their eyes on Fang Hao, evidently brimming with questions. He sighed softly and addressed them. If there is something you wish to say, please do so. Who is she? The three women chorused in unison. Fang Hao's face darkened in response, directing an angry rebuke toward Zhang Zihan. What business do you have here, little girl? Go play somewhere else. Zhang Zihan's eyes instantly reddened, and she covered her face as she dashed toward the bedroom. A bitter smile crept across Fang Hao's face. How was he to explain this to Zhang Zhoming later? Truly, another headache to contend with. Taking a moment to steady himself, he inhaled deeply and spoke slowly to the two women. Do you remember the story I shared with you? They nodded in acknowledgement. She is the girl I spoke of. Impossible. You said she was dead. Du Tianqing exclaimed, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Although Feng Ruoshui remained silent, her expression mirrored the same skepticism, for Fang Hao had indeed stated that the girl had perished. Fang Hao sighed. She did die? But she will forever reside in my heart. As he spoke, he turned to the enchanting figure beside him, his face softening with an unprecedented warmth. Minggran is the sister of that girl, her twin. Twin sister? The two women stared at Xiao Minggran in astonishment, their hearts easing slightly. After all, it was still Xiao Rinran they had succumbed to. The girl before them was merely her sister, a mere resemblance. Fang Hao nodded, a gentle smile gracing his features. They share the same appearance, the same age, and even the same height. Du Tianqing and Feng Ruoshui fell into a heavy silence, their faces etched with sorrow. After a long pause, Du Tianqing, her eyes reddened, mustered the courage to ask, what do you plan to do with us? Fang Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This question was indeed difficult to answer. Just as he grappled with how to respond, a sudden roar echoed forth. Fang Hao's entire being jolted, and he commanded, everyone stay inside the biological vehicle. Do not come out. Take care of Minggran. With that, he vanished from the vehicle in a flash. As Fang Hao emerged, his mind sharpened, and the blade appeared in his hand, ready for battle. However, once he discerned the situation, he was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting a peculiar expression. In the pitch-black night, Zhang Bin was seen dragging a canine spirit beast towards him, followed closely by a throng of similar creatures. Fang Hao sighed, exasperated, pondering what on earth Zhang Bin was up to. With a heavy sigh, he brandished his knife and swiftly advanced to meet them. Hey, Howsy, come lend me a hand. Ha ha. Zhang Bin chuckled as he tugged the smaller canine spirit beast along, making his way towards Fang Hao. What the hell are you doing? Fang Hao retorted, stepping past Zhang Bin to confront the pursuing spirit beasts. A quick glance revealed about 20 of them in pursuit. Swish, swish, swish. These low-level spirit beasts, none of which even reached the first tier, hardly posed a threat. Had he not feared attracting a larger horde, Fang Hao would have been disinclined to intervene. Soon, a series of piercing sounds echoed as all 20 canine spirit beasts fell lifeless to the ground. Fang Hao then directed a mental pulse towards the direction of the biological vehicle, and before long, the ethereal green tendrils of Tunten slithered over. He entrusted the task of clearing the battlefield to Tunten and approached Zhang Bin, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. What on earth is wrong with you? You've attracted a horde in the dead of night. What are we to do? Zhang Bin, with a mischievous grin, replied, don't worry, I've got it all under control. Come on, let me show you a grand spectacle. His grin was as lewd as it was unsettling, stirring within Fang Hao an impulse to deliver a punch. It was then that Fang Hao noticed the canine spirit beast had all its limbs broken. His face now bore an even more pronounced expression of confusion and intrigue. What exactly was Zhang Bin scheming? Chapter 160. The clash of beasts and humans. The sudden roar of beasts sent a jolt through everyone present, tightening their grips on their weapons instinctively. The more than 1,000 ordinary people in the water plant displayed visible terror upon hearing the beastly growl, and the atmosphere grew chaotic, teetering on the brink of pandemonium. Humph. Zhang Zhongming huffed heavily, stepping forward and forcefully stomping down on the concrete floor. Instantly, a resounding bang echoed, dust and debris flying as cracks spread towards the crowd. The tumultuous noise ceased abruptly, and everyone trembled in silence, staring at Zhang Zhongming, frozen like cicadas in winter. Soon, as the sounds drew nearer, the figures of Fang Hao and Zhang Bin emerged at the entrance. At that moment, Chu Changtian suddenly felt a slight movement from the payment in his hand. Furrowing his brow, He prepared to knock the individual unconscious. Turning around, he was met with the sight of the person, in a dazed state, twitching their hips, their face flushed, and lewdly caressing their own arm. A wave of revulsion washed over Chu Changtian, and he fought against his nausea, bracing himself to throw the individual out. Zhang Bin, with a mischievous grin, dragged the spirit hound towards him, chuckling, "Don't drop it. Heh. If it breaks, there will be no show to watch. Heh." Amidst the peculiar gazes of everyone around, he dragged the spirit hound to the payment area, signaling Chu Changtian to release his grip. The moment the hold was loosened, the spirit hound immediately darted towards Chu Changtian, who, frowning, swiftly evaded. Subsequently, now without a target, the spirit hound began to approach Zhang Bin. With a smirk plastered across his face, Zhang Bin lewdly exclaimed, "Your little darling is right here. Here, right here. Yes, just like that. Ha ha ha." What followed was a spectacle that left the men astonished and the women blushing as the spirit hound commenced its performance. It began to strip, following Zhang Bin's lead. The spirit hound approached the spirit beast, and like a cat catching a whiff of fish, it eagerly began to tear at its own garments. Fang Hao, witnessing this, smacked his forehead and dashed towards the vehicle. Upon entering, he spotted 4 women intently gazing out the window. Even Zhang Zihan had emerged at this moment. Fang Hao's expression darkened as he reprimanded them. "What on earth are you staring at? Back to your rooms." The 4 women suddenly flushed crimson, with Du Tianqing and the others covering their faces as they hurried to their respective bedrooms, leaving only Qiao Mingran blushing in place. Fang Hao rubbed his nose and guided her to the door of a bedroom. "This will be your room from now on," he said, opening the door. "If you dislike anything inside, we can change it later. Now, you should rest. I will step out for a moment." With that, he turned to leave. Fang Hao, wait. At that moment, Qiao Mingran, her cheeks flushed, called out to him. "What is it?" Fang Hao replied with a gentle smile, looking at her. I hope you do not see me as a replacement for my sister. I am Qiao Mingran, not Qiao Renran," she stammered, lowering her head. Fang Hao's expression suddenly froze, and with a soft sigh, he reassured her, "No, you are you, and she is she. I can distinguish between the two." He stepped closer and embraced Qiao Mingran, whispering, "It has been 4 years. I should let go now. I will take good care of you from here on." Qiao Mingran softly affirmed, tightly clutching this man who exuded a sense of security. Just then, a rhythmic howl from the spirit hound echoed, causing both of them to flush deeply. This was certainly an inopportune moment for such a sound. In his heart, Fang Hao had already cursed Zhang Bin countless times. For heaven's sake, we are in an apocalypse. What on earth is going on? Interspecies romance. Damn it. Cough cough. I'll go check outside, just in case something goes awry. Fang Hao cleared his throat awkwardly and reluctantly released Qiao Mingran. She kept her head down, her face still flushed, enveloped in a state of extreme shyness. Fang Hao scratched his nose and swiftly exited the room. As soon as he emerged, Fang Ruoshui and Du Tianqing were spotted peering sneakily from their respective bedroom doors. The moment they caught sight of Fang Hao, their cheeks flushed crimson, and with a resounding thud, they shut their doors. Fang Hao sighed, shaking his head as he proceeded outside. Outside, an unprecedented spectacle was unfolding. Chu Changtian and his companions were at a loss, holding their heads in disbelief, while Zhang Bin, on the other hand, was thoroughly entertained, watching intently and emitting sounds of approval. Upon seeing the mischievous grin plastered across Zhang Bin's face, Fang Hao's expression darkened, and he glanced at the canine spirit beast, which looked utterly pitiful. The rhythmic howls of the beast immediately caught Xiao Hua's attention. "Master, what are they doing? It seems quite amusing." Fang Hao then remembered that this little creature had been resting on his shoulder all along, rubbing his forehead. He scooped Xiao Hua up and tossed her into the biological vehicle, exclaiming irritably, "Xiao Hua, stay in the car and do not come out. Do you understand? No peeking." "I got it, master." "Xiao Hua won't look," she replied, though her little head persisted in glancing toward the commotion. Fang Hao's expression darkened further, and he slammed the car door shut. After closing it, he realized there were still windows. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and approached Zhang Bin, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama. The rhythmic howls of the canine spirit beast echoed, causing the women to avert their gazes while the men trembled with trepidation. Yet, curiosity gnawed at them. What had Zhang Bin provided for payment? Fu Qian was on the brink of exploding, unable to contain himself any longer, and was restrained by Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe. They watched Fu Qian, drenched in sweat and brimming with excitement, shaking their heads in lament. The son of the esteemed director was brazenly flouting moral codes in public. Even if he survived this, he would likely be too ashamed to face anyone again. Fang Hao, his expression dark as thunder, approached Zhang Bin and kicked him squarely in the rear. "You scoundrel! There are still women present." Zhang Bin, caught off guard, sheepishly scratched his head and awkwardly replied, "Heh, howsy, I completely forgot. But you did say to follow my method, so I chose the most effective approach, heh." Fang Hao felt a vain throb on his forehead. The most effective approach? He certainly hadn't intended for him to engage in such debauchery. Damn it. I truly cannot believe this. Chapter 161. A reckoning. Let us not waste time. Grant him a swift end, Fang Hao said, his brow furrowed, his tone grave. All right. Coming right up. Zhang Bin replied with a grin, preparing to approach Fu Qian. Just then, a horrifying scene unfolded. Fu Qian, who had been sweating profusely, suddenly lost his euphoric expression and began to wail in despair. Woo. Yet, the more they listened, the more unsettling the cries became. Fang Hao and the others observed in silence, and the joviality faded from Zhang Bin's face, replaced by a serious demeanor. At that moment, Fu Qian, amidst his agonized screams, began to sprout fur all over his body. Immediately, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his entire skeletal structure. His form began to heighten. Sharp claws sprouted from his fingers, and his feet burst forth from his shoes, revealing razor-like toes. Fu Lei, consumed with rage, let out a furious roar, violently shaking off Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe, and charged through the crowd towards Fu Qian. Humph! Zhang Bin let out a cold snort, swiftly moving to seize Fu Lei by the neck and dragging him aside. At this moment, Fu Qian had completed his transformation. His massive wolf head, claws, and hulking body resembled a veritable werewolf. No, a dogman. Subsequently, Fu Qian let out a thunderous howl and prepared to charge towards the exit. Zhang Zhongming flickered into view, blocking his path. Fu Qian's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear, and he gradually crouched down to the ground. Zhang Zhongming let out a light grunt and grasped Fu Qian's tail, dragging him back. Regardless of whether he was a werewolf or a dogman, Zhang Zhongming possessed absolute dominion over any half-beast. A level 5 against a level 1 was no jest. Fang Hao approached, shattering the shin bone of the canine spirit beast with a single motion, and then, with a flicker of intent, summoned the tentacles of Tun Tun once more. Observing Zhang Zhongming bringing Fu Qian back, Fang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Zhongming understood, extending his foot to crush Fu Qian's dog-like head before tossing it to the awaiting tentacles of Tun Tun. Tun Tun coiled around the two corpses, vanishing in an instant within the biological vehicle. Go summon Xianyuan Che and the others, Fang Hao instructed the cannon. The cannon nodded, darting towards the biological vehicle. To be honest, Fang Hao found himself somewhat disinterested in the ensuing events. Soon, Xianyuan Che and his sister, along with the sword servants, emerged from the biological vehicle. The expressions of Fu Lei, Lu Guodong, and Wang Tianhe shifted dramatically, their eyes suddenly filled with despair. With the survival of Xianyuan Linger and Xianyuan Che, the outcome was all too clear. It has been a while, Xianyuan Che said, supported by the two sword servants, as he strode into the center of the arena. A cold glint in his eyes as he regarded Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe with a smile. Linger, I leave it to you, Xianyuan Che said slowly. Xianyuan Linger accepted the long sword from the sword servants, her expression complex as she approached Fu Lei. Observing this, Zhang Bin scoffed, discarding Fu Lei onto the ground. With terror etched on his face, Fu Lei watched as Xianyuan Linger drew closer, struggling to rise and flee towards the water plant. At that moment, a barely audible sound pierced the air. Tai Hua, expressionless, lowered the energy sniper rifle in his hand. Even the most formidable spirit beasts could not withstand the energy sniper rifle, let alone a human. Fu Lei stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching his leg and howling in agony. Xianyuan Linger, sword in hand, slowly approached Fu Lei, her expression a mixture of complexity as she gazed at her superior. I never said I would leave, but you should never have thought of harming my brother. I beg you, Linger, spare me. I realize my mistakes. I did this all for the common people. You must believe me, Fu Lei implored, his face awash with terror as he attempted to struggle to his feet. However, the recent gunshot had shattered his leg bone into fragments. Not only was standing impossible, but the excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. A self-inflicted disaster. Upon uttering this phrase, the complexity of Xianyuan Linger's expression vanished in an instant. A glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes as the radiance of her sword flickered. With a swift motion, Xianyuan Linger sheathed her long sword and turned to depart. Fu Lei clutched at his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief, his face a canvas of resentment and bitterness. The serpentine tendrils re-emerged, enveloping Fu Lei's corpse entirely. As a rule, the tendrils never turned away a body, whether human or spirit beast, as they were a source of energy for its evolution. Returning to the center of the arena, Xianyuan Linger pointed her long sword towards Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe among the crowd, her voice resonating with authority. You too. Step forward. The crowd parted, revealing the figures of Lu Guodong and Wang Tianhe. Lu Guodong's face was ashen, rendered paralyzed by shock. In contrast, the pallor of despair had dissipated from Wang Tianhe's visage, replaced by a mix of regret and a bitter smile. Casting a glance at Lu Guodong, he sighed and began to approach Xianyuan Ling. "Come on, Linger, I accept my fate," Wang Tianhe said, smiling ruefully as he closed his eyes. Xianyuan Linger raised her sword, poised to strike Wang Tianhe. Just then, Fang Hao's voice pierced through the tension. "Perhaps you should eliminate him first." Xianyuan Linger turned, glaring daggers at Fang Hao, seething. "They all deserve to die? I will slay whichever I choose. Who are you to interfere?" With a light, dismissive chuckle, Fang Hao snapped his fingers and replied, "If you wish to stay and protect them, then proceed to slay. I intend to protect them." Xianyuan Che interjected sternly, "Enough. Linger, you may act recklessly once, twice. But how long do you intend to continue this folly? Will you not be content until both I and the sword servant are dead?" Realizing his tone might have been too harsh, Xianyuan Che softened. "Do not be headstrong. Return with me to Kyoto. Wang Tianhe, you must not kill him. Eliminate Lu Guodong instead." With a huff, Xianyuan Linger coldly withdrew the blade from Wang Tianhe's neck. "Remember, you were meant to perish." She cast a frigid glance at Wang Tianhe before striding towards Lu Guodong. Upon hearing that his life was spared, Wang Tianhe's face lit up with joy, and he quickly cast a grateful look towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao smiled nonchalantly. "Do not be hasty in your gratitude. I have yet to finish speaking. Failing to comply will lead to your demise as well." Wang Tianhe, sensing urgency, promptly replied, "Brother, speak freely. Whatever I can do, I shall certainly oblige. No one desires death, be they ordinary individuals or the privileged of the pre-apocalyptic era. Indeed, those of high status fear death more than common folk." Xianyuan Che narrowed his eyes, regarding Fang Hao with curiosity. "Brother, are you suggesting?" Fang Hao nodded with a smile. Chapter 162, The Mother Tyrannosaurus Weeps. Fang Hao looked at Wang Tianhe with a grin. "I wish to propose a trade." "A trade? Brother, I am all ears," Wang Tianhe responded eagerly. Wang Tianhe was momentarily engulfed in doubt, but he quickly nodded in understanding. The grim thought that failure would lead to death left little room for uncertainty. "We shall depart and leave this in your hands. I can furnish you with weapons. Remember, not ordinary weapons, but those capable of effortlessly slaying monsters. All I require in return are the bodies of the beasts," he asserted. "Bodies? Weapons?" Wang Tianhe was momentarily taken aback, grappling with the implications. Regardless of the potential consequences, he genuinely struggled to comprehend the enormity of the proposition. After a brief pause, a bitter smile crept across his face. "Brother, to be honest, you overestimate me greatly. Even with divine weapons, we ordinary folk could never hope to contend with those monsters." Fang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "The wisdom and potential of humanity are boundless. Should you refuse this transaction and we depart, your survival will be fleeting. Reflect on that." Wang Tianhe's expression shifted unpredictably, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he found himself torn between conflicting thoughts. As Fang Hao pointed out, failing to confront the spiritual beasts would ultimately lead to starvation and death. Yet, how could a mere group of fearful commoners engage in battle against the spiritual beasts? How could they hunt them down? After much deliberation, Wang Tianhe finally steeled himself and said to Fang Hao, "Brother, may I take this opportunity to speak with the ordinary citizens? Would that be permissible?" Fang Hao gestured for him to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tianhe stepped into the center of the gathering, addressing the crowd of ordinary folk with a solemn tone. "Fellow villagers, please lend me your ears." At that moment, Xianyuan Linger had just decapitated Lu Guodong, her bloodied sword in hand, as she emerged slowly from the throng. Those who once greeted her warmly as Officer Ling and now recoiled from her as if she were a venomous serpent. Xianyuan Linger sighed inwardly, choosing silence. Regardless of whether the crowd was aware of Lu Guodong and his accomplice's betrayal against her and her brother, none would speak a word of justice. Such is the nature of humanity. Selfishness, after all, defines the human heart. Returning to Xianyuan Che's side, her hand still trembled around the sword. Xianyuan Che smiled gently and remarked, "Linger, no matter how much you accomplish, to them it will always seem merely deserved. Even the greatest deeds cannot outweigh a single misstep. That is the essence of humanity. Brother, does that mean the justice and mercy I uphold are misguided?" Xianyuan Linger questioned, her face reflecting confusion. Xianyuan Che shook his head with a smile. "Your commitment to justice and compassion is admirable, but Linger, we exist in apocalyptic times. Do you understand? This is a realm devoid of order, humanity, and law. Justice and mercy can be upheld in relative circumstances, but under certain exceptional conditions, such as this afternoon. What do you think?" Xianyuan Linger fell silent, pondering. Foolish girl. I tell you, use your brain more often. It seems being a police officer has dulled your senses. Saving lives knows no context, and killing bears no consequences. A classic case of beauty without brains. Fong Hao's sardonic voice echoed once more. Xian Yuanling glared furiously at Fong Hao, her teeth clenched in anger. You scoundrel. Rogue. Despicable wretch. Who are you calling big-chested and brainless? Fong Hao, with a smirk that barely concealed his amusement, assessed her from head to toe before replying. Indeed. You lack a chest, small-chested and brainless, that suffices. Ah, scoundrel. Fong Hao, I shall slay you. With that, Xian Yuanling lunged at him. Unfazed, Fong Hao summoned a chair to materialize beneath him, casually sitting down with his legs crossed, watching as she charged at him. In an instant, as she leaped forward, he deftly restrained her, pinning her down across his legs without hesitation. Let me go? I demand a duel. I will kill you. Xian Yuanling struggled violently beneath him, hurling furious curses. The corners of Fong Hao's mouth curled into a sly grin as he winked at the side. Acknowledging Xian Yuanche. Brother, your sister is quite disobedient. What shall we do? Xian Yuanche sighed in resignation, shaking his head, and gestured to the sword servant to assist him in boarding the biovehicle. You cannot match him in strength. What purpose does your flailing serve? Out of sight. Out of mind. A lesson might do her good. With a devilish grin, Fong Hao delivered a resounding slap. The instant the sound echoed through the water plant. Silence enveloped the space, with over 1,000 pairs of eyes wide in astonishment, fixated on Fong Hao. Wang Tianhe, amidst his passionate speech, hastily cleared his throat to recapture the audience's attention. Fong Hao, I shall kill you. I swear I will. Just as the silence lingered, it was swiftly shattered by Xian Yuanling's shrill screams. Fong Hao, reveling in the thrill of the moment, found himself caught up in the excitement, momentarily forgetting to relent. Suddenly, a sobbing sound broke through. His hand froze midair. Oh dear, I've made Xian Yuanling cry. Chu Changtian and the others struggled to suppress their amusement, while Zhang Bin stared in disbelief. The fierce Xian Yuanling had indeed been brought to tears. Though she had shed tears on the biovehicle after Fong Hao's slap, it had been in silence. Now, however, her cries were heart-wrenching and desperate. What a scene. Xian Yuanche leaned forward, utterly speechless at the spectacle. My own sister, and you dare to strike her? How could you not choose a more discreet location for your antics? He placed a hand on his forehead and returned to his seat, inwardly praying that Fong Hao would not go too far. As Xian Yuanling continued to wail, her cries grew more fervent, as though she would not cease until the very heavens were overturned. Fong Hao found himself genuinely embarrassed. His intention had merely been to playfully teach her a lesson, but it had spiraled out of control. Ahem, all right, stop crying. There are so many witnesses, he said softly, clearing his throat. The moment those words left his lips, Chu Changtian and the others could no longer contain their laughter. As Xian Yuanling struggled to her feet, her face was streaked with tears and flushed with emotion. She glared fiercely at Fong Hao and declared, Fong Hao, this is not over. With that, she dashed towards the biovehicle. Chapter 163, Conquer us, and take our food freely. After the commotion, Wang Tianhe's speech concluded. As his words hung in the air, the crowd erupted in chaos. What? You want us to fight monsters? On what grounds? We refuse. Exactly. We won't go. Why don't you go die instead? Yes, we are taxpayers. Why should we, the common people, be sacrificed? Mayor Wang, is this how you treat us, your constituents? Fong Hao's bitter smile faded, replaced by a cold, expressionless demeanor. He silently observed the outraged crowd, a chill creeping into his gaze. If it weren't for the presence of many children among them, he would have preferred to distance himself from such matters. He could be ruthless and indifferent. However, witnessing so many children facing death was something he could not bear. Children are always the future, a truth that remains unchanged. Moreover, the transaction he was contemplating held deeper significance. The system's mission was to spread civilization. If it was about spreading civilization, then it mattered little where it began. As the apocalypse deepened, the population would dwindle, and children and women would ultimately become the essential foundation for humanity's resurgence. This was indisputable. With a heavy snort, Fong Hao rose from his seat, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached the crowd. If they wished to start anew from this point, the first step would be to correct the parasitic mindset that had taken root. Standing before the throng, Fong Hao cast a cold glance around and said, Shall we play a game? A game? What sort of game do you propose? A daring man inquired. Fong Hao smirked slightly, and with a flick of his mind, a plethora of various foods manifested on the ground. The sight of the food sent the crowd into a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at the offerings before Fong Hao. Though they had always had access to food at the water plant, The distinction between having food and being satiated was vast. With limited resources, the food distributed among them merely prevented starvation. True satisfaction was a distant dream. Of course, this did not apply to a select few, such as Wang Tianhe and his affluent companions. Among you, choose any one person. If they can merely touch the hem of my garment, we shall concede, and you may take the food as you please, Fang Hao stated, gesturing towards the provisions on the ground. Really, you're not deceiving us. The crowd erupted again, their faces lit with excitement. Is there a limit on the number of participants? Yes, participants. You are so powerful, we could never win in a one-on-one. Let us make it 10. Upon hearing that it would be 10 against 1, the crowd surged forward, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, eagerly rushing towards the center of the arena. Humph. Line up now, Fang Hao bellowed, his foot striking the ground with such force that a substantial crater formed, sending earth and stones flying in all directions, creating a mosaic of cracks. The cacophony abruptly ceased, and the approaching men instinctively recoiled, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear as they began to queue obediently. Soon, 10 men found themselves at the center of the arena. After surveying Fang Hao and his companions, their gaze ultimately settled on Erdan. It's him. Are you certain you won't regret this? One man declared, pointing at Erdan. Fang Hao nodded and gestured to Zhang Bin, whispering a few words in his ear. Zhang Bin chuckled and dashed toward the biological vehicle. Upon realizing he had been chosen, Erdan's face broke into a wide grin. Feeling both honored and slighted to be the first pick, he tossed his axe to Paozi and sauntered over to the 10 men. Come on, Erdan exclaimed, his smile unwavering as he beckoned the 10 with a flick of his finger. The men exchanged glances before unleashing a collective roar and charging toward Erdan. These 10 were mere ordinary individuals, lacking any sense of coordination, and they rushed in a chaotic mass. Erdan executed a lateral leap, evading their onslaught, causing them to crash into nothingness. Again and again, they lunged, only to miss their target. After the fourth failed attempt, the men were left panting, propping themselves up on their knees, utterly exhausted. Fang Hao waved his hand, signaling Erdan to return to his position. He addressed the 10 men. Do you understand why you failed? Because you lack the essence of cooperation and unity. In a world on the brink of collapse, each person focuses solely on their own survival, yet in the end, none may escape unscathed. Moreover, let me assure you, he is not significantly stronger than those monsters. However, a handful of monsters pose no challenge to him. With that, Fang Hao gestured dismissively at the 10 men. He spoke the truth. While Erdan was a red dragon warrior, his combat experience surpassed theirs, yet his physical prowess was only marginally superior, having only leveled up once. Had the 10 men understood the importance of teamwork, they could have easily bested him in his unarmed state. The men's faces flushed as they returned to the crowd, casting regretful glances at the food in the arena, their eyes filled with disappointment. Following this, another group took the stage, selecting Paozi as their contender. At that moment, Zhang Bin returned, accompanied by 3 women, Xiao Mingran, Du Tianqing, and Fang Ruoshui. Fang Hao smiled, and with a mere thought, 3 chairs appeared on the ground. Come, have a seat and enjoy the spectacle. The 3 women beamed, obediently lifting the chairs to sit beside Fang Hao. At that juncture, the little girl Zhang Zihan peeked curiously from the biological vehicle, eager to join. However, as she approached Zhang Zhongming, he firmly grasped her arm. What are you doing, brother? Zhang Zihan pouted adorably, her expression one of confusion. Zhang Zhongming shot her a stern glare, his voice low and commanding. No. If you wish to watch, do so from here. Zhang Zihan immediately sulked, puffing out her cheeks in displeasure. Upon noticing that Zhang Zihan had not approached, Fang Hao could not help but release a sigh of relief, for managing these 3 women had already been quite a headache. If Zhang Zihan were to join, he feared his head might explode. The 3 women stole glances at Fang Hao, and upon seeing his wry smile, they too felt a sense of relief. Just as they were about to avert their gazes, their eyes met, and a look of wariness flickered across their faces. Let us watch the excitement, Fang Hao remarked softly. Observing the ongoing competition, the 3 women hurriedly redirected their gazes, feigning an air of earnest observation. Fang Hao sighed inwardly, bemused by the theatricality of the 3 women. What a lively scene it was. Meanwhile, the match had concluded, and unsurprisingly, the result favored the cannon. Is there anyone else? Fang Hao inquired, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Silence enveloped the onlookers. Despite the enticing food, they lacked the means to partake. Is there anyone else? Fang Hao repeated. But the crowd remained mute. At that moment, a little girl squeezed through the throng and stepped into the center of the arena. She bit her lip as she gazed at the food, then looked up at Fang Hao and asked, Big brother, can I trade something for it? The girl appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, Her attire tattered and her face smudged with dirt, yet her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life. Fang Hao regarded her quietly and smiled. What do you wish to trade? This, the little girl replied, revealing a small object she had hidden behind her back. Fang Hao's expression changed. It was a spirit crystal. He composed himself and asked nonchalantly, Little sister, where did you acquire this? Can it be exchanged for food? The girl, wide-eyed, fixed her gaze on Fang Hao. Fang Hao nodded with a smile. Yes, it can be exchanged, but you must tell me how you came by it. Yay, the little girl exclaimed, waving her tiny hands in excitement. Yet you have not told me where it is from, Fang Hao gently prodded. My brother killed a monster and took it from its head, she said proudly, patting her chest. And where is your brother? Fang Hao asked, and immediately, the girl's expression dimmed. My brother went out to find food today, and hasn't he returned yet? As soon as the girl spoke, Fang Hao turned to glare coldly at Wang Tianhe, a wave of murderous intent washing over him. Wang Tianhe was taken aback, his face turning pale, and he hastily explained. His brother volunteered to be the bait. We did not force him. Humph. Fang Hao scoffed heavily, then reined in his aura and turned back to the little girl. Do you have any other family members besides your brother? The girl shook her head, but then quickly nodded. Fang Hao narrowed his eyes, smiling slyly. Telling lies is not the behavior of a good child. Big brother, I'm not lying. Really, besides my brother. Uncle Chun and brother Qingqing are also very good to me. Aren't they my family too? The little girl explained anxiously, her face a picture of urgency. Observing the anxious expression on the little girl's face, Fang Hao smiled gently and said softly, All right, I believe you. Let them come out with you to gather food. Take as much as you like. Brother Qingqing, hurry out. We have food. The little girl excitedly waved her arms at the crowd. Before long, a boy of about 16 pushed through the throng and dashed over. This boy had a youthful visage, with dark skin and muscular arms exposed. Fang Hao, intrigued, inquired, Young brother, do you train? Qingqing shook his head and replied, No, I work as a blacksmith. A blacksmith? Fang Hao paused, then awkwardly scratched his nose. It was remarkable that a blacksmith could develop such muscularity, far superior to mere gym workouts. Before Qingqing could respond further, the little girl proudly exclaimed, Big brother. Let me tell you, Uncle Qin's family used to forge weapons for the emperor. Isn't that impressive? Blacksmith. Weapons. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Fang Hao's eyes as he solemnly asked, Brother Qingqing, do you have any family left? Qingqing shook his head, sadness crossing his face as he murmured, My dad and Xiao Yezi's brother went out this afternoon to find food and haven't returned yet. Fang Hao now fully understood. These two children were relatives of two among the 5 who had harmed Xianyuan Che earlier that afternoon. Who were the remaining relatives of those 5 who had gone out? Fang Hao inquired of Wang Tianhe. Wang Tianhe stiffened, fearing that Fang Hao intended to hold them accountable, his face betraying urgency as he hastily explained, They are innocent. Why are you saying this, brother? Just go find them. Zhang Bin impatiently shouted. Wang Tianhe sighed, glanced at Fang Hao, and stepped forward into the crowd. In a short while, he returned with 7 or 8 individuals of various ages. Fang Hao regarded these people with an impassive expression, contemplating whether to spare or eliminate them. Just then, the melodious voice of Xiao Yezi chimed in. Big brother, can we take the food now? Yes, go ahead. Fang Hao nodded with a smile. Yay. We're getting food. Xiao Yezi cheered, pulling Qingqing toward the pile of provisions. However, Qingqing remained still, fixing his gaze on Fang Hao as he said, Sir, may I ask you for a favor? Fang Hao nodded, indicating for him to continue. Could you take Xiao Yezi with you? My group never carries burdens. No. She is not a burden, Qingqing said, distress evident on his face as he glanced around, and then back at Fang Hao, appearing hesitant. Fang Hao waved his hand, conjuring a mental barrier that enveloped the two. You can speak now, others cannot hear. Qingqing looked doubtful, curiously surveying his surroundings. Unsure if this truly meant no one could hear them. Rest assured, Fang Hao assured him. Gritting his teeth, Qingqing spoke softly, Xiao Yezi can sense monsters from afar. Fang Hao's eyes brightened as he quickly inquired, How does she sense them? What is the range? Qingqing shook his head and said, I do not know either. During our escape, I encountered Xiao Yezi and her brother with the villagers. It was thanks to Xiao Yezi that we found our way here. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao suddenly understood everything. Just moments ago, he had questioned how such a small child could have survived. Now, it all made sense. If one could foresee the location of spirit beasts and deliberately avoid them, survival was hardly surprising. Fang Hao felt a shift in his mind and dismissed his mental barrier. In that brief moment, 120 points of mental energy dissipated. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, he summoned 10 mental enhancement pills into his hand and swallowed them in one go. As he replenished 100 points of mental energy, the pressure in his head gradually eased. While massaging his temples, he turned to Qingqing and said, You all should come with me. What do you think? I can't do anything, Chen Qing responded, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Fang Hao nodded. The surrounding individuals were equally astonished. It's settled then, he declared, waving his hand. He beckoned over Tong Qian and whispered a few words in his ear, then addressed the three women. Take Xiao Yezi to clean up. I leave this matter in your hands. The three women smiled in agreement and approached Xiao Yezi. Sister, shall I take you for a bath? Du Tianqing said with a sweet smile. Shall I help you find some pretty clothes? Fang Ruoshui added, not to be outdone. You must remember your sister, right? Xiao Mingran said softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Xiao Yezi nodded vigorously. Of course, I remember you, sister. However, before, my brother Wu Ti let me speak to outsiders, she said, her expression slightly downcast. Sister, I also have a doll, and Linger's sister is here too. This time, Xiao Mingran revealed her trump card, Xinyuan Linger and the doll. Yay! Xiao Yezi clapped her hands excitedly and grasped Xiao Mingran's delicate hand. Sister, let us go find Linger's sister. With a smile, Xiao Mingran took Xiao Yezi towards the biological vehicle, leaving Fang Ruoshui and Du Tianqing behind, their expressions filled with irritation. Fang Hao pressed his forehead in exasperation and said, What are you both still doing? Hurry and catch up. Upon hearing this, the two quickly followed suit. Tong Qian also led Chen Qing towards the biological vehicle. With two fewer people at the dining hall, Wang Tianhe finally displayed a smile. Chapter 165. Not leaving. Just kill. As the group departed, Fang Hao addressed the crowd. From the recent competition, I believe you have realized that it is not your weakness, but rather your lack of unity and cooperation. Understanding cooperation and unity, the strength of humanity is boundless. Why are we so formidable? Is it innate? No. It is cultivated through effort. Furthermore, compared to those monsters, you are human. Never forget, what is most essential to humanity? It is wisdom. Do you understand? Beside him, Zhang Bin listened to Fang Hao's political rhetoric, unable to suppress his eye roll. Really, it's such nonsense to say it's all about postnatal training, he thought. Utilizing wisdom and enhancing training, those monsters are not so fearsome. Do you understand? After speaking, with a subtle shift of his mind, 20 formidable mountain knives materialized upon the ground. Fang Hao pointed at the blades and declared, Behold, the divine weapons for slaying monsters. Any brave man among you, step forward. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the crowd remained motionless. A look of disdain and mockery crossed Fang Hao's face as he contemptuously addressed the assembly, a bunch of spineless men. You are fit only to exist as parasites, living like dogs. No, you might not even live as well as dogs. Upon hearing these words, the faces of all the men in the crowd flushed crimson, and they bowed their heads in shame. However, none dared to step forward. To wield a knife meant to confront the spirit beasts, a challenge they neither dared to accept nor desired. Disappointed, Fang Hao shook his head and was about to retract the weapons when, at that moment, a frail man emerged from the throng. I want to protect my family. Excellent. A true man. Fang Hao's expression brightened once more. Indeed, someone had stepped forward, observing such a weak figure. Some men in the crowd hesitated, but soon, gritting their teeth, they too ventured forth. 1, 2, 3. The number of men stepping out increased, and within moments, nearly 40 men had gathered. Fang Hao surveyed the scene with satisfaction and turned to Wang Tianhe, saying, These individuals are to be utilized wisely. They represent the lifeblood of your base. Do you understand? Wang Tianhe nodded excitedly. Such a scene was something he and Lu Guodong had never dared to envision during their leadership. Each foray for food had necessitated exorbitant sacrifices to recruit individuals, and only under the utmost assurance of safety from Xinyuan Linger would anyone dare to join. This was the crux of the disparity. Looking at Fang Hao, Wang Tianhe felt as if his decades in office had been in vain. Among these men, a captain needed to be chosen, and several teams formed, with their rewards supplied directly by the base, doubling for tasks undertaken and compensation provided to families in the event of death. Wang Tianhe nodded, noting everything meticulously. The flow of men had ceased, and now the central area stood occupied by nearly 100 men. Of course, the number of men in the water plant was not limited to this. Casting a cold gaze over those who remained hesitant, Fang Hao spoke icily. Those lacking courage may leave now. If you are unwilling to contribute, why should others sustain you? I will count to 3. Those who do not depart will face dire consequences. At these words, Wang Tianhe was taken aback, exclaiming urgently, Brother, you can't do this. There are still hundreds of people here. You do not understand. Such cowardly men will only bring calamity if allowed to remain. My actions are not for you, nor for any other reason, but solely for the sake of the women and children. Wang Tianhe, taken aback, bore a wry smile. Fang Hao was correct. Men devoid of courage, fearful of death, could contribute nothing but internal strife. Allowing them to stay might indeed lead to chaos. With a soft sigh, he fell silent. The men in the crowd, upon hearing this, were suddenly gripped by fear. You have no right to determine our fate. By what authority? Yes, we shall not venture out. To send us out at such an hour is tantamount to courting death. We will not comply. You, an outsider, what gives you the audacity to dictate to us? In an instant, chaos erupted among the crowd. The atmosphere became tumultuous. Feng Hao, with an impassive expression, coldly declared, 1, 2, 3. At this juncture, he addressed the women and children in a loud voice. You may return to your slumber. Following this, he gestured towards Chu Changtian and his companions. They swiftly emerged, encircling the entire throng. As the women and children began to exit one by one, the men in the crowd grew frantic. I do not wish to die. I refuse to go out. I implore you, spare us. Feng Hao and his companions remained unmoved, while Wang Tianhe sighed with a grimace. Since you wish for my demise, then do not expect to fare any better. Let us all perish together. Ha ha. Just as these words fell, several men lunged towards the nearby women and children. Whoosh. Ironwa had long been prepared and fired the first shot. Whoosh. Whoosh. In succession, 5 shots rang out. Each of the 5 men now bore a gaping hole the size of a finger in their heads, collapsing to the ground in unison. The fervent men were immediately rendered motionless, as if grasped by an unseen hand around their throats, their faces frozen in terror. This time, no one dared to act recklessly. Soon, all the women and children had departed, leaving nearly 300 men behind. Feng Hao surveyed these men and coldly stated, You still have a chance, leave now, and I shall spare you. Upon hearing this, the men rushed toward the exit as if granted a reprieve. Feng Hao watched them depart, and once they crossed the threshold, he activated his illusion eye to inspect the surroundings. A cold smile crept across his face as he signaled to Zhang Zhoming. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Zhoming swiftly exited. Within moments, anguished screams echoed from outside the water plant. The tentacles of despair re-emerged, probing outward. Wang Tianhe, hearing the cries, felt a chilling glint in his eyes. Clearly aware that these individuals intended to return after Feng Hao and his companions departed. Before long, Zhang Zhoming reappeared, his claws stained with blood. The men present bore expressions of immense relief, realizing they had made the most prudent choice. Otherwise, their fate would have mirrored that of the fallen men. Feng Hao turned to the first man who had exited and inquired, What is your profession? I am a technician, the frail man replied, his face alight with excitement. Feng Hao nodded, beckoning him forward. With a mental command, the Thunderblade technique of Black 7, along with the skills of assassination and stealth at the novice level, manifested in his hand. Here, consume this. The slender man received 3 skill elixirs and, without hesitation, swallowed them. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Hao produced another elixir for full body enhancement and handed it to him. The man again consumed it without hesitation. In an instant, after ingesting 4 skill elixirs, astonishment spread across his face. In his mind, the techniques of exertion, the art of concealment, and the mastery of blades seemed to manifest instantaneously, as if conjured from thin air. At that moment, the man gazed at Feng Hao, his eyes reflecting not only astonishment, but also profound gratitude and admiration. In an instant, an ordinary individual could transform into a master, resembling a deity. Chapter 166. The spirit communication device. The man, feeling a surge of excitement, grasped a machete and began to wield it with fervor. The surrounding 100 men stood agape, fully aware of the man's previous frailty. How could he have transformed so dramatically in an instant? They had not witnessed Feng Hao providing the man with sustenance, yet Wang Tianhe observed everything with clarity. Wang Tianhe, watching the man expertly wield the mountain-cutting knife, felt envy and fervor stirring within him. Previously, he had thought this was mere magic or an illusion, but the man's transformation was undeniably real. Now, he comprehended the true nature of the young man before him, someone capable of conjuring abilities out of nowhere, instantly elevating an ordinary person to mastery. Such prowess was nothing short of divine. Enough, cease. Feng Hao's voice interrupted the man's display of skill. He then addressed the 100 men. Do you wish to become as formidable as he? The men exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Feng Hao's intent. Yet they all nodded in agreement. I can render you as strong as he is, perhaps even stronger. Feng Hao spoke slowly, as if recounting an ordinary matter. Yet, to the ears of the men, his words took on a profound significance. Transforming an ordinary person into a master was a feat reserved for the divine. In an instant, their eyes were alight with fervor. Feng Hao nodded in satisfaction before his tone shifted, becoming grave. However, this comes at a cost. You may perceive it as a transaction. He pointed at the man who had been wielding the knife. For instance, you owe me 100 monster corpses. Remember, 100. I will return to collect them. And do not entertain thoughts of evasion, for such an outcome bears but one fate, death. Then, my lord, what if I present 200 monster corpses when you arrive? The man's eyes gleamed with eagerness, momentarily disregarding the consequences of defaulting, and posed a counter-question to Feng Hao. Upon hearing this, Feng Hao erupted into hearty laughter. Huh. If you can indeed present double the amount when I come, then your reward shall also be doubled. With a grand gesture, 100 sets of tactical jackets appeared upon the ground. These were the entirety of Feng Hao's collected resources, all synthesized for enhanced defense. First weapons, followed by protective gear, and the skill elixirs worn by the man. It was evident that Feng Hao had invested significantly this time. He pointed to the garments on the ground. These outfits will elevate your chances of survival. 1 set for each of you. Remember, 1 set equates to 5 monster corpses. A weapon requires 20 monster corpses. My lord, we simply lack sufficient weaponry, Wang Tianhe respectfully noted, having adopted a tone of reverence towards Feng Hao. How could Feng Hao possibly be unaware of this? It was simply that he currently lacked an adequate number of blueprints. Having more materials was of no use. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "The knife can be considered communal property of your water plant. Feel free to use it in rotation." With that, he added, "For now, let us leave it at that. I will come by to collect the accounts at any time." He then turned to Wang Tianhe and remarked, "Come with me." As he spoke, he walked toward the interior of the water plant. Wang Tianhe's face instantly lit up with surprise, thinking that Feng Hao intended to reward him privately, and he hurriedly followed. As they walked, Feng Hao inquired, "How many purification devices are there in this water plant?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tianhe's expression fell in disappointment. Noticing this, Feng Hao smirked slightly, and with a flicker of thought, 10 blood essence pills and 1 comprehensive enhancement pill appeared in his hand, which he handed over. "This is for you. I hope you can manage this space well, otherwise." Feng Hao's eyes glinted coldly. "Thank you, my lord. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will ensure the safety of this place. As long as I draw breath, I will not let a single woman or child be harmed." Wang Tianhe solemnly accepted the pills. The white one can be consumed now, and the red one can heal wounds and replenish stamina. Now let us discuss the purification devices. Wang Tianhe swallowed the comprehensive enhancement pill in 1 gulp, barely registering the changes in his body, and hurriedly replied, "My lord, there should be around 10 sets of devices in use, with 5 unopened sets in reserve. There are about 4 or 5 sets that are damaged, piled up in the machine room." Feng Hao nodded and said, "Let us go take a look." "Yes, my lord, please follow me." The two then made their way toward the machine room building. A few minutes later, they arrived at the machine room. The door had already been broken open when they entered the water plant, allowing them to push it open and enter directly. Wang Tianhe led the way, guiding Feng Hao. They reached one corner of the machine room building, where 5 wooden crates, each about half a person's height, were stacked. He pointed at the crates and said, "My lord, these are the 5 unopened sets." Feng Hao nodded. His mind focused as he directly stored them in his backpack, then asked, "What about the damaged ones?" "They're over here, my lord." Wang Tianhe opened a small door in the corner. As Feng Hao approached, he saw a cluttered storage room filled with various discarded parts scattered everywhere. After a careful examination, he identified 4 sets of damaged purification devices. In truth, they were merely outdated equipment. However, for Feng Hao, the distinction between functioning and non-functioning was irrelevant. He intended to consign them all to the furnace. He stored the 4 sets in his backpack, and the 2 exited the machine room. With the objective of acquiring the purification devices achieved, it was now time to depart. Just as he prepared to speak of their departure, an idea flashed in his mind. He envisioned throwing a walkie-talkie into the furnace, followed by a mental communication skill pill and a 0-level spirit crystal. He then confirmed the synthesis. Countdown, 3 minutes. Since there was now a connection to this small base, a means of communication was indispensable. The concept of communication had been long contemplated, yet due to the limited downtime of the furnace, it had never been realized. However, with 2 minutes to spare, he was willing to wait. Returning to the open space at the water plant, Feng Hao settled onto a chair and began his quiet vigil. Time trickled by, and soon 3 minutes had swiftly elapsed. Ding! Acquired Spirit Communication Device X1. Feng Hao felt a stir within, and the Spirit Communication Device materialized in his hand. He swiftly cast a probing spell upon it. Spirit Communication Device, a fusion of spirit beast skills, spiritual crystals, and contemporary technology. Attributes: capable of transmitting messages within a range infused with spiritual energy, consuming 10 points of spiritual power per transmission. Autonomously absorbing 1 point of spiritual power per minute, with a capacity of 20 points. Restrictions: messages can only be transmitted to a designated port and must be bound for use, requiring a blood sample for binding. Upon glancing at the device, Fang Hao understood its operation. Akin to the real name authentication of the pre-apocalyptic era, one could not send messages without this verification. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and with another mental command, he cast the same materials into the furnace to commence synthesis. Come here and extend your hand, he instructed. Wang Tianhe hurried over, and Fang Hao grasped his hand, pressing it into the recess on the side of the spirit communication device. Wang Tianhe instinctively exclaimed. Watching the small screen display the message of successful binding, Fang Hao handed the device to Wang Tianhe. Take this. You can use it to contact me in the future. Chapter 167, Upgrade. Submark system. Shortly thereafter, the synthesis of another spirit communication device in the furnace was completed. After binding it himself and storing Wang Tianhe's information, the two devices were truly connected. Fang Hao stowed the spirit communication device and addressed Wang Tianhe. You can transmit 2 messages every 20 minutes. Use it wisely. I must take my leave now. With that, he waved farewell to Chu Changtian and the others, heading towards the biological vehicle. As Fang Hao and his companions departed, Wang Tianhe and the 100 men bowed in unison, respectfully proclaiming, We bid you farewell, my lord. Fang Hao waved his hand, his figure vanishing before the biological vehicle. The vehicle started and gradually melted into the night, disappearing from sight. In the driver's cabin, the driver was once again Chu Changtian, while the butcher, who had initially been at the wheel, had now entered the furnace. In the co-pilot seat, Fang Hao closed his eyes and focused, beginning the synthesis of the butcher. 5-element Earth Spirit Decision X1, Heavy Armor of Strength X1, Heavy Strike X1, Golden Spirit Great Knife Scythe X1, Golden Spirit Exoskeleton X1, Level 5 Spirit Crystal X1, Enhanced Regeneration X1, Guardian Shield X1, then confirming synthesis. A countdown appeared. 3 hours. It could be said that the butcher would be astonishingly formidable once transformed. He would surely not pale in comparison to Chu Changtian. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Hao opened the information on Chu Changtian and Zhang Bin, as he had not previously had the chance to examine their details due to pressing matters. Fang Hao cast a glance and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Now, the attributes of both individuals were but a step away from him and Zhang Zhongming, especially since Zhang Bin's attribute ceiling was exceedingly high. Chu Changtian and Zhang Bin, being at levels 5 and 4 respectively, had relatively minor differences in attributes, with the only significant divergence being in their spiritual power limits. This constituted Chu Changtian's sole advantage. At present, the two of them undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of combat strength within the entire team. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Paozi and promptly opened his information to take a look. Target, Paozi, New Humanity. Level Physique, 50 points Strength, 45 points Speed, 40 points Spirit, 50 points Spiritual Power, 300 points Skills, Stealth, Assassination, Disguise, Military Fist. Firearm Mastery, Driving Proficiency, Jungle Warfare, Demolition Proficiency, Skeletal Battle Armor, Air Cannon, Fire Spirit Technique, Eye of Illusion, Enhanced Regeneration. As the mobile artillery of the team, Paozi's attributes were not lacking, especially since he was not required to engage in close combat. However, his spiritual power ceiling still fell short. After Air Dan and Tong Qian underwent enhancements, the next focus would be to further modify several individuals according to their specializations. The biological vehicle was not traveling at a swift pace, with the puppet lizard closely trailing behind. Fang Hao glanced out of the car window and then spoke to Chu Changtian. Changtian, Xiao Zhan and the others are still alive. You must be aware of this, right? At the wheel, Chu Changtian's face instantly lit up with excitement, followed by a glimmer of yearning in his eyes as he looked at Fang Hao and said, Boss, is there any chance we could rescue the captain and the others? At this point, Chu Changtian cautiously observed Fang Hao's expression, and upon noticing no signs of impatience, he let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak again, Fang Hao smiled and said, No problem, it's on the way. Let's go take a look. The space in the biological vehicle is ample, so it won't be an issue to bring a few more people. Upon hearing this, Chu Changtian's face was immediately alight with gratitude and emotion. He understood Fang Hao's principles. He would not rescue anyone without a vested interest. The fact that he agreed to save Xiao Zhan and the others was entirely out of respect for their small team of 7. Boss, thank you. Chu Changtian earnestly expressed his gratitude to Fang Hao. Fang Hao waved his hand with a smile, saying, All right, no need for such formalities. I'm not truly cold-hearted. I merely adhere to my principles in this apocalypse, doing what I believe is right. Now, focus on driving. I will go check on the others. With that, Fang Hao rose and exited the driver's cabin. Outside, aside from a few women, everyone else was present. Zhang Bin and the others were engaged in a game of cards. while the rest were chatting and laughing. Boss, they called out in unison upon seeing Fang Hao emerge. Fang Hao nodded and approached Xian Yuanshe, taking a seat beside him. How are you feeling now? He asked with a smile. Xian Yuanshe maintained his ever-present serene smile and lifted his severed arm, saying, Not bad, it's a bit itchy. Fang Hao glanced over and noticed that the shoulder where Xian Yuanshe had lost his arm was now beginning to sprout delicate pink granulations. Huang Xiao nodded with a smile and remarked, Indeed, it should fully grow before we reach Kyoto. Now, take a good rest. With that, he stood up, preparing to leave. Xian Yuanshe hurriedly called out to Fang Hao, hesitating for a moment before managing a wry smile. Fang Hao, in truth, linger means no harm. You need not hold her actions against her. Fang Hao chuckled and shook his head. Rest assured, I shall regard her with leniency, I am well aware. He then walked towards Zhang Zhongming, who was not far off. Upon sensing someone approaching, Zhang Zhongming's wolf-like eyes suddenly snapped open. Boss. Fang Hao nodded. So how is it? Are you prepared? Zhang Zhongming was momentarily taken aback, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Boss, can we truly do this? He asked, his voice trembling. Of course. Fang Hao replied with a smile. The 1,000 spirit beasts had already been thoroughly consumed by the devouring gourd. Their flesh entirely allocated to the spirit devouring grass and the devouring creature, while their bones, pelts, and spirit crystals were all safely stored in his spatial backpack. This time, the 1,000 spirit crystals comprised 550 of the first grade, 330 of the second grade, 90 of the third grade, and 30 of the fourth grade. Together with the previous 657 crystals, they had already surpassed the goal of 10,000. In fact, there were even some remaining. Fang Hao concentrated, issuing a command to the system. System, upgrade the imprint subsystem. As the command was given, the system's voice began to resonate. Beep. Commencing detection of spirit crystals. Beep. Spirit crystal quantity sufficient. Imprint subsystem commencing upgrade. Chapter 168. Do not speak. Hold me tight with the sudden disappearance of the 10,000 converted spirit crystals. The system's notification chimed again. Beep. Imprint subsystem upgrade completed. Immediately, a flood of information surged into Fang Hao's mind. His eyes brightened slightly as a wave of enlightenment washed over him. This upgrade had doubled the quantity, increasing the slots to 20. Moreover, the requirement for the next upgrade had escalated to a staggering 50,000 spirit crystals, transitioning from a free upgrade to one requiring 10,000, and then to 2 upgrades at 50,000. Fang Hao felt a bittersweet taste at the corner of his mouth as he absorbed the information in his mind. This system certainly did not shy away from demanding its due. Nevertheless, despite the daunting requirement of spirit crystals, the benefits of the imprints were undeniably irresistible. After all, a target inscribed with an imprint was almost equivalent to possessing infinite life, which was undeniably overpowered. With a wry smile, Fang Hao withdrew his thoughts and began to inscribe the imprint. Add target. Zhang Zhongming. Beep. Addition successful. Please name. Zhang Zhongming. Soon, the familiar rhythm resonated around them, and an obscure imprint materialized from thin air. With a wave of his hand, Fang Hao sent the imprint directly into Zhang Zhongming's forehead. Instantly, all of Zhang Zhongming's information appeared in the imprint subsystem. At that moment, Zhang Zhongming's life was finally secured. Regaining his focus, Fang Hao looked at the visibly excited Zhang Zhongming and said, Zhongming, my thought is this. You are currently a half-beastman, and within you undoubtedly flows the bloodline of beasts, which should surpass that of humans. Thus, I boldly conjecture that in order to revert back to humanity, or to draw closer to it, one might seek to augment the human essence within you. Zhang Zhongming, lacking the depth of thought possessed by Fang Hao, spoke plainly. Boss, just tell me what needs to be done, and I shall heed your words. Fang Hao nodded, his expression turning solemn as he articulated each word with precision. Human corpses. Zhang Zhongming was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly inquired, Boss, are you suggesting that we neutralize the beastly bloodline within me? Fang Hao shook his head, yet nodded in contemplation, stating, It cannot be termed as neutralization, for if that were the case, your rank would undoubtedly diminish. Therefore, it must be suppression. The human bloodline must entirely suppress the beast lineage. A glimmer of understanding sparked in Zhang Zhongming's wolf-like eyes as he quickly responded, Boss, I comprehend. Fang Hao rose, patting him on the shoulder, and declared, From now on, I shall focus on gathering human corpses. Rest assured, your life is secured. We have ample time for experimentation. I firmly believe we can restore you to humanity. Gratitude welled in Zhang Zhongming's wolfish gaze as he excitedly exclaimed, Boss, thank you. Fang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Smiling, it is settled then. There is still time before dawn. Let us take a moment to rest. With that, he made his way towards the cockpit. Upon entering, Chu Chantian spoke up. Boss, we are nearing Pet Street. Shall we take a detour or proceed directly through? Fong Hao surveyed the path ahead and replied, no need for a collision. I shall have the puppet clear the way. With that, he began to mentally control the puppet lizard, maneuvering it ahead of the biological vehicle. His control over the puppet, however, could not compare to that of the carnivorous willow, with a maximum range of only 500 meters, and even that was inconsistent. This limitation was, of course, contingent upon Fong Hao's mental capacity, which would surely expand with his rising level. The biological vehicle trailed steadily behind the puppet at a distance of 400 meters, as he commanded the puppet to meticulously clear the abandoned cars from the road. This distance was optimal for control, allowing his mind to reach the puppet without delay, ensuring the most accurate responses. Soon, as the puppet charged through the debris, swarms of spirit beasts were drawn to the commotion. However, upon realizing that the source of the noise was a fellow of their kind, one of significantly higher rank, they retreated in droves, akin to receding tides. The biological vehicle, possessing a concealed attribute, went unnoticed by the spirit beasts, which regarded it as one of their own. Fong Hao observed this scene with a smile. The presence of the puppet had indeed alleviated much inconvenience during the night, enhancing both speed and efficiency. Shortly, the puppet arrived at a particularly congested intersection, a testament to the earlier chaos wrought by Tunton. The puppet worked methodically to clear the way while the biological vehicle maintained its distance. Fong Hao turned and walked outside, clapping his hands to gather the attention of the others. The Z is approaching. Prepare to disembark and unload the equipment. With that, he proceeded towards Du Tianqing's room, standing at the door and knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the door swung open, revealing the figure of Du Tianqing. At that moment, she was clad in a silk nightgown, her hair lazily cascading over her shoulders, embodying the essence of a woman at home. The silk nightgown, slightly translucent, hinted at her alluring curves, igniting a sudden warmth in Fong Hao's nose, nearly causing him to bleed. It must be said that Du Tianqing's charm had surged dramatically, possessing an irresistible allure for any man. As Fong Hao touched his nose and prepared to speak, Du Tianqing seized his arm, pulling him into the room. Bang! The door slammed shut with a thud, and within the confines of the room, Du Tianqing embraced Fong Hao, nestling tightly in his arms. Fong Hao wished to utter a word, but Du Tianqing murmured, "Don't speak, hold me tightly. It's rare to be alone with you." With a wry smile, he gazed at the beauty in his embrace, sighed, and let his hands, which had been suspended awkwardly in the air, slowly settle on her waist. A look of joy blossomed on Du Tianqing's face. Her cheeks flushed anew as she lifted her gaze to meet Fong Hao's, her eyes glistening with emotion. Before gently closing them, it must be acknowledged that, at this moment, Fong Hao found it impossible to recall the previous rejections. Once, he had harbored a deep disdain for this woman, yet, as time passed and their experiences accumulated, he witnessed her transformation. His coldness was a testament to his steadfast nature, not a mark of insensitivity. The arrival of Chao Minggran had further unlocked the ties binding his heart. Although the past was behind him, she would eternally reside within his soul. The beauty of yesteryears remained etched in his memory, especially in this apocalyptic world, where death loomed at every corner. He resolved not to leave regrets for himself or others. To live was to look forward, to follow one's heart, and to honor those whose time was limited. Drawing a deep breath, Fong Hao pressed a fervent kiss upon her upturned face. The warmth of their shared breath and the intoxicating sensation ignited a low, involuntary moan from Du Tianqing, who began to respond with innocent hesitance. In that moment, Du Tianqing's soft murmurs were like the clarion call of an advancing army to Fong Hao, stirring a primal fire within him. His hands instinctively roamed over her snowy curves, a harmonious blend of tenderness and fervor, creating a symphony that resonated through the room, reminiscent of a nightingale's lament. Navigating over snow-capped peaks, they found themselves in a lush meadow, a place transformed as the underbrush was submerged in torrents of water. Du Tianqing's brow furrowed suddenly, a flicker of anguish crossing her face. Just as Fong Hao prepared to delve deeper into the moment, the vehicle came to a gradual halt, followed by the sound of Air Dan echoing down the corridor. "Boss, we've arrived." Fong Hao's expression froze, anger flashing across his face. "I'm about to engage in battle. You couldn't have chosen a worse time." Yet despite his frustration, duty called. He quickly donned a smile, turning to Du Tianqing with gentleness. "Did you not wish for experimental equipment? Let us go." Du Tianqing, feeling utterly relaxed in Fong Hao's embrace, blushed profusely, as if she might melt away. With a voice as delicate as a mosquito's hum, she reluctantly departed from his embrace. Just then, as Du Tianqing struggled to regain her balance, her legs weakened, and she exclaimed in surprise, falling backward. Instinctively, in her panic, she grasped Fang Hao's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Hao swiftly encircled her waist, pulling her once more into his arms. Exhaling in relief, Du Tianqing raised her hand, preparing to pat her chest, only to pause. Her brow furrowing in confusion as she inquired, "What do you have in your hand?" Fang Hao, momentarily taken aback, broke into a mischievous grin. Du Tianqing, initially stunned, quickly realized the implication and let out a soft squeal, covering her charming face, embarrassment washing over her as though she wished to vanish into the floor. "All right, it's time to go," Fang Hao chuckled softly, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Regaining her composure, Du Tianqing prepared to change her attire. But a glance at Fang Hao made her fidget again. Fang Hao, with a light-hearted shake of his head, remarked, "I'll step outside and wait for you. Take your time." With that, he opened the door and exited the room. As he stepped into the corridor, he immediately noticed Dan had not yet left. Fang Hao cleared his throat and said, "Let's go." Dan regarded Fang Hao with a peculiar expression, then glanced at Du Tianqing's door, his face revealing an understanding look. Fang Hao raised an eyebrow, casting him a sidelong glance filled with mischief. "What do you understand?" Nothing, boss. I saw nothing at all." Dan replied with an awkward grin, turning to dash outside. Fang Hao shook his head with a smile, his expression returning to a neutral demeanor as he proceeded onward. In the corridor adjacent to the seating area, everyone was ready. As Fang Hao approached, they stood to greet him. He nodded and said, "Everyone except those without combat capability should head out. Let's make haste and select what is useful." The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, Du Tianqing emerged from the corridor, now dressed in casual attire, her current look exuding a sense of competence and vigor, a stark contrast to her previous languid sleepwear. However, the blush on her cheeks had not faded, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Seeing this, Fang Hao cleared his throat twice, ahem. "Let us focus on the task at hand." With that, everyone began to file out, rushing toward the Z University campus. After the others had departed, Zhang Bin winked at Fang Hao, grinning cheekily. "Howsy, you finally caught on, haha?" Fang Hao shot him a disapproving glare. "You think you know everything. Get back to work." Zhang Bin chuckled, waving goodbye to the two before disappearing into the biology vehicle. Fang Hao smiled as he turned to Zhou Yong and Tong Qian, saying, "You two stay behind." With that, he took Du Tianqing's hand and headed for the car door. As they disembarked, Fang Hao lifted his gaze to the distant horizon, where the first light of dawn was breaking, signaling that daybreak was imminent. The night is on the verge of passing, and the once violent spirit beasts are gradually ceasing their agitation. Within the campus, Fang Hao, wielding a horn blade in one hand and holding Du Tianqing's hand with the other, methodically slashes at the scattered spirit beasts that approach them. Time flies swiftly, and Du Tianqing, gazing at Fang Hao with a sweet expression, can't help but exclaim her astonishment. Just a few days prior, in this very place, Fang Hao wouldn't even spare her a glance. She never anticipated that she would develop feelings for him. All of this feels so incredulous, so surprising. Fang Hao smiled silently, allowing unspoken understanding to linger between them. The speed of his blade remained unrelenting as they quickened their pace, pursuing the others. In the biological vehicle, Fang Ruoshui and Xiao Minggran appeared one after the other in the corridor. With their arrival, Zhang Zihan, Xianyuan Linger, along with two sword servants, and the newcomers Chen Qing and Xiao Yezi soon followed suit. Xianyuan Che, still recovering from injuries sustained the previous day, had yet to rise. Fang Ruoshui, upon noticing the absence of Fang Hao and the others, asked with a hint of confusion, "Where are they?" Xiao Minggran also looked around, realizing that Du Tianqing was missing as well, prompting her to hurriedly inquire, "Where's Du Tianqing?" Zhou Yong quickly replied, "They've all gone to retrieve equipment." "Yes, the research equipment," added Tong Qian. "Research? Who is conducting research?" The group turned their puzzled gazes toward Tong Qian and Zhou Yong. Fang Ruoshui, already aware of Fang Hao's intentions regarding research, nodded and chose not to elaborate further, making his way to his seat. However, Xiao Minggran was oblivious to this matter. Especially with Du Tianqing's absence weighing heavily on her mind, she felt a sense of foreboding and pressed. "Where is Du Tianqing? Speak up." Tong Qian and Zhou Yong exchanged a wry smile, and after a moment, Tong Qian hesitantly began, Du Doctor is with the boss." Before Tong Qian could finish, Fang Ruoshui abruptly stood up from his seat and turned toward the door. Xiao Minggran, noticing this, quickly followed suit. Zhou Yong and Tong Qian exchanged worried glances and hurried to intervene, exclaiming, "Boss, there's a plan. Everyone must remain in the biological vehicle except those who have already gone out." The two women, now at the door, hesitated, bit their lips, and ultimately stepped back. Seeing that they did not act impulsively, Zhou Yong and Tong Qian let out a sigh of relief. With dawn barely breaking, Venturing out now would only invite trouble. Fang Ruoshui was capable enough to fend for himself, but Xiao Min Gran, a girl seemingly incapable of defending herself, would be a liability should anything untoward happen. The expressions on the two women's faces prompted a silent exchange of understanding between Tong Qian and Zhou Yong. They could already envision the exhilarating scene when Fang Hao returned with Du Tianqing in tow. Boss, take care of yourself, they thought. As Chapter 170 unfolds. Titled Synthesis of AI Artificial Intelligence, Fang Hao and Du Tianqing arrived at the laboratory entrance, where Chu Changtian and the others had already opened the grand door and entered the lab. Inside, Chu Changtian was engaged in lively conversation and laughter when Fang Hao and Du Tianqing's figures appeared in the corridor. As the crowd prepared to greet one another, a sudden glance revealed two individuals holding hands, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Had they truly become an item so swiftly? A soft blush crept onto Du Tianqing's delicate face, her heart brimming with an indescribable shyness, yet her hand remained firmly clasped around Fang Hao's, refusing to let go even for an instant. Clearing his throat a few times, Fang Hao drew the attention of the group back to himself and announced, "Let us begin." Du Tianqing nodded and stepped forward, commencing the orchestration of equipment transportation. Thanks to the miraculous spatial ring, the logistics of moving equipment posed no significant challenge. However, with only 8 available spatial rings, the limited capacity meant they could only accommodate essential apparatus. Trivial items were deemed dispensable. Moreover, the current biological vehicle had its own spatial restrictions. With merely 50 square meters allocated for Du Tianqing's laboratory, the limitations of this area were starkly evident. The original laboratory boasted nearly 2,000 square meters filled with an array of equipment. Furrowing her brow, Du Tianqing remarked, "Fang Hao, could you not allocate a bit more space? 50 square meters is truly insufficient. I cannot even fit some of the larger analytical devices." Fang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. The space occupied by the devouring grass and the roots of the swallowing entity, along with the storage area, consumes most of the available room. This 50 square meters was squeezed from the living quarters for you. Du Tianqing sighed in frustration. Without some essential equipment, my research is at a standstill. Fang Hao exhaled deeply, preparing to express his own limitations when a sudden idea sparked in his mind. What if all items could be synthesized? Could laboratory equipment also be synthesized? His eyes lit up, and he turned to Du Tianqing, exclaiming, "Tianqing, I have a solution." With a hint of skepticism, Du Tianqing inquired, "Are you planning to free up more space for me?" Fang Hao chuckled and shook his head. "I intend to modify your experimental equipment. It may yield unexpected results." Du Tianqing hesitated, asking, "Is that truly feasible? If something goes awry, procuring equipment of this caliber would necessitate a trip to the Demon City or Kyoto." Her words caused Fang Hao to waver momentarily. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Perhaps we should start with smaller or less critical devices." Du Tianqing nodded in agreement, willing to experiment with less vital equipment first. Fang Hao glanced at the butcher's synthesis time. Less than 20 minutes remained. After 20 minutes, the furnace would be available. This time, he intended to synthesize several items, upgrades for his own weapon, Chu Changtian's weapon, as well as a psychic communicator, AI, and experimental equipment. All of these were currently essential. Among the remaining unsynthesized combatants were Air Dan, along with Tong Qian, Zhou Yong, and the recently arrived Chen Qing. Fang Hao planned to modify them based on their specific inclinations. The transformation of bias is not something that can be rushed. Both the skills and the focus of the transformation require careful consideration. Regarding Erden, Fang Hao has designated him as a scout. Becoming a competent scout in a post-apocalyptic world is no simple feat. Firstly, one must master concealment and the ability to remain undetected by all spirit beasts. Then, agility and the capability to preserve one's life are essential, allowing for effortless movement in and out of danger. Achieving all of these requirements necessitates skills and materials that are far from trivial. It can be said that once Erden is successfully synthesized, his mobility will undoubtedly surpass that of everyone else. Before long, the spatial rings belonging to Chu Changtian and the others were filled to capacity. "Boss, we can't fit anymore," Chu Changtian remarked as he approached. "Just wait a moment." In the blink of an eye, over 10 minutes had passed, and there were less than 4 minutes remaining until the butcher's synthesis would conclude. Fang Hao first retrieved 2 spatial rings brimming with electronic devices, and with a thought, he poured their contents onto the ground before tossing the rings to Chu Changtian, instructing, "Continue to load them." Du Tianqing gazed at the phones and computers scattered on the ground, her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, "Fang Hao, what do you need these items for? There's no network now. They've all become obsolete." Fang Hao smiled mysteriously and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "For creating life." Du Tianqing's cheeks flushed as she quickly glanced at Chu Changtian and the others. Seeing that no one was watching, she swiftly pecked Fang Hao on the cheek. At that moment, a notification from the system rang out. Ding! The butcher has completed synthesis. Please check. Fang Hao's face lit up with joy as he focused his mind, causing the butcher's figure to materialize. Boss. The butcher appeared momentarily bewildered, but upon seeing Fang Hao, his face broke into a broad smile. Fang Hao, grinning, nodded and inquired, "How do you feel?" The butcher vigorously nodded, his face brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Boss. I feel incredibly good. Better than ever before. Ha ha, that's wonderful. You can become even stronger in the future." Fang Hao laughed heartily, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. Now, the team possessed another formidable strength, which would undoubtedly accelerate their progress. Butcher, quickly demonstrate your abilities. Let us witness your prowess. Yes, hurry up, Butcher. The others, eager to see the butcher's capabilities, crowded around him, chattering excitedly. All right. There will be plenty of opportunities to see later. First, let us finish the important tasks at hand. After you fill the spatial rings, also bring back a few tables. Fang Hao clapped his hands to silence the chatter and began organizing the group. The others nodded and resumed loading the equipment. In no time, the two newly vacated spatial rings were also filled, and each person carried a table as they made their way outside. As he watched them depart, Fang Hao concentrated his mind, withdrawing all the electronic devices into the furnace. He then considered the addition of a level 5 spirit crystal, and after a moment's thought, he also included a mental transmission skill pill. Having completed these preparations, he was ready to confirm the synthesis. However, after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and added another level 5 spirit crystal before finalizing the synthesis. The countdown commenced. 1 hour. Fang Hao narrowed his eyes. 1 hour, a time frame strikingly similar to that of the devouring gourd, left him unable to discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. Given the precedent set by the devouring gourd, it seemed futile to judge based solely on time. Now, he could only await the outcome. As he was synthesizing artificial intelligence rather than mere weaponry, one could even argue he was on the verge of creating a unique form of life. He drew his thoughts back to Du Tianqing, swiftly closing the distance to envelop her in his embrace. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly averted her gaze. Have you made your decision? I may not have just one woman, Fang Hao whispered softly in her ear. Du Tianqing stiffened, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. And after a moment's hesitation, she slowly raised her head to meet his gaze. Will you treat me well? You are all I have left. Before she could finish, Fang Hao captured her lips in a fervent kiss. She murmured. My private room is over there. Chapter 171. You must obey me, do you understand? Her words ignited a fire within Fang Hao, a surge of passion that compelled him to scoop her up and dash toward the room. Upon entering, he recognized it as her office from the photographs adorning the desk. He carried her directly to a small door nestled in the corner of the office. Upon opening it, he discovered a modest room containing a single bed, a wardrobe, and a bathroom, its size akin to that of a standard hotel room. Clearly, this space had been designated specifically for Du Tianqing, as a national-level bioengineer was entitled to special accommodations. Gently laying her on the bed, he gazed at her with tender eyes and asked softly, Are you ready? Du Tianqing shyly closed her eyes, nodding, her face a tapestry of crimson and anxiety. Fang Hao leaned in to kiss her luscious lips deeply. This kiss was intoxicating. Both of them lost in a fervent exchange, as though they wished to meld their very beings into one another. It is often said that practice makes perfect, a sentiment that rings true without exception, though its origin remains a mystery. In this moment, Fang Hao found himself expertly navigating the depths of passion, gradually seeking more than mere physical contact. With each embrace, each caress, whether gentle or fervent, he instinctively explored new realms of intimacy. His lips were busy, and his hands were equally relentless, embodying the fierce spirit of a man unafraid to charge into battle amidst a throng of mystical beasts. Arriving at the foot of the snow-capped mountains, the altitude was breathtaking. A thin layer of snow began to melt away, revealing the majestic visage of the mountain. Du Tianqing, you shameless woman, come out. At that critical moment, a furious voice erupted from outside. Upon hearing it, veins bulged on Fang Hao's forehead. Just when he thought he was free, this interruption occurred. Had they timed their arrival to perfection? Recognizing the voice, he immediately deduced the identity of the intruder. At this hour, only Fang Ruoshui possessed the audacity to shout like that and move with such speed. At the moment when Du Tianqing's furious shouts erupted, her eyes suddenly widened, the crimson hue draining from her face, replaced instantly by a surge of anger. She sprang from her bed, disregarding her disheveled attire, and stormed out. Fang Hao, with a wry smile and a sigh, hurriedly followed. Sister, you cannot defeat her. You must remain calm. As he emerged, he discovered that Du Tianqing had already vanished, only to be met with her furious screams. Fang Ruoshui, you wretched woman. What business is it of yours to meddle in my affairs? Just as her words trailed off, a cry of alarm escaped Du Tianqing. Fang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He sprinted out with all his might. Ruoshui, let go. Upon exiting, he beheld Fang Ruoshui gripping Du Tianqing by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Du Tianqing's face flushed crimson as she desperately struck at Fang Ruoshui's arms. Fang Hao rushed toward Fang Ruoshui, his face darkening as he commanded, release her. Now. Humph. Fang Ruoshui huffed disdainfully, loosening her grip, causing Du Tianqing to tumble backward. Fang Hao swiftly caught her, cradling her in his arms. He whispered gently, are you all right? Du Tianqing took several deep breaths, her flushed complexion gradually subsiding, and she glared at Fang Ruoshui, her voice rising with indignation. You insane woman. Do you wish to kill me? Are you out of your mind? Fang Ruoshui regarded Du Tianqing with icy disdain, declaring, he is my man. You shall not have him. Otherwise, I will end you. Your man? Du Tianqing scoffed derisively, her anger twisting into laughter as she retorted, ask Fang Hao if he acknowledges that. With your demeanor, you dare to claim him? Look at yourself, perpetually wearing a lifeless expression, frigid and devoid of any femininity. Such folly. It matters not if he does not admit it. I will ensure he does. You had best keep your distance from him. Fang Ruoshui shot Du Tianqing a sidelong glance, her tone chilling. Du Tianqing, gritting her teeth, was about to retort when Fang Hao interjected, his voice cold and firm. Enough. Both of you, cease this incessant bickering. The moment the words left his lips, their effect was immediate. The two women, previously locked in a fierce confrontation, instantly transformed into models of compliance. Fang Hao regarded them sternly, his voice low and serious. Have you two quarreled enough? Do you think I am invisible? Tianqing, have you forgotten what I said? Ruoshui, your behavior this time is utterly unacceptable. Do you truly wish to kill her? Must you force my hand to send you both away? Please no, don't. Both women gasped in unison at his words. Since you do not wish for me to send you away, then do not create chaos. If you wish to be my women, you must first obey. Look at yourselves. Have you been obedient? You both disappoint me greatly. Ruoshui, I understand your feelings, but our connection is but a fleeting familiarity. Are you certain you genuinely care for me? Love me? Upon hearing this, Fang Ruoshui's eyes reddened, tears welling as she gazed at Fang Hao, affirming earnestly, I am certain. I, Ruoshui, have always been straightforward. I would never lie. Directly confronting the revelation of her true name, her emotions were laid bare, without the slightest pretense. Fang Hao's eyes were filled with complexity as he let out a gentle sigh, approaching Fang Ruoshui to tenderly wipe away the tears from her cheeks, speaking softly. I fear you may misconstrue the familiarity we share. Therefore, I implore you to ponder this thoroughly, or perhaps, once you have discerned the nature of our feelings, you may address it. Fang Ruoshui's expression displayed unwavering determination as she shook her head. No, I am quite certain. If you do not harbor feelings for me, you may express it openly. I can depart, or you may take my life. Either option is acceptable. Fang Hao pinched the bridge of his nose, a wave of distress washing over him. He realized that Fang Ruoshui was just as formidable as Du Tianqing, boldly speaking of death so casually. Exhaling softly, he slowly opened his arms, inquiring of Fang Ruoshui, are you certain you have thought this through? Are you prepared to listen? A radiant smile graced Fang Ruoshui's face as she leapt into Fang Hao's embrace, holding him tightly. He gently caressed her flowing hair, sighing deeply. Nearby, Du Tianqing felt a pang of sorrow, an indescribable ache swelling within her. She wished to cry, yet held back the tears. Having promised Fang Hao to be understanding and compliant, not to burden him. Suppressing a sniffle, Du Tianqing fought back her tears. When Fang Hao turned to glance at her, he caught sight of this poignant scene, and a bittersweet smile emerged on his face as he extended an arm toward her. Seeing that he had not forgotten her, Du Tianqing's smile returned, and she rushed into his embrace. Cradling both lovely ladies, Fang Hao felt no joy in his heart. He was instead plagued by a throbbing headache. Why? Because, quite frankly, there was still a biological vehicle aboard. As the three of them remained in this tender moment, an hour quietly passed, and the system's notification chime sounded precisely on cue. Ding. Acquired entry-level biological intelligence, Core X1. A look of delight spread across Fang Hao's face as he released the two women. With a flicker of his mind, a transparent, glass-like crystal materialized in his hand. The crystal was roughly half the size of a standard mobile phone, intricately adorned with dense patterns, resembling a translucent circuit board. Curiosity piqued, The two women gazed at the crystal that had suddenly appeared in Fang Hao's hand, prompting them to ask, "What is this, Fang Hao?" With a smile, he replied, "This is a remarkable find. Do you remember AI, artificial intelligence?" Du Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Is this the artificial intelligence core?" Fang Hao nodded, regarding the palm-sized transparent crystal, and promptly cast a probing spell. Entry-level biological intelligence core, a product of humanity's technological wisdom fused with spiritual crystals. Attributes: the most basic intelligence core, with entry-level computational abilities and entry-level scene construction capabilities. It belongs to an alternative life form, capable of evolution and learning. Activation conditions: parasitism. Lacking offensive power, defensive capabilities, or even health points, it was merely accompanied by a few succinct lines of description. Yet, it was these very lines that ignited an uncontrollable ecstasy within Fang Hao. Capable of evolution, able to learn, an alternative life form. This was the crux of the probing information. In a certain sense, he has birthed a form of life. Although it remains uncertain if such a thing will exist in the future, it is undeniably true that it did not exist prior to him. The AI intelligence of Kyoto and the White House merely functions as ordinary programs, while his creation is an entirely authentic living entity. With a mere thought, he stored the biological intelligence core into his backpack and addressed Du Tianqing. "Let us discuss the experimental apparatus. Where shall we commence?" Du Tianqing surveyed their surroundings, ultimately directing her gaze towards a microscope, pointing it out. "This one, perhaps. There are several of these microscopes, and even if one were to malfunction, we have spares." Fang Hao nodded in agreement, approached the microscope, and with another thought, directly placed it into the furnace, subsequently adding a grade spirit crystal to ensure synthesis. Countdown, 10 minutes. Once again, there appeared to be no discernible difference in time. Distinguishing between ordinary equipment and that of grade quality could no longer be achieved through mere temporal observation. After completing these tasks, Fang Hao beckoned the two women from the sofa and began to await the outcome. A mere 10 minutes was nothing to him. As long as he could ascertain the viability of this method, the subsequent steps would be straightforward. Moreover, he harbored an even bolder idea. Now he awaited the synthesis results. In Beicheng, at the juncture of the suburbs and the city, within a warehouse, Xiao Zhan and Zhuang Heng, alongside a contingent of 20 Red Dragon warriors, found themselves encircled by nearly 100 individuals. Each of these nearly 100 people wielded weapons, guns, knives, and even some handcrafted grenades. Madness was evident in their expressions, their eyes fixated with intensity on the center where Xiao Zhan and his companions stood, within the defensive circle formed by Xiao Zhan and his comrades. 3 women were visibly terrified, trembling uncontrollably as they gazed at their aggressors. Xiao Zhan and his companions wore grave expressions, contemplating their strategies in response to this dire situation. Rewind 20 minutes, when dawn had just begun to break. Zhuang Heng and 3 fellow warriors stationed at the entrance suddenly spotted 3 women fleeing in a state of panic. Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 rushed to their aid. Shortly after rescuing the women, the 100-strong mob arrived, surrounding them completely. From the terrified women, Xiao Zhan and his comrades learned that these individuals were utterly deranged, forsaking morals and ethics in their desperate bid for survival. Most alarmingly, these people were cannibals. This was precisely why the 3 women had risked being devoured by spirit beasts in their escape. Each Red Dragon warrior bore an expression of grave concern. Having recently endured an attack from a horde of rodents, they were all injured and ill-prepared for another confrontation. The madness etched on the faces of their adversaries was unmistakably genuine, reflecting a willingness to perish together, a sight they had encountered before. The bloodshed and commotion were known to attract spirit beast attacks, a lesson learned through the sacrifice of countless warriors. Each Red Dragon warrior was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere of tension and indignation, yet they did not dare to make a move. Not for any other reason, but because the Red Dragons could not afford further losses. The remnants of the Red Dragon are now as fragile as glass, incapable of enduring further turmoil. The 7 individuals led by Chu Changtian have vanished without a trace, although they were seeds left behind by Xiao Zhan for the Red Dragon. They have also been thrust into the abyss. During the past 2 days, every night in Z City has been filled with screams and the roars of beasts, making Xiao Zhan acutely aware that Z City is far more perilous than he had imagined. It seems that the location of the Red Dragon's fire seed must be reconsidered. The fate of Chu Changtian and his companions remains uncertain. Thus, in this impasse, Xiao Zhan, as the supreme commander, finds himself in a truly precarious position. Engaging in battle, though the casualties on the opposing side remain unknown, would ensure that none of them survive. The 5-fold disparity in numbers and varying physical conditions make this outcome inevitable. The most terrifying prospect is that once combat ensues, the The scent of blood and the sounds of conflict will undoubtedly attract spirit beasts, leaving no chance for survival. Conversely, refraining from action is equally daunting, as the madness etched on the faces of the adversaries clearly indicates their restless intentions. This is the most challenging predicament Xiaozhan has faced since assuming the leadership of the Red Dragon. However, at this moment, all he can do is grapple with his dilemma. In the Z University Biological Laboratory, Fang Hao held a microscope that had changed little, and he cast a probing spell. The Spirit Energy Microscope is a product synthesized from modern microscopes and spirit crystals, allowing the examination of various microscopic states of matter. Each use consumes 20 points of spirit energy, with a total capacity of 160 points. The activation time is instantaneous. Du Tianqing observed the microscope in Fang Hao's hands. Her expression, one of confusion. Fang Hao, it seems to have changed little. Its transformation lies not in its appearance, but within, Fang Hao replied, handing her the microscope. With skepticism, Du Tianqing gazed at the microscope before peering through the lens. In an instant, she was taken aback. Under the microscope, countless minuscule particles were moving in chaotic rhythms. Drawing upon her knowledge, she quickly recognized these tiny particles as the elemental components of air. However, she soon discovered a type of minuscule particle she had never encountered before. These particles intertwined with the components of the air yet remained undisturbed. Perfectly spherical and emanating a milky glow, resembling tiny bubbles that would shatter upon the slightest touch. Chapter 173. Two seals. A sudden joy illuminated Du Tianqing's face as she exclaimed to Fang Hao, Fang Hao, I have discovered the existence of spirit energy. Fang Hao nodded with a smile. This is merely the preliminary stage, so do not be overly astonished. Quickly, let us return. I must commence my research. With that, Du Tianqing seized Fang Hao's hand and headed for the exit. Fang Hao gently patted her hand, advising, do not rush. Merely seeing is insufficient. We must also be able to extract and utilize it for it to have an effect on ordinary people. First, take a look at what equipment we need. Excluding what we just took, he gestured toward the apparatus on the ground. Du Tianqing's face was alight with excitement and elation. She had finally unearthed the opportunity to transform humanity. All of this is a gift from the man named Fang Hao before her. At this moment, her gaze towards him is filled with gratitude and warmth. She leaps forward, planting a deep kiss on Fang Hao's lips, and softly expresses, Fang Hao, thank you for providing humanity with the opportunity for evolution. It has always been my fervent desire, and I am truly grateful to you. Fang Hao smiles gently, replying, I have mentioned before that, within my capabilities, I do not mind assisting humanity in any way. It is fortuitous that you are the one to take the lead on this matter, which is also significantly beneficial to me. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. All right, can you two stop being so sweet? Humph. Fang Ruoshui huffs, her expression revealing displeasure. With a chuckle, Fang Hao swiftly appears before Fang Ruoshui, and amidst her surprised exclamation, he kisses her alluring lips. After a prolonged moment, Fang Hao releases the blushing Fang Ruoshui, gently ruffling her hair as he states, remember, there shall be no jealousy in the future. Otherwise, you will face the family law. Do you understand? Compared to the seasoned Fang Hao, Fang Ruoshui is experiencing her first kiss, still in a daze from the suddenness of it all. A whirlwind of happiness, sweetness, apprehension, and heart-fluttering emotions envelopes her. After a brief pause, she finally responds, her face crimson as she hears Fang Hao speak, lowering her head in silence. Fang Hao, wearing a satisfied smile, turns to Du Tianqing and asks, what do you need? Following Du Tianqing's gestures, they begin to collect the equipment scattered on the ground. They continue until they reach the limit of 50, at which point Fang Hao ceases his actions. By then, Du Tianqing has gathered nearly everything she requires, along with crucial equipment taken away by Chu Changtian and others, leaving them with a surplus. Thus, regardless of the outcome of Fang Hao's synthesis, the losses will be minimal, allowing him to proceed with his experiments with peace of mind. Let us go, Fang Hao exclaims, waving his hand as he takes hold of both Du Tianqing and Fang Ruoshui, laughing heartily as they head outside. The three close the laboratory door and retrace their steps along the path. At that moment, Fang Hao suddenly remembers something, as they are now his women. The life-saving marks are essential. With a focused thought, he begins to inscribe the marks. Add target. Du Tianqing. Beep. Target added successfully. Please name. Du Tianqing. Add target. Fang Ruoshui. Beep. Target added successfully. Please name. Fang Ruoshui. As Fang Hao issues these commands, two marks materialize out of thin air, hovering before the trio. Du Tianqing, having encountered the marks before, feels her eyes welling up with tears of joy, realizing that Fang Hao truly regards her as his own. Conversely, Fang Ruoxue sees the marks for the first time, her face betraying a look of confusion. What is this, Fang Hao? Remarkable things. Do you understand why Chu Changtian and the others are so powerful? Hee, it's all thanks to this. Remember Zhang Bin's resurrection? It was also made possible by this. Fang Hao cradled two glowing insignias in his hands, explaining with a smile. Listening to his words, Fang Ruoxue and Du Tianqing felt a profound sense of recognition and acceptance, mingled with an unmistakable look of astonishment. These peculiar, radiant artifacts possessed the power to resurrect individuals and enhance their strength, truly akin to divine intervention. In an instant, the gazes of the two women directed at Fang Hao were imbued with warmth, affection, and a deep-seated admiration. In this brutal apocalypse, being loved and cared for was a true blessing. With such a godlike man safeguarding them, what more could they desire? With a smile, Fang Hao pressed the insignias against the foreheads of the two women. As the insignias merged, their information promptly appeared within the subsystem. The successful addition of these insignias signified that their lives were now secured, as long as he remained alive. If he survived, so too would they. Having accomplished this, the trio resumed their leisurely stroll along the path, hand in hand. However, just as they approached the vicinity of the dining hall, a faint sound suddenly reached their ears, causing the expressions of the two women to tighten. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, and he commanded in a cold tone, "Show yourself." After a lengthy silence, he huffed with impatience and bellowed, "Come out, or you shall face the consequences." At this command, several figures emerged from the nearby storage building next to the dining hall, 8 individuals in total, comprising 3 women and 5 men. All of them appeared grimy and smeared with grease, prompting Fang Hao to narrow his eyes. No wonder they had managed to survive amidst the half-beastmen of the Z University campus. They had resorted to the same self-preservation tactics as Zhou Yong. Despite their filthy appearance and soiled faces, he recognized them at once as students of Z University. Casting a casual glance, Fang Hao took the hands of the two women and continued toward the campus exit. He had no intention of intervening with these few individuals. They were vastly different from the thousands at the water plant. With the multitude of survivors in Z City, how could he possibly attend to them all? As the trio prepared to walk away, one of the female students suddenly called out, "Are you Professor Du?" "You are Fang Hao." A flicker of conflict crossed Du Tianqing's face as she regarded Fang Hao with complex emotions. She was acutely aware of his principles and the fact that their group did not accommodate burdens. Yet, she found it difficult to ignore these students entirely. Sighing softly, Fang Hao affectionately brushed Du Tianqing's cheek and reassured, "Do not worry, I know what to do." He then turned to the speaking female student, "Do you know me?" The student's face brightened with delight as she replied, "Yes, I enjoy watching you play basketball," though her expression soon turned bashful. "But what?" Fang Hao asked, intrigued by her hesitation. "I was afraid of being ridiculed, so I never cheered for you," the student admitted, her shyness evident. Fang Hao erupted into hearty laughter, appreciating the girl's candidness and straightforwardness. For no other reason than this single statement, he had no choice but to intervene. Chapter 174, Tonight, I shall share a bed with you. Before the apocalypse, he was the object of ridicule and disdain, yet he remained the focal point of the entire school. Regardless of whether the girl's words bore truth, Fang Hao found himself in high spirits. He then addressed her, inquiring, "Pray tell, how did you manage to evade the peril? I recall that the school was overrun by half-beasts, was it not?" "Half-beasts?" Confusion flickered across the faces of several individuals. Fang Hao, with a smile, elaborated, "Those who consume the flesh of monsters undergo a transformation into beings that are neither human nor spirit. I refer to them as half-beasts." Upon hearing this, fear gripped the faces of the 8. Clearly, the harrowing scene of their companions morphing into half-beasts lingered vividly in their memories. After a moment of trepidation, the girl hesitantly confessed, "After realizing the situation was dire, we concealed ourselves within an oil drum." Fang Hao's approval was unmistakable on his countenance. Like Zhou Yong, they too were deserving of survival in this harsh world. He then gestured for the 8 to approach him. The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the girl who took the first step toward Fang Hao. The other 7, after a brief moment of silent resolution, hastily followed suit. As the girl approached, Fang Hao smiled gently and instructed Fang Ruoxue, "Please cleanse her." Fang Ruoxue nodded, channeling her energy as a blue luminescent shield materialized, enveloping the girl in a gentle wash. In no time, the grime dissipated, revealing her exquisitely pure visage. Once she was cleansed, Fang Ruoxue waved her hand, causing the blue shield to vanish and the water to revert to elemental form, dissipating into the air. The girl, astonished, gazed incredulously at her still damp clothing, convinced she had not imagined the miraculous blue shield. Ignoring her astonishment, Fang Hao glanced at the 7 who had followed and turned to the girl, asking, "Did any of these gentlemen bully you 3? The girl snapped back to reality, her expression betraying hesitation. Observing her demeanor, a cold glimmer ignited in Fang Hao's eyes as he spoke softly. "Fear not, speak plainly. They intended to harm us, but we threatened mutual destruction, which ultimately thwarted their plans," the girl replied in a hushed tone. At that moment, the 7 drew closer just in time to overhear her words. The expressions of the 5 men darkened considerably. Fang Hao regarded the 5 men with a steely gaze, gesturing dismissively to Fang Rishape before addressing them. "We are all classmates. Why resort to such actions?" The 5 men stammered, failing to articulate a coherent response, having witnessed Fang Rishape's prowess from afar. It was evident that Fang Hao had undergone a profound transformation, rendering him beyond reproach. The audacity to traverse a campus teeming with spirit beasts was not merely a stroke of luck. They could not fathom that Fang Hao relied solely on the girl's presence. In this harsh reality, every individual possessed a keen understanding. The pivotal point was clear to all without the need for elaboration. They now truly regret their actions, wishing they had refrained from acting today. The earlier commotion was a result of their intentions to overpower the 3 girls. Fang Hao regarded the 5 men with a faint smile, casually remarking, "Do you know what is most abundant in the apocalypse?" "What?" The 5 men were taken aback, their faces reflecting confusion. "What is most abundant in the apocalypse is men." With that, Fang Hao's figure abruptly vanished. When he reappeared, he stood in place, shaking off the blood from his blade, his mind commanding the retrieval of his backpack space. "You may as well die," he declared. As soon as these words left his lips, the 5 men clutched their throats in disbelief, blood gushing forth. And they collapsed to the ground without uttering a word. The 3 girls, filled with terror, covered their mouths, suppressing their screams. They had anticipated Fang Hao would avenge them, but they never imagined he would resort to murder so casually. When did Fang Hao become so fearsome? The 3 women stared at him in horror. While Fang Rishape had already cleaned the 2 girls and approached Fang Hao, inquiring with her eyes about the next steps. Fang Hao nodded slightly at Du Tianqing. Understanding the unspoken message, Du Tianqing stepped forward to the 3 girls, stating, "Fear not. Fang Hao does not kill indiscriminately. He simply cannot tolerate cowards who bully women." The girls nodded, their expressions easing considerably, though the fear upon their faces remained evident. Witnessing a murder in public was something they had never dared to imagine, let alone witness firsthand. Fang Hao waved his hand and directly walked toward the campus exit. Fang Rishape and Du Tianqing accompanied the 3 girls, keeping a respectful distance behind. Fang Hao directed a mental signal towards Tun Tun in the biological vehicle, and before long, Tun Tun's tentacles lunged toward the 5 corpses. Upon seeing the eerie green appendages, the 3 girls were once again struck with terror, but they managed to suppress their fear upon observing Du Tianqing and Fang Rishape's calm demeanor. As they approached the biological vehicle, the door swung open in response. The moment it opened, a blue silhouette leaped into Fang Hao's embrace. A gentle smile graced Fang Hao's face as he caressed Xiao Mengran's hair, softly asking, "What's wrong?" Xiao Mengran lifted her head, her eyes reddened, and choked out, "Do you not want me anymore?" Fang Hao's expression shifted to one of bittersweet amusement as he helplessly replied, "What are you thinking? How could that be? Then why didn't you call for me when you went out? Why only take Du Tianqing?" Xiao Mengran's gaze bore into Fang Hao, her voice trembling. Under her intense scrutiny, Fang Hao felt a twinge of guilt, clearing his throat awkwardly as he stammered, "I went to fetch experimental equipment. I needed her." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." "Then why did Chu Changtian and the others return, but you and Du Tianqing did not?" "Because I was conducting an experiment." "What kind of experiment?" "Creating. Developing equipment." Xiao Mengran's expression instantly hardened, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. Staring resolutely at Fang Hao, she declared, "Tonight, I will sleep with you." Fang Hao forced a smile. Just as he was about to speak, the system's prompt sounded. "Beep. Biological loyalty has reached the required standard. Please check." Well, this notification was rather timely. In truth, Fang Hao felt a sense of curiosity as to why the system had not yet indicated Xiao Mengran's loyalty. In his view, she should have been the first to be assessed. The intricacies of their relationship, which could hardly be termed love yet was undeniably subtle, were far more reliable than that of Fang Rishape and Du Tianqing at that time. Nevertheless, the reality was clear. At least it was confirmed now, albeit not too late. Chapter 175. What are you to compete for a man with me? Before long, Du Tianqing and Fang Rishape, accompanied by 3 young women, approached the biological vehicle. The 2 women glanced at Fang Hao holding Xiao Mengran, feeling a pang of jealousy, yet neither spoke a word. From the moment Xiao Mengran returned with Fang Hao, The outcome had already been predetermined, a fact both women understood. Noticing the arrival of the group, Xiao Mingran gracefully rose from Fang Hao's embrace. Casting a cold glance at Du Tianqing and Fang Ruoshui, with a defiant kiss on Fang Hao's lips, she turned and boarded the biological vehicle. Witnessing this kiss, Du Tianqing and Fang Ruoshui exchanged disconcerted glances, their expressions revealing displeasure. What is the meaning of this? A show of defiance? The two women approached Fang Hao simultaneously, one kissing him on the left cheek and the other on the right, before turning away and boarding the biological vehicle without a backward glance. Fang Hao touched his cheeks with a wry smile. Indeed, sharing such a fortune was not as easy as it seemed. One misstep could lead to tumult. Sighing softly, he turned to the three female students, who were now in a state of shock. Professor Du was actually with Fang Hao, and all three women belonged to him. Was it possible for a boy, once overlooked in school before the apocalypse, to possess such allure? Hello, three junior sisters, how are you? Zhang Bin, with a playful grin, leisurely descended from the biological vehicle, having confirmed that the fire had not erupted. Zhang Bin. The three female students were taken aback. Zhang Bin had gained notoriety thanks to Fang Hao. As close friends, they were inseparable, thus his reputation at Z University was considerable. Zhang Bin's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he regarded Fang Hao. Howzy, how do you plan to arrange for these three? Upon hearing this, the young women's faces reflected immediate anxiety. Given the current circumstances, following Fang Hao is undoubtedly the safest choice, but would he agree? Fang Hao furrowed his brow and contemplated before replying. How about this? Binzi, you take them to the water plant and inform Wang Tianhe. Zhang Bin nodded, a glimmer of inspiration illuminating his thoughts as a rugged vehicle materialized before them. He beckoned to the three young women. Come on, get in. Zhang Bin, where are you taking us? One girl asked, slightly apprehensive. With a smile, Zhang Bin reassured, I'll take you to a survivor base. It's relatively safe. Let us go? Upon hearing this, the girl's face immediately reflected a vague expression as she looked at Fang Hao and said, Fang Hao, can't we accompany you? Indeed. Fang Hao, I can do laundry, cook, and even. Fang Hao, I can also warm your bed. Before the girl could finish her sentence, a clear and melodious voice interrupted her. How dare you compete for a man? Have you even considered your worth? Leave. Xiao Mingran's figure reappeared at the door of the biological vehicle, coldly gazing at the three girls. Fang Hao chuckled wryly and said, Mingran, be reasonable. Humph. Xiao Mingran let out a huff, but did not depart, appearing intent on watching them leave. Du Tianqing and Fang Ruoshui also appeared at the vehicle door. Having heard every word spoken by the three girls, they had rescued them, yet the girls now sought to vie for their man. A chill crept across the faces of the two women. The three girls, somewhat fearful, glanced at Fang Ruoshui, then turned to Fang Hao with pleading eyes. All right, you three have seen enough. This is not a place for you to linger. Leave now, or I cannot guarantee your safety, Zhang Bin said, patting the vehicle door as he addressed the three girls. Fang Hao turned to the butcher and said, Butcher, go with Binzi. We will wait for you at the warehouse when you arrive in Z City. With that, he turned and boarded the biological vehicle. He did not respond to the three girls' pleas, instead demonstrating everything through his actions. It was utterly implausible to bring along three burdens. Managing to deliver them to the water plant was already an act of great kindness. The door of the biological vehicle closed with a hum and with a swoosh. It sped away, vanishing from sight. A look of despondency crossed the three girls' faces as they reluctantly climbed into the off-road vehicle. The butcher started the vehicle, which roared to life, racing down the road they had come. Zhang Bin smiled at the three girls and said, You three should be content. If it were not for our shared academic ties, under Housy's principles, he wouldn't even spare you a glance. The three girls wore expressions of bitterness, indeed. Fang Hao's actions were already magnanimous, and their desires had been excessive. However, once they regained their composure, thoughts of Xiao Mingran's words stirred feelings of indignation within them. Zhang Bin, do we truly look that unattractive? Indeed, that woman's words were utterly filthy. It was a blatant insult. Zhang Bin maintained his smile and replied to the first girl who spoke, You are not unattractive. You are the belle of the dance department, I know. However, have you not noticed that the girl resembles someone? The girl paused, a figure suddenly flashing in her mind, and she exclaimed, Xiao Rinran. Zhang Bin nodded with a smile. But then his expression changed abruptly as he turned to the second girl, saying, Keep your mouth clean. If you continue to chatter, I will have you thrown out. The girl's face turned pale with fright, and she shook her head in terror, no longer daring to utter a word. Zhang Bin let out a soft grunt and spoke again. Life is inherently unfair, much like Housy's experiences in school before the apocalypse. Now that we are in the end times, if one cannot shift their mindset, all that awaits is death. After uttering these words, He turned his gaze away from the three women and closed his eyes in the passenger seat, seeking solace in silence. Within the biovehicle, Fang Hao stood in the rooting area of the devouring spirit grass, clasping a spatial ring filled with the fruits of the devouring spirit grass, an impressive total of 880. With 11 plants, each bore 40 red fruits and 40 green fruits. Fang Hao calculated the maturation cycle of the devouring spirit grass to be approximately 2 days, allowing for a potential harvest of 15 cycles in a month, culminating in 200 fruits. This is merely the initial phase. As the number of devouring spirit grasses increases, so too will the yield. However, there was one drawback. The breeding skill applied solely to the main body of the devouring spirit grass, and the other 10 plants lacked this ability. Fang Hao speculated that this might pertain to genetic factors. Breeding is a skill acquired through synthesis rather than an inherent trait of the devouring spirit grass. Thus, to imbue the remaining plants with the same skill, they must be synthesized one by one. Yet, this concern could be set aside for now. Fang Hao cut another segment from the main body of the devouring spirit grass, properly separated it, and cultivated it in flesh, leaving behind 2 grade spirit crystals before turning his attention to the creature named Tun Tun. Master Tun. Chapter 176. Level Up. Level 6. Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback, a smile blossoming on his face. The enhancement had indeed proven effective, for Tun Tun could now speak. Just as Fang Hao was about to respond, he felt Tun Tun's joyful energy emanating from its dark green tendrils, which began to wrap around him. Fang Hao's expression darkened. The blade he had just retracted reappeared in his hand. Realizing the situation was amiss, Tun Tun swiftly retracted its tendrils. "Don't you dare come any closer. I'll slice you if you do," Fang Hao warned, his tone stern. Tun Tun, visibly trembling, struggled to articulate its thoughts. Failing to form a coherent sentence, Fang Hao rolled his eyes at Tun Tun's antics, recalling a certain animated creature from his memories, shuddering at the thought. After several days of consumption, small gourds had begun to sprout on Tun Tun's vines, and a smile returned to Fang Hao's face. 15 little gourds, precisely as expected. Like the devouring spirit grass, Tun Tun could consume both spirit beasts and humans alike. However, unlike the devouring spirit grass, Tun Tun required the consumption of humans to advance. In essence, human essence was the very source of evolution for spirit beasts. Naturally, this was only applicable without the need to break through limits. For instance, Xiaohua had reached a point where the human essence had minimal effect, as each advancement necessitated breaking through new thresholds. Now, Fang Hao pondered whether Tun Tun's evolution would similarly require surpassing limits. With this thought, he inquired of Tun Tun, "How long until you can evolve?" Initially feeling somewhat despondent, Tun Tun was immediately invigorated upon hearing Fang Hao's inquiry, and its myriad tentacles began to sway with renewed excitement. "Master, I feel invigorated after consuming those humans," Tun Tun expressed. Fang Hao nodded, his mind focusing as a human essence appeared in his palm. Without bothering to count, he cast it towards Tun Tun. Upon recognizing the essence, Tun Tun eagerly extended its tentacles and devoured all of it. As it ingested the essence, a vibrant green luminescence suddenly emanated from its branches, causing its entire being to tremble involuntarily, with tentacles dancing wildly in the air. Fang Hao stood by, observing quietly. He understood that Tun Tun was on the verge of evolution. He eagerly anticipated the formidable power a level 5 Tun Tun would possess. After the evolution, the symbiotic capacity of Tun Tun's gourd would undoubtedly increase. This would resolve the storage issue, allowing spatial rings to be mass-produced like those weapons and equipment, becoming integral to trade. The impact of this on his mission to disseminate civilization would be extraordinary. Soon, the emerald glow dissipated, and Tun Tun's branches began to grow rapidly, nearly reaching the vehicle's roof, at which point the growth rate began to slow. The branches continued to elongate until they were level with the roof before finally ceasing their expansion. The tentacles and vines had become noticeably thicker and denser. Fang Hao opened Tun Tun's information panel to examine its status. Target: Devouring Gourd, Plant Type Spirit Beast, Life, 3,200 points level, 5 Strength, 320 points Speed, 200 points Spirit, 240 points Spiritual Power, 1,200 points Skills, Infinite Devouring, Stealth. Mental transmission. Seeing this, Fang Hao couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. "What? This is level 5. It surpasses my own by a factor of 2. Just then, the system alert sounded. Warning, warning. The target Tun Tun poses a risk to the subsystem imprint. Please upgrade, host. Please upgrade, host." Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, recalling that the imprint target must not exceed 1/3 of the host's attributes. Otherwise, there would be a risk of breaking free from the imprint. With this realization, Fang Hao hesitated no longer. He summoned a spirit-devouring fruit and swallowed it whole. Ding. Acquired 30 points of spiritual power. Ding. Acquired 30 points of spiritual power. The system alerts continued to chime. Fang Hao monitored the increasing spiritual power on his panel while consuming more fruits. After devouring 100, he ceased his actions and issued a command to the system. System. Upgrade. With this command, a familiar and long-missed warmth surged through him. But he had no time to savor this pleasure. His gaze was fixed intently on the evolving Tun at the slightest sign of disturbance. He would not hesitate to activate his bloodthirst and engage in battle. Just then, Tun's voice suddenly echoed. Master, there is something strange within my core. Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon illuminated his face, for his worries had proven unfounded. Tun exhibited no signs of agitation or intent to attack. With a cheerful tone, he addressed Tun. Do not fret. Do you remember the mark from before? That entity within your core is indeed the mark. Moreover, it serves to safeguard your core. Even in the event of your demise, your master can resurrect you. Do you comprehend? Tun replied in a subdued manner. Understood, master. At this moment, Fang Hao's ascension was wholly complete, and the system's warning alerts ceased. Feeling the formidable power coursing through his body, a look of astonishment graced Fang Hao's countenance. Level 6. His attributes had doubled. Until reaching this level, he had been unaware of the sheer magnitude of its strength. This exemplified the disparity that power brings. Turning to Tun, Fang Hao inquired, what is your current limit for symbiotic entities? Master, it is presently 30. Fang Hao nodded. With 30 symbiotic entities, the mass production of spatial rings was on the horizon. This is a reward for you. With that, he focused his thoughts and bestowed 500 spirit blood pills upon Tun. The creature, ever eager, transformed its appendages into a large mouth and promptly consumed the pills in one gulp. Thank you, master. Fang Hao chuckled, glanced back, then turned to exit. Within the driving chamber, Fang Hao occupied the passenger seat, and with a flick of his hand, a transparent biological intelligence core materialized in his grasp. He gazed at the crystalline entity and addressed Chu Changtian. Pull over to the side. Chu Changtian nodded, and the biovehicle gradually came to a halt. Fang Hao placed the intelligence core onto the control panel, and a remarkable scene began to unfold. The moment the transparent biological intelligence core made contact with the panel, it melted rapidly, akin to ice meeting fire, the liquid seeping into the control console. Fang Hao understood that the biological intelligence core was taking root. Chu Changtian was momentarily stunned and could not help but ask, Boss, what is this? Fang Hao, fixated on the melting core, replied with a smile. It is an intelligence core. Chapter 177. I have a name now. Car Intelligence Core. Chu Changtian was taken aback, then nodded. As a member of the nation's highest authority military unit, he was familiar with AI technology, though he had not anticipated the intelligence core to be of such a transparent crystalline form. Observing the core disappear into the control panel, he was left speechless. Astonished that his boss possessed an intelligence core, Fang Hao quietly monitored the changes on the biovehicle's control panel. As the intelligence core fully integrated, the large screen on the panel flickered continuously, followed by the sudden appearance of a translucent little figure. This figure was indeterminate in gender, approximately 10 centimeters in height, and bore a whimsical appearance, reminiscent of a small sprite. The figure looked around in bewilderment, then turned its gaze towards Fang Hao and Chu Changtian, ultimately fixing its eyes on Fang Hao, with a tentative expression asking, Father God? Fang Hao smiled and gently shook his head. I am not a father god. The little being adorably wrinkled its tiny nose, speaking to itself in bewilderment. It's impossible. I distinctly felt a sense of familiarity with you. Fang Hao, observing this, chuckled and replied, although I am no deity, it is indeed I who have brought you into existence. The little one's face instantly brightened with joy, and it bowed to Fang Hao in the air, exclaiming excitedly, then you are the deity. Do not refer to me as a deity. I am not one. Fang Hao responded, then what shall I call you? The little one paused, momentarily at a loss. Fang Hao stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before suggesting, how about you call me master? Master, the little one murmured to itself for a while, and then affectionately called out, Master. Fang Hao laughed heartily, feeling quite elated. This bio-intelligent core was indeed remarkable. Its level of intelligence exceeded his expectations. Though the distinction between AI and biointelligence was merely a matter of a few characters in their names, the difference was substantial. Even the most rudimentary biointelligence could not be compared to ordinary artificial intelligence. Just as Fang Hao was about to converse with the intelligent core, he suddenly realized he did not yet know this little creature's name. He promptly inquired, Little one, what is your name? What is my name? The little being's eyes flickered with confusion as it shook its head and replied, I have no name. Please bestow upon me a name, master. Ah, naming again. Fang Hao furrowed his brow in distress, as naming was his least favorite task. After much contemplation, he tentatively suggested, how about you be called Che-Che? Che-Che, Che-Che, Che-Che. The little one chanted, its eyes growing brighter with each repetition. Ultimately, it joyfully cheered and leaped onto Fang Hao's neck, rubbing against him enthusiastically. Yay! I have a name now. I am Che-Che. 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 Chu Chantian wore an awkward smile, genuinely impressed by his leader's naming prowess. Che-Che is indeed a splendid name. Fang Hao remarked, cradling Che-Che in his hands. Are you a boy or a girl? Che-Che promptly shook its head and replied, Master, Che-Che has no gender. However, Che-Che can learn, and once learned, can transform into any desired form. Transform into any desired form. Switch between genders at will? Fang Hao was taken aback. This capability was truly remarkable. Chu Chantian now wore a curious expression, no gender? That ability is quite extraordinary. Che-Che, have you now merged with the biovehicle? Fang Hao inquired again. Master, it is not quite a fusion. This entity is merely my vessel. I can change it at will. Can you operate the biovehicle now? At any time, master. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Chantian, hand me the map. Fang Hao laughed heartily. Chu Chantian retrieved the map of the Dragon Kingdom from a nearby storage compartment and handed it over. Che-Che, this is the map of the Dragon Kingdom. Che-Che nodded, its eyes suddenly glimmering with light as it shone upon the map. In less than a second, Che-Che declared, Master, learning complete. Great. Now, I will leave the biovehicle to you. Chantian, please indicate the location. As Fang Hao's words fell, a phantom map suddenly materialized before the two, reminiscent of a projected image. Chu Chantian promptly identified the location of the warehouse. Our destination is here. Che-Che nodded its tiny head and announced, location confirmed, commencing departure, estimated arrival in 10 minutes. No sooner had Che-Che spoken than the biological vehicle began to move slowly. Fang Hao's mind stirred as he retrieved the weapon design crafted from copper coins, addressing Che-Che. Do take a moment to learn this as well. Che's eyes sparkled once more, and this time the illumination vanished in a fleeting moment. Master, learning completed. Can you analyze what is required to forge these weapons? Master, I require knowledge pertaining to weaponry. Without it, I am unable to conduct an analysis, Che-Che replied. Momentarily at a loss. Books? Not quite, master. My learning capacity is not confined to books. Both virtual and real-world information are accessible. Virtual and real? What do you mean? Virtual refers to digitized information, while reality encompasses tangible books and biological entities. Biological entities? Are you referring to humans? Indeed, master. I can also assimilate knowledge from the human brain, provided they are willing to cooperate. Otherwise, I cannot perform a scan. Fang Hao's eyes lit up as he cradled Che-Che and stepped outside. Upon emergence, the attention of the crowd was immediately captivated by the entity in his hands. Hey, boss. What is that you're holding? Boss, what is this thing? Fang Hao, what is it? So adorable. In an instant, everyone gathered around, fixated on Che-Che, bombarding Fang Hao with inquiries. Hee, this is the intelligent core of the biological vehicle. It is called Che-Che. Che-Che, greet everyone. Fang Hao explained with a smile. Hello, everyone. I am Che-Che. A wave of curiosity and eagerness crossed the faces of several women as they reached out to touch Che-Che, only to have their hands pass right through it. It's a projection. The projection is astonishingly lifelike. Du Tianqing's eyes brightened, her expression shifting to one of delight. Fang Hao, what level is this intelligent core? She inquired. The AI in Kyoto and the White House can't even manage projections. AI? Uft. Those rudimentary programs can't possibly compare to me. They lack vision. Che's little face displayed disdain, as though AI intelligence held no significance in its eyes. Du Tianqing paused in surprise, then couldn't help but chuckle. A distinguished dual doctorate in biology was being belittled by an intelligent core. Fang Hao chuckled, clapping his hands. All right. There will be plenty of opportunities to observe in the future. Copper coin, Qinqing, Zhou Yong, Tianqing, Paozi, come over here. With that, he made his way toward the cockpit. In less than 10 minutes, Che-Che had scanned each individual in turn. In just a brief moment, the previously ignorant Chu-Chu transformed into the most knowledgeable entity among the crowd. Witnessing Chu-Chu's terrifyingly prodigious learning ability, everyone could not help but gasp in astonishment. Chu-Chu, how much capacity do you have left? Fang Hao inquired with curiosity. It is known that a person's brain capacity can be astonishing. Chu-Chu had absorbed the entirety of knowledge from 5 individuals, and he couldn't help but worry that this little creature might crash from the overload. Perched on Fang Hao's shoulder, Chu-Chu proudly declared, the amount of information is minuscule, not even reaching 1%. Not even 1%. The crowd gasped again. Fang Hao was particularly taken aback, Such a small transparent crystal had such an astonishing capacity. However, upon reflection, he realized that Choo-Choo was a form of life, not merely a program, which eased his concerns. Master, there is something else I need to mention. Choo-Choo spoke again. Fang Hao nodded, indicating for him to continue. Master, I require high-grade spirit crystals and precious metals. High-grade spirit crystals? Precious metals? What do you need those for? Fang Hao and the others were momentarily stunned. Master, based on the knowledge I recently acquired, I analyzed that whether researching human evolution or crafting equipment, it is unnecessary to cumbersome the biological vehicle with additional devices and weight. Once I evolve to the basic level, I will possess mimicry capabilities. Mimicry capabilities? Indeed, Master. At that point, I can analyze all the equipment and mimic them using the biological vehicle itself, with the same functionality. Upon hearing Choo-Choo's explanation, Fang Hao and the others' eyes lit up. How many spirit crystals do you need? How much precious metal? Fang Hao hurriedly asked. 5 pieces of level 5 spirit crystals and 1 ton of precious metals. After pondering for a moment, Fang Hao replied, I have the spirit crystals readily available, but what kind of precious metals do you require? If they are not circulating in the market, it may be somewhat difficult. They do not need to be excessively valuable. Gold and silver will suffice. That is simple. I dare say finding a ton or 2 in Z City shouldn't pose a problem. Fang Hao chuckled heartily, gesturing ahead. Right in front is the People's Bank. Let us conveniently rob a bank. As soon as Fang Hao uttered this, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. How could the act of robbing a bank sound so brazenly straightforward when it came from him? At this moment, the biological vehicle had already entered the city center, and after traversing through it, they approached the northern district. This was the most prosperous area of Z City, a place where every inch was precious, and where all the citizens flocked. The puppet lizards dashed ahead, clearing obstacles for the biological vehicle. With Choo-Choo as the core, the vehicle's maneuverability and stealth had become even more formidable. The spirit beasts attracted by the puppet lizards followed out of curiosity, but made no other movements. With a gentle hum, the biological vehicle came to a steady stop in front of the People's Bank. The group began to disembark in an orderly fashion. Chu Changtian, accompanied by the Cobra and Air Dan, entered the bank, while Fang Hao stepped out to observe the spirit beast crowd not far away. The devouring gourd and furnace have been emptied. It is time to replenish the spirit beasts. He promptly shouted towards the biological vehicle, Xiaohua, come out to play. Meow. Xiaohua softly replied, leaping from Du Tianqing's embrace into Fang Hao's arms, where it playfully nuzzled and licked him, leaving him utterly embarrassed. At that moment, the nearby spirit beasts also caught sight of Fang Hao and Xiaohua, roaring as they charged towards the biological vehicle. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, his mind commanding the puppet lizard to confront them. He leapt onto the lizard's back, while Xiaohua sprang into the throng of spirit beasts. Fang Hao began to maneuver the lizard, capturing spirit beasts while simultaneously unleashing his mental devour ability. Upon reaching level 6, the limit of what he could consume had increased, perfectly allowing him to hunt and devour simultaneously. As for why he had not utilized the hornblade, it was because upon hearing that the vehicle could mimic forms, he had immediately ceased the synthesis equipment and instead inserted his hornblade. This synthesis of the hornblade was undoubtedly of the highest caliber, requiring a level 5 spirit crystal, a pair of level 5 golden spirit giant pincers, a skeleton from the fire spirit mouse king, and a strengthening spirit devour skill pill, all of which were of level 5. It could be said that as long as this synthesis proceeded without incident, the hornblade's level might very well reach the saint level. What does saint level signify? According to the knowledge in Fang Hao's mind, saint level equipment has completely transcended the realm of mere mortal weapons, embodying true divine arms. The thought of divine arms sent waves of excitement coursing through Fang Hao. Roars of beasts echoed across the skies, shattering the recent silence over Z City once more. The survivors lurking in the darkness trembled at the sound of these roars. Especially those humans near the city center, upon hearing such close roars, dared not even breathe audibly. Of course, there were those with bolder spirits, peering through window cracks to discern who the unfortunate soul might be that was being torn apart by the beast horde. Ironically, the so-called unfortunate soul bore a look of triumph, dragging the devouring gourd in one hand while deftly controlling the puppet to crush spirit beasts, simultaneously using the gourd to collect their remains. As for the mental devour, it had just reached its limit once again, with the recent elevation to level 6 providing an impressive boost, yielding a consumption of 200 points of spirit. 200 points. One could easily manage multiple tasks without any issue. This was the direct effect of having a high mental point count. Fang Hao had yet to discover any other potential benefits, nor could he be certain, but he noted that the operational range of the puppet had doubled, reaching an impressive distance of 1,000 meters. This was the advantage bestowed upon him by this upgrade. Before long, Chu Changtian and the others emerged from the bank. "Boss, the quantity is insufficient. There's barely half a ton here." Chu Changtian shouted towards Fang Hao. "Search the nearby gold shops and banks." Fang Hao replied without hesitation. Having exerted considerable effort, it would be illogical to delay further. The sooner the vehicle evolves, the earlier Du Tianqing's research and the production of weaponry can commence. With the journey to Kyoto imminent, the equipment required for various exchanges there represents a staggering figure. Thus, commencing the synthesis in the furnace as soon as possible is undoubtedly advantageous. After all, a single day's delay not only endangers lives, but also results in the loss of precious spirit crystals. Chapter 179. Which man lacks a hint of control? Amidst the cacophony of battle, the throngs of spirit beasts converging in the city center grew increasingly formidable, and the puppet lizards began to falter. Observing this, Fang Hao promptly signaled for Tun Tun to join the fray. Just as the command was dispatched, ethereal green tentacles surged forth from the biological vehicle's firing port. At the edge of the North City, a warehouse stood merely 2 kilometers from the city center. Although the sounds of conflict had diminished significantly upon reaching this location, the occupants within the warehouse could hear it distinctly. The instant the sounds penetrated their space, the faces of over 100 individuals contorted into expressions of madness, as they roared and charged towards Xiao Zhan and his group in the center. "Brothers, maintain your defenses. Attack." The transformation on Xiao Zhan's face was dramatic as he bellowed, raising his military dagger to confront an assailant, delivering a decisive kick, followed by a lethal strike with the dagger. "Kill!" 20 red dragon warriors roared, relentlessly wielding their military daggers to slay the frenzied invaders. At that moment, a gunshot reverberated through the warehouse. Xiao Zhan turned to see a red dragon warrior. His face etched with defiance and fury, slowly collapsed to the ground. No. The faces of Xiao Zhan and the remaining red dragon warriors instantly contorted with rage. After enduring the siege of the rat swarm, the beleaguered red dragons faced casualties once more. Yet this time, the demise did not come at the jaws of spirit beasts or from the hands of foreign adversaries. Instead, it was inflicted by the very people they had sworn to protect during their military service. Is this what the apocalypse entails? "Kill!" Xiao Zhan roared, and the 19 red dragon warriors echoed his fury, abandoning their defensive formation to charge at these creatures that could no longer be deemed human. 2 kilometers away in the city center, Fang Hao stood leisurely atop the puppet, collecting spirit beasts. Ever since Tun Tun had joined the battlefield, the pressure on the large lizard had significantly eased. In fact, he was even contemplating, while observing the surrounding shops, whether to procure distinctive garments for the 3 women. Though he identified as a staunchly masculine figure, which man does not harbor a secret inclination? Having evolved, Tun Tun had transformed into a formidable asset in the group battle. Its robust and densely packed tentacles thrashing through the ranks of spirit beasts, each sweep resulting in the obliteration of numerous foes. As a level 5 entity, Tun Tun's strength and speed overwhelmingly dominated these inferior spirit beasts. This was not a battle of equals, but rather a one-sided massacre. Tun Tun reveled in its carnage, consuming the flesh and blood of the spirit beasts with unrestrained delight. In this moment, Fang Hao concluded his collection with the devouring gourd, having amassed nearly 5,000 spirit beasts. Of course, there was still the possibility to continue the gathering, for the gourd's capacity reached a remarkable 500 cubic meters. However, the more he collected, the slower the decomposition rate of the gourd became. This was a constant. The threshold for decomposition hovered around 5,000. With both speed and efficiency in mind, Fang Hao understood the necessity of making choices. In a world teeming with spirit beasts, they were hardly in short supply. Once decomposed, he could replenish them at any time. With this thought, Fang Hao leaped down from the puppet and made his way towards the shops lining the street. Here, several establishments were clothing stores, and he even spotted a lingerie shop at the corner. Thus began Fang's grand scavenging spree. Within a few stores, he gathered every variety of women's apparel, stowing them away in his backpack, which had ample space. After pillaging several clothing outlets, he cast a glance at the lingerie shop at the corner, a slight smile gracing his lips as he vanished in an instant. A minute later, Fang Hao emerged from the lingerie shop, appearing utterly nonchalant just as Chu Changtian and his companions strolled around the corner, collecting gold and silver. Their eyes met, and they exchanged curious glances, taking note of Fang Hao and the storefront. Fang Hao's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat, inquiring, "How goes the collection, boss?" "We've gathered quite a bit, and should exceed our expectations," Chu Changtian replied promptly. Nodding, Fang Hao said, "Let us go, it's time to retreat." With that, He led the way towards the biological vehicle. As Fang Hao and his companions returned, Tun Tun began to withdraw from the battlefield, and Xiao Hua called out softly. Darting out from the throng of spirit beasts, Fang Hao controlled the puppet to cover their retreat, and the biological vehicle slowly departed from the city center, heading towards the northern district. Once aboard the vehicle, Chu Changtian and his companions emptied their spatial rings of gold and silver, which soon filled the corridor to the brim with these gleaming treasures, creating a dazzling spectacle. Although, in this apocalyptic era, gold and silver had lost their worth, the sheer quantity was a sight none had witnessed before. The sense of awe was palpable, an experience beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. With a mere thought, Fang Hao summoned 5 fifth-level spirit crystals into his hand and addressed the vehicle. Chariot, we have gathered everything. Chariot's small face radiated excitement, nodding eagerly, her eyes reflecting a bright light that illuminated the gold, silver, and spirit crystals. Instantly, the crystals and precious metals began to meld together. Yes, they melted. Afterward, all of it fused seamlessly into the biological vehicle. Having witnessed many miraculous events, the group remained unfazed by this spectacle, including the newcomers Qin Qing and Xiao Yezi, who, after observing the extraordinary capabilities of their companions, had grown accustomed to such wonders. Soon, as all the gold, silver, and spirit crystals vanished, a series of ethereal transformations began to envelop Chariot, and the entire biological vehicle commenced its metamorphosis. The first to notice this was Xianyuan Che. Although his body had nearly recovered, lingering effects remained, as only a single night had passed. Thus, he remained seated in his chair. Fang Hao, look. There's a change in the interior of the biocar. Xianyuan Che exclaimed softly. Fang Hao focused his gaze and observed that the interior of the biocar now seemed to possess an additional layer of intricate patterns, pulsating rhythmically. He approached to touch it. The original chill had vanished, replaced by a peculiar texture that was neither soft nor hard, but evoked an indescribable sensation. It felt as though the entire biocar had come to life. The transformation of the biocar intrigued everyone, prompting them to curiously explore its features. Soon enough, the shimmering, ethereal vehicle returned to its normal state. The current sensation it projected became more solid and lifelike. Master, I have successfully evolved, cheered the biocar, leaping into Fang Hao's embrace. Fang Hao chuckled, saying, Car, can we discard those unnecessary devices now? No need, Master. I can consume all of those. Chapter 180, Goomingly with the biocar's evolution. A remarkable transformation unfolded. The equipment was optimized, and space was efficiently allocated. It could be said that the biocar now represented the true essence of the vehicle, resembling a living organism more than ever. However, the most significant aspect was its newfound ability to morph at will. The entire biocar could do so. What does this imply? It means that now, apart from the essentials for sustenance and attire, everything else could be replicated within the biocar, serving its intended functions. From the kitchen to the utensils, the bedroom to the bathroom, the corridors to the rooted areas of the swallowing grass and spirit-devouring plants, the equipment processing area to the storage zone. Every facility could be mimicked by the biocar. The space saved was more than considerable. This is the marvel of biological intelligence. Impressive. Fang Hao and the others sat in the seating area, gazing in awe at the changes brought about by the biocar. The current biocar exuded a palpable sense of technological advancement. The only aspect that remained unchanged was the biocar's armament system, which retained its original form. However, the biocar stated that it had analyzed all the weapons. Only after expanding the energy storage capacity could these weapons be morphed at any time, including Iron Boy's energy sniper rifle and energy biological gun. Clearly, each transformation demanded the consumption of spiritual energy. Given the current capacity of the energy storage, daily needs could be met, and research could barely be sustained. Crafting equipment and engaging in combat were out of the question. According to the biocar's analysis, creating an energy biological gun required 160 points of spiritual energy, excluding the cost of ammunition. The energy sniper rifle was even more daunting, demanding 300 points of spiritual energy. Consequently, Fang Hao's synthesis tasks now included an additional objective: to enhance the maximum capacity of the biocar's energy storage. He had already devised a plan for this enhancement. The boundless devouring of Tun Tun and the abilities of the spirit-devouring grass are indeed a perfect match. Moreover, the enhancements made to the energy sniper rifle and the energy biological rifle effectively compensate for their shortcomings. Although Che can mimic all types of weapons, its sole limitation is its inability to detach from the biological vehicle. This left Fang Hao feeling quite disheartened. If he could mass-produce energy weapons in such a manner, would his main quest not be easily accomplished? Alas, there are no ifs. Just then, Che suddenly announced, "Master, the designated destination has been reached." The lively chatter among the group abruptly ceased. Excitement flickered across the faces of Chu Changtian and the others as they eagerly made their way to the vehicle door. Fang Hao shook his head with a smile and followed suit. As soon as they disembarked, a cacophony of battle cries erupted. Chu Changtian and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but their expressions quickly twisted into fierce determination as they charged towards the warehouse. Fang Hao activated his illusory eye, peering into the depths of the warehouse. Upon witnessing the scene within, a chilling glint sparked in his eyes, and he vanished from sight. Inside the warehouse, only 4 of the original 21 members remained with Xiao Zhan. He, along with the last 4 Red Dragon warriors, protected 3 girls, retreating step by step. The expressions of the 5 were devoid of anger. Instead, they were filled with an unrelenting thirst for vengeance. The death of 16 Red Dragon warriors had resulted in the demise of 30 adversaries. Given the injuries sustained by the Red Dragon warriors and the disparity in stamina, achieving such results could be considered a worthy sacrifice for the name of Red Dragon. Yet, Xiao Zhan's heart ached. It bled for the loss. These Red Dragon warriors were the elite among elites. The time and wealth invested in training each one were immeasurable. After this battle, he realized the Red Dragon was effectively finished. How ironic. How tragic. Soldiers who protect the people perished at the hands of those they sought to defend. Brothers, what is our Red Dragon's motto? Xiao Zhan bellowed, his eyes reddened. For our country and our people, protect the nation and its citizens. The 4 echoed in unison. Ha! Good. Let us Red Dragon brothers march together into the underworld. Attack. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, his military dagger striking out once more. Bang. A gunshot suddenly pierced the air. Xiao Zhan's pupils contracted sharply as a bullet, accompanied by a whoosh, hurtled toward him. Captain. The 4 Red Dragon warriors' eyes blazed with fury. Yet there was nothing they could do but watch helplessly as the bullet flew toward Xiao Zhan's head. Dodging bullets was a fundamental skill for the Red Dragon warriors. Each of them could react in an instant when a gunshot rang out, evading lethal strikes. However, after 2 consecutive extraordinary battles, both Xiao Zhan and the others had reached a point of utter exhaustion. This bullet was unavoidable. As Xiao Zhan gazed at the approaching bullet, a serene smile graced his face, a gentle, graceful figure flashing through his mind. Lin, farewell, he murmured, closing his eyes. Just then, a piercing sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Xiao Zhan abruptly opened his eyes, and upon discerning the situation before him, a look of incredulity washed over his face. The other 4 Red Dragon warriors were equally taken aback, their expressions mirroring shock. The individual before them was none other than Chu Changtian. However, this Chu Changtian's hands had astonishingly transformed into 2 razor-sharp, serrated blades. Clang. At that moment, the sound of metal striking the ground echoed through the air. Instantly, everyone in the warehouse turned their gaze downward, where a bullet rolled across the floor, continuing to spin. Clearly, the metallic clash they had just heard was the bullet colliding with the blade. Captain. At this juncture, the voices of Air Dan, Tong Qian, Cobra, Tai Hua, and Pao Zi resonated in succession. Xiao Zhan, overwhelmed with astonishment, felt his eyes redden as he choked out, "Changtian, the Red Dragon is no more." With a stoic expression, Chu Changtian surveyed the more than 70 individuals who remained in a daze and coldly declared, "As long as one member of the Red Dragon survives, the Red Dragon shall endure forever." Tears welled in the eyes of the 4 Red Dragon team members, having persevered thus far. They had not anticipated the arrival of Chu Changtian and his companions. At that moment, a swift gust of wind swept through. Subsequently, a man appeared before the 3 girls. The faces of the 4 Red Dragon members changed as they prepared to rush at this man. Chu Changtian interjected, "Do not fear, he is one of us." The 3 girls were grimy, their faces smeared with a thick layer of filth, as if deliberately applied, leaving not a single clean spot on their bodies. They were even more disheveled than the 3 female students from Z University. Fang Hao looked at one of the girls and said, "Mingli, I can't believe you're still alive." The girl was momentarily stunned, breaking free from her state of terror to gaze at Fang Hao, her face lighting up with joy as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Fang Hao, boo-hoo, Bin Zi is dead." Fang Hao shook his head, saying, "Bin Zi is not dead." Gu Mingli ceased her weeping, her expression one of disbelief as she grasped Fang Hao's arm and questioned, "Is it true? You are not deceiving me." Fang Hao smiled reassuringly, "Rest assured, I would not lie to you. How did you end up here?" A look of rage crossed Gu Mingli's face as she glared at the 70-odd individuals, exclaiming, "They are not human. They are beasts." Fang Hao's countenance turned icy, his voice laced with a chilling tone. "Did they torment you?" Gu Mingli shook her head. "They eat people." A cold light flickered in Fang Hao's eyes. More frigid than ever before. He spoke slowly. Kill them. Not a single one shall remain. Chapter 181, Wrong. They are now my people. With Fang Hao's chilling command, Chu Changtian and the others surged forward. In an instant, the warehouse was filled with the sounds of screams and shouts of battle, creating a cacophony of chaos. The 70-plus individuals could never have imagined that the tide would turn so swiftly. Fang Hao led Gu Ming Li and the two other girls toward the exit of the warehouse. Upon reaching the doorway, he halted, coldly stating, Changtian, try to preserve some intact corpses. I have use for them. With that, he exited the warehouse with the three girls in tow. The individuals within the vehicle, upon noticing Fang Hao accompanied by three young ladies, widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging glances between him and Du Tianqing along with her companions. The expressions of Du Tianqing, Fang Ruoshui, and Xiao Mingran immediately turned icy. Just as Xiao Mingran was about to voice her thoughts, Gu Mengli joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, Renran, I am so glad you are safe. Xiao Mingran froze momentarily, as did Du Tianqing and Fang Ruoshui, their faces registering surprise as they turned their puzzled gazes towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao smiled and explained, This is Gu Mengli, Zhang Bin's girlfriend. Initially, both Zhang Bin and I believed she was deceased, yet here we are encountering her. The three ladies then understood, their expressions brightening with smiles. Xiao Mingran, with a gentle smile, introduced herself, I am Xiao Mingran, and Renran is my elder sister. Gu Mengli was momentarily taken aback. It was her first realization that Xiao Renran had a sister, and most astonishingly, they bore a striking resemblance to one another. It was not surprising that she had not heard of this before. The topic of Xiao Renran had always been a taboo, and the methods employed by the Dong family were indeed terrifying for ordinary students. Factors such as information censorship and Xiao Mengran's personality contributed to the fact that, despite the schools being in proximity, the sisters' circumstances remained unknown to others. At the mention of Xiao Renran, Fang Hao's demeanor shifted slightly, and with a deep sigh, he said, All right, Mengli, please recount your experiences. Gu Mengli nodded and began narrating her ordeal from beginning to end. After a lengthy account, the faces of those present were marked by fury and dread. Cannibals. Those beings can no longer be deemed human. They are akin to beasts. Fang Hao's expression turned cold, and after a moment of contemplation, he stated solemnly, We shall rest here for a while and discuss matters further upon Zhang Bin's return. Fang Hao, where has Zhang Bin gone? At the mention of Zhang Bin, Gu Mengli's eyes reflected a glimmer of hope. With her family and friends gone, Zhang Bin was her sole remaining connection. Fang Hao reassured her with a smile. Do not worry, Zhang Bin has become far more formidable than you might imagine. Previously, at Z University, he rescued three young ladies, and I sent him to escort them. He then addressed Fang Ruoshui, saying, Ruoshui, please take them to freshen up. Let us prepare a surprise for Zhang Bin upon his return. Fang Ruoshui nodded, and led Gu Mengli and the other two girls towards the rear. After the girls departed, Xian Yuanche spoke up, Fang Hao, what are your plans? Fang Hao took a seat, his gaze cold as he replied, What else can be done? They must be eliminated. Xian Yuanche fell silent for a moment before inquiring, But what of the women, the elderly, and the children once the men are gone? Will they be killed as well? Fang Hao remained silent, staring vacantly out the window. Indeed, what would become of those defenseless women and children left behind? At that moment, the sounds of combat ceased, and soon several figures appeared at the entrance of the warehouse. Chu Changtian and others assisted Xiao Zhan and his group, making their way toward the biological vehicle. Upon entering the biological vehicle, Chu Changtian handed 2 space rings to Fang Hao. Boss, all the corpses are here. Separated into complete and incomplete, he reported. Fang Hao nodded, directing his gaze toward Xiao Zhan. From the moment Xiao Zhan and his 4 companions boarded the biological vehicle, the look of astonishment had not faded from their faces. The biological vehicle, Zhang Zhongming, the spatial folding, and the transformations of Chu Changtian and his companions. Each of these phenomena exceeded the bounds of common understanding. Yet, they had fortuitously converged in this moment, creating a shock so profound that even Xiao Zhan, a senior officer accustomed to various secrets, found himself utterly astounded. Fang Hao and the others observed quietly, granting them a moment to acclimatize. With a mere thought, 10 spirit blood pills materialized in his hand, which he offered to Chu Changtian, saying, Let them consume these. They need to regain their strength first. After Xiao Zhan and his companions ingested the pills, they were once again overwhelmed with astonishment. After a considerable time, as Xiao Zhan's strength was nearly restored, he solemnly clasped his fists in gratitude towards Fang Hao and Xian Yuanche, saying, Thank you for your rescue. Xian Yuanche chuckled lightly. Xiao Zhan, I never anticipated our meeting would unfold like this. Just yesterday, I too narrowly escaped the jaws of a beast. Brother Xiaozhan greeted Xianyuan Linger politely from the back seat. Following her previous encounter with Feng Hao, Xianyuan Linger had become remarkably obedient, a transformation that led her brother to question whether Feng Hao had inadvertently altered her disposition. Xiaozhan sighed deeply. The Red Dragon's unit, once numbering in the hundreds, has now dwindled to a mere handful. Upon returning to the capital, I am at a loss for how to report this. Incorrect. To be precise, the Red Dragon consists of only you 5 now. Chu Changtian and his 7 companions are under my command, a fact the capital has already sanctioned, Feng Hao replied calmly. Xiaozhan and the 4 soldiers exchanged incredulous glances at Chu Changtian and the others. Chu Changtian sighed. Captain, we truly had no choice but to abandon Dr. Du. So in the end, Xiaozhan let out a heavy sigh, waving his hand in understanding. During his days in Z City, he was well aware of the horrors that unfolded there. Frankly, he was already grateful and surprised that Chu Changtian and his companions were alive. Moreover, since the capital had approved this arrangement, he had no authority to refuse. Brother Chu, there are still some people at their base. You should prepare. Xiaozhan hesitated, glancing at Feng Hao. Do not inquire about this. My principle is simple. Eliminate, Feng Hao stated matter-of-factly. Xiaozhan turned to Xianyuan Che. His eyes filled with anticipation. Xianyuan Che sighed and replied with a wry smile. Don't look to me. I am equally powerless in this matter. Indeed. Xianyuan Che spoke the truth. The small base still harbored hundreds of individuals. Even if all those who had consumed human flesh were dispatched, it was likely that 100 or 200 would remain. Transporting such a number was out of the question. Not only was it uncertain whether the biological vehicle could accommodate them, but even if it could, Feng Hao would not consent. Chapter 182, the next saint level. Since bringing them along is not a viable option, there remains but one course of action. We must escort them to the water plant, just as we did with the previous 3 girls. Chu Changtian observed Xiaozhan's predicament and, wishing to assist, pondered for a moment before addressing Feng Hao. Boss, perhaps we should escort them to the water plant? Feng Hao shook his head and gazed outside, saying, You underestimate the situation. Hundreds of elderly and children traversing the entirety of Z City to reach the water plant is tantamount to courting death. Not only would our group struggle, but even a regiment would find it nearly impossible to emerge unscathed. Moreover, he turned to the group, finally fixing his gaze on Xiaozhan, and spoke softly. You must understand, we are in an apocalyptic world now, not the one we once knew. A shadow crossed Xiaozhan's face. Indeed, this was the end of days. Yet, he could not simply abandon a group of the vulnerable. However, there might still be a solution. At that moment, Feng Hao's voice rang out once more. Xiaozhan's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly inquired, Brother Feng, please tell me. Feng Hao regarded the 5 of them, and said calmly, You 5 will stay behind to protect them. Us 5. The faces of Xiaozhan and his companions reflected their surprise. Chu Changtian, the leader, displayed urgency and was about to protest. Feng Hao gestured for him to remain calm and continued. I have my reasons for this proposal and will ensure they have some means of retreat. I simply wish to know if you agree or disagree. Xiaozhan glanced at the 4 Red Dragon warriors, seeing their resolute expressions, and nodded in agreement. I consent. Brother Feng, please proceed. Feng Hao's eyes glimmered with approval as he smiled, saying, Rest assured, since you are willing to stay, I will certainly assist you. Changtian, you and Captain Zhao's team should deal with those beasts first. We need to take a moment to rest here. Just then, Feng Ruoshui emerged from behind, accompanied by Gu Mengli and the other 2 women. Chu Changtian and the others nodded, leading the 2 girls and Xiaozhan's group down from the biological vehicle. Gu Mengli, watching Xiaozhan and the others depart, could not help but ask, Feng Hao, will they be all right? They will be fine. I will help them, so do not worry. With that, Feng Hao issued a command to the vehicle, directing it toward the warehouse. Upon arrival at the warehouse, Feng Hao walked toward the rear of the biological vehicle. As they were on the verge of leaving Z City, he aimed to resolve the issues of research and equipment enhancement before their departure. Thus, he intended to upgrade the biological vehicle once more, this time with a targeted approach. Enhancing the energy storage capacity and the recovery speed of spiritual power were paramount. The solutions to these challenges lay in Tuntun's infinite devouring and the spirit-devouring properties of the spirit-devouring grass. Arriving at Tuntun's domain, Feng Hao stated decisively, Tuntun, revert to your original form. As you wish, master. With Tuntun's response, the branches erupted with a resounding crack, revealing a vibrant green spirit crystal on the ground. Feng Hao swiftly gathered all the branches, tendrils, and symbionts into the furnace and then picked up Tuntun's original form, making his way toward the spirit-devouring grass. At this moment, the soul-devouring grass had just borne fruit, yet it was still far from maturity. With a swift motion of his hand, Fang Hao stowed the incomplete corpse of the rat into his backpack. Now, he merely awaited the complete refinement of the tendril, after which he could extract the skills from the soul-devouring grass and proceed to synthesize the biological vehicle. Having accomplished these tasks, Fang Hao turned and exited. At this time, everyone had disembarked from the biological vehicle, engaging in cheerful conversation within the warehouse. Fang Hao stepped down and beckoned to Tong Qian. "Boss, what's up? Come, take me to the blacksmith shop you mentioned." "Of course, boss." Fang Hao issued a brief directive to the group and walked outside with Tong Qian. Before long, the two turned down a street and entered a narrow alley. Most of the small shops in this alley sold ironwork products, and the blacksmith shop mentioned by Tong Qian was located in the middle of the alley. 1 minute later, they arrived at their destination, the Eternal Iron Shop. The door was ajar, and without hesitation, they stepped inside. The interior of the iron shop was quite simple, featuring a smelting furnace, a blower, and 2 rows of iron shelves. The shelves were laden with finished agricultural tools and household ironware, while the ground was scattered with unrefined iron blanks. Before the upgrade of the biological vehicle, these items held no utility for them. What they sought were finished knives. The two made their way towards the back door. According to Tong Qian, they had discovered this blacksmith shop while searching for food during their rest in the warehouse. Pushing open the small door, they were greeted by a small courtyard filled with an assortment of knives, and most notably, in the center stood a guillotine. However, this guillotine was incomplete, possessing only the blade without a base. "Boss, this is what I meant. What do you think? Isn't it perfect for Zhongming?" Tong Qian exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the guillotine. Fang Hao nodded with a smile, tossing a spatial ring to Tong Qian as they began to collect the knives. After sweeping through the courtyard, they entered the main hall, where they were met with a glass display case mounted on the back wall. The display case was filled with an array of swords and knives. In one corner, Fang Hao even spotted a broadsword and a silver spear. Clearly, the owner of this blacksmith shop was engaging in a bit of subterfuge, marketing them as crafts when in fact they were all sharpened and capable of inflicting harm. Fang Hao retrieved a separate spatial ring to store these weapons. These items could later be analyzed by the vehicle, and once the data was retained, they could initiate mass production. Just as they finished collecting, the system's prompt sounded repeatedly. Ding. Obtained Flame Blade X1. Ding. Obtained Devouring Gourd X30. Ding. Obtained Life Energy X30. Fang Hao's mind stirred as a vibrant red blade materialized in his hand. He cast a detection spell on the knife, and all the information instantly appeared in his mind. Chapter 183, In Broad Daylight. Next Saint Level. The moment Fang Hao glimpsed the information, that particular word caught his attention. Such a high-grade material has not yet achieved the sacred level? He could not fathom this notion. Copper Coin gazed at the suddenly manifested flame blade in Fang Hao's hand, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "Is this your horn blade?" Fang Hao, momentarily regaining his composure, shook his head and replied, "Its name is now Flame Blade. During its forging, I infused it with the bones of the fire spirit Rat King, thus endowing it with fire attributes." Although he found it puzzling that the flame blade had not attained the sacred level, he was nonetheless quite pleased with its current form. The resplendent crimson blade appeared as if it had been stained with fresh blood, its serrated edges now made even more menacing and exaggerated by the addition of the gold spirit blade mantis's pincers. The flame blade's design was indeed extravagant, captivating in its appearance. It was capable, not only of cleaving, but even a mere brush with its jagged teeth could sever flesh. Furthermore, this iteration of the flame blade boasted 3 new passive skills: Enhanced Devour, Fire Element Affinity, and Gold Spirit Sharpening. The Enhanced Devour skill, while similar to that on the Devouring Gourd, exhibited some differences on the flame blade. Here, it could voraciously consume the blood and spiritual energy of targets at any moment, returning it to the wielder. This skill could be considered the ultimate weapon for protracted battles. The Fire Element Affinity spoke for itself, harmonizing beautifully with his fire control abilities, a moment he had long awaited. The Gold Spirit Sharpening, however, was rather mediocre, lacking any particularly striking features. Its sole advantage lay in its ability to stack with the Armor Break skill. The effective range of Armor Break was twice the wielder's attack power, while Gold Spirit Sharpening added an additional 100 points of damage. For Fang Hao, this additional damage was not insignificant. Overall, the flame blade this time brought him considerable delight. Though it was a pity that it lacked active skills, he would have to wait until he found suitable skills to upgrade the flame blade. After stowing the flame blade away, the two began to gather the tools from the workshop. Soon, they had cleared the inventory of the blacksmith shop. After a thorough inspection to ensure nothing was overlooked, they departed. They wandered nearby but, regrettably, found only this one blacksmith in the alley. Although there were numerous vendors selling iron goods, they were of no use to them. Ultimately, they returned to the warehouse with a sense of disappointment. Upon entering the warehouse, they discovered that the butcher and Zhang Bin had already returned. At that moment, Zhang Bin was lamenting his longing to Gu Mengli. Fang Hao watched this scene with a faint smile, realizing that such moments would become increasingly rare in the harsh reality of the apocalypse. No one knew how long they would survive. All they could do was cherish each fleeting moment. At that moment, the system notification chimed, pulling Fang Hao back to the present. He glanced over to see that the soul-devouring grass he had just placed in the furnace was now fully refined. He then cast 10 soul-devouring skill pills into the furnace once more and confirmed the synthesis. Countdown, 10 minutes. Now, all that remained was to wait. The time was but a mere trifle. Zhang Bin and Gu Mengli were cozily nestled in their seats, while the others instinctively distanced themselves. After a brief moment of intimacy, when the group glanced back, they found the two had mysteriously vanished. A look of understanding spread across the faces of those in the vehicle, with 3 women blushing as they turned their expectant gazes towards Fang Hao. Cough, cough, cough. The attention of the 3 women left Fang Hao feeling quite awkward, mentally berating Zhang Bin repeatedly. In broad daylight. Damn, couldn't you wait until nightfall? At that moment, footsteps echoed, and everyone looked up to see Chu Changtian and his companions returning. Boss, it's been taken care of. A total of 187 individuals, both men and women, have been dealt with without leaving a single survivor, Chu Changtian reported, handing over 2 spatial rings. They felt no guilt for having slain those people, having consumed human flesh. They were no different from half-beasts. Did Xiao Zhan and the others remain? Fang Hao inquired. Yes, boss, came the reply. Nodding slightly, he accepted the spatial rings and, glancing at the synthesis time, addressed the group. Everyone, let us disembark. I need to upgrade the biological vehicle. Soon, all exited the vehicle. But as Fang Hao prepared to collect it, he noticed that Zhang Bin and Gu Mengli had yet to come out. His expression darkened, and he re-entered the biological vehicle. In the corridor, standing before Zhang Bin's room, Fang Hao scowled as rhythmic sounds emanated from within, followed by a series of forceful knocks on the door. Who is it? I'm busy, came the irritated reply. You better come out, or I'll break your 5 legs. Do you believe me? Hey, I'm coming. Zhang Bin responded, suddenly subdued. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Bin with a cheeky grin, while Gu Mengli rushed past, covering her face. What's the matter? Haozi, you're ruining my fun, Zhang Bin complained loudly. Fang Hao shot him a glance and replied, don't engage in such frivolities during the day. We have serious matters to attend to. Serious matters? Fang Hao nodded, stating, I need to upgrade the biological vehicle. The research and crafting of equipment cannot be delayed. Zhang Bin solemnly acknowledged this, recognizing the significance of the trade in Kyoto and Du Tianqing's research as paramount. However, this seriousness lasted but a moment before Zhang Bin's playful demeanor returned. Next time, give me a heads up before upgrading. It's uncomfortable being caught in limbo like this. If it's so uncomfortable, should I give it a try? Fang Hao retorted, casting him a sideways glance. Haozi, that's not fair. You're a steel-strong man. I'm a normal guy. How can I compare with you? Before he could finish, a shriek echoed as Zhang Bin was flung out of the biological vehicle. In the warehouse, clutching his rear, Zhang Bin howled. Haozi, you're such a steel man, and you let me speak. Ouch, my behind. Gu Mengli rushed over to help him up, her concern evident as she asked, Zhang Bin, are you all right? Ugh, Haozi. Du Tianqing covered her mouth and giggled, rest assured. Mengli, even if he were to perish, Fang Hao could surely revive him. Just ask Binzi if you doubt it. Really? Zhang Bin. Gu Mengli looked at Zhang Bin with a puzzled expression. Zhang Bin, who had initially intended to play the victim, suddenly found himself in an awkward position. Fang Hao, with a stoic expression, glanced at him, and, with a mere thought, stored the biological vehicle into the furnace, subsequently adding the enhanced spirit-devouring and swallowing gourds. Given the anticipated massive consumption of spiritual energy in the future, he gritted his teeth and decided to add 5 swallowing gourds at once. Chapter 184. Z-City People's Zoo. A countdown appeared, indicating a time frame of 1 hour. Naturally, Fang Hao would not remain idle during this hour. He addressed the group. You all stay here. I will take Xiaohua out for a while. Haozi, what are you going to do? Zhang Bin inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I wish to visit the zoo. Xiaohua has reached a bottleneck in her evolution and requires higher-level spirit beasts. As soon as Fang Hao spoke, a grave expression enveloped the faces of all present. The zoo, undoubtedly the most perilous location in all of Z-City. If the cats and dogs before the apocalypse were already so terrifying, what of the lions and tigers from that era? The memories of encountering a saber-toothed leopard on the commercial street were still vividly etched in their minds. Had it not been for Fang Hao's recent attainment of level 5, coupled with his bloodthirsty attribute boost, the outcome might not have been so effortlessly achieved. Boss, I will accompany you, Chu Changtian declared. Haozi, I shall join you as well. You cannot go alone. Zhang Bin's face bore an unusual seriousness. Fang Hao waved his hand, silencing the others who wished to speak. Having too many people would be counterproductive. It will suffice for just Xiaohua and me. Besides, if I cannot handle it, your presence would be of no avail. So, remain here at ease. I shall return promptly. With that, he beckoned to Xiaohua. The duo, one person and one cat, departed the warehouse under the watchful gaze of the others. Fang Hao's decision to venture alone to the zoo was made after careful consideration. Firstly, the inherent dangers of the zoo were self-evident. The more individuals involved, the greater the risk. Secondly, the zoo was situated at the junction of the north and east cities, making it inconvenient given their intended route. Furthermore, with a 1-hour upgrade time for the biological vehicle, he deemed it sufficient for potential discoveries. With his current strength, alongside Xiaohua, as long as he did not act recklessly, traversing the entirety of Z City would feel like wandering through an uninhabited realm, granting him the freedom to explore at his leisure. Swiftly, the duo darted through the streets. This unabashed display of speed was a first for Fang Hao, leaving even him astonished at how rapidly he had become. In terms of velocity, he had reached parity with a fully powered Xiaohua, both attaining a speed of 340 points. Of course, this was merely a base attribute. Should Xiaohua activate her shadow dash, he would find it impossible to compete. He estimated that to reach the threshold of supersonic speed, his base attributes would likely need to exceed 1,000 points. Thus, the concept of innate talent among species is undeniably significant and remarkable. While one individual may effortlessly surpass a standard that another must strive to attain through 2 additional levels, it can evoke a sense of injustice. However, the creator is indeed equitable. Species that possess speed often exhibit vulnerabilities in their defenses. Consequently, Fang Hao contemplates enhancing Xiaohua's defensive capabilities. With heightened defense, Xiaohua would no longer be encumbered in future battles. Much like the previous encounter with the Golden Spirit Blade Mantis, if Xiaohua's defenses were adequate, confronting 10 adversaries would be a trivial matter, eliminating the need for prolonged stalemates. Therefore, Fang Hao's focus in this hunt is directed towards defensive spirit beasts and felines. The duo's figures traverse the streets with agility, while the startled spirit beasts roar in frustration, unable to even keep pace. This exemplifies the advantages of speed, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Before long, the pair comes to a gradual halt. Z City People's Zoo. We have arrived. Fang Hao and Xiaohua conceal themselves behind a building, quietly observing the zoo. The zoo he remembers has vanished, replaced by a dense and untamed jungle. The tranquil silence is punctuated by rampant weeds and a plethora of unfamiliar trees, their thriving branches and leaves creating an overwhelming canopy. Activating the eye of illusion to peer into the zoo, Fang Hao's expression deepens with concern. The eye's radius of 500 meters reveals that he is now less than 200 meters from the edge, beyond which lies an impenetrable darkness. These transformations have taken him completely by surprise. Even without the eye of illusion or any probing techniques, it is apparent that the flora here has undergone significant evolution. Moreover, he is now quite certain that there are plant-based spirit beasts within the zoo, and likely more than one. Although these unexpected changes unsettle him, he reassures himself with the knowledge that his fire control skill allows him to navigate freely, even when surrounded by plant-type spirit beasts. However, his desire to stealthily infiltrate the area has been dashed. He gently pats Xiaohua's head and inquires, "Are you ready, Xiaohua?" "Master, Xiaohua is ready." Xiaohua's feline eyes fixate intently on the zoo, exuding an unprecedented seriousness. It senses at least 5 spirit beasts within, each comparable to itself. These creatures unabashedly release their auras, warning others that this territory belongs to them. Fang Hao takes a deep breath, focusing his mind as the flame blade materializes in his hand. In a flash, he dashes into the dense thicket. Not long after entering, he encounters the trampled entrance and the collapsed guardhouse. Witnessing this scene, Fang Hao's expression darkens further. What manner of plant-based spirit beast is this? He has traversed mere meters into the jungle before spotting the zoo's entrance. This indicates that the jungle is continuously expanding outward. Has it only been a few days since the apocalypse began? It has already encroached dozens of meters. What will happen in a month? Will all of Z City be entirely consumed by the jungle? An unprecedented sense of urgency once again enveloped Fang Hao's heart. If humanity's living space continues to be exploited in such a manner, extinction would truly be just around the corner. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air, and Fang Hao's spider sense alerted him just in time. With a swift motion of his blade, He severed the object that was aimed at him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a verdant vine had been cleanly cut at its base, oozing with a foul, viscous sap. Furrowing his brows, Fang Hao cast a detection spell on the vine. Target: bloodthirsty vine, plant type spirit beast, life, 800 points level, X strength, 80 points speed, 85 points spirit, 45 points mystical power, 300 points skills, bloodsucking, parasitism indeed. There were numerous plant type spirit beasts here. He had encountered one immediately upon entering. Although its attributes were negligible, Fang Hao could not shake off the feeling of discontent. This was merely the beginning. Regaining his composure, he took a deep breath, activated his illusory eye, and continued to advance. Not long after Fang Hao departed, an imperceptible shadow flickered past, vanishing in the same direction as a person and a cat. Chapter 185. The ever-growing primeval jungle. With his illusory eye activated, Fang Hao proceeded with utmost caution. Although danger lurked everywhere in this apocalyptic world, it remained within a controllable scope in light of his own strength. Within this manageable realm, he could respond with calm and poise, confidently hunting alongside his companions in the spirit beast-infested city center. This exemplified his current confidence and prowess. However, this place was different. The zoo had transformed into something beyond his imagination, with a level of danger and strangeness surpassing all his previous encounters. It presented yet another significant test of peril and peculiarity, second only to the cannibalistic Willow Village. The limitations of his illusory eye, coupled with the unknown number of advanced spirit beasts and the eerie plant-type spirit beasts, rendered Fang Hao and Xiaohua, now both at level 6, exceedingly cautious. Fortunately, his foresight had prevented him from bringing unnecessary companions. Otherwise, unless they were prepared for casualties, they would have returned empty-handed. His objective in this venture was to facilitate Xiaohua's evolution rather than to engage in mere slaughter. With the presence of plant-type spirit beasts, stealthy infiltration was out of the question. Thus, all he could do was proceed with utmost prudence, striving to avoid conflict with spirit beasts. The enhancement of his abilities and ascension had not led Fang Hao to become complacent. He remained respectful of all dangers. It is only those who maintain a sense of reverence and caution towards the apocalypse who can survive better and longer. This is Fang Hao's code for survival in this world. After racing through the dense jungle for quite some time, Fang Hao's expression grew increasingly grave. Based on the size of the zoo and his speed, he had covered enough ground to have traversed 2 zoos. Yet, the surrounding jungle remains exceedingly lush, showing no signs of nearing its boundaries. To the northeast lies the Eastern District, adjacent to the new district, where the Automobile City and Forest Park are situated. After a long while, Fang Hao gradually slowed his pace, surveying the dense vegetation around him, his expression a portrait of unease. He realized he had miscalculated. The primal jungle had begun to encroach upon the city. However, the direction of this encroachment was not towards the city center, but eastward. Moreover, he surmised that the primal jungle had likely merged with the forest park. If the forest park now lay within the realm of the primal jungle, then how far could the automobile city, urban villages, and water plants be? Within the skyscrapers, people could still cling to life through modern architecture. But what would become of those human survivors in the heart of the primal jungle? A shadow of uncertainty crossed Fang Hao's face, his brows furrowing tightly. He did not concern himself with the fate of strangers. However, his primary mission was to propagate civilization. Although humanity might no longer be the sole sentient beings on Earth, ultimately, his civilization was rooted in human achievements. Thus, humanity remained the most suitable vessel for the inheritance of his civilization. Yet, given the current circumstances, it would not be long before the entirety of City Z could be engulfed by this primal jungle. The fate of the surviving humans in City Z was all too predictable. In an instant, Fang Hao's mind raced, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his consciousness. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath, the uncertainty in his eyes giving way to determination. For the artifact, for his primary mission, and indeed, for himself, he would uncover the origins of the primal jungle and seek a means to halt its expansion. As for Xiaohua's evolution, that had now become a secondary concern. Suddenly, a thunderous roar accompanied by a cacophony of chattering sounds erupted from the northeast. Fang Hao's expression froze, the sound emanating from that direction. Xiaohua, perched on his shoulder, trembled violently upon hearing the roar. It sensed the bloodline suppression. This was a higher-level dominance from a species of the same kind. Bloodline suppression and the dominance of natural enemies are immutable laws of the natural world. When facing a creature with a superior bloodline, a lower-level organism can hardly hope to stand its ground, let alone engage in battle. Master, Xiaohua communicated telepathically, sensing an extraordinarily fearsome spirit beast among them. Fang Hao, halting his steps, felt a tightening in his gaze. He could sense Xiao Hua's trembling and the trepidation in its voice. Instinctual biology. This term, so familiar to him, surfaced in his mind. Xiao Hua's current state mirrored that of the fire spirit Mouse King in the past. Although Xiao Hua was not as beleaguered as the fire spirit Mouse King had been, the instinctual response spoke volumes. Amidst these cries, there exist formidable feline spirit beasts. They may be lions or tigers, or perhaps other members of the cat family. In any case, their rank is undoubtedly far superior to that of Xiao Hua, and their biological tier surpasses hers as well. Such a disparity is essential to exert such overwhelming pressure on a level 6 Xiao Hua. Do not fear, Xiao Hua. Your master is here, and all shall be well, Fang Hao gently reassured, patting her fluffy forehead. However, Xiao Hua, feeling a deep-seated fear, implored silently, Master. This creature is truly terrifying and perilous. I do not wish for you to take such risks. Her feline eyes were filled with trepidation and concern, unwilling to see her master endanger himself. Fang Hao, with unprecedented resolve, gazed towards the source of the sounds. Xiao Hua, your master is indeed powerful now. There is nothing to worry about. With that, he swiftly dashed northeastward. After a minute, Fang Hao came to a gradual halt. Under the scrutiny of his illusory eyes, he could perceive everything within a 200-meter radius. There he beheld a tiger with fearsome saber-like teeth, engaged in a fierce battle with a troop of monkeys. This tiger was no longer the same as before. Its once black and yellow stripes had vanished, replaced by a coat of pure gold, with the character for king on its forehead transformed into a vivid scarlet, emanating an eerie red glow. Its size remained similar to that of a tiger from the pre-apocalyptic world. However, Fang Hao had learned not to judge the tier of spirit beasts solely by their size. The aura, appearance, and the glaring red light of the character on its forehead all indicated that this tiger belonged to a high tier of spirit beasts, and moreover, it was a rare, elemental beast. Upon catching sight of the tiger, Fang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This magnificent creature seemed tailor-made as an advancement material for Xiao Hua. Sharing the same lineage, yet possessing a higher biological rank, there could be no more suitable candidate. To Fang Hao, this tiger was already within his grasp. The notion of being unable to defeat it was entirely out of the question. If he could not conquer a level 6, he would face a level 7. If that too was unfeasible, then he would pursue and level 8. The 5,000 spirit beasts contained within the devouring gourd had already begun to decompose. And combined with those that had survived, it was sufficient to elevate his rank further. With the added advantage of his bloodthirsty attributes, defeat was simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, a troop of monkeys had noticeably increased in size compared to their pre-apocalyptic forms, estimated to be nearly double. Their original reddish-brown fur had morphed into a striking turquoise, and long purple vines, nearly 2 meters in length, sprouted from their wrists, adorned with numerous menacing barbs that glimmered with an ominous purple light, reminiscent of toxic flora. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, his expression filled with intrigue at this fusion of animal and plant. The apocalypse was indeed a realm of unparalleled wonders. Regaining his focus, Fang Hao employed a probing technique to assess the combatants engaged in the fray. Chapter 186, Golden Saber-Toothed Tiger vs. Wood Spirit Rampaging Monkey. The aftermath of the battle between the tiger and the monkeys had left the surrounding trees utterly decimated, with the area within 200 meters littered with broken and uprooted trunks. In an instant, the information regarding these two types of spirit beasts flooded Fang Hao's mind. Objective: Golden Spirit Saber-Toothed Tiger Health, 4,800 points level, 6 strength, 450 points speed, 435 points spirit, 380 points magical power, 2,400 points skills. King Smite, defense break. Power of the Demon Lord. Manifestation of Golden Spirit Elements. Objective: Wood Spirit Violent Monkey Health, 2,500 points level, for strength, 250 points speed, 440 points spirit, 230 points magical power, 1,200 points skills. Poisonous Vines. Power of the Wood Spirit. Wood Spirit Stealth. Monkey's varied bruise. Upon a glance, a knowing expression appeared on Fang Hao's face. The Golden Spirit Saber-Toothed Tiger, a level 6 spirit beast. Its attributes were astonishingly formidable. The monkey, as he had surmised, was a hybrid of flora and fauna, possessing commendable attributes, particularly the unique qualities of the wood element, which granted this troop of monkeys an advantageous position in the primordial jungle. Despite the apparent disparity in strength, the Wood Spirit Violent Monkeys were indeed a collective of level 4 beings. Estimating their numbers, there were at least 100. With the advantages of their wood attributes and sheer numbers, they could contend evenly against the Golden Spirit Saber-Toothed Tiger. On the surface, this battle seemed poised for a stalemate or a protracted struggle. Had Fang Hao not perused the descriptions of their skills, he too would have shared this belief. However, after reading, he quickly discerned that the reality before him was but an illusion. Power of the Demon Lord, an active skill that gathers malice to enhance one's might. Serving as one of the 5 celestial vessels. This skill consumes malice energy, doubling physical attack attributes and quadrupling magical attack attributes. Duration, determined by the capacity of the Demon Lord's domain. Trigger time, mental control. Manifestation of golden spirit elements, an active skill that condenses the golden elements in the surrounding space and manifests them, lasting 1 minute and consuming 40 points of magical power. Trigger time, mental control. Poisonous vines, an active skill that seamlessly merges the wood attributes of the wood spirit violent monkey with plant life, forming derivative plant limbs, consuming 20 points of magical power per minute. Trigger time, within 1 second. Power of the wood spirit, would attribute magical power. Wood spirit stealth, an active skill that allows the user to become invisible in the jungle, blending seamlessly with the surrounding vegetation, consuming 40 points of magical power. Lasting 1 minute. Trigger time, mental control. Monkey's varied brews, a passive skill unique to the wood spirit violent monkey, crafted from an array of herbs, fruits, beasts, and flowers, rich in magical power, capable of purifying bloodlines and accelerating evolution. The defeat of the wood spirit violent monkeys was inevitable. The golden spirit saber-toothed tiger had not exerted its full strength. In terms of skills, the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger was already in an invincible position. As for why the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger chose to prolong the battle, the understanding dawned upon Fang Hao upon witnessing the skills of the wood spirit violent monkeys. Monkey's varied brews. It resembled the evolution-inducing spirit-eating fruits. Evolutionary substances, whether spirit-eating fruits or the flesh and blood of humans, hold an irresistible allure for spirit beasts. Furthermore, Fang Hao pondered another question. Since the wood spirit violent monkeys were a collective, there must be a monkey king among them. At that moment, although the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger held the corpse of a wood spirit violent monkey in its mouth, it was evident that it was not the monkey king. So, where had the monkey king gone? He certainly did not believe that the monkey king would abandon his kin and flee alone. Nearly 2 minutes had elapsed since the sounds of battle first resonated. If the monkey king was indeed nearby, he should have made an appearance by now. Presumably, the monkey king was at least a level 5 spirit beast, possibly even a level 6. In a confrontation between level 6 entities, even if he could not emerge victorious, the inherent elemental advantages would allow him to deplete the golden spirit sword-toothed tiger without issue. Once both sides were gravely injured, it would be the opportune moment for him, the hunter, to make his entrance. Is it not more advantageous for the fisherman to profit from the clashing clam and heron? Setting that aside for the moment, the skills exhibited by these wood spirit monkeys had piqued Fang Hao's interest, though it was perhaps more accurate to say it had ignited a quiet delight within him. The abilities of wood spirit, invisibility, and poisonous vines seemed tailor-made for Erdan. While the individual skills might not appear overwhelmingly powerful, what if they were enhanced through fusion in the forge? This troop of monkeys was indeed a timely boon. As Fang Hao watched the fierce conflict unfold, a tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing. His gaze sharpened, and he thought, here it comes. Indeed, mere seconds later, the woods to the east of the clearing stirred violently, and a monkey, noticeably larger and more robust than the other wood spirit monkeys, suddenly leapt forth from the thicket. This wood spirit monkey's fur shimmered with a deep emerald hue, distinctly darker than that of its peers. Instantly, Fang Hao recognized this as the Monkey King. Moreover, the aura emanating from it made it evident that this was a level 6 spirit beast. However, upon observing the Monkey King's condition, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. The Monkey King was injured. Moreover, its wounds were oozing vibrant green blood, clearly not old injuries, but rather fresh ones. Gazing at the ferocious visage of the Monkey King, Fang Hao promptly cast a detection spell. Target, wood spirit Monkey King, wounded, health, 3,800 points, for 1,500 points level, 6 skills. King's Might, Diamond Poison Vines, with Spirit Power. With Spirit Escape, Monkey's Varied Brews. The skills of the Monkey King were largely similar to those of the other with spirit monkeys, and the information indicated that its injuries were quite severe. Seeing this, Fang Hao could not help but shake his head. He had initially hoped for mutual destruction, yet it appeared that even with the arrival of the Monkey King, it would merely serve to drain the golden spirit, sword-toothed tiger, making it unlikely to inflict significant harm. At that moment, the golden spirit sword-toothed tiger, situated at the heart of the battle, suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light just as the Monkey King lunged at it. The crimson symbol of royalty upon its forehead flared ominously. Instantly, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With a roar, the golden spirit's sword-toothed tiger unleashed a deafening cry. Swiftly slashing with its claws, the elemental gold in the air coalesced into several claws glimmering with metallic sheen, launching at an astonishing speed in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud. The sounds of rending flesh accompanied the shattering air. The cacophony of the attacking monkey horde, with severed limbs and broken arms flying haphazardly, truly marked the commencement of a genuine battle. With a fearsome roar, the Monkey King unleashed the vines from its arms, brandishing them with a savage ferocity. The collision of the dark green vines against the body of the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger produced a series of resounding clangs, yet the assaults proved futile. Unperturbed by the ineffectiveness of its strikes, the Monkey King continued to wield its toxic tendrils like steel whips, relentlessly assaulting the saber-tooth. The demise of its kin seemed to have driven the Monkey King into a state of frenzy, its eyes now reflecting boundless rage and a fierce desire for vengeance. Suddenly, an echoing roar erupted from the woods behind the monkey horde. With a sharp focus, Fang Hao turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Realizing that a battle raged a kilometer away, the Monkey King's movements abruptly faltered, its expression shifting to one of urgent concern as it chattered frantically to the surrounding monkeys before swiftly retreating toward the woods. With the Monkey King departing, the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger, shimmering with golden light, prepared to pursue it. The remaining wood spirit violent monkeys, sensing the shift, charged recklessly toward the saber-tooth with desperate cries. In response, the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger let out a thunderous roar, its fury palpable. Its claws rose and fell, unleashing a barrage of metallic blades that flew toward the oncoming monkeys. Fang Hao, however, lost interest in the unfolding battle, his attention captivated by the commotion emanating from the woods. The Monkey King's evident anxiety was perplexing. What could be causing such distress? Could it be the legendary monkey's 100 flavors wine? Even if it were merely an object of evolution, it seemed excessive to warrant such a frantic response. After all, the monkey's 100 flavors wine was the signature skill of the wood spirit violent monkeys. Even if it were taken, it could be brewed anew without incurring such grave costs. As he pondered this, Fang Hao's gaze lingered on the battlefield. The more he considered the situation, the more he sensed that the matter was far from simple. The golden spirit saber-toothed tiger roared once more, its golden radiance reaching its zenith. With each swipe of its claws, the metallic blades rained down, and the air was filled with the anguished cries of the wood spirit violent monkeys. As Fang Hao was lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by the sound of something slicing through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively leaped onto a nearby tree. Crack! The spot where he had just stood was instantly pierced by a metallic claw of a golden spirit saber-toothed tiger, embedding itself fiercely into the ground. This was merely the residual force of the tigress attack. Observing the claw slowly transforming into golden elements, Fang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. Acknowledging that the battle of a level 6 spirit beast was not something an ordinary person could witness without peril, one wrong move could lead to unexpected consequences. In this post-apocalyptic world, danger lurked everywhere, and one had to be especially cautious while watching a fight. At that moment, the battle in the clearing was drawing to a close, as the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger let out a ferocious roar, mercilessly dismembering the last of the wood spirit violent monkeys, before charging into the forest beyond without a hint of hesitation. Upon seeing this, Fang Hao realized that the true crux of the battle lay within the woods. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what could possibly be luring these high-level spirit beasts. After waiting for a while and ensuring no other spirit beasts were approaching, Fang Hao leaped forward, racing toward the clearing. In a blur of motion, he gathered all the wood spirit violent monkeys into his backpack space before stealthily making his way toward the northeastern woods. Chirps and growls echoed in the air. Indeed, as he drew closer, the sound of a third type of spirit beast reached Fang Hao's ears. Yet, despite pondering for a long time, he could not identify the creature. The call was deep and resonant, lacking the distinctiveness of monkeys or tigers. While he was uncertain of the nature of this third spirit beast, it was evident that its presence indicated it was at least a level 6 spirit beast. Soon, as he ventured deeper, his dim surroundings suddenly brightened. A vast clearing unfolded before Fang Hao's eyes, and he could not help but gasp in astonishment as his pupils constricted. The clearing was approximately the size of 10 football fields, encircled by untamed jungle, and at its center stood an enormous, robust tree, strikingly out of place. The tree was lush and towering, its exaggerated height and trunk diameter unlike anything he had ever encountered. Before the apocalypse, the tallest General Sherman tree in the world reached a height of 83 meters and a trunk diameter of 11 meters. Although Fang Hao had never seen a General Sherman tree in person, the figure of 83 meters was relatively easy to visualize. The height of the Jingxiafengwa Hotel was over 160 meters, making 83 meters merely an average building height. However, in Fang Hao's perspective, this giant tree appeared to exceed 100 meters in height, far surpassing even the height of two Jingxiafengwa buildings. In stark contrast to the surrounding dense forest, the giant tree stood like a crane among chickens, its height and diameter exceeding his comprehension. After all, Z City was a plain. When had such an exaggerated giant tree emerged? In fact, the best point of reference was the three opposing spirit beasts situated beneath the colossal tree: the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger, the wood spirit violent monkey king. And what was that? Upon catching sight of the third spirit beast, Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback. A toad? A toad that could be so strikingly beautiful? In comparison to the colossal beings surrounding it, this toad appeared remarkably diminutive and endearing. Its size resembled that of a child's palm, reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. However, Fang Hao was far from convinced that a toad capable of confronting two sixth-level spirit beasts could be an ordinary one. Its body was crystal clear, with its internal organs distinctly visible, resembling a beautifully crafted crystal artifact, exquisite to the point of being breathtaking. Moreover, Fang Hao noticed that the ground where the toad stood was covered in a thick layer of white frost, and around it lay dozens of frozen wooden spirit monkeys, encased like ice sculptures. Observing the expressions of profound apprehension in the eyes of the wooden spirit monkey king and the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger, Fang Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. An ice-type spirit beast, a mutated entity of the water element. This was certainly an unexpected delight. One of gold, one of wood, and one of ice. What a lively assembly of the three elemental factions. Master, the aura emanating from that spirit beast is terrifying. At that moment, Xiaohua's voice resonated in Fang Hao's mind, laden with fear. Narrowing his eyes at the trio of spirit beasts, Fang Hao reassured Xiaohua. Can you discern its level from this distance? I can't tell, master. Just observing from afar fills me with a sense of oppression, Xiaohua replied. At that instant, the call of the wooden spirit monkey echoed from the giant tree, prompting Fang Hao to shift his gaze skyward. Following the trunk of the enormous tree, he noticed numerous nests constructed from branches, densely scattered throughout its expanse. It was evident that this was the lair of the wooden spirit monkeys. Now, it was crucial to ascertain the motives behind the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the toad's assault on the wooden spirit monkeys. Fang Hao cautiously approached the edge of the forest, estimating the distance before casting a detection spell upon the giant tree and the toad. Chapter 188. Celestial Treasure Target. Ice Toad Life. 6,800 points level. 7 strength. 350 points speed. 830 points spirit. 450 points spirit power. 4,500 points skills. Absolute 0. Ice arrow. Rapid freeze. Water spirit power. Gasping in disbelief at the information regarding the toad, Fang Hao couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Such a small creature was, astonishingly, a 7th-level spirit beast. Its most impressive attribute was its speed, soaring to an astounding 830 points. The spirit power it contained was the highest he had ever encountered, reaching 4,500 points. Yet, what truly left him breathless were the skills of this ice toad. Absolute 0. Ice arrow. Rapid freeze. Even without examining the skill descriptions, the mere names of these skills hinted at their terrifying lethality. After regaining his composure and taking a deep breath, Fang Hao opened the skill descriptions of the ice toad. Absolute 0. Active skill. Creates a space centered on the ice toad with a radius of 50 meters, wherein the temperature plummets to absolute 0. The skill consumes 200 points of spirit power, with a continuous consumption of 100 points per minute. Activation time. Mind control. Ice arrow. Active skill. Condenses the water elements in the air to form arrows of ice through solidification. Skill consumption is a minimum of 50 points of spiritual power, with no upper limit. Trigger time. Mind control. Absolute 0. An active skill that allows the ice toad to absorb water elements from the air into its body, through a transformation of ice attributes. It expels an extremely low-temperature frozen gas from its mouth, inflicting freezing damage on living beings. Skill consumption. 100 points of spiritual power. Trigger time. Mind control. Water spirit's power. A passive skill of the ice toad that embodies water element attributes. Upon reading this, Fang Hao was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to curse. This truly was absolute 0. Now, looking at the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the wood spirit violent monkey king, the fear in their eyes was unmistakable. Not merely caution, but sheer trepidation. How had this ice toad evolved so rapidly? Gulping audibly, Fang Hao gazed at the exquisitely beautiful ice toad, feeling a dryness in his throat. Little Flower had managed to evolve to level 5, but that was the result of his painstaking efforts. Yet this creature was superior. akin to a wild toad. No wonder Little Flower felt intimidated and oppressed. A level 7 against a level 5. Coupled with the fact that Absolute Zero was the nemesis of speed-type spirit beasts. How could one not feel suppressed? Not only Little Flower, but the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the wood spirit violent monkey king were also restrained by this skill. Absolute Zero. A mythical ability that seemed to exist only in fantasy. Within 100 meters of the ice toad, everything would be frozen into decay. Even attacks could not penetrate. Not even fire-based attacks could prevail. Only a fire skill of equal rank to Absolute Zero could have any effect. Otherwise, any flame would be extinguished in an instant. This was the might of Absolute Zero. Fang Hao took a deep breath. Even if he were to advance to level 7, 8, 9, or even 10, he would not be able to inflict a single point of damage on the ice toad. This was the formidable power of an extraordinary skill. While marveling in horror, curiosity gnawed at him. What could possibly attract these three spirit beasts? What compelled the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the wood spirit violent monkey king to remain despite their fear? He was genuinely intrigued. He then turned his gaze to the information regarding the giant tree and began to investigate. Target: Nature Tree Life. 1,000,000,000,000. Level. Power, Speed, Spirit. 2,000,000,000,000,000 Spiritual Power. 10,000,000,000 Skill. Heart of Nature. Fang Hao was left in a daze. The series of zeros in the information about the nature tree was striking. What was this colossal tree? Heart of Nature, the core of the Earth's great nature. All things in the world originate from nature, return to nature, and possess the incredible ability of a creator. After reading the description of the Heart of Nature, Fang Hao finally comprehended why the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the wood spirit violent monkey king remained despite their apprehension. The core of the Earth's great nature, where all things originate, return, and hold extraordinary creative powers. This statement eloquently elucidates the harmonious fusion of the wood spirit violent monkey and the plant life. And perhaps even the ice toad, an ice element spirit beast, owes its existence to this synergy. I must acquire it. The excitement and joy on Fang Hao's face could no longer be contained, his gaze fixated intently on the natural tree. With the Heart of Nature, he and his companions would traverse the path of evolution with unparalleled ease. Humanity itself would reap the benefits. The apocalypse could very well come to a premature conclusion. At that moment, the three spirit beasts beneath the natural tree began to stir. The wood spirit violent monkey king chattered excitedly at the ice toad, and the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger, seemingly engaged in a form of communication. Chatter, roar, gurgle. The golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and ice toad responded in kind. Fang Hao and Xiao Hua quietly observed from the forest's edge. Although they were unaware of the specifics of their conversation, he understood that spirit beasts of a higher grade were capable of mental transmission. Thus, he surmised that their discourse was undoubtedly related to the Heart of Nature. Upon witnessing the introduction of the Heart of Nature, even he, a person endowed with a system, felt an intense yearning, let alone the spirit beasts driven by evolution. After a considerable time, the cacophony ceased, and the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the wood spirit violent monkey king glared fiercely at the ice toad, the two 6th level spirit beasts instinctively drawing closer together. Observing this development, Fang Hao instantly comprehended the situation. The negotiations had collapsed. The golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the wood spirit violent monkey king had formed an alliance. Yet, even in unison, he doubted their ability to contend with the ice toad. One absolute zero was enough to render them powerless. As he contemplated the circumstances, strategies began to swirl in his mind. He could potentially resolve the situation with the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the wood spirit violent monkey king through leveling up. But what of the ice toad? While he possessed fire control, it was merely a basic skill, wholly inadequate to challenge the ice toad's absolute zero. Magical attacks were futile. Physical assaults were even less effective. What to do? In an instant, Fang Hao's brow furrowed tightly. Relinquishing the Heart of Nature was simply impossible. Such a divine artifact must be his. Whether claimed by spirit beasts or other humans, the repercussions would be endless. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Fang Hao's eyes as a bold idea manifested in his mind. Since both physical and magical attacks proved ineffective, what about mental attacks? In that fleeting moment, he recalled the puppet factor. This was the signature skill of the carnivorous willow. After racking his brain, he realized this was the only approach transcending physical and magical assaults. It was his sole viable tactic. However, the puppet factor bore a significant limitation. To achieve control, his mental attribute must exceed that of the target individual by more than double. Otherwise, it would be ineffectual. Given his current mental attribute, he could manage ordinary wood-spirit violent monkeys, yet he struggled against the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the monkey king, let alone the 7th level ice toad. Therefore, he must enhance his mental attribute. The only method available was to level up. Chapter 189, Level 10. An unexpected turn of events at present. Feng Hao's foundational mental attribute stands at 640 points. Following the dual enhancement of spiritual devouring and the spirit reinforcement elixir, his mental attribute has now ascended to 840 points. The peculiar and extraordinary skill of spiritual devouring manifests differently in him compared to the man-eating willow. In terms of the absorption limit, a considerable disparity exists between the two. The man-eating willow boasts an absorption limit of 300 points, while his own is a mere 100 points. In short, the word is weakened. Nevertheless, even after this diminishment, through 2 instances of devouring, his mental attribute has still reached 840 points. The attribute doubling from leveling up pertains solely to foundational attributes, excluding the spiritual essence acquired through devouring. Hence, what he requires now is to level up. A doubled mental attribute is a fundamental condition for the manipulation of puppet factors. The heart of nature bears immense significance, and the ice frog is unprecedentedly formidable. To ensure comprehensive control of the situation, he must achieve overwhelming dominance. Furthermore, he remains uncertain whether the puppet factor would be effective against the ice frog. He understands that ordinary fire elements have no effect on puppet factors, yet he cannot ascertain the absolute zero. For the sake of his own life and the heart of nature, he intends to utilize all his spiritual crystals for leveling up. The spiritual beasts contained within the devouring gourd have now completely separated, yielding 5,000 spiritual crystals, 2, 500 of level 1, 500 of level 2, 800 of level 3, and 200 of level 4. Coupled with the remaining crystals, he possesses 44 level 3 crystals, 38 level 4 crystals, and 2 level 5 crystals. Therefore, this time, he aims to ascend directly to level 10. The heart of nature must be his. Feng Hao cast a cold gaze at the 3 spiritual beasts beneath the natural tree, and with a flicker of thought, he issued a command to the system. System, convert all spiritual crystals below level 5 into spiritual energy. Ding. Spiritual energy converted, 140. 660 points. At last, he has surpassed the 100,000 mark. This is the first time Feng Hao has observed such an abundance of spiritual energy on his attribute panel. Without further hesitation, he commanded the system. System, level up. As Feng Hao's command resonated, the familiar surge of warmth enveloped him once more. Without time for contemplation, he issued another command to the system. System, continue leveling up. To reach level 7, 6, 400 points of spiritual energy are required. For level 8, 12, 800 points. For level 9, 25, 600 points. And for level 10, 51, 200 points of spiritual energy. A total of 96,000 points of spiritual energy dissipated. An intoxicating and mesmerizing aura emanated from Feng Hao. In that very moment, as the 96,000 points vanished, his entire being seemed drawn to a peculiar force, transporting him to a realm of bizarre illumination. Here, the light fluctuated between brilliance and dimness. At times, the expanse appeared boundless, while at others, the boundary lay beneath his feet. The colors danced vibrantly, akin to a kaleidoscope, yet moments later, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unable to see his own hand. It felt as though he stood at the precipice of a black hole, one that devoured all. Feng Hao surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, his heart a tumult of shock, novelty, slight trepidation, and an indescribable warmth and comfort. This sensation is peculiar, and the reason eludes Feng Hao. At that moment, a voice, both perplexing and yet imbued with warmth, suddenly resonated. Child. Feng Hao was taken aback, hastily scanning his surroundings, unable to suppress his exclamation. Who are you? Who am I, child? Do you not recall the Genesis civilization system? Feng Hao was momentarily stunned. You are the system. No, child. Allow me to show you something, and you will comprehend. As the voice faded, a series of astonishing yet familiar images unfolded in his mind, akin to a film projection. Upon witnessing these scenes, Feng Hao was rendered speechless. The initial image depicted an enigmatic space, a realm that oscillated between light and darkness. At times it seemed boundless, while at others its boundaries lay beneath his feet, vibrant and kaleidoscopic. This very space mirrored his current surroundings. The scene then shifted, revealing a spectral figure, indistinguishable in gender, reminiscent of a three-dimensional projection. Once the apparition surveyed its surroundings, it waved its hand, summoning 10 corpses of men clad in bizarre attire before it. After this, The figure gestured again, conjuring a small, exquisite object resembling both a cauldron and a furnace, which then absorbed the 10 bodies. Upon witnessing this cauldron-like object, Fang Hao was taken aback. It was a furnace. He was intimately familiar with it, having been alongside him since the apocalypse, utilizing it countless times daily. He could assert with absolute certainty that this was indeed the furnace. There could be no mistake. After collecting the 10 corpses, the spectral figure made another motion, beckoning to the space as beams of colorful light converged upon the furnace. Following this, the figure appeared transfixed by the furnace. After several minutes, it reached into its own body, extracting 5 ribs and a drop of black liquid, which it placed into the furnace. The scene transitioned once more, revealing the interior of the furnace. Here, the 10 male corpses had melted into a sanguine mass. At that moment, the 5 ethereal ribs and the drop of black liquid entered the furnace, merging with the fleshy amalgamation. Then, a miraculous event transpired. The crimson mass began to gradually transform into the form of an infant, whose eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in slumber. Subsequently, the furnace vanished, and the infant began to wail. The spectral figure cradled the child, and instantly, the infant ceased crying and began to giggle. A smile graced the figure's face as it emanated a radiant light while gently stroking the infant's forehead. In an instant, this newly born child transformed into one of a year old. After repeating this process 5 times, the child had evidently matured into a 5-year-old. At the sight of the youthful figure, Fang Hao felt as if struck by lightning. How could this be? The child bore an uncanny resemblance to him, his own likeness as a young boy. The ethereal figure gently caressed the child's head, a faint expression of recognition crossing its face. Before the child could utter a word, the figure waved its hand once more, and the child fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, the space trembled violently. A grave and resolute expression appeared on the figure's face. With another sweep of its arm, an obscure and incomprehensible rune materialized, embedding itself within the child's body. Soon after, a brilliant light enveloped the figure, which contorted in agony. In a flash of radiance, the figure split into 2. One half fused with the reappearing furnace and merged into the child's being, while the other half, enduring the pain, opened a void portal and sent the child through it. The scene shifted, revealing the child standing before the entrance of an orphanage, the Z City Children's Welfare Institute. This was the very place where he had spent his early years. Suddenly, everything became clear. This child was, in fact, him. As the vision faded, Fang Hao's consciousness returned to the present space. It turned out he was not a child abandoned by his parents, but rather a true orphan. No wonder he had no recollection of events prior to the age of 5. His memories began at that very point. How unexpected, and yet so inherently reasonable it all seemed. After all, the existence of a system is beyond the comprehension of the ordinary mind. If a system exists, what can be deemed unacceptable? Now he understood that the circumstances of his birth were orchestrated by this ethereal figure. But what was its purpose in doing so? Chapter 190. What nonsense. My mother is from Earth. Fang Hao took a deep breath, his expression impassive as he surveyed the surrounding space. In a somber tone, he inquired, "What do you wish to convey by showing me this? Are you merely informing me that you created me? If that is the case, your objective has been fulfilled. And if there is nothing more, kindly send me away." With a sigh accompanying his words, the ethereal figure materialized 10 meters in front of Fang Hao. Its arrival sent a shiver through him, flooding his heart with a tumult of emotions, warmth, familiarity, disappointment, and anger intertwined. Fang Hao clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the figure. It was she who had brought him into existence. It was also she who shattered his illusions about his parents. The figure regarded Fang Hao with eyes full of compassion and regret. Then, the shimmering light surrounding it shifted, transforming in the blink of an eye into the visage of a middle-aged beauty, with an elegant nose and enchanting eyes. Her graceful figure was adorned in attire Fang Hao had never seen before, exuding an indescribable aura, both noble and gentle, simultaneously cold yet alluring, dignified yet beguiling. This sensation was extraordinary. The middle-aged beauty embodied the essence of all women, showcasing every virtue and beauty inherent to femininity in its finest form. She gracefully stepped from the void, approaching Fang Hao. As she drew nearer, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, igniting an instinctual urge to flee. However, he now resembled a victim of some binding spell, utterly immobilized, forced to watch as the middle-aged beauty approached him step by step. When she reached him, her delicate hand gently caressed his cheek, her phoenix-like eyes filled with compassion. "Are you tired, dear?" Fang Hao clenched his fists, desperately suppressing the turmoil within him, remaining silent. With a deep sigh, the middle-aged woman gazed at him with sincere regret and slowly spoke. "Child, I understand that you are angry, frustrated, and utterly helpless, and that your dreams have been shattered. Yet, are you not curious why I have acted in this manner? Fang Hao found it difficult to meet her gaze. Hurriedly averting his eyes elsewhere, and somewhat reluctantly replied, I do not wish to know. Let me tell you a story, dear, she continued, regardless of his reluctance. The birth of a galaxy originates from a singular point, which I shall refer to as the primordial point. This point is smaller than a speck of dust. It is the very foundation of all existence, the source of everything. You may perceive this point as either an object or a living being. The transformation from this primordial point to a galaxy can be described as evolution or growth. The essence of evolution lies in consumption and continuous accumulation. At the inception of its existence, the primordial point is imbued with a force known as primal energy, which is the very essence of its being and the foundation of all things. The tales she wove were unlike anything Fang Hao had ever heard or seen, gradually captivating his attention. Through relentless accumulation and evolution, the primordial point eventually develops into a speck of dust, a pebble, a stone, and ultimately, a complete planet. This planet may be referred to as the origin star or the primordial star. Subsequently, the primordial star evolves and grows further, from which a portion separates from the whole, continuing its own evolution, and this cyclical process persists until a complete galaxy emerges. At this juncture, Fang Hao could not restrain himself from inquiring, are you suggesting that the Earth star is the primordial star? The middle-aged woman, noticing his willingness to engage, instantly beamed with a radiant smile, eagerly nodding in affirmation. Indeed, the Earth star is the primordial star. But what does that have to do with me? Fang Hao pressed further. With another wistful sigh, she replied, because I am the Earth star. What? Fang Hao was taken aback, completely stunned. The middle-aged beauty before him was, in fact, the Earth star? How could this be possible? How could a planet be a person, let alone a woman? Wait, no. She did mention that the primordial point is a living being. If that is the case, then the Earth star must be alive. Observing Fang Hao's astonishment, the middle-aged woman reiterated, thus, dear child, you are not an orphan, do you understand? Instantly regaining his composure, Fang Hao gazed at the woman before him, a whirlwind of emotions flooding his heart. Indeed, if she truly was the Earth star, then all living beings on Earth star were, in essence, her children. How could he possibly be an orphan? Yet, what is my purpose for existing? What was your intent in creating me? Fang Hao finally voiced the question that had long lingered in his mind. Child, do you recall the concept of the origin I mentioned? The middle-aged woman gazed into the vastness of space and continued, do you have any idea how many origins exist in this boundless universe? What do you imply? Fang Hao was taken aback, contemplating a possibility. The woman nodded gently, her eyes fixed on the distant cosmos. Countless origins reside within the vast universe. I cannot ascertain their exact number, but they share a singular trait, evolution. Some evolve through a gradual process reliant solely on themselves, while others resort to invasion and consumption. Since the dawn of consciousness, I have endured 10 invasions, each time employing various means to fend them off. Now, I find myself facing the 11th invasion after 25 years. What will happen to Earth if we fail? Fang Hao could not suppress his curiosity. The woman slowly turned her head, her complex gaze piercing through to Fang Hao as she solemnly replied, if we fail, I will be utterly consumed by the adversary, and all life forms on Earth, along with the entire star system, will cease to exist. The notion of the entire star system vanishing, of Earth disappearing, filled Fang Hao with dread. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was sufficiently strong, otherwise, he might have succumbed to despair. This is exceedingly perilous. The adversary has consumed at least 20 origins. I stand no chance against them, which is why I created you. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman waved her delicate hand, conjuring an image before them. Upon witnessing the scene displayed, Fang Hao was suddenly overwhelmed with a chilling sensation. The image depicted Earth, now seemingly enveloped by a monstrous entity resembling a tentacled creature. This is the being that has evolved from that origin, the primordial supreme of 20 stars. The woman said gravely, her focus unwavering on the image. At this juncture, Fang Hao felt a resurgence of confusion. If Earth itself could not withstand the adversary, what purpose would his creation serve? He did not believe he could contend with such a colossal horror. Thus, he inquired, if you cannot withstand them, how can I make a difference? The woman slowly shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the scene in the void, her eyes filled with resolve and determination as she declared, a last-ditch effort. Counter-invasion. Chapter 191, The Primordial Goddess. Counter-invasion? Fang Hao was taken aback, suddenly grasping the entirety of the situation. The apocalypse had arisen as a consequence of this. A desperate gamble. A full-scale resistance against consumption. Indeed, The subsequent words of the middle-aged woman validated this realization. I will activate all my spiritual energy, prompting every species on Earth to commence their evolution. I have divided the primordial power into two parts. One half is designated for our final defense. At this point, the woman paused, her gaze shifting to Feng Hao. That drop of black liquid? Feng Hao inquired, bewildered. The woman nodded slowly, affirming, yes, that is the primordial power, the source of all things. I have forged your body using the essence of the first 10 incarnations of the primordial supreme, endowing you with intelligence through my soul. And with the remaining half of the primordial power, I have manifested the system to assist you in your growth and empowerment. All of this has been done as a final gamble. And what of the furnace? What is it? The furnace is a divine artifact, crafted by me from primordial power, embodying the essence of the primordial itself. Feng Hao stood in astonishment, realizing that the ultimate reward of the main quest had been within him all along. Did this not imply that the main quest was merely an illusion? And what of the system? Was it also fashioned from primordial power? Moreover, what about the techniques and skills? Regaining his composure, Feng Hao continued to pose a series of inquiries. The middle-aged woman smiled gently, stroking Feng Hao's hair, and tenderly responded. Do you remember the invasions from the first 10 times? The system, the furnace, the techniques, the natural heart, technology, even your biological vehicle. The intelligent core of the biological vehicle, and so forth. All these are the fruits of those 10 encounters. You can think of the system as akin to a computer, with all the data stored within. The probing technique, do you recall? It's akin to searching for information on a computer. Do you understand, my child? Upon hearing these words, Feng Hao's confusion was finally resolved. Those artifacts were remnants left behind after the Earth had consumed its adversaries. However, a sudden question arose in his mind. If the Earth could possess such things through consumption, what of the current primordial supreme? After all, this being had devoured 20 times. He hastily turned to the middle-aged woman and inquired, will the other party possess these things as well? The woman's countenance shifted to one of gravity as she slowly nodded in response. Yes. However, there is one thing that the other does not have. What is that? Feng Hao asked, intrigued. Humans. Humans? Feng Hao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications. The middle-aged woman continued, on Earth. Have you ever wondered why humans can become highly intelligent beings, the sovereigns of nature? And those 10 invasions, their manifestations were also in human form, including myself. Feng Hao stared at her, awaiting an answer. He was genuinely curious about how such a seemingly fragile creature could dominate the Earth. Standing at the pinnacle of the food chain, endowed with remarkable adaptability and terrifying intelligence. It all seemed profoundly irrational. Then the middle-aged woman revealed the true answer. In the vast cosmos, those with benevolent intentions are granted the favor of fortune. The human species is born from the essence of this fortune. Upon hearing this, Feng Hao immediately understood why spiritual beasts possessed an instinctual desire to consume humans. Fortune. He recalled the concept of the human pill, which signifies that humans, as the spirits of all beings, embody the fortune of the Earth. The human pill is the tangible manifestation of humanity's fortune. It became evident that this human pill was far from ordinary, and the concept of fortune was intricately linked to the boundless cosmos. What you must do is empower the inhabitants of Earth. The reason I initiated the apocalypse, allowing all species to evolve while withholding evolution from humanity, is precisely this. Humanity requires your guidance to ascend. Feng Hao nodded solemnly, even if he disagreed. He had no choice but to acquiesce. The fate of all species on Earth is intertwined. This truth leaves no room for rejection. However, as he gazed at the middle-aged beauty before him, a sense of conflict arose within him. How should he address her? To call her mother directly seemed inappropriate. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he hesitated and asked the middle-aged lady, how should I refer to you? The middle-aged beauty, upon seeing Feng Hao's bashfulness, erupted into delightful laughter. Her stunning visage, illuminated by a radiant smile, seemed to possess an enchanting power, rendering Feng Hao momentarily spellbound. She was truly beautiful. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the middle-aged lady enveloped him in a warm embrace, tenderly stroking his forehead as she softly murmured, "You may call me the primordial mother, or simply mother." The sudden embrace left this steadfast man feeling flustered, his heart racing uncontrollably, while an indescribable joy and warmth surged within him. Is this what familial affection feels like? They held each other, savoring the long-awaited tenderness, and it was unclear how much time passed before the primordial mother reluctantly released him, saying, "My child, it is time for you to depart. Remember, time is of the essence. I cannot hold this position for long. You have now reached level 10, and all functions of the system are fully accessible to you, having integrated completely. As for other changes, You shall discover them once you venture outside. Moreover, remember that Earth is merely the beginning. The spirit beasts are not your ultimate adversaries. Keep this in mind, and know that in any danger on Earth, I shall not intervene. All relies on your own strength. The moment I can no longer withstand the pressure will herald the onset of great conflict. With that, she bestowed a gentle kiss upon his forehead, and with a wave of her delicate hand, Fang Hao succumbed to unconsciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself back in his own body. Fang Hao was momentarily dazed, as if everything that had transpired was but a dream. Yet, the vast knowledge flooding his mind confirmed that it was all reality. Origin, invasion, counter-invasion, great war, fortuitous blessings, systems, forges, primordial mother, primordial sovereign. These names transcended his comprehension. Most importantly, he was a child of Earth. He was not an orphan. Furthermore, this suddenly appeared mother was astonishingly beautiful, almost impossibly so. Fang Hao chuckled wryly, pinching the bridge of his nose. This unexpected mother was simply too youthful and too lovely. Raising his gaze to the cloudless sky, he scoffed inwardly. Invasion? Bring it on. Chapter 192. Changes after upgrading. From the moment Fang Hao's consciousness was drawn into that realm until now, it seemed an eternity had passed. Though it was merely the blink of an eye. Beneath the natural tree, the three spiritual beasts remained locked in confrontation. With the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the wooden spirit violent monkey uniting to combat the ice frog. Xiaohua gazed curiously at Fang Hao, sensing a subtle yet profound change in her master, though she could not articulate the nature of this difference. Master, it feels as if you have transformed in some strange way, she remarked. A warm smile graced Fang Hao's face as he gently patted Xiaohua's head. Indeed, I have grown stronger, and soon, you shall become stronger as well. Xiaohua's perceptive abilities proved formidable. The transformation she sensed was unprecedented. One word encapsulated it: strength. Most significantly, the system and the furnace had undergone remarkable changes. The system had melded completely with him, and this profound integration brought about enhancements to the refining and synthesis limits. The synthesis threshold had increased, and an editing interface had been introduced, allowing for targeted synthesis and modifications of equipment without the anxiety of awaiting synthesis results. The refining and synthesis limits had tripled, significantly boosting the efficiency of refining and synthesis processes. Moreover, from the information residing in his mind, he learned that the origin of the system lay in a mechanical civilization that once sought to invade Earth, yet was ultimately devoured by the original Supreme. The changes extended beyond these. His own attribute panel had transformed. Host, Fang Hao level 10. The section for cultivation methods had vanished, having fully integrated with him. This indicated that his journey of cultivation was only just beginning. The period before reaching level 10 had merely served as a warm-up or trial. His cultivation method, the divine forging technique, was undeniably extraordinary, a true divine-level method that allowed for simultaneous cultivation of mind, spirit, and body. Its origin paralleled that of the system, tracing back to the original Supreme, and it was a relic left behind after being devoured by the original Mother. Once the divine forging technique fused completely with him, every cell and drop of blood within him could absorb and store spiritual energy. Consequently, he would no longer be confined by the limitations of spiritual energy, enabling him to utilize excess energy to empower others. Regrettably, his future ascension would no longer rely on the system. It would depend solely on his personal cultivation. Many changes lay ahead, but Fang Hao had little time to ponder them, for the information imparted by the Mother Goddess indicated that the second spiritual energy surge was imminent. With less than an hour remaining, this impending surge was a manifestation of spiritual energy evolved from the heart of nature, a treasure belonging to the original Supreme. Each original Supreme possessed relics, though their nature remained unclear to Fang Hao, as the Mother Goddess had not elaborated. Accompanying this surge would be the emergence of previously unseen spiritual beasts, including avian and aquatic creatures. With time running short, Fang Hao and the Mother Goddess had little left. The grand evolutionary explosion of all species was just beginning. Before anything else, Fang Hao needed to address the three spiritual beasts before him, seize this heart of nature, and swiftly reunite with his companions. Although his current mental attributes have surpassed the predetermined level by a staggering tenfold, he remains uncertain whether he can endure the passage through absolute zero. This uncertainty stems from a warning provided by the Divine Mother, indicating that absolute zero is also a relic of the primordial Supreme. It is a divine skill. At this moment, Fang Hao finds himself somewhat envious of that toad. For such an amphibious creature possesses an extraordinary fortune that can only be described as defying the heavens. Of course, with his current attributes. Even if the puppet factor proves ineffective, his safety remains assured. At worst, he could exhaust the ice toad's spiritual power and then deal with it afterward. With this thought, he focused his mind, summoning 10 corpses of the wood spirit violent monkeys before him. As he spread his palm, 10 glowing green puppet factors flew forth, merging into the lifeless bodies. The 10 wood spirit violent monkeys suddenly opened their eyes, which gleamed with an eerie green light. Control established. The wood spirit violent monkey puppets were now under his command. He must acquire the heart of nature. Concentrating, he directed the puppets to emerge from the dense forest, gradually approaching the natural tree. As soon as the puppets appeared, 3 high-level spiritual beasts detected them. However, upon recognizing that they were merely wood spirit violent monkeys, they ceased any further action. Yet, as the puppets drew nearer to the natural tree, the Monkey King noticed the peculiarities of the puppets and began to chirp inquisitively at them. This call inadvertently revealed a flaw, for Fang Hao could not comprehend their language. He could control the wood spirit violent monkeys entirely, but he could not mimic their calls. Damn it, this is ruining my plans. Fang Hao cursed silently, hastening the puppet's pace towards the ice toad. Seeing that its kin remained unresponsive, the Monkey King, alarmed by the green glow in their eyes, retreated cautiously to the roots of the natural tree. The golden spirit saber-toothed tiger, observing the situation, displayed a wary expression and instinctively took several steps back, moving closer to the Monkey King. However, as both the monkey and the tiger watched the puppets charge toward the ice toad, their alertness began to wane. The ice toad, noticing the 10 wood spirit violent monkeys advancing, let out a few threatening calls. Little did it know, these wood spirit violent monkeys were no longer the creatures they once were. They were now under the control of Fang Hao, a human intent on exterminating it. Would Fang Hao fear it? 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters. The ice toad, witnessing the puppet's lack of response, emitted a few muffled croaks before a sudden ice blue glow enveloped its crystalline body. As the ice blue radiance ignited, a chilling breeze swept through the air, causing both the wood spirit violent Monkey King and the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger to reveal expressions of terror, scrambling towards the natural tree. Even from nearly 1,000 meters away, Fang Hao felt an penetrating chill assail his body. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fang Hao concentrated. This was absolute zero. He embraced Xiao Hua tightly, intently observing the ice toad's movements while commanding the puppets to charge forward at full speed. As the icy blue luminescence illuminated the surroundings, it began to radiate outward from the ice toad, swiftly forming a unique domain with a diameter of 100 meters beneath the ancient tree. 50 meters. At last. Chapter 193, The Legacy of the Primordial Sovereign. I must attain it. Upon entering the realm of absolute zero, Fang Hao distinctly sensed the movements of the puppets becoming unnaturally rigid, their forms instantly encrusted with frost. In that fleeting moment when the frost manifested, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted from the 10 puppets, fissures rapidly spreading across their bodies. With a single step, a resounding creak, the legs of the 10 puppets shattered explosively, scattering in all directions. Fang Hao's heart tightened. Indeed, absolute zero is a god-tier skill, and it is terrifying. Even he, at level 10, would be utterly unable to withstand it upon entering the domain. Moreover, from the information provided by the Divine Mother, he learned that god-tier skills grow increasingly potent with the enhancement of one's strength. This implies that if the ice toad were at level 10, the effects of absolute zero would be even more formidable. The sheer power is beyond imagination. With shattered legs, they would crawl forth. Such an extraordinary skill. The legacy of the primordial sovereign, he could not allow it to slip away. Absolute zero, he must possess it. The distance of 50 meters seemed deceptively short. Yet it felt like an eternity as the 10 puppets laboriously crawled toward the center of the domain where the ice toad resided. Fang Hao, positioned at the forest's edge, clenched his fists involuntarily. This situation was both tense and stifling. Possessing immense power, yet lacking commensurate skills left him feeling helplessly constrained. Hurry, faster. If only he could close the distance to around 10 meters. Then he could unleash his skills instantaneously, allowing the puppet essence to infiltrate the ice toad's body. Fire would struggle against the puppet essence. He refused to believe he could not break through. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. At this juncture, the arms of the 10 puppets had already shattered, relying solely on their bodies to writhe along the ground. They were now a mere 20 meters from the ice toad. 20 meters, 18 meters, so close, concealed within the ancient tree. The golden spirit saber-toothed tiger and the wood spirit primal monkey king watched in horror as this bizarre scene unfolded. In that moment, they finally realized that these wood spirit primal monkeys were no longer the same as before. Both beasts perched upon the ancient tree sensed the difference. And how could the ice toad, the target of the puppets, remain oblivious? The ice toad's nearly transparent eyes suddenly turned frigid, its icy blue aura pulsating once more. And with a wide maw, countless beams of white light erupted toward the puppets. Feng Hao's heart sank as he recognized those white beams. They were ice arrows, identical to the white light that had once obliterated the armed helicopter in the apocalyptic era. Indeed, he was certain he was not mistaken. It was the ice toad that had destroyed the armed helicopter back then. Had it truly been this formidable at that time? The legacy was indeed extraordinary. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the piercing sound of ice arrows slicing through the air, the 10 puppets shattered as if they were made of glass, crumbling into fragments. The freeze-dried meat fragments scattered and splashed across the scene, revealing the emerald puppet essence within the realm of absolute zero. In that moment, Feng Hao's heart raced to his throat. The puppet essence was fully exposed in the arena. However, after a brief pause, a look of ecstatic joy spread across Feng Hao's face, for the puppet essence seemed impervious to the effects of absolute zero. If it is unaffected, then it shall be mine. With a cold snort, Feng Hao seized control of the puppet essence, directing it forward. Yet, the peculiar and abnormal behavior of the puppet still raised concerns. With each step, it emitted creaking sounds, as if its shell could scarcely endure the damage inflicted by absolute zero. Moreover, as it drew nearer to the ice frog, the puppet's movements grew increasingly slow and rigid. 30 meters, 20 meters, 18 meters. Feng Hao steadied his focus. The 10-meter distance lay before him. Less than 20 meters to go. Almost there. Almost there. Creak. Crack. Just as he reached 15 meters, sudden fissures appeared on the puppet's form, its body beginning to crumble. In that moment, Feng Hao's heart nearly leapt from his chest. The puppet essence was not an instantaneous skill, and he had no assurance that the ice frog would not flee upon seeing it. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether absolute zero would affect the puppet essence. Just as success seemed within reach, Feng Hao gritted his teeth, mentally commanding the puppet essence to launch itself from the puppet and soar toward the ice frog, which was 18 meters away. The ice frog, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the green light after the puppet's destruction, was momentarily taken aback. Its beastly eyes narrowed with terror, and without hesitation, it turned to flee. Humph! Feng Hao snorted coldly. In a flash, he darted from the dense forest, positioning himself directly in front of the ice frog, exuding an overwhelming presence. Instantly, an unimaginable aura of terror bore down upon the ice frog. In its flight, the ice frog came to an abrupt halt, gazing at Feng Hao standing 50 meters away. Its eyes were filled with dread. It was genuinely frightened. Ever since the ice frog had gained sentience, it had never encountered such a terrifying aura. In this tiny place known as City Z, it had believed itself to be the apex spirit beast. Little did it know, there existed a being even more formidable than itself. And it was a human. When did mere humans, once mere prey, become so fearsome? This sudden turn of events left the ice frog, already limited in intellect, in a state of stupor. High mental points did not equate to intellect comparable to that of humans, especially for a creature that was merely an amphibian before the apocalypse. Its cognitive abilities were indeed limited. Just as the ice frog was lost in thought, the relentless puppet essence re-entered the arena, charging toward the dazed ice frog. Gurgle. The ice frog snapped back to reality, glancing at the approaching puppet essence, its eyes suddenly gleaming with ferocity. Letting out a fierce cry, it lunged toward Feng Hao. Damn! This creature has lost all sense of self-preservation. Feng Hao was instantly alarmed, every hair on his body standing on end, cursing inwardly as he swiftly retreated. The 50-meter boundary felt like an insurmountable chasm. He dared not attempt to cross it, although he has experienced a revival. The impending second surge of spiritual energy leaves him no time to squander. Skill. Fire control. Activate. As Feng Hao swiftly retreats, he initiates his fire manipulation. It is, after all, the only skill he possesses for ranged attacks at this moment. The instant the skill is activated, the fire elements in the air converge towards the flame blade in his hand. Flame blade. Kill. Feng Hao issues a sharp command. With a swift slash of the flame blade, a streak of fiery brilliance, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, rushes towards the ice toad. Simultaneously, with a gesture of his other hand, a flaming spear materializes, which Feng Hao seizes and hurls towards the ice toad as well. The ice toad, having already committed itself, does not shy away from the incoming flame blade and spear, resolutely choosing to confront them head-on. As the blade and spear enter the absolute zero field, they emit a sizzling sound. Subsequently, the scene Feng Hao anticipated unfolds. The blade and spear, having penetrated less than 5 meters into the field, seem to lose all momentum, emitting a hissing sound as they slowly extinguish and dissipate into the air. Witnessing this, Fang Hao's heart sinks. Indeed, conventional skills struggle to affect absolute zero. Fire control proves ineffective. 50 meters is the threshold of death. Fang Hao's expression darkens to an extreme. Yet, he finds himself utterly helpless. Nevertheless, those two attacks do not go without effect. The moment the spear and blade were unleashed, the ice toad, though bravely advancing, momentarily faltered in speed. In that fleeting instant, Fang Hao suddenly realizes a crucial fact. Attacks can accelerate the ice toad's spiritual energy consumption. Maintaining absolute zero requires 100 points of spiritual energy per minute. Under normal circumstances, the ice toad can balance its recovery and consumption. However, external attacks will undoubtedly escalate the energy expenditure required to sustain absolute zero. To validate his hypothesis, Fang Hao continues to launch fire spears at the ice toad, while also probing its status with his mind. Sure enough, the energy expenditure has surged by an additional 200 points. Fang Hao's eyes brighten. This indicates that with a consumption of 200 points, alongside the base consumption for maintaining the field, the ice toad must expend at least 300 points of spiritual energy per minute. Calculating this, within 20 instances, it can be exhausted in under 20 minutes. Moreover, Fang Hao can unleash more than one skill in a minute. Given sufficient spiritual energy, he can unleash as many skills as he desires. 10 times a minute, 20 times, or perhaps 30. With this thought, a cold smile graces Fang Hao's lips. He will obliterate it within a minute. Firepower at full throttle. Fire control. Instantaneous release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the flames of the spears and blades surge towards the ice toad as if they were free of cost. If I do not vanquish you, I will not bear the surname Fang. As the ice toad gazes at the barrage of incoming flames, spears, and blades, the malice in its eyes dissipates. Replaced by sheer terror, Fang Hao's action struck at its Achilles heel. It feared engaging in a war of attrition. Yet, with the situation having escalated to this point, it found itself devoid of options. It had no recourse but to brace itself against the impending assaults. To withdraw the absolute zero domain would only hasten its demise. The terrifying aura emanating from this human was beyond its capacity to withstand. Armed with the divine skill of absolute zero, the ice toad had enjoyed unchallenged dominance since its evolution, but it had not anticipated encountering such a relentless and unscrupulous tactic here. It was utterly at a loss. The flames, manifested as fire guns and fiery blades, rained down like a torrential downpour, incessantly saturating the absolute zero domain. Within a mere minute, Fang Hao unleashed a staggering 15 attacks. Although he could have summoned more, it was no longer necessary, for he had just ascertained that the ice toad's spiritual energy had been depleted. With a slight tremor, the pervasive chill abruptly vanished. The ice toad, in a panic, darted sideways, believing that if it could penetrate the primordial jungle, its chances of survival would significantly increase. Now was the moment. Fang Hao's gaze sharpened, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his position, only to reappear grasping the ice toad's exquisitely transparent form. Bereft of absolute zero, the ice toad's speed was but a jest in Fang Hao's eyes. With a decisive snap, he crushed the ice toad's head, subsequently consigning it to the furnace. Retrieving the puppet factor and cradling the petite flower, he flickered and was soon found beneath the natural tree. The terrifying aura that had radiated from Fang Hao was acutely felt by both the wood spirit Violent Monkey King and the golden spirit Saber-Toothed Tiger. Such a harrowing presence was something they had never witnessed nor heard of since their sentience had emerged. Moreover, the overwhelming firestorm directly countered their elemental attributes. Just as the two beasts contemplated fleeing, Fang Hao materialized beneath the natural tree. Despair filled their eyes. With a resounding roar, the golden spirit Saber-Toothed Tiger leaped from the natural tree, intent on escaping. Humph! Fang Hao snorted coldly, springing into the air with unparalleled velocity, swifter than the petite flower's shadowy dash. Though a direct comparison was elusive, he estimated his speed to be at least twice that of sound. When his form reappeared, he had already positioned himself before the golden spirit Saber-Toothed Tiger, delivering a punch to its head with lightning speed. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the golden spirit Saber-Toothed Tiger did not soar away as one might expect. Instead, it was directly pierced through the skull. This event defied Newton's laws, and had it been witnessed by others, they would have undoubtedly screamed in terror at the sight of a monster. Such an effect could only arise from a convergence of peak strength and unmatched speed. In the briefest moment of suspension in midair, he summoned the golden spirit Saber-Toothed Tiger into the furnace, and with a thud, Fang Hao landed heavily on the ground. Instantly upon touching down, he vanished once more, and when he reemerged, he stood merely 2 meters away from the wood spirit Violent Monkey King atop the natural tree. In a moment of panic, the Monkey King shouted and hurriedly fled, causing the other wood spirit violent monkeys to scatter in terror. Fang Hao suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura, rendering the entire group of wood spirit violent monkeys, including the Monkey King, frozen in place as if enchanted by a spell. Meow? Xiaohua leapt from Fang Hao's embrace and charged towards the monkey horde. With the absence of the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger, the species suppression had dissipated, allowing Xiaohua to regain her normal state and move freely at last. With a sweep of the flame blade in his hand, Fang Hao unleashed a fiery arc towards the Monkey King, who was caught off guard and swiftly slain. After collecting the Monkey King's remains, he began to eliminate the remaining wood spirit violent monkeys alongside Xiaohua. These monkeys were pivotal to the evolution of Erden, and he could not afford to let a single one escape. He was eager to witness the might of the enhanced wood spirit's invisibility. Soon, under the oppressive weight of Fang Hao's terrifying presence, all the wood spirit violent monkeys were hunted down. Just as they finished, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Acquired precious grade equipment, biological vehicle X1. Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then rapidly realized that the furnace now wholly belonged to him, with all permissions unlocked. The limits on refining and synthesizing, along with the time required, had been tripled. What would have taken over half an hour to complete was now done in an instant. He swiftly transferred the biological vehicle into his spatial backpack and turned to Xiaohua, saying, Xiaohua, are you ready? It's time for your evolution. Master, Xiaohua is ready. She earnestly nodded, licking Fang Hao's cheek, her eyes filled with a yearning for evolution. If she did not grow stronger, she could not assist her master. To keep pace with him, she must continuously become more powerful, for only then would he cherish her. With a smile, Fang Hao gently patted Xiaohua's head and, with a thought, summoned her into the furnace. He then tossed in a level 5 spirit crystal and the corpse of the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger, contemplating for a moment before adding 5 devouring gourds, and confirmed the synthesis. The countdown appeared. 1 hour. Watching the timer, a smile unconsciously crept across Fang Hao's lips. Indeed, the efficiency had tripled and could potentially be even quicker. The essence of the furnace was primordial power, utilized for both synthesis and refinement. He now held absolute control over the furnace. Prior to mastering it completely, the rules for using primordial power had been dictated by the Divine Mother. Now, he could freely allocate the usage of primordial power, allowing all of it to be dedicated solely to refining or synthesizing. This would further enhance efficiency by another factor. As for the newly introduced directional editing feature of the furnace, he was eager to experiment. However, lacking suitable materials for Xiaohua, he had to forego that idea. He dismissed the materials from the wood spirit violent monkeys, for he would never allow his beast girl to transform into a Bulbasaur. That was absolutely unacceptable. After all, what man does not harbor a few steadfast convictions in his heart? Chapter 195, The Natural Tree. The heart of nature allocated all primordial powers to the synthesis of Little Flower, and indeed, the countdown diminished once more, leaving merely half an hour. With this, in the future, synthesizing equipment or enhancing companions could be done at will. Having resolved matters concerning Little Flower, Fang Hao redirected his attention to the Tree of Nature. The Eye of Illusion activated. He began to search meticulously from the roots. No signs at the roots. None at 10 meters. Not at 20 meters either. 30 meters yielded no results. Up until the very spot where he stood, he found no trace of the heart of nature within the probing information. Fang Hao could not help but furrow his brow. He was determined to continue searching upwards, refusing to believe it. The probing information clearly indicated its presence. It could not simply evade him. Since the inception of the probing technique, it had never erred. Furthermore, the essence of the probing technique was merely to extract data from the information predetermined by the primordial mother. Thus, errors or misprobes were utterly inconceivable. Following the Eye of Illusion, Fang Hao hastened his ascent. The higher he climbed, the more astonished he became by the Tree of Nature. After such a lengthy time, he had yet to reach the summit. Just how tall was this thing? This was truly an outrageous design by the Mother Goddess. Why evolve it to such heights? Goodness. Although he understood the Mother Goddess's intention was merely to test him, while simultaneously safeguarding the heart of nature, if it were so easily visible, what would be the point of calling it the Primordial Supreme's legacy? The Tree of Nature was an inheritance evolved by the Primordial Mother after devouring the Primordial Supreme, utilizing the latter's spiritual energy. It was a challenge, indeed, but he was resolute in his belief that he would locate it. If he reached the pinnacle and still found nothing, he would uproot the Tree of Nature, chop it into pieces, and cast it all into a furnace for gradual refinement. Fang Hao swiftly ascended and soon arrived at a height of 200 meters. Here, he could even feel the damp mist. At this altitude, the diameter of the tree trunk had not diminished in the slightest. Suddenly, under the Eye of Illusion, he made a significant discovery. A vast tree hollow appeared in his line of sight, 200 meters away. Feng Hao's face lit up with joy, yet he was also astounded. Good heavens. It was already 400 meters, and he still had not reached the summit. Just how towering was this tree of nature? With renewed vigor, he accelerated towards the tree hollow. Upon reaching its entrance, Feng Hao leaped boldly into the hollow. However, the moment he jumped in, he was taken aback. The enormous hollow was filled to the brim with monkeys. Wood spirit violent monkeys. And they were all younglings. A cold glint flashed in Feng Hao's eyes as the flame blade materialized in his hand. Subsequently, bursts of crimson light erupted, and within minutes, all the young wood spirit violent monkeys were secured within his spatial bag. Once he sheathed the flame blade, he began to scrutinize the tree hollow in earnest. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. Considering the diameter of the tree of nature, this hollow was evidently much larger. Here, he distinctly sensed a semblance of spatial folding. The outermost layer reveals an expansive space, and at the heart of this vastness lies a singular passageway. Crucially, this area is not entirely devoid of structure. It features winding paths that twist and turn. Without a doubt, this is the handiwork of the mother goddess. Following the solitary passage, Feng Hao ventured deeper, navigating several bends before his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He had found it. Upon rounding the final curve, he beheld yet another immense chamber, where at its center stood a hollow sphere intricately woven from vines. Encased within this vine-crafted orb was a vibrant, emerald green luminescence. This was, unmistakably, the heart of nature. Although he could ascertain this with just a glance, he prudently employed a detection technique to confirm his findings. After reviewing the results, it was indeed the heart of nature. Below the heart, a dense lattice of intertwining vines formed a platform, with the hollow sphere suspended 10 meters above it. The radiant green light emanating from the orb seemed almost tangible, transmitting through the vines and radiating outward across the platform. From a distance, the green tendrils flickered in and out of visibility, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Most notably, within this space, Feng Hao felt an indescribable sense of comfort enveloping him. Drawing a deep breath, he rapidly approached the platform. With the flame blade materializing in his grasp, he swiftly struck down, severing the supporting vines beneath. The moment the vines were cut, the vibrant green luminescence began to fade, as if deprived of its life force. Feng Hao deftly caught the hollow sphere, scrutinizing it closely before stowing it within his backpack. Just as he prepared to depart, the entire space began to tremble violently. Feng Hao's expression shifted as he dashed towards the exit at full speed. Without the heart of nature, this arboreal chamber was on the verge of collapse. In the instant of impending destruction, Feng Hao leaped, escaping the confines of the tree hollow. He plunged the flame blade into the trunk, slowing his descent. Despite his attributes exceeding 10,000, he dared not free fall from a height of over 400 meters. While he could not predict the outcome of such a fall, he was certain it would not be without consequence. With the sound of the flame blade slicing through the tree trunk, Feng Hao's descent finally decelerated. Minutes later, he found himself back on solid ground. The sensation of stability brought him an unexpected sense of relief. After exhaling deeply, he turned his gaze toward the nature tree and cast another detection spell. Reviewing the results, he fell into contemplation. Although the heart of nature was absent, the attributes of the nature tree remained intact, indicating that its formidable life force persisted. The vitality of a plant-based spirit beast signifies what? Undoubtedly, it represents life energy. This was a valuable treasure, a miraculous elixir capable of resurrecting the deceased. It could not be overlooked. It must be taken. Adhering to a policy of thoroughness, Feng Hao resolved to transport the nature tree. However, given its substantial size, he pondered how to accomplish this task. Must it truly be cut piece by piece? Just as he grappled with this dilemma, the trunk of the natural tree revealed green veins once more. However, this time, these veins exhibited an unusual quality. Accompanied by their pulsating presence, the natural tree began to tremble violently, prompting Feng Hao to swiftly retreat a considerable distance. Goodness, should this thing topple, it would undoubtedly crush him, leaving him oblivious to his demise. Upon his retreat, the natural tree underwent a remarkable transformation as the veins flickered in succession. The entire tree began to diminish at a visibly perceptible rate. Before long, it had shrunk to the size of a cherry tree sapling. Feng Hao stood in stunned silence, his eyes gradually reflecting understanding. This was the mother goddess aiding him once more. The natural tree. It has been accepted. Chapter 196. The imperial lotus. At the very moment he accepted the natural tree, a surge of information flooded into his mind. After assimilating this knowledge, a newfound clarity shone in Feng Hao's eyes. The clues left by the mother goddess revealed that the primordial jungle thrived on the natural tree's existence. The natural tree was indeed the heart of the entire jungle. A look of joy spread across Fang Hao's face. He had previously feared that the relentless expansion of the primordial jungle would render human existence increasingly perilous. However, it appeared that humanity, as a crucial element in the mother goddess's counteroffensive, would not be forsaken. Though the issue of the primordial jungle had been resolved, a far graver challenge loomed on the horizon. The second surge of spiritual energy was less than an hour away. Avian and oceanic creatures, alongside previously unseen spiritual beasts, would soon manifest. This would serve as a trial not only for him, but for all of humanity. Naturally, amid the trials and dangers, opportunities would also abound. With the increase in the variety of spiritual beasts, rare skills, primordial relics, and divine abilities would emerge in succession. It could be said that the mother goddess was truly exhausting her resources. This was her final stand. Fang Hao dashed through the primordial jungle, his figure flickering as the natural tree and the heart of nature vanished. His illusory eye had once again regained a range of 500 meters. His immediate objective was to survey the remaining primordial jungle at the swiftest pace possible. The precise distribution of the primordial relics and divine abilities, which could transcend levels in combat, had not been specified by the mother goddess. This was a quest he must undertake alone. It was, after all, a test set forth by the mother goddess. In her words, their adversaries were unprecedentedly formidable. Without adequate growth, a counteroffensive would be impossible. The opposition also possessed relics and various divine abilities, far surpassing those of the mother goddess. 20 stars. 20 stars denoted 20 instances of devouring, 20 instances of evolution. Furthermore, they possessed systems and furnaces, such insurmountable advantages. Yet, the one point of reassurance was that the adversary lacked humanity, that miraculous species capable of achieving the extraordinary. Humanity, born of fortune and destiny. During the first eruption of spiritual energy, all species on Earth underwent evolution, yet humanity remained stagnant. This stagnation was not due to an inability to evolve, but rather a deliberate design by the mother goddess. There exists a significant distinction between directed evolution with purpose and spontaneous evolution without aim. The task bestowed upon him by the mother goddess was to guide humanity in selecting the correct evolutionary path, with the intent of addressing the beings from the origin star. This information had already been imparted to him by the mother goddess. The civilization nurtured by the primordial supreme being of the 20 stars is a beastly civilization, adhering to a system referred to as the pantheon of gods. In truth, this so-called pantheon is merely an alternative biochemical civilization derived from the beastly essence. This notion bears a resemblance to certain cinematic narratives that Fang Hao encountered prior to the apocalypse. Naturally, the mother goddess, being aware of the opponent's foundation, knew that the adversary was equally informed. In such mutual awareness, the competition would hinge upon the confrontation between the life forms from the origin star. Whether it would be an invasion or a counter-invasion would depend on the strength of both parties. Fang Hao accelerated to his utmost limit, reaching double the speed of sound. No trivial feat in less than a minute. He arrived at the edge of the primeval jungle. Pausing momentarily, he surveyed his surroundings. This was a forest park. The emergence of natural trees had undeniably benefited the flora. At this juncture, the primeval jungle had seamlessly integrated with the forest park. Further east lay the automobile city and the urban village where he had encountered the carnivorous willow. As Fang Hao strolled through the forest park, he meticulously explored the area inch by inch with his illusory eye. Although he had eradicated thousands of insect-like spiritual beasts in the automobile city, many still remained in sight. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Fang Hao emanated an imposing aura to deter the approaching insect spiritual beasts, continuing his exploration of the forest park. Suddenly, a hissing sound reached his ears. Gradually retracting his aura, he moved toward the source of the sound. Soon, an artificial lake came into view. Upon sighting the lake, the first thing to catch his eye was a massive green disc floating on the water's surface. Was that a giant water lily? What a magnificent size! It was nearly the size of a house. Remarkably, even such aquatic plants had undergone evolution. The artificial lake was awash in greenery, punctuated by scattered, giant pink blossoms. The entire scene presented a breathtaking vista. However, this exquisite spectacle was abruptly disrupted by two spiritual beasts. At the center of the lake, atop the largest water lily, stood a colossal brown sphere, densely covered with numerous fruits. Beside this brown sphere, a turtle and a hedgehog were locked in fierce combat. Observing the scene, Fang Hao discerned that these two spiritual beasts were battling for the fruits. He then cast a probing spell towards the brown sphere. Objective: Imperial Lotus, Spirit Plant, Health, 8,600 points level, 7 strength, speed, spirit, magic power, 5,800 point skills, purification, imperial lotus fruit. Soul devouring purification, a passive ability of the imperial lotus that cleanses all detrimental factors. Imperial lotus fruit, the seed of the imperial lotus, rich in spiritual energy and nutrients, promotes evolution and purifies bloodlines, and is edible. Upon examining the information, Fang Hao realized that it was indeed due to the imperial lotus fruit. However, what captivated him the most was the skill of the imperial lotus, purification. The moment he read the description of this skill, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. If feasible, humanity's food supply would be abundant, alleviating the worries of hunger. He then shifted his gaze to the turtle and the hedgehog. Before the apocalypse, these two species were diminutive, but they had now transformed into colossal creatures. The hedgehog was as large as a golden retriever, its spines densely packed, glimmering with a chilling light, while its claws and teeth were as sharp as those of the former rat king. The current hedgehog resembled a fully armed biological weapon. Meanwhile, the turtle had grown to the size of an imperial lotus, comparable to a house. One can only imagine the enormity of such a turtle. Its dark, heavy shell was adorned with various intricate patterns, and a menacing horn stood proudly atop its formidable head, which was lined with interlacing sharp teeth. However, having encountered numerous spirit beasts, Fang Hao was not particularly astonished. Naturally, trees could dwarf this creature. Yet, he could not help but express interest in these two extreme spirit beasts. One resembled a sharp spear, while the other embodied a sturdy shield, who would ultimately prevail. He promptly employed the probing technique on the two spirit beasts. As the information unfolded in his mind, a smile of delight graced his face. A pleasant surprise. Chapter 197. Oddities abound. The hedgehog stands alone. Objective: iron-eating beast health, 3,500 points level, 5 strength, 350 point speed, 380 point spirit, 460 points magic power, 2,800 points skills, golden spirit power. Gold element manifestation, defense break. Objective: terror tortoise health, 7,800 points level, 5 strength, 420 points speed, 110 points spirit, 350 points magic power, 3,100 points skills, absolute defense. Mysterious armor, water arrow, water control, water spirit power. Goodness! Fang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. The most striking aspect of these two spirit beasts was the terror tortoise's absolute defense. Absolute defense, akin to absolute zero, is a divine skill. How intriguing! This was truly a delightful surprise. Just as he was reviewing the information about the two spirit beasts, the iron-eating beast suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. Fang Hao's attention was instantly drawn back. The iron-eating beast was about to unleash its ultimate move. With the shimmering golden light emanating from its body, silver-white spikes shot forth, targeting the terror tortoise directly. Suddenly, a deep blue radiance emanated from the terror Xian turtle, and with it, a translucent shell-like light curtain materialized, expanding to envelop its limbs and head, resembling the adornment of armor. This was the skill of the terror Xian turtle, Xian armor. Once adorned with the Xian armor, the spectacle did not end there. Alongside the deep blue glow, a unique domain, comparable in size to the turtle itself, emerged, profound and weighty, embodying a divine-level skill, absolute defense. Xian armor, an active skill. An armor forged from the condensed power of water spirits. A defensive skill granting an increase of 200 points to defense, consuming 50 points of spiritual energy, with a continuous consumption of 20 points per minute, and escalating upon receiving damage. Activation time, mind control, absolute defense, an innate skill of the terror Xian turtle. A divine-level skill, a defensive capability that renders one immune to all physical attacks. Activation of the skill consumes 200 points of spiritual energy, with a continuous consumption of 100 points per minute, and escalating upon receiving damage. Activation time, mind control. Upon reviewing the skill descriptions of the terror Xian turtle, it was evident that it was utilizing both absolute defense and Xian armor. These two skills were undoubtedly the foremost choices for preservation. Immunity to all physical attacks, truly an awe-inspiring rhythm. I must possess it. A fervent glimmer ignited in Fang Hao's eyes, and an overwhelming aura surged from within him as he advanced towards the two spirit beasts. The two battling spirit beasts froze momentarily, their eyes filled with terror. A 10-level difference against a 5-level one. Such a disparity was vividly expressed through his overwhelming presence. Fang Hao leaped onto a patch of imperial lotus, slowly approaching the two spirit beasts. Absolute defense only immunizes against physical attacks. While it suffices against other spirit beasts, it holds no efficacy against him. The puppet factor, fire control, and absolute zero. All these skills could easily breach that absolute defense. As for Xian armor, there was no cause for concern, for with the Inferno Blade, a secondary holy grade weapon, all forms of defense became trivial. He dismissed the Iron Eater, a spirit beast of golden spirit attribute, having encountered it before. Its attributes were indeed rare, and its skills could benefit others in his team. The two spirit beasts, observing the human drawing near, were suffused with despair. In their perception, humans, who existed merely as sustenance, could never become so formidable. Their limited intellect constrained their imagination. It was clear that, apart from Fang Hao, no one would comprehend that humanity's stagnation was a deliberate act by the Mother Goddess. Had the Mother Goddess permitted humanity to evolve autonomously, these spirit beasts would likely have faced only the fate of being hunted. As Fang Hao approached within 10 meters of the Ration turtle, he summoned a flaming spear into his hand, simultaneously manifesting the puppet factor. His primary target was the Ration turtle. He paid no heed to the Iron Eater. The annihilation of a level 10 by a level 5 was merely a matter of moments. With a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, Fang Hao hurled the flaming spear, aimed directly at the head of the Ration turtle. In the fleeting moment when the flame spear was hurled forth, the puppet's essence followed closely behind, intent on executing a swift and merciless kill. The terrifying Xian turtle, observing the impending assault of the flame spear, attempted to retract its skills and plunge into the depths of the water. However, its languid movements were utterly insignificant in the face of Fang Hao's overwhelming power. Before it could react, a soft thud resonated as the flame spear disregarded the absolute defensive domain, piercing directly through the massive shell. With a resounding crack, the terrifying Xian turtle unleashed a torrent of blood from its gaping maw, its eyes gradually losing their luster. Accompanied by a dull thud, its colossal form collapsed, slowly sinking towards the lake's depths. Witnessing this, Fang Hao swiftly appeared atop the turtle's back, his mind stirring as he absorbed it into the furnace. Having dealt with the terrifying Xian turtle, he brandished the flame blade, setting his sights on the iron-eating beast. With a swift motion, he materialized before the creature, raising the blade in preparation for its demise. At that moment, the iron-eating beast stood upright, kneeling with a resounding thump upon the imperial lotus, its dark, beastly eyes filled with a pleading expression. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Fang Hao's mind, imploring him, "I beseech you, powerful human, spare my life." Taken aback by the scene, Fang Hao couldn't help but find it amusing. Imagine a hedgehog kneeling on the ground, bowing its hands. A truly comical sight. The creature's intelligence seemed excessively advanced, bordering on the anthropomorphic. Intrigued, he inquired of the iron-eating beast, "Who taught you this?" The iron-eating beast, momentarily stunned, hastily responded through mental transmission, "Great and mighty one. I observed that humans behave thusly when confronted with danger." Fang Hao was momentarily struck by the creature's cleverness, realizing that this hedgehog was indeed a remarkable being. No, a prodigious beast. At that moment, he felt a surge of admiration. This little beast possesses great potential. He then posed a question. "Do you wish to live or die?" The iron-eating beast's eyes sparkled with hope as it eagerly replied, "Great and mighty one, do you intend to spare me?" Suppressing a chuckle, Fang Hao replied, "It is entirely impossible for me to spare you. If you seek to live, it is quite simple. Submit to me. To perish, however, is merely a matter of a single strike." Upon hearing this, the iron-eating beast displayed an expression of profound sorrow, akin to that of a valiant warrior enduring unspeakable humiliation. Fang Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating, unappreciative. He then gently placed the flame blade against the creature's neck, feeling the intense heat emanating from the blade. The iron-eating beast was filled with dread, its eyes reflecting a desire to appease. It quickly proclaimed, "Great and mighty one, I am most willing to pledge my loyalty to you. It would be my honor." Raising an eyebrow, Fang Hao cast a sidelong glance at the iron-eating beast, coolly remarking, "Did you not appear to be a proud, unyielding warrior, unwilling to submit to humiliation? Great and mighty one, how could that be? You must have misjudged me. In my eyes, there is only reverence and admiration for you. Do not doubt it." As it spoke, the iron-eating beast's eyes displayed an unmistakable facade of admiration. Chapter 198. Desiring the Beast Lord's Submission. "Do you truly wish to submit to me?" Fang Hao raised an eyebrow, gazing at the iron-eating beast. The beast cast a sidelong glance at the blazing blade resting against its neck, cursing silently within. "Good grief. What a streak of misfortune. To be confronted by a celestial being like you. When did humanity become so fearsome? This is utterly more savage than a beast. You are human, are you not? Can you not behave like one? Are you the spirit beast, or am I? Yet, under the eaves, one must bow their head." The beast resolved to placate this terrifying human for the time being. intending to seize an opportunity to escape later. Its eyes darted about, revealing an expression of ingratiation. Great and powerful one, I am indeed resolved to submit to you. Please accept this humble beast with your vast heart. Fang Hao squinted with satisfaction and nodded. Withdrawing the fiery blade from the iron-eating beast's neck, freed from the searing edge, the beast breathed a sigh of relief. However, before it could fully exhale, the hot blade was once again poised at its throat. Yet, why do I sense a discord between your words and intentions? Fang Hao remarked, narrowing his eyes. The iron-eating beast was instantly filled with dread, beginning to bow and plead fervently. Great and powerful one, the sincerity of this humble beast is as evident as the sun and moon. Please, you must believe in me. Fang Hao cast a glance at it, and slowly sheathed the fiery blade. From now on, you shall accompany me. With that, he swiftly moved to the imperial lotus fruit. His mind focused as he collected the entire fruit. Next, he set about gathering the imperial lotuses from the artificial lake. This purification skill was designed specifically for humanity. Should he successfully validate it, the limitations of human sustenance would be significantly alleviated. The iron-eating beast watched as Fang Hao claimed the imperial lotus fruit, its eyes narrowing in indignation. It had fought valiantly against the old tortoise for that very fruit, only to end up with nothing and even losing its own standing. Reflecting on its current predicament, a wave of sorrow washed over it. How could a proud fifth-level spirit beast be oppressed by mere food? Has the world truly changed? Or has the apocalypse arrived prematurely? In the days since the onset of the apocalypse, though it was not a dominant force in Z City, its fifth-level prowess, the attributes of Gold Spirit, and its unique skills that allowed both offense and defense, coupled with intelligence far surpassing its peers, had granted it a carefree existence. Even the Gold Spirit saber-toothed tiger and the Wood Spirit violent monkey king, which far exceeded its level, posed no threat to it, save for the unreasonable ice toad. Only a fool would provoke that cold-hearted creature, courting death without hesitation. At this juncture, a spark of inspiration ignited in the iron-eating beast's small eyes as it observed Fang Hao collecting the imperial lotuses. An idea formed. Since you wish to enslave this beast lord, do not blame it for being ruthless. With this resolve, a sly grin spread across its face, and its heart steadied. It ceased to be anxious, patiently awaiting Fang Hao's next move. As for fleeing now, only a fool would consider such an option. The terrifying speed, could it possibly outrun it? Preposterous, it is not foolish. In mere moments, Fang Hao had collected all the imperial lotuses from the artificial lake. In the process, he also discovered some water hyacinths, which were evolved spiritual plants, though their transformation was not as pronounced as that of the royal lotus. Previously unnoticed, they had been submerged beneath the imperial lotuses. But upon their retrieval, the water hyacinths naturally floated to the surface. The probing information revealed that their name remained unchanged, and their sole skill was purification. Encountering them, Fang Hao would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. After all, spiritual plants were imbued with life energy, their utility undeniable. After gathering the water hyacinths, he leaped nimbly from the artificial mountain at the lake's center to the shore. Casting a glance at the iron-eating beast, he waved his hand, preparing to retrace his steps. At that moment, the voice of the iron-eating beast echoed in his mind. Great warrior, I possess a magnificent treasure to present to you. Fang Hao raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing as he replied coolly, What is it? Show me. Well, great warrior, that treasure is not currently in my possession, but it is remarkable, an evolved relic. The iron-eating beast hastily explained. Oh, let us go, guide me to it. Fang Hao regarded the beast with a measured glance and gestured for it to lead the way. The iron-eating beast's eyes sparkled with delight as it nodded and swiftly darted into the dense forest. Fang Hao watched the creature disappear, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and a rare expression of admiration flickered in his eyes. This little being possessed an astonishing level of intelligence, almost akin to a cunning human. With a determined step, he closely followed the iron-eating beast. As the duo raced through the thicket, Fang Hao's smile grew more pronounced. This path undeniably led to the tree of nature. This crafty creature intended to exploit the situation to its advantage. Intriguing. As they drew nearer to the tree of nature, the joy in the iron-eating beast's eyes became increasingly evident. It was well aware of the terrifying ice frog, even if it could not contend with this human. It could seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Closer, closer. This beast would never become a human's lapdog. Absolutely not. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. With a powerful leap, the iron-eating beast burst from the thicket, turning back to mock Fang Hao, exclaiming, Foolish human, how could a beast like me ever serve you? To imagine that I would submit to you is sheer folly. Ha ha ha. But as it turned to gaze at the open space, its body abruptly froze in place. Where was the tree of nature? Where was the ice frog? And what had become of the monkey? Damn it! The iron-eating beast lamented. My beastly life is over. Feng Hao slowly emerged from the forest, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the iron-eating beast. What did you just say? The iron-eating beast stood there, stunned. Its mind momentarily blank. Are you searching for it? Feng Hao remarked, as the tree of nature materialized in his hand. The Iron Eater's small eyes suddenly narrowed. Instantly filled with terror. Perhaps you were searching for it? Feng Hao retracted the natural tree, and with a flick of his hand, the corpse of the ice toad materialized. The Iron Eater's eyes brimmed with fear, its silvery spines erecting in alarm as it involuntarily stepped back. Or perhaps you are in pursuit of them. Feng Hao regarded the Iron Eater with a calm demeanor, stowing away the ice toad's remains, and with another wave of his hand. The corpses of the wood spirit monkey king and the golden spirit saber-toothed tiger appeared on the ground. With a resounding thud, the Iron Eater knelt. Its eyes filled with an earnest smile as it reverently proclaimed, "The little beast has just said that the great warrior deserves the utmost loyalty from the beast. To submit wholeheartedly to you would be the greatest honor of my life." However, it seemed I had not heard it that way. There appeared to be a cunning little hedgehog claiming my aspirations were delusional, even referring to itself as the Beast Lord. Impossible. Great warrior, you must have misheard. The little beast's admiration and respect for you flow endlessly like a mighty river. At this moment, the Iron Eater was overwhelmed with astonishment. Had the natural tree truly transformed into a sapling? The heads of the ice toad, the foul tiger, and the foul monkey had all exploded. They were formidable beings of levels 6 and 7, and yet they were all dead? How powerful could this man possibly be? Reflecting on the similarly fate of the decapitated terrifying abyss turtle sent a shiver down the Iron Eater's spine. This was no mere human. A beast. Absolutely a beast. Defeated and unable to flee, the Iron Eater hastily conceded. As for its previous bravado of never surrendering, it could go to hell. Furthermore, possessing a treasure like the natural tree under Feng Hao's command might not be a misfortune after all. In that instant, the Iron Eater's mind raced. Not only did it verbally concede, but it also resolved in its heart. Great warrior, please accept my submission. I am willing to serve you with unwavering loyalty, even to the point of sacrificing myself. Feng Hao, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing this, he would have thought this hedgehog was a half-beast. Deceit and cunning, opportunism and treachery, along with a fear of death. It was as if a series of negative traits were vividly embodied in this creature. However, Feng Hao ultimately decided to accept it. With impending avian threats, their party lacked any discernible aerial defense, and this hedgehog might prove useful. Casting a cursory glance at the Iron Eater, he coldly remarked, "Your tactics won't work on me. I can perceive whether or not you are truly loyal." The Iron Eater was taken aback, a moment of awkwardness flickering in its eyes as it hurriedly explained, "Great warrior, I assure you, I am sincere. Please accept me." With those words, a notification chimed in Feng Hao's mind. Ding. Detected a creature whose loyalty has reached the standard. Please review. Feng Hao rubbed his nose, shaking his head in amusement. This shameless creature was impressively decisive. In that case, I shall accept you. He then commanded the system. Open the mark subsystem. Add mark target. Ding. Please name the mark target. As Feng Hao stroked his chin, a serious expression emerged in his eyes. Little spikes? This time? Or perhaps beastie? No. 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 What am I thinking? After contemplating without arriving at a satisfactory name, he glanced at the iron-eating beast's plump and round form. Resolving not to dwell further, he directly addressed the system, ball. Ding. Success. The imprint is now executing. Accompanied by the system's electronic voice, the surrounding space vibrated. Followed by the sudden appearance of a cryptic rune. Feng Hao gestured towards the rune in the air and pressed it onto the beast's forehead. From this moment on, your name is Ball. I am your master. Do you understand? Ball? Am I really called Ball? The iron-eating beast was taken aback. And soon a voice echoed in Feng Hao's mind. Huh? What did you say? Feng Hao raised an eyebrow and shot a sideways glance at it. The beast trembled in fear, conceding. All right, fine. If it's Ball, then so be it. This beast accepts it. Thank you, master, for bestowing such a name. Ball feels honored. Feng Hao, indifferent to its insincerity, nodded and waved his hand, setting off on his return journey. With a soft sigh, Ball quickly followed suit. The return journey was significantly swifter than the outward one. Merely 10 minutes had passed when the pair arrived outside the warehouse. This was still due to Feng Hao deliberately slowing his pace for Ball. Had he gone full speed, they would have reached their destination in about 5 minutes. At that moment, the synthesis of Little Flower concluded. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Little Flower's figure reappeared. Master, I missed you so much. Upon appearing, she dove straight into Feng Hao's embrace. Holding Little Flower, Fang Hao began to scrutinize her. Externally, she had not changed much, save for a blood-red crown that had manifested on her forehead and 2 additional tails. This meant that Little Flower now possessed 4 tails. He opened her information panel to inspect further. Target, Little Flower Life, 4,500 points level, 7 strength, 450 points speed, 730 points spirit, 420 points magical power, 4,400 points skills, swift shadow, mental transmission, sovereign might, heavy pressure. Domination, 4 tails, transformation, golden spirit attribute manifestation, master of destruction, 4 tails active, multiple battle power stores energy, capable of unleashing multiple battle power, natural recovery in 72 hours. 1 tail equals 1 multiplier, stackable. Trigger time, activates within 5 seconds, skill lasts for 1 minute. Passive, tail severance survival. The 3 additional tails of the 4-tailed spirit cat represent 3 extra lives. When faced with fatal danger, 1 tail detaches, inflicting 600 points of physical damage and 600 points of magical damage. Losing a tail results in an automatic level drop. Trigger time, activates within 1 second. Skill lasts for 10 seconds. Little Flower's transformation from 2 tails to 4 had not altered her functionality. The additional 3 tails simply provided her with extra lives. The damage output had seen a notable increase, yet the cooldown period remained unchanged. All skills from the Golden Spirit Saber-Toothed Tiger had also been assimilated by Little Flower. As for the skill Swift Shadow, it has now become the signature ability of Xiaohua. In other words, Xiaohua no longer requires spiritual energy to utilize Swift Shadow. It has transformed into an instinctive ability. This is truly remarkable. It is akin to being endowed with the swiftness of sound from birth. Consequently, Xiaohua undoubtedly stands as the second most formidable force at present. How do you feel now, Xiaohua? Fang Hao inquired with a smile, gently ruffling Xiaohua's head. Meow, master. I feel splendid. For instance, I could eliminate that unsightly creature in an instant. Xiaohua purred affectionately, licking Fang Hao's palm before casting a disdainful glance at Qiuqiu, who was nearby. Fang Hao sighed. All right, it seems there is some intrinsic rivalry between Xiaohua and Qiuqiu. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Hedgehogs and cats have never been particularly amicable even before the apocalypse. After the world fell into chaos, the constraints of their species remained unchanged. Such is the wonder of nature. With a light chuckle, Fang Hao said, Xiaohua, you must behave, understand? This is Qiuqiu, our new companion. You must not bully it, all right? Well, since master said so, Xiaohua will certainly not bully it, Xiaohua replied, leaping onto Fang Hao's shoulder and affectionately licking his cheek. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Xiaohua, Qiuqiu's eyes widened with wariness, and its spines instinctively bristled. Clearly, it sensed a profound danger emanating from Xiaohua. This was a matter of level suppression, compounded by interspecies rivalry. At the same level, hedgehogs and cats would be evenly matched. However, this rivalry was not akin to the classic cat-and-mouse dynamic. Chapter 200. Conclusion. Qiuqiu, do not be afraid. This is Xiaohua, who will also be your companion from now on. You two must learn to coexist harmoniously, do you understand? Fang Hao reassured Qiuqiu while advising both spirit beasts. He hoped to avoid any internal strife, especially given the urgency of their situation. Infighting would only exacerbate their challenges, leading to a detrimental outcome. The paramount task was to grow stronger swiftly, not just for himself, but also for Xiaohua and Qiuqiu. Only in this way could he ensure victory when the primordial sovereign descended. However, unbeknownst to Fang Hao and Mother of Earth, the primordial sovereign had already taken human form and arrived on Earth after sensing the second surge of spiritual energy. Each surge of spiritual energy was a remnant of a primordial sovereign's essence, an extraordinary power that differed fundamentally from ordinary spiritual energy. Even though Mother of Earth made significant efforts to resist the sovereign's advance, the primordial sovereign was not under her control. This 20-star primordial sovereign, seasoned by countless battles, had experienced even more wars of consumption than Mother of Earth. It was not solely Mother of Earth who conceived the idea of creating a child from her own power to assist in repelling the attacking primordial sovereign. Thus, upon arriving on Earth and witnessing its diverse and somewhat fractured environments, the primordial sovereign comprehended the entire situation. Firstly, Earth was undergoing a global evolution. Secondly, although Mother of Earth was valiantly fending off his assault, the primordial sovereign was not in her grasp. At last, the original supreme being sensed another life form connected to the Earth star. These signs indicated that the mother of the Earth star had indeed created a second life form linked to it, and had also bestowed the essence of the original upon this entity. The only plausible explanation for such an occurrence was that this life form, possessing the original, had been severed from the mother of the Earth star itself. the 20-star original supreme being left half of its power to contend with the mother of the Earth star, while the other half transformed into a human guise to infiltrate the Earth star in search of the entity wielding the original with the intent to eliminate it. Thus, the Mother's power would be significantly diminished, rendering the conquest of the Earth star merely a matter of time. Despite the fact that the civilization cultivated by this 20-star original supreme being was one of beastly nature, favoring the path of deities, it was inclined to adopt a beastly form itself. In comparison to the feeble humans, beasts evidently held a superior position on the Earth star. However, the Earth star resisted the entrance of foreign beasts, while humans, who were favored by the Earth star, could roam freely. Therefore, the 20-star original supreme being assumed a human form and successfully entered the Earth star. At the moment when Feng Hao brought Xiaohua and Qiu to the edge of the primordial jungle, specifically the forest park, the 20-star original supreme being descended as a handsome young man beside the remnants of a natural tree. Approaching the large pit left by the natural tree, he clasped his right hand, gathering a melange of spiritual energy within it. Closing his eyes, he meticulously discerned the energies in his grasp. Among them, four were notably volatile, corresponding to a mutated flower cat, an ice toad, a golden saber-toothed tiger, and a group of wood spirit raging monkeys. The remaining two energies were peculiar. One was gentle yet potent, likely the remnant of the natural tree, while the other was somewhat weak yet bore a trace of the original essence, presumably the life form created by the mother of the Earth star. Having discerned the results, the supreme being opened his eyes, absorbed the residual spiritual energy from the surroundings, and then pursued the trail left by Feng Hao's lingering energy. In the forest park, after calming Xiaohua and Qiu, Feng Hao prepared to leave with them. This outing had yielded fruitful results. Not only had he uncovered his lineage, but he had also tamed a pangolin. More significantly, he had refined and decomposed the natural tree. The golden saber-toothed tiger, the ice toad, and the wood spirit raging monkeys, acquiring a wealth of valuable materials. Consequently, the Red Dragon squad would be well equipped with weapons and potions, and some members might even level up. Glancing at the spoils in his system inventory, Feng Hao disregarded the unnecessary rivalry between Xiaohua and Qiu, simply stating that it was time to depart. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua and Qiu ceased their futile skirmish, each leaping onto Feng Hao's shoulders, ready to leave. However, just as Feng Hao prepared to spring into action, a sudden gust of wind swept from behind him. He immediately halted, turning to look, but found nothing amiss. The two small creatures promptly assumed a defensive stance, vigilant of their surroundings. After a prolonged silence, just as Feng Hao began to think he was overly tense, suspecting it was merely a passing spirit beast, a fierce wind struck, hitting Xiaohua. In the incredulous gazes of Feng Hao and Qiu, a level 7 four-tailed spirit cat was effortlessly sent crashing to the ground, creating a circular pit half a meter deep and 1 meter in diameter. Xiaohua swiftly clambered out of the crater, now bereft of two of its tails, its fur dulled and clearly injured. Observing this, Feng Hao hastily administered a considerable amount of healing medicine to Xiaohua, managing to stave off the worsening of its condition. Amidst the rustling leaves, a resounding cadence of footsteps approached slowly, each step weighing heavily upon Feng Hao's heart. He cradled Xiaohua in his arms, his gaze fixated on the source of the footsteps, while Qiu arched its back protectively in front of him, its sharp claws anxiously scratching the ground as if anticipating the arrival of a terrifying presence. As a bead of cold sweat fell to the ground, a strikingly handsome and tall man materialized before Feng Hao. His golden eyes glimmered, and he donned a simple white shirt over a matching t-shirt, accompanied by loose-fitting jeans and ordinary black canvas shoes. His hairstyle was neat and tidy, reminiscent of the kind of boy that girls adored before the apocalypse. Yet, upon seeing this man, an inexplicable dread surged within Feng Hao. Two reasons fueled his apprehension. Firstly, since the onset of the apocalypse, it was exceedingly unlikely for someone dressed so impeccably to appear. The cleanliness of his attire could only imply one thing. He possessed formidable strength, capable of severing Xiaohua's tails in a single blow while maintaining such pristine clothing. Secondly, in the man's eyes, Feng Hao discerned no emotion whatsoever. He surveyed the surroundings with a gaze that was as indifferent as one would cast upon a swarm of ants. This notion sent a chill down Feng Hao's spine, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the unease that threatened to overtake him. He could not afford to bolster others' confidence while undermining his own. The paramount concern was to safely escort Xiaohua and Qiu back, leaving other considerations for later. Feng Hao inquired of the stranger, "Who are you? Why have you harmed my spirit beast?" The man, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, replied coolly, "I am known as the Supreme," and raised his left hand. Hearing this, Feng Hao was nearly paralyzed with fear. As the Supreme lifted his hand, Feng Hao rolled to the ground, scooping up Qiu Qiu and cradling it in his arms, subsequently conjuring the shell of the fearsome turtle. A deafening crash echoed as the shell shattered into fragments. Feng Hao was also struck, spitting blood. Though he sustained no internal injuries, his insides felt far from comfortable. After placing Xiaohua and Qiu Qiu down, and instructing Qiu Qiu to carry Xiaohua to safety, Feng Hao leaped toward the primal forest, aiming for the site of the ancient tree. Although he was uncertain why the Supreme had entered Earth's star, he was determined to prevent their confrontation from affecting bystanders. The Supreme, observing this, followed closely behind. Arriving at the crater left by the ancient tree, Feng Hao produced the original. Fully aware that only it possessed the power to defeat the Supreme, all other means would prove futile. He engaged in a gamble, wagering that the Supreme's power had been suppressed, betting on his ability to slay the Supreme. Today, either the Supreme would perish, or he and the Earth would meet their demise. Feng Hao was not mistaken. Upon witnessing the primordial, a flicker of trepidation and avarice flashed in the Supreme's eyes. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, Feng Hao did not let it slip by unnoticed. Trepidation was acceptable. What he feared was the Supreme's indifference. At that moment, the primordial had transformed into a resplendent golden sword. Feng Hao gripped the primordial tightly and charged toward the Supreme. The Supreme, extending his hand, summoned a mundane branch from the side, effortlessly parrying Feng Hao's assault. As they drew near, the Supreme's voice resonated, declaring, "You are far too weak, even wielding the primordial. You remain inadequate." With that, the Supreme swung the branch, forcing Feng Hao to stagger backward repeatedly. Soon after, with a mere flick of his wrist, the Supreme dislodged the primordial from Feng Hao's grasp, sending it tumbling to the ground. Anger etched on his face. Feng Hao sought to voice his thoughts, but the Supreme denied him the opportunity, plunging a sword directly into his chest, thereby extinguishing his life. In the throes of defending against the Supreme's true form, the Mother of Earth sensed Feng Hao's demise. The connection with the primordial severed, her strength diminished instantaneously. Seizing the moment, the Supreme pressed the Mother of Earth to retreat in haste. At this juncture, the creatures on Earth were in a state of incomplete evolution, compounded by the Mother of Earth's suppression of human evolution, which stunted her own power's growth. In this ebb and flow of strength, it was not long before the Mother of Earth's consciousness dissipated, and the Earth was consumed by the 20-star Supreme, who now held the primordial in his grasp. After devouring the Earth, the 20-star primordial Supreme gazed into the distant expanse of the cosmos, licking his lips, for there lay his next target. Yet, he pondered whether the conquest would prove as effortless as the annihilation of Earth, for he had never encountered a planetary will as foolish as that of the Mother of Earth, who had divided her own power and the primordial in a vain hope that her half might grow strong enough to aid her. Rather than indulging in such folly, it would have been wiser to diligently merge the relics of the primordial Supreme he had previously collected with his own essence. Perhaps such a strategy would yield a far greater chance of success.